Chapter 1. The surrounding sea shimmered with an ominous red, like a pool of putrid blood seeping from some unknown wound deep in the ocean. Dorian was leaning on the railing, smoking, his back to the sea breeze. He glanced at the personal terminal on his wrist. It was 4:13 p.m. on June 15, 2355. In about an hour, the tide would bring the trash island located over 10 nautical miles away closer to this area. By then, when the stinking garbage island met the massive red tide, the sight might even make devils flee back to hell willingly. Dorian could already feel the strange odor permeating his lab coat and every strand of hair, but he still didn't want to return to the underwater base. He imagined himself as a nudibranch worm, reveling in the dampness and filth, adoring this rotting sea. Even so, Dorian still walked over to the various instruments and pretended to check them carefully. After all, before sunset today, Dorian was still the duty officer at this marine hydrological meteorological station. If you only looked from the outside, the watchtower where Dorian was located appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary hydrometeorological station, built on an isolated Pacific island where, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but sky and sea. 300 years ago, this place nearby had been a rich archipelago, and Ferdinand Island had been the highest altitude one among them. After 2 devastating sea storms, it lost its siblings. All the resources and natural landscapes at once took pride and turned into underwater models, leaving just the tip exposed helplessly above the surface. But judging by the current rate of sea level rise, it would only be a matter of time before it was swallowed up by the ocean. But if you could get closer. For instance, suppose you could approach this small island in the dead of night, you might hear a peculiar hum beneath the rustling of the waves, akin to countless large machines operating methodically. Of course, this was impossible unless approved by the military. No one could approach the island, let alone deal with the advanced weapons hidden on the island capable of instantly melting any living creature into a puddle of bloody sludge. Without unique identity authentication, even if you were lucky enough to step onto the watchtower, you'd only be able to stop where Dorian was standing now. Yes, this place wasn't an ordinary marine hydrological meteorological station at all. Beneath this seemingly normal observation tower, stretching down thousands of meters underwater, lay a massive marine biological research institute. This research institute was a joint creation between Dorian's stepfather Margamendi and the military, aimed at studying the variations in marine life caused by climate change and various pollutions, thereby improving the ecosystem and enhancing human health. This, of course, was nonsense. Dorian believed that anyone with the authority to enter this institute knew very well its real purpose. New things were appearing in the sea. Just 2 years ago, for instance, Dorian led his team into nearly 15,000 meters of deep sea at great risk to their lives and clearly captured video of a giant squid nearly 80 meters long, a species never discovered by humans before. Prehistoric beasts that people could only imagine based on fossils, such as megalodons, cetaceans, Melville whales, Liopleurodon, and all sorts of unimaginable gigantic creatures have started revealing their traces one by one. This news thrilled all the authorities. They immediately invested vast sums of money to establish numerous similar, marine hydrological meteorological stations, across the ocean, gathering the world's top scientific researchers here. While claiming they were working to improve the ecosystem for the public, what they were really doing was searching for clues to the occurrence of sea storm disasters or seeking certain things from these gigantic beasts, such as a special gene fragment that could extend human lifespan, strengthen physical abilities, or perhaps even allow humans to grow tails to live in the ocean. As to why these creatures were suddenly emerging, we must push the timeline back 3 centuries. In the span of 300 years, from 2055 to 2355, 2 catastrophic sea storm disasters occurred. Today, the sea level has risen by almost 500 meters, wiping out a large number of plants and animals, drastically reducing the population, and submerging 60% of the Earth's landmass. No one knew where the seawater was coming from. At the beginning of the 21st century, scientists had calculated that even if all the ice caps in Antarctica melted, the sea level would rise by no more than 60 meters. And yet, it happened. People finally realized that the story of Noah's Ark was not merely a religious myth. After millions of years of human evolution, armed with self-assumed wisdom and technology that left Earth on the brink of collapse, the merciful God intervened again. It was as if the Earth had been cut open from its core, revealing a massive wound. However, what flowed out was not magma, but an endless amount of seawater, swallowing everything in an instant. However, human is synonymous with tenacity. On this point, even cockroaches can't compare. Dorian watched contentedly as the sea breeze snatched away the smoke from his mouth, lost in aimless reverie. Look at him now, still able to leisurely stand here smoking while the research institute beneath his feet was running smoothly, and the generous electronic currency still arriving on time every month. As long as technology remained alive, humanity would remain alive, and the world would still be beautiful. Praise God, praise the Virgin Mary. Mentioning the giant squid, Dorian's nerves, which had been slightly soothed by nicotine, screamed again. That squid should have followed convention and been named after him, something like Dorian Squid, but his stepfather once again stole this achievement from him. Now that damn squid was called the Margamendi Titan squid, how very fancy. Ever since Dorian obtained his PhD at the age of 22, he had worked under Margamendi, professor, for 5 years, and all his original research achievements or discoveries had been taken over by Margamendi. My dear child, if these results aren't published under my name, everyone would only see them as childish nonsense. Besides, if it weren't for my sponsorship, you and your team wouldn't even be able to rent a decent research vessel to go out to sea. At that moment, Margamendi's look made Dorian feel as though he were back when he was 5 years old, and Margamendi, in a great act of kindness, gave him a few electronic currencies for an all-you-can-eat ice cream treat. Just thinking about this scene made Dorian almost gnaw marks into the metal casing of his antique e-cigarette. Dorian had known from a young age that Margamendi was his stepfather. His biological father, John, had passed away before Dorian was born. As John's good friend, Margamendi had always taken care of Dorian's mother, and over time they developed feelings for each other, naturally coming together. Dorian didn't want to make any comments on their marriage. At least Margamendi was wealthy and influential, and he treated Dorian and his mother quite well. If during his teenage years, Dorian still held some respect and illusions for Margamendi as a son might for a father, now there was none left. Every minute Dorian entered the academic circle brought him one step closer to recognizing Margamendi's hypocritical and greedy nature. This morning, Dorian and Margamendi had a big argument. He demanded the authorship and ownership of all future research results, but Margamendi just laughed and asked if he was under too much pressure lately, suggesting he take a few days off, treating him like an unreasonable and whiny little boy. The sunlight gradually turned into a faint, dying orange. Dorian put away his e-cigarette and prepared to return to the underwater research base. Suddenly, he felt a searing gaze. Dorian became alert and turned back. But there was nothing around except for the foul-smelling sea and heaps of plastic garbage. Not even seabirds would stay here. Dorian retracted his gaze, assuming he had been overly sensitive. He adjusted his shirt collar and lab coat, chin up, walking toward the control room of the weather station. Somewhere in that floor was a hidden elevator entrance accessible through fingerprint and iris recognition, leading straight down to the research institute below. However, as soon as Dorian entered the control room, he saw a weirdo sitting at the control panel, his slightly protruding eyes unblinking, staring at him like a green lizard locking onto its insect prey, making one's entire body uncomfortable. His name was Aiden, also a member of the research institute, but everyone simply called him weirdo because his behavior, mannerisms, and even his appearance were very strange. Dorian immediately realized that Aiden was out for some fresh air during the sunset break. It was easy for people stuck in the closed environment underwater to develop mental issues, so the institute allowed researchers to occasionally come up to the surface to enjoy the sky and sea breeze, functioning as meteorological station duty officers. Still, everyone had strict time limits. Dorian had used up his share, so he was planning to head back while Aiden had just come up. Dorian wasn't interested in dealing with weirdos. After a brief glare at each other, Dorian stepped into the elevator and began descending slowly. In a bad mood today, Dorian didn't feel like going to the lab. He entered his rest area early, took a hot shower, and quickly fell asleep. He seemed to have a long dream, against a deep blue background with bubble-like stars. A long shadow swam slowly overhead. No matter if this was a pleasant or terrible dream, it all disappeared like bubbles the moment his personal terminal emitted a shrill alarm. Startled awake, Dorian thought the end of the world had come, only to find it was an emergency call from his friend David, whom he angrily opened to answer. At less than 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd better give me a good reason. Wake up, Dorian. Get dressed and go to the observation room in Area F right now. Mermaids. They've caught a mermaid. 3 seconds later, Dorian burst out of the rest area. He only had time to pull on his pants, leaving his robe untied, and rushed straight to Area F. Area F had only been completed in the last 2 years. It was located at the farthest edge of the institute, housing a massive observation room about the size of a basketball court. Outside the observation room lay a specialized trap zone designed for capturing giant marine creatures. Small schools of fish were occasionally released as bait. Once a large creature was lured into the zone, it would be instantly stunned by an invisible high-voltage electric grid. Then, mechanical arms would drag it into the observation room for further examination. The institute had previously used this method to capture a 22-meter-long mutated humpback whale. But now, they had caught a mermaid. Dorian sprinted at full speed through the maze-like corridors of the institute, finally reaching Area F's observation room 5 minutes later. A crowd had already gathered there, their exclamations of amazement echoing one after another. David immediately spotted Dorian and walked over. Hey, I told you to get dressed first. Though your figure is indeed quite charming. Dorian tilted his head back, eyes wide open, as if everything around him had been muted. Despite his heavy breathing and thunderous heartbeat, he heard nothing. Mermaids. 5 mermaids. 5 real mermaids. Human torsos with sculpted lines that flowed seamlessly into long tails instead of legs, shimmering, pearl-like fins glinting under the light. The mermaids were unconscious, drifting helplessly like seaweed in the observation tank. Without hesitation, just as suddenly as he came, Dorian turned around and ran again. David didn't even have time to fasten the sash of Dorian's robe. Where are you going? Dorian couldn't spare even a second, he needed to find Margamendi immediately. With nearly 100 prestigious marine biologists in the entire institute, Dorian was certain that every single one of them dreamed of studying a mermaid. Naturally, Dorian was no exception. What set him apart from the others was that while they could only dream, Dorian was determined to obtain a real mermaid, a beautiful, strong one, the best among them. Chapter 2. What did you say? I object. Dorian glared at Magmandy across the conference table, his face ashen. All the people sitting in the meeting room cast strange looks at Dorian, but he was not concerned about them now. At dawn today, after Dorian had visited the merman in Zone F, he hurried to Magmandy's resting room. Magmandy had obviously also received news of the capture of the merman. He had just finished dressing when Dorian rang his doorbell. Because of their argument the previous morning, Dorian felt somewhat awkward when he saw Magmandy, but it only lasted for a moment. For the sake of studying the merfolk, he didn't mind stepping back this time and humbly asking Magmandy to give him the best merman, even referring to Magmandy as father, something rare for him. Magmandy, with a beer belly characteristic of successful middle-aged men, combed his oily hair in front of the mirror, trying to use his few sparse brown hairs like a shrub to cover the barren desert atop his head. Of course, Dorian, you are my proud son, so you must definitely participate in this rare research opportunity. After hearing this, Dorian left feeling satisfied. But now, Dorian felt like an idiot. He deeply despised himself for calling Magmandy father. He should have known that Magmandy wasn't that generous. Clearly, Dorian's request for ownership of the research results touched upon one of Magmandy's sensitive nerves. He wanted to teach Dorian a lesson. And thus, at this morning's emergency meeting, that lesson struck Dorian like a whip. 5 merfolk, 4 male merfolk and 1 female merfolk. They were the largest unexpected gain of the Institute in recent years. As a result, the entire Research Institute immediately convened a meeting to discuss who would own the rights to study these 5 merfolk. Without a doubt, almost every marine biologist coveted the chance to study merfolk, but since there were 5 choices available, when the virtual images of the 5 merfolk were projected on the conference table, each person made some internal selections. Since they struggled fiercely in the electric net during capture, all the merfolk suffered different degrees of injuries. Among them, an unremarkable silver-tailed merman was the most severely injured. His chest had been torn open by the electric net, his dorsal fin burned and torn apart, and his tail full of wounds and gaps. It seemed he wouldn't survive the night. Guess whose the merman belongs to now? Dorian. This is not what they agreed on at dawn. Dorian tried to make a reasonable claim. I published 2 papers about merfolk during school, spent 3 months on watch in a town said to be troubled by merfolk, and even dived over 15,000 meters deep in search of merfolk tracks. I think I deserve to get at least 1 merman who is healthier. There was an unclear murmur in the meeting room, and Magmandy raised his hand from his seat, signaling for silence. He looked at Dorian seriously and said, I certainly acknowledge your capabilities, but Dorian, why don't you look around? Are there any other experts or professors here younger than you? If we're truly talking about experience and credentials, you wouldn't even deserve the silver-tailed merman. Then he softened his tone, his gaze turning more affectionate, speaking to Dorian in a paternal tone, shaking his head, don't be capricious. Whispers rippled through the meeting room again, and the gazes falling on Dorian felt as if they were thorny vines piercing him. If Dorian continued arguing, his arrogance and greed would undoubtedly turn him into a target attacked by the whole institute. Dorian had lost comprehensively. The meeting dragged on throughout the morning, but Dorian hadn't absorbed a single word during the latter part. When the meeting concluded, Dorian was the first to leave the conference room. He had already unwillingly accepted this fact and prepared. As soon as the silver-tailed merman dies, he will dissect his body, study his organs and bones, and finally turn him into a specimen to hang in his lab. No one would be able to glance at him without Dorian's permission afterward. Hey buddy, I called out to you 5 or 6 times, couldn't you lower yourself slightly and slow down for me to catch up? David squeezed through the crowd to catch up with Dorian. Sorry, I didn't hear, replied Dorian. He didn't want others to perceive his discomfort, but he found it difficult to hide his current negativity, not just because of the merman but also due to being outmaneuvered by Magmandy. David was much taller than Dorian, his passion for fitness making him resemble a bodybuilder more than a research expert. Casually putting an arm around Dorian's shoulders, he consoled him, cheer up, brother. That merman can still help you publish a few dazzling articles, while I didn't even get 1 merman. It has nothing to do with publishing articles. Dorian didn't have the energy to argue with him, he intended to check out his next research subject, the silver-tailed merman. Word had it that during their meeting, the 5 mermen had already been sent to 5 different research laboratories, all located in Zone F. Thus, Dorian now owned a new office. Are you going to see the merman now? Can I tag along? David was enthusiastic, his eyes shining as he looked at Dorian. Since research data needed to be kept confidential, people were generally not allowed to enter and exit a researcher's lab without restrictions. However, considering Dorian's research hadn't yet started, and given the deep friendship between David and himself since university, Dorian accepted his request. Dorian's laboratory was on the outskirts of Zone F. There was the peculiar smell unique to new buildings, the stale odor caused by the long-term lack of ventilation in enclosed spaces, as well as the mixed scent of metal and chemicals, but once you got used to it, these smells became no different from regular air. However, even though Dorian had mentally prepared himself, knowing that his research group wouldn't receive much attention, when he entered the room and saw only 2 young assistants waiting in the laboratory, 1 male and 1 female, he couldn't help but mutter an oath under his breath. The elaborately made-up female assistant appeared as if she wasn't even an adult. What could these two young people possibly do? Given the large build of the merman, they might not even be able to lift its tail, let alone get it onto the examination table. Dorian used to have an excellent research team composed of juniors and seniors he knew from school. They shared common goals and had great teamwork, producing many research achievements together. They should have come with Dorian to study this silver-tailed merman. Didn't you pay attention to the later part of the meeting? Professor Magmandy reallocated the manpower. Your assistants were all dispatched to other research projects. David couldn't help but whisper a reminder when he noticed Dorian glaring fiercely at the two young assistants. Hello, Dr. Dorian, my name is Rose. I'm a first-year student at the Royal Oceanic College of the Western Alliance. I've been interning here for 2 months now, and I'm honored to become one of your assistants. Rose had a lively personality, wearing makeup that seemed too mature for her age, but she was undoubtedly sexy and beautiful, golden curls, gem-like blue eyes, and pink lips coated with glossy lip gloss. Frankly speaking, Dorian thought she would be more suited to becoming a model or an ad girl rather than pretending to be a scientist while wearing a white lab coat over a super short skirt. Rose was clearly an outgoing and confident girl. She wasn't intimidated by Dorian's displeased expression. She blinked her doll-like long lashes and stepped forward to extend her hand to Dorian and David. Hello. Dorian reluctantly shook hands with her, relieved at least that she was an adult. Then he turned his gaze toward the stick-thin male assistant behind her. His yellow hair was messy like a bird's nest, and he wore oversized black-rimmed glasses. Compared to the overly dazzling Rose, this male assistant seemed excessively ordinary, fitting the stereotype of a clumsy engineering student. Owen, also a student at the Royal Oceanic College, but I graduated 3 years ago and have been assisting Professor Charles in researching Deming jellyfish until now. I'm your other assistant now. Owen shrugged, showing a slightly uneasy smile as he also approached to shake hands with Dorian and David, then stood next to Rose, shoulders brushing hers. Dorian instinctively sensed something and narrowed his eyes. Hold on, are you two a couple? Of course not. Owen immediately contradicted, startled, but quickly realizing the girl remained silent and bashfully lowered her head, softening his previous aggressive tone, exuding a certain ambiguous signal. What I mean is, we're still. Ha. This was just simply too perfect. Dorian didn't want to dwell on the grim future of his upcoming research life. He turned away from them and headed towards the observation tank in the lab. The cylindrical transparent observation tank stood right in the center of the lab, resembling a grand museum display case, except that there weren't jewels or antiques inside, but a merman. All the mermen had been injected with sedatives during transport out of concern they might suddenly wake up and cause trouble. The effects were still ongoing. With his eyes tightly closed, the silver-tailed merman floated upright in the water tank, with various monitoring tubes inserted into his body. His grotesque wounds illuminated against the eerie blue fluorescence from the bottom of the observation tank gave off a frightening vibe, resembling a mutated test subject in a horror movie. But strictly speaking, his appearance was far too unremarkable. Dorian tilted his head to examine him, lamenting internally for the umpteenth time. There were 5 mermen in total, and apart from this one, each had a brilliantly colored tail. Dorian remembered the largest male merman among them. His tail resembled that of a German tricolored carp, with a red so vibrant it was like a ruby, and fins that fluttered just like a lionhead goldfish. Now look at this poor silver-tailed merman. There was no color on his tail at all, only a bare, silvery gray hue. Many of his scales were missing, revealing the pale white flesh beneath, and his tail fin was missing a corner, looking both pitiful and ugly. Isn't he beautiful? Beautiful? Dorian turned back incredulously to see Rose clutching her chest and gawking at the merman. Yes, even the world's most handsome male movie star doesn't have a face like his. Look at that nose, those lips, and that muscular body. My goodness, I'd love to see what he looks like with his eyes open. This time, it was David speaking, and Owen standing beside him clearly agreed. Don't spout nonsense. Don't apply human beauty standards to merfolk. Fish determine attractiveness through their tails and scales. A plain, dull gray tail like his won't attract any mates, Dorian coldly concluded. Among the mermen, he's nothing but an ugly duckling. As if in protest against Dorian's words, the tip of the silver-tailed merman's tail suddenly twitched. Dorian thought he was about to wake up and eagerly approached the observation tank. However, after a long while, the merman showed no further response, as if the previous movement was merely a common neural twitch. Dorian sighed disappointedly and tapped lightly on the observation tank, creating a muted sound. The material, though appearing as fragile as glass, was actually as strong as steel, with impressive defensive capabilities that couldn't be penetrated by ordinary weapons. Even for the sake of finding a future mate, try to survive a little longer, clownfish. Chapter 3. Dorian was very uneasy about his 2 new assistants, and he had given them so many instructions that it delayed his lunchtime. When he arrived at the restaurant, there were already few diners left, which suited Dorian just fine. He didn't want to deal with those annoying colleagues anyway. Since the sea storm disaster, humanity had lost a large amount of arable land, causing a sharp drop in food production. Unpolluted seafood also sharply decreased due to overfishing. So as you can see, Dorian picked up a standard meal from the serving counter, which contained no rice, no vegetables, and not even a trace of meat. If one must describe it, this meal looked somewhat like tricolor ice cream from the olden days. 3 blocks of different colored paste lay neatly in a square lunchbox. The brown one tasted slightly sweet, with the texture of mashed potatoes. The cinnamon-colored one tasted like hawthorn, slightly sour. The oyster-white one had the worst texture, greasy like meat but without its savory flavor. These were specially formulated artificial nutrients, now the main source of sustenance for people. What used to be commonplace, fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, milk, had all become luxuries only the wealthy could afford. And yet, with such terrible food, humans managed to barely sustain their livelihoods. Even this awful thing was out of reach for many people living in refugee slums. They couldn't even get a single bite. As usual, Dorian sat down in a quiet corner by himself, opening his personal terminal before eating and projecting the day's news midair. The news had only been playing for 2 minutes when David appeared, setting down his meal tray across from Dorian. He started grumbling about some unlucky things that had delayed his own meal. Dorian frowned and interrupted him. "Be quiet and let me listen to the news." David sneered. What could it possibly be? It's probably Doom Trident or Sea God Sect again. Is there anything new other than that? Do you really need to watch it every day? It was true, as David said, the news was broadcasting footage of followers of the Sea God Sect kneeling in worship before the Doom Trident. Doom Trident. A name that sounded alarming at first glance, but in reality, it was nothing more than a Poseidon statue built in the shallow sea area. The trident held by Poseidon was commonly referred to as the Doom Trident. This name wasn't entirely wrong, it indeed continuously reminded people of the despair of the apocalypse. No one knew which designer came up with the idea, but they marked scales on the straight trident, each representing 1 meter, with a total of 81 scales. After the second sea storm disaster, people built this Poseidon statue by the coast to mourn the deceased and pray for Poseidon's protection. Without its pedestal, it stood a full 81 meters tall. But as firm atheists believed, this statue brought no luck to the people. The sea level continued to rise gradually, though slowly, but still rising. Regarding records of the sea level's rise, it was easy to obtain with just a quick search. In 2055, the first sea storm disaster occurred, and the sea level abruptly rose by 133 meters. At that time, people thought this was the end of the world. But over 100 years later, in 2219, the sea storm disaster struck again, raising the sea level directly to 389 meters. Humanity's hard-won recovery of production and technology was once again destroyed. Yet this wasn't the end. People despaired as they discovered that during the 136 years from 2219 to 2355, the sea level continued to rise, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and occasionally even dropping a bit. No one could predict what tomorrow would bring. Coastal cities were abandoned inch by inch as people moved to higher terrain areas. However, the Poseidon statue couldn't be relocated, so people watched helplessly as it was submerged by the rising sea. For scientists, of course, there were more precise methods for measuring the sea level rise data, but the scales on the Doom Trident were undoubtedly the most intuitive. The statue itself of Poseidon had been completely submerged under water 3 years ago. Now, in drone-shot footage, only the tip of the trident was visible. According to the latest information from the Ocean Monitoring Bureau, the sea level rose half a foot yesterday, precisely covering the penultimate scale mark of the trident. At this moment, the sea level was 498 meters higher than it was in 2055. Whether by coincidence or divine will, the exact moment when the sea completely engulfed Poseidon's trident would be the instant the sea level reached 500 meters. When science failed to save humanity, people could only turn to religion. Thus, the Sea God Sect emerged. Some people believed that humanity's reckless mining, depletion of Earth's resources, and dumping of massive garbage into the sea had angered the sea god. Now, his anger was unleashed, the rising seawater being proof of his wrath. Thus, humans must feel remorse, sincerely repent for their sins, and ultimately throw themselves into the sea. If you were fortunate enough to receive the sea god's blessing, in your next life, you would be reborn as a fish in the sea, free from human suffering. Given this doctrine of the Sea God Sect, every so often, there were people who spontaneously jumped into the sea. Out of humanitarianism, the local authority would assign dedicated personnel to rescue those at the beach. However, upon waking up after being rescued, the first thing these devotees did was kneel down and worship the sea god, thanking him for his generosity and mercy, completely ignoring the soaked rescuers standing right before them. In the current news footage, the followers of the Sea God Sect were going through the ritual of facing the ocean and kneeling down en masse, muttering all sorts of strange incantations. Indeed, it was all rather meaningless. Dorian turned off his terminal, intending to focus on his meal. But just as he raised his head, he noticed David across from him watching slaves and horses with great enjoyment. This was a vulgar adult animated series, telling a love story between the noble horsefolk and human slaves. Its storyline included reincarnation, revenge, time travel, family ethics issues, racial discrimination, gender identity disorders, and interspecies romance. It had so many ridiculous plot points it was almost unbelievable, yet it had become one of the most popular adult animations over the past decade. In the face of impending doom, who even cared any more about who was falling in love? All the previously repugnant taboos and triggers became seasonings for a desperate life. Spicier meant more gratifying. As a man of refined taste, Dorian disdained such vulgar animations, but sound naturally traveled through the air and into one's ears. That was an immutable law of physics. Several seconds later, Dorian couldn't help but glance over. A few minutes later, as the episode ended and the credits rolled, Dorian realized he'd unconsciously finished his unappetizing meal. What do you think? Pretty good, huh? I've got a high-definition link here if you're interested. David smirked at Dorian. Boring. The self-proclaimed gentleman of high taste declined with disdain, getting up to return his utensils to the recycling chute. There were still plenty of tasks to take care of in the afternoon. Dorian planned to conduct a preliminary physical examination on the merman. The silver-tailed merman remained unconscious, with 11 large and small wounds scattered across his body. Dorian was very concerned that moving him out of water might cause his death, so he could only roughly scan his basic data using instruments while observing the water tank from outside. This male merman was approximately 3.6 meters long, his tail alone measuring 2.3 meters. His shoulder width was immense, and his arm length far exceeded normal human proportions. It was estimated that his weight would reach around 240 kilograms. Even without those specific numbers, merely looking at the enormous figure floating inside the observation water tank, one could tell how monstrous this creature was. The sharp claws and jagged fins indicated that this was a fierce predator in the sea. Dorian took a small strand of hair from the merman and drew a tiny vial of blood. Hair is generally useless to marine creatures, yet each merman possessed nearly waist-length hair. This silver-tailed merman was no exception. His flowing silvery mane looked like silk drifting in the water, appearing undeniably beautiful by human standards. However, at the moment of cutting, Dorian immediately realized, this silvery silk was not actually hair but countless extremely fine tentacles, squirming and struggling in his hand like worms once severed, much to Dorian's astonishment. Furthermore, Dorian discovered that the merman's blood was a peculiar purplish-red color, containing large amounts of trimethylamine oxide and blue crab mussel alcohol. These substances enabled fish to resist water pressure, allowing them to survive in the deep sea. Everything about the merman was fascinating. Dorian stayed in the lab until late at night, losing track of when his two assistants had left. He stood up, stretching his aching joints, contemplating which part of the merman he should dissect the next day. At that very moment, a searing gaze seemed to creep upward from his ankles to his spine. Dorian shivered, instantly becoming alert and turning back. In the vast laboratory, apart from the cold machinery and ghastly white lighting, the only other entity present was the central observation water tank holding the merman. Yet this poor clownfish-like being remained firmly closed-eyed, occasionally exhaling a few bubbles, showing no signs of waking up. Gradually relaxing his tense nerves, Dorian puzzled over the situation for a moment. He figured he must have been overly exhausted, perhaps needing a compressed sandwich and a cup of specially brewed tea from the restaurant. Before leaving, Dorian circled the water tank several times, scrutinizing the merman up and down, thoroughly admiring him as if it were his most treasured collectible. Only after doing so did he leave, satisfied. Chapter 4. Once again, it was that familiar deep blue. Round and flat bubbles floated upwards, while a long shadow swayed its tail as it slowly swam by. Dorian finally dimly realized he was in the ocean. And precisely at this moment, Dorian heard an odd muffled cry, akin to the mournful call of a whale. But surprisingly, Dorian understood what it was saying. It was calling out for something, whispering someone's name, and those words were, Dorian. Dorian. Dorian suddenly woke up from his dream, drenched in sweat. A peculiar sense of anxiety still clung to the tips of his nerves, making him feel uneasy. He vaguely remembered having a dream, but now he couldn't recall any details. He grabbed his personal terminal from the side of his pillow and confirmed the time. It was 5:13 a.m. It was still very early, he had plenty of time before work. Through real-time monitoring, he could see the merman resting peacefully in its tank at the lab. In fact, with all the monitoring systems in place, if there were any changes in the merman's data, Dorian would be the first to know. Everything was fine, nothing to worry about. Dorian sighed deeply as he sat up in bed, pulling his damp short hair back entirely. With a lazy swipe on the wall beside his bed, the once dark rest room gradually lit up, like a sunrise being summoned to dispel the darkness. The walls made of precise displays began to fill with colors and patterns. Not long after, the scenery of a morning beach appeared around the room. The room even simulated the sound of waves and the calls of seagulls through its audio system. Just seconds ago, this 10-square-meter rest room had been eerily dark and quiet, resembling some dreadful solitary confinement cell. Now it had transformed into a fresh summer beach, complete with lighting that mimicked the warmth of sunlight on his skin. However, all of this was routine for Dorian. In a lethargic state, he slipped off his robe and stepped naked into the adjacent bathroom. Before turning on the hot water, Dorian glanced at himself in the mirror as usual, bloodshot eyes, slightly bruised bags under his eyes, and a weary look, almost like someone who had indulged excessively in drugs or debauchery. Maybe after taking a shower, he should crawl back into bed and sleep some more. But if he could really sleep, he wouldn't have woken up feeling like this. Right now, inside his laboratory, there was a live merman submerged in the tank. Realizing this, even if Maria herself came to sing him a lullaby, Dorian wouldn't have felt a hint of sleepiness. Dorian stared at the young man in the mirror, golden brown hair, grey-blue eyes, traits he inherited entirely from his father, John. Dorian had seen his pictures, and even his mother admitted how much he resembled his father. And Dorian believed that his own fervent passion for merfolk might also be hereditary. That's right, John had been an excellent marine biologist before his death, as well as a passionate admirer of merfolk. His discovery greatly contributed to confirming their existence. 28 years ago, the research team led by John and Magmendi brought back the remains of a merman, marking the first official confirmation of their existence by humans. Prior to that, people only had legends and vague images recorded in stories, mostly originating from seaside towns and ships that sailed the sea. Some sailors surviving shipwrecks claimed they had been entranced by the song of the merfolk, leading to their vessel crashing against reefs. Couples dating by the beach at midnight said they had been attacked by merfolk. Children playing on the shore mentioned seeing merfolk leaping out of the water. Since many prehistoric sea monsters had already been spotted, the appearance of merfolk seemed plausible enough. However, they were always cautious, appearing quickly and vanishing just as swiftly, giving humanity few opportunities to record their presence. Until 30 years ago, when John and Magmendi, along with a group of young and enthusiastic researchers, arrived in Robin Town, where frequent rumors of merfolk surfaced. Supported by Magmendi's wealthy background, they spent 2 whole years waiting and observing in the small town until they finally discovered evidence of the merfolk. Tragically, their encounter resulted in a fierce struggle. The merman was killed, and so was John during this violent fight, leaving behind Dorian as a posthumous son. But at that time, no one knew of his mother, Ivanova, John's assistant and girlfriend, being pregnant, not yet. After briefly mourning, the research team brought the body of the merman back to the lab, revealing the truth of their existence for the first time. It was because of this groundbreaking discovery that Magmendi became world-renowned and gradually established his institute and laboratories. As for the skeleton of that merman, it was still preserved in the New Era Marine Biology Exhibition Hall for public viewing. But what a real live merman looked like, nobody knew, not until last night when a merman team accidentally wandered into one of humanity's traps. A few minutes later, Dorian emerged from the bathroom with damp hair and a misty aura of water droplets clinging to his skin. He didn't bother to put on clothes yet, heading straight to the table to flip through a notebook he had been reading before going to sleep last night. It was a journal, one that had been around for many years now. In this era of total digital intelligence, it was surprising that anyone would still use an expensive pen and paper setup to record information. But perhaps precisely because of this, it had managed to remain completely intact, awaiting Dorian's eyes to read it. A drop of water slid down from Dorian's hair and splashed onto the slightly yellowed paper, creating a small water flower. Panicking, Dorian hurriedly wiped it with the back of his fingers. However, some of the ink smudged anyway, and even the cover got 2 damp fingerprints imprinted on it. Damn it. Dorian closed the journal and took 2 steps back, deciding to go back to the bathroom to dry his hair first. And so, the journal lay quietly on Dorian's desk. After a while, the water stain on its cover vanished under the ardent, beach sunshine, leaving behind only 2 rows of messy handwriting. The Merfolk Observation Journal. By John. Since he woke up earlier than usual today, Dorian arrived at the research lab an hour earlier than his normal working time. By now, he had already finished breakfast and was slowly walking toward Area F with half a cup of black tea in his hand. Area F was usually where the least number of people gathered, considering they barely caught more than a few giant sea beasts throughout the year. But ever since a merman was captured, it had become crowded like a bustling convenience market. No. An unsettling and terrifying emotion, akin to a vulture, hovered over the heads of the gathered crowd. They were all watching a particular laboratory. Something bad must have happened. Dorian hesitated for a moment as his steps paused, then he moved toward where the crowd had gathered. With his superior height, Dorian peered through a group of white-coated researchers and black-suited security personnel, seeing first the large pool of blood on the floor and a mangled arm fragment inside the lab, followed by the severely damaged interior furnishings. Clearly, there had been a fierce struggle here just moments ago. For God's sake, didn't they secure the merman with restraints? Let's not talk about restraints. Look at the shattered tank. A regular laser gun can't penetrate that thing, yet the merman broke it with just a tail strike. The researcher on duty was an inexperienced little assistant who went inside alone after receiving the alarm, so you see. 2 female researchers were discussing the incident quietly in the outer area. Hearing their whispers, Dorian furrowed his brow, interrupting to ask, so now we're saying one assistant is dead. And what about the merman? I remember this lab's merman was a tricolored koi. The ladies turned around upon hearing his voice, exchanging an awkward glance before one of them blushed and started talking. Of course it was executed, it was too dangerous. Executed? Do you mean he was killed? The teacup in Dorian's hand slipped instantly to the ground, the light brown liquid spilling everywhere, reminiscent of another crime scene. We've only obtained 5 merfolk, one of whom was nearly dying. In this situation, we actually shot and killed the healthiest one. The way the 2 women looked at Dorian changed, clearly blaming him for showing no concern for the deceased research assistant. A dark-skinned security guard, having heard Dorian's comments, began observing him closely and correctly identified his name, Dr. Dorian, right? In fact, there weren't many people in the entire research institute who didn't know Dorian, partly because of his stepfather and partly because of his striking looks. If you had gone through the whole incident, you wouldn't be saying that. This security officer appeared to be somewhat seasoned despite maintaining an impressive physique. Dorian guessed he might be the newly assigned security captain of Area F. He told Dorian, "This is an oceanographic research institute, and inside are laboratories filled with precision equipment. We cannot use mass destruction weapons here, and ordinary firearms simply can't deal with merfolk." Dorian realized the merman could move swiftly even on land but hadn't anticipated how fast his movements were. His fish tail allowed him to cling to walls like climbing surfaces, even regular laser guns couldn't hit him accurately. As for tranquilizer guns, hitting him wasn't even half the problem, the scales on his tail could resist a certain degree of damage. On his own, that merman managed to hold off a 6-person security team within the lab and almost killed one person. When the security guards used tranquilizing gas against him, the tricolored koi attempted to claw its way through the wall to escape into the next room. Keep in mind, these surrounding walls were steel-reinforced structures. A few minutes later, the anesthetic gas finally took effect, and the merman collapsed unconscious. The security team, wearing masks, cautiously approached, using their gun barrels to prod his tail and arm. He didn't stir at all, seemingly completely knocked out. The group let down their guard and prepared to transfer him to another lab. But just then, the merman suddenly burst into action, grabbing one of the security guards by the neck, ready to sink his teeth in. A laser shot from a comrade in time pierced through his heart. An incredibly terrifying and cunning creature, sighed the dark-skinned security captain, recalling the event with a flicker of fear on his face. It's hard to imagine how such a being could have accidentally wandered into the trap zone. In order to ensure the safety of the researchers, all defense mechanisms regarding the merfolk needed to be upgraded. In this interim, they were dangerous, and even researchers couldn't enter freely. During these few days, the other 3 merfolk gradually awoke. Though they too exhibited high levels of aggression, none of them could break out of the observation tanks. It seemed that tricolored koi, killed by the security earlier, had been the strongest of the 5. On the 3rd day after the upgrades, Dorian looked up at the silver-tailed merman hanging in his research room. He still gave no sign of waking up. Meanwhile, other labs were getting closer to deciphering the merfolk's dietary habits. Dorian couldn't wait any longer and said, "We need to get this guy out of the water." Owen, who was playing video games, and Rose, who was applying mascara, Chapter 5. Each researcher was given a great deal of freedom in studying the mermaid, perhaps. At least Magmendi had not issued any instructions to Dorian, allowing him to conduct research on this silver-tailed mermaid from every angle as long as he submitted corresponding research data daily. Over these few days, Dorian had already gathered all the superficial body data about the mermaid that he could obtain at present. He needed more information about the mermaid's body. He wanted to know how the mermaid's skin felt to the touch, how hard its dorsal fin was, how it moved its tail, hunted, called out, and communicated with its kind. But none of this could be realized now because this unremarkable gray clownfish was still in a coma. The grotesque wound on his chest appeared entirely unhealed, still charred black from the electrical shock, revealing only a central point of pink flesh that had barely opened. If it weren't for the instruments showing that his heart was still slowly beating, Dorian would have suspected that what lay in the water tank was a mermaid corpse. Compared to humans, a mermaid's heart rate was closer to that of dolphins, at around 40 beats per minute. Dorian stared at the instruments, mentally estimating the probability of the mermaid's death after being taken out. Maybe we can observe for a while longer. Rose carefully approached Dorian with her tablet. Her duty was to record and upload the mermaid's various physiological data daily. I mean, at least wait until he wakes up and has calmed down so he won't, be so violent. Dorian knew what she was worried about. Since the tricolor koi incident where a mermaid became wildly aggressive, people no longer spoke of mermaids with the same light-hearted curiosity they once had. Almost all conversations about mermaids ended with, "That was really terrifying." As more mermaids gradually awakened, their vicious and brutal nature also came to light. Dorian had no idea about the conditions in other laboratories, but rumors traveled fast. They found their way into the ears of the curious, and it was said that many young assistants wanted to withdraw from the mermaid research project. However, Dorian firmly believed that risks came with opportunities. "There's no time to wait, time is precious, both for him and me," Dorian said. If he couldn't produce something substantial soon, there was no doubt that Dorian would become the laughingstock of everyone at next week's mermaid research group meeting, precisely the result Magmendi wanted. And Dorian would not let that happen. "All right, Owen, prepare the observation table, we're taking the mermaid out." Dorian began rolling up his sleeves and putting on rubber gloves. "Okay, doctor." Owen was briefly flustered, but quickly remembered to activate the equipment of the observation table. Dorian then operated at the control panel beside the water tank. Soon, the monitoring lines detached, and the special nutrient solution in the water tank gradually drained away. The mermaid lost buoyancy, collapsing under gravity and sitting at the bottom of the water tank before slowly being lifted by an internal pusher to the top, secured by a mechanical arm and transferred to the observation table. The entire transfer process went very smoothly. Since the mermaid was still unconscious, there was no resistance. But despite this, the 3 of them were somewhat nervous, worried that the mermaid might go berserk at this moment. Although the technology department had strengthened the defense systems in the laboratory against the mermaids, what was actually applied to the mermaids themselves was merely an additional metal collar. It was rumored that this contained a smart system that could release high voltage and inject anesthesia the instant the mermaid exhibited aggressive emotions. Frankly speaking, this didn't seem to provide much security to the researchers. The instant the mermaid touched the surface of the observation table, his fish tail was locked by a metal ring, followed by his hands. There was some trouble at this point. Since the mermaid's dorsal fin stood rigidly upright, he could not lie flat on his back on the observation table, making it impossible for one wrist to reach the metal ring on the opposite side. Owen used some force and managed to lock the metal ring onto the mermaid's wrist despite this difficulty. After completing everything, Owen exhaled deeply, feeling quite drained. Let's take a close look at him. Dorian observed the mermaid intently under the shadowless lamp. Pale skin, with a pearl-like sheen under the lighting. Dorian glanced at Rose. Don't space out, record. Ah, right, doctor. Rose hastily opened her tablet and began recording. There are nipples, small and faint, the color matching the skin. We can reasonably deduce that mermaids' nursing method is similar to that of humans. Dorian gazed at the mermaid for a few seconds, unable to resist removing his gloves and lightly placing his palm over the mermaid's chest. A cool, smooth sensation, akin to caressing a dolphin. Dorian slowly slid his palm across, applying gentle pressure with his fingertips, sensing the muscles and strength in the upper part of the mermaid's torso. His fingers moved upwards from the front chest to the neck, avoiding the wound, then descended from the neck to where the scales started growing on the lower abdomen. It must be said that the sensation under Dorian's palm reminded him of an expensive snack, jelly, for it was perfectly smooth, soft, and elastic, with a rather pleasant feel. The scene might appear somewhat erotic. A man was leaning over a male merman, staring intently at every inch of the merman beneath him, carefully feeling the texture of his skin and the direction of his muscles. Rose's cheeks had turned apple red at some point, while Owen's gaze started to wander. He glanced at the ceiling, then swept over the shadowless lamp stand, finally pretending to count the surgical instruments. Only Dorian, with the grey-blue eyes visible above his mask, exuded nothing but focus and indifference. The skin begins secreting an unknown adhesive liquid approximately 2 minutes after leaving water. The purpose is likely to keep the body moist. Dorian raised his hand and examined the transparent adhesive on his fingertips under the light. He detected a strange, fishy aroma. Remember to extract a bit, he instructed Owen. Dorian changed his posture and began observing the merman's dorsal fin. Due to the inability to lie flat while his wrists were bound, the merman's position appeared quite awkward. After a moment's thought, Dorian released one of his wrists. Doctor. Owen, in the midst of extracting the liquid, instinctively distanced himself from the merman. I think we should stay cautious. Even as he spoke these words, the merman lay like an innocent sleeping beauty before him, not even fluttering an eyelash. Hey, calm down, buddy. I just untied one of his hands. A significant portion of Dorian's comfort came off as perfunctory. Ignoring his assistant's overly sensitive nerves, he focused on studying the merman's dorsal fin. Give me a hand, help him lie on his side. Owen hesitated, putting down the extraction spatula in an attempt to delay approaching the merman. Annoyed, Dorian looked up, his sharp gaze scanning Owen like an eagle. In an instant, Owen's fear of Dorian surpassed that of the merman, prompting him to step forward quickly. Together, they exerted force to turn the merman onto his side. Rose noticed a layer of cold sweat breaking out on Owen's forehead and gave him a sympathetic glance. As before, Dorian directly touched the sharp dorsal fin. As he expected, they were indeed hard and sharp. He noticed that the metal observation table had even been cut with a deep gash by the merman's dorsal fin. The merman's dorsal fin extended from the spine between the shoulder blades all the way down to the fish tail at the hips. Dorian gently caressed along the growth direction of the fin spines. The moment his fingertips touched the base of the fin spines, something miraculous happened. The spines that had been rock solid only seconds ago suddenly softened and drooped limply against the back, appearing as if they were merely harmless decorative items. Not only Owen, but even Dorian took a startled step back. Both assumed the merman had awakened and controlled the closure of his dorsal fin, but after waiting a moment at a distance from the observation table, the merman made no further movement. Turning halfway, Dorian inspected the merman's face. He hadn't woken up at all. Rose, did you take note? Dorian repositioned the merman properly and fastened the metal ring. Touching the base of the merman's dorsal fin can stimulate the retraction of its spines, similar to the pufferfish family. Dorian could already picture the merman's predatory attack method. Perhaps acting individually, or perhaps through teamwork, 2 or 3 mermen could prey on a large whale. They would simply circle around their food, seemingly harmless, until they found the opponent's soft abdomen. Then, they'd suddenly raise their dorsal fins and carve around the target, like peeling a potato, creating several lethal wounds on the whale's body. Finally able to lie comfortably flat, the silver-tailed merman kept his eyes tightly closed, his silver hair spreading along the observation table. His flawless features appeared like a delicate mask under the light, making him entirely the sleeping beauty now. The observation continued. At this time, all 3 were fully engrossed in studying the merman's webbed hands. Thus, none of them noticed that a few strands of the sleeping beauty fish's hair had subtly curled upwards. They probed left and right, as if searching for something in the air. Quickly, they locked onto their prey, pointing straight toward Dorian. Chapter 6. Sharp, curved nails, thin and transparent hand webbing. Rose quickly jotted down Dorian's descriptions. Owen was not as nervous as he had been at the start. He began talking more. Did you see his claws? This thing can dig holes in metal walls like they're sand. Did you check out that destroyed lab? The scratches on the wall make it seem like a mad grizzly bear was locked inside. Rose screamed in exaggerated alarm with appropriate timing. I heard he ate a research assistant, leaving not even a trace of bone. To be precise, Owen tried to sound calm as Dorian ordered him to lift the merman's arm. Half an arm remained. My God, that's terrifying. Rose clutched her tablet to her chest and leisurely combed through her hair with a motion entirely inconsistent with her tone of panic. She felt the temperature in the lab drop considerably, which might have something to do with how revealing her outfit was today. But the merman on the observation table was starting to emit a foul, fishy smell. She picked up a strand of her own hair to sniff, worried that after work her carefully styled curls would be tainted with this strange fishiness. Dorian didn't know why, but he became extremely interested in the merman's elbow joint, constantly ordering Owen to bend his arm. At moments like these, Rose could take brief breaks, admiring her manicure or adjusting her hairstyle. Such internships were indeed dull and monotonous, leading her to consider returning to school for classes next year. After all, no matter how beautiful the merman was, staring at him for too long grew tiresome. Aw! Rose's piercing scream nearly shattered everyone's eardrums, startling Dorian so much that he almost tore apart the merman's hand webbing. For heaven's sake, what the hell are you doing? This young intern suddenly lost her mind, dropping her tablet and sitting on the floor. Her bright red lipstick-smothered mouth opened wide, pointing frantically towards something behind Dorian. Both Dorian and Owen turned back. Two eyes. Eyes resembling those of a devil from hell. Without pupils, only a sheet of white. Dorian stared directly into them, as if encountering death itself. The merman woke up. Then, its owner sprang upright from the observation table with horrifying speed. At almost the same moment, his arm muscles swelled, causing the two metal rings around his wrists to deform and groan with an unbearable squeaking sound. Ah! Aya! Rose's screams played as background music to the impending doom while Owen sounded like a dying water buffalo emitting horse breaths through his throat. He fell to the ground and tried to crawl away using all fours, but the slippery floor limited his progress to just an amusing distance, a length easily covered by normal people taking only 2 steps. He hadn't run very far. Fear had obliterated Owen's judgment. He wanted to hide, hiding behind anything that offered shelter, but he'd lost his glasses somewhere along the way. Through blurred vision, even the nearest lab bench seemed unimaginably distant, like the distance between hell and heaven. The closest available cover right now was merely a pair of legs, a straight and resolute pair of legs, clean white pant cuffs reflecting their owner's unwavering calmness. Doctor! Doctor! Owen crawled desperately and hid behind Dorian, tightly gripping his legs before breaking into shrill screams matching Rose's. Idiot! Press the emergency button. Dorian turned sharply to shout at Owen. When he looked back, the merman had already broken free of the metal cuffs around his wrists, with his tail also freed successfully. He bared a wide mouth full of sharp teeth and roared like a wild beast. Chaos enveloped the entire laboratory. Only Dorian stood still. At this critical second, Dorian's thoughts were unusually clear. He'd seen what a rampaging merman did to a research room and had heard the security personnel's descriptions. No one could outrun the merman. The moment it decided to attack was the moment the scythe of death swung. Yet rather than despair, Dorian felt more bewilderment and anger. He fixed his gaze fiercely on the metal collar around the merman's neck. Is this the result of the tech department's research? Where's the electric shock? Where's the tranquilizer? Now this ugly creature was about to rip off his head. That useless little ornament around its neck served only to make it look like a pet being raised in captivity. It was absolutely worthless otherwise. Calm down. Dorian kept adjusting his breathing, telling himself to stay calm. He locked his unblinking gaze with the merman, stepping back an inch for every inch it advanced. Dorian wasn't sure where he'd heard it, but retreating slowly like this avoided agitating beasts, a trick effective in the wild for handling lions and tigers alike. However, the worst part was that he'd forgotten Owen, the idiot, had clung onto his feet. As Dorian stepped back, he stepped on Owen's fingers, prompting another shrill scream from him as he gripped Dorian's thighs even tighter. This movement clearly enraged the merman. He slid off the observation table, propping himself up with his tail and locked eyes with Dorian. The merman towered over Dorian by a head, a massive figure blocking Dorian as he glared down at him. Now Dorian could clearly see the teeth in the merman's mouth, rows of them sharp and fine, more terrifying than a shark's. Dorian's heart pounded fast, never had he felt so acutely aware of being alive. Perhaps several centuries passed, or perhaps just a few seconds. The laboratory doors suddenly opened, and the security team descended like heavenly warriors, their laser guns raised as they rushed into the lab. Apparently, Rose had pressed the emergency button sometime without anyone noticing. She was proving to be more useful than Owen after all. Dr. Dorian, get down. Someone shouted behind Dorian. In an instant, Dorian's mind flashed back to the image of the silver-tailed merman lying dead in a pool of blood, a hole through his head. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of repulsion and panic surged within him. Almost simultaneously, the merman began to go berserk. He swung his powerful tail in anger, splitting the observation table into two halves. The security team continued signaling and shouting toward Dorian, "Get down. Doctor, get down." Owen also pulled at Dorian's lab coat desperately, "Doctor, please get down." "No." Dorian murmured, shaking his head as he stared at the merman, seemingly hearing strange electric currents, though this sound was drowned out by the chaotic shouts of people and the roaring of the merman. "Fire. Drive it away from the doctor first." Everyone thought Dorian had been scared out of his wits, thus losing control of his body. But the thunderous sound of laser guns hitting the ground near his feet jolted Dorian into action. As the merman was about to turn and charge towards the security team, Dorian kicked Owen aside and positioned himself between the merman and the security team. Instinctively, he grabbed a metal plate holding instruments on the observation table. Before realizing what he was doing, Dorian hurled the metal plate forcefully towards the merman's face. "Shut your mouth, damn it." That was one solid hit. Dorian didn't know how much force he used, but he saw clearly that the once flat iron plate now deeply dented in the shape of a human face. This act stunned everyone present, including the merman. Dorian noticed the merman facing him, seemingly displaying a fleeting expression of before crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. It was impossible that Dorian knocked him out, likely the metal collar around his neck had finally taken effect. Adrenaline still coursed through Dorian's brain as his trembling hands let go of the iron plate, his breaths coming out rapid and heavy like a drowning man. At this moment, someone grabbed the collar of Dorian's shirt, harshly reprimanding him, "Dr. Dorian. Your behavior just now could have cost you and everyone in the lab their lives, do you realize that?" It took Dorian quite some time to snap back to reality, recognizing the familiar dark-skinned security officer in front of him who was scolding him for having blocked the squad's line of fire earlier. Yet Dorian felt neither fear nor guilt. He grabbed the security guard's wrist in return and growled fiercely, "And shut up your own mouth too. This merman is mine, my experimental subject. Only I and God can decide his life or death. And I want him alive, do you hear me? I want him alive." Chapter 7. In just half a day, Dorian's successful repelling of the mermaid had become common knowledge throughout the entire research facility. When Dorian arrived at the cafeteria in the evening, he was greeted by a series of cheers and whistles. "Dorian, how did you manage that?" "That was a mermaid. A creature whose tail can shatter composite glass and whose claws can rip through steel." Dorian was stopped before even reaching the serving counter, with someone grabbing his shoulder. He recognized him, he was from Research Area C, specializing in squids. "I was just lucky, nothing much to say." Dorian sidestepped him, intending to order a cup of black tea to soothe his overly fatigued nerves. Because of the incident earlier in the day, Dorian had already been summoned multiple times for discussions. Magamendi, in particular, feigned comfort with a few words but wouldn't even assign 2 additional security officers to Dorian's lab. Dorian felt completely exhausted both mentally and physically. All he wanted was rest, not talk about some cursed mermaid. But the crowd grew bigger, making Dorian feel like an exhibit specimen in the New Era Marine Creature Museum. Everyone seemed to want a closer look. "Don't be so aloof, Dorian. Let me buy you a cup of black tea and tell us about the mermaid. I heard that if the security team had arrived any later, your head would have been swallowed by the mermaid." This time it was a colleague from Area A who studied giant whales. The guy had rolled his eyes skyward during the meeting when Dorian was granted mermaid research rights. "Excuse me, let me pass," said Dorian finally as he managed with great difficulty to grab his standard meal and tea from the serving counter. Attempting to find a quiet spot to sit and eat, Dorian found that the unsatisfied onlookers were like a flock of hungry crows fixated on his crumbs. "Hey! Dorian, come sit here. I'll treat you to some dessert." A group of people further away waved him over, yet Dorian didn't know them. Eventually, Dorian found salvation, Ed sitting quietly in a corner. Ed, the eccentric person everyone spoke of dismissively when mentioning him. "Ed, are you here?" "It's a coincidence, I have something to ask you." Dorian approached Ed with his tray, causing the cluster of tails following him to dissipate one after another. Ed clearly hadn't anticipated Dorian sitting across from him. When he looked up at Dorian, his originally protruding eyes bulged out even more, resembling a puffed-up goldfish. "Hello, Dorian, is there something you need?" Ed, while eating, kept his gaze fixed on Dorian, revealing an almost pathological intensity in his dark eyes. The moment Dorian sat down, he regretted his decision. He should have found a colleague who at least seemed normal. I want to ask you about Mygar. Aren't you in E-Section too?" "So, maybe you're familiar with the mutated angel fish I was studying previously?" Before the mermaid incident, Dorian's research subject was an angel fish that had undergone mutation due to nuclear radiation. Normal angel fish have elongated dorsal and anal fins that resemble the wings of an angel, but Mygar had developed bizarre limbs on either side of its anal fin akin to those of amphibians. However, this was merely an excuse casually conjured by Dorian. Section E was vast, filled with countless mutated creatures, so Ed wouldn't remember an insignificant angel fish. Yet, Ed replied, "It's fine, swimming around happily in the tank every day." "Is that so?" Dorian raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such a response. Lowering his head, he used his spoon to scoop the tasteless paste into neat balls but hesitated to take a bite. An already terrible dinner became harder to swallow. Dorian couldn't figure out how to break the awkward silence between them, since Ed kept staring at him with a strange gaze. Dorian wondered if Ed looked at others similarly, but all in all, he made Dorian feel like an alien. Fortunately, Ed soon turned his attention elsewhere. He pulled a medicine bottle, or rather, a bottle-shaped container without any label, out of his pocket. After opening the cap, he poured white granules inside it into his water cup. This is salt. I have hypochloremia and need to consume more salt than an average person each day, Ed said while looking straight into Dorian's eyes. Do you need some as well? Thank you, no thanks. Dorian quickly wrapped up this eerie dinner. Back in his quarters, Dorian indulged in a 30-minute hot bath, feeling as if his soul, like a sponge, was refilled. He then stepped out of the bathroom wet-haired. He casually threw on a bathrobe and retrieved his father's mermaid diary from the drawer, starting to read through it. All of John's research on mermaids had been transferred along with his personal terminal account to the Western Alliance Ocean Research Headquarters. Conversely, this handwritten journal was kept by Dorian's mother, Ivanova, who later handed it over to Dorian along with some old photographs once he learned how to read. This journal was started after John and his companions entered Robin Town, written roughly every few days and recording their recent experiences. It was far from being a dull and monotonous researcher's log, rather, it was filled with the thoughts and inquiries of a scholar towards an unknown species. Dorian had memorized the contents of this journal thoroughly, but he still habitually read it as a bedtime story before sleeping each night. This was not just because the journal made Dorian feel like he was seeing his father come alive again, but also because of the various ancient records of mermaid myths and legends contained within. The earliest recorded mention of the siren sea monster in the West can be traced back to Homer's epic poem, the Odyssey, at the end of the 8th century BC. However, the clear depiction of sirens as mermaids comes from the Book of Monsters at the end of the 7th century AD. In the East, there are similar records in works such as Cueg and Gujindrawenji. Despite regional differences, mermaids in these books mostly symbolize evil, temptation, and death. Today in Robin Town and other coastal villages, the appearance of mermaids is often accompanied by attacks and disasters, which is quite strange. Even though humans may be on the mermaid's diet, some of these attacks seem unnecessary, they seem very determined to drag humans into the sea. So, what exactly is in the ocean? Suddenly appearing prehistoric marine beasts, unexpectedly showing up mermaids, and the odd behavior of the mermaids, all these questions stemmed from the sea. For some reason, Dorian suddenly thought about the sea god religion. Unfathomable oceans seemed to truly possess some divine power. Dorian felt that his mind was becoming increasingly muddled. He seemed to be gradually moving away from objective materialism toward a certain idealist sect. Perhaps this was the special effect brought about by the deep night. Nighttime was simply meant for sleep. Dorian closed the journal, took off his bathrobe, and threw himself onto the bed. At this moment he resembled a completely naked fish. He didn't like being constrained by clothing while sleeping. In the pitch darkness, Dorian slowly closed his eyes. He thought, no matter how mysterious the sea might be, at least he now possessed a key to unlock the mysteries of nature, the unremarkable silver-tailed mermaid. Why would a cunning intelligent creature like a mermaid fall into the trap zone of the Institute? Dorian had seriously pondered over this question. The excellent disguise technology of the Institute was certainly one factor, but honestly speaking, even though it was already the year 2355, the 2 marine storm disasters had destroyed most resources and production capabilities, and the current level of technology had probably only recovered to the levels just before the marine storm disasters. Dorian really couldn't convince himself that the massive electrical fence could have escaped the mermaid's keen sight. Until this morning when Dorian saw the silver-tailed mermaid in a tank, it seemed like he had an answer. Because the mermaid had awakened, the cylindrical water tank in the center of the laboratory was no longer suitable for its survival. Thus, Dorian activated the adjacent lab where there was a small pool equipped with an electrified cover that could ensure the mermaid could swim freely several times back and forth. One side of this pool was made of composite glass, connected to the previous lab, allowing researchers outside to clearly observe the movements of the mermaid, akin to a large indoor aquarium. Yesterday afternoon, the mermaid had already been relocated under the supervision of the security team to the neighboring aquarium. After the effects of the anesthesia wore off, the mermaid became conscious in the middle of the night. Dorian's personal terminal received a notification, but at the time, the mermaid's emotions were quite stable. It swam around its new home, then found a corner and laid down to sleep. Dorian watched the situation on the surveillance monitor, feeling extremely conflicted. In Dorian's imagination, this mermaid should at least have put up a proper struggle, yelling in despair against the glass. But actually, nothing like that happened. This mermaid calmly accepted the fact of its imprisonment and fell sound asleep comfortably, whereas Dorian had been lost in thought all night without resting properly. The next morning, Dorian arrived at the lab early to closely observe this miraculous mermaid. Mermaids have highly sensitive hearing. When Dorian entered the lab through facial recognition, the mermaid in the observation tank immediately swam to the glass side and curiously stared at Dorian. It was very strange. Although the white milky eyes of the mermaid still caused Dorian slight physiological discomfort, he instantly understood the expression on the mermaid's face. Dorian could sense that he had no malice, he was just curious. He pressed himself against the glass, his hand fins tightly touching it, his thick hair swaying gently, like a child drooling over candy in a store window. Wherever Dorian went, the merman followed, swimming along. Compared to his muscular and massive body, the scene was quite amusing. Later, Dorian realized that the merman was interested in a pen pinned to his chest pocket. This pen was a memento given by the university when Dorian graduated with his doctorate. It had a few crystals embedded on it, reflecting colorful light under the lamp. Dorian took out the pen and waved it back and forth in front of the merman, and the merman's head swayed with it. On purpose, Dorian tucked the pen back into his pocket, and the merman began circling around the tank, sending waves toward Dorian, but Dorian remained unmoved because he had already come to a conclusion in his mind. Just like any other species in nature, there are always a few exceptions, those who aren't smart, not as strong as their peers, and unable to perceive surrounding dangers. They lead their companions into places they shouldn't be, remaining confused about what happened even after being captured. Unfortunately, the silver-tailed mermaid now in Dorian's possession was very likely one of them. Chapter 8. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Rose walked into the lab arm in arm with Owen, chatting and laughing. When they saw Dorian, they separated quite naturally. "Good morning, Doctor." Rose's makeup was as sweet as usual. Any girl who knew about makeup would surely have noticed her deliberate emphasis on eyeshadow to hide her dark circles. Unfortunately, she was working with two rather clueless men, so no one picked up on her discomfort, forcing her to confess herself. "Did you sleep well last night?" "I got scared out of my wits, nightmares all night long. I'm still a bit dizzy." Owen immediately chimed in, "My goodness, who could argue with that? This morning, when the alarm clock went off, I broke out in a cold sweat." Dorian was reviewing yesterday's data on the merman when he heard their conversation. He said, "If you're really not feeling well, you can take leave and go home to rest. Anyway, you guys aren't much use here," Dorian added silently in his mind. Then, he recalled how Owen had been clutching his leg sobbing loudly the previous day. "That just won't do. Today is our first official meeting with Sylvie. I think we should all be present." Rose picked up the record tablet and walked over to the observation tank, waving foolishly at the merman, who glanced at her and swam away indifferently. Dorian looked up from a stack of data tables. "Sylvie?" "Yes, Sylvie," Rose said cheerfully. "We'll be together for quite some time, so we need to give him a name, right? Silver-tailed merman, Sylvie. Doctor, what do you think?" "Not bad," Dorian replied casually. He was watching the surveillance footage from yesterday when Sylvie went berserk. The merman had been extremely agitated then. His hair-like tentacles were fully extended, clawing furiously in the air, with both back fins and tail fin completely flared, clearly ready to attack. However, upon closer observation, it seemed like all this was just for show. Before the security team arrived, the merman had at least half a minute to launch an assault and could have easily bloodied the entire lab, but he only gnashed his teeth while barking wildly and destroyed just one observation platform without hurting anyone else. This gave Dorian a strange, distorted impression, as if the pool of blood he'd seen in the neighboring lab the other day was just ketchup. Dorian frowned deeply, pulling his gaze from the computer screen toward the water tank nearby. Unexpectedly, he caught the merman staring intently at him with wide eyes. Dorian locked eyes with the merman for a moment before silently taking out a pen from his pocket and shaking it side to side at the merman. Sure enough, it elicited a strong response from the merman. Thus, Dorian instructed Rose to add another note to the records: mermen liked shiny things. Just as Dorian was about to start today's work, the AI voice suddenly notified that David was requesting access to the laboratory. Dorian approved, and the sealed metal door opened immediately, revealing David's tall figure. "Good morning, Dorian, Owen, and the lovely Miss Rose." David winked at Rose, pleased to earn her shy smile. "Don't recklessly spray your pheromones in my lab, and let me remind you, Rose has a boyfriend, that's Owen." Dorian coldly shot him a contemptuous look. "I was merely saying hello," David shrugged innocently, deliberately showing off his muscular arms to Rose and Owen. He was acting like a strutting peacock in heat, which was definitely unusual behavior for him today. "What are you even here for?" Dorian waved his personal terminal at him. "It's 9:15 now, office hours. You're late already, Mr. Muscles. Go back to Zone E." "Oh. Didn't you find it odd, darling? After such a terrible experience yesterday, I didn't show up immediately and comfort you." David moved closer to Dorian with familiarity, though his gaze was caught by the merman in the tank. "He looks so docile now. I hope the one in our lab will behave as nicely." Dorian picked up the innuendo in his words and asked somewhat surprisedly, "Did you get approval?" Recently, many assistants at various labs had quit due to the ferocity of the mere people, while others, emboldened by curiosity, sought to join the research. Such was the case with David. "Yep," David grinned proudly, "and guess what? The lab I joined happens to house the one female mermaid, with a very curvaceous figure. I'm sure you get what I mean." Dorian disliked the vulgar undertone in his speech and told him directly to leave. "Hey, buddy, I sometimes really doubt your sexual orientation, whether you're into deep-sea fish. You show no interest in women, give men icy looks, and never join adult conversations. Could it be that you're asexual?" David began to size Dorian up and down, his gaze deliberately lingering somewhere below his waist. "Shut your damn mouth and get out of my lab." Dorian was clearly angry. All right, I'm leaving." David raised his hands in surrender, but before departing, he deliberately dropped a juicy topic for Rose and Owen, I've known him for almost 10 years, and I've never heard about him dating anyone. I really suspect he's cetacean romantic. Considering his appearance and physique, I bet tons of hot guys and gals would die to be with him, yet the only thing he's praised as sexy is an East Star grouper. Get out. David left, but apparently, he'd already tainted the entire research room. Both Rose and Owen were trying hard not to laugh while sneaking glances at Dorian. Dorian's ears started turning pink, and he snapped back in embarrassment. What's wrong with East Star groupers? Aren't they fiery enough? With their fiery red scales and luminous blue specks, their bodies are slimmer and longer than regular groupers. They're also called the red rose of the sea, beauties among the rock cod family. Snort, Owen turned away, shaking all over. Rose nodded with a suppressed smile. You're absolutely right, Doctor, no offense intended, but I'm truly curious. Have you ever had any romantic experiences with humans? Dorian narrowed his eyes dangerously. I think it might be necessary for me to hire 2 new assistants. What do you say? Finally, under Dorian's death-glare gaze, the 2 assistants began their work for the day. Yesterday, they had only obtained a small part of the merman's data. Today, they would conduct further observations on him. However, in consideration of the merman's previous tantrum, Dorian decided to inject him with anesthetic. Such close observation should be safest while the merman was asleep. What if he wakes up midway? Like yesterday, Owen worriedly asked Dorian. Don't worry. This time, we'll keep administering anesthesia to the merman until our observation is done. After Dorian finished speaking, the anesthetic injected via a metallic collar into the merman's neck took effect. The merman helplessly gripped his neck in the water tank and flapped his tail a few times before slipping into unconsciousness. Soon, mechanical arms inside the water pool began operating. They captured the unconscious merman, and the electric mesh lid automatically opened as small transport robots carried him onto a brand new observation platform. During every step of this process, the merman's neck, arms, waist, and fish tail were tightly secured by metal hoops. All equipment featured electric shock functionality, which would activate automatically if the merman struggled. Thanks to modern technology, most of the work was mechanically completed, including injecting anesthetics into the merman's arm. Dorian and his team just needed to adjust him into a convenient position for observation. However, perhaps because the merman developed some resistance to the anesthetic, Sylvie briefly woke up when Dorian examined his mouth. It wasn't complete consciousness, he clearly seemed disoriented, like someone who momentarily wakes during a nightmare. His eyes half opened, glazed and unfocused, emitting helpless moans from his throat. The sound was high-pitched and childlike, resembling a young dolphin. Dorian couldn't help but feel pity and gently patted his belly like soothing a dog. Sleep, little clownfish. I promise you won't suffer any harm. Mm. The merman murmured a few sticky sounds and quickly drifted off again. Dorian stared at his neck for a moment, recalling how he had bared his teeth and roared the day before. He suddenly looked up at Owen uncertainly. Was that his voice yesterday too? Chapter 9. Perhaps. Owen had been scared out of his wits yesterday and couldn't recall the sound of the merman's call, but he added, the sounds animals make when attacking or relaxing are indeed different. Dorian thought this was reasonable. Now they began to examine the structure of the merman's mouth. Just yesterday, Dorian had already witnessed the merman's oral cavity in vivid detail, and when those rows of sharp teeth in the merman's mouth were exposed again, it still sent chills down one's spine. Simply put, the merman had 2 layers of teeth. The outer layer was similar to a human's, ignoring how excessively sharp the tips were, while the inner layer was more terrifying, a dense row of inwardly tilted fangs. Moreover, the merman's jaw worked similarly to that of a snake, primarily relying on ligaments connecting the head and the upper/lower jaws. His mouth could open as wide as 150 degrees. From this, it was completely understandable that once prey was bitten by the merman, unless it gave up the chunk of flesh clamped between its jaws, escape was virtually impossible. At such an incredibly close distance, Dorian now understood why many assistants wanted to back out of the merman research project, merely from observing the terrifying structure of the merman's mouth and the opening range of its lower jaw. There is a slight fork at the tip of the tongue, which may enhance their sensitivity to odors, meaning he probably has a Jacobson's organ too. Dorian spoke slowly, ensuring Rose could write down every word he said. Owen, make him open his mouth wider. Yes, Doctor. Owen struggled to operate the mouth opener, breaking out into a light sweat. If the merman relies on his tongue to perceive his surroundings, have his eyes degenerated like other deep-sea fish? Dorian remembered Sylvie's reaction to the crystal fountain pen he had given her and replied, not necessarily. Mere people can function on land, they should be considered amphibious. Having finished examining the mouth, Dorian gently peeled back the merman's eyelids. He actually has such long lashes, Owen exclaimed. If his eyeballs weren't all white, maybe he would be even more handsome. No, definitely not. Dorian adjusted the angle of the shadowless lamp. Look at this. Rose, come over and take some pictures. Underneath the merman's eyelid, above the eyeball, lay a nictitating membrane akin to those of hammerhead sharks. Unlike the upper and lower movement of the outer eyelids, this third eyelid moved sideways. If one gently peeled it back, one could see the hidden eyeball inside. Only now did they realize that mere people also possessed irises and pupils. However, just like their tails, their irises were barely visible silver gray, and under the thin milky white film of the inner eyelid, it looked like a blank whiteness. Dorian speculated that the merman's eyes were extremely sensitive to light, with the inner eyelid helping to protect them against bright lights. Maybe if we dim the light, we'll be able to see his true appearance. If he could fully open his eyes, I believe, even without his song luring me, I'd fall for him. Rose took several photos of the merman from various angles and expressed that if these pictures could leave the lab, she would definitely print and keep them. My God. Owen sighed as he slumped, shaking his head. Time quickly flew by and reached noon, marking the first time Dorian shared lunch with his two assistants. Today, the overall theme on the interior wall display screens in the dining hall was a summer beach, Dorian's favorite setting. Though outside the entire research facility was submerged in dark seawater, this didn't prevent people from creating some sunlight and sea breeze indoors. Sometimes, Dorian almost forgot he was living in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, from ancient times to the present, humans have always excelled at deceiving themselves. Dorian and his two assistants, Owen and Rose, settled at a table. To foster a good working atmosphere in the laboratory, Dorian decided to treat them today, not to standard, unpalatable meals, but to a lavish seafood platter, tuna for the main dish, seaweed and potato slices as side dishes, paired with ketchup and spaghetti. Even though the cost of this meal was 10 times that of the standard set, Dorian found nothing wrong with the price. However, Dorian's understanding of interpersonal relationships went no further than this, and upon sitting down, he habitually opened his personal terminal to read the news, completely ignoring the two assistants across from him. Fortunately, the young couple had their own source of amusement. Seeing that Dorian was only focused on reading the news, they played little games of feeding each other pasta balls using forks, sending them into each other's mouths. Today's news wasn't very interesting either. The only good news was that the sea had been exceptionally calm recently, with the sea level stabilizing at 498 meters, no longer rising. But do not play with your food. You have 10 minutes left for eating, Dorian coldly announced the last warning as he looked at the cuddling couple opposite him. Owen awkwardly returned the fork to Rose and started eating his own tuna, while Rose complained, "Don't be such a killjoy, doctor. You're acting like a 50-year-old old stick in the mud. Hurry up with your meal." Dorian could never understand why Rose was allowed to stay in the research institute, though it wasn't polite to say so. The truth was that with Rose's personal level and qualifications, she didn't have what it took to remain in an institute packed with talented individuals, and she appeared completely disinterested in academics as well. "If you want an easy life, you should go back to school, Rose," Dorian said. "That's exactly what I've been thinking too. Maybe working at the institute isn't really suited for me. If not for my mom's insistence." She then added, "My mom works in Area A, Professor Lillian, perhaps you've heard of her. It was she who discovered the traces of the Melville whale." Rose batted her eyelashes at Dorian, her freckles dancing animatedly on her face, a characteristic expression of a girl raised pampered and worry-free all her life. Innocent and confident, she carried a bit of arrogance, because they knew very well that anything they wanted would eventually be theirs. Dorian finally understood where her confidence came from. Then he turned his gaze to Owen. Owen had both cheeks puffed up, his mouth stuffed full of food, ketchup smeared at the corner of his mouth. He mumbled, "Me. My parents weren't as educated as yours. They were farmers." "Wow," Rose exclaimed, looking at him with surprise. In this era, farmers were almost equivalent to bankers in the previous age. They owned land, and the grain they produced was worth its weight in gold. To exaggerate not at all, during the severest famine, piles of money wouldn't buy even a few grains of rice. Dorian sighed faintly. He should have realized that in today's time, being able to stay in a utopia-like place like the Research Institute was impossible for ordinary people. And having these two assistants of his, Dorian didn't know whether to call it good fortune or bad. Because of the amount of effort they expended on the merman's hair in the morning, the observation of his tail was postponed until the afternoon, inevitably meaning another round of knocking out the merman by putting him in the water tank again, which proved to be rather unpleasant for the merman, accompanied this time by some pain. Yes, Dorian had plucked off several scales from his tail, sliced a piece off the tail fin, and drew a few tubes of blood in the process. Due to the continuous effects of the anesthetic, the merman couldn't do much resistance, only twitching slightly when the scales were pulled, and immediately receiving an electric shock thereafter. Dorian offered a half-hearted apology, wielding the scalpel with great speed. His tail is long, with bones and muscles below the midsection. Dorian also took off his gloves this time, directly feeling the merman's tail with his bare hands. The merman's tail was enormous, icy cold, slippery, and felt akin to a sea python. Dorian meticulously observed the scales he'd cut down, finding their edges extremely sharp. This probably explained why the three-colored carp that went berserk earlier could anchor itself onto walls. The color of these scales was quite peculiar as well. Dorian had always assumed them to be plain silver gray, similar to those of the Yuroslav subfamily. However, once detached from the merman, they turned into an ugly dark gray, oxidizing as if within an instant. Dorian decided to study these scales more thoroughly later. Now, he began to feel around the merman's crotch area. The sensation above the midsection is different, there may be some internal organs here. Still, these were all guesses of Dorian's. The best way to ascertain the exact internal structure of the merman's body would be through dissection. "I really want to cut open his stomach and take a look." Dorian blurted this out involuntarily, his slate blue eyes gleaming with dangerous fervor. Owen and Rose exchanged glances, reading complex emotions in each other's eyes. Ahem, Owen cleared his throat, trying to dispel the strange atmosphere in the lab. Doctor, don't forget, we did have one merman taken away for dissection already, and it's been a few days. You're right. Dorian straightened up excitedly. Tomorrow will be the Merfolk Research Group's discussion session, and I'll receive all the information about the merman's internal structure. Dorian visibly became more than just happy. His treatment of the merman also grew gentler. But sometimes, how gentle or otherwise a person is has no bearing on the nobility of their actions. For example, what Dorian was about to do next. When Dorian touched the merman's crotch earlier, he found the reproductive slit. It wasn't an overly secretive spot, it lay under the human skin scales boundary on the merman's lower abdomen, about 2 hand-widths down, a slender vertical crack surrounded by dense and soft scales. Based on the reproductive methods of cetaceans, it was reasonable to infer that beneath this slit lay the male genitalia. At this very moment, Dorian's eyes were shining brightly as he picked up a pair of tweezers and an endoscope, directing his attention to the merman's private area on the tail. Standing beside him, Owen involuntarily shivered. He crossed his legs tightly and silently prayed in his heart for the poor merman. May the sea god bless you, amen. Chapter 10. Dorian almost came late to work today. No one knows what he went through this morning. For Dorian, it was an extremely embarrassing experience. He simply couldn't believe that as a healthy 27-year-old man in every aspect, such a thing as nocturnal emission could still happen to him, and because of sleeping naked, he dirted his own blanket. All of this can be attributed to that damn merman. Dorian could swear by his own personality that he had no improper thoughts about the merman, even though from some aspects, the upper body of the merman indeed was quite charming. Even though Dorian carefully examined a certain private part of the merman, research is research, it's great, positive, reasonable, and correct. However, even Dorian had to admit that the size of the merman was indeed something that would make any male present feel utterly ashamed, capable of instantly shattering all males' self-esteem. After yesterday's observation ended, Dorian and Owen were somewhat emotionally complex, while the only woman present seemed excited, making the situation more awkward. So for the first time, Dorian left the laboratory early. But Dorian soon forgot about the matter. He was a professional marine biology researcher who had previously studied whales and dolphins, their sizes being even more exaggerated than the merman. These normal physiological structures wouldn't affect Dorian. Dorian was very calm before falling asleep, slept quite soundly throughout the night, then this happened. The only thing Dorian remembered upon waking up was a fish tail, a thick, sea python-like silver fish tail. So Dorian plunged into the bathroom and hastily took a shower. Even though the rest area's bedding would be collected and cleaned uniformly by robots, to avoid the suspicious stains on the sheet being discovered, Dorian had to spend time personally washing that sheet. By the time everything was over, Dorian stood with both hands supporting himself at the sink, hanging his head dejectedly staring at his own reflection in the mirror, soon plunging into chaotic introspection. This was the first time Dorian felt he should perhaps have a relationship, no, not so much trouble, he should directly spend a crazy night with someone suitable, resolving the physiological needs of a healthy man in his 20s. But honestly speaking, Dorian had never considered these things before, because he always believed that sexual desire and appetite and all other human desires are controllable. Until this wretched morning. The man in the mirror was undoubtedly very handsome, deep features, ascetic cold eyes. Dorian's looks had once let him reap benefits in university, he would receive a love letter on average every week. Not just students, professors also gave him preferential treatment, occasionally turning a blind eye to his truancy, to the point where his perfect grades didn't seem much related to his intellect and effort. Dorian hated this very much. Later in the institute, it was the same. He was a talented and handsome young researcher, his stepfather was a world-famous scientist and pharmaceutical company businessman, Dorian possessed nearly all the traits of a dream lover. But he personally had neither interest nor sexual desire towards women or men. He spent most of his life in books, in the lab, exploring science, and the only thing that fascinated him was deep-sea fish. Dorian wished he could completely forget that damn dream so that he could attribute this minor physical accident to a normal physiological phenomenon, but damn it, he did remember. Not only did he remember, but he even remembered the feeling of suffocation when that tail tightly entwined around him. What the hell? Dorian started to think David was right, maybe there was some kind of embarrassing little preference within himself. He didn't like humans at all, he was a thorough fish sexualist. Dorian indulged himself in imagination, his brain seemed to turn into another formless deep sea, filled with various terrible and awkward moments he had experienced. So whether naturally or unconsciously, Dorian once again recalled the scene he observed inside the merman yesterday using an endoscope. Fuck. Dorian incredulously looked down at his lower half, sighed in resignation, and turned on the shower. Therefore, it can be entirely foreseen that when Dorian tidied himself up, he only had 3 minutes left until his 9 o'clock working time, and worse still, a discussion meeting for the Mare Research Group was coming up soon, which Dorian must attend. While rushing to the meeting room, Dorian was full of confusion and shame inside, like a boy who had just hit puberty, bewildered and helpless about unfamiliar bodily changes. On his way, Dorian passed some colleagues who greeted him. Even such normal small talk made Dorian's heart race, he felt as though people were reading something off his face and actions. But if Dorian knew what was coming next, perhaps he wouldn't have been so shocked by that trivial physiological response. At 9 o'clock, Dorian arrived at the meeting room on time. This was an internal discussion among a research team dedicated to studying the 5 mer people. The attendees were all researchers involved with the mermen, including Dorian, which made up no more than 10 individuals. However, when Dorian pushed open the meeting room door, he felt the surrounding air freeze solid. It was as if he had entered another dimension filled with panic, anxiety, and despair. Everyone present seemed like ants in a hot pot, wanting to jump out from under the searing heat beneath their feet but trapped by the lid above, leaving them only able to watch themselves suffocate in scorching steam. What had happened? Dorian sat down near the door, puzzled, and glanced around. All the relevant personnel had arrived, and he was the last one to come in. Well, since everyone is here, we can begin discussing the next steps of our merman research plan, Margmundi started speaking. He sat at the head of the table with nothing before him, neither holographic projection nor any electronic devices. He simply began speaking. We've already made contact with the new Epic Marine Biology Exhibition Hall. After Adam's dissection team collects as much information as possible, they should restore the original appearance of the merman, apply full preservation methods, and then send it to the exhibition hall. Adam was Dorian's favorite 3-colored carp merman. Eve, Cain, and Abel will start entering the next phase of research. We'll prepare a larger area, releasing sharks and giant squids, observing their attack and hunting patterns. Eve, Cain, and Abel were the names of the other 3 mermen. The more Dorian listened, the more uneasy he felt. Ignoring the oppressive silence from others in the room, he interrupted Margmundi. Professor, what about Sylvie? Sylvie? You mean your silver-tailed merman? I heard his injuries haven't healed yet, right? Let's just observe his living habits for now. Margmundi calmly glanced at Dorian and continued addressing the others. Additionally, experiments regarding mermen's resistance to water pressure can be scheduled, allowing us to determine their activity range in the deep sea. Was that it? Dorian furrowed his brow tightly. What did this even mean? Though Dorian's task might sound simple, in reality without higher procedural approval, he couldn't acquire additional equipment, meaning his merman research could only stop at the level of naked eye observation. Mermaid bodily functions, attack habits, environmental endurance, and growth, reproduction, and immunity would be almost impossible to study further. Moreover, Margmundi clearly didn't intend to let Sylvie interact with other mermen, isolating not only the subject but Dorian himself. This would benefit merman research in absolutely no way. What exactly was Margmundi thinking? Just because Dorian tried to break free of his control, did he have to retaliate this way? How utterly childish. Some horrible childhood memories mixed with acid bubbled up from his stomach. It doesn't matter if you don't do well in school, just be a good boy who listens. You don't need to try so hard, getting into college doesn't mean much anyway, since everything at home will eventually be yours. Why bother striving for achievements? Staying home with your mother is what matters most. Ever since he was a child, Margmundi had been adept at these tactics. He never directly suppressed Dorian, instead, he persistently influenced Dorian's worldview subtly, attempting to turn him into a reckless heir to wealth and privilege with no real talent. Margmundi ignored all Dorian's merits and strengths while focusing solely on where Dorian fell short, tormenting and belittling him behind a mask of benevolence in order to crush a young person's precious confidence and passion. As Margmundi's speech was nearly over, he appeared intent on letting no other researcher speak. Dorian clenched his fists, hearing the strained creak of his knuckles. Professor Margmundi, Dorian interrupted him again, ignoring the displeased expression on his stepfather's face. He loudly proclaimed, I think before proceeding with the next steps, we should first consolidate all the data on the merfolk, reflect together, discuss thoroughly, and then outline the future course of action. All information will be summarized together after the research project ends, and as for the research progress, this is a unified decision made by me and other researchers. Margmundi's face still bore a false smile, he appeared modest and amiable, seemingly unperturbed by Dorian's insolence. The more composed Margmundi was, the more unreasonable Dorian seemed for his outburst. Made by him and other researchers? Dorian clenched his molars. When did they deliberate? Why had he not been notified at all? Here we go again. Here we go again. Dorian felt himself about to rush forward and grab Margmundi to beat his insincere face into mush, and he could already hear the sharp screech of his chair against the floor. But just at that moment, someone else stood up before him. There is no such thing as research progress. Stop. We should immediately halt this project. Dorian looked up at this sudden speaker. It was Professor Wisdom, a highly renowned biomedical expert who had developed the critical drug for sea malaria from the moth fish of Moby Sea 15 years ago. Dorian had attended his lecture back in school. In Dorian's memory, this professor always came across as an elegant old gentleman, with grey curly hair combed neatly behind his ears, and a pair of reading glasses perched on his prominent nose, a faint smile often lingering on his lips. Dorian thought he might have aristocratic bloodlines from old Europe, since his witty and refined speech always reminded people of the royal dukes commonly seen in old films. Now, this aristocrat professor looked quite off. His hair was greasy and disheveled as if it hadn't been washed for days, his complexion ashen white, glasses missing, eyes bloodshot and bulging due to excitement. He seemed too agitated, his chest rising and falling like a rabbit trapped inside. This will kill everyone, the ocean will punish us. Sin, it's all sin. We must repent, beseeching the ocean's forgiveness. See God. Poseidon. Neptune. Siren. Back to the sea, the sea. Professor Wisdom began yelling wildly, spittle spraying onto the conference table as his hands were raised high above his head, muttering nonsense like a spell, terrifying everyone present. It took great effort for his assistant and a few other researchers to subdue him. It was hard to imagine that this professor, nearly 70 years old, still possessed so much strength. They quickly escorted him out of the meeting room, thus bringing this absurd discussion to an end. Dorian wandered out of the meeting room in confusion, suddenly finding the professor's words eerily familiar. The sea will punish us. Sin. Repentance. Forgiveness. Return to the sea. Dorian abruptly stopped in his tracks. These were the doctrines of the sea god cult. Chapter 11. Dorian had originally intended to find Magmandy and argue thoroughly with him, but as he stared at Magmandy's retreating back, he paused on the spot for 2 or 3 seconds and finally headed in another direction. Professor Wisdom and his group had already disappeared from sight, but Dorian knew where they would ultimately go. The entire Marine Biology Institute was shaped somewhat like a sphere under the sea, with the central area being the essential living quarters, surrounded by 6 major laboratory zones labeled A through F, taking up an immense amount of space. It lay submerged like a massive sea beast, capturing any unsuspecting fish that dared approach it. There was no need to worry about the inconvenience of daily living here. This place even had more comprehensive entertainment and leisure facilities than some small towns on land. Nevertheless, no matter how much people decorated this underwater city to resemble the land, its essence remained that of a closed structure, an underwater cage. The lack of sunlight over time caused seasonal depression in many individuals. Going outside to the observation tower every few days for fresh air did not meet people's needs for real sunshine and fresh air. Combined with the pressure of long-term scientific research, it was almost natural for people to develop psychological issues. Therefore, apart from the medical room, the institute had a highly sophisticated psychological counseling room along with professional psychologists. Dorian stood with both hands in the pockets of his lab coat and walked expertly toward the entrance of the psychological counseling room. Unlike previous visits when the doors were always open, soothing music flowing out, and there was a female nurse at the door wearing a warm smile ready to welcome visitors, resembling a little church always prepared for confession, the counseling room was now shut tight. There was neither reception nor music, only terrifying screams coming from inside. That sound was definitely not produced by just one person. A gnawing curiosity rose within Dorian, pushing him closer to the square glass window on the door of the counseling room, attempting to peek inside. The outer reception room was empty, with the psychologist and nurses presumably all inside the treatment room. Whether or not due to the old light bulbs, the reception room seemed darker than the outside. Dorian was certain Professor Wisdom must be inside. But who else could possibly be in the treatment room besides him? For someone to emit such wretched cries, their condition must be dire. However, if there was someone in the institute with such a severe mental illness, rumors would have spread quickly, and Dorian surely would have heard about it. An ominous atmosphere hovered around, and beads of cold sweat broke out across Dorian's back. He recalled the scene from the discussion meeting not long ago and realized belatedly that everyone's expression, save for Magmandy, was tired and sallow, as though they were experiencing some terrible torment. Just as Dorian was lost in thought, someone pushed open the door of the treatment room and stepped out. Dorian hurriedly retreated, pretending to pass by before turning to leave. Dorian. Before Dorian had walked far, he was called out, turning somewhat awkwardly, Ms. Akeso. At the moment standing in front of the counseling room was an amiable older woman. Her hair and eyes were warm brown, reminding one of honey, hot chocolate, and soft furs. She smiled at Dorian, her laughter lines expanding into gentle curves around her mouth. She was Ms. Akeso, one of the finest psychologists from the Western Alliance, whom Magmandy had paid a large sum to bring to the institute, something Dorian believed to be one of the most correct decisions Magmandy ever made. My child, you can come in. It's all right. No one could refuse Ms. Akeso, not even Dorian. The excuses poised to spill off his tongue melted under Ms. Akeso's gaze and were swallowed back down by Dorian. I actually just wanted to check on Professor Wisdom. He didn't look well during the meeting. Dorian hadn't lied, it was indeed his main reason for visiting the counseling room. Oh, his condition is quite poor, I'm afraid you won't be able to see him right now. However, if you'd like, you're welcome to join me for a cup of tea before leaving. Ms. Akeso gestured aside to make an inviting posture. Without much hesitation, Dorian followed her inside the counseling room. The horrifying screams within the counseling room had stopped now, and the overhead light seemed to have returned to its normal brightness. Perhaps because Ms. Akeso was beside him, Dorian no longer felt anxious or uneasy, calming down significantly. Sit down, said Ms. Akeso, leading Dorian as usual into her office, a room full of warm tones, much like herself. Dorian greatly liked the set of maple red sofas in her office. They looked as warmly inviting as a fire crackling in a nighttime hearth. 5 years ago, Dorian was 22. He had just graduated from school and was utterly confused about his future. He despised his stepfather but had to enter his research institute in order to continue studying deep-sea creatures. Surrounded by an unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar colleagues, Dorian questioned his life profoundly during that period, and it was then that he sought out Ms. Akeso. Compared to Dr., Ms. Akeso preferred to be called Mrs., as it sounded more intimate. Indeed, this was the case. There was a sacred maternal glow about her. When her warm brown eyes earnestly looked at you, you would feel as though you had returned to childhood, sitting on your mother's lap while she softly inquired about the small wounds on your body. Perhaps these wounds weren't too painful, but you couldn't help feeling wronged once your mom noticed them and showed concern. After all, ever since you came into the world, both your body and mind were subjected to various kinds of injuries, and people called this growing up or the inevitable path to success. But only your mother noticed these wounds and treated them with seriousness. Thus, there was a saying in the institute, whether how dominant or authoritative a man might be, he would burst into tears within 10 minutes after speaking with Ms. Akeso. When Dorian first met Ms. Akeso, he wasn't taken into the treatment room but instead entered her private office. In fact, Dorian had never been inside the treatment room because Ms. Akeso said he didn't need treatment, what he needed was someone to listen. True to those rather exaggerated rumors, Dorian sat on the maple red sofa, holding a sweet cup of honey tea, and began telling Ms. Akeso about his terrible family, terrible job, and terrible life. Within 5 minutes, he cried like a newborn baby. Dorian had never told anyone about his hatred for Magmandy, it was the only time he did. However, Magmandy was after all the director of the institute and everyone's direct superior. Thus, Dorian anxiously waited for Ms. Akeso's reaction, yet she simply looked sympathetically at Dorian, with the anger one sees when their youngest son is bullied. So, some men don't deserve to be fathers. Dorian stared at her wide-eyed, his grey-blue eyes shimmering with tears, resembling the glimmering ripples on the surface of the sea, making him look even younger, almost like a teenager of merely 15 or 16. But that doesn't matter, my child. You have grown into a fine adult, a far better man than your stepfather. Now, you have the strength to fight back. If you feel hurt, find the courage to protect yourself, you can do it. After that, Dorian would visit Ms. Akeso weekly, sitting on the sofa, facing her, chatting, and enjoying a cup of honey tea. 2 years later, Dorian's work became busier, and he no longer visited the counseling room frequently. He smoothly ascended from assistant to the youngest researcher in the institute. He remained cold and proud, somewhat aloof, but this was not to mask his inner weakness. Quite the opposite, in fact, Dorian now possessed an extremely strong heart and absolute confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 12. Mrs. Akeso placed a steaming cup of honey tea on the coffee table in front of Dorian, and again she wore that motherly look as she gazed at him with concern. How have you been recently? It's been a while since you've come to the counseling room, which of course is good news. I just wanted to ask. This certainly wasn't the tone a psychologist ought to use with a patient, but then again, Dorian was not exactly a patient. He knew their current conversation felt more like a friendly greeting. I'm fine, but why? Dorian quickly recalled the confusion he experienced when he woke up this morning, though it really didn't amount to much. He noticed something unusual about Mrs. Akeso's worried expression. Although I probably shouldn't disclose this information, but haven't you also heard that you're part of the merfolk research group? Mrs. Akeso asked. Yes, Sylvie, I mean my merman, no, it's not his issue, it's Magmandy. Dorian sighed, taking a sip of honey tea before recounting to Mrs. Akeso all the recent incidents surrounding his stepfather. So what about the merfolk? Besides your stepfather's interference, has your research been going smoothly? Mrs. Akeso asked again. Surprisingly, she made no attempt today to comfort Dorian regarding his family issues. It's been going well enough. He seems quite different from the other merfolk, obedient, and showing little aggression. I've gathered a lot of data. Dorian caught some implications in her words, but it was true. He shrugged lightly, his current troubles had nothing to do with the merman. But Mrs. Akeso's face didn't relax. Dorian observed that her frown remained etched. That's good, I should wish you luck, but I want to caution you to be more careful. A few of your colleagues have all developed mental issues to varying degrees. Mrs. Akeso finally voiced her concerns. Wisdom, of course, is the most obvious case. But even before him, oh God, I really don't know if I should be telling you this. Dorian stared intently at her. I previously heard that many assistants in the merfolk research laboratory submitted withdrawal applications. I thought they were just afraid of attacks by the merfolk. Mrs. Akeso shook her head slowly. Now she looked like a mother who had privately borne a great tragedy, hesitating whether or not to tell her child about it. It's more than that. Just this week, a number of people have come to me saying they feel off. They're experiencing hallucinations, can't rest properly, and their mental state is deteriorating. All these individuals are from the merfolk research group. But this information is absolutely confidential. To the outside world, we just say they're afraid of being attacked by the merfolk. Dorian realized something. He bristled like a hedgehog raising its spines and asked Mrs. Akeso, does Magmandy know about this? Of course. Mrs. Akeso nodded gravely, but he hasn't taken any measures, right? Nor mentioned anything about this in the meetings. That was indeed the case. Dorian's anger began to rise. No wonder information sharing was halted. If merfolk possess some special hypnotic power that can conduct psychic attacks on enemies, and Magmandy knows this but still demands the experiments continue, then the subjects of this study aren't just the merfolk anymore. All researchers involved, including assistants, everyone, is used as test subjects for probing the abilities of the merfolk. For the first time, Dorian left the psychological counseling room feeling worse than when he came in, but anxiety and unrest wouldn't help solve problems. On the way, Dorian formed an idea. It was lunchtime now, and Dorian sent a communication request via his personal terminal to Professor Flinch. Flinch was another highly respected old guy like wisdom. If Dorian could pull him into his camp, it would greatly increase the chances of thwarting Magmandy's plot. Half an hour later, Dorian sat with Professor Flinch in a corner of the cafeteria. Neither seemed particularly hungry. Dorian ordered only a sandwich and black tea, whereas Flinch requested just a piece of dry wheat biscuit. So what do you want to ask? You should know, based on his requirements, I cannot reveal any information about the merfolk to you. Professor Flinch was a thin middle-aged man, so thin that it seemed his body consisted only of bones and shriveled skin. Dorian scrutinized him carefully. Though the professor's mental issues weren't as severe as Wisdom's, judging by his cautious mouse-like eyes darting around defensively, it was clear he too was suffering badly, but obviously hadn't realized it himself. I'm not asking about that. Are you alright, Professor? Maybe I can offer you a cup of warm black tea. Dorian tried to get him to relax. Now, in the entire cafeteria including them there were only 5 people, and the others were far away. Flinch didn't need to be this on guard. My time is limited, young man. Flinch wasn't buying it. Alright, I just have some questions. Dorian carefully chose his words. Even though we're in the same research group and all our subjects are merfolk, shouldn't we share information among ourselves? Okay, if we really need confidentiality, then I think our experimental data shouldn't be submitted to Magmandy either. After all, this is the result we obtained by risking our own lives, isn't it? Flinch paused mid-bite of his dry wheat biscuit and nervously stared at Dorian before suddenly asking, have you heard of Greta University? Dorian frowned and shook his head. No. That's right, it sank 10 years ago along with an entire city. My home where I lived for over 20 years is down there. Flinch swallowed the last piece of his dry biscuit. You know what? Our current research can neither make wheat grow from stone crevices, nor spare children from water fevers, and definitely cannot stop seawater from swallowing up the earth. The work we're engaged in now is a luxury, stable lives, ideal environments, generous benefits. I'm doing fine now, why should I trouble myself? I know what you're thinking, Master Junior, we're not like you. He's your father and you'll inherit everything from him sooner or later, but what do we have? Perhaps 10 years ago, I would have considered your words, but now, I only wish to remain here in this research institute until I die peacefully. Don't come see me anymore. Flinch stood up and gave Dorian a fierce glare before hurrying off. Dorian sat alone unhappily in the cafeteria for about 10 minutes. Then, he drank all of his black tea in one gulp, wrapped the untouched sandwich in paper, and shoved it into his pocket. As he walked out of the cafeteria, Dorian was once again plunged into the confusion he had felt upon arriving at the institute. He requested to go to the watchtower on land, standing there for an hour, before returning to the underwater base with his mind still unclear. There were too many problems. Magmandy's plot, the possible mental attack from the merfolk, the apathy and lack of understanding from his colleagues. Every one of them was beyond Dorian's power to resolve. In some dark corner of his heart, a small voice raised a protest. You're no savior, why do you have to save the world anyway? As Flinch said, why not live peacefully? This voice kept repeating, growing louder and louder. Dorian was almost ready to give in when he suddenly thought of David. At the very least, he should warn this friend who was also in the Merman research group to be more careful. David seemed busy. It took quite a while for his communication request to be answered. Hey, buddy, it's rare that you call me at this time. What's up? Want to grab a drink tonight? David's voice sounded as light-hearted as usual, and Dorian let out a sigh of relief. Nothing much, I just wanted to warn you about something. Dorian avoided mentioning the information Mrs. Akeso revealed, only discussing Professor Wisdom's abnormal behavior at the conference. If you can, stay away from the merfolk. What are you talking about, pal? Don't joke around, you're the one closest to the merfolk. The conversation with David soon ended, and Dorian failed again. By the time Dorian managed to gather his tattered, rag-like bad mood, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. To be honest, after everything that had happened, he did feel somewhat repelled by the merfolk, but work was work. He dragged his feet back to his lab in dejection. However, just as he stepped into the laboratory, Rose rushed toward him. Oh, my dear doctor, you're finally back. Sylvie hasn't eaten anything all day. What a damned good day today turned out to be. Dorian took a deep breath, swore silently a few times, and resigned himself to walking toward the observation tank of the merfolk. Chapter 13. The food for the merman needed to be requested from Zone E. Zone E was responsible for catching the small fish clusters passing by the research institute. Mutated ones were kept for observation and study, while the normal ones were provided either to the cafeteria or sent to other zones as feed for experiments. Considering Sylvie hadn't been awake for very long, Dorian wasn't entirely clear on the merman's dietary requirements yet. As a result, he gave him different types of food every day. But Sylvie was not picky at all, whether it was fish, shrimp, jellyfish, sea turtles, or even seaweed, he ate them without hesitation. He appeared quite healthy so far, and his wounds were slowly healing. In short, this was a very easy-to-please merman. If he were a pet, he would probably be the type that the owner adored the most. But now this merman had started fasting. Feeding the merman had always been Owen's responsibility. He simply poured the bucket of marine creatures delivered by the robots from Zone E into the feeding port beside the observation tank. These slimy, smelly little fish and shrimp would then enter the observation tank through the pipeline. Normally, Sylvie would quickly eat them up after seeing them enter his territory to ensure the surrounding water remained clean. But this morning, after Owen dumped a bucket of small tropical fish inside, they were still alive and swimming energetically in the tank. Owen assumed the merman had begun to restore some of his habits, carefully selecting his menu. So he requested a bucket of jellyfish and octopuses from Zone E, but as you could see, they were now happily wandering around with the tropical fish. Dorian took his time returning to the lab, leaving Owen powerless against this strange phenomenon. Consequently, Owen made a third application. This time, he requested a fat sea turtle, some seaweed, and plankton. But these things were all treated by the merman as toys. He spread the seaweed in the corner inside the tank, where he usually slept, then forcibly caught the sea turtle to use as a pillow under his head. When Dorian stood by the tank watching, Sylvie was lying comfortably on the seaweed, using the sea turtle as a pillow, taking a nap. "I'm really sorry, doctor, I have no idea what went wrong. He was fine yesterday." Owen's shoulders slumped, filled with frustration, "and due to my frequent requests for food over a short period, Zone E has temporarily blacklisted me. This isn't your fault." "I think I know what's happening," Dorian sighed heavily. He could roughly guess the reason for the merman's abnormal behavior. It must have been because of yesterday's observation. Even though Sylvie had been in a constant state of sleep due to the effects of the anesthetic, this did not mean that he wouldn't notice something unusual upon waking. Dorian was unsure if he had been too rough and caused any injuries during the process, but forcing open the reproductive fissure for certain observations might have left Sylvie feeling some discomfort. Dorian was even somewhat relieved that Sylvie didn't wake up in anger and destroy the tank but instead protested in such a mild way as fasting. A faint sense of guilt crossed his chest as Dorian tapped lightly on the tank and shouted toward the sleeping merman inside, "Hey, little guy, you really don't intend to eat anything, do you?" The observation tank was made of special composite glass. Tapping it only produced a slight dull sound. Yet, Dorian was sure Sylvie heard him since his large round tail fin moved slightly. "Sylvie." This time, Dorian hit the tank with more force, Rose and Owen standing behind him. "Can he understand us?" Rose asked anxiously. Sylvie had been facing away from Dorian but lazily turned over when he heard the noise and looked toward Dorian. Though there was no expression on the merman's face now, as there almost never was, Dorian could still feel that he was upset, or rather, sulking. Soon enough, Dorian's assumption was confirmed. In front of Dorian and the others, Sylvie swallowed a tropical fish that swam near him, then spit it out exactly 3 seconds later. Aside from the obvious terror experienced by the tropical fish, Sylvie gained a visible annoyance on Dorian's face. Like a child who successfully pulled off a prank, he joyfully began to slap his tail, displaying a clear sign of happiness. His mouth full of sharp teeth was wide open. "Damn it." Dorian rubbed his forehead with the base of his palm in frustration and eventually gave in. All right, I apologize. I swear I won't do that again, at least not without your consent. Now, for the sake of your own health, eat those damn tropical fish completely." Perhaps he didn't understand, or perhaps he did but didn't care. Sylvie lay on his side on the seaweed in the standard merman posture, cheerfully curling his tail, completely unmoved by Dorian's words. Colorful tropical fish and jellyfish floated around him, making this place truly look like a display aquarium now. "You see, I told you he doesn't understand." Rose consoled Dorian. "Before you came back, we tried everything we could. Owen even tried to sing him a lullaby, but nothing worked. Even kids wouldn't want to eat after hearing a lullaby." Dorian rolled his eyes at this cold joke. "I'm leaving for a while. You can ignore him for now." Although the merman's refusal to eat wasn't Owen's fault, he still felt somewhat guilty and wanted to make amends. "Where are you going, doctor? Let me know if there's anything I can do. Aren't you already blacklisted? I have some old friends in Zone E. Maybe I can illegally get some other food. If he still refuses to eat then, let him starve." Dorian spoke harshly and then turned around and left the lab. Not long after, Dorian returned with a small transport robot. He opened the door to the adjacent lab, entered through the entrance to the observation tank, and threw a large chunk of bloody meat into the feeding port. Through the sloping pipe, the lump of meat quickly entered the tank, thick blood polluting the water. The jellyfish and tropical fish began to frantically dart around in panic. After observing over the past few days, Dorian had discovered that the merman was very particular about cleanliness. When eating, he always swallowed in one gulp to avoid blood polluting the tank. Any scales or fins dropped by struggling small fish would be thrown out through the gaps in the electric grid, so Owen had to clean around the tank every day. Thus, Dorian throwing bloody chunks of whale meat into Sylvie's tank was partially an act of revenge. If Sylvie still chose not to eat, the whale meat would pollute the entire tank. Even with the circulation system in the tank, the meat would soon rot and grow nasty microbes. It didn't take long for Dorian's scheme to work. The merman, upon seeing the bloody mass, first swam furiously around the tank before viciously grabbing the piece of whale meat as though attacking an offender, and then swallowing it down. Dorian shooed away the transport robot and casually patted his hands together under the admiring gazes of his 2 assistants. Problem solved. Chapter 14. Dorian returned to his rest area late at night. He had fallen behind on a lot of work during the day, and all of it was piled up for the evening. Today was undoubtedly a terrible day, with the only good news being that the merman's hunger strike issue had been resolved. Furthermore, before Dorian left the lab, the merman's mood had calmed significantly. Every time Dorian turned around, he could see the merman quietly watching him in the tank. By the way, he still hadn't eaten the tropical fish or jellyfish, nor touched the seaweed bed or sea turtle pillow. Before leaving, Dorian said goodbye to the merman. Although he knew Sylvie wouldn't understand his words, maintaining a friendly relationship with his experimental subject was always the right thing to do. "Good night, you little bastard merman." The merman, of course, didn't say anything, but he waved his tail at Dorian and blew out a string of bubbles. "I'll tentatively take that as your response," Dorian smiled at him. "See you tomorrow." Dorian quickly took a shower and collapsed on his bed, exhausted. He reflected on what had happened during the day, some doubt standing out like ink spots on white paper. Despite his physical and mental fatigue, Dorian got up from bed, took out his father's merman observation log from the drawer, and flipped to the blank pages at the back. Yes, this log wasn't completed. After verifying the date, Dorian found that John had stopped writing after less than a year in Robin Town, leaving nearly half of the thick notebook blank. Dorian had once wondered about this point, but maintaining a diary writing habit is indeed a huge test of one's willpower. Perhaps later, John discovered the advantages of voice logs and switched to using the virtual diary function on personal terminals. Anyway, this matter didn't bother Dorian for long. As is true for most people these days, Dorian hadn't written much by hand for a long time. He searched in his cabinet for quite a while before finding a working fountain pen. This antique might be a leftover from his school days. Having not written anything in years, Dorian was particularly cautious when putting pen to paper. The tip of his pen hovered over the page for a long time before he began, following his father's habit by first writing a line of dates. June 24th, year 2355, Friday. After thinking for a long time about the next content, Dorian decided to record everything that happened today. However, this would be too much effort and unnecessary. After much thought, Dorian started writing. Today is the 9th day I've been in contact with the merman. Sylvie shows no abnormalities, but everything else around him is abnormal. 1. Mandy, that despicable little man, seems to want to turn the entire merman research team into subjects for experimentation. 2. Mermaids may have some kind of ability to launch psychic attacks on humans. Many of my colleagues are showing varying degrees of mental problems, though I'm fine for now. Perhaps this also has something to do with the abilities of the mermaid. Sylvie doesn't seem very intelligent and lacks the resistance capability. Speaking of which, we should thank Magmandy's grace. 3. I thought that even if these events aren't as glaring as campfires in the middle of the night, they should at least be like fireflies in the forest, noticed by someone. But my colleagues don't seem to care at all. It's possible some people notice something, but due to status differences, they cannot express themselves or protest. This research institute is like Magmandy's private domain. He is the emperor, the supreme ruler, and everyone must submit to him. Goodness, this feeling is just awful. Dorian hesitated for a moment, then continued writing. 4. I know this sounds a bit delusional, perhaps influenced by the tense atmosphere around me. I always vaguely feel something wrong with the capture of the mermaid. According to both mythological accounts and real events, they should be highly intelligent creatures, as security put it, cunning, dangerous. So why couldn't they discover those strange grids in the ocean? They recklessly came closer. To be honest, if security isn't exaggerating, Adam, with such attacking power, could have easily torn through the nets and escaped. I hope all of this is just my overthinking. God bless. The next morning, when Dorian arrived at the laboratory, it was unsurprisingly discovered that those aquarium decorations were still lively and jumping around. It seemed Sylvie didn't intend to eat them anymore. Dorian was somewhat worried that he might still be fasting, so he asked Owen to feed him again. This time, he obediently ate all the food. Dorian roughly understood that Sylvie might really intend to keep those tropical fish and jellyfish as pets. Oh, of course, there's also that fat sea turtle. However, it didn't share the same luck as those beautiful little fish. Sylvie occasionally used it as a pillow when in a mood, resting her head on it. Dorian stared at the aquarium in front of him for a moment, then ran an errand to District D, returning with several colorful pieces of small coral. He opened a corner of the electric grid and placed all the corals into the tank. This was a little compensation from Dorian for his earlier trespass on Sylvie's body. Dorian's luck was good. Sylvie gladly accepted this gift. He arranged them one by one around his seaweed bed, creating a small nest. This way, unless Sylvie left the coral cluster himself, it would be difficult to see the merman's figure directly from outside the tank. Owen had some minor objections. Doctor, this might not be very convenient for observation, right? Observation? How long do you need to observe just a stupid, naked merman? With a cold expression, Dorian briefly explained their current task assigned at the discussion. Adding appropriate props can reveal more about the merman's living habits, can't it? Look, now we know that mermaids have the habit of building nests with corals. Rose, remember to take photos and document this. During lunch, David found Dorian. He treated Dorian to the most expensive steak set in the restaurant, flattery practically oozing from between his teeth. Alright, what is it this time? Dorian gave him a sidelong glance. I guess you've heard too, that there will be a plane coming to the island the day after tomorrow. It's going to take Professor Wisdom and some seriously ill patients away. They also said it's bringing many necessary supplies, and it's a large cargo plane. Maybe you could help me get a seat. David's voice lost much of its lightness here as he lowered his head. My mom is sick, really sick. But you know, usually we can only apply for one off-island trip per year. I already used my chance at the beginning of this year. And so many people in the institute want to leave the island. Even if Professor Flink allows me to take a leave, I won't be able to get a seat on the plane. This indeed was a big problem. Dorian didn't think for long before agreeing. He made a call request to Mag Mandy right in front of David. After a few seconds of waiting, Mag Mandy accepted the call. Dorian did not mention David's matter, he only said it was due to his own needs. Father, I've heard that there will be a plane arriving the day after tomorrow. Last Christmas, I didn't go home. I think it's about time for me to return and check up on Mom. Yes, I need 2 seats. Is there no problem with that? Thank you, Dad. The call ended. David was so happy he almost jumped up and down. If it weren't for Dorian's disdainful expression, he probably would have hugged him and kissed him fiercely. My man, thank you so much. I know your relationship with your dad isn't great, yet for me to ask this of you leaves me speechless with gratitude. Don't overthink it. I do need to go home for a while anyway. Dorian enjoyed the delicious steak, showing little fluctuation in emotion. Just as he appeared, Dorian actually felt no shame when asking Mag Mandy for favors. You might say he took full advantage of this privilege without hesitation since Mag Mandy had stolen so many of his research achievements. What were 2 plane seats compared to that? And Dorian was very clear that Mag Mandy not only accepted but even encouraged his requests, because this way, in some future situations, Mag Mandy would have more reasons to control Dorian. After lunch, Dorian didn't return to his lab immediately. Instead, he went back to the lounge, where he nervously dialed his mother Ivanova's number while smoking an electronic cigarette. A few minutes later, the communication ended, and Dorian suddenly had an overwhelming desire for a drink. Chapter 15. When the time on his personal terminal showed 2200 hours, Dorian took a deep breath. He stood up from beside the bed and tidied his suit in front of the mirror projected by the display screen. Then he picked up a half mask used for masquerade parties from the table and placed it on his nose. The man in the mirror was tall and lean, and even though the upper half of his face was covered by the mask, the 2 lips revealed below the tip of his nose and the clearly defined jawline still showcased his good looks. Doesn't look bad. Dorian took another deep breath, pushed open the door of the restroom, cautiously looked around like a thief, confirmed that no one was nearby, quickly closed the door, and hurriedly left. Tonight, Dorian would attend the Research Institute's secret wine party held every week. The name, secret, was not because the timing or location of the party was kept confidential. As a matter of fact, all members of the institute knew about this weekly gathering. The secrecy lay in the identities of the participants and some small contents within the party. Bear in mind that in today's circumstances, alcohol is also a type of luxury item, but the contradiction lies in the fact that people need alcohol, just as vagrants need garbage heaps and Christians need crosses. If you were to stay inside an enclosed space for several years with mostly no chance to see the sun and had to face tedious work and enormous scientific research pressure every day, either you'd become crazy, or you'd find some way to relieve stress. And so the secret wine party appeared. Every Saturday evening, a small banquet hall opposite the restaurant would be opened. Various types of alcoholic beverages would be displayed on shelves for sale, expensive though they were, nobody cared about money at such times. Besides alcohol, there would be a band, singers, and dancers. Of course, including the bartenders, everyone was a member of the institute and wore masks. People familiar with them might be able to guess their identities, but it didn't matter. The rule here was keeping secrets. You were no longer a professor, no longer a janitor, no longer a superior, no longer a subordinate. You were just a man or woman seeking fun, and all the attendees tacitly abided by this rule. Dorian was nervous until the very second before entering the venue. This was Dorian's first attendance at the secret wine party since joining the institute. Because of the string of unpleasant events over these couple days, the net-named reason that held Dorian back finally broke. Dorian felt it was time for change. He should give up some unnecessary persistence and be a happy ordinary person. Dorian would never admit that the reason he wanted to attend the wine party was due to the call he received from his mother at noon. He rather attributed this sudden decision to the embarrassing morning M situation yesterday, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable whenever he made eye contact with the merman. It was time to solve problems with adult methods. Dorian once again checked the mask on his face. These little items were uniformly stored in a secluded corner of the restaurant during the daytime. If you wished to participate in the wine party, you could pick one at a convenient time. Then, he pushed open the door of the venue. The wine party had already started. Here, the soundproofing effect was exceptional. Before opening the door, Dorian only heard faint music, but after actually entering the venue, he realized that the volume of the music was enough to drown out any other noise under the darkness. Dorian stood by the door for quite some time before adapting to the environment here. The environment, of course, wasn't referring to the almost non-functional lighting or the high decibel music, but everything else that could make your head spin, such as the naked man dancing on a pole under the spotlight right now, and the overlapping figures in the corners. Dorian began taking deep breaths again, but now all he was inhaling into his lungs was the thick alcohol fumes, cigarette smoke, perfume, and other mixed-up turbid gases. He tried to console himself, such explosive scenes would likely shock even David upon his first visit. Calm down. Now all you need to do is walk to the bar, order a martini or whiskey, take a couple sips first, and perhaps without even needing to take the initiative, someone will approach you. After building up his resolve mentally, Dorian started walking towards the bar located deepest inside the venue. On his way, he squeezed past some couples flirting. Not surprisingly, he found that all the women here already had partners. This somewhat disappointed Dorian. Although Dorian was uncertain about his sexual orientation, women were generally gentler and more considerate than men. Dorian remembered he had to go to work tomorrow, and he certainly didn't want to leave himself battered and bruised tonight. But this was something that could be expected, after all the number of female researchers in the institute was much lower than that of males. This wasn't because the current world lacked excellent female marine biologists, but because of some ugly and entrenched mindsets. Until the very last second before human extinction, gender discrimination, racial animosity, class hatred would always linger like ghosts inside most people. Now let's set these subjective factors aside for a moment and consider Dorian's objective surroundings. At this point, the only figures still unaccompanied in the venue were all men. During his short walk to the bar, Dorian had turned his head to look around the entire venue but hadn't found a female target he sought. Here, he naturally excluded certain men dressed as women. Just as Dorian lamented the impending torture ahead of him, God gave him another small trouble. Ouch. Damn it, can you watch where you're going? Because Dorian kept looking around restlessly, he accidentally collided with a pair of male lovers mid-flirtation and spilled one of their drinks, held by a man wearing a sexy suspender outfit. Sorry. Dorian immediately turned around to apologize, but then he froze at the familiar tone of the person speaking. He tentatively asked, Owen. The situation grew worse. Dorian completely forgot about the keep secrets rule. If even you met your wife or husband here, it'd be best to remain silent on the matter. No. You've got the wrong person. The tall, feather-masked man in the suspender outfit screamed in denial like a startled seagull, his shock and anger evident as he glared at Dorian before throwing down his glass and hastily leaving the scene. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Dorian looked awkwardly at the companion left behind by the alleged Owen. He clearly had disrupted an intimate moment. No, it's fine. Are you here for the first time? How about we share a drink together? The tall man with the phantom mask didn't seem too bothered. He licked his lips and gave Dorian a suggestive smile. Dorian noticed a sexy shallow groove on his chin. Let me buy you a drink as an apology. My pleasure. Until they actually touched the glasses, Dorian naively thought drinking meant just that, drinking. However, after receiving their drinks and barely taking a few sips, the man nudged Dorian to a dark corner and directly initiated foreplay, all this when their conversation hadn't exceeded 5 sentences. In his panic, Dorian instinctively turned his head to avoid the man's kiss. The man wasn't deterred and instead started attacking Dorian's ear and neck. You're shaking like a poor little kitten, my dear, oh God, you're so sweet. The man's hot breath fanned against Dorian's sensitive earlobe. He trembled even more violently. He felt the drink in his cup wetting his hand, but besides rigidly holding the cup, he couldn't make any further movement. At this moment, Dorian's plan to pretend to be a smooth operator in love completely crumbled. He had no idea how to deal with this situation. He could feel the scorching heat from the man pressing onto him. Though he didn't know who this individual was, Dorian observed and sensed that this person had a good figure, likely someone suitable for spending a pleasant night. But... No, stop. Dorian pushed the man away forcefully when he tried to touch his belt. Sorry, I. Dorian failed to finish his excuse. He tightly gripped the glass in his hand and slipped out of the crowd like a rabbit narrowly escaping a trap, rushing straight through the venue doors. Chapter 16. The cool-toned lights of the Research Institute at midnight were cast on Dorian. He stumbled and jogged for a moment, then slowed down and wandered aimlessly in a corridor that seemed to lead nowhere, resembling a ghost forever trapped at its place of death. It was obvious that Dorian's mood had hit rock bottom. He had messed up everything. He ruined others' good fortune, tarnished what should have been an enjoyable adult night for himself, and fled like a ridiculous coward. No, attending the secret wine party tonight was a huge mistake. He shouldn't have made such a rash decision. He should have been more rational, more mature, instead of diving headlong into alcohol and sex every time he encountered difficulties like some teenager. Why did this happen? Why did he allow himself to fall into such a situation? His life so far had been a failure, and his future wouldn't be anticipated by anyone. Overwhelming guilt and shame drowned Dorian. He even wanted to hide in a dark little closet, hugging his knees for a good cry. But suddenly... Identity verified, Dr. Dorian, welcome back to the lab. The mechanical voice of the AI woke Dorian. He blankly stared at the metal gate opening before him, realizing that he'd unconsciously returned to his merman research lab. There was no point going to the lab at this hour. Dorian thought he should go back to the rest room and get a good sleep, letting sleep repair his muddled brain. Yet, as if called upon by something, he still lifted his foot and walked inside. As soon as the laboratory door opened, the smart system in the room started working. To facilitate researchers' observation of the specimen, the blue fluorescence under the merman tank lit up. Nighttime was also resting time for the merman. At this time, Sylvie would usually be asleep, so Dorian assumed all he would see were some corals. But when Dorian really approached to observe the tank, he first saw Sylvie's head peeking out from the coral, then his whole fish-like form slid out from his little nest, swimming closer to the glass where Dorian stood. Dorian guessed from his expression that the merman was probably asking, "Why are you here at this time?" Dorian didn't know either, he just passed by, then suddenly felt like coming in for a look. "Hey." Dorian greeted him dryly, seeing his own terrible complexion reflected in the glass. The merman moved closer, seemingly wanting to closely examine Dorian. He pressed his forehead and two webbed hands against the glass, staring directly at the human outside with large, white eyes. Dorian knew this was probably his own illusion. Clearly the facial muscles of the merman hadn't changed, he hadn't made any expressions, yet Dorian instinctively felt that the other was concerned about him. This was the only being besides Mrs. Akiso who, if it wasn't Dorian's imagination, showed concern for him since he arrived at the institute. Dorian's breathing became quicker as he tried to alleviate the lump in his throat with rapid gasps. Tonight, his emotions were truly abnormal. Perhaps it was due to the alcohol. Right, alcohol. Dorian suddenly realized he was still holding a half-filled glass of whiskey. He tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining liquid, letting the sharp coldness travel down his esophagus to his stomach, then rise from there to his brain. Though numbing the nerves might take time, Dorian already felt dizzy. He threw the glass onto the floor casually, lifting his slightly damp gray-blue eyes, confiding in his test subject, "I feel like crap." Staring at the nearby merman, Dorian couldn't help pressing both his hands and forehead against the glass, as if sharing an intangible embrace. Dorian would never make such immature gestures while sober, but tonight, he didn't care. All he wanted was to find someone or some being, to pour out his heart. Yes, Dorian finally realized, he didn't need alcohol to numb his mind, nor did he need sex with a stranger. What he needed was just someone to talk to. Faintly, Dorian seemed to hear a shrill cry similar to that of a young dolphin. Looking at the merman again, Dorian abruptly rushed into the neighboring lab, reaching the wide opening atop the water tank. Though tempted by some impulse, Dorian ultimately did not open the electric fence. Instead, he found a spot beside the tank to sit down, unsurprisingly noticing the merman swim right below him. The surface of the water was approximately half a meter away from the grid. Sylvie revealed his head above the waterline. In the dim light of the laboratory with no lamps on, he opened his inner eyelids, revealing fluorescent gray eyes. The lighting in the room was too dark, but Dorian dared not turn on the lights. He leaned over the edge of the tank, greedily observing the merman's eyes under the dim light filtering in from the adjacent area. Indeed, his thoughts were accurate. After fully opening his eyes, the merman's appearance perfectly matched human aesthetics. Dorian even entertained some peculiar notions. If, at the secret wine party earlier, he had encountered a man with this face, he might have unhesitatingly gone straight to bed with him. Of course, this thought only crossed his mind for a fleeting moment. At this instant, crushed by alcohol and the heavy gloom within him, Dorian began rambling incoherently to the merman. "I didn't mean to disturb your sleep at this time, I don't know what to do. No one can help me, not even Mrs. Akiso. I can never escape from this." Actually, before that phone call with his mother at noon, Dorian's mood hadn't been so bad. Throughout his life thus far, Dorian had already endured countless blows and difficulties, transforming himself into the master navigator of his own emotions. But his mother, Ivanova, could always effortlessly shatter his shield. "I called her at noon. You know, it's been such a long time since I've been home, probably more than a year. It's not that I don't want to go home, it's just, meaningless, you know. No one at home expects me to return. I don't want to come back only to eat robotic-made nutrient meals, or spend a few days dazed in my bedroom. She doesn't need me, and she doesn't want to see me." This was Dorian's greatest vulnerability throughout his life, family, or more specifically, his mother. Dorian could endure Dr. Magmenti's deliberate neglect or misguided leadership, could tolerate being treated as an experimental subject, and even put up with the cold ridicule from colleagues or lack of understanding from friends. But he couldn't bear his mother's indifference. Although Dorian did not want to describe Ivanova as cold, because she had always taken good care of him materially since childhood, she seemed to never realize that sometimes children don't focus on how much material wealth they receive, they crave love. Ivanova was like a precisely calibrated parenting machine that lacked the ability to feel love. Worse still, as Dorian grew older, he noticed through comparisons with his peers that mothers normally, and truly, love their children. Dorian still remembered asking his mother over the communication link whether he should return home, when Ivanova replied, "It's up to you, there's nothing worth worrying about at home. Just focus on your work." It sounded like something any mother who feared burdening her child would say, but Dorian was acutely sensitive enough to pick up the underlying tone in her voice. She genuinely didn't care. To her, Dorian seemed to be nothing more than a dispensable stranger. In his youth, Dorian had also once sought Ivanova's help regarding some troubles, like his poor interpersonal relationships. But he always received the same response. "You're overthinking things, Dorian. Go back to your room and get some rest. You're overthinking things. There's no such issue. Dorian, you're always lost in thought. Has she ever considered that I simply wanted to come home and see her? Dorian shouted aloud, his throat felt raspy, sounding like two fragile pieces of glass rubbing against each other. If she hates me so much, why didn't she just let me die in the womb? Father is dead already, she could have easily aborted me and given birth to a few truly loved children with Magmenti. Then what exactly is the meaning of my existence? Dorian felt himself unraveling. The carefully constructed system of rationality he'd maintained was falling apart, breaking into heaps of shapeless garbage fragments, like the islands of trash floating in the Pacific Ocean. But suddenly, a sound akin to a button dropping onto the ground caught Dorian's attention. He saw a shiny little object leap out from the gaps in the electrical fence, landing with a clink on the metal floor in front of him. Staring blankly, Dorian hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively extending his trembling fingertips to pick up the small object. It was a pearl. A perfectly shaped pearl, glowing softly with pink hues. In a rush, Dorian lowered his head. At this moment, he didn't even consider how this pearl was formed. Instead, he stared into the eyes of the merman in the pool. Is this a gift for me? The merman opened his mouth, emitting some shrill whistles and giggles reminiscent of a dolphin. He appeared to be trying to convey something to Dorian, though Dorian could not understand. Eventually, the merman became agitated, splashing his tail furiously and accidentally hitting the electric fence. Instantly, the merman was struck by a horrifying jolt, sinking toward the bottom of the tank. Are you alright, Sylvie? Dorian cried out in panic. Flipping over on his back, the merman sank slowly. Dorian couldn't describe the wave of panic that surged through him at that exact moment. Rushing to the neighboring area, he watched the merman inside through the glass, almost slipping on the discarded glass cup he'd left behind. Sylvie! Sylvie! Dorian frantically pounded on the glass. Wake up! Oh God! Please wake up! The very second his words ended, as if roused from the stupor caused by the electric shock, the merman suddenly turned over and swam flexibly to the front of the glass, teasingly waving his tail tip at Dorian. Oh my God! You scared me to death! Dorian was almost moved to tears with relief. Don't you ever do that again, hear me? Sylvie lowered his long lashes and looked at Dorian through his eyes covered by a thin white film. A string of bubbles surged out of his mouth, as if to comfort Dorian and cheer him up. I really don't know what to say to you. Dorian chuckled helplessly as he opened his palm, revealing the pearl he had clutched tightly in his hand, placing it before both of them. Thank you, Sylvie, I really mean it. It has to be said that the previous scare had thoroughly awakened Dorian. His heart was racing fast, and all the swamp-like oppressive emotions that had weighed down on his chest earlier had vanished. Dorian stared into the merman's eyes for a moment, then an idea suddenly struck him. He spoke to Sylvie. Hey little one, do you know your human name? Sylvie, Sylve. Dorian put away the pearl and began spelling out letters on the glass in front of the merman with his fingertip. Sylvie. Silver. Sylvie gazed at Dorian's fingertips moving across the glass for a while, then also extended his own finger, tapping it against the other side of the glass, trying to follow Dorian's sliding finger trajectory. But 6 letters were far too complicated for a merman unfamiliar with the human language. He couldn't keep up with Dorian, instead only managing to draw a series of small circles on the glass. Alright, let's start with the simplest thing first. Dorian slowly drew a curved line on the glass, an upper part bending left, a lower part bending right, the shape of the letter S. This figure was incredibly simple. After drawing a few crooked S shapes, Sylvie earned enthusiastic praise and a radiant smile from Dorian. Great job. Sylvie, you're doing fantastic. Dorian revealed his first heartfelt smile in days. Perhaps infected by Dorian's mood, Sylvie joyfully swam around in the tank, gracefully flapping his tail after the group of tropical fish, making them all his dancing partners. Dorian enjoyed the merman's dance, gently caressing the pearl in his pocket, suddenly feeling a profound sense of redemption deep within his soul. Maybe no one in this world cared about Dorian, but Sylvie did care about him, his merman cared about him. Chapter 17. The next morning, Dorian struggled to wake up from a hangover. Fragments of shattered memories surged into his mind, turning his fragile nerves into an overloaded highway congested with traffic. Sharp pains radiated from both sides of his temples, and together with the pain came the full realization of all the foolish things he had done last night. Whether it was running away like a pure little girl frightened by male ardor, or absurdly confiding his past to the test subject, it was all too childish. Dorian sat on the bed, savoring the embarrassment after his impulsiveness, covering his face in anguish and letting out a moan. Damn, what had he done? But there was good news, he hadn't ended up in bed with a stranger due to a heat of passion. Moreover, he received a beautiful gift. Dorian lifted his left hand and looked at the pink pearl on his wrist, strung through with a metal wire. Warmth and calmness returned to his body once more. He felt much better. On the way to the lab, Dorian kept rubbing his temples with his fingertips. Even though his emotions had stabilized, the headache brought on by the hangover continued to torment Dorian. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Dorian reflected on his drinking capacity. How could he not even handle a glass of whiskey? However, these minor issues did not trouble Dorian for long, because soon he realized that he had caused a major problem last night. He had publicly called out Owen's name at the secret drinking party. Even though Owen was wearing a mask at the time, Dorian still identified him based on his figure and voice. Dorian was certain that the man he bumped into last night was Owen. The issue was, everyone attending the secret drinking party had to keep the secret. And Owen immediately denied Dorian's statement. Obviously, he didn't want to be recognized by Dorian nor wanted others to know his identity. This was understandable, since in reality, he was still dating Rose. It wasn't until Dorian entered the lab and saw Owen deeply absorbed in adjusting equipment that he suddenly remembered this matter. He wasn't sure whether he should apologize or pretend nothing happened. Fortunately, Dorian quickly found his answer when Owen greeted him first. "Good morning, Doctor." Owen adjusted his heavy glasses as usual, making his bird's nest-like blonde hair even messier. "You don't look so well. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Dorian hesitantly nodded. "I had some insomnia. Maybe you can go home early today. By the way, Rose hasn't arrived yet, but we can discuss today's merman research plan first." The momentary awkwardness between them disappeared completely, and Dorian started talking about work following Owen's lead. As for the secret drinking party, let it go. The only thing lingering slightly in Dorian's mind was whether he should tell Rose about this matter. Dorian admitted that he was overly conservative in matters of the heart, but even now, when fidelity is no longer considered a basic requirement of love, deception and secrecy are not principles of open relationships. "Good morning, gentlemen, I believe I'm not late." Rose skipped into the lab, her joy obvious like the sweet smell of freshly baked cheese bread. Clearly, something good had happened to her today. Rose spoke to Dorian in a coquettish tone typical of a young girl. "By the way, Doctor, I apologize, but I have to ask for a few days off. Tomorrow, I'll follow the plane to land and go back to school to handle some procedures. If everything goes smoothly, I will return to school by the end of August." "Congratulations." Dorian fully supported her decision, feeling she had already long been ready to return to school. "By the way," Dorian turned to Owen, "I'll also go home via the plane tomorrow. If there are no accidents, I'll come back in a week. These few days, you'll need to take care of the merman. Of course, there isn't much for you to do. You just need to remember to feed him daily and clean up. If anything unusual happens, contact me immediately." Owen replied, "All right, Doctor. No problem. There won't be very complicated observations today. I want to confirm his eyes, gills, and ear fins once more." While Dorian was talking to Owen and Rose, the merman had already fallen asleep under the effects of the anesthetic. To be honest, Dorian felt quite guilty while releasing the anesthetic. Last night, he enjoyed the time spent with the merman immensely. Because of the comfort provided by the merman, Dorian managed to digest those heavy negative emotions. Therefore, before knocking the merman unconscious, Dorian went to the observation tank and consoled the merman a bit. However, throughout the process, he didn't have the courage to make eye contact with the merman. As a kind of compensation, Dorian reduced the dosage of the anesthetic today. Even though it was reckless from a safety perspective, he instinctively felt that Sylvie wouldn't harm him. Just look at the pearl Sylvie gave him that rested on his wrist. Yes, Dorian wanted to find out the origin of this pearl today. If the legend were true, then this pearl should be the merman's tears. And since they are tears, they should be in liquid form, so how did this pearl transform from liquid into a solid? Dorian observed the tear ducts of the merman closely with a magnifying glass for a long time. He was afraid of hurting the merman, so he didn't dare shine strong light directly into his eyes. But on the surface, there was nothing unusual to observe. The tear ducts of the merman were identical to those of humans, both located above the upper and lower eyelids as two small round hole-like structures. Perhaps the most direct method would be to stimulate the merman's eyes to make him cry, which would allow a clear observation of the formation process of the pearl-like tears. However, Dorian released the merman's eyelids, restoring them to their closed, sleeping state. "Doctor?" Owen looked at Dorian curiously. "Forget it, let's talk about it next time." Dorian hastily added, "If we accidentally injure his eyes, I won't be able to come back tomorrow." The subsequent examination went very smoothly. Dorian used a metal plate to test the sharpness of the merman's ear fins. As he had suspected, the sawtooth edge could easily leave marks on the metal. Yet judging by its appearance alone, the semi-transparent ear fins seemed particularly delicate and fragile, akin to bird orchid petals. As for the gills of the merman, that was quite a unique area. The gills of the merman were located on the neck behind the ears, 3 thin slits on each side. Unless underwater, the merman's gill covers remain tightly closed against the skin. One might not notice these gill slits if not looking closely. What's more interesting is that these tiny things were similar to the merman's dorsal fin. If you lightly touched them with your fingertips, they would suddenly open, revealing pinkish gill filaments inside the gill cavity. Soon after, they would close again on their own. "Rose, come take some pictures," Dorian said to Rose. Just at this moment, the gill cover of the merman happened to close. Dorian scratched the merman's neck with his hand, causing the gill cover to bloom like a flower instantly. Rose effortlessly took a few shots. Dorian instinctively touched the merman's stomach, an action that had become a habit for him. It was like patting the head of a trained dog as a reward. After observing every part of the merman, Dorian always patted the muscled, firm abdomen as reassurance. But this time, the merman's reaction was off. Dorian watched with wide eyes as the 6 gill covers excitedly perked up, along with the tip of the merman's tail that began bouncing involuntarily. Owen and Rose were discussing the photos on the tablet. Only Dorian noticed the strange reaction of the merman. This couldn't possibly be an unconditional reflex like a knee-jerk response. In the previous days, Dorian had repeated such actions several times daily, but the unconscious merman never showed any response. My God, you're not awake, are you? Dorian subconsciously stepped back 2 steps. What? Doctor, this joke isn't funny. Owen pulled Rose back several meters quickly, and both anxiously stared at the observation table from near the emergency button. Fortunately, the merman showed no reaction. He still lay on the metal slab like a corpse, his hands, tail, and neck all fastened with metal clips. Dorian trusted his intuition. He approached once again and touched the merman's gills. Those little creatures began flapping but soon closed sharply again. Dorian touched them again. No, this time even before he could reach them, the merman sensed Dorian's approach, snapped open the gill covers, then shut them immediately. They stayed open for less than a second. Dorian completely calmed down. With a serious face, he glared at this crafty merman. Hey buddy, are you doing this deliberately? As if realizing his mischief had been discovered, Sylvie finally opened his eyes. He was indeed awake but didn't attempt any attacks. Instead, he grinned at Dorian, giggling in pleasure. Anybody could see that this merman was laughing heartily, thrilled to have tricked Dorian. What a brat. Yesterday pretending to be electrocuted into unconsciousness, today faking being drugged, the merman must really enjoy seeing Dorian panic because of him. Damn, I shouldn't have gone easy on you. So now you're immune to the anesthetic or something? Dorian was sure that the anesthesia pump was still steadily injecting a trace amount of anesthetic into the merman's body. Unlike the terrified Owen and Rose, Dorian felt no tension at all because the merman was awake. He even started joking around with the merman, his tone tinged with a hint of affection that he himself didn't fully realize. When had Dorian and the merman become so close? That's pretty damn strange. Owen released Rose, still dazed, while the latter continued to cling tightly to Owen's clothes. And this merman who scared the lady so much was acting like a pet begging for its master's attention, making soft grunts toward Dorian and curling his hair and tail tips in Dorian's direction. Owen even thought that if Sylvie wasn't strapped to the observation table, he might leap into Dorian's arms and cover his face with drool. Shaken by this unpleasant image, Owen shuddered involuntarily and asked Dorian, Doctor, what should we do now? Dorian was still messing with Sylvie's gill covers, deliberately inserting his fingertips inside to keep them open. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, today's observation is over. Let's send him back to the tank. Chapter 18. The plane flying from the mainland would not arrive at Ferdinand Island until noon. Dorian thus paid a visit to the lab before his departure, bidding farewell to his mischievous merman. Although a week wasn't a long separation, Dorian still felt a tinge of reluctance. He stood for a while in front of Sylvie's observation tank, without any overly sentimental goodbye, just purely admiring the merman's dance. Yes, Sylvie had started dancing again, and Dorian thought this word was quite fitting. After all, the size of the observation tank was limited. If it were in the sea, the merman's dance might have been even more beautiful. If you only looked at the merman's robust upper body, it would be hard to imagine such a soft and graceful dance posture. Whether spinning or tumbling, Sylvie always managed to present perfect curves with her body and tail, and those fins that could kill prey at any moment appeared as soft as gossamer now. Dorian had always thought Sylvie's silver-gray tail was extremely ugly, but perhaps due to the refraction of underwater lights or the color reflection of tropical fish or jellyfish, Sylvie's tail showed a mother-of-pearl-like pinkish luster at this moment, exactly the same as the pearl on Dorian's wrist. Dorian couldn't help admitting that such a colored tail and the charming dance indeed made him a bit infatuated. Unaware of how much time had passed, Dorian's personal terminal suddenly buzzed. It was David's communication request. I should go. Dorian pressed the palm of his left hand against the glass, deliberately showing off the pearl on his wrist. The merman was obviously attracted over and placed his own palm in the exact same position against the glass as Dorian's. Tell me you'll be good and wait for me, Dorian said, looking up at him. Sylvie replied to Dorian with a string of bubbles. Dorian smiled faintly. Owen will take care of you these days. Goodbye, my merman. Amidst a huge roar, the plane gradually took off. As David had mentioned before, this was a cargo plane, with seats for passengers available only in a small space at the front end, about 2 to 3 dozen seats. The middle and rear sections of the plane were reserved for those severely ill patients. After some careful probing, Dorian discovered that no one had noticed the mental issues of those patients. Everyone just assumed it was a flight specially prepared by Mag Mundy for Professor Wisdom. Dorian's seat was right next to David, as he had agreed upon with Mag Mundy. However, he hadn't anticipated that Mag Mundy would be sitting in the row ahead of them, while Rose was just across the aisle from him. Wow! This is such a coincidence, Dr. Dorian, and Mr. David, how are you? Rose's smile was as open-hearted as ever. Oh my gosh, did I recognize correctly? Professor Mag Mundy, you're here too. Mag Mundy had always been excellent at disguising himself. He smiled at Rose and nodded. I remember you're Lillian's daughter. Your name is Rose. My name is Rose. Under Dorian's cold gaze, the two of them actually struck up a conversation. Who knows how much self-control Dorian exerted not to shout at Mag Mundy to stop ruining young girls in public. Everyone likes beautiful girls. David was also getting restless. Originally seated by the window, after seeing Rose across the aisle, he quietly asked Dorian to switch seats with him. No. Dorian firmly rejected. David found it boring, so after asking a flight attendant for a blanket, he decided to sleep. Up ahead, the conversation between Mag Mundy and Rose continued. That sly old man didn't take long to make the naive little girl laugh happily. Aside from disliking Mag Mundy, Dorian began to worry about Rose. Just like she couldn't detect Mag Mundy's tone when teasing pets, she probably didn't know that her boyfriend flirted with other men secretly at private parties. Rose had been Dorian's assistant for half a month after all. Although the girl was innocent and pure, she worked pretty efficiently. Even if Rose wouldn't stay at the institute for long, Dorian still hoped she could continue her carefree life, at least free from deception. Just as Dorian was lost in thought, their conversation finally ended, and Rose rested hugging her blanket. The plane would travel for quite a while longer, crossing the vast ocean heading toward the Western Alliance's land. In today's world, national boundaries no longer existed. The sea swallowed up too many low-altitude countries, and the remaining humans formed three major alliances on the leftover lands, the Western Alliance which was once America, the Eastern Alliance mainly consisting of old Asia, and the Central Alliance located where Africa used to be. As for other remaining islands, they all aligned themselves with these three major alliances. With the slight turbulence of the plane, Dorian felt drowsy, but he couldn't fall asleep with his eyes closed. In fact, his sleep quality hadn't been good recently. Although he had no memory of it, Dorian knew he had many dreams. After nearly 5 hours of flight, the plane was finally about to arrive at its destination. When land could be faintly seen through the window, David shook Dorian, who had fallen into a deep slumber at some point. Brother, wake up. Look at this. You don't have many chances to see this with your own eyes. Dorian rubbed his eyes and shook his foggy brain. Amidst David's excited chatter, he looked out the window. By now, David had already started recording with his personal terminal, planning to post this video on his social media later. The title would be, Witnessing the True End Spike. Yes, just a few nautical miles from the land, there stood faintly a metallic structure gleaming cold light on the sea surface. The sunset painted the entire sky blood red, and against this apocalyptic backdrop, the trident of Poseidon pierced through the dark sea, standing firmly as the guardian of humanity on land. But any rational person should understand that it's only a matter of time before the sea engulfs the end spike. As the plane got closer, passengers claimed they could see the markings on the end spike, and in an instant, everyone crowded towards the windows, trying to witness this sight with their own eyes. Dorian found it hard to describe his feelings at this moment. Humans always claim to be the wisest creatures, but before the ocean, before nature, humans are but ants. Ants cannot stop the ocean from swallowing the land, and humans can't do so either. People stared at the markings on the end spike like watching numbers on a countdown, like sand in an hourglass about to stop flowing, and like pages in a book of destiny with few blanks left. At this very moment, everyone was stunned by what lay before them. Under the blood-red sunset, on that sharp prong, some people placed hope, others placed despair, and still others, like Dorian, were calm acceptors of their fates. All were once life forms flourishing on Earth. If dinosaurs could go extinct, then so could humans. So-called life holds no significance in the grand workings of the universe. For unknown reasons, Dorian suddenly remembered at this moment a tenet of the sea god's religion, also the only one he clearly remembered. Repent for yesterday's arrogance, grieve for tomorrow's doom. Under death's veil, we all become one. When the sea hides the sun, it will be the day when death's scythe falls, our execution day upon the guillotine. Chapter 19. When getting off the plane, Dorian hesitated several times but still called out to Rose. He didn't mention the secret wine party. Instead, he vaguely said that he had accidentally seen Owen with another strange man. This poor girl probably had never thought of being betrayed by her boyfriend. She blankly stared at Dorian, then hastily averted her gaze. Awkwardly holding her red suitcase adorned with celebrity pictures, she stuttered and replied, I think I know what you mean, thank you, doctor. Dorian watched Rose leave, still uncertain if his action was right or wrong. Dorian. We're leaving, Mag Mundy called from afar, as the driver already took their 2 pieces of luggage to the aircraft. Dorian exchanged greetings with David, who was busy looking for his luggage, and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of his stepfather. On the aircraft, Dorian consistently tilted his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Fortunately, Mag Mundy received communications non-stop since boarding the aircraft, avoiding an embarrassing conversation between the two that was entirely predictable. Live interview. You mean this weekend? I'm afraid regarding the time. Yes, how about this, I first let my secretary confirm my itinerary for this week, and then have him contact you, all right? Oh naturally, huh. Dorian secretly sighed. He hated Mag Mundy's laugh, that deliberately feigned cheerfulness and eloquence. Dorian truly could not understand why Mag Mundy, having so many busy businesses on land, still spared much time remaining at the Oceanographic Institute. In Dorian's eyes, this leisurely conspirator did nothing all day except move his fingers to open the optical brain, casually select some achievements data of the various professors at the institute, mix them with his own endless nonsense, forming an impressive masterpiece. Mag Mundy's current wealth and fame were inseparable from the efforts of his ancestors. According to unreliable sources, Magmundi's ancestors opened private underground clinics centuries ago and later made a fortune helping rich people with illegal organ transplants, growing bigger and bigger until now when he collaborates with the military to study marine life and conduct certain unknown and shady experiments. To say the only personal achievement of Magmundi and simultaneously what brought him worldwide acclaim, was discovering mermaids. Supposedly it was him, John, and Ivanova together who discovered the mermaid. However, John tragically passed away, and that infinite halo and glory went entirely to Magmundi and Ivanova. Dorian knew since he was little that he wasn't Magmundi's biological son. The adults did not hide this fact from him. Indeed, it couldn't be hidden anyway because the event when they discovered the mermaid along with the subsequent interviews spread like a virus globally long ago. In those videos, Magmundi and Ivanova disclosed everything frankly, at least that's what they claimed themselves. They deeply mourned John's death and decided to continue John's bloodline. This couple planned to raise the posthumous child, which was Dorian. No one doubted John's death since their relationship among the three was reportedly so close, and later, this couple appeared genuinely sincere in public. Throughout Dorian's growth, he suffered no excessive abuse, and they even did not bear any more children of their own. But if one must speculate maliciously, many things can reveal signs from another side. Even if the truth is not as glorious as people see it, even if John was deliberately killed, nearly 30 years have passed, and the remaining evidence has long been swallowed by the sea along with Robin Town. If Dorian cannot even retain the copyright of his scientific research achievements, then he also cannot avenge his unjustly deceased father. Dorian yawned facing the window. They would need another half hour to get home. In recent years, household aircrafts have almost become popular in every family, thus turning the vast sky into what was once the highway, fast, but congested. AI has not completely taken over air traffic control. Everything is in trial operation mode. Yes, trial operation, that's synonym for chaos and disorder. The aircraft passed through numerous sceneries along the way. These views were unimaginable 300 years ago. For example, the city half submerged in seawater. All buildings are tightly sealed like the Marine Research Institute to resist the seawater. People live in tiny compartments as their homes, no longer needing to consider natural lighting and ventilation. And if your room still has a window, when pulling the curtains in the morning, you might be fortunate enough to witness small schools of fish flying past. This was the best solution to the sharp reduction of land. Everyone moved into life underwater. After all, sea levels were still rising. Instead of struggling on the mainland, it would be better for people to get used to underwater living earlier. Of course, not everyone is fortunate. The impoverished ones, those with no source of income, banded together and formed the slums of a new age. Perhaps the word slums instantly conjures up images of garbage piles, decayed streets, and ramshackle huts, but once you realize how precious land is in this era, you will immediately understand that the poor could never live on the valuable land. Their living space has been squeezed to mid-air, the rooftops of the steel buildings which are about to be flooded by seawater. They built rudimentary houses out of sheet metal and lived as beggars on these rooftops, relying on relief from local administrative offices and charity from passing aerial vehicles. On a side note, since this group of disaster refugees dumped their household waste and excrement directly off their rooftops, the whole city stank of foul odors mixed with the unique briny smell of seawater and surface microbes. It turned this half-drowned steel forest into a massive public toilet. Dorian tried hard not to think about what the hanging objects on the surface of those buildings actually were, and instead focused his attention on the drowning sunset. Fortunately, Magmundi's aircraft was equipped with an air purification system, Dorian thought somewhat sarcastically. If you had enough money, of course, it painted a different picture. Half an hour later, the aircraft stopped outside a small estate on a mountain far away from the city. The driver dropped Dorian off and left with Magmundi. After disembarking, Dorian enjoyed the rare blazing sun and gentle breeze above him. Carrying his suitcase, he passed through an apple orchard and then by a bed of tulips. Just as he reached the entrance of his own villa, he was halted by a blue bay shepherd dog and a Bengal leopard cat. "Hey, my little ones, long time no see." Dorian picked up the leopard cat and gently patted the blue bay's head before continuing toward the vintage villa ahead. Just looking at the lush vegetation around here, it's hard to imagine that this area was once a cold alpine region, perennially covered with ice and snow. Recently, due to rising sea levels and dramatic climate changes, this barren land began to flourish. It was soon noticed by the wealthy and became the perfect residence. At this altitude, it would take several hundred more years for the seawater to reach ankle deep. "Mom, I'm back," Dorian loudly called out after pushing open the door to his home. He waited silently for a few seconds, but no one responded. As always when returning, he dragged his luggage inside alone with the cat and dog, heading back to his bedroom. Ivanova was probably in the prayer room on the top floor loft. She was a devout Christian and spent many hours each day praying in front of the large crucifixion painting on the wall in her prayer room. Since Dorian was born, Ivanova gave up her job as a marine researcher and stayed at home to care for Dorian. After Dorian left for university, she spent every day with God. Dorian could only console himself. Luckily, she only believed in Christianity, not some cult like Poseidonism. Dorian's room was on the northernmost end of the villa. All 3 floors above and below were his personal living quarters. Magmundi and Ivanova rarely came over, and cleaning was usually done by robots. Therefore, when Dorian stepped into his third-floor bedroom, the frigid temperature chilled his skin painfully, thanks to the overly adjusted cooling system. But on a deeper emotional level, the cold solitude pricked at Dorian. He pushed open the bedroom window and let the summer night's warm wind drench him thoroughly. Looking at the dim lights lit up in the courtyard, he couldn't feel any joy of coming home. He foresaw spending the next 7 days alone facing the same scenery. The leopard cat and the blue bay shepherd were nowhere to be seen. Dorian sat alone on the edge of the bed, chewing on a familiar loneliness amidst the loud humming of the venting system. There was nothing else to do. Perhaps he shouldn't have come back. Disconnected from the Research Institute's network, Dorian couldn't even use his personal terminal to check the real-time monitoring of the mermaid. He lifted his wrist and lightly touched the pink pearl that glowed with iridescent hues, a faint emotion stirring in his heart. "All right, I admit I miss you a bit," Dorian murmured to himself on the distant highlands. Unbeknownst to him, at the same moment, in the observation water tank of his lab, the silver-tailed mermaid lying in its coral nest suddenly raised its head in a particular direction. Chapter 20. During the entire week-long vacation, Magmendi only returned home 3 times, and once he didn't even spend the night at home. Who knows where he went or what unspeakable things he did. Dorian was not interested in any of it. During his vacation, aside from engaging in some ineffective socializing with a few friends on social media, Dorian spent most of his time at home. Ivanova immersed herself in praying to God, while Dorian buried himself in organizing his father's old belongings. Ever since Dorian showed curiosity about his biological father at the age of 8, Ivanova had dumped all of John's remaining relics onto Dorian. In fact, what were called relics amounted to only a small suitcase, about the same size as an old laptop. Since most of John's personal items related to mermaids had been handed over to the Union, some were even sent along with the mermaid to the New Era Marine Life Exhibition Hall, and some precious research data had been appropriated by Magmendi for himself. Thus, when Dorian received the suitcase, it only contained an unfinished log, lucky to be kept due to its recording of a large number of useless daily trivialities and Ivanova's love story, a used-up ink pen, a broken old-style e-cigarette, and an old photograph that had been cut in half. In this surviving photograph, John is smiling towards the camera lens. He has a face that ladies adore, handsome, sunny, gentle, and gentlemanly. As everyone believed, Dorian's face was almost a carbon copy of his father's, such as their hair color and eye color. And perhaps after adding some good genes from his mother, Dorian's appearance was not only beloved by women but also exerted a fatal attraction on many men. However, Dorian never encountered any trouble in dealing with suitors, because if coldness and ignorance could not extinguish their affection, Dorian still had strong fists. Anyway, out of some kind of habit, Dorian took John's suitcase out again to tinker with, always confidently thinking that he could fix that old e-cigarette. With only 2 days left of the vacation, which was Friday evening, Magmendi came home unusually. Based on prior communications on the flying vessel, Dorian guessed that Magmendi had returned to discuss the weekend live interview with Ivanova. Although Dorian cared little about it, the news title, after 28 years, Professor Magmendi Catches a Mermaid Again, was indeed a great hook. The public's obsession with mermaids was almost as high as the rising sea level. Whether in private social circles or public discussion platforms, everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the mermaid, especially the followers of the sea god religion. The most direct evidence was the increased frequency of believers jumping into the sea. Dorian didn't know which media outlet had purchased Magmendi's live interview opportunity. They must have spent an unimaginable fortune and paid a heavy price. Dorian temporarily set these dark thoughts aside and began to consider the reason for Magmendi's return to eat at home tonight. In reality, this didn't require much thought, because whenever it involved the history of discovering the first mermaid, Magmendi would always bring Ivanova along. Yes, this was an excellent opportunity to display a good family image to the public. If Dorian hadn't guessed wrong, besides showing off years of affection and mutual support between them as a couple, they would probably give a fake memorial to the deceased John in front of others. Magmendi had once proposed letting Dorian appear on camera as well, but Dorian consistently refused. Still, Magmendi's return home did have its benefits because at this time Ivanova would come out of the prayer room and be willing to share a meal with him, presenting a rare scene of reunion at the dinner table for the family of 3, albeit only superficially. Under the precise control of the cooking robot, all food tasted exactly as described in the recipes. Beef bourguignon, Niçoise salad, French baked snails, and cream onion soup. Dorian's taste buds, which had been tortured by the dreadful artificial food from the Research Institute for a long time, finally received the highest form of solace. The family meals had naturally been good these past few days, but nothing compared to the abundance of tonight's feast, as Ivanova followed a vegetarian diet year-round and the home menu was always quite simple. If Magmendi didn't come home to eat, to avoid trouble, Dorian would simply join Ivanova in eating vegetable salads. Throughout the entire dinner, Dorian focused solely on eating. Like a large funnel, he transported the conversation between his stepfather and mother from his left ear to his right without allowing any information to linger in his brain, as it was all boring talk about the interview process. Just before dinner ended, Magmendi, as usual, asked Dorian if he was willing to go on the show with them, once again receiving a negative response. "You know, I've been writing some articles about mermaids recently, and I need to collect a lot of information." Dorian used this as an excuse. Magmendi smiled, "All right, I hope you enjoy the last 2 days of your vacation." To be honest, if not for the fixed flight schedule, Dorian would have wanted to return to the institute 3 days ago. Watching the mermaid dance was far better than being stuck at home doing nothing all day. Reflecting on the week, Dorian had also been trying to mend his relationship with Ivanova. But in front of his mother, he simply didn't know what to say. Unlike Magmendi, who could deceive people effortlessly, Dorian hadn't inherited any such eloquence. Ivanova was usually in her prayer room, and when she did go out, it was often for church activities. The time she spent with Dorian was limited to their brief meals together. Given Ivanova's past as a marine biologist, Dorian thought they might talk about mermaids. However, Ivanova very rarely showed such fierce resistance toward Dorian, as though he weren't discussing mermaids but rather some severe trauma from her childhood. Naturally, this halted any further conversation between them. Dorian, like a timid mouse venturing into the kitchen for cheese, abandoned all attempts after accidentally falling off the table the first time. But Sylvie, Dorian's silver-tailed mermaid, Dorian and Sylvie hadn't seen each other for 5 days now. When Dorian was alone, he always wondered if Sylvie had eaten well these past few days, if her wounds had healed, and if she'd been teasing Owen like how she teased him. He hoped poor Owen wouldn't be too startled. All this could be blamed on the strict regulations of the Marine Research Institute. For confidentiality of research data, once researchers entered the institute, all contact with outsiders was severed, except for pre-declared family members or partners. Similarly, once researchers left the institute's network, they could no longer access its internal system, nor establish communication with colleagues inside, except in special circumstances. Seen from another angle, Owen not contacting Dorian was a good thing. It meant that Sylvie was still safely in her tank until now. Despite knowing this fact clearly, Dorian's desire to see the mermaid hadn't diminished in the slightest. Right before bedtime, Dorian slyly thought, since he was Magmendi's legal son, why couldn't he have more privileges? Like persuading his dear stepfather to grant him some administrative access so that he could view the lab surveillance from home. Having come to this realization, Dorian quickly got up from bed. The time was now 9:30 p.m., and Magmendi and Ivanova might not yet be asleep. Dorian slipped past the cats and dogs playing near the staircase, confirming that the study was empty. After making a few detours, he reached his parents' bedroom door. Why bring this up now? Just as Dorian was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard intense arguing coming from inside. It seemed Magmendi had finally torn off his facade of hypocrisy, unleashing his true cruelty and ferocity alongside his anger. You have no idea how I've endured endless nightmares ever since the reappearance of the mermaid. You don't care at all, Mag. The woman's wild screaming seeped through the cracks in the door, making it hard for Dorian to reconcile this voice with his mother's usually calm and indifferent demeanor. All this happened long ago, and he already. Magmendi abruptly lowered his voice, and Dorian could only catch a few muffled words. We can't, tomorrow we just, endure, things will get better, or we. A strange sensation surged over him, as if a giant capsule were stuck in the center of his throat. Dorian lingered by the doorway for a while but ultimately abandoned his original plan, retreating back into the darkness of the hallway. This unsettling feeling persisted until the next morning when Dorian woke up. There was no one at home. Dorian knew they'd gone to participate in the interview. He casually grabbed something to eat from the kitchen and then opened his personal terminal, finding the most popular live interview page. Professor Magmendi captures a mermaid again after 28 years. With a few operations on the virtual screen hovering in the air, he projected the image onto the living room display. The interview had just started. The impeccably dressed couple sat in the interview room, facing a familiar and renowned host. For now, both parties looked rather stiff. Dorian opened the real-time comments and discovered that Magmendi had a surprisingly good reputation in the public eye, which made Dorian feel somewhat nauseated. As for Ivanova, one reason Magmendi, the consummate hypocrite, had kept her around for 30 years was certainly their shared experience involving the mermaid incident. But more importantly, Ivanova was undeniably beautiful. Without any makeup to enhance her features, platinum blonde hair, light brown eyes, and exquisite facial structure, nearly 6 decades had done nothing to dim her allure. To be honest, Dorian was immensely grateful that his father was John. If his father were the short, plump, slightly balding man standing beside Ivanova, Dorian would have likely dreaded his own future. After all, Magmendi didn't even stand taller than Ivanova. When the interview began, the discussion revolved around the newly captured team of mermaids. Magmendi only divulged some inconsequential information before enthusiastically hypothesizing about the potential roles of mermaids in pharmacology and even human genetic evolution. Dorian barely suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as he continued watching. In Dorian's opinion, mermaid research was still in its infancy, akin to playing house. However, Magmendi's bold rhetoric undoubtedly stirred excitement among many live viewers, with comments flooding the screen, and some even daydreaming about sprouting tails and becoming merfolk themselves. As the interview approached its conclusion, the usual sentimental segment came up, cue mentions of 30 years ago. Dorian knew full well what would happen next, and he wasn't interested in witnessing his parents' mediocre performance again. Just as he was about to turn off the interview and go back upstairs to repair his troublesome electronic cigarette, Dorian noticed something peculiar. There was a hollowness in Ivanova's expression. It was as if her soul had temporarily left her body, leaving behind an empty shell. Conventionally, at this moment, Ivanova should have displayed nostalgia and sadness, maybe shed a few tears, or expressed longing for John like she did in her interview footage from 20 years ago. But today, Ivanova's demeanor was somewhat stiff. When the host mentioned John, she simply stated, "Let bygones be bygones." It was clearly an attempt to close the topic, and fortunately, Magmendi smoothly redirected it by highlighting Ivanova's daily prayer rituals, prompting people to laud the aging beauty's devotion. This brought Dorian's thoughts back to last night's heated argument. Why bring this up now? I've had enough of the endless nightmares since the reappearance of the mermaid. It's all long over. Subtly, Dorian realized they were talking about John and the events 30 years ago. The lump lodged in his esophagus suddenly felt amplified several times, sinking heavily into his stomach. Dorian was lost in ominous premonitions when suddenly a heart-wrenching cat wail came from above. "Bessie." Dorian switched off his personal terminal and hurried upstairs. Chapter 21. Anyone who has kept a cat will agree, they are little devils with the appearance of angels. They intentionally break the glasses on the table, scratch expensive curtains into fringes, and sit on your face while you're sleeping. They'll hide under the bed, in cabinets, or curl up inside cardboard boxes, but never in the cute little cat beds you've specially prepared for them. Thus, it came as no surprise when Dorian rushed upstairs to the small room he had set up especially for Bestie and didn't find any trace of her. The leopard cat's miserable meows continued, prompting Dorian to look up at the ceiling. The sound seemed to be coming from even higher up. Dorian ran quickly to the third floor, where the cat's sounds abruptly stopped. Silence reigned around him. Standing anxiously in place, Dorian called out softly, "Bestie." There was no reply. Dorian decided he'd better check every room. This area was the sunniest part of the villa, located on the south side, also serving as the living zone for Magmendi and Ivanova. By coincidence, Dorian stood right now in front of Magmendi's study door. Realizing his current position made Dorian's heart race uncontrollably, as if it might jump out of his throat. He felt an intangible yet powerful allure, as if the heavy brass doorknob before him led to a bank vault's password-locked entrance. Dorian knew he should leave the bronze handle alone. If Magmendi found out he'd entered his study without permission, Dorian would surely be faced with endless trouble. Such an important spot would certainly have been locked or otherwise protected by Magmendi. However, a myriad of bizarre thoughts swirled in Dorian's mind like a tipped-over palette, eventually blending into a deep black that reflected no light. Mermaid. John. Mermaid. John. Dorian suddenly remembered John's broken old e-cigarette. Perhaps what he was stubbornly trying to repair wasn't the vape at all. "Bestie, are you here?" In one swift movement, Dorian gripped the door handle and twisted forcefully. Surprisingly, the door opened with almost no resistance at all. A complex emotion tinged with immense disappointment filled Dorian's chest cavity. Common sense dictates that an easily opened safe wouldn't contain anything valuable. Any hopes Dorian harbored about uncovering secrets in the study were dashed. The interior decorations of this study were exactly the same as in his childhood memories, unchanged. Praise the housekeeping robots, not a speck of dust could be found on the furniture. Dorian had no interest in the open bookshelves, calling out Bestie's name a few times before shutting the door behind him. Just as he intended to turn and leave, a long-haired large dog emerged from somewhere, rushing straight to his feet. At the same time, the leopard cat resumed its cries, only much closer this time. Thank goodness there's still the dog. Dorian asked the Blue Bay sheepdog, "Hey, little Blueberry, do you know where Bestie is?" Blue Bay let out some whines, then turned and ran toward the narrow staircase on the other side, signaling for Dorian to follow. In the attic? Dorian furrowed his brows. The attic was Ivanova's prayer room. Why would Bestie be there? In every household, there's always one room that children fear most. For some, it's the basement, for others, the storage room. And for Dorian, it was the prayer room. In Dorian's memory, he could count on one hand how many times he had entered the prayer room, because as a child, this room had seemed so secretive, always dark and silent, without a sound, and the huge crucifixion cross on the wall had been terrifying. Of course, there was something more significant. Stepping into the attic always resulted in harsh scolding from his mother. "You cannot enter here, this is disrespectful to God, and he will punish bad children." Ivanova used to threaten him like that. After growing up, Dorian could somewhat understand her worries. She must have feared he would tear apart her cherished collector's edition of the Bible to fold paper planes. In short, Dorian didn't hold a favorable impression of the attic and had no desire to linger too long in this mysterious, religious space. However, the problem was that somehow the leopard cat had managed to squeeze into the attic, and the door to the room was now firmly locked. Meow. Through the crack of the door, the leopard cat's terrified cries sounded out. Dorian squatted down to inspect the gap between the bottom of the door and the floor. As everyone knows, cats are liquid creatures, always managing to wiggle through seemingly impossibly narrow gaps. Bestie probably did the same. Dorian roughly pieced together what happened and chuckled softly, "My dear Miss Bestie, if you could squeeze in through the gap but can't manage to get back out, am I right?" Bestie's cry gradually shifted from a soul-wrenching scream to a purr sweet as honey cream. "Alright, I'll figure out a way to get you out." Only after saying this did Dorian realize he didn't have the key to the attic. A faint flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Dorian was well past the age where he'd impulsively break things without permission. Why did Ivanova still lock the prayer room when she left? Perhaps it was just her personal habit. Dorian didn't have time to dwell on it now. Ivanova was in the middle of an interview, so there was no way Dorian could contact her to ask about a spare key. And if he waited until the lengthy interview was over, Dorian feared Bestie might develop stress-induced symptoms. Dorian paused for a moment to think, then turned to Blueberry and said, "You stay here with her. I'll go grab something, I'll be right back." At this moment, Dorian was deeply grateful they lived in a rather vintage-style house. This meant all the locks were old-fashioned brass locks that could be easily picked with a piece of wire. This brought up an inevitable mention of how Dorian had obsessively studied mechanics during his childhood, driven by the desire to repair John's electronic cigarette. One of these skills included the old-school tricks of picking locks from a bygone era. In the era of modern smart locks, this slightly criminal skill was incredibly addictive for a rebellious teenager, almost as irresistible as marijuana. 2 minutes later, Dorian returned to find Bestie's screams tearing at his eardrums once more. So Dorian had no choice but to soothe her while quickly moving into action, inserting a thin wire into the lock. Click. After a few deft motions, the door to the prayer room swung open before Dorian. The leopard cat practically shot out the door and disappeared instantly, leaving Dorian no chance to comfort her. Blue Bay, distracted by its beloved little companion, glanced at Dorian briefly before chasing the leopard cat downstairs. Dorian sighed, about to close the door and leave when a gleaming metallic object on the floor within the gap of the doorway caught his attention. Dorian widened the door further, recognizing the silver cross lying on the ground. It was Ivanova's small cross used for prayer, likely knocked down by Bestie while she rampaged through the room. If Ivanova found out about this, she'd probably go mad. With that thought, Dorian stepped into the attic, treading softly on the plush carpet as he picked up the fallen cross and placed it carefully on a low table beside the meticulously preserved Bible. Having done all that, Dorian glanced around the room to ensure Bestie hadn't damaged any other furnishings. His gaze barely lingered on the large crucifixion mounted on the wall straight ahead. Its realism was unsettling, from the nails piercing Jesus' hands and feet to the expressions of pain on his face. In front of such a vivid depiction, it was hard not to feel awe, guilt, or even self-reproach. For a fleeting moment, Dorian almost believed in the Christian doctrine of original sin. Shaking his head, Dorian tried to shake off the mysterious atmosphere of the room, pretending to inspect the table under Jesus' feet. It was then that he made a new discovery. This isn't actually a low table, but a cabinet. Dorian couldn't help but speak his thoughts aloud. Chapter 22. In Dorian's memory, there had always been this low table in his mother's prayer room for placing her Holy Bible and the cross. It was not until this moment that he realized this furniture resembling a table was actually a low cabinet. Its cabinet door was tightly pressed against the wall where Jesus was depicted, until Betsy squeezed in and forcibly increased the distance between it and the wall, coincidentally being discovered by Dorian. Under the gaze of Jesus, Dorian flipped the cabinet, aligning the locked cabinet door towards himself. Before inserting the fine wire into the lock, Dorian glanced up at the figure of Jesus. "May God forgive me." There was another click. It was as if something had its shackles unlocked from its hands and feet, escaping out of the cabinet. What kind of thing would be so cautiously hidden by Mother in such a secret place? Dorian's hands and feet were somewhat cold, yet sweat trickled down from his temple to the side of his face. While grumbling about the ghostly temperature regulation system, he opened the cabinet door. Inside was a file folder and a diary. Dorian hesitated for a moment, choosing to open the file folder first, roughly flipping through the documents inside, entirely Ivanova's health check reports and notices of failed IVF attempts. This was roughly what Dorian had expected. Majamendi and Ivanova still have no children of their own. It cannot possibly be due to their unwillingness to have one, it can only be because they fundamentally cannot, and the issue isn't on Ivanova's side but with Majamendi himself who has proven useless. Indeed, that was the case. The physical examination report clearly displayed Ivanova's health. Despite many subsequent IVF attempts, all ended in failure. With some malicious speculations, Dorian presumed Majamendi might have secretly approached various women, hoping they could bear his offspring, but as we've seen, Dorian has no siblings. After repressing the slight gloating within him, Dorian neatly placed the file folder back, picked up the leather-bound diary, and flipped open the first page. John has locked himself in his room and hasn't spoken to any of us for an entire week. I cannot understand it. On that night, he was so considerate and gentle. We dated on the beach, barefoot hugging and kissing. He even worried about the broken stones on the beach hurting my feet, thus lifting me up. But the entire next day, his door was closed tight, and I tried calling for him to open it, yet he coldly told me to leave. We've already stationed here in Robin Town for a whole year without any results, it's time to give up. This so-called mermaid is probably just an illusion people generate during moments of panic. This is a cursed town. We must leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow I will discuss this matter with Majamendi, and he will agree. Furrowing his brows, Dorian read several pages quickly and then confirmed the date recorded in the diary. This diary. The recording time of the first entry happened to be exactly 1 week after John stopped writing logs. According to Ivanova's words, it wasn't that John had switched to virtual diaries, it's more likely he stopped due to illness. As for his condition, Ivanova's descriptions are quite vague, maybe she herself couldn't confirm whether it was a disease or curse. Yes, in Ivanova's diary, the young marine biologist researcher conducting scientific research frequently uses a word with mystical connotations. Curse. Ever since entering this three-sided bi-mountain closed-off small town, I have felt an ominous premonition. The sky here is often shrouded in dark clouds, the weather gloomy, and the sea breeze roars like a wild beast. The villa Magimendi rented for us is terribly old, exuding a damp moldy smell. Here it feels as though it's under a curse. Now, the bad omen has come true, John has started getting sick. Dorian's heart rate involuntarily quickened. He anticipated he was about to uncover certain truths, but Ivanova's diary was filled with large chunks of fragmented psychological descriptions, lacking strong connections between the preceding and following text. After flipping through many pages, Dorian found more descriptions about Robin Town. The people here are also strange. They have a peculiar tension towards the outside world, perhaps some kind of hypersensitive neurological syndrome. Anyway, they're unfriendly, looking at us with odd eyes. Moreover, I really dislike the faint fishy odor hanging in the air here, the smell of the sea, or worse, the putrid blood smell near seafood market trash bins. But everyone else thinks it's my delusion, and John consoles me saying coastal towns are all like this, I don't know. During the initial month, we occasionally heard anguished wails coming from some residents' homes. There was a doctor in our research team who voluntarily requested help, but they refused, seemingly having their own methods of treatment. This could be a terrible new type of illness. I don't know, but since the rise in sea levels, there have been various diseases related to the ocean appearing, such as hydrothermal syndrome and marine malaria. It wouldn't be surprising if this mountain and sea enclosed small town experienced some new disease. Back in the days when the seawater hadn't risen so quickly, this place was still a bustling tourist town, and many tourists came here specifically to take pictures of the mermaids. However, in the last 2 years, such news has become scarce, probably due to this strange ailment. Dorian then swiftly skimmed through a few more pages of less important content before stopping on a page filled with numerous mentions of John. Our research progress had no choice but to stall because of John's illness. At first, everyone thought he had depression. Yes, under fruitless research and meaningless investigations, many people eventually snapped, doubting their own value. Quite a few members from our team left sequentially, leaving only me, John, Magimendi, Dr. Robert, and Ralph behind. By the way, Ralph stayed because his frequent fevers rendered him too weak to leave Robin Town. Robert suggested it might be agitated depression. I don't know, but John has undergone a complete personality change. He has become irritable and prone to anger. I've heard him smashing things inside his room, and all those who tried to communicate with him were driven away after being scolded. Originally, he just locked himself in the room. We placed food outside his door, which not long afterward would turn into an empty plate lying where we left it, indicating that at least he was eating properly. But starting yesterday, the food in the plate hasn't moved at all. This morning, we forcibly broke into his bedroom to find him lying completely naked in a dried-out bathtub. He wasn't breathing. His face turned a suffocating like purplish blue, with bloody claw marks covering his neck. Fortunately, his heart was still beating. Robert immediately administered CPR and attempted cardiopulmonary resuscitation, but heaven help us, John wasn't breathing. Robert didn't know what else to do, and we rushed to ask for help from the local hospital. In the only hospital of the small town, the doctor greeted us calmly until we learned that John suffered from the epidemic disease prevalent in this town. They placed John in a bathtub full of seawater, submerging his head entirely underwater. With wide open eyes, John showed no response, leading me to believe he was already dead, just a corpse lying in the tub. Then these terrifying doctors started chanting strange incantations around him. Perhaps this small town also involves witchcraft. But after several seconds, John suddenly came back to life. He began struggling in the wooden bucket, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. He opened his mouth as though howling, but as soon as his mouth parted, the seawater gushed into his throat. All he did was gulp down large amounts of seawater. The doctors ignored his agony, continuing to chant around him without a second glance. I wanted to pull him out of the water, but Magimendi held me back. For over 10 minutes, John remained submerged underwater without taking a single breath. And yet, he came back to life. Drinking an enormous amount of seawater, it wasn't until his nose and mouth rose above the water that he suddenly coughed violently, spewing all the seawater from his lungs, and then deeply inhaled. Clutching onto the edge of the wooden tub, he sat up. I knew my John was finally back. But, how should I explain the situation between me and Magimendi to him? A little while later, Dorian finished reading the entire diary. Slowly closing the book, he looked up at the suffering Jesus Christ whose image hung on the wall. His mind buzzed with static-like white noise. Chapter 23. Before the vacation ended, Dorian had locked himself in his bedroom. No one knew what he was doing, and neither his mother nor his stepfather cared too much about it. On the day he needed to take a flight back to the institute, Dorian specially asked the driver to take him to the airport 2 hours in advance, without informing his parents or explaining his reasons to anyone. The seat on the plane for the return trip was the same as when he came. To avoid conversations with others, Dorian closed his eyes and pretended to sleep immediately after sitting down, hugging a blanket. In order to prevent David from chatting with him or hearing Margamendi and Rose talking, Dorian also wore noise-canceling headphones. Coincidentally, everyone seemed to have lost the vitality they had on the way there when boarding the return flight. Each person remained silent, even David appeared lost in thought. Unlike usual, he didn't chatter like a sparrow towards Dorian with useless trivialities, he just stared absently out of the window. This suited Dorian perfectly. Forcing himself to take a good nap on the plane because he hadn't slept properly for 2 consecutive nights, Dorian's head throbbed painfully, as if someone had struck it hard with a hammer. Though he felt as if he would black out at any moment, ironically, his brain was extremely active. All sorts of chaotic information jostled in his neurons, akin to a blocked sewer clogged with rat corpses. Unfortunately, until the plane announced its impending arrival, Dorian failed to catch even a moment of deep sleep. When disembarking, Dorian deliberately lingered until the end. He wanted to avoid conflict with anyone at this time. He was already trying hard enough not to let it happen. Damn it, his brain felt close to exploding. Dorian forcefully tapped the painful spot, hoping to spread the pain evenly across other parts of his brain. Dorian, would you like to have dinner together? Or shall I treat you? David stood outside the aircraft cabin and had been waiting for Dorian to emerge. Eat quickly, then go back to the resting room to sleep. Dorian thought this proposal was acceptable. He agreed and switched his luggage from his left hand to his right. They entered the research institute via an elevator from the observation tower. Along the way, all colleagues they encountered rushed by without looking up to greet one another. If Dorian still possessed clear thoughts at this moment, he might have instantly sensed the unusual atmosphere within the institute, but now, he was only fruitlessly battling with a sharp headache. Simply finding the energy to respond to David was his limit. My mom, she's really not doing well. David's voice sounded very fragile, making this muscular man, almost 2 meters tall, seem like a homeless dog. If I had enough money, perhaps I could take her to the Eastern Alliance. There are specialized institutions there studying radiation syndrome. How much is needed? Dorian asked instinctively. A lot. Before pushing open the door to the dining hall, David turned around and looked at Dorian with sadness. If Professor Margamendi were willing to prepay me 30 years of salary, maybe. It took Dorian's brain processor a while to comprehend the term radiation syndrome. When nuclear waste was discharged into the ocean, causing many marine creatures to mutate, these mutants followed the food chain back to humans, creating a new kind of disease. Currently, there is no cure. People can only rely on continuously consuming large amounts of drugs to survive. Enduring his headache, Dorian sincerely told David, I'm sorry to hear that. David gave a bitter laugh, and the two walked into the dining room, one after the other. Out of gratitude, David once again invited Dorian for an expensive steak set, while he ordered just a simple ordinary meal. Dorian originally intended to decline, but David said, don't make me feel bad, buddy. Dorian conceded. Perhaps Dorian was still sluggish, but David had already noticed something. It was unusually quiet in the dining hall. The casual chatter and sound of utensils colliding that usually occurred was deliberately suppressed. A strange atmosphere hung in the air. It was the dinner hour, and there weren't many empty seats in the dining room. David glanced curiously around the area, not noticing any abnormalities, but to match the atmosphere in the restaurant, David still lowered his voice to Dorian, saying, let's take the inside seats. Dorian had no objection. The two carried their trays through the aisle toward the inner seating, David walking somewhat faster, while Dorian lagged behind gradually, still enduring the excruciating pain in his mind. When he passed a certain seat, a harsh raspy voice suddenly broke through the silence, akin to sandpaper being rubbed together. Worthy of being the director's son, huh? Eating the best food, doing the safest work, want a merman daddy and you get a merman handed to you, want a vacation and you hop on a plane back to land to enjoy life. Snap your fingers and both men and women fight to jump into your bed, what a simple, happy life. Dorian abruptly turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the man who spoke. What do you mean? The man was in his 40s, with a scruffy beard, a short haircut, and glaring eyes. Even though he was seated at the restaurant, there was no food before him, he just leaned against the chair, spitting out toxic ink like an ugly octopus. Dorian recognized him, Caden, Professor Wisdom's student. After Wisdom was sent for treatment due to mental issues, the male merman named Kane had been placed under Caden's supervision. However, Dorian rarely interacted with him and didn't understand why Caden was suddenly picking a fight. Take it literally, bastard son of a whore. Caden stood up, revealing a mocking smile toward Dorian. You motherfucker, say that again. Dorian threw his meal tray and suitcase carelessly onto a nearby table and moved forward toward Caden. The hum in the dining room grew louder, the long-suppressed noise finally finding its outlet. The diners twisted their heads to look this way, whispering among themselves. Hey buddy, David blocked Caden before Dorian even reached him. I don't know what your problem is, but if something is wrong with your brain, I suggest you go see a doctor in the medical room. Caden completely ignored David's massive frame, sneering as he said, look at what I'm saying, are you getting fucked by him too, bitch? David's expression darkened, but he remained blocking Dorian. At this point, someone stepped forward to advise, don't mind him, his assistant died in the merman observation tank this morning. He went crazy when he found out and has been like this all day. Am I wrong? Caden suddenly shouted loud enough for everyone in the dining hall to hear, directing his words to everyone. Magamendi controls this institute, he assigns the tasks and arranges manpower. 5 mermen, he gave the most gentle one to his own son and dumped the rest of our lives onto those evil mermen. It's like we're not humans, but living rabbits used as feed, destined to be gobbled up by famished monsters. And him, Dorian, he has all the privileges in this world. What gives him the right? Whining pitifully and calling, Daddy, Caden deliberately used a nauseating childish tone, and yet receiving everything he wants, PhD, researcher status, rights over choosing a merman. He's nothing but a thief, a parasite, a leech. He doesn't even share any blood with Magamendi, his mom is just a slut. Dorian didn't let him finish. When the fist slammed into Caden's masseter muscle, Dorian suddenly felt his headache dissipate, only leaving behind a high-pitched white noise ringing in his ears. He saw Caden fall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He probably ruptured his mouth or knocked out a few teeth, but it wasn't over, not by a long shot. You listen here, you piece of trash. My achievements are mine, earned through my own capabilities, not anyone else's influence. Certainly not because of that damn old man. If you think things aren't fair, go ask Magamendi for fairness instead of throwing your foul-mouthed shit at me. Dorian sat on Caden, choking his neck while his fists continuously struck the face in front of him. And you, if you dare to utter another word against me or my mom, I'll make you regret ever coming out of the womb. People were screaming, shouting Dorian's name, but those sounds seemed distant, as if they were coming from another dimension. All Dorian could see was Caden's bloody face below him, distorting and reshaping itself into a particularly revolting one, the face of Magamendi. To hell with you. Blood. Howls. Pain. Dorian felt incredibly exhilarated, he should have done this a long time ago. I sought Mag's help, and he consoled me, saying there's nothing to worry about since Robert would cure John. Perhaps he's right, I'm just overly worried about John. We've held on for a year, and if we give up now, all our efforts will lose their meaning. John, my John, why do you treat me like this? I don't understand, I haven't done anything wrong. If it weren't for Mag's comfort, I don't know if I could have kept going. Last night was a mistake. Damn it, I drank way too much. Although Mag promised he wouldn't tell anyone about our absurd behavior last night, but for heaven's sake, why does this happen to me? How can I face John? John is finally recovered. Although he still doesn't talk much, he no longer resists my approach. God, he seems even more handsome now. Every time his grey-blue eyes look at me, I blush uncontrollably. Oh God, I love him so much. We're back in the honeymoon phase. I don't understand why Mag insists on clinging to me. We clearly agreed to fix that mistake from the past. Now we're just friends and colleagues, I need to have a proper conversation with him. Alright, I should be firmer, but Mag. I didn't expect that he had feelings for me before John came along. Love is such an inexplicable thing, uncontrollable by anyone. Plus, he helped me pay off my university loans, how could I not feel grateful? But this is going to be the last time I interact with him in this way. Shit. John found out, it's all Mag's fault. He's getting increasingly over the line, doing these things in front of John. What should I do? Maybe I really need to confess to John, but what if he doesn't forgive me? God, I can't lose him. God. Why did this happen? I swear I only went to Mag's room to break things off with him, but suddenly he lunged at me, pinning me down on the bed. I was terrified and couldn't react fast enough. Why was John here? He must have been tracking me. He knows now, he knows everything. Blood, everywhere. He's going to kill Mag. I need to stop him, I have to stop him. So I grabbed the antique vase from Mag's bedside table, supposedly centuries old, and smashed it on John's head. He's not dead though, I bet he's just unconscious. But Mag, oh God. Mag pulled out a laser gun and shot through his heart. We should surrender ourselves, we deserve punishment. I knew this, but when Mag suggested finding a way to dispose of John's body, I didn't refuse. Maybe I'm truly possessed by a demon. Mag has gone out to get boxes and tools. He plans to cut up the body and put it in a box, throwing it into the sea. I'm so scared, extremely frightened. The cold fear grips me like tendrils of ice, and I can't stop shaking. I don't dare stay in the room either, so I sit outside the door trembling. Thankfully, it's deep midnight now, and a heavy rainstorm is raging outside. Robert and Rav are sound asleep in their respective rooms. Dorian didn't know why he suddenly imagined scenes from Ivanova's diary at this moment. It felt as if his soul had drifted into another dimension. He floated above the ceiling, coldly witnessing everything that happened 30 years ago inside that small house. He saw his mother curled up outside the door, sobbing silently, while Magamendi appeared as if crawling straight out of hell. His entire body was drenched in blood, carrying a large box and a steel saw. Don't worry, darling, everything will be fine. He soothingly reassured the woman on the brink of collapse, then pushed open the door with great effort, but froze immediately like a statue. Mag? What's wrong? You're scaring me. Ivanova hugged herself tightly, her whole body trembling violently. Like a malfunctioning inferior robot, she controlled her limbs mechanically, slowly turning her head toward the room. The horrifying sight of blood spread across the floor greeted her. But that was all. John's corpse was gone. No one knows what happened, not even Mag and I. We're certain John was already shot through the heart, there was no heartbeat or breathing. I personally confirmed it. But somehow, he just disappeared. Mag lied to everyone, saying that the three of us were discussing collected data during the night when suddenly we were attacked by a merman. John protected me and was taken away by the merman. Sounds ridiculous, right? This villa isn't directly by the sea, why would a merman break into a human home through the window and attack? Laughable, isn't it? False. Well, I thought we were done for. Robert and Rav looked at us like murderers, they had already called the police. But, ha 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 ha, oh God. Oh Satan. Oh see God. A week later, the police found a highly decayed corpse under some rocks near the beach, a corpse with brown hair and a white fish tail. A merman's corpse. Dorian. Dorian. Calm down. You're going to kill him. David's panicked face abruptly appeared in his line of sight. Dorian's soul snapped back into place in an instant, and he blankly stared at Caden below him, who was now barely recognizable. He glanced at his own bloodied fist. Are you alright? David asked worriedly. Someone took the opportunity to drag Caden away. Dorian staggered to his feet. He looked around at the terrified faces and finally realized that he had almost killed Caden. Sorry, I need to go. Dorian grabbed his suitcase and stormed out of the dining room in large strides. Chapter 24. After taking a hot shower, Dorian finally regained his lost sanity, and his headache lessened. He was even able to calmly treat the abrasions on his knuckles while listening to Magmendi lecture him over the communication device. That was truly unacceptable this time, that boy nearly lost his life. Dorian, I admit I didn't fulfill my duties as a father, but I always thought you were a well-behaved child, so I gave you everything you wanted. But how do you repay me? By killing people in the lab. Dorian carelessly poured alcohol onto his wound, causing an intense burning pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He insulted my mom and me. That's no excuse for such violence. Magmendi seemed to sigh, he suffered a major shock. His deputy was lured by a mermaid last night and voluntarily opened the electric fence, jumping into the observation tank. Naturally, he became the mermaid's meal. Caden was the first one to discover it, terrified by the pool of blood and limbs. And so what? Turning all the researchers into specimens, isn't that your goal? However, Dorian was very clear-minded now. He didn't intend to waste time arguing with Magmendi and simply made a non-committal Dorian, don't be dismissive with me. Don't think I don't know about your private antics. Father's patience has its limits, and if you cross the line again, I will consider transferring your little mermaid to someone else. You dare. Even though Dorian was trying hard to control his temper, his anger still flared up instantly. Hearing Dorian's reaction, composure and ease returned to Magmendi's tone, this has nothing to do with courage, my son. I have every right to do this. Reflect on yourself properly in the rest area. Dorian threw the bandage roll and his personal terminal violently onto the bed. Fuck. He paced back and forth in anger in the room several times. No, 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 that old man just wants to provoke me, so he can enjoy seeing me humiliated again. Dorian flipped all his wet hair backward and quickly opened his suitcase. Seeing the leather-bound notebook inside calmed him down considerably. He sighed in relief, holding the diary and leaning against the bed. Yes, he had stolen his mother's diary, and no one had discovered it yet. Otherwise, Ivanova would have come to question him already. Perhaps Ivanova would never realize she'd lost the diary. Dorian could bet she wouldn't open the cabinet, just as she wouldn't want to relive those past memories. This might also explain why she had locked herself in the prayer room for all these years. The notion of God is only a facade. Her real confession object was this diary, and the John who kept dying repeatedly in its pages. Frankly speaking, Dorian had no feelings toward John and wasn't angry enough to avenge him just because of a diary, but the diary was filled with too much enigmatic mystery. Dorian couldn't describe the immense impact it left on him after reading it. He could even empathize with Ivanova's breakdown. There was only one thing absolutely clear: Magmendi deserved to go to hell. Ivanova might not be entirely innocent, but Magmendi had to go to hell. Dorian clutched the diary tightly in his hand as if it were the key to success. Dorian knew very well that it could only come out at the most opportune moment. If it were used as a weapon prematurely, it would be useless paper, producing no effect and not convincing anyone. Therefore, it should be like the last snowflake before an avalanche or the final straw that broke the camel's back. Dorian stood up and took out John's mermaid journal from the drawer, placing it next to Ivanova's diary. Now they combined into a complete story. But the earlier part of the story still belonged to the realm of scientific materialism, whereas the latter half completely turned into a horror story. No one embellishes their language too much in a diary. Dorian believed Ivanova wrote down what she saw, if her mental state was stable at the time. Still, the strange epidemic in Robin Town, the eerie treatment methods in the hospital, John's abnormality, his missing corpse, the conveniently appearing remains of the mermaid, none of these phenomena could be scientifically explained. Was Dorian really expected to believe the nonsense told by this couple in their interviews? Back then, the three of us were in the room discussing our next research plan. We had been in this town for almost 2 years, we interviewed the locals, surveyed the terrain and waters, and even spent over half a month at sea on a boat. But we gained nothing. I thought it was time to give up, but John persuaded us to persist. That night there was a heavy rainstorm, with lightning flashing across the sky from time to time. No one paid attention to that window until the mermaid broke through it and pounced on Ivanova. My God, I was so scared then. I didn't know what to do and nearly got killed by the mermaid. Luckily, John shot the mermaid. They fought fiercely, causing utter chaos, and then the mermaid took him away, leaving behind only bloodstains all over the place. These were Magmendi's exact words during the interview, muttered while he wiped his tears with a handkerchief. Dorian endured his nausea as he reviewed these lines several times. There were numerous doubts surrounding this account. Anyone with even an ounce of reason wouldn't believe such a tale. Yet, coincidentally, the body of the mermaid appeared, providing solid evidence for this bizarre story. However, if Magmendi was lying, then where did John's body go? Was there truly a mermaid that entered the house, carried off and ate John's corpse, and then unfortunately met its end on Robintown's beach? No one knew. Not until later when Robintown was swallowed by the sea did the police fail to find John's body. Afterward, Dorian searched for photos related to the world's first mermaid news, managing to get uncensored versions. It couldn't be denied that the corpse had rotted severely, its face was unrecognizable, covered in wounds all over, and even its long fish tail teemed with maggots. Only the faint traces of white scales could suggest it belonged to a mermaid. Today, the skeleton of this mermaid is placed in the New Era Marine Biology Exhibition Hall, allowing people to directly retrieve its 3D holographic projection on their terminals. From just looking at the upper body, a mermaid seemed no different from a human, yet below the pelvis, there were no leg bones but instead a long whip-like bone similar to a snake's spine, extending naturally without any artificial modifications. It was indeed the remains of a mermaid. Undoubtedly, Dorian lost sleep once again that night, though he did drift in and out of dreams at certain moments. In those dreams, he believed he'd made some discovery, but upon waking, his mind was blank except for a lingering impression of himself as a fish swimming leisurely in the ocean. Now, it's 7:30 in the morning, and Dorian has been futilely lying in bed for a while longer. Until, finally, a robot delivered his breakfast. As you might guess, he angered Magmendi, earning himself 3 days of confinement. For these 3 days, he couldn't leave this cursed little rest room or see his mischievous mermaid companion, truly an ordeal. During these 3 days, Dorian missed the discussions of the mermaid research group. Even if he had been present, he would have probably daydreamed throughout. Indeed, Magmendi hadn't issued Dorian any new instructions since then. Thus, Dorian's task likely remained, observe, damn it, just observe. Yet, Dorian noticed something extremely unusual, the frequent personnel changes lately, information made public on the internal network. The mermaid research group underwent the most adjustments. This was understandable. In a group experiencing constant horrifying incidents, naturally some members sought to escape. With departures came replacements, and Dorian was certain that Magmendi had implemented certain small measures, which resulted in quite a few newcomers entering the research group. He saw Weirdo Ed transferred into the Kane team. Even Dorian's own laboratory experienced changes, though this was because Rose was leaving for school soon. Starting next week, she'd hand over her work to someone new. Dorian wasn't particularly interested in this newcomer, all he wanted now was to know exactly what happened in the mermaid research group during his absence. Specifically, how did the mermaids lure humans? Through their legendary songs? Eyes? Beauty? Tails? Or some form of special psychic attack? Dorian trapped in the rest room could do nothing and was cut off from information. Of course, Dorian had sent a communication request to David the very day the meeting concluded. However, upon hearing Dorian's inquiries related to mermaid research, David said, "I'm sorry, Dorian. I signed a contract. Actually, I guess everyone except you signed it. We cannot discuss mermaids with anyone outside our own lab. I didn't ask you to leak data about Eve. I'm just asking how the unlucky bastard died." Dorian was genuinely getting angry. "I'm sorry, really, I am so sorry. I know you've helped me a lot, but I really need this money. Damn it to hell." Dorian gritted his teeth and cut off the communication. Chapter 25. At the Ocean Research Institute, there were no seasons, and no distinction between day and night. The indoor temperature was automatically set at the most comfortable 22 degrees Celsius for the human body. The humidity was also constantly maintained at 50%. The lighting could be adjusted, the scenes could be selected at will, and if you were willing to pay, you could even have an AI virtual character strip dance in front of you. Despite all this ultimate comfort, it couldn't change the fact that you were living in a prison of about 10 square meters. Dorian had been under house arrest for 3 days. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he felt mentally exhausted, his will almost withered. However, there was some good news, he had finally managed to adjust his mindset. Some things weren't something to be resolved in a short time, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. So, he stopped having insomnia, and most of these 3 days were spent catching up on sleep. On the day he was finally able to go back to work, Dorian got up early. For the first time, he carefully styled his hair in front of the mirror into a very cool look, and even sprayed some perfume, though he couldn't remember who gave it to him as a Christmas gift. The man in the mirror looked radiant, exuding the charm of a male creature in perfect condition. Dorian was quite satisfied with himself. And whenever he thought of seeing Sylvie soon, waves of anticipation began to rise in his heart. But as Dorian headed to the F-Zone lab, he still felt influenced by the heavy atmosphere around him. Colleagues passing by were rushing, looking weary, which made Dorian unconsciously slow down his steps. In nearly a month since the Institute had captured 5 mere people, there had already been 2 deaths, and countless researchers had developed mental problems. Even if Dorian couldn't obtain research data from the other mere people, the half-severed arm lying in a pool of blood, Professor Wisdom gone mad, and some researchers eaten by the mere people, all evidence pointed to their ferocity, brutality, and horror. But Dorian didn't feel a bit of it, rather, his steps toward the laboratory remained light-hearted. His own lab was like an oasis in a desert, or a patch of green land blooming with lilies and sweetheart herbs in the middle of a swamp. Sylvie was obedient and well-behaved, offering him pearls, blowing bubbles, and even wagging her tail to dance. Aside from the slight unpleasant friction during their first encounter, Sylvie was practically like the third pet kept in Dorian's home. Dorian even doubted whether Sylvie belonged to the same species as the other mere people. Identity verified, Dr. Dorian. Welcome back to the laboratory. The AI system opened the door to the lab, and Dorian entered somewhat distractedly. However, the next second, he froze in place due to the explosive scene before his eyes. Oh. Owen. I've missed you so much. Rose. The only 2 assistants in Dorian's lab were tightly entwined beside the desk, passionately kissing each other. Rose's white lab coat had been pulled down halfway, hanging awkwardly in her arms like lingerie, revealing her naked, smooth shoulders and back. She wore nothing underneath but a tank top and hot pants. Worse still, a certain test subject inside the observation tank was staring with its big blank eyes at their adult-rated kissing performance without blinking. What the hell are you 2 doing? Dorian approached with a dark expression, almost tripping over a chair along the way. The sharp metallic clanging finally woke the young couple from their passion-induced stupor. Sorry. Doctor. We just haven't seen each other for too long. Owen hurriedly tidied Rose's clothes while reaching for the glasses on the table. Due to his nervousness, he accidentally knocked them off, where they were then stepped on by Rose, breaking the lens frame. Get out. This is a laboratory. If you want to mess around, get the fuck out of here. Dorian swore he was actually a very kind-tempered person, and certainly wouldn't become jealous like a red-eyed old bachelor because of watching young assistants fall in love in front of him. But Sylvie was watching. That damn merperson was watching. Doctor, Rose revealed a pitiful expression. Dorian glared at her, out. Immediately. The 2 assistants scurried away timidly, leaving Dorian standing before the observation tank, speechless like a parent discovering their child watching porn for the first time. In these 10 days, Owen had taken good care of Sylvie. Her injuries had almost healed, leaving only faint pink scars behind. Her aquarium was full of lively little creatures. Dorian even noticed some unfamiliar new members. Well, as long as Sylvie liked it, that was fine. It's been a while, little one. Dorian tried to relieve his own embarrassment, knowing it was unnecessary. The courtship process of mere people must be different from that of humans. He wouldn't understand what just happened between Rose and Owen. He watched out of curiosity, and even if he understood the meaning of their actions, so what? Couples kissing was normal, and based on Sylvie's bones, she was undoubtedly an adult mermaid. An adult mermaid watching adult human couples kiss wasn't a problem. It was already the 24th century, freedom to love. Dorian thought he himself had overreacted. In just 2 or 3 short seconds, Dorian had already successfully calmed his fragile heart. He was finally able to digest the impact of what he had just seen, intending to get close with his merperson. But at this moment, Dorian witnessed something unforgettable, a horrifying scene. Sylvie, that 3.6-meter-long deep-sea predator, lay on the other side of the tank's transparent glass, sticking out her long, forked tongue like a water snake. On the glass near Dorian, she slowly licked it with intense focus, allowing Dorian to clearly see the moment when her saliva left a mark on the glass before blending into the tank solution. Dorian's pupils instantly dilated as immense confusion and bewilderment washed over him. He couldn't understand why the merperson suddenly began to desecrate the glass. Yes, Dorian had to use the word desecrate. Because Sylvie's movements were excessively sensual, the tongue continuously rolling and twisting on the glass as though the area reflecting Dorian's figure had been coated in honey. The next second, Dorian realized. Sylvie was imitating Owen and Rose's kissing scene. She was trying to French kiss Dorian through the glass. Stop. Stop it right now. This was far more shocking than walking in on his assistant's kiss. Moreover, since Dorian was standing very close to the tank, the sudden appearance of Sylvie's tongue felt like it was actually licking his face. Fueled by shame and anger, Dorian grabbed a thick stack of files from the table and threw it at the enchanted merperson in the tank. You damn perverted fish. Stop it. However, Sylvie's greatest hobby was watching Dorian get flustered. The more angry or emotionally volatile Dorian became, the more excited she grew, her hair like tentacles moving violently in the water. Whenever Dorian blocked a portion of the glass with the file, Sylvie quickly turned her head toward another direction, continuing to lick the glass. Dorian moved the file up, down, left, and right multiple times following her motions, nearly driven mad by frustration. Fuck. After several such rounds, Dorian was exhausted and enraged. One hand propped against his waist, while the other clutched the files tightly, glaring viciously at the bastard merperson inside the tank. Look at her now, not only did she know how to lick the glass, but her pinklet tail started wriggling sensually against the glass as well. Dorian didn't want to know the exact meaning behind this action, all he wanted was to beat Owen black and blue. Damn it, why was this merperson's learning ability so strong? Fortunately, Dorian interrupted those two assistants' little escapade. Had he come later, who knows what terrible skill this merperson would have learned. Wait. Hold on. Learning ability? After failing to receive a response from Dorian, Sylvie gradually lost interest in showing off. She appeared somewhat disheartened, her hair tentacles fell back behind her, and her tail also drooped as she slowly sank to the bottom of the tank. She didn't understand why Dorian had stopped interacting with her, leaving her sad as she rested her forehead against the glass and used her finger to draw circles on it. No, those weren't random circles. They were the letter S, the first letter of Sylvie's name. Dorian's eyes widened step by step, and his chest began to rise and fall sharply due to excitement. Owen, Rose. Dorian shouted. Realizing he was alone in the lab, he hastily called both of them. What are you two playing at? Why leave your posts during work hours without permission? Now, immediately, get back to the lab. Chapter 26. Are you sure, Dorian? I know your passion for mermaids, but I must remind you that close interaction will inevitably increase the risk of being attacked by a mermaid. You must take this into account. In the director's office, Magmundi's expression was very serious, his tone harder than usual, as if he truly cared about Dorian's life. I know, but risks come with rewards, don't they? Dorian provocatively looked down at his stepfather sitting behind the desk. I don't believe other labs haven't had similar ideas. Mermaids, with their body structures, inherently possess human intelligence and the brute strength of beasts. If humans can communicate with chimpanzees to some extent, then naturally they could establish contact with mermaids. The only problem is that mermaids are brutal in nature, cannot be tamed, and lack submissiveness. Any attempt at communication would probably be terminated violently by the mermaid. But Sylvie is different. Sylvie, I know, she really is a good child. Magmundi's eyes were brown, sometimes appearing rust red under certain angles, much like the color of old machinery leaking oil after malfunctioning. Dorian almost heard the creaks of schemes forming in his mind. But no matter what Magmundi planned, Dorian did not want to miss this opportunity. That's right, Dorian agreed, deliberately softening his attitude. So far, she hasn't shown any signs of aggression. Moreover, I accidentally discovered her incredible learning ability. I believe that attempting close interaction with Sylvie is feasible and extremely valuable for research. Dorian naturally didn't mention the restricted chaos earlier that morning, he only said that Sylvie had learned to spell the letter S on the glass. After listening, Magmundi remained silent for a while, his hands crossed over his fatty belly, thumbs tapping rhythmically. Clearly, he was contemplating something. Fortunately, he didn't make Dorian wait too long. Alright, I agree, but there are two conditions. Figures. Dorian raised an eyebrow. Speak. Magmundi slightly tilted his chin upward, giving Dorian a look filled with pressure. Firstly, given the risky nature of mermaids, you will be responsible for any subsequent casualties. In short, if your assistant gets injured or dies because of this, I'll terminate the project immediately and revoke your authority to study mermaids. Dorian suppressed the volcano ready to erupt inside him and gritted his teeth, nodding. Fine. What's the second condition? This time, Magmundi relaxed back into his chair, operating on the holographic computer before him. The second is just a fallback agreement. If any new directions emerge in mermaid research, you will have to prioritize cooperating with the Institute's projects. Dorian did not know what these new mermaid research directions entailed, but he currently had no power to say no. Deal. The moment Dorian spoke, a digital contract appeared on his personal terminal. He verified his irises in front of Magmundi, signed the contract, and walked away without looking back. Once granted upper-level approval, everything became smoother. Dorian obtained all the equipment and experimental sites he wanted. Dorian gained access to a new lab next door, though renovations would take time. Currently, Dorian wasn't overly concerned since a series of tests, focused on mermaid intelligence, still needed to be conducted before actual close interaction. Intelligence testing is a fairly lengthy process, examining various capabilities such as observational skills, memory, imagination, analytical judgment, thinking capacity, adaptability, among others. This kind of testing resembles experiments conducted centuries ago to evaluate animal intelligence. Dorian spent more than 2 months conducting a variety of experiments, all results proving that mermaids were much smarter than imagined. Sylvie could accurately and quickly find the tropical fish that had swum past Dorian the day before out of tens of thousands of tropical fish, remember over 100 simulations of mermaid swimming postures and replicate them, complete mazes brilliantly, delay reaction tests, and various comprehensive cognitive tests usually reserved for primates. What surprised Dorian most was how Sylvie could rapidly understand his instructions and even predict the content of upcoming tests through the surrounding environment. This mermaid displayed exceptionally high levels of intelligence and cooperation. She tirelessly completed one dull experiment after another without showing any negative emotions. Dorian almost couldn't detect any signs of fatigue from her. At times, Dorian would have the illusion that he, outside the tank, was actually the one being observed. Through repeated trials, Sylvie deduced the behavior most satisfying to Dorian and replicated it on a large scale to elicit the response he wanted. Still, the entire process was incredibly enjoyable. Dorian had to admit that he experienced some of the same pleasure in these tests as training a little puppy. After each test, as a reward for Sylvie, Dorian would feed sardines into the observation tank. Although Sylvie wasn't picky, multiple observations had shown that he preferred small sardines. And Sylvie, this giant and ferocious-looking marine predator, would gaze at Dorian expectantly with his big, adorable white eyes. Believe it or not, Dorian honestly thought he saw in Sylvie's eyes the dependence and affection of a pet for its owner. Moreover, over these 2 months, Dorian and Sylvie had developed some secret little signals unique to them. For instance, when Sylvie efficiently cooperated so that they completed the tests ahead of schedule and Dorian obtained perfect data, he would lightly tap his knuckles against the glass and then spell out the letter S. For some reason, these actions excited Sylvie more than the sardines. He would wildly spin around in the water, throwing pearls he didn't know had produced towards the electrified grid, and if Dorian didn't stop him, he'd repeatedly lick the glass where Dorian had spelled out the letter. Of course, there were occasional accidents. Once, Sylvie broke down barriers Dorian had set up in the maze to create an exit in pursuit of speed. Or sometimes, after receiving rewards, Sylvie became too excited to continue with the following experiment steps. In such cases, Dorian would draw an X on the glass. After a few times, Sylvie understood this symbol represented refusal and punishment, at which point he would show obvious disappointment, sometimes even refusing to cooperate further. Of course, this was extremely rare. Strictly speaking, it only happened once. Dorian remembered it clearly. It was when he gave a pearl Sylvie had tossed out of the electric grid to Rose. Yes, very carelessly, right in front of Sylvie. The outcome was predictable. Sylvie got incredibly angry. His hair-like tentacles exploded outward, his tail turned dark gray, he churned the water in the tank until it became murky, and he even threw turtles at Dorian like playing tennis, slapping them with his tail against the glass in front of Dorian. The poor little thing tightly retracted its head and limbs, sliding down the glass. Now it wasn't just a pillow for the mermaid but also an innocent punching bag. But come on. Dorian already had a pile of these shiny little things in his break room. What harm could come from giving one to a hard-working assistant? Since then, however, Dorian acted much more cautiously. Finally, as the northern hemisphere began to feel a distinct autumn chill, the new lab next door was ready. There, Dorian would soon experience close interaction with the mermaid. Chapter 27. To be honest, before this day arrived, Dorian was somewhat nervous, though he never showed it to anyone. In fact, he had to display sufficient confidence to everyone around him because no one believed in his plan. At the very least, Dorian had to have unwavering faith in himself, even though he did indeed have some concerns. A significant part of these concerns came from the advice of those around him, like David and Mrs. Akisuo. Dorian ran into David one day on his way to the psychological counseling room. At the time, his face looked slightly swollen, and he seemed lethargic as he was heading to the medical room to pick up some sleeping pills. David wasn't eager to explain his condition much, but he expressed great doubt about Dorian's plan. "I advise you to think it over again, my friend. Mere people are far from being as friendly as you imagine," David said. Though he didn't know the specifics of Dorian's research plan, it was impossible for the renovations of the new lab to escape the notice of the colleagues next door. Dorian raised an eyebrow. "But the person who needs sleeping pills isn't me, is it?" Next was Mrs. Akisuo. She even had Dorian fill out some evaluation forms to confirm his mental state. With resignation, Dorian cooperated with her. "I've already said this, I'm perfectly fine." Even after confirming the results of those tests, Mrs. Akisuo still appeared deeply worried. "I know no one can sway your decision, and I fully support your ideas, but promise me one thing, please be sure to stay safe." "Of course," Dorian replied. Yet, deep down, that couldn't really be guaranteed. The new laboratory was completely remodeled according to Dorian's requirements. In this lab, the space required by humans and mere people was split evenly, separated by a special composite glass panel. To allow sound transmission, the upper half of the glass had numerous small holes, while the lower half remained sealed to retain some seawater, allowing the merperson to keep half of their body submerged and hydrated while standing upright. This meant no electric grids, no restraints. Aside from the invisible ground shock device, the only thing that could stop the merperson from attacking at the first moment was the rather fragile glass panel, which could easily break if the merperson so desired, and the sometimes faulty smart metal collar around his neck. The holes on the glass designed for transmitting sound undoubtedly also provided convenience for a potential psychic attack through sound, though this was merely Dorian's conjecture. Despite Sylvie's excellent behavior over the past 3 months, Dorian couldn't deny that this was a dangerous and unpredictable attempt. Mrs. Akisuo, David, Rose, Owen, all the people familiar to Dorian tried to persuade him at least to add a row of laser beams opposite the tank. These weapons would immediately cut the merperson into pieces of sashimi once danger was detected. No. Dorian firmly rejected these suggestions. The merperson can sense it, he's not stupid. He knows those flashing red dots represent lethal weapons. I want him to feel safe. I believe our communication should be comfortable and relaxed, it shouldn't be built on suspicion and coercion. My goal isn't to force the mere people to obey human commands. If possible, I hope to teach him human language for equal exchanges between the species. Dorian knew this sounded idealistic, but if humans could one day truly communicate with mere people, they might uncover secrets behind anomalies such as the rising seawater levels and the sudden resurrection of prehistoric sea monsters. And, most importantly, there was a question Dorian longed to ask. Why are you here? To ensure the safety of other personnel, Dorian sent both assistants outside to the monitoring room. Their job was only to focus on safety issues, lock the door after Dorian entered the lab and, in case of danger, open the lock immediately to let Dorian out before locking again. The defensive capability of this metal door could rival that of the Institute's main gate. It was the only safeguard Dorian had left for himself. Dorian made a final check of the equipment in the merperson chat room and turned to the two assistants behind him. Everything's fine here too. Go ahead outside, and if Sylvie decides she wants to eat me, remember to open the door for me. He intentionally lightened the tense atmosphere with a touch of humor. I know I probably shouldn't say this right now, but... Rose kept fiddling with a piece of her curled hair, a new unconscious habit she developed recently. For certain personal reasons she wouldn't disclose, her semester had been postponed, so she was still working as Dorian's assistant. My roommate lasted only 2 days last week at the neighboring Kane team before deciding to quit. I don't know how our study differs, but according to her, the mere people are extremely wicked and dangerous. Dorian looked her over from head to toe. Rose had recently lost interest in grooming herself. She no longer wore makeup or dressed in revealing yet uncomfortable clothes that accentuated her figure. Instead, she now wore unremarkable long sleeves and pants. Thank you for the reminder, but as you can see, he's been quite obedient these past few months. Dorian would never abandon the research at this critical moment, though he didn't mind granting the young woman a bit of patience and reassurance. As for Rose's concerns, Dorian had indeed heard rumors about recent abnormalities in other mere people research teams. It was unclear what they were doing exactly, but it was rumored some researchers went to the medical room for treatment of ear ringing and dizziness. However, compared to certain cases of bloody murder, these issues seemed as trivial as scratches from a kitten. Rose, on the other hand, had been acting strange recently. Her usual youthful vitality had disappeared at some point. Dorian had felt guilty about it before, believing Rose's gloom stemmed from his revelation of Owen's scandal with another man. After all, no matter how strong a young woman might be, facing infidelity, and worse, with a man, must make one feel anything but cheerful, especially when the person involved was someone she had to see every day. It wasn't until Dorian noticed that Owen and Rose still came and left together every day, playing little couples games in the cafeteria like feeding each other, that he realized something else must be going on. Fine then. Dorian respected her decision. But if it wasn't an emotional issue, what could be causing Rose's listlessness? First, Dorian ruled out any influence Sylvie might have had on her. After all, Dorian himself was the one who interacted with the mermaid most frequently, and he showed no abnormalities, nor did Owen, right? Dorian turned his gaze toward Owen and noticed the obvious dark circles under his eyes. It was only then that Dorian suddenly realized he had been so focused on the merman these past months that he often overlooked the people around him. When conducting tests with Sylvie, he sometimes forgot whether he had eaten or not. How could he find time to notice others? Upon closer inspection, both of his assistants seemed somewhat depressed. Are you too tired recently? Maybe I should give you both a vacation. Dorian examined Owen and Rose. Owen breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Finally, Dorian had noticed this issue. Since Magmandy approved Dorian's research direction, for 2.5 whole months, they hadn't taken a single day off. After entering the lab at 9 o'clock in the morning, leaving the metal prison was almost impossible without divine intervention. He and Rose no longer hoped for timely departures, they just wanted to go to bed before midnight. Owen still couldn't understand why Dorian remained so energetic after sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a day. He even suspected Dorian had implanted a robotic chip in his brain. Of course, Dorian couldn't hear his assistant's mental complaints, but he glanced at the terminal clock. I think it's about time we bring the merman in. During lunch break, I'll plan our schedule next. If everything goes smoothly, the vacation will be next week. Dorian noticed Owen's shoulders slumping dramatically and gave in reluctantly. All right, tomorrow. You'll get 1 day of rest tomorrow. Praise God. Long live the vacation. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Owen was almost in tears, fearing that Dorian might change his mind, and hastily dragged Rose into the monitoring room. In no time, the special chat room for close communication with the merman was tightly sealed. Dorian pressed a switch on the intelligent system embedded in the glass, opening a passage about 1.5 meters wide on the metallic wall to the right inside the glass. The first thing to rush through was blue liquid. This was specially processed seawater-like nutrient solution from Sylvie's tank in the adjacent room. Yes, the laboratory was directly connected to Sylvie's water tank through a narrow pipe opening. When the researcher activated the switch, the space between the two areas opened up, allowing Sylvie to swim freely from the tank to the conversation room Dorian had prepared for her. Sylvie, kid, come over. Dorian called through the glass. Without any forewarning, Sylvie didn't know where the suddenly open passage led to, but Dorian believed he would quickly approach upon hearing his voice. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, Sylvie swam through the channel, flapping her tail toward Dorian the moment she saw him. Dorian resisted the impulse to step back and stood his ground as Sylvie lunged forward like a large lizard and stuck firmly to the glass, emitting sharp dolphin-like cries at him. Even though Sylvie only used half of his tail to support his body, his height of over 2 meters and robust physique still exuded an intense presence. In the monitoring room, Rose had screamed when the merman lunged forward a moment ago. However, Dorian thought that if one looked long enough, it wouldn't seem so terrifying. Compared to other giant marine creatures, the merpeople were not particularly large, even appearing small and cute by comparison. If not for safety concerns, Dorian would have liked to touch the merman's head at this point, perhaps encouraging him to rub his head against humans like a beluga whale as a sign of friendliness. Do you like it here? Or do you prefer staying in the tank next door? Dorian smiled and tapped on the glass with his knuckles. I'm not sure which way makes you more comfortable, but being here makes our interaction easier, don't you think? Sylvie couldn't understand him, of course. He simply gazed at Dorian, pressing his forehead and palms against the glass while his tail continuously flapped up and down, creating ripples in the water. Dorian knew he was acting playful. You're impossible. Dorian shook his head with a smile, unaware that his grey-blue eyes sparkled like the shimmering waves on a summer sea. A few small sardines were dropped into the water through the feeding hole. These were little treats Dorian sent Sylvie's way, a little gift for meeting. I guess you'll like them. Sylvie never took his eyes off Dorian. He quietly waited for the unlucky ones to come too close before abruptly grabbing their tails with his claw, eating the sardines much like a human enjoying fries. However, Sylvie didn't swallow immediately. He let the sardine's tail protrude from his mouth, teasingly flicking it with his tongue while keeping his body pressed firmly against the glass in front of Dorian. Dorian didn't know what he was trying to imply, but something about it felt inappropriate. Squinting slightly, he drew an X on the glass. Eat it, Sylvie. Don't play with your food. The merman gave a dissatisfied expression before angrily swallowing the little treat. Just a harmless little episode. Afterward, Sylvie remained completely cooperative, completing all the instructions Dorian gave him without hesitation. It seemed he had adapted well to this lab, allowing Dorian to finally feel relieved. Perhaps because of the frequent testing recently, some anomalies appeared in Sylvie's physical condition. His appetite had decreased slightly, his average sleep time reduced by about half an hour, and sometimes he'd wake up randomly in the middle of the night, swimming around in the tank and disturbing the rest of the other aquatic residents. Still, judging from all the equipment's monitoring data, and considering how enthusiastically Sylvie wagged his tail toward Dorian, it might not be a serious issue after all. Chapter 28. Familiar blue, once again. Dorian knew he was in the sea. He heard the subtle sounds of flowing seawater and the long, deep calls of whales. Dorian. Dorian thought slowly. When he realized someone was calling his name, he suddenly noticed that he was wrapped up. He felt like he had become a pearl inside a clam, lying on a soft foot. But when he reached out to touch, all he found was smooth skin and firm muscles. Then Dorian understood, he was simply being held. Following the knotted muscle lines, he first touched a broad shoulder, then a narrow waist, and finally a highly elevated buttock, covered with cool scales and soft fins. For some reason, Dorian instantly judged that the creature with this fiery figure could only be Sylvie. Dorian. The voice suddenly appeared extremely close to his ear, and Dorian woke up in an instant. In the second moment after regaining consciousness, Dorian quickly lifted the covers to look at his lower body. A sudden burst of cursing erupted in the cramped restroom, followed by chaotic footsteps, and the bathroom door was violently opened and then rudely shut with a loud sound. The good news is, Dorian had learned to wear pants before sleeping. It was another inefficient morning. Dorian spent a long time in the bathroom, coming out as usual just wearing a towel. He was very glad he'd given his assistants a day off, so he could also get to the lab later. Yes, he hadn't taken a day off for himself. Dorian dried his hair until it was half dry, then got dressed and slipped into his lab coat, preparing to leave. Having desires because of strange dreams was not the first time, and he attributed all these physiological phenomena to work pressure. Now, he could handle relieving the lingering sensations from his dreams rather freely in the bathroom. As for those dreams, Dorian paid no attention to them. He didn't take his dreams seriously, his mind was clear. His love for merfolk would remain only in the research lab. Good morning, sweetheart. Dorian ate the sandwich in his hand for breakfast and rushed past Sylvie's tank, entering the chat room. After checking all the equipment, he let Sylvie in. Dorian knew it was against the rules. If Rose found out he was having close contact with Sylvie alone, she'd probably scream again, but Dorian wasn't worried about his own safety at all. Perhaps this was the trust built between them over the past few months. Dorian knew Sylvie wouldn't hurt him. So he really sat right in front of Sylvie, leisurely chatting with her, eating an entire sandwich. Yesterday they had only been in the chat room for less than an hour, just allowing Sylvie to adapt to the new environment. Dorian planned to stay longer today. Did you sleep well last night? Dorian liked to talk to Sylvie about topics that merfolk couldn't understand, much like how people always like to ask cats if they love them, the difference being that even if cats understood, they wouldn't respond, while Sylvie would wag her tail even though she didn't understand. I guess your answer is yes. Dorian answered the question himself. Sylvie stood before the glass using the upper part of her tail to support her body. Her wounds were completely healed, without leaving any scars, her skin smooth, her scales round and full, gleaming with luster. The water level rose above her waist, the line of water rising and falling with the sway of the waves, licking at Sylvie's perfectly sculpted abs. Her overly broad shoulders accentuated the abruptly narrowed waistline. Dorian found it hard to take his eyes off her, since human males rarely had such exaggerated physiques. Inside the research room with no third party watching, Dorian sat cross-legged on a chair, admiring the specimen in front of him until he was satisfied. Still, something was missing. Dorian thought for a short moment, then got up and went to adjust the room's lighting at the smart system interface. The indoor light gradually dimmed, resembling the dimness before dawn. Dorian waited for a few seconds, and soon Sylvie opened his third eyelid, the white nictitating membrane, revealing silvery gray eyes. He now looked fully deserving of the term, sea demon. His silver hair stuck wetly to his chest, like a veil of smoke. The merman unfurled his delicate ear fins, slightly tilting his neck and giving Dorian a very slow blink, flaunting and seducing alike. Dorian looked at Sylvie in fascination, as if some invisible force had pierced through his outer shell. At that instant, Dorian felt a strange tremor from deep within his soul. Suddenly, a low hum came through the small hole above the glass, and Sylvie began swaying her tail while humming softly. It was a strange melody, one Dorian couldn't decide whether it was pleasant or grating to the ears, it just reminded him of whales calling out for their companions. This was, however, an incredibly valuable set of audio data. Dorian remained silent, letting the merman's song be as fully recorded as possible by the lab's recording equipment. But after waiting in vain for Dorian's response for quite some time, the merman lost interest in singing and pressed his head against the glass, looking down at Dorian with drooping eyelids, appearing deeply disheartened, and perhaps a little bit angry. "Oh, come on, sing me another tune." Dorian attempted to win him over with some small sardines, but it failed. Sylvie swatted all the snacks away with his tail, splashing them against the walls. So Dorian pulled out a crystal-encrusted pen from his pocket, trying to divert the merman's attention. "Hey, do you like this?" The merman's eyes were indeed caught by it, and he came closer, resting on the glass while staring intently at that pen. Dorian had never thought this shoddy piece of craftsmanship, churned out by some factory assembly line, held any value, yet at this moment, because it drew the attention of such a precious merman, it made its owner feel just a little bit proud. Dorian didn't forget his mission. He tapped the pen lightly with his fingertip, causing the embedded smart screen on the glass wall to simultaneously display the word, pen. "Pen, this is a pen, do you like it?" The merman shifted his gaze toward Dorian's face, as if he didn't understand what Dorian was saying. Dorian repeated several times without any reaction from Sylvie, realizing soon that since the merfolk don't write, pen would naturally be hard for them to comprehend. So Dorian turned instead and poked Sylvie lightly with his fingertip through the air. "Sylvie, your name, Sylvie." The glass displayed the word, silver, with the AI controlling the speed at which each letter appeared so the merman could remember how to write this word, but after several repetitions, Sylvie still showed no interest despite Dorian being sure Sylvie had seen the shiny little screen on the glass wall. Maybe he should switch to easier words. No, perhaps it wasn't the vocabulary that was the issue, he needed to first make Sylvie understand his actions. Dorian felt the pressure building up. He believed it might be necessary to consult a linguist or perhaps, an animal behaviorist. He remembered reading a paper not long ago about teaching chimpanzees to type using keyboards. Maybe he should find time to have a good chat with the author of that paper. As for now, Dorian decided to give it one last try before giving up, tapping on the glass in front of Sylvie with his knuckles, then slowly spelling out the word, silver, with his fingertips. Dorian had been avoiding doing this all along because from Sylvie's perspective, what he saw would be the completely reversed writing, and that wouldn't exactly make for a good start for someone just learning a language. But at this very moment, Sylvie extended his slender fingers, tipped with thin webbing, using his sharp nails to trace the trajectory Dorian's fingertips carved across the glass, perfectly replicating a reverse-written, silver. No, you can't write it that way. Dorian started getting a hang of Sylvie's mindset, it seemed Sylvie was only interested in imitating his actions. Thus, Dorian himself followed the smart system awkwardly writing a reverse, silver, and sure enough, Sylvie kept tracing his motions on the glass. When Sylvie finished spelling out his own name completely, Dorian couldn't help but applaud for him, his relief comparable to that of a parent watching their child take their first steps. Amazing. Sylvie, you're definitely the smartest merman in the ocean. Dorian's intense emotion stirred up excitement in Sylvie, who enthusiastically wrote, Sylvie, again and again on the glass, some forward, some backward, but without doubt, every word perfectly replicated Dorian's earlier script. Yes, good job, that's it. Dorian's sense of defeat vanished instantly as he continued spelling on the glass. Dorian, my name is Dorian, see? Dorian. After completing a round of spelling, Dorian pointed to himself and waited quietly for Sylvie's action. To ensure he learned the correct word spelling, this time Dorian only wrote the mirrored version. Soon enough, under Dorian's expectant gaze, the merman spelled out Dorian's name. But upon seeing the letters forming into a word, Dorian frowned gradually. This was an exceptionally accurate yet entirely wrong spelling. Because from his side, Dorian could see the correct spelling of Dorian. Meaning Sylvie had directly conjured up in his mind the mirror image version of this word. This merman clearly knew exactly what his researcher wanted. And right at this moment. Dao, Li, En. Just like sunlight suddenly piercing through the clouds, ripples abruptly spread across the tranquil lake surface. In this tiny, silent, sea-salty laboratory, a deep, hoarse, unfamiliar male voice intruded. Dreams and reality, fantasy and truth, all elements that existed and didn't exist at once squeezed into the same space. Dorian turned to Sylvie with a mixture of alarming familiarity. Chapter 29. My God. Dorian thought he was experiencing an auditory hallucination, but soon the merman's voice sounded again. Rian. Unbelievably, Dorian tilted his head up, staring at Sylvie's throat as if trying to see through the thick neck muscles to his vocal organs. Until now, Dorian had always assumed that mermen could only emit specific calls like other marine mammals of the cetacean family. After all, so far, Dorian had never heard a merman produce any sound more complex than a hum. But he should have realized earlier, since mermen possess an upper body identical to humans and can stand upright, their vocal apparatus must be positioned perpendicular to the body axis, meaning that their respiratory tract also forms a segmented cavity in the larynx, allowing for segmented articulation of sounds between the throat and nasopharynx. This kind of segmentation is exactly what forms and develops the basis for language sounds. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled into a vortex inside Dorian's mind, and he couldn't help urging softly, once more, Sylvie, say it again. Dorian. Say, Dorian. He felt the merman's voice was somewhat familiar, as though he'd heard it somewhere before, though this must be a trick of his mind. Rian, Nyen. With each repetition, the merman's pronunciation became more proficient, but there were occasional mistakes, like a pause when pronouncing the R sound or with nasal tones mixed in, making it sound as though Dorian's name was being teased inside the merman's nose. Though possessing a deep and sensual tone like a lead baritone in an opera troupe, he spoke like a 2-year-old child, the contrast utterly absurd. Ha ha ha, my goodness, you're so cute. Dorian couldn't help laughing while holding onto the glass wall. Feeling Dorian's joy, Sylvie became even more excited. His tail began flicking at a high frequency, his hair fluttered in the air, and he kept calling out Dorian's name, spelling the sweet word both forwards and backwards on the glass, then finally licking it with his tongue. Don't do that, Sylvie, you little brat, ha ha ha. Laughing until tears streamed down his eyes, Dorian wiped them away with a hand, his stopping words sounding less like a command and more like affection. Dorian could hardly describe his current feelings, excitement surged within him like a bloated balloon pressing against his chest cavity. He wanted to rush out of the laboratory immediately, grab every passerby, and shout. Hey buddy. Guess what? My merman spoke. The merman, that mischievous little bastard with the shiny silver tail, actually spoke. I was right. Damn it, I've been right all along. Dorian paced back and forth in the room, filled with sincere gratitude toward Magmandy. He truly didn't need a strong, cunning sea predator after all. This silly little thing, Sylvie, was the best test subject, just as Dorian deserved. Next, let's think carefully. What comes next? Dorian continued doing deep breaths, trying to regain calmness. According to Dorian's plan, if everything goes smoothly, they would soon be able to engage in meaningful communication. By then, the whole world would be astounded by this discovery of Dorian's. That's right. This time Magmandy wouldn't snatch his achievements. Only Dorian could communicate with Sylvie, the merman was exclusively Dorian's experiment subject. The balloon in his chest seemed ready to explode. Dorian wanted to share this good news right away. He opened the terminal intending to inform David, Mrs. Akeso, Owen, Rose, everyone about what just happened. But in that split second before sending his messages, a subtle thought dropped silently like a silver needle onto the floor of an empty quiet room. Faintly, yet deafeningly loud. Am I really willing to let a third party know this secret? As if drenched from head to toe by a fire extinguisher, Dorian froze instantly, becoming a frosted human statue. He stopped in front of the glass wall, his gaze coldly sweeping over Sylvie. Sylvie uneasily flipped the fan-like tip of his big tail. Regaining his composure, Dorian opened a connection channel to the observation water tank. You should go rest, Sylvie. Sylvie remained unresponsive. He suddenly turned his head toward one side of Dorian, the metallic wall, seemingly sensing some strange mutation happening there. Dorian followed his gaze, it was empty, nothing there. Sylvie. This time, Sylvie moved. He turned and swam toward the passage entrance. Just before fully submerging himself in the water, he glanced back at Dorian, closing the white protective membrane covering his eyeballs. Quickly, like a python vanishing into a swamp, he departed quietly. Dorian sent a few small sardines into Sylvie's tank as a reward, then quickly came to the monitoring room. He needed to extract the part of Sylvie's song from earlier and send it to Professor Vazen, who specialized in the calls of marine animals. Since the establishment of the Merman research team, Vazen had always been responsible for this aspect. She would extract and analyze the audio of the merman, guessing at its meanings and functions. The process of selecting, copying, and extracting the audio was very simple, and Dorian operated very quickly. However, during the final confirmation stage, next to the extraction button was another option Dorian couldn't ignore, the delete button. To be honest, Dorian felt quite an impulse to press the delete button. But considering that all surveillance videos of the Institute were synchronized in real time to the cloud, deleting a single segment from the machine would be meaningless. Regretfully, Dorian dismissed this idea. In the end, everyone would know the secret of the merman. Even if there were no Dorian, someone like Dorian or Daolon would uncover the truth. Humanity always rushed forward tirelessly in the exploration of the unknown. Thinking about the huge push that merfolk might bring to the progress of human history, Dorian gave a mocking laugh at his own selfish desire for exclusive possession. After sending Sylvie's song to Vazen, Dorian himself also came to Vazen's study. Upon seeing him, Vazen welcomed him warmly and enthusiastically invited Dorian to stay for a cup of hot tea. "What's up?" Dorian stiffly accepted the cup of black tea. He didn't understand Vazen's sudden warmth, as they barely knew each other, having met only 2 or 3 times due to work since joining the Merman research group. Vazen sighed heavily and tucked her messy black long hair behind her ears. "Lord, you have no idea what I've been through." Dorian scrutinized Vazen's dull complexion and followed her lead with a question, "So, what happened?" Vazen was one of the rare Asians in the institute. She fit every stereotype that Caucasians had about Asians: single eyelids, small eyes, unguessable age, always smiling kindly, giving off the impression of being gentle yet deeply calculating despite her small frame. It seemed she knew some kind of mysterious Eastern martial arts, so no one dared to confront her directly. Vazen gave Dorian a slight gesture to wait, then played the audio Dorian had just sent her on loudspeaker. "How does it sound?" The strange merman melody echoed in the room. Dorian looked at Vazen curiously and expressed his thoughts. "It's fine." "Alright," Vazen then opened a second audio clip. "Then let's listen to this one." At the moment Vazen pressed the play button, an extremely sharp scream pierced through Dorian's eardrums. It sounded like the agonizing cry of a person enduring torture or like the helpless wail of a wild animal on the verge of death. In this nameless scream, there was also an excruciating high-pitched noise, causing not only ear pain but also dizziness and vertigo. "That's enough. Stop!" Dorian shouted at Vazen, covering his ears. The next second, the scream stopped, and silence suddenly engulfed the room. Dorian sighed in relief, angrily questioning Vazen, "What are you doing?" Vazen shrugged at him. "Every merman-related audio sent to me these past few weeks has been of this type. Now listen to the audio you sent me earlier. Can you understand my feelings now? That's simply a heavenly sound." Still hearing a buzzing in his head, Dorian immediately recalled those rumors about researchers going to the clinic to treat their ears. What's going on here? What exactly are they researching? If even you don't know, I certainly won't know the details. But one thing is certain. Vazen pulled her long hair together behind her head. Meeting Dorian's gaze, she squinted and smiled. "Compared to other research groups, your subject is undoubtedly the best taken care of." A foreboding sense of unease lashed at Dorian's heart. It was like watching a blood-stained live broadcast with parts blurred out. Sitting in the audience's seat, Dorian knew something terrible was happening, but for him at the moment, it only evoked a vague sense of bone-chilling dread. Dorian bid farewell to Vazen and walked away, heavy-hearted. Chapter 30. Dorian received some terrible revelations in Percy's lab and fell into a state of chaotic unreality once again. Every time Dorian learned about any negative information regarding the mermaids through various channels, he would fall into such an emotional state. He felt lost, anxious, and overwhelmed, walking on the hellish path filled with thorns and blood that everyone spoke of, yet reaping roses and sunshine along the way. What a strange feeling this was. However, Dorian quickly analyzed his emotions. Currently, his greatest source of unease stemmed from the vastly different experiences he had researching the mermaids compared to others in the mermaid research group. Humans are social animals, and when an individual's thoughts and actions diverge from the rest of the group, they will feel pressured. But this couldn't mean that Dorian was wrong. He firmly believed that his research direction on mermaids was absolutely correct. So, what caused the differing results must be other factors. For example, the personality of the mermaid subject, or the research methods and techniques. Dorian sat in a cafeteria mechanically chewing artificial nutrients, his eyes blankly fixed on the ceiling. While reaching out for the tea cup, he accidentally knocked it over, spilling brown liquid everywhere, causing an exclamation from neighboring diners. "Sorry. I'll clean it up right away." While Dorian was in a panic looking for napkins, David, who sat opposite him, had already helped wipe off the water stains on the table. "Hey, relax buddy, don't be so tense." The neighboring diner cast a strange look at Dorian and left carrying his own plate. Dorian stared at the back of the person as they hurried away, puzzled. Why did he look at me like that? "Don't you know?" David arched an eyebrow at him, a mix of worry and mockery in his expression. "Everyone is guessing when you'll go crazy." "What?" "Ever since you decided to release the mermaid from its tank, everyone thought you wouldn't last more than 2 days. After you persisted for over 2 months, people began to guess when you'd snap, or if you've already snapped, you might even stab your throat with a fork one day without realizing it." David carefully scrutinized Dorian's facial expressions, attempting to find premonitions of mental instability within them. "My God, this is pure nonsense. Are researchers of mermaids all mentally unstable? Look at us, can we be any more normal?" Dorian coldly retorted. David shook his head disapprovingly. "I'm normal because I've already withdrawn from the mermaid research team. And you, Dorian, your current condition is definitely not normal." "What?" "Hold on a moment." Dorian interrupted him. "You've already quit? When did that happen? Why didn't you tell me?" "See? What did I say?" David finally found the clue he was looking for, and he got excited. "I told you last month, but you completely forgot." "No, you didn't pay attention to what I was saying at all back then, you're already half crazy." "Hey man, why do you always want to label me like that?" I'm just like this when I'm busy. You've seen how I was before I discovered the Titan squid. Right now, I eat well, sleep well, and have no discomfort. I don't talk nonsense in meetings or pick fights with strangers in the dining hall. I just spilled a cup of tea. Stop looking at me with that damn expression. Because I came out of that cursed place. David shouted in frustration, cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to their conversation. Dorian, you're right, we should all stay far away from those creatures. That's why I withdrew. I can't die before my mother. Dorian lowered his voice too. Don't speak in riddles to me, David. If you truly care about my safety, tell me what happened in your lab. I don't understand why my mermaid is so docile. It's like a pet fish. It's an illusion, a disguise. There were several times when I almost. David suddenly stopped speaking, seemingly recalling some terrible memory. His face turned pale like a ghost, and after a long while, he let out a sigh. I can't say too much. But I bet you haven't noticed the recent personnel changes. Most of the professors who first took charge of the live mermaid studies were replaced for various reasons, and their assistants have also changed several rounds. I don't know why you haven't been affected, or maybe you already have been but just haven't noticed. Dorian, don't you think you're overly obsessed with the mermaids? I don't think so. Dorian shifted his gaze to behind David. If you think there's something wrong with me, you should take a look at him. The moment Cadence pushed the door open, it wasn't just Dorian, almost everyone in the cafeteria subtly cast their gaze toward him. At first glance, Dorian couldn't even recognize him. Cadence had lost an entire circle of weight, and whether or not it was due to shaving off his beard, his cheeks appeared severely sunken, with shriveled skin taut over his prominently jutting cheekbones. Dark hollows under his eyes and bloodshot pupils made him look like a living mummy. Perhaps death itself stood in the corner waiting for his soul. Accustomed to the peculiar stares from others in the restaurant, Cadence didn't give a second thought to them. After picking up his meal at the counter, he sat down nearby to eat without any hesitation. My God, how did he manage to turn himself into that state? David only glanced at him briefly before averting his gaze. Dorian tapped the table with his fingertips and asked softly, is Cadence still responsible for Kane? David nodded, terror bubbling up in his eyes. That night, Dorian suffered from insomnia. On the very evening when he claimed to be eating and sleeping well, his words proved overly confident too early. After tossing and turning in bed fruitlessly for half an hour, Dorian brightened the room's lights and started flipping back and forth through his parents' 2 diaries. Unfortunately, this increased his unease. Problems surrounded him everywhere without solution. Just as John couldn't understand why mermaids showed hostility towards humans, even Nova couldn't figure out the strange diseases in Robin's town nor John's missing corpse. Dorian also struggled to comprehend why there were such significant differences among mermaid specimens and what terrible experiments his colleagues were truly conducting. But all experiments are goal-oriented. Dorian felt they should first define what Magmundi hoped to gain from these mermaids. Mermaids possess remarkable vitality and purification capabilities. If we could apply this ability to human medicine or even human gene evolution. Magmundi had once said something like this in an interview, hinting at some future possibility where humans might live freely underwater. A chilling suspicion crept into Dorian's mind. Biochemical experimentation. Impossible. Dorian immediately banished the thought. Biochemical experiments required countless experimental subjects. Those 4 live mermaids were far too precious for Magmundi to act so rashly. Dorian consoled himself thus, yet the disturbing notion left its mark in his mind, refusing to dissipate. His inability to sleep peacefully made him increasingly restless, and thus a vicious cycle began. Ultimately, Dorian ceased his struggle. He got up, donned a loose t-shirt and shorts, intending to release stress at the pool in the residential area. It seemed that just as programmers gained technical proficiency at the cost of dense hair, scientists seeking more scientific achievements also sacrificed physical health. But to lead a longer life and avoid sudden death, one had to endure a bit of hardship. You must keep your body moving. So Dorian chose swimming. It was also his only favorite exercise, as he cherished the sense of lightness experienced in water, feeling his soul unburdened from his cumbersome body. It was now 2:30 a.m., the fitness facilities in the residential zone operated 24 hours, after all, for researchers, insomnia and late nights were as normal as breathing. Everyone needed ways to relieve stress anytime, and exercise was undoubtedly one of the healthiest and most convenient options. When Dorian arrived at the gymnasium, sure enough, there were 2 or 3 people sweating it out on the treadmills. As he passed them heading towards the swimming pool room, he found his way blocked by a maintenance notice at the entrance. Damn. Dorian detested treadmills and sweat. He didn't want to abandon his idea. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly came up with a plan. 5 minutes later, Dorian, carrying his swimming gear, reached Area F. More precisely, the glass observation room in Area F where freshly captured colossal marine creatures were kept. Since this area connected directly to the ocean, it was always filled with seawater. Though the water quality wasn't optimal, occasional swims wouldn't result in illness. Of course, swimming in the observation room was strictly prohibited, and when unused, this area was closed. Only authorized personnel could enter, which didn't include Dorian. However, fatefully, Dorian had fully participated in the construction of Area F, and the initial management access rights were never revoked, allowing him free entry into any part of Area F. And even more fatefully, being Magmundi's son, if the supervisors noticed Dorian's violation and were wise, they'd choose to ignore it. Thus, Dorian jumped happily into the giant water tank in the observation room, enjoying the sensation of being buoyed up by seawater. With graceful limb movements, he swam freely, imagining himself transformed into a deep-sea fish, feeling more comfortable in water than in air. The experience in the observation tank was still somewhat different. The blurred view through the other side of the glass gave Dorian an illusion that he also became a subject of the experiment. However, he quickly tossed away this unpleasant thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, having exhausted his last ounce of strength, Dorian climbed out of the tank drenched, gasping for air. "Your movements are incredibly graceful." The sudden voice breaking the silence startled Dorian immensely, almost causing him to fall back into the observation tank. "For heaven's sake! Don't scare me like that." Dorian wiped the water droplets off his face and flung his dripping hair to the back of his head. Still recovering from the shock, he glanced at the speaker. "EAD. What are you doing here at this hour?" EAD stared fixedly at Dorian, his gaze shifting gradually from his naked upper body down to his lower half covered by swim trunks. "I'm the on-duty staff member for Area F tonight." "Alright, I know I violated the rules, it won't happen again. If possible, please keep this night's event confidential, thanks buddy." Dorian let out a sigh as his previously tensed muscles relaxed. He put on his clothes, intending to leave. EAD did not respond either way, only repeating what he had said earlier. "Your movements are incredibly graceful, so is your body. You were born for the sea." Upon hearing this, Dorian hesitated in his movement, looking awkwardly back at EAD. Thank you." Dorian wasn't sure of EAD's intention behind these words, but to avoid potential emotional complications, he added further, "It might be a bit harsh to say, but I indeed have no interest in you. In fact, I don't have much interest in humans in general. Don't waste your effort on me, pal. Have a pleasant on-duty night and see you later." Chapter 31. What do you want? I know you can spell this word, Sylvie, say it out loud. Sardine, fish. Good boy. Dorian's lips curled up with a satisfied smile as he released a small school of sardines into the aquarium in the communication room. He watched Sylvie eat them one by one like fries, swallowing them almost without chewing. This was Dorian's biggest source of recent pride, teaching the merman to speak, which from a certain perspective, was also his only source of joy. Whenever Dorian stepped into the merman research lab, he felt that the metal door separated him from all worldly worries. Here, all he needed was a bit of patience for great rewards. Dorian bet no teacher in any school could experience such a sense of accomplishment. From the day Sylvie learned the first word to today, just a week had passed, and his vocabulary had already reached the level of a 3-year-old child, including a large number of obscure marine life names, though his pronunciation was still very inaccurate. Dorian believed that if Sylvie wasn't so stubborn about making Dorian teach him how to spell each word personally, he could have learned even faster. In fact, given Sylvie's astonishing memory, it was relatively easy for Dorian to teach him the spelling and pronunciation of any word, but making the merman understand the intrinsic meaning of these words was the hardest challenge. With the help of intelligent screen imagery, learning the names of objective objects was the easiest. For instance, Sylvie had successfully understood that Pacific green turtle referred to the unlucky creature he treated as a pet and sometimes used as a pillow to sleep on. However, he couldn't fully comprehend what sleeping or playing around and many other verbs meant. Dorian knew where the problem lay. Even among mermen, there were behaviors akin to sleeping and playing around, but their expressions were necessarily vastly different from humans. Dorian couldn't get into the water tank and lie down in Sylvie's coral nest to tell him, "Look. This is sleep." Dorian once tried with the simplest verb, eat. He even chose the same food as Sylvie, sardines. He picked a little fish from a sardine can, imitating Sylvie's eating manner, quickly chewing and swallowing it before pointing to his own mouth and telling Sylvie, "This is eat." Immediately, Sylvie memorized the word and would repeat it whenever Dorian repeated the act of eating. At that moment, Dorian thought he had succeeded. But soon he realized that Sylvie had completely confused the words eating and lips, often staring intently at Dorian's lips while pronouncing the word eat. "No, that's lips." Dorian patiently corrected him. Sylvie tilted his head, half understanding, "Eat. Lips." Dorian's temples twitched. There indeed is some kind of connection between these two, but... Eat lips. Damn it. Don't link these two words together. Damn, link, together, lips, eat lips. One conservative researcher exploded, "Stop. No curse words allowed. You cursed merman." Sylvie acted as if he didn't understand, gradually becoming more excited in Dorian's curses. Damn, swear words, bastard, eat lips, sea turtle, damn it, jellyfish, Plectroglyphiticus braminidi, Didi's shrimp, dog wall, eat lips, table butt. It was unbelievable how this merman, while teasing Dorian, clearly showcased such a vast vocabulary. Of course, above verbs came emotional words, which are subjective and intangible. Dorian could tell Sylvie that the curve of his mouth represented smile, but how could he describe the joy, comfort, and pride within that smile? Thus, Dorian's merman-speaking lesson mini-classroom hit some bottlenecks. He had started studying linguistics and pedagogy and contacted an animal behavior professor in the institute hoping to gain some assistance. But as mentioned earlier, interacting with the merman was Dorian's only source of pleasure. Even though Dorian deliberately delayed leaving work, he had to face various questions that erupted when the laboratory door opened, sucking away the happiness and vitality he had gained from Sylvie as if they were leeches drinking blood, making even his personal resting area seem cold and unwelcoming. Dorian admitted he had pushed himself too hard, but he always had a strange intuition that something bad and unpleasant was happening, perhaps even approaching him. And after Dorian smoked with Westboro at the land-based observation tower, that intuition was somewhat confirmed. Indeed, after leaving Person's lab, Dorian had been trying to find some clues, hints that might disclose what the neighboring merman research team was doing. But this process turned out to be just as hard as Dorian had imagined. Everyone there had signed confidentiality agreements. In this massive building brimming with intelligent surveillance, eyes and ears were everywhere, and no one dared to risk their future, not even when they had experienced or were still suffering from some pains. All they could do was stare straight into Dorian's eyes and tell him. No comment. Dorian felt the best way would be barging into the director's office and questioning Magmundi directly. Perhaps he would willingly tell him the truth, but there would be a price. Dorian had a premonition that this price was something he didn't want to face and couldn't bear. It was related to Sylvie. Fortunately, at this moment, he found Westboro. Westboro wasn't a researcher, he worked in logistics, mainly responsible for moving various items inside and outside the facility. The two had met during the construction of Area F. Although Westboro was an unschooled regular mover, he had his own set of unique insights on marine biology, which Dorian admired. He liked this short-built, dark-skinned friend. Before that day, Dorian had already exhausted all the connections he could possibly reach out to, yet still failed to get a single clue that he desired. Just when he was about to give up, he happened to meet Westboro in the cafeteria. They exchanged casual greetings like usual, but Dorian suddenly remembered something and invited him to go smoking if he had time. Westboro was a sharp person. He immediately understood the hint and told Dorian that he was very busy that day, but perhaps tomorrow he would have time. Then they could go ashore to catch some fresh air and catch up. That truly was a pleasant day, no red tides, no garbage islands, and the world returned to its natural blue. However, amid this rare scenery, Dorian obtained some unsettling information. Westboro said, "If you're asking about mermaids, I can indeed tell you something interesting. I moved the body of that dead merman. It was called Adam or something else, what a damn weird name. Anyway, back then, my team transported that merman corpse to land and loaded it into the transport cabin. It was rumored that he was going to some museum, right? But guess what, I heard from my cousin who pilots planes, it wasn't a museum at all. There is no museum involved. The plane went somewhere else, another research institute. I forget the exact name, but it was definitely a research institute, much like our place, a marine life research center." Dorian had always focused on living mermen, and this was a blind spot he had never considered before. Based on the content he previously heard at a discussion meeting, Adam should have been dissected and then stored for preservation and sent to the New Era Marine Life Exhibition Hall. Dorian immediately checked the official website of the exhibition hall and found a promotion announcement for the arrival of a new merman exhibit, but if Adam's remains were ultimately bound for the exhibition hall, why did they have to detour via another institute? Any ordinary institute could conduct basic preservation processes, so why specially route them through another location? What did they intend to do to the merman's body? Can you remember the name of that institute? Dorian pressed. Sorry, it was months ago, I forgot everything, clean and clear. Maybe next time when my cousin comes again, I'll ask him for you. Thank you very much, these details are extremely important to me. Time passed day by day. One day, Dorian noticed some pumpkin lantern decorations had appeared in the cafeteria, reminding him that Halloween was next week. However, Dorian had never been interested in holidays. Instead, he paid more attention to the work status of his assistant. Rose hadn't been able to finish sorting the video data for 3 consecutive days now. She didn't even come to work yesterday, which made Dorian quite angry. Owen, I don't care how you manage it, but summon Rose to my office immediately. She must complete all the accumulated work by today. As Dorian was saying this, he also scolded the restless silver-tailed merman inside the observation tank. He wasn't sure if it was due to seasonal changes, but Sylvie had become somewhat restless recently. He began to frequently torture his neighbor in the observation tank, especially his little pet, the Pacific green turtle. Whenever Dorian glanced at the water tank, Sylvie was either stirring the water violently with his tail or deliberately tossing the sea turtle around like a toy ball. That poor creature wouldn't last long under such violent treatment. Dorian continuously drew crosses on the outer side of the glass, but as if deliberately opposing Dorian, Sylvie kept drawing S over his crosses or doodling random meaningless circles, eventually ignoring him altogether. What's wrong with him? Dorian furrowed his brow. Doctor, I'm afraid Rose won't be coming. She's already gone back to school from the lab. Perhaps you remember what I told you yesterday. Owen stood behind Dorian. What? Dorian turned around in a daze. Owen sighed and adjusted his glasses. Rose's enrollment formalities were finally completed, and she left the other night. It was sudden, but we knew this day would come eventually, didn't we? The new assistant has been on standby for almost 3 months. She should have sent you a brief message before leaving, but I guess, you've been too busy to check it. In fact, Owen knew that Dorian had certainly skipped over Rose's message while going through his notifications, but he tactfully reworded his sentence. Alright then, where is the new assistant? I want him to start work immediately. Dorian realized the issue at hand, though his tone wasn't as assertive as it had been earlier. Sure, doctor. I'll contact him right away, Owen said. But a new assistant was nothing Dorian ever thought would turn into the beginning of his nightmare. Half an hour later, the new assistant arrived, a tall, muscular white man who looked just as enthusiastic about fitness as David. There was an impressive dimple on his chin, and Dorian felt like he'd seen him somewhere before. Hello, Dr. Dorian, my name is Rival. I used to work in Zone E. That slightly bubbly tone unlocked a memory Dorian had deliberately buried deep in his mind. Dorian stared awkwardly at Rival's outstretched hand as he recalled who this person was. The two of them had almost hooked up at a secret party. Chapter 32. Dorian stiffly shook hands with Rival. He was in a very bad mood at the moment, like an Italian seeing cheese strawberry pasta and pineapple pizza, just wanting to pull out a crucifix. Dorian certainly knew this personnel arrangement was just a coincidence, but fuck it. Dorian's previously peaceful and comfortable heaven-like lab descended into a hellish battleground the instant Rival appeared. Look at the only 3 people present here. That night at the secret wine party, Dorian had undoubtedly interrupted something between Owen and Rival. He also rather carelessly called out Owen's name, which angered Owen so much that he left the scene angrily. His partner Rival then invited Dorian, who didn't refuse, but fled awkwardly like a pure-hearted maiden when things started escalating. Oh God, just thinking back on that night makes Dorian feel like his soul has been defiled. He doesn't know why he acted the way he did that day, he must have been tempted by the devil. If he were as devout a Christian as his mother, he probably would have knelt before Jesus and confessed 10,000 times already. And now, Owen, Rival, and Dorian, all the main characters from that night, are gathered together again, without masks, 6 eyes meeting each other. And Dorian is sure they've all recognized one another, but because of some awkward reasons, they're playing dumb for show. Fuck. Owen adjusted his glasses, his blonde hair looking as messy as usual, and played the part of the shy, awkward engineering geek who seemed completely unfamiliar with Rival. Welcome. Thank you. Rival similarly smiled and shook hands with Owen. Dorian stared at the former's expression, sensing some sort of hidden meaning in his smile. But as a professional researcher, Dorian quickly controlled his emotions. He tried to avoid Rival's deeply meaningful gaze and led him to the control console, explaining the upcoming tasks. Since Rose hardly had any professional knowledge, her work mostly consisted of fragmented organizing and classification tasks, more akin to those of an administrative assistant. Dorian wasn't clear what Rival used to do in Area E, but it certainly wouldn't be limited to filing papers. Hence, after hearing about the assigned duties, Rival asked somewhat uncertainly, so, my main task is to cut and paste these merman videos, then categorize them into the folder named Mermaid Observation Diary. For now, yes. Sylvie is having difficulty learning verbs but will occasionally go over previously learned nouns as well. Sometimes he'll make strange noises, so you need to. Dorian stopped midway through his sentence. Turning toward Rival, this was the first time since the new assistant entered the lab that Dorian had looked at him for such a long period with an unusually serious expression. Did you sign the confidentiality agreement? Yes, Rival replied candidly while maintaining eye contact with Dorian. I'll keep everything confidential regarding the activities of the mermaid research team. If you wish, I can send the signed agreement to your terminal. Good. Are you aware that the silver-tailed mermaid I'm responsible for can already speak? I mean human language. Rival raised an eyebrow. I know now. Then he continued, everyone outside says you're trying to tame the merfolk. They think it's just like training dolphins in aquariums to blow bubbles or jump through hoops. So, you've really done it, and more, right? Rival was indeed surprised, even a little inarticulate, but he didn't want to appear naive. Yes, Dorian admitted bluntly, there was no reason to hide it. Rival would witness much more in the future. I must warn you again, Dorian slowed down his speech, making it sound highly threatening. Whether from his tone or those cold blue-gray eyes, his intent was clear. Anything you see in this lab, I mean, anything, whether it's the fact that merfolk can talk or the observational data, cannot be disclosed in any form to anyone outside this research room. I don't care if bigwigs are checking surveillance cameras or whether information leaks externally, but those leaks cannot come from you, Rival. Otherwise, I swear, you wouldn't want to know the consequences. Do you understand? Rival raised both hands in surrender, as if a gun had been pointed at his chin. Understood. Regardless, the atmosphere of the lab returned under Dorian's control. He sent Rival off to familiarize himself with Rose's past work logs while discussing today's assignments with Owen. Dorian thought it necessary to conduct a thorough physical checkup on Sylvie, as the merman had recently been acting abnormally. Do you think it might be a dietary issue? Dorian asked Owen, as the merman's diet had always been under Owen's responsibility. Owen checked previous records, his food intake has indeed decreased by about 30% compared to last month. Excretion. Normal. Sleep duration and quality. Both have decreased, accompanied by frequent abnormal tail swaying and nighttime swimming. Perhaps he is experiencing anxiety. After comparing some daily data, Dorian made a decision. Then let's pause all observations today. Let's move him out for a checkup. Ryvar overheard their entire conversation from the side. Sorry to interrupt, but may I ask, do I need to do anything? Dorian had Owen arrange the equipment while he reviewed the merman's previous physical data, casually replying, you don't need to participate, just quickly familiarize yourself with and complete Rose's leftover work. That's too dangerous. I swear I won't interfere, but maybe you could use me keeping an eye on the merman's condition, in case something happens. Ryvar earnestly suggested, intentionally using vague phrasing to avoid saying anything ominous. It's fine, Sylvie won't. Dorian paused midway, realizing that Ryvar wasn't Rose, who'd been part of the study since its inception. Ryvar had only heard frightening rumors about the merfolk but knew nothing about Sylvie. Dorian understood he needed to show more patience toward his new assistant to help him adapt to his rhythm, so he nodded and agreed to Ryvar's request. Soon, everything was ready, and the heavily anesthetized giant merman was transported onto the observation table, where various metal restraints locked down the merman's hands and tail. I guess this observation table is electrified, right? I mean, if the merman suddenly wakes up, he'll be grilled like a British fish fillet on the iron plate beneath him. Ryvar scrutinized the two thin metal rings around the merman's wrists and the crude examination table with obvious skepticism. Unfortunately, there are no defensive weapons in this lab that can instantly and effectively stop a merman's attack, Dorian said while drawing blood from the merman, both fast and steady, managing to joke with his new assistant in between actions, so if Sylvie really goes berserk, I'll stay closer to him while you remember to run away when he eats my head. Ryvar completely failed to understand the humor in this comment, whereas Owen obligingly burst into laughter, catching Ryvar's disapproving gaze. Owen was about to extract the slime secreted by the merman, turning back to Ryvar, could you please fetch an extraction strip? Get closer, will you, old chap, you're even more timid than Rose, the girl. This statement carried a notable provocation, and Dorian quickly gave Owen a brief glance. Ryvar responded by forcibly pushing Owen aside, holding the extraction strip close to the merman's arm, just scrape it off, right? Dorian didn't have time to handle the tense atmosphere between the two, as he was cautiously cutting into the merman's dorsal fin, responding absent-mindedly, yes, remember to be gentle. Owen froze for a moment, then silently stepped aside, replacing Ryvar in his original position. For the first time, Ryvar found himself so close to the legendary sea siren. Although he tried hard to control himself, he couldn't hide his excitement, bombarding Dorian with at least 10 questions solely concerning the overly slow heart rate of the merman. Though Dorian thought Ryvar was getting somewhat noisy, he still patiently answered. Over the past few months, they had conducted dozens of health checks on the merman, making the process already well established. Soon, Dorian entered the stage of extracting scale samples. To avoid causing Sylvie pain or damaging the overall aesthetics of his tail, Dorian would select inconspicuous spots to slice off half of certain scales. Do we need his scales now? I've processed Arapimas before, I know what I'm doing, Ryvar confidently grabbed tweezers and a small scalpel, preparing to work on Sylvie's tail. Stop. Dorian abruptly halted his own movement, shooting a fierce glare from his blue eyes capable of almost piercing through Ryvar. What are you doing? Dorian's eyes remained fixed on Ryvar's surgical knife, his voice seeping out from between clenched teeth. Ryvar stammered, I just wanted to help. Dorian coldly stared at him for several seconds, subjecting Ryvar to a sort of psychological torture with his gaze before finally speaking after a long while, there's nothing here for you to do. Step down, Owen, come forward. Yes, Dr. Owen shoved Ryvar aside, reclaiming the scalpel and returning it safely to the tray. From beginning to end, only Dorian wielded the knife on Sylvie. Chapter 33. Really, I'm very sorry. It's my first day in the lab, and I haven't figured out all the rules yet, Doctor, can you forgive me? Let me buy you dinner. During dinner time, a new assistant buzzed around Dorian like a fly, despite Dorian already telling him for the nth time that it was fine. Why don't we have dinner together then? I happen to have some things I'd like to ask you. Liver extended the invitation again and courteously pushed open the restaurant door for Dorian upon arrival. Dorian stepped back, avoiding the narrow beam of light from the doorway, whispering to Liver, you don't need to go this far, you know. In the research room, you're my assistant, outside the research room, we are equal colleagues. Dorian deliberately emphasized the word colleagues. Alright, sorry, I just wanted to fit in quickly with everyone. Liver let go of the door handle, and the bright warm orange light of the restaurant was instantly replaced by the grey-white lights of the corridor, mirroring Liver's suddenly low spirits. When Dorian first joined the institute, he had also experienced a period of paying attention to interpersonal relationships. He could empathize, there was nothing wrong with what Liver had done. The secret party might have been a terrible first meeting, but as participants of the same event, no one had the right to criticize the other. Since everyone tacitly agreed to act as though nothing happened that night, Dorian should rationally adjust his attitude towards this new assistant. I understand what you mean. Perhaps I've seemed unfriendly before, causing some misunderstandings, but I want you to know that I am actually glad to have a new assistant join the lab. Dorian was sincere, he believed there wouldn't be a less professional assistant than Rose in the lab. Softening his tone, he patted Liver on the shoulder, sorry I didn't say that earlier, welcome aboard, buddy. The spark in Liver's eyes reignited, and he launched another attempt, then, dinner. No way. Dorian immediately dropped his facade of politeness. He pushed open the restaurant door and turned his head back to liver before stepping inside. I hate socializing, and I still have things to take care of. The things Dorian mentioned weren't an excuse. In the afternoon, he had received a brief message from Vezin Professor, saying she had made some discoveries about Sylvie's song. At the time, Dorian was busy with Sylvie's medical examination, so he scheduled their meeting after dinner. Dorian planned to wrap up his dinner quickly and head over to meet Vezin. Sorry for making you stay late. To express his apology, Dorian brought Vezin a cup of tea from the restaurant. It's fine, anyway, compared to your jobs, mine is much more leisurely. Vezin gladly sipped her tea. Now, enough with the pleasantries. Take a look at this. Vezin handed over an analysis report of Sylvie's voice. After flipping through it quickly, Dorian caught its key point, infrasound. That's right. Although humans cannot hear such sound waves, they do exist within the mermaid's cries and contain some specific information. Vezin's expression became slightly complex. Now, I'll show you a video. One day, I decided spontaneously to play this mermaid song to a group of spotted pufferfish. This is what happened. Dorian nodded and patiently watched a video lasting about 10 minutes beside Vezin. At the beginning, the screen showed a group of pufferfish swimming leisurely. They were behaving normally until Sylvie's song began to play, which caused the fish to start moving frantically. After high-speed acceleration processing, many pufferfish in the video started to sink to the bottom of the observation tank. A miraculous scene unfolded. They used their tails and abdominal fins to dig up accumulated sand, build, and lift the sediment into ridges, occasionally carrying discarded shells as decorations. Eventually, a strange circular pattern appeared at the bottom of the tank. The monitoring clearly captured these circle-shaped totems with what seemed to be religious significance. Dorian already knew what would happen next without even watching further. This was the love nest carefully constructed by male spotted pufferfish to attract females. Soon, they would mate with the attracted females in the center of the circle. However, the mating season for pufferfish was between February and May, while it was already late October. After the video ended, Dorian incredulously turned to Vezin, because of the mermaid song. Vezin nodded, no doubt about it, because of the mermaid song. I have plenty of similar videos here. Almost every time I played the mermaid song, it induced abnormal reproductive behavior among marine creatures, as if triggering their mating season prematurely. Therefore, I suspect this could be the mermaid's courting song. Impossible. Denial was Dorian's immediate reaction, even though rationally he actually agreed with Vezin's conclusion, if Sylvie hadn't sung this song to him in the lab. Vezin didn't seem too concerned about Dorian's attitude. She shrugged, it's just my reasonable guess based on my expertise. Your test subject might be entering the courting period, of course, you can choose to believe it or not. How could a mermaid possibly court a human? Dorian found it utterly absurd, and he couldn't help but think of a few cases where dolphins had married humans. But he had always believed those were just sensationalized tabloid stories, with humans arbitrarily labeling dolphins' close companionship as love. Something must have been misunderstood somewhere. Dorian quickly thought of some evidence, and his tone became more confident. She only sang this song once, on the day I sent over the audio file. After that, she never made a similar sound again. It's impossible for a mermaid to have such a short courting period. That makes sense, Vezin agreed with his reasoning. Perhaps you can tell me under what circumstances the mermaid emitted this call. Dorian recalled the scene, carefully avoiding certain key moments and only mentioned that it happened in an environment where the mermaid felt safe and comfortable. I just dimmed the lights. Vezin paused to think for a moment. Can I take a look at the complete video? Dorian fell silent. He looked at Vezin, perhaps due to the reflection of the light, his grey-blue eyes turned into a deep black. At this moment, he was entirely different from the light-hearted person who had initially walked into Vezin's lab. Vezin quickly showed understanding. All right, I'll continue studying this audio file, trying to find other explanations. Professor. There was a subtle change in Dorian's tone. Could we assume this? The calls of a mermaid can cause abnormal behavior in marine creatures, including, but not limited to, reproductive behavior. Vezin was momentarily taken aback when their eyes met. She noticed his surprise, yet still immediately gave her affirmation. Exactly, there were obvious abnormalities in fish hunting and feeding behaviors as well. Of course, they both knew that the abnormalities in hunting and feeding were also caused by the breeding period, but using some clever wording could alter the facts without lying. A brief silence enveloped the lab. The screen of the monitor stopped playing the video, with the final image frozen on two spotted pufferfish cuddling inside the circle. Finally, Dorian stood up and sincerely said to Vezin, "Thank you very much." Vezin returned to her relaxed expression. "Don't mention it, this is my job. I'll send all the experiment videos to your terminal tonight." "Okay." "Oh, by the way," Vezin called out to Dorian just before he left, "be sure to store them properly. I occasionally clean up useless files and may accidentally delete something important. You know, memory problems come with age. I once mistakenly deleted a birthday blessing video my daughter recorded for me. Even the recovery program couldn't bring it back, and I regretted it for days." This time it was Dorian's turn to be stunned. After a long pause, he finally came back to himself. "Thanks for the reminder, I'll make sure to keep them safe." At night, in the small bathroom of the rest area, Dorian lay in the narrow bathtub with his eyes closed, replaying everything he had experienced recently in Vezin's lab. The warm water loosened his muscles, making him drowsy, but the conversation between them kept replaying in Dorian's mind. Dorian didn't believe that the song was Sylvie's way of courting him. At the time, they were just having a normal face-to-face conversation. Maybe the song was just a popular love song among mermaids. After all, weren't love songs everywhere in human music? But the problem was, if this matter got known by others in the institute, or by Mag Mendy, Dorian would instantly become another subject of observation, a legitimate guinea pig for experiments. Yet, Vezin, a regular colleague whom Dorian had only met a few times, had implied that not only would she keep Dorian's secret, but she would also destroy the evidence for him, asking for nothing in return. Dorian completely couldn't comprehend it. Notably, although they hadn't clarified it explicitly, Dorian knew that Vezin must have already guessed the reason behind his evasiveness. No one keeps secrets for someone else without any reason, let alone such a shocking secret as being courted by a mermaid. Vezin didn't need to go this far. Thinking of that calculating smile of hers, Dorian felt an inkling of unease. Gradually, Dorian lost consciousness in the misty steam. Blue. The sea. Once again, he dreamed of falling into the embrace of the sea. Around him swam beautiful schools of tropical fish, and a few playful spotted pufferfish came near, weaving in and out around his legs. Their icy, slippery scales sent shivers down his spine. Wait. Do pufferfish have scales? Just as Dorian realized this question, those adorable pufferfish suddenly transformed into several menacing sea snakes, tightly coiling around Dorian's ankles and quickly climbing upward. No. Stop. Get away. Dorian screamed inwardly, struggling to push the sea snakes aside with his hands, but he suddenly felt a soft cluster of fins. In a panic, Dorian looked down at his own legs and saw that the sea snakes had vanished. What now clung to him was a thick, long, silver-gray fish tail, resembling a python. The next second, Dorian's upper body was also enveloped by a solid chest and strong arms. As if from his ear, or perhaps from the deepest depths of the ocean, came a broken, low, curse-like call. Dorian. A sudden sense of weightlessness overtook him. Dorian flailed and climbed out of the bathtub, the water now icy cold. He had almost drowned. In violent coughing fits, Dorian reached down to touch his calf, and the sensation of having been caressed by scales still lingered on his skin. Cough, 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 damn it. Chapter 34. The next day, Dorian obtained all the physical examination reports for the mermaid, and the data showed everything was normal. This was good news, but it also made Dorian more worried. If it wasn't a health issue, then what was causing Sylvie's anxiety? For this reason, Dorian pulled out the surveillance footage from the past month that observed the tank, carefully studying Sylvie's movements, and made some discoveries. For instance, the times when Sylvie displayed obvious signs of anxiety were on the 3rd, 10th, 17th, and 25th of this month, very regular dates, almost always Mondays, except for the 25th, which was a Tuesday. On these dates, the first 3 instances occurred in the morning, and the most recent one happened in the afternoon. Sylvie would suddenly fix her gaze on a certain spot in the tank, then stop moving, staying silent for a few minutes. Afterward, she would start circling around, unusually flapping her tail, stirring up the fine sand at the bottom of the tank and making the originally clear water murky. As a result, Sylvie remained in an agitated state for the rest of the day. She would suddenly eat the tropical fish and jellyfish that had been specially kept in the tank, bother the sea turtles, and once even broke a cluster of coral. Dorian believed that the short period when the mermaid went silent in the tank was very crucial. He meticulously examined the conditions in the lab during those moments and found that he and his assistants were just doing their usual work. There was no sign of any creatures attempting to invade the mermaid's territory, nor did a row of death ray guns suddenly appear aimed at the tank. The mermaid's abnormal behavior seemed inexplicable. Today was Thursday, the 27th, and Dorian was waiting for the next Monday to arrive. In the meantime, Dorian chose to continue pushing forward with his difficult Mermaid Speaks mini-classroom, and unsurprisingly, he hit another roadblock with verbs. This time, the word that completely defeated Dorian was right. Dorian originally thought this word would be a great starting point because he always spelled words with his finger on the glass when teaching Sylvie. Sylvie was extremely familiar with this gesture. So Dorian continuously repeated the act of writing, first spelling out Sylvie's name slowly, then writing the word right on the same line, telling her that this was called writing. Initially, Sylvie was confused, she didn't understand why new patterns appeared after her name. Then, Dorian spelled out his own name followed by the word right. Sylvie seemed to grasp it and looked happy as she followed Dorian, repeating the word and spelling it out on the glass. Dorian, right. Sylvie, right. Dorian drew an S on the glass to indicate affirmation, and Sylvie felt encouraged and became excited. To ensure Sylvie really understood the meaning of the word, Dorian continued writing on the glass. Turtle, right. Jellyfish, right. Coral, right. Tail, right. However, at this point, the mermaid fell back into confusion. She used her sharp fingernails to draw a large X over these words and repeatedly vocalized 3 words. Dorian, Sylvie, right. She seemed to have mistakenly assumed that the word right only referred to herself and Dorian, implying a special relationship between the two. Dorian had to begin a long correction process again, even introducing some obscure vocabulary to explain right, but once Sylvie had decided on the wrong meaning, she refused to correct it. She hated it when Dorian marked her with an X, which represented refusal and prohibition. Soon, a quarrel erupted between Dorian and Sylvie. Of course, this was not a typical human quarrel. Sylvie refused to accept the sardine snacks Dorian gave her and furiously drew meaningless letters and circles on the glass. Because of the intensity of her action, there were visible scratches left on the tough composite glass. During the process, she occasionally emitted sharp cries resembling a dolphin's call, a warning kind of harsh noise. "You're going to damage the glass, Sylvie, stop it." Dorian sternly crossed her out. This clearly had the opposite effect. The mermaid became even angrier and started pounding the glass with her tail. She flung the unfortunate sardines one by one against the glass in front of Dorian, who strongly believed she wanted to throw the little fish directly at his face. At this moment, Ryvar's voice came through the headphones. "Doctor, the mermaid is showing tendencies of a rampage. Should we activate the electric shock?" "No." Dorian's tone was completely cold and commanding. "Without my order, do not touch any of the attack buttons on the control panel." In the end, as expected, Dorian backed down. Softening his tone was the first step. The mermaid might not understand sentences, but she could perceive emotions. "Alright, let's stop talking about this topic, okay? You've done a great job already, I've been too strict. I apologize. Can we make peace now?" Step 2, flattery. Yes, you read that right. Dorian was surprised himself, but practice proved that if he spoke in flattering words, Sylvie's mood would improve significantly. Dorian leaned against the glass awkwardly as he showered Sylvie with compliments, trying to ignore his own discomfort. "Be careful not to hurt your beautiful tail, and of course, your nails. Look, you just scraped off 2 scales earlier. That's really a shame because I've never seen such shiny scales in the ocean." Step 3, sardine charm. Sylvie couldn't resist sardines, much like how humans can't resist afternoon tea. After devouring a fresh batch of sardines, Sylvie finally calmed down. She transformed back into her usual docile, ornamental fish demeanor, her entire body pressed up close to Dorian, emitting sharp, high-pitched sounds akin to the whimpering of a puppy asking for attention. Dorian simply couldn't be too heartless with Sylvie when she acted this way. He sighed and tapped the mermaid's head gently through the glass. "It's fine, if you can't learn it, then don't. I won't force you to do anything." In truth, similar arguments had happened before. This one was merely a bit more intense than usual. Mermaids were by no means an easily tamed or docile species. Dorian was certain that among the 5 mermaids captured so far, Sylvie was already the most obedient one, so he didn't take this matter to heart. However, several days later, while reviewing the data collated in the mermaid observation log, Dorian unexpectedly found that Ryvar had added a new folder under regular classifications like emotion, movement, and vocalization. It was called Dangerous Behavior and Potential Attack Indicators, where all video clips showing aggressive actions from Sylvie were compiled, including even normal hunting behaviors. Additionally, Ryvar had left remarks on some of these videos, almost entirely consisting of hostile subjective speculations about mermaids. If such information were leaked online, Dorian believed that mermaids would have a worse reputation than sharks. "What are you doing?" Dorian asked coldly, confronting Ryvar. Ryvar hadn't yet noticed Dorian's grim expression. On the contrary, he seemed rather excited and said, "I think we should categorize and rate mermaids' intentions and attack behaviors. Doing so will help future studies on them. These annotations are just my personal suggestions, considering that mermaids aren't friendly toward other aquatic creatures in the same area, so we should ensure their solitude." "Enough." Dorian cut him off without hesitation. "Ryvar, delete those videos and comments immediately. Eliminate this wretched category. Remember, your job is only to record objectively. If I haven't made myself clear before, then I'll say it again, strictly adhere to the classification rules set by the previous assistant and handle the data carefully, objectively. If I find out next time that you're using excessive creativity to tamper with these data, I guarantee you'll wake up the next day to find a resignation notice waiting in your terminal." Ryvar appeared very confused. In his past experiences working with professors, they always praised his innovative thinking skills. Yet, here was Dorian who wanted nothing more than a purely mechanical data processor. So Ryvar tried to defend himself, but isn't everything we're doing now just laying groundwork for breakthrough discoveries in the future? Eventually, the Institute will capture new mermaids, and this data could allow us to. "Oh, absolutely, but Ryvar, did you not learn this phrase in university? Do not project human subjectivity onto any living beings in nature. Just because a pride of lions hunts a gazelle, does that mean humans can accuse the lions of bullying or being bloody cruel? That's not what I meant." Ryvar exhaled heavily, frustration evident on his face. "To be honest, Dr. Dorian, I'm not questioning your research methodology. It's just, the way you interact with the mermaid. Forgive me, I can't put it better than that, but, are you possibly overindulging that mermaid? It's not a domestic pet, even if its owner could choose not to scold it for deliberately tearing up the sofa. This mermaid is an experimental specimen. To achieve ideal research results, methods and processes must be strict. I don't think indulging its temper tantrums leads to positive outcomes. After observing you these last few days, continuing with your approach means the mermaid will never fully grasp a human language. It was as though a witch's cauldron brewed purple poison bubbles in Dorian's chest cavity. This concoction consisted of anger and the embarrassment of being hit at his weak points, along with a clear layer of irritation caused by challenged authority floating on top. At this moment, Dorian couldn't help but long for Rose's innocence and compliance. At least she would never nitpick his orders. Do you think I'm merely testing the language learning ability of gorillas? Dorian had no intention to share his plans with Ryvar. He chose the simplest and quickest solution, coercion through his superior status. Ryvar, I give you two choices, either shut up obediently and follow my orders or leave this lab and go back to your zone. Sorry, I won't take any more initiative. Ryvar swallowed the resentment stuck in his throat. He didn't think he did anything wrong, and the disgrace of being reprimanded made him very unpleasant, yet he knew clearly who held the reins in this lab. Watching Dorian's retreating figure, Ryvar mumbled a curse under his breath. But just as he was about to turn around, his peripheral vision caught a flash of silvery gray, ghostly, and chilling. Ryvar instantly became alert. It was that mermaid experimental subject named Sylvie. Ryvar's workstation was coincidentally located at one end of the room, while the observation aquarium was at the other. And for some reason, the mermaid was staring intently toward his direction from far away. Perhaps it wasn't actually looking at Ryvar but something else. That's what Ryvar thought, but he couldn't ignore those eyes. The mermaid's milky white eyes reminded one of the white film covering the eyes of a corpse left dead for days. Ryvar always avoided making direct eye contact with her because it caused him physical discomfort. But now these bone-chilling eyes seemed to be glaring straight at him, causing an involuntary shiver down Ryvar's spine. Recalling some terrifying rumors about mermaids, Ryvar turned his back to the observation tank, muttering a low curse, "What a disgusting monster." Chapter 35. During dinner, Livel sat alone in the farthest corner of the dining room, his mood less than ideal. As a result, he had splurged and ordered a whiskey from the beverage section. When he had finished drinking most of it, his good friend Luke noticed him and approached with great enthusiasm, asking how he felt about working in the mermaid research group. "Shit, it's awful, nothing but a goddamn mess." Livel angrily jabbed at the nutritional paste with his spoon. "Ha ha ha." Luke burst into gleeful laughter. "Let me guess, who's your boss?" "Old Grump Gabriel." "No, it's Dorian," Livel replied flatly. Luke's smile vanished immediately. "Wait, you're sure it's Dorian? That Dorian, the successor to the director?" "It's him." Livel tipped his head back and drained the last bit of amber liquid from his glass. "You lucky bastard, that guy's gorgeous." Now Luke was somewhat envious of Livel. "I sometimes see him when I go swimming. God, his skin is so soft it looks like it could drip water, and his ass, you've seen his ass, right? Damn, sexy as hell." "Exactly." Livel recalled the night of the secret party. Alcohol played tricks with his rationality as he grinned smugly at Luke, and I can tell you, he's probably still a virgin. Luke's eyes widened in shock. "What? You too?" "Unfortunately, we haven't gotten that far yet. We just had a brief and delightful time at a certain cocktail party." Livel's tolerance for alcohol was actually pretty good. He wasn't drunk enough to start saying stupid things, but he had been berated by Dorian earlier that day. He needed an outlet to vent his frustrations, and dissing Dorian seemed like the best way to do so. Luke sneered at him. "Oh, stop boasting there, buddy. If what you say is true, your job experience should be utterly fantastic. So why are you sitting here sulking over drinks?" "Shit. It's because I got the file categories wrong, and that little bitch chewed me out for more than 10 minutes, damn it." Livel cursed furiously in a lowered voice. "Ha ha ha." Luke roared with laughter, deliberately mocking him. "Maybe you're getting old, Livel, and some bodily functions aren't working well anymore. That's why you haven't conquered that beauty yet." "Shut up, you son of a bitch." Livel's cheeks turned bright red. It wasn't clear whether it was due to the alcohol or embarrassment. "My ex is also in his lab, you know, Owen." "Oh, that's truly unfortunate," Luke said insincerely. Livel let out a cold snort and continued through gritted teeth. "Of course, the main issue is our disagreements in research." "Shit, this is the worst verbal lashing I've received since I grew up." After hearing this, Luke's expression was completely opposite to Livel's. Like a male dog intoxicated by the scent of a female's rear end, he wore an indulgent grin. "Goodness, he sounds fiery. I'm already imagining him wielding a whip." Involuntary restricted rated scenes surfaced in Livel's mind, and surprisingly, he deeply agreed with Luke's words. Luke cast a cynical glance up and down at Livel. "I don't understand you, man. We're here just trying to make a living. To be honest, compared to the end-of-days situation outside, here is almost paradise. What more do you want? If it were me, I'd simply obey the beautiful one. During the day, whatever he tells me to do, I'll do it. But once we're in bed at night, everything he does will revolve around me, ha ha ha." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Dorian was still lingering in the lab. He hadn't eaten dinner, having lost his appetite. Compared to returning to the rest area for another dull, lonely night, he chose to spend more time with his experimental subject. Inside the observation tank, the merman was slowly swimming as part of his post-meal digestion exercise. His food intake had indeed decreased. During the period when his wounds were healing, his appetite reached its peak, consuming up to 50 pounds of seafood at once, whereas tonight he only ate a 2-pound ribbonfish. Dorian worried like any pet owner would if their pet showed signs of poor appetite. The difference being, while others could consult veterinarians, Dorian could only rely on himself. In fact, until this incident, Dorian had been extremely proud of how well he cared for the merman. Data showed that Sylvie's weight had increased by 18 pounds over these months, and even her height had grown by 12 centimeters, mainly the tail part. Dorian was uncertain about the growth patterns of mermen, but in nature, increases in weight and length indicate an increase in strength, which was undoubtedly a good sign. But now. Dorian sighed. Drip. At that moment, the lab door suddenly opened and someone walked in. Dorian turned around in confusion and saw Livel, who was carrying 2 cups of tea. "Good evening, Dr. Dorian, I knew you'd still be here," Livel said as he approached Dorian and pushed 1 cup of tea toward him. Livel must have taken a shower, he wasn't wearing his lab coat, and Dorian caught a whiff of chamomile on him. "What is it?" Dorian didn't beat around the bush and sipped the tea without hesitation. "A few small questions that have been bothering me for a while." Livel's Adam's apple moved slightly as he wiped his jaw with his thumb and combed through his curly hair with his other hand. Dorian didn't understand the intent behind his series of actions and waited for him to speak. "Perhaps we should discuss this somewhere else." "Not sure if you want to talk about it in the lab," Livel said softly, tilting his head toward Dorian. The surrounding air suddenly became thick with ambiguity. Dorian anticipated it would be the very topic he least wanted to talk about with him, but he also didn't want to flee like last time, so he took 2 steps back toward the tank. "Here is fine. Whatever you want to discuss." Sylvie noticed Dorian's approach and slowly swam over, scaring off the nearby tropical fish along the way. "Alright, what I want to ask is, did I do something to offend you that night?" Livel shrugged. "Otherwise, why would you suddenly run away? I thought when you invited me to drink, it meant you were at least satisfied with my appearance." Dorian was about to ask which night, but that would sound too disingenuous. "That night, actually If you don't feel like talking about it, it's okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't because of me." Livel took a step closer to Dorian. His physique was very robust, perhaps even more muscular than David's. He intentionally hadn't worn his uniform, instead opting for a tight white t-shirt that revealed exaggerated muscle lines. This might very well have been his intention. The researcher, entirely inexperienced in matters of love, finally realized Livel's true purpose but had already missed the best opportunity to kick him out, since he himself had agreed to start this conversation. "To be honest, when I found out my superior was you, I was almost overjoyed. I've been thinking about you ever since that night, and I wanted at least to apologize. Of course, at that time I didn't know who you were until I stepped into this lab." Livel's face carried a deliberately exaggerated expression of helplessness and Dorian couldn't stand seeing such an expression on the solid bodybuilding figure, it was truly nauseating. He seized the opportunity to cut him off. I can tell you with certainty that it wasn't your fault that night. You don't need to apologize. I just remembered some urgent matters that needed immediate attention." Livel looked pitifully at him. "You're telling the truth. But these past few days, your attitude hasn't been very good, Owen's either. I felt like I was being excluded." Dorian didn't understand why Owen was mentioned at this point, which complicated things further because Owen indeed harbored hostility toward Livel. Dorian tolerated these little actions from his subordinate because he always regarded the conflict between the two as typical boyfriend-girlfriend squabbles, not suitable for intervention. But Livel elevated it into a workplace issue, and if he went to the union to complain, Dorian would be the first target. Fortunately, Livel quickly continued, "I can understand Owen. After all, my presence takes away more of your attention, and it's normal for him to feel jealous." It was as if someone had forcefully shoved a sour lemon-flavored loaf down his throat. Dorian didn't even know what expression to wear in front of Livel. Taking away attention. Owen. Jealousy. Dorian now began to suspect Livel's mental state, if not for the fact that he indeed detected a faint smell of alcohol from Livel. "But doctor, I really can't bear your prejudice against me. If I didn't perform well enough that night, I can certainly make up for it, in any way, at any place, as long as you are willing." After a lengthy build-up, Livel finally revealed his true self beneath the shoddy mask, gradually closing the distance between himself and Dorian, pinning him between himself and the water tank. "That's enough, Livel. This is a lab." Dorian glared back without retreating, and as Livel attempted to lower his head closer, Dorian firmly grabbed his neck despite being half a head shorter. "I promise not to hold a grudge against drunks, but get out of here before I really lose my temper." "Oh, for heaven's sake, has anyone ever told you that you're damn captivating when you're angry?" Livel chuckled idiotically. He looked as if his brain was completely overtaken by lust, so much that even when Dorian started cursing and swung a fist at him, Livel's only reaction was to press his lower body even closer to Dorian. Bang! A tremendous explosion suddenly erupted right behind the two of them. Chapter 36. Livel stared blankly upwards at the water tank behind Dorian. Dorian took the opportunity to break free from him. Fuck. Dorian wiped Livel's saliva off his hand onto his lab coat, still bewildered by what had just happened. Suddenly, a dull thunderous sound rang in his ears again. Bang! Dorian looked up at the observation tank in terror, with only one thought in mind. Oh no. This was currently the hardest specially made composite glass in the world, mixed with a certain proportion of resin. No matter how hard you hit it, it wouldn't make much noise. But now, Sylvie had turned the piece of glass into a drum with his tail. Sylvie. Dorian pulled away the dazed Liv-All and called out Sylvie's name, hoping he would calm down. But Sylvie. His dorsal fin stood upright, his scales were spread wide open, even the ear-like tips resembling ingluo flowers stood on end. His hair flared wildly in the water. His mouth was wide open, showing almost all of his sharp teeth. He was screaming. Even through the thick obstacle, Dorian could hear his piercing cries. The current Sylvie frightened Dorian. Dorian vaguely realized that this might be the true appearance of a merman. Bang! 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 Repeated collision sounds came as the merman's tail repeatedly struck against the glass. He had lost all reason, and even his third eyelid had turned blood red. Stop, Sylvie. Stop. Under such terrifying attacks, the composite glass would not last long. Dorian quickly saw the cracks slowly appearing on the water tank. Sylvie. Sylvie dash. Dorian uselessly clung to the edge of the water tank, calling out the name of the merman, but got only more frenzied attacks in return. The alarm. We need to press the alarm button. The merman is about to go berserk. Liv-All finally regained his senses and stumbled away, but Dorian quickly grabbed him. No way. Come with me. Dorian suddenly burst out an incredible arm strength at this moment. He dragged the nearly 200-pound man and tossed him like a bag of garbage into the adjacent laboratory. He followed immediately, locking the door behind them. Here above the observation tank, they could see the actual situation inside through the power grid. In this place, the merman's scream was clearer, every time causing an extremely uncomfortable ringing in the ears and dizziness. Dorian almost lost his balance while Liv-All simply held his head and dry-retched on the ground. Sylvie noticed that Dorian and Liv-All had changed positions and furiously approached. During this pause, Dorian shouted as hard as he could, "Sylvie, I'm here, come over." Dorian's intention was to distract Sylvie so that he would stop tormenting that piece of tank glass. However, he never expected that when he arrived at the edge of the power grid above the tank, Sylvie tried to attack the grid. The merman violently thrashed in the water, attempting to strike the grid with his tail similar to how he had struck the glass before. However, this was a high-voltage grid. Every time Sylvie attempted to break through the grid, he received severe electric shocks. He screamed as he fell back into the water. After a few seconds, he continued the assault again, as if he felt no pain. Dorian could already smell the burnt flesh. And this was just what Dorian could see with his own eyes. There was also a metal collar around Sylvie's neck. That unremarkable little thing was probably continuously releasing anesthesia and electric shocks. Sylvie was enduring unimaginable pain, yet he refused to stop. No, no, no. Sylvie, calm down. Don't harm yourself like this. Stop. Stop immediately. The cries were ineffective. The sound of collisions on the power grid and Sylvie's cries interlaced, piercing Dorian like arrows. At this moment, Dorian would exchange any price for Sylvie to return to normal. Wait a minute. Power grid? Liv-All, quickly cut off the power supply in the lab. It's right beside you. The red lever, quick. Dorian shouted at Liv-All, who was slumped at the door. But the shrill cries of the merman seemed to have robbed him of his wits. He was staring fearfully at a corner of emptiness in the lab, and when Dorian called him, he merely emitted strange, ho-ho sounds. Damn. Dorian had to rush to the control panel in a stumbling manner, forcefully pulling down the power lever. With a faint hum, the entire lab plunged into darkness. Fortunately, the emergency light spontaneously lit up. Dorian fumbled his way back to the side of the water tank in the dimness. He heard the trembling of the power grid weaken, indicating that the merman's attacks had softened significantly. A few seconds later, all the sounds disappeared. A heavy silence descended upon Dorian's heart, and he could hear that fragile organ going crazy. Sylvie. Dorian's call echoed through the enclosed lab as he anxiously looked down, trying to spot the merman. But the lights of the water tank had also been cut off, leaving the water pitch black. He could see nothing. Fortunately, in a blink, Dorian noticed two pearl-like fluorescent spots not far below him, Sylvie's eyes with the nictitating membrane open. Thank God. You're all right, Dorian sighed in relief, almost crying at that moment. Following an extended, whale-like mournful wail was the rustling tremor of the power grid. Dorian guessed Sylvie was feeling his way around the grid, maybe wanting to come out. I'm so sorry, dear, I am so sorry. I can't turn off the grid. Dorian found himself unable to utter these words, he could only keep apologizing endlessly. Dorian. Dorian. Under the grid, the merman kept whispering Dorian's name repeatedly, pacing in the water and reaching out to touch Dorian through the cold iron mesh. But Dorian could only helplessly watch him there. I'm here, Sylvie, I'm here. After some hesitation, Dorian opened a small section of the grid and inserted his left hand. Before doing this, Dorian wasn't sure if he'd be able to keep this hand, given how terrifying Sylvie had been earlier. If the merman had escaped from the observation tank, he might have really bitten off Dorian's head. Yet now, he simply wanted to give this pitiful little creature some comfort. It's okay, sweetheart, it's okay, I'm here. Dorian lay prone on the edge of the water tank, allowing his left arm to hang straight down. He felt his fingertips touch the icy surface of the water. In the tense waiting, who knew how long it lasted, Dorian suddenly touched a textured, hard object, which startled him immensely. It took several seconds for him to realize it must be one of the scales on the merman's tail. Then, very soon, his palm pressed against a cool, smooth skin, damp and wet. Looking down, Dorian saw those two glowing eyes near his palm, like fireflies about to be caught by him. The merman let out another infant dolphin-like tender chirp. He pressed his cheek against Dorian's palm, cradled it with his flippers, and affectionately rubbed against it. The instant of relaxation released Dorian's taut, stiff muscles. He allowed this deep-sea beast to act cute in his hand and stroked his chin as if teasing a puppy. He couldn't help admitting again that the merman's skin did feel exceptionally pleasant to the touch. However, the ear fins were too sharp. In one careless twist of the head, Sylvie cut Dorian's palm with the sharp edge of his ear fin. Hiss, Dorian yanked his hand back sharply because of the pain. The merman smelled the blood oozing from the wound on Dorian's palm caused by him. Ah! The merman let out a sorrowful wail. Panicked, he rolled over on the water surface, sobbing as he sank to the bottom of the tank and burrowed into the coral nest. No matter how Dorian called for him, he wouldn't come out. Damn! Wiping the blood on his palm with the corner of his coat, Dorian slowly stood up, planning to restore the power to the lab. Just as he turned around, he saw Livall staring at him with a deep gaze, seemingly having regained his senses. Chapter 37. Do merfolk have a possessive nature? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Dorian arrived at this conclusion through a rather embarrassing experience. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain Sylvie's sudden outburst this time. He must have felt anger and jealousy after seeing the overly intimate posture between Ryvar and himself. Actually, all of this had some early signs. Firstly, there was that suspicious mating song from the merfolk. Then, there was Sylvie's misunderstanding of the meaning of the word right. Pressure weighed heavily on Dorian's shoulders, and amidst his distress, he experienced a tinge of sweetness. Of course, don't misunderstand. Dorian had a reasonable explanation for this strange feeling, similar to how no one likes their pet dog wagging its tail at someone else, who wouldn't want their carefully nurtured little life form to only love them. Dorian was sure to bet that no one could resist the pleasure of being favored, even if this favoritism didn't come from one's own species. But now wasn't the time for idle thoughts. Next, Dorian restored power to the lab, contacted logistics to repair the tank, and then sent both himself and Ryvar to the infirmary. Compared to other merfolk research labs where insanity and death were common, the small wound on Dorian's palm and Ryvar's headache as an after-effect seemed so trivial it was as if they just sneezed. We were discussing when you and your assistants would show up, the nurse said while bandaging Dorian's wound. It's truly a miracle that you managed to last until now with such minor injuries. Alright, avoid water for 3 days. Dorian sensitively caught onto something and tried to get more information from the nurse. Are they still getting injured frequently? Things have improved recently, the nurse replied hesitantly, unwilling to answer any further questions afterward, seemingly realizing she had already said too much. Regardless, this incident didn't attract much attention, which made Dorian genuinely relieved because he planned to do something even more unconventional next. I plan to start teaching the merfolk human language at the electrical grid entrance to the tank tomorrow. Considering the potential risks of the high-voltage grid, I will shut off the power in advance. Dorian made this announcement on Wednesday, November 2nd, 3 days after Sylvie's outburst. These 3 days, they had halted all experiments, only closely monitoring the movements of the merfolk. Because of this, Dorian even missed the Halloween party. Fortunately, everything returned to normal, with nothing unusual happening. The Monday rule that Dorian had been wary of did not manifest in Sylvie this time. Perhaps he had overthought things. That night, the electric grid and metal collar seemed to have injured Sylvie quite severely. He slept continuously in his nest for 2 days and only emerged on the 3rd day, weakly wriggling out of the coral, his scorched tail covered in scars. He deliberately avoided meeting Dorian's eyes but would steal glances at the bandage on Dorian's hand whenever no one was looking. He probably felt guilty about hurting Dorian. Dorian wanted to tell him it wasn't his fault, that it was just a small accident. He wasn't angry, nor was he badly injured to the point where Sylvie needed to look at him like that. It was just a scratch, not even as painful as when the leopard cat scratched him with its claws. However, every time Dorian tried to approach and observe the tank, Sylvie would scurry back into his shell like a startled hermit crab. Who could associate this timid merman with the sea monster who shattered the glass of the tank that night? Thus, Dorian started to have some thoughts. When we wipe away the fear left by the merfolk's rampage like wiping condensation off a windowpane, we can see certain truths hidden in details. For instance, even though Sylvie had attempted to destroy everything in his fury that night, he didn't harm Dorian when he reached toward the water. In fact, he showed remorse after accidentally cutting Dorian's palm. Furthermore, that night, Dorian cut off all power to the lab. If Sylvie wanted to, he could have burst through the grid and eaten both Dorian and Ryvar before escaping the lab. But instead, Sylvie calmly returned to his nest inside the tank, allowed himself to be relocated without fuss, and returned to the tank again after the glass was replaced, all without the use of anesthesia. This couldn't possibly mean that merfolk were gentle and harmless creatures. Indeed, whether it was the great achievements of his fellow merfolk or himself, they demonstrated great danger at certain moments. Therefore, Dorian could only conclude that he and Sylvie had developed a fairly strong friendship. This, to some extent, validated Dorian's speculation. Humans would eventually be able to peacefully coexist with merfolk, communicating amicably. Dorian became so excited after comprehending this that he hardly slept the entire night. Since he had already ascertained that Sylvie would not harm him, Dorian intended to proceed with his plan. He was going to turn off the electric grid and make physical contact with Sylvie. Of course, this carried risks. But the universally recognized truth of no pain, no gain made Dorian's decision resolute. He had been stuck at a dead end in teaching verbs for nearly a month, and there was no reason for him to stop now. However, Dorian also understood clearly that such a decision was outrageous enough that he didn't want to face too much external commentary or obstacles. Therefore, Dorian decided to keep this plan strictly within this laboratory. He even avoided making modifications to the lab, intending only to use the existing room where the water tank and electric grid were located. Good, Doctor. Owen did not raise any objections to this seemingly insane decision. In fact, Owen rarely ever disagreed with Dorian. Months of collaboration had allowed him to fully grasp his superior's working style, so he knew well that once Dorian made up his mind, no one could sway him. Dorian was quite satisfied with Owen's response, then turned to Ryvar, who indeed seemed poised to launch into an elaborate speech. Dorian promptly silenced him with a glare until Ryvar reluctantly echoed Owen, "Good, Doctor." After leaving the infirmary that night, neither Dorian nor Ryvar mentioned it again. They silently kept it secret from everyone, including Owen. When asked by outsiders, they simply stated that the merman had suddenly gone berserk. After all, everyone knew that merfolk were prone to violence and rage. Many other merfolk had tried to escape by attacking the tanks and grids, not just Sylvie, so this excuse seemed reasonable enough. But within the lab, Dorian often sensed Ryvar casting occasional glances at him, which made Dorian somewhat uncomfortable. He hadn't forgotten what this rascal had tried to do that night. If it weren't for their size difference, Dorian would have taken Ryvar to an empty lab and given him a good beating to teach him a lesson for his frivolous behavior. But considering that Ryvar had kept the truth of that night confidential and likely experienced deep psychological trauma as a result, it was unlikely that he would repeat any inappropriate actions again. So, Dorian generously let the matter go. Very good. Having received the responses he wanted, Dorian turned and left. To conduct lessons in the electric grid-equipped lab, some essential equipment was still lacking, such as a small electronic screen. But before long, Dorian heard footsteps behind him, followed by Ryvar's lowered voice, "Doctor, may we talk?" Dorian operated the light brain while facing away from him. "What is it?" "I'd like to apologize for my rude behavior earlier." Ryvar stood behind him. "You certainly should apologize." This was the first time Ryvar had initiated a conversation with Dorian since that night. Dorian had assumed he would never bring it up again. "That night, I had been drinking, and was completely out of it, so, sorry. As of right now, I have no intention of firing you. Get back to work." Dorian didn't have time to listen to his excuses. "Alright, my point is, thank you. However, there's something else I must say. It is a very wrong decision to turn off the electric grid. After what happened that night, I thought you might have gained a more comprehensive understanding of the dangerous nature of the merfolk." Ryvar's tone was serious, forcing Dorian to turn around and look him straight in the eye. After confirming that Owen was on the other end of the lab recording data, he similarly lowered his voice to address Ryvar. "My conclusion differs greatly from yours. Although merfolk possess a certain level of aggressiveness, he can fully control his emotions and actions. If I wish to continue advancing our teaching efforts, writing on glass panels alone cannot possibly achieve anything significant. For heaven's sake, why haven't you realized this yet?" Ryvar scratched his curly hair forcefully. It was only then that Dorian noticed how unwell Ryvar looked. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and they were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. "What exactly do you want to say?" Dorian was growing impatient with his vague stammering. "If your concern is about safety issues, you needn't worry. The only person staying in the same room with the merman will be me. Both you and Owen can stay in the neighboring monitoring room. Any problems will be handled entirely by me." "No, it's not that." Ryvar abruptly cut Dorian off, his eyes wide open. "I know you don't believe me, but I have to warn you, Doctor, that you've probably been ensnared by that monster. I don't know what means he has used, but I'm sure of one thing, you're falling step by step into its trap. That's enough. If you're going to spout these mad words. Wait, let me finish. First, you agreed to let it out of the tank and indulged its temper tantrums. Now you're planning to shut off the electric grid. Next you'll want to remove its restraining collar, and finally set it free from the lab. You think these are rational decisions, but in reality, you've been manipulated by it. Ryvar. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but can I say something?" In the midst of their intense and secretive argument, another voice interjected, "Owen." No one had noticed when Owen had approached them, file in hand, his gaze beneath his thick glasses burning like a branding iron. It scorched Ryvar, who had suddenly gone silent, then swept over Dorian, whose expression had turned sour. "Sylvie's bone data has come out. The results show no change in the length of her bones. The increase in height is merely due to the growth of muscle and fat. Are you sure? Dorian immediately became distracted, taking the file to review while discussing it with Owen. Only Ryvar noticed that behind them, in the observation tank filled with strange and colorful marine creatures, a massive sea beast with the body of a man and tail of a fish was facing their direction, directly towards Ryvar. Slowly, it revealed a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Chapter 38. To make it easier for the mermaid to surface, Dorian used some irregular methods to acquire dozens of pieces of broken coral stone in batches. They were stacked together to form an appropriate height so that when the mermaid supported her body with her tail, her head could be exposed above the water. But Dorian's position wasn't nearly as comfortable. To communicate with the mermaid, he had to squat or sit and keep looking down at the tank. Later, Dorian even chose to lie prostrate on the ground. Personal image was not a consideration for this researcher. At first, there was still cautious probing. After giving instructions to Owen and Ryvar through his earphone, Dorian turned off a small part of the electric grid and extended his uninjured right hand into the water. Come here, Sylvie. A few seconds later, Sylvie slowly swam closer with a flick of her tail. She stayed about a meter away from Dorian, staring at his hand but didn't approach further. Come on, quick. Dorian flicked some water towards Sylvie's face with his fingertips. Humph. Sylvie, caught off guard by the attack, quickly submerged underwater. Dorian lowered his head to look around trying to spot Sylvie, only to find that she suddenly emerged from under him, spouting a jet of water toward Dorian as she tilted her head up. The electric fence helped create a barrier, but undoubtedly some of the water managed to penetrate through the mesh onto Dorian. Dorian stumbled back and eventually fell onto his butt. Ha 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 ha, you damn little brat. The atmosphere became more lively as Sylvie finally approached Dorian affectionately. She responded to Dorian's questions with broken words and sounds. It was time to start teaching. Dorian lightly touched Sylvie's face with his fingertips before quickly withdrawing them. Touch, this is called touch. Simultaneously, the electronic screen outside the grid immediately displayed the word touch. However, Sylvie didn't seem very willing to cooperate. She just wanted to play with Dorian. As soon as his hand withdrew, she immediately chased after it, rubbing her cheek and licking it repeatedly, endlessly enjoying herself. Dorian understood her intentions and coldly pulled back his hand while casting a disapproving glance at her. Sylvie revealed half her face out of the water, her nictitating membranes opening, revealing her glowing silver eyes gazing innocently upward at Dorian through the bars of the grid like prison bars. Through the bars of the electric fence that resembled a jail cell, those eyes carried a sense of innocence and helplessness that Dorian couldn't resist softening to. Alright, if you say, touch, to me, I'll give you a sardine as a reward, okay? Dorian waved a sardine lifted from the food box beside him outside the grid. I know you can do it, Sylvie, say, touch. 2. Cho. Wonderful. Dorian threw the sardine through a hole in the grid into the tank. Sylvie's actions were fast. Just as the sardine's body crossed over the grid in a span of 0.1 seconds, imperceptible to human vision, the mermaid had already opened her mouth and swallowed the small snack. Dorian couldn't clearly see her movement. This was undoubtedly a quite good start. In the following days, the interaction between Dorian and the mermaid went surprisingly smoothly. Sylvie progressed rapidly and even learned to make requests actively, asking Dorian for, please, when wanting to eat a sardine. Close contact was indeed necessary. This once again confirmed Dorian's conjecture. Even for dangerous marine creatures like mermaids, physical touch brings more security, enhancing feelings between individuals. Just look at how clingy she became when inside Dorian's palm. Dorian fell into a fervor over the mermaid once again. Aside from eating and sleeping, he almost spent every moment with the mermaid. He had no time to worry about what terrifying experiments his colleagues next door were conducting, consider the implications behind something Mag Mendez said during the meeting, or deal with petty squabbles between the two assistants, as well as Ryvar's neurotic chatter. Dorian felt like he had indefinitely entered a state of flow, with heightened excitement and fullness making his world shrink to the size of observing the aquarium. His eyes could only contain that nearly 4-meter-long mermaid. Dorian's emotions infected Sylvie, and whenever their eyes met, Sylvie would start dancing, gracefully curving her waist and tail, linking hands and tail to form intricate circles. At such times, Sylvie's scales reflected pearl-like pink iridescence at certain angles. Dorian guessed that the mermaid's tail might produce different color changes depending on emotion, and he had recently been watching previous surveillance videos to collect data to verify this conjecture. By the end of the week, Sylvie had almost mastered nearly 100 verbs. Though it sounded very unprofessional, Dorian had to admit that he used some techniques akin to dog training, such as making Sylvie jump around or remain still upon seeing word commands. Incidentally, Sylvie finally understood the difference between lips and geet, thanks entirely to Dorian's hands-on teaching. However, this overexcited merman wasn't good news for the other residents in the tank. His rapidly swaying tail often accidentally injured a few unlucky ones. Naturally, Sylvie's favorite turtle always bore the brunt of the trouble. After some negotiation, Sylvie had agreed to name the turtle Pate. Pate was once again enduring its torment today. Having received praise and a head pat from Dorian with the words, "Good boy," Sylvie got so excited that he tossed Pate back and forth through the tank with his tail. In one last misstep, he flung Pate through a gap in the electric fence, landing it at Dorian's feet. Dorian flipped the poor four-legged thing right side up, checking that it was still alive, then scolded Sylvie, "That's wrong, Sylvie. You'll hurt it doing that. Sylvie pretended not to understand, stretching his hand out through the gap in the fence toward Dorian, clearly speaking a single word, please. He wanted his pet back. No. Dorian shook his head. Sometimes you couldn't give in too much to this merman. Dorian needed to make clear that he wouldn't satisfy every request. Please. Sylvie drew out the vowel sound, accompanied by his characteristic nasality, sounding like a whimper of grievance. A beautiful male merman with a sexy voice pouted at Dorian through the iron bars. The sight was truly fucking hard to resist. Dorian massaged his temples, struggling for a few seconds before giving in. Okay, if you say, help me, I'll give Pate back to you. Help, me. A minor mishap occurred when Sylvie tried to pull his hand back. A pointed iron bar sticking out from the electric fence pierced into his wrist. The more he struggled, the deeper the bar went, and he let out a cry of pain, sounding just like an injured young dolphin. Just hold still. Dorian immediately approached, gripping Sylvie's wrist to prevent further injury. Sylvie continued whispering, help me, repeatedly, accidentally using the phrase correctly in context. Dorian couldn't help but smile, alright, I'll save you. Just be still and stop squirming. Dorian examined the wound and discovered that the iron bar had pierced Sylvie's wrist at an upward angle, though fortunately, it didn't cause excessive bleeding. Merfolk's skin was much tougher than it looked. If Sylvie hadn't thrashed around earlier, the spike wouldn't have pierced so deeply. The material used for the electric fence detaining the merman was naturally quite strong. After trying for a long time, Dorian found no way to free Sylvie's hand without worsening the injury. Hey, are you there? I need some tools to cut the fence, something like a portable saw, Dorian said to the two assistants in his earpiece. Okay, doctor. Owen responded, but Ryvar was the one who eventually entered the lab. As soon as the lab door opened, the merman grew agitated. He continuously huffed toward the entrance, screaming even louder as Ryvar came closer. For God's sake. Dorian resisted the mental attack from Sylvie's cries, supporting his wrist with one hand and taking the saw with the other, telling Ryvar, he doesn't like you. Get out quickly. Ryvar paused briefly before leaving a parting warning, be careful, and left the lab. Dorian paid no heed, carefully cutting off the section of the fence with the saw and finally removing the metal spike. Chapter 39. The small section of the power grid that had been severed by Dorian was tied back to its original position with thin iron wire, in a rough and hasty fashion. Unless someone examined it closely, they wouldn't be able to notice any difference. Liverel chased after Dorian as soon as he exited the lab, asking him when the logistics team would come to replace the damaged grid. Dorian refused him, naturally for not wanting others to discover their illicit proximity to the merman. At the time, Liverel appeared convinced. However, early the next morning, he once again approached Dorian, demanding an immediate reinforcement of the power grid. As long as this thing can conduct electricity, combined with the door to this lab, the merman won't be able to escape anytime soon. If he does, the alarm system will alert us immediately, Dorian replied absent-mindedly. He was focused on considering the teaching plan for the day. Don't you even consider our safety? Liverel shot back at him, his tone extremely urgent, that's a merman. A merman that can eat people till there's nothing left but bones. Damn it, look at him. Look at his teeth and claws. Didn't you think you've come to understand Sylvie's personality over this period? Dorian turned around to look at him curiously, unsurprisingly seeing a man on the verge of nervous breakdown. His sunken, ashen-gray cheeks and bloodshot eyes resembled traffic signals in the dead of night, starkly signaling his deteriorating mental state. For a fleeting moment, Dorian even thought he had subjected Liverel to some inhumane torture that Liverel himself couldn't recall, otherwise he truly couldn't comprehend why such simple daily tasks of observation and categorization could weigh so heavily on Liverel's mind. Think about what Liverel looked like on his first day in the research room. Perfect shirts and trousers underneath his lab coat accentuating his build, expensive glossy leather shoes, meticulously styled curly hair, always sporting that smug charm. And look at him now, disheveled hair, crumpled t-shirt, clearly mismatched socks, and his once distinctive apple chin completely buried under a thick, messy beard. Instead of neglecting appearance, Dorian felt insanity was a better description for him right then. However, upon reflecting on the earlier accidents, Dorian wasn't entirely unable to understand him, so while going through files, he very casually informed Liverel that if he genuinely couldn't adapt to this work, he was free to leave at any time. Yet, something, whether Dorian's attitude or the contents of these words, seemed to have agitated Liverel even further, causing him to lose control completely. He forgot his role as an assistant and began roaring loudly at Dorian. Wake up, damn it. You're killing yourself, you're killing all of us. Who the hell cares whether a fish can talk? He's a monster, a devil, haven't you fallen totally in love with him already? I'm telling you, you'll be the first to die. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Dorian looked at him in disbelief, followed swiftly by anger at being insulted. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Owen, who had been quietly working, stepped forward. Liverel, I suggest you shut your mouth. You're next, you slut. Liverel's lips curled into a disturbing, manic grin, watching your boss seduce a monster every day must satisfy your voyeuristic desires, huh? Don't worry, you're the second one to die, right after your dear doctor. Owen attempted to counter but ended up just reddening in the face, glaring at him in terror. Dorian gritted his molars. He was indeed starting to get angry. Enough. If you dare say any more nonsense. But Liverel didn't stop. He quickened his pace, staring at Dorian and spitting out cruel curses. He'll drag you underwater. He'll bite off your thin little neck first, then rip out your guts. Your entire blood will fill the tank. You'll open your mouth to scream for help, your eyes fixated on the glass outside, but by then, your body will have already been torn in half. Your intestines floating in water will soon be devoured by the fishes. Shut up. His overly detailed description made Dorian's stomach churn. Of course, your precious little lackey wants to help you. Yes, he pressed the alarm button and issued all attack commands, but they were useless. The merman easily avoided them, escaping the tank. He smashed the monitor room's window and cut your neck from behind with his claws as you tried to run away, very easily, yes. Your blood sprayed so high. Do you see that patch on the ceiling? Right there, you dyed it red entirely. Liverel had completely descended into a state of madness, spouting terrifying and crazy words. His bulging, bloodshot eyeballs were covered with red streaks, as if veiled in crimson haze, while he wildly gesticulated, incessantly muttering about where his limbs would end up before pointing at the observation tank and loudly cursing. At that very moment, the merman accused by Liverel as a devil quietly floated beside the glass, silently observing all this, appearing bewildered and innocent. Who really resembled a devil was plainly obvious. In the end, Dorian forcibly dragged Liverel out of the lab, bringing an end to this farce. You need some rest, Liverel. Dorian lightly slapped Liverel's cheeks a few times, hoping to bring him back from his deranged state. I'll give you unlimited leave. Go see Mrs. Akeso at the psychological counseling room. Come back when you've rested enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? Covered in cold sweat, Liverel panted heavily. He stared straight at Dorian, yet his eyes looked hollow, as though he'd lost himself, giving no response to Dorian's question. However, when Dorian turned around to return to the research lab, Liverel suddenly grabbed Dorian's arm tightly and looked at him earnestly and desperately. What I said is all true. I saw it, I saw everything. The chilling dampness from Liverel's palm penetrated through Dorian's thin lab coat into his skin, making him shiver involuntarily. Despite knowing Liverel was speaking nonsense, Dorian couldn't help but follow up on his words. Alright, so when and where did you see it? Last night, in my dream. No, don't go. It wasn't an ordinary dream, it was a premonition. I swear, what I said is all true. Considering Liverel's mental state, Dorian had no choice but to personally escort him to the psychological counseling room. Upon seeing Liverel, Mrs. Akeso sighed. I knew this day would come. Be careful, alright, she cautioned Dorian. I will. Dorian forced a smile to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Relax, I'm fine. An evidently blatant lie that deceived neither Mrs. Akeso nor himself. After leaving the counseling room, Dorian didn't return to his own research lab. Instead, he requested to take a break on land for some fresh air. Dorian never considered himself psychologically fragile, yet no one could stay calm after hearing such a horrifying account of their death. Half an hour later, Dorian went ashore with a few unfamiliar colleagues. Avoiding their enthusiastic greetings, he made his way alone to a secluded corner. When faced with the vast open sea, Dorian finally allowed himself to unravel his wrinkled soul and lay it out under the sun to sort through. Just as Mrs. Akeso had said, I knew this day would come. Like the chime of midnight bells, like the call of war trumpets, like the irresistible tide of fate. Dorian, holding an e-cigarette, finally admitted to himself in self-reflection that some kind of disaster was looming. Dorian always believed that his research lab was special, as if favored by some divine power. Compared to its neighboring labs, which were scenes of splashing blood and flesh and death, Sylvie's little enclosed metal space seemed like an Eden brimming with blossoms and flowers, evidence being that for months, Dorian and the two assistants remained safe and sound, even at ease, living harmoniously with the merman, without any issues. Even now, Dorian still didn't think there was anything wrong with his lab. But Liverel had gone mad. Why? Because of the merman. Then why were Dorian and Owen still sane? At this moment, Liverel's appearance overlapped with Professor Wisdom's crazed demeanor during the discussion session, and the continuous wailing from the psychological counseling room echoed again in Dorian's ears. What exactly had happened? Dorian felt he had become the white rat in a maze experiment, trapped within walls he couldn't see the edge of. An invisible fear was chasing his tail, forcing him to sprint blindly towards an unknown future. Of course, all of this might be Dorian's undue worrying. Before capturing the merman, someone at the institute developed severe mental problems every year. Liverel's breakdown might have been entirely due to his own issues, unrelated to Dorian or the merman. Nicotine gradually alleviated Dorian's anxiety. He exhaled a large puff of smoke and looked toward the sea in front of him. My God, it's so beautiful. Dorian muttered softly. After letting go of his inner burdens, Dorian was suddenly struck by the scenery before him. The azure blue ocean, the endless blue sky, seagulls flying freely above, his vision was perfectly patched with just two colors, blue and white. Dorian couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw such a scene with his own eyes. The approach of the apocalypse hadn't caused people to care more about environmental protection. On the contrary, the broken window effect manifested clearly in this moment. The sea had swallowed the land, but it hadn't consumed the garbage of the land. It was like a beast suffering from indigestion, vomiting out what its body could not assimilate, all that white waste, entirely rejected by its depths. Some areas of the sea were coated with a rainbow-colored oil slick, chemicals humanity would rather ignore than confront. When survival itself was an issue, who cared about clogged sewers? Thus, in what seemed like silent accusation of mankind's wickedness, this refuse drifted endlessly upon the waves, occasionally mingled with the severed limbs of humans or animals. No one cleaned it up, nor could they. The mess grew worse day after day. And now, the trash was gone. All that remained was the ocean, pure and untouched. Dorian blankly consulted his terminal for news, having neglected updates on the outside world for so long that he'd missed several positive developments. For instance, the sea level had not risen for 4 consecutive months, it had even dropped by several centimeters. Citizens rejoiced over the change, leading to heightened activities of the sea god cult, with masses of devotees praying daily on the water's edge. Experts also claimed improvement in marine pollution levels, which may be attributed to nature's own healing abilities, or possibly the contributions of some giant marine life forms. As Dorian was about to turn off his terminal, a minor headline in a corner caught his attention. After 3 months, Professor Lillian wins defamation case, reclaiming ownership of Melville whale from ex-husband. It took Dorian a few minutes to recall that Professor Lillian was Rose's mother. He opened the article and skimmed through it quickly. Just as the title suggested, Lillian's down-and-out ex-husband had abruptly resurfaced 3 months ago, accusing her to the press of stealing his academic achievements and claiming the discovery of the Melville whale as his own. This triggered quite a stir in the academic community. Thankfully, after a grueling evidence-gathering process, Lillian managed to defend her honor, aided crucially by her superior, Professor Magmendi. At the mention of Magmendi, Dorian instantly shut the page without further thought. Nevertheless, it finally dawned on him why Rose had been delaying her return to school. He paused, then sent Rose a brief text message of inquiry. 2 days passed, yet Rose still hadn't replied to Dorian. By then, Dorian had already dismissed the matter completely, since Liverell had returned. It was a very ordinary, very calm day when Dorian refused the advances of a young researcher during his commute and arranged dinner and swimming plans with David via his terminal. Then, walking into the lab, he spotted Liverell, staring vacantly at the observation tank. Much as Dorian had not anticipated Liverell's rapid return to the lab, neither could he have imagined that Liverell's mad ramblings might come true someday. Exactly 32 minutes and 47 seconds after Dorian came into close proximity with the merman, the creature broke free from the electric grid and dragged Dorian into the tank. Chapter 40. No matter how many years have passed since the incident, Dorian can still vividly recall every detail of that day, including how he played with the merman and how he was suddenly dragged into the water by the same merman who lost control. At the beginning, everything was perfectly normal. Sylvie was in a good mood. He swam around Dorian's arm that extended into the water tank, muttering "Sticky, help me," although the merman still barely understood the meaning of this phrase, he only knew that whenever he said this, Dorian would always satisfy him. Initially, they were just chatting, meaning Dorian initiated casual daily greetings while Sylvie responded with a string of self-invented broken words. It was most likely unintentional on Sylvie's part to alter the shape of those words, he was merely using these blended terms to express his emotions, Dorian conjectured. For example, with Sylvie, puppy wall represented some sort of solidified affection, which probably stemmed from Dorian's habit of calling him a puppy when he was happy. In any case, at that moment, their atmosphere remained as harmonious as ever, and Dorian decided to teach him new words, or more precisely, new phrases. He felt they could start trying out some short sentences, although it was clearly challenging, as evidenced by Sylvie's confused expression and stagnant movements. But Dorian didn't pick up on those signals at the time. He was merely thinking. Alright, another checkpoint. How could he possibly associate the sudden stillness of the merman with the Monday law he had previously imagined? Sylvie. Dorian looked suspiciously at the motionless merman underwater and splashed water onto his face as usual, but received no response. In those brief few seconds of silence from the merman, a dangerous sixth sense began to sprout within Dorian's body. But just as he noticed the abnormality and wanted to withdraw his hand away from the tank, the merman screamed suddenly, grabbing Dorian's arm and yanking it sharply downward. Dorian's rational mind barely arrived at the instant his body began to fall. He thought he'd merely get stuck in the electric grid because its material was very strong, it wouldn't be easily broken even if powered off. So he figured he would just land on the grid, perhaps losing an arm to the merman at worst. However, just as Dorian thought this, the electric grid opened its mouth like the gates of hell. Yes, after bearing Dorian's weight, the grid spontaneously collapsed inward toward the water tank, obediently allowing Dorian to drop into the pool. It had been split apart. Dorian swore he initially cut only a piece of the grid the size of half a slice of toast, this definitely wasn't his doing. Salty pool water rushed into his nose and mouth, and Dorian's vision was swallowed by a sea of blue. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain. The merman destroyed the grid. This was Dorian's second-to-last thought before falling unconscious. His final thought emerged as Sylvie approached him with a wide grin full of sharp teeth. Apparently, Sylvie didn't care about our bond. He just wanted to eat me. Dorian woke up the next morning. It felt like he had experienced a nightmare. All his emotions upon waking were shrouded in a veil of unreality. First, he saw a group of medical staff anxiously inquiring about his physical and mental condition. Then, he saw his stepfather, friends, assistants, acquaintances, and colleagues, those he recognized and didn't recognize. Everyone seemed to know the storyline all too well. They repeatedly told Dorian. "You see, I said something like this would happen. I warned you. This is what happens. You're not going to succeed like this." And Dorian, lying in the hospital bed, met the unexpected conclusion of his story just like every protagonist does in every tale. He lay in the infirmary for 3 days, but his injuries weren't serious. Visible wounds were scratches on his neck and face caused by the sharp edges of the broken grid. They weren't enough to disfigure him, rather, the scar below his left eye even added a fragile charm to his stern appearance. The most severe injury was to his head from a collision, which happened when he fell into the water tank and hit his head on a rock. However, there were no major problems. Yet everyone who saw Dorian would agree, now, he seemed as fragile as a vase. He lay dejectedly in the hospital bed, refusing to speak or respond to anyone. Only Dorian himself knew that he was healthy. His physical condition was fine. He just, suddenly lost his direction, realizing all the theoretical foundations he once believed to be true were nothing but results of his own delusions. After leaving the infirmary, Dorian visited the research lab a few times. The merman was hooked up to tubes again, placed in a narrow cylindrical observation tank at the center of the laboratory. With his eyes closed, hands and long tail stretched out leisurely, bathed under blue fluorescence light, he resembled an ancient deity sealed in a pillar from old-world mythology. Dorian heard from David that Liver saved him. At the moment Dorian fell into the tank, Liver immediately pressed the alarm button and initiated the electric shock function of the confinement collar. Dorian was still in the tank, so they couldn't recklessly use any other attack equipment. In fact, the electric shock feature and sedative effects of the small metal collar around the merman's neck had already become ineffective. Sylvie's body had developed a fair amount of immunity to them. Dorian had noticed this long ago, but due to an odd sense of misplaced confidence, he had never pointed out the reality and allowed the hidden danger to persist. But Liver had a gun, no one knew where he got it from, but before the security team arrived, he used a laser gun to drive the merman away and kept him from approaching Dorian. This is why, when the rescue team pulled Dorian out, he had merely entered a brief state of shock. By comparison, the merman's condition was much worse. His body was covered with various burns and wounds from the laser blasts, his tail fin half broken. All these injuries stemmed from his battle with the security team. Yes, Sylvie attempted to attack the security team and escape from the lab. The inevitable outcome was what you see now. He has been bound back inside the water tank column, guarded by armed security personnel 24 hours a day. Even the privilege of staying conscious has been stripped away from him. Before the accident happened, even if Sylvie accidentally lost a scale, Dorian would have felt immense heartache for it. But now, all Dorian feels is calmness, or perhaps numbness. He experienced a disorienting sense of time reversal, a severely injured merman confined once again within the water tank column. Wasn't this how the story began? Back then, Dorian was completely clear-headed. He wasn't bewitched by the merman's appearance or fooled by the deep-sea monster's acting. He fully understood that the merman was dangerous, cunning, and evil. Now, after wasting several months of energy and emotion, Dorian has returned to the starting point. He has lost nothing except returning to square one. But why? Why, when he looks up at Sylvie, does a sharp, painful scream arise from somewhere deep in his chest? Dorian is willing to confess everything to God, admit all his sins. He viewed the merman through the lens of human subjective emotions. He incorrectly assumed experimental results based on flawed theoretical foundations and childish research methods. He arrogantly thought he could tame a soulless deep-sea beast. But how could it be like this? Dorian isn't afraid of death, he has long been prepared to be eaten by the merman. The only thing he can't comprehend is the torn section of the electric grid. The high-voltage grid is unapproachable when energized, and only during the few hours when Dorian interacted with him did it remain turned off. Even though Dorian refuses to believe it 1,000 times over, while Sylvie rubbed against his palm and played with him and laughed, in every moment when Dorian let his guard down, Sylvie must have secretly and cautiously cut through the grid inch by inch, tearing apart Dorian's laughable illusions and mocking his naivety and foolish innocence. Fury and bitterness stabbed at Dorian's backbone. He wanted to argue, accuse, complain, scream, but this time, no one would listen. Chapter 41. Dorian was not surprised when Magimendi came to see him. Before this, he had already spent a week on vacation, and his injuries had healed well. On the way to the director's office, Dorian encountered some pointing fingers and whispers along the way. Whenever he appeared in public places, he always felt some discussions about him, saying that he had been enchanted by the mermaid to open the electric grid, almost getting eaten like Caden's assistant, Cade, or something similar. Dorian wanted to turn back and shout at them, "Mind your own business." But he was also very clear that if he did this, he would be regarded as another Caden, suspected of having mental problems. Calm down. Thanks to God's grace. Love and peace. So when Dorian sat in front of Magimendi and heard him say that he would send Sylvie to the Consby Marine Biology Institute after some time, Dorian's heart didn't have any extra fluctuations. We will conduct some joint research with Consby, they've made some new discoveries recently. After all, you know, the mermaid isn't our private property. For the great advancement of human science, we need to restrain some personal feelings. Majamendi said to Dorian like this. Dorian understood his hint. He was afraid that Dorian still harbored an obsession with the mermaid like before, not allowing anyone to take away his specimen. But now it wasn't necessary. A curve formed at the corner of Dorian's mouth. Of course, when does Consby need her? Early next month if everything goes smoothly, otherwise after Christmas, depending on the progress of the preliminary preparations. So what do I need to do during this period? Simple, conduct a comprehensive checkup on the mermaid, compile all the current physiological data of the mermaid, facilitating subsequent handovers. No problem. Majamendi had been scrutinizing Dorian's expression all along. After a brief pause, he changed the topic. Dear child, although this may make you feel sad, I am glad that you have finally emerged from the fog and returned to the essence of research. Dorian remained silent, just looking at him with his emotionless blue-gray eyes. This was a rare moment. Dorian did not argue against Majamendi's preaching but listened quietly instead. This undoubtedly gave Majamendi a certain encouragement. Feeling the responsibility of the title, father, he thought he must say something more in his capacity as an elder. This is why I didn't give you more research tasks in the first place. You were like this since childhood, looking cold and strong, but actually overflowing with compassion. You must understand this sooner or later. You are a researcher, not an animal breeder. If you cannot hold a scalpel, then you are not suitable for this job. Overflowing with compassion. What a ridiculous accusation. Dorian smiled. Don't worry, Dad. Next time, I'll definitely shoot through the mermaid's heart with a laser gun. Just like what you did to John. A flicker of astonishment crossed Majamendi's face, and Dorian clearly caught this moment. He felt a sense of relief, but pretended as if nothing happened, inviting his stepfather. The seminar is about to start, let's go, Professor. Dorian never listens carefully to the mermaid group discussion held once a week because it's almost Majamendi's scene for practicing his acting skills. He is absolutely the best politician in academia and the best speaker among professors. Everyone present is accustomed to this, sitting emotionlessly in their seats. Dorian used to stand out for being cynical, but now has naturally blended into them. Everyone looked sallow and bad-tempered, obediently, emptily, mechanically accepting instructions. The only thing that shook Dorian was the death of the mermaid Kane. It stemmed from an accident. The assistant who caused the mermaid's death had only been at the institute for a month and lacked necessary experience. He has been dismissed by the institute. We feel extremely grieved, but since the tragedy has already occurred, we can only accept it and try to make Kane generate as much value as possible. Majamendi did not specify how Kane died, only emphasizing repeatedly that it was an accident. Dorian cast his gaze towards Caden, the man who seemed as if 1 foot was already in the grave. Dorian found it unbelievable that 2 months ago, Caden's health condition had already been poor enough to terrify even an ordinary person. He was emaciated and lethargic, like a living corpse. Yet, he was still alive at this moment. Dorian even detected a burst of vitality in his eyes. Dorian faintly realized that Kane's death might have greatly pleased Caden, who appeared the happiest person throughout the entire discussion session. It was at this moment that Dorian vaguely recalled that the mermaid Kane had devoured Caden's assistant, and that assistant seemed to be related by blood to Caden. He might be his brother. Was it really an accident caused by the assistant? Dorian had no way to probe Caden's inner thoughts. All he could do was recall the mermaid with the beautiful blue tail, which filled him with immense loss and sorrow. Humans captured mermaids, mermaids ate humans, and were then killed by humans. A warning bell deep within Dorian's heart began to ring again, but this time, he chose to ignore it. When Dorian imagined himself as a mere speck crushed under the wheels of human history, he could feel a sense of spiritual detachment, becoming an object that no longer needed to think. His persistence didn't matter. Whether personal choices were right or wrong wouldn't affect the direction of history's progress. The entire galaxy was nothing more than a fleeting spark in the universe. What if humans could communicate in the language of mermaids, have peaceful conversations, and uncover all the secrets of nature? What if they couldn't? What if humans continued to eke out a living on this land? Or went extinct? None of this had anything to do with Dorian. When Dorian, wearing gloves and goggles, looked at the mermaid lying on the observation table, his heart was as hard as his scalpel. The continuous injection of anesthetics had already caused the mermaid to develop antibodies. A dose strong enough to kill a cow only left the mermaid unable to move, yet Sylvie stubbornly refused to close her eyes and fall into unconsciousness. Lying on the cold metal, she let out a sharp and mournful cry. As Dorian cut off a small piece of her fin, she strained to rub her tail against his arm, begging for mercy. When locked inside the observation tank, she cried pearls and pleaded with Dorian for help, spelling out, "Help me please," on the glass with her tears. Dorian looked at her coldly, then suddenly remembered something. He removed a pearl from his wrist, which was strung on a thin wire, and handed it to Owen. This is a pearl secreted by the mermaid. Go test its composition and compare it with regular pearls. Let me know the results as soon as possible. After speaking, Dorian did not look at the mermaid again. He turned around and left. Chapter 42. Livel had been on sick leave with a very poor mental state since Dorian was injured and hospitalized. He had been shut in his own break room ever since. According to Owen, the only witness present at the time, Livel was like a madman. He seemed hellbent on killing the merman, almost injuring Dorian several times if not for Owen's intervention. Whether out of gratitude for saving his life or as an act of concern from a superior, Dorian believed he should visit him. However, when he arrived at Livel's break room, all that greeted him was the bold line on the sign at the door, "Do not disturb." After multiple unanswered communication calls, Dorian decided to see Mrs. Akiso to learn more about Livel's condition. In Dorian's imagination, he should soon be back at work. After all, how much time could it possibly take to understand the health status of a subordinate? However, the outcome was that when Mrs. Akiso looked at him with deep concern through her warm brown eyes and asked, "How are you, my child?" Dorian uncontrollably poured out all the suppressed feelings of the past few days. He spent an entire afternoon on that maple-red sofa. "I don't think this is my fault. Every step I took was reasonable. I must be right, but..." Dorian wearily buried his face in his hands, looking like a deflated failure. "I can see that you've done your best. Sometimes, however, the occurrence and result of an event are intertwined by subjective and objective factors. Only God can predict what will happen next." Mrs. Akiso gently pushed the honey tea toward him. "You must be very upset. Have some hot tea, it will make you feel better." "No, this has nothing to do with God. It only has to do with that damn merman." Dorian guzzled down a few mouthfuls of honey tea, angrily yet grievously accusing. "I trusted him so much. How could he cut off the electric grid at that moment? Just that moment, when I thought we were happiest." "Do you know why he did it?" Mrs. Akiso softly questioned him. "He must have been..." Dorian held back a surge of anger in his throat, unable to easily utter the word intentional as he tried to release it. Because Dorian realized Sylvie didn't intentionally betray his trust. He turned off the grid because the power was already off at that moment, making it easy for him to approach. If Sylvie wanted to escape from the grid and flee from the tank, the few hours they interacted were the perfect time. And pushing the question further. Why did Sylvie want to escape from the grid? Because he wanted to leave here, leave the lab, leave this research institute. And why did he want to leave? The answer to this question was laughably simple. Because mere people did not belong here. They belonged to the sea, and he wanted freedom. The roles of victim and perpetrator flipped momentarily. Was Dorian now supposed to reflect on the original sins of being a marine biologist? So he lowered his head again, painfully saying, "I don't know." Mrs. Akiso sighed. "Don't blame yourself too much, Dorian. You haven't hurt anyone." Dorian blankly lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed. Magmendi said, "Maybe I'm not suited for this profession." "Oh my God, there he goes again." Mrs. Akiso dramatically rolled her eyes before becoming serious, like a lioness protecting her cubs, bristling up. "Kindness and compassion are essential elements for any job. They bolster one's sense of morality like a safety net. Precisely because there are sincere and kind people like you in existence, our society can continue to exist." Dorian never thought of himself as sincere, nor could he be called kind, but if evil values were to be measured, Dorian would surely be far less than Magmendi. Anyway, upon leaving the counseling room, Dorian felt much more resolute inside. Regardless of what happened, at least he could face his past and future calmly. Returning to his break room in the evening, Dorian began flipping through John's log once more. This time, having changed his perspective, he generated different thoughts. Previously, Dorian always wondered what kind of creatures mere people were. So, from those ancient myths and legends, he read about their wickedness, temptation, and horror. But thinking further, even though countless legends depicted mere people as fearsome, humans had never ceased exploring and studying them. What did humans want to obtain from them? What experiments did Magmendi conduct on the merman? What did Conspire Research Institute plan to do to Sylvie? In ancient Oriental mythology, there are descriptions of weeping pearls, merfolk tears, jiaxiao, merfolk woven gossamer, and merfolk balm, an ointment made by boiling down merfolk, which burns perpetually, each item being of inestimable value. In the collection of ancient and modern stories, it even tells of 800 bhikkhuni who ate merman flesh to achieve immortality. Clearly, humanity has never placed merfolk on an equal footing with themselves. Instead, the latter was always seen as a useful tool, a rare resource, a means for profit. No matter how many years passed, this inferior root embedded in the human genome would never disappear. The justification now only shifted to for the great advancement of human science. Look at that, what a splendid, pompous slogan. Since the Institute captured the merman, almost everyone had been fantasizing about uncovering the secrets of merfolk, hoping that before the floodwaters of the apocalypse drowned them, they would at least gain the freedom to roam in the sea, even if tails wouldn't grow. And as for whether the merfolk lived or died, nobody cared. Dorian even entertained some absurd thoughts. If merfolk truly possessed some mysterious powers, after being treated like fish on a cutting board by humans, wouldn't this Oceanographic Research Institute soon be facing catastrophic retribution? The result of overthinking before sleep was Dorian's inability to fall asleep late into the night. Unwilling to waste time tossing and turning in his coffin-like bed, he decided to head to the swimming pool in the living area to calm his restless thoughts through physical exertion. Not long after, Dorian arrived at the fitness zone. Very rarely, the place was completely deserted. Row upon row of neatly arranged fitness equipment emitted a cold, eerie aura, reminding Dorian of a third-rate horror movie he had watched a few years ago. Cheap blood effects, substandard makeup and props, and the main character's exaggerated screams revealing their uvula while screaming. Misunderstand not, Dorian wasn't afraid, he relished the stillness when he was the only one in such vast spaces. He was just a little surprised that after so many years, he could still clearly remember that one supporting ghost's name from that film was Barbara. Thinking about the plot of the horror movie was much better than pondering over those terrible experiments related to merfolk. Whistling happily, Dorian stepped into the swimming area, unexpectedly finding someone already in the pool. What bad luck! Dorian abruptly stopped whistling, swiftly changed into his swimwear in the locker room, and planned to quickly finish a few laps then leave. After all, in the silence shared by only two people, you can't help but exchange greetings and small talk, which Dorian detested. Given the size of the Institute's population, the swimming pool was unusually spacious. To avoid talking with the man floating on the surface, Dorian deliberately chose the furthest lane away from him. But soon Dorian noticed something unusual. This fellow who came to swim hadn't changed into a swimsuit. His regular white t-shirt and baggy shorts were soaked and stuck tightly to his body. That fact alone was not too noteworthy, though. The strangest thing was that from the moment Dorian entered the swimming area until he had swum several rounds in the pool, the man remained floating face down for an unnaturally long time. Dorian didn't once see him raise his head to take a breath. An ominous feeling crept up Dorian's brain like an octopus tentacle. Hey buddy. Are you alright? Dorian wiped the water droplets from his face. The man floated silently on the surface, giving no response. The empty swimming pool was deathly silent, like a graveyard. Damn it, don't tell me you've already. Muttering curses, Dorian swam closer. All sorts of images of the third-rate horror movie's shrieking female lead flooded his mind. Soon, Dorian reached the man and tentatively patted his back. Seeing the person react like a raft swaying under his touch, Dorian felt his heart suddenly constrict. Next, he held his breath, struggled, and turned the man over so that his face faced upward. The instant the man's face emerged from the water, Dorian recoiled 2 steps. His feet slipped, causing him to fall suddenly into the water. In a panic, he managed to grasp a nearby handrail just in time to steady himself, afterward violently coughing until he retched. Behind him, the man dressed in the white t-shirt continued to float on the water's surface, face up this time. In the blue, chlorine-scented swimming pool, he lay motionless, bloodshot eyes open yet void of life, pale and swollen skin allowing the water to rhythmically cover and uncover his nose and mouth. It was a corpse. A corpse named Livel. Chapter 43. As everyone wondered, the Institute was equipped with the most advanced AI smart system, especially in areas like the pool where accidents were prone to happen. This place specifically had an intelligent monitoring system that paid real-time attention to the dynamics of swimmers. Once it detected signs of struggling from drowning, rescue robots would immediately come to the rescue. In critical situations, the system could even completely drain the pool water within half a minute. But Ryvar drowned and died. Could the smart system have malfunctioned? Later investigations shocked everyone. The surveillance video showed that 15 minutes before Dorian arrived at the pool area, Ryvar had slowly walked to the edge of the pool as if sleepwalking, carefully removing his personal terminal from his wrist and placing it well. Then he descended into the water step by step along the ladder, raising his arms, bending forward, and diving into the water. Then, he stopped moving. Yes, he stopped moving. He quietly drowned himself in the pool as if a sleepwalker fell back into deep slumber. In Ryvar's health tracking report, there had never been any record of him suffering from sleepwalking. However, experts on the investigation team unanimously believed that based on his behavior and heart rate recorded in the terminal, he was likely unconscious at the time. Ryvar's death exploded throughout the entire institute like potassium meeting water. Rumors spread like a virus through ventilation ducts, and within 2 hours, the only topic of discussion on everyone's terminals was Ryvar. While people were vividly discussing Ryvar's dramatic death, no one knew that this was just the first few chapters of a horror story. Dorian learned everything that happened afterward from David a few days later. After checking the surveillance footage, the investigation team quickly headed to Ryvar's resting room, trying to find clues about his strange death. There, they experienced something quite unforgettable. First, a foul stench of decay greeted them. Even the ventilation system couldn't clear the smell here. The nauseating odor was almost comparable to biological weapons, resembling a smelly pigsty. There were dirty clothes all over the floor, and the bed was covered in mysterious yellow-brown stains. It was hard not to suspect that he might have lost control of his bowels in his sleep. Even more shocking was the bathroom restroom, which measured less than 2 square meters. A young security guard went in for a glance and immediately rushed aside to vomit. At that moment, everyone who saw the bathroom agreed that they had seen the reflection of hell on earth. Excrement, vomit, blood, unidentifiable internal organs, human limbs. All elements that appeared only in third-rate horror films were vividly piled up in Ryvar's bathroom. When people hastily fled the scene and fresh air cleared their clouded minds, everyone finally realized that those bloody things certainly didn't belong to Ryvar, meaning Ryvar likely killed someone before his own death. After a brief emergency search, the investigation team broke into Caden's resting room and, as expected, found Caden gagged and tied to a chair, or rather, the remains of Caden. Caden's legs were sawed off and thrown aside carelessly. With a portable handheld electric saw. Small enough to fit in your pocket. Ryvar used that mini electric saw, similar in appearance to an electric toothbrush, to cut off Caden's legs while he was conscious and alive until he bled out and died. No one knew why Ryvar did it. Everyone who knew him said he was kind-hearted, full of love for animals, and had no enemies. Moreover, before this incident, he barely had any interaction with Caden, and he had no reason to be a terrorist who gruesomely murdered his colleague. Yet the fact remained that Ryvar indeed did this, and he even took half of Caden's foot and some internal organs back to his own bathroom. Subsequent investigations not only failed to unravel the mystery but instead added more puzzles. For instance, the back-end data from both of their terminals showed hardly any communication between them. The few limited messages were solely related to work, and their last contact was a year ago. But on this abnormal night of Ryvar's, he suddenly went to Caden's resting room and rang the doorbell. After a short conversation, Caden let him into his room. People could not know what they talked about, but from the fact that Caden agreed to let him into the room, it seemed they had no deep grudge against each other. If Ryvar killed in a rage due to an argument, the method wouldn't be so cruel. If Ryvar had long planned revenge for years, why was Caden completely defenseless? The most baffling question was why Ryvar chose suicide after brutally killing Caden, and in such a bizarre way. Thus, all clues seemed to point to only one conclusion. Ryvar went insane. There was indeed plenty of evidence regarding this point. Setting aside the testimonies of Dorian and Owen, the diagnostic records stored by Mrs. Akiso alone were enough to prove that Ryvar had suffered a severe mental breakdown. However, at the time, Dorian knew none of this. He had been forcibly detained in the infirmary for observation by Mrs. Akiso. At first, lying on the hospital bed, Dorian resembled a rabbit that had just escaped from a terrifying predator. Every single footstep of the nurses passing by the ward door could make him tremble violently. Though Dorian insisted he wasn't that fragile and didn't need to occupy medical resources, Mrs. Akiso still believed that finding Ryvar's body had caused him some degree of psychological trauma. "I'm fine." Dorian told everyone who came to see him this, even though his complexion was so poor it seemed like he might faint any second. The investigation team found him to inquire about Ryvar, and Dorian spoke disjointedly, saying something afterward he couldn't recall himself. Only Ryvar's face remained vividly in his mind. Only Ryvar's unpeaceful dead expression lingered endlessly, as if an ineradicable stain stubbornly clung to the carpet of memory. Mrs. Akiso was right, Dorian developed a high fever that very night. After lying in the infirmary for 2 days, he finally recovered. 2 days later, Dorian returned to his own research lab. Just like a volcano that erupted once and fell back into dormancy, the Institute's discussions about the horrifying mutilation case gradually faded away. After all, the evidence was solid, and the perpetrator had already died. No matter how terrible the calamity, with the passage of time, it would eventually be covered with an innocuous, old yellow hue. But Dorian always felt something was off. This dense sense of unease stimulated his nerves, making him feel as though he were submerged in toxic chemical gas. It might have something to do with the frequent dreams about Ryvar that haunted his nights. These dreams weren't frightening. In fact, Ryvar's grotesque death repeatedly appeared in his dreams, but nothing more happened than that. What troubled Dorian was that, in his dreams, Ryvar's corpse would sit up in the water, staring directly at Dorian. His bloodshot eyes seemed to try to push open a crevice of hell to give Dorian some kind of clue, but Dorian simply couldn't understand what it meant. During the day, every time Dorian entered his laboratory, he always felt there was a gaze watching him. He thought it was Ryvar's ghost, yet when he turned around, he only saw the nearby observation tank and the melancholy merman inside it. In order to restore the merman to peak physical condition, Sylvie had been moved back to the observation tank again. This time, a heavy iron lock was attached to his tail. Perhaps due to the previous murder case, the transfer of Sylvie to the Conspire Institute was temporarily postponed, likely to be delayed until next year. No one knew for sure. Even though people ultimately attributed Ryvar's actions to mental instability caused by work stress, Dorian was well aware that the tasks Ryvar handled in this lab were completely free of stress. If anything, his predecessor, Rose, should have been the first to go mad. Instinctively, Dorian formed some bizarre thoughts. In a daze, he approached the observation tank and whispered softly. "Did you do it?" The merman struggled to shake his tail. He lowered his long lashes, and a string of milky white droplets overflowed from his tear ducts, coagulating into spherical beads that sank to the bottom of the water. He used his sharp nails to spell out on the other side of the glass. "Dorian. Help me. Please. Help." Dorian looked up at Sylvie, looking at the merman he'd spent half a year living alongside, refusing to ponder what the organ causing the constant acid sensation in his chest might indicate. "No." Dorian crossed out his own name and shook his head at Sylvie, saying, "No." Chapter 44. Before the handover with Conesby, Dorian had no other work. Magmandy did not assign him any tasks, so he wouldn't look for trouble voluntarily either. He lost all his curiosity about everything. For nearly a week, both Dorian and Owen were idle. All Dorian would do was to revisit the past videos stored in the mermaid observation log, like watching a sci-fi movie starring himself, whereas Owen's role resembled more of a security guard, ensuring that this mermaid would not cause any further accidents. Dorian actually greatly appreciated Owen's personality. Without discussing his private life, Owen truly embodied the qualities an assistant should have: obeying superiors' instructions, completing work on time, and never criticizing or gossiping. But Dorian was fully aware that he had never truly understood him. In the lab, Owen was the clumsy engineering student with a bird's nest hairstyle wearing black-framed glasses. At the secret party, Owen was the outspoken member of the LGBT community dressed in a sexy strapless outfit. When facing Rose, Owen was the gentle and considerate partner. When facing Laval, Owen was the spiteful antagonist targeting everywhere. You could certainly use the reason of people having multiple sides to explain all this, but when Dorian realized that Owen was completely unmoved by Laval's death, he couldn't help but feel deeply perplexed. At first, Dorian was satisfied that Owen wasn't as nagging and overly neurotic as David. He neither showed too much concern for Dorian's physical condition nor gave any opinion on Laval's death. After Dorian gave an instruction, he would quietly sit behind the surveillance console, play arcade games on an old-school gaming machine, clock in and out on time. It was as if Laval had never been present in this research room. As if they didn't know each other at all. However, Dorian soon began to reflect upon himself. True sorrow is never about crying openly in front of others. Dorian shouldn't maliciously speculate on others. Perhaps he really had become too idle recently, which caused some random thoughts. Therefore, even though he found David talkative, Dorian still agreed to every invitation David extended to have meals together. Dorian refused to admit that he had become fragile, it just always felt nice to have someone around. In the restaurant, David once again invited Dorian to enjoy the new season of The Slave and the Horse with him. He enthusiastically assured Dorian that he would definitely like it this time because there was a mermaid character this season, emphasizing that it was a handsome merman prince with a colorful tail. Not interested. Dorian coldly rejected him while mechanically swallowing nutritional paste and reading the news on his terminal. David sighed. All right, then let's discuss the damn news. Has anything big happened recently? There indeed is a big event. Dorian frowned. The annual festival of the Poseidon cult has started. That's terrible. There was genuine sympathy on David's face, and his mood obviously dropped. When Dorian looked at him, he explained, my cousin died during one of these festivals. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right, it happened a few years ago. Compared to the word festival, which carries a religious sanctity, Dorian preferred to simply call those activities insane suicide parties. It seemed like a challenge to God and the Christians. The grand annual festival of the Poseidon cult takes place just half a month before Christmas. Every day, followers go to the beach to kneel and worship, reciting scriptures under the guidance of the priests, dancing strangely, reportedly imitating the swimming postures of fish to please the sea god. But in Dorian's eyes, they looked more like earthworms with legs wriggling in the air. He couldn't help but think cruelly that after witnessing such strange behavior from the believers, it made perfect sense for the sea god to get angry and punish humanity. In short, after a series of activities incomprehensible to ordinary people, the most important part of the festival arrived: sacrifice. Not sacrificing cattle or wine, the Poseidon cult sacrifices their own lives. More straightforwardly, believers jump into the sea to commit suicide at the end of the festival. According to their doctrine, dying in the sea during the festival means your impure soul has been accepted by the sea, and you've received the blessing of the sea god. In the next life, you'll be reborn as a fish in the sea, free from human suffering. But if you, unfortunately, survive, it means you're not pious enough, and there are still karmic debts in your life unresolved. You need to return to reality after thanking the sea god, remain kind and peaceful, atone for past evil thoughts and actions, break free from all the mire of desires, and then return to the sea once again. This was also why the Poseidon cultists detested the Union Management Bureau, as the latter would always rescue people at the beach during the Poseidon cult ceremony. Of course, according to the cultists' explanation, hindering our souls from returning to the sea. In the unpredictable end times, Dorian did not want to judge the merits of a religion. He simply believed that since everyone would eventually return to the sea, there was no need to be fixated on the time. How do you plan to spend Christmas? David interrupted Dorian's reverie. There was still more than half a month until Christmas, but since the end of November, the atmosphere of Christmas had already started to emerge faintly. Recently, the Institute had done a great deal of purchasing in preparation for the Christmas gifts traditionally given to all employees who stayed to celebrate. I don't know. Dorian replied honestly. He neither wanted to go home and play out a family drama with his parents, nor did he wish to remain aimless in the lab. Go back, Dorian, David said earnestly after finishing his meal, leaning both hands on the table while gazing deeply into Dorian's eyes. Return to the land, see the sun, feel the wind, and everything will get better. Everything will get better. Madame Akeso had also said this. Yet Dorian only felt bewildered. He didn't know what he should do next. He even began to consider quitting his job at the Institute and returning to a university on land to teach. After another 2 days, under David's persistent persuasion, Dorian finally agreed to go to the mainland for Christmas because David promised to invite him over for Christmas Eve at his house. I have several quite attractive cousins who will all be coming over for Christmas, David deliberately teased, and they've seen your pictures. They all expressed how eager they are to meet you. Dorian knew David was trying to bring him back to life, so he jokingly countered, you know, I'm mersexual, I'm not interested in your kind. David got angry enough to want to punch him, causing Dorian to burst into laughter. Regardless, Dorian was indeed getting his spirit back every day. To thank David, Dorian decided to ask Magmandy for a bit of favor, like 2 tickets on the earliest flight to the mainland. That evening, feeling rather good, Dorian specially bought an expensive bottle of red wine and planned to visit Magmandy's resting quarters to act like a dutiful son, indulging his stepfather's vanity. Of course, the director's rest area was much more luxurious than those of regular employees and was thus located in one of the quietest corners of the living zone. Dorian specifically chose around 8 in the evening, when most people were resting, yet it wasn't late enough to disturb someone's sleep, just to avoid gossip. His luck was good. Just before reaching Magmandy's quarters, he saw his stepfather walking ahead in the distance. Magmandy quickly reached the door, about to open it, and Dorian called out to him. At that moment, however, a pair of delicate, pale arms suddenly appeared from inside the room. They belonged to a woman, her nails embellished with sparkling water diamonds, decorations Dorian had once seen on Rose's fingers. The arms wrapped around Magmandy's neck in a serpentine motion, pulling him affectionately into her cave. Dorian's nerves tensed immediately, and without thinking further, he turned around and left. He certainly didn't want to bring any additional trouble to his already chaotic life. "You sure came late, darling." Just before Magmandy closed the door, Dorian vaguely heard a familiar voice behind him, the sweet tone of a girl coquettishly whining. Dorian's steps abruptly stopped. He had always known Magmandy wouldn't remain loyal to his mother. Though it wasn't entirely possible to not care, Dorian focused now on another matter. Not knowing if all young girls spoke this way, but that woman's voice was infuriatingly similar to Rose's. Dorian instantly recalled the news report he had seen before. The title was already unclear in his memory, but it summarized how Magmandy helped Professor Lillian win her case against her ex-husband. Dorian deeply disliked the way his mind always went to the basest assumptions, but, Rose who couldn't enroll and then disappeared one day, the defamation case involving Professor Lillian, the shiny water diamond nail art on Magmandy's mistress' hand. Half an hour later, Dorian was smoking atop the watchtower on the mainland. The ocean tonight seemed somewhat restless, and the weather forecast predicted a heavy rainstorm arriving in Ferdinand Island in a few hours. He had just finished his call with his mother Ivanova. As Dorian had anticipated, Ivanova did not discover the missing notebook, at least she acted so, and she showed no interest in investigating her husband's extramarital affairs either. Dorian tentatively asked her, if you had known his character back then, his lack of faith, lack of fidelity, would you still have married him? Ivanova paused for a moment and then replied, there's no such thing as if. This topic isn't worth discussing. After the call ended, Dorian leaned both hands on the railing and hung his head deeply. Even though he warned himself 100,000 times that he wasn't a savior, Dorian still couldn't help but feel sorrow. He wanted to pull his mother out of the mire of the past, just as he wanted to storm into Magmandy's quarters and take Rose away, if that woman was really Rose. Dorian didn't know whether Magmandy had coerced them, but all he wanted was to tell them. There's still a chance, there are different roads ahead. Don't confine yourselves. But reason roared at Dorian again. And then what? Are you going to be responsible for the rest of their lives? It started raining. A few droplets splattered onto Dorian's hand back. When he looked up, they hit his face. Perhaps the rain mixed with some fine ice granules, bringing a slight stinging sensation to the skin. Dorian decided to leave. He put away his e-cigarette in his pocket, turned around, and was startled to see a man standing not far behind him in the nearby control room. Aide? Good evening, Aide waved at Dorian, moving strangely like a robot. Dorian didn't know when Aide showed up or why he was staring at him without blinking with his slightly protruding eyes. Dorian was too exhausted today to argue with anyone. He lowered his head and passed by Aide, intending to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. What do you want? Dorian asked irritably, shaking off Aide's hand forcefully. Aide complied and released him. Before Dorian turned away completely, Aide asked, do you want to know what kind of experiment Sylvie will undergo in Consby? Chapter 45. Dorian scrutinized the strange person in front of him from head to toe with a sharp gaze. You know. Ade replied calmly, looking at him, yes, I guessed you wouldn't care about personnel changes. I am now the head of experimental affairs in Zone F, as well as the deputy assistant to the director. Magmandy's assistant? Dorian was briefly startled but quickly understood, Ade didn't socialize with others and only buried himself in work, Magmandy must have appreciated this quality. But why would such an Ade come to him out of nowhere and bring up these things? Dorian asked cautiously, so what if I want to know? Are you going to tell me? Yes. And if you want to know more about the experiments on mermaids, I can also tell you everything I know. Ade said this matter-of-factly. Dorian couldn't detect any flaws on his face. In fact, it's impossible to see any emotional fluctuation on a face that seems like it's wearing a silicone mask. Why? Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement? Dorian couldn't figure out his purpose. This person had appeared inexplicably and started saying inexplicable things. Even if he truly cared for Dorian, Dorian had clearly refused him before, so he wouldn't gain anything beneficial from Dorian. Because we are the same kind. A weirdly Ade-like answer. What do you mean? Dorian became even more confused. Because both of us don't fit in with everyone else at the institute. Ade was isolated due to his appearance and odd personality, something Dorian knew. And due to his identity and temper, Dorian himself remained solitary within the institute. Just because of this? Ade did not answer, merely told him, I think you should want to know. After all, Sylvie is your experiment subject, just like how you cared about your previous subject, the mutated angelfish Miguel. Dorian hesitated for just a few brief seconds before giving in. Anyway, he indeed cared deeply about that mermaid, even though they were already estranged. Alright, then what do I need to trade for this information? After hearing this, Ade seriously thought about it for a moment, then replied, I haven't decided yet, but perhaps in the future, I will need your help. You can agree to my request at that time. Deal. Dorian glanced at the time limit on the terminal. There were approximately 20 minutes left before he had to return to the seabed. That was enough time for them to have a decent conversation. Owen only realized he had left his gaming console in the lab right before going to sleep. He hesitated whether he should go back and retrieve it now. He could simply leave it there since he would take it with him when going to work the next day. However, the game he was playing was just one boss away from completion. The feeling of being so close to success clawed at his rationality like a cat paw tugging at a ball of yarn. Owen tossed and turned on his bed like a pancake being flipped over and over until he finally made up his mind to return to the lab. Soon, Owen dressed hurriedly and left home. On the way, he encountered one or two colleagues. They might recognize him, but Owen deliberately brushed his hair down over his eyes and avoided them with his head lowered. Recently, Dorian often wasn't around in the lab, nor were there endless observations and research. This gave Owen an unprecedented sense of ease. He originally thought returning to the lab to pick something up would be an easy process, so when the metallic door of the lab slowly opened before him and an ethereal shadow appeared in his sight, Owen was thoroughly frightened. For a moment, he even thought the ghost of Livel had returned. The lab was dark, and the only source of light came from the faint blue glow of the observation tank where the mermaid resided. An immense creature, half human and half fish, stood quietly beside the glass, resembling a monster from forbidden human experiments in a horror novel. Yet, his face exuded an incomparable beauty, and the powerful movement in his tail suggested a terrifying yet unshakable sacredness. On the other side of the glass stood a tall, slim figure, motionless and alone. Owen finally realized that it was Dorian. Despite the huge difference in their sizes, which should have made him appear small and insignificant, oddly, even in the posture of looking upward, Dorian still looked determined and tenacious. Perhaps due to not wearing glasses, or maybe because the darkness and silence had affected his five senses, Owen also perceived a sense of compassion in this silhouette. Hey, doctor, good evening. Owen switched on the lights, greeting Dorian awkwardly and explaining the reason for his late visit to the lab. I left something here. I'll just grab it and leave soon. Dorian didn't respond, his back still turned to Owen. This made Owen's spine grow cold as he recalled Livel and the horrific torture murder case. Once he'd retrieved his gaming console, Owen carefully approached Dorian, stopping 3 meters away before asking again, Dr. Dorian, are you alright? I'm fine, don't worry. I just wanted to check on him before bed, didn't he barely eat anything today? Dorian turned around to meet Owen's gaze. Though pale, he looked relatively normal, his words logical and coherent, certainly not a sign of impending madness. Yes, Owen sighed in relief. Maybe it's a form of controlled fasting. I remember there was a time when he also ate very little before returning to normal. Perhaps. Dorian turned back, continuing to stare at the merman inside the observation tank, lost in thought. Owen waited for a moment in a stifling silence, then finally said, Then I'll be leaving now, Dr. Dorian. Good night. Good night, Dorian replied. What Owen didn't know was that this calm exchange with him had only been possible after an hour of Dorian's relentless effort to regain composure. Had Owen entered an hour earlier, he might have seen Inez as Livel. At the time, Dorian had been pacing anxiously within the lab, then suddenly collapsing in despair in front of the observation tank, burying his head in his arms with incomprehensible muffled cries and curses. Sylvie wasn't sure what had happened, but he could sense Dorian's breakdown. After circling restlessly in the water a few times, he pressed himself tightly against the glass and instinctively spelled out those familiar words to Dorian. Dorian, help me please. But upon seeing these words, Dorian's emotions only worsened. He even attempted to bang his head against the tank's glass. Startled, Sylvie watched Dorian helplessly, frozen in place, too afraid to move. If Sylvie could speak, he would undoubtedly ask Dorian what had happened. Similarly, if Dorian knew mermaid language, he would surely have asked Sylvie right away after deducing the Monday rule. What exactly had happened? Of course, he knew now. Just an hour ago. After finding out everything from Ade. He learned the complete truth, the raw, bloody, stripped bare reality. They want the mermaid's tails, Ade said. You might have heard about the head transplant experiment centuries ago. Similarly, they plan to transplant the mermaid's tails onto human spines. This is the first step of human marine evolution. What? It took Dorian several minutes to fully comprehend the implications of Ade's short statement. Head transplant experiments. The most shocking live experiment conducted before the sea storm disaster. In 1908, a doctor in Chicago performed a successful albeit brief head transplant surgery on dogs. In 1956, a two-headed dog, created by another professor, survived over 100 hours. In 2013, a successful mouse head transplant resulted in the subject living normally post-surgery with an adequately connected spinal cord. Humans began exploring head transplantation. Imagine paralyzed patients standing again, terminally ill individuals regaining vitality, or elderly people rejuvenated. Who could resist such achievements? Thus, like opening Pandora's box, humans believed they discovered the secret to immortality and started venturing into the medical taboo of head transplantation. Although these experiments were later halted due to various ethical issues, they continued secretly. Before the first sea storm disaster, rumors spread that a head transplant surgery succeeded. A paralyzed patient voluntarily swapped bodies with a death row inmate, surviving afterwards. Of course, other rumors claimed he lived only a few days or hours, but his survival, no matter how brief, proved the experiment's feasibility. Now, they sought to possess the mermaid's tails, not through machinery assistance, not through gene transformation, but by plundering, much like how they treated their own kind during the colonial era centuries ago. And yet, they truly planned to cut off the mermaid's tails and attach them to their own waists. But. The chilling news left Dorian blank-minded, his tongue tied, taking a while to organize his thoughts. Even without considering feasibility, we only have 3 mermaids left, such precious experimental subjects. How can they do this? Amidst Dorian's helpless confusion, Ade maintained a nearly cruel calmness. He pulled up a video screenshot from the terminal and showed it to Dorian. Dorian stared blankly at the picture. What is this? The picture was somewhat blurry, appearing at first glance as just a dark patch. He could only determine it was a screenshot from the ocean probes recording by the occasional bubbles and fish shadows. Every day the Institute would release several mini-probes to search for and document new sea creatures. Ade adjusted the brightness of the photo, and Dorian's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. Incredulously, he leaned closer to the terminal on Ade's wrist. At that moment, he finally lost it and cursed loudly. Fucking shit. For God's sake, don't tell me those goddamn shadows in the background are all fucking mermaids. Chapter 46. When the brightness was high enough, the black background that Dorian thought he saw in the picture turned out to be irregular lines with ups and downs. Dorian first recognized human heads and hands, but no outlines of legs. However, upon closer observation, he discovered tails, yes, connected to the shadows that looked like human torsos were fish tails. The reason Dorian failed to recognize these mermaids at first was that there were too many of them, countless figures overlapping each other, hidden in the darkness beyond the range of the detector's lighting, forming a pitch-black wall. Heavy rain poured down from the clouds, mixed with tiny ice pellets. They hit the sea surface, hit Ferdinand Island and the watchtower, as well as Dorian's rapidly beating heart. Dorian kept shaking his head with indescribable horror, denying, no, this can't be possible. This must be an illusion caused by insufficient image clarity. The garbage island and red tide are gone. Adu suddenly changed the subject. What? Dorian could not follow his train of thought at all, responding perfunctorily, yes, I know. Any living creature who has been on land could see that. It's not worth discussing. What I want to ask you is about the authenticity of this photo. I am explaining the reasons to you. Adu stared directly into Dorian's eyes. To be honest, Adu's slightly protruding eyes always reminded Dorian of cold-blooded reptiles such as lizards, but under this calm gaze now, Dorian's boiling blood cooled strangely. He took a deep breath, letting the icy rain and brine of winter enter his lungs, extinguishing his inner restlessness. Dorian felt reason returning. He brushed back his hair and quickly cleared his mind. So your meaning is that the reduction in marine pollution is thanks to the mermaids? Adu nodded, yes. The video recording in this photograph you're looking at was taken 1 month after the Institute captured the mermaid. It seems that a group of mermaids had been active near the Institute, but no one then associated their gathering with the disappearance of pollution. Everyone just thought, finally we can start our experiments freely. Dorian followed along with his nodding. Indeed, when the number of experimental subjects was limited, for the sustainability of the research, people could only observe mainly. And when it was confirmed that the mermaids weren't rare species and that the Institute possessed capturing capabilities, there was no need to consider any restrictions anymore. Therefore, when Ada described some of the cruel virus resistance tests conducted on mermaids at the Institute, Dorian wasn't surprised at all. He knew Mangeman D could do it, and these virus tests must have only been the tip of the iceberg among all the inhumane experiments. Dorian asked amidst the chaos, but the mermaid group, why did they suddenly gather here? Was the mermaid's entry into the power grid an accident? Adu shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either, and then steered the conversation back to the previous topic of marine pollution. About half a month after the disappearance of the garbage island and the red tide, someone finally started considering the role of mermaids in purifying seawater. Dorian pressed, how do they purify? When exposed to air, the bodies of mermaids secrete a special kind of mucus, which helps break down pollutants, though another way is more effective. Adu paused briefly before uttering a chilling word, eating. Eating. Dorian vaguely felt he had grasped some clues that could link all the stories together. The answer was right in front of him, yet when he tried to reach for it, he came up empty-handed. There are indeed certain organisms in nature that can digest plastics, such as wax moth larvae. Several centuries ago, an Italian scientist discovered that these worms could not only digest plastics but also decompose them into ethylene glycol, which can decompose within weeks in soil and water. This is truly a perfect cleaning tool for dealing with white waste. Incidentally, these wax moth larvae, prior to being confirmed for their value, were subjected to some less pleasant experiments like all other specimens, to determine whether the enzyme breaking down polyethylene originated solely from chewing behavior or from stomach digestion. Researchers chose to crush the larvae into a paste, applying it on plastic films, and eventually obtained satisfactory results. The enzyme comes from the larvae's stomachs. Of course, people naturally cannot throw large mermaids into blenders, so they came up with a good idea. They starved the mermaids, feeding them only plastic when they were extremely hungry. The results were as expected. Mermaids could indeed digest plastics, but it would also burden their digestive system. Edu's words finally ignited the match of Dorian's memory. Even though his heart was roaring with rational explosions, outwardly, Dorian remained as calm as Edu. He asked, "Was that mermaid Kane?" Edu replied, "Yes." That made sense. The Cadence research team had starved Kane and then when she was extremely hungry, lured an assistant into the water tank where she ate him. Later, Cadence retaliated by causing some minor accidents in subsequent experiments, which led to her death. Dorian didn't realize he had muttered all these thoughts aloud until Edu voiced his agreement. Indeed, but it was actually the experiment itself that truly caused the mermaid's death. Now, we can go back to our initial topic, the tale of the mermaids. Dorian suddenly lifted his eyes towards Edu who continued, "If a human's lower body is amputated, they can still manage to survive. But if a mermaid loses its tail, can it still live? And how much length of the tail must be lost before it leads to death? A bunch of bastards." Dorian couldn't help himself and angrily shouted out loud, "Don't tell me they actually cut off the mermaid's tail piece by piece." Yes. All previous experimental results indicated that mermaids possess great vitality and are not easy to die. They wanted to judge the limits of the mermaid's endurance through this method. Oh God. An indescribable wave of anger and sorrow gripped Dorian's heart. He leaned against the wall of the control room, burying his whole face in his palms. He hated his long-lasting ignorance, and he felt guilty for being one of the perpetrators. Dorian felt that his soul had been chewed apart into fragments by the guilt. Starting from October, they would cut off a part of Kane's tail every Monday. Of course, later they adjusted the schedule according to the mermaid's recovery situation. Initially, what was cut off was the caudal fin, then 10 centimeters up, 20 centimeters up. Until eventually they miscalculated the size of the internal cavity within the mermaid's tail and accidentally severed her intestines. Monday. Dorian finally understood why Sylvie always displayed unusual anxiety on Mondays. Then he remembered something else and urgently asked Edu, "What date did Kane die?" Edu, the 12th. The 12th, right, the 12th. Dorian nodded muttering, his gaze surpassing Edu, passing beyond the window, into the impenetrable rainy night. The 12th was precisely the day Sylvie dragged Dorian into the water tank. Dorian wasn't sure whether there was some sort of conscious connection between mermaids. Perhaps it wasn't that mysterious, maybe it was just because of the infrasound contained in their screams and their exceptional hearing abilities. When Kane's tail was being severed, her desperate, fearful, resentful roar pierced through layer upon layer of metal, ultimately reaching her companion's ears. Dorian didn't know how Sylvie endured the long month. To be exact, it was because Dorian observed Sylvie's condition at every moment, making him more unable to comprehend Sylvie's inner state. Was he afraid? Was he feeling helpless? Was he fantasizing about killing all humans while hearing his companion's wails? Dorian didn't know. Because Sylvie never showed such emotions toward Dorian. He endured, leaving his fear and anxiety to the night. No one would understand better than Dorian just how harmoniously they interacted during the daylight hours of the past month. Dorian was like a greedy vampire, sucking endless joy from Sylvie. He loved his specimen, adored his research, and was very proud of it, making him resemble a repugnant and stupid criminal even more. But Sylvie didn't hate Dorian. This mermaid specimen, who should have been furious, who should have gone mad to retaliate against humanity, didn't hate his researcher. He exposed his fragile neck to Dorian, allowing Dorian to touch his ear fins, giving precious little pearls to Dorian, singing to him, dancing for him, and without complaint, cooperating with all monotonous tests and learning. He had countless opportunities to kill Dorian. He was no longer afraid of electric shocks or anesthesia. He should have torn this damned human into pieces at the moment Dorian ignorantly approached the power grid. Yet his only act of resistance was secretly cutting open the power grid, dragging Dorian into the water tank, and yet, harming him not. Dorian highly suspected that Sylvie pulled him into the water out of fear rather than anger. Now all causes and consequences were as clear as assembling building blocks for toddlers, neatly arranged in front of Dorian, crystal clear and horrifying. The miserable screams of the mermaids in the Vazen laboratory, researchers and assistants consecutively seeking treatment in the medical room for their ears, everyone's ashen faces filled with dread whenever mentioning the mermaids. An extremely terrifying and cunning creature. The mermaids are very, very wicked and dangerous. He's a monster, a devil. Everyone told Dorian this, and he himself firmly believed it. What did he do when that pitiful silver-tailed mermaid screamed for his help? Oh yes, he said no, and turned away. The terminal sounded a vibration alarm, reminding Dorian that the airing time was over and he should return underwater. But Dorian didn't care. The institute was filled with monitors, and only on land could they talk about forbidden topics in the blind spots of the cameras. Because of Adu's position as the experimental affairs supervisor, he could easily pull up previous research videos, allowing Dorian to witness firsthand how the male mermaid named Cain had his tail cut off again and again. Cain originally possessed a very beautiful deep blue tail, but in the video, the scales on his tail were almost gone, and his body was covered with unknown red bumps left after virus experiments, resembling a hideous mutated toad that sprouted a tail. He cried and screamed on the operating table, begging all the humans who passed by for mercy, while those researchers simply plugged their ears and mercilessly used electric saws to cut off his tail, then threw him back into the observation tank afterward, repeating the process every week. In a daze, Dorian saw Sylvie's face on that operating table. His hands and upper body were bound, surrounded by countless, white-clad executioners. Sylvie looked at them fearfully and bewilderedly, struggling and shouting Dorian's name loudly, but those cries soon turned into painful screams. "Dorian! Help me please!" Chapter 47. Majamendi did not feel surprised when he received Dorian's short message requesting to join the mermaid joint experiment. When you spend 27 years observing a person, you can always keenly perceive all the psychological dynamics behind their actions, just as with Dorian and Majamendi. During this period, Dorian had been deeply affected. He was plunged into despair, on one hand feeling betrayed by his beloved test subject, and on the other directly witnessing the death of his assistant. Majamendi could even imagine how his little stepson must have looked going to a CISO for a good cry, much like when he was young and failed to save a baby bird that fell from a tree, full of self-blame, grief, and eroded willpower due to an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Surprisingly though, Dorian would never remain in a state of irrecoverable despair. It seemed he possessed a tenacious vitality that would never be extinguished, always able to stand back up after setbacks. However, what Dorian didn't realize was that this very resilience could evoke a desire to destroy him, similar to that merman who couldn't seem to die, compelling one to want to slice off his tail piece by piece just to see how long he could endure. To avoid stumbling across something he shouldn't, Dorian chose this time to wait for Majamendi in his office. It had only been less than 48 hours since his meeting with Ed that night, and Dorian still hadn't fully processed everything when new changes occurred. The Institute decided to conduct joint experiments pairing the sole female mermaid Eve with another male merman, Abel. The equipment in both laboratories had been adjusted last night, creating quite a commotion, so Dorian couldn't help but notice. Without much thought, Dorian immediately sent Majamendi an application to join. After learning the truth about everything, any retreat would leave Dorian loathing himself. Even though he was still lost, unable to discern which direction to proceed, one thing he was clear about: he could neither prevent the atrocities committed at the Institute by staying confined in the Ivory Tower research lab he shared with Sylvie, nor stop Sylvie from losing her tail. On the following Monday morning, yet another day detested by many, Majamendi said he'd meet Dorian at his office to discuss some necessary matters. Though no specific details were given, at least Dorian wasn't turned down outright. Dorian didn't have to wait long before Majamendi arrived at the office with his prominent beer belly, already looking troubled upon seeing Dorian. "I completely understand your reasoning, my boy, but as you know, neither Flinch nor Gabriel will agree to let you participate in the experiment." While silently cursing him under his breath for being pretentious, Dorian obediently lowered his head and replied, "I won't interfere with the experiment's progress. I just need the role of a recorder. I'm merely looking for something to do to make the days less boring." "Boring?" Majamendi chuckled. "A young man of your age should be focusing more on love affairs. I heard that Emily, the nurse from the infirmary, is pursuing you. She's a great girl. Why not give her and yourself a chance?" If only Dorian could roll his eyes hard enough. "She's not my type." This wasn't exactly an excuse. Dorian genuinely disliked those clingy girls who reminded him of gooey candies. So you prefer the David kind then?" "I always see the two of you entering and leaving the cafeteria together," Majamendi teased. The idea of Dorian and David, a horror story indeed. Having swiftly exhausted his patience, Dorian's consistently arrogant expression returned as he remarked, "There's no time for this, Dad. I don't think now is the right moment to discuss my romantic issues." In less than half an hour, the joint experiment between the two mermen would start, though Dorian didn't know what kind of horrifying tests awaited them this time. He certainly didn't want to miss crucial steps because of meaningless conversations with Majamendi. Majamendi sighed and yielded, "All right, if you insist, I'll exceptionally allow you to join the experimental team, but your only responsibility will be to observe. You cannot intervene in any process. And I must warn you, Flinch and Gabriel both have terrible tempers. If you don't want to get kicked out of the laboratory, it'd be best to keep quiet." With his stepfather's consent secured, Dorian entered the mermaid research lab located on the other side of Area F almost eagerly, although he nearly got kicked out by Gabriel. Luckily, Majamendi arrived in time, stating that Dorian should stay to observe and learn. Only upon stepping into this joint laboratory did Dorian truly realize that Sylvie, or perhaps even himself, was the deliberately overlooked one. Just look at the research equipment. Dorian's research room was so shabby that it looked like a child's playhouse, whereas here, the highly precise testing machines and life support systems, the agile smart robots, the clearly valuable reagents aligned against the wall which even an ordinary person could identify, and the automatic tracking laser cannons almost covering an entire wall all indicated the importance of this research laboratory. Without a doubt, only a lab like this stood at the forefront of human scientific advancement, deserving groundbreaking discoveries. A wave of jealousy surged in Dorian's stomach, but soon he had little chance to daydream. Shortly after Majamendi arrived, the joint experiment commenced immediately. Dorian wanted to ask the small assistant next to him, who looked taut with tension, about the experimental content, but a quick glance at Gabriel speaking softly with flinch made him prudently keep silent. Gabriel resembled a little old man akin to Einstein, his cheeks and nose tipped bright red, his grayish-white hair and beard sticking out in all directions, making his head look like some unconventional sea urchin. Although Dorian hadn't interacted with Gabriel, his reputation was widely known. He was infamous within the institute for his bad temper. People behind his back called him the "bold rascal" because even his closest subordinates were treated impolitely by him, enjoying cursing people out and fond of taking bribes, then using all the money to drink alcohol. Suddenly, the lights in the lab dimmed, leaving the most brightly lit place as the observation aquarium before everyone, occupying more than half of the room. Inside, a green-tailed merman with black segmented stripes swam around restlessly in the water. That was Abel. Judging by appearance alone, he did not seem to have suffered any obvious aftereffects from the previous experiments. However, Dorian read his anxiety from the amplitude of his movements and the frequency of his tail flicks. Uncontrollably, Dorian once again recalled Cain, the mermouth whose tail had been cruelly cut off. At this moment, Dorian seemed to resonate somehow with the merman in the tank. He felt nervous, anxious, his palms sweating, as he waited together with Abel for the arrival of pain and misfortune. Chapter 48. A few seconds later, Dorian saw another mermaid swim into the tank from a side passage. The passage entrance closed just as it was about to pinch the tip of the mermaid's tail. She seemed to sense something and desperately tried to pry the valve with her nails, but it was naturally in vain. When the mermaid finally turned around, Dorian heard 4 slight gasps. Yes, even Dorian had to admit that this female mermaid met human aesthetic standards in almost every aspect. She had a full and soft upper body, along with a gradient pink tail shimmering like twilight. Near the waist, the tail was pink, and the color gradually faded downward until it turned into a pale gold near the fins. Female mermaids were naturally smaller than males, but if you underestimated their combatability based on X and Y chromosomes, you'd certainly regret it. In fact, after Eve entered the tank, she immediately showed strong aggression. Even though this tank originally belonged to Abel, she attempted to drive him to the farthest corner from her. The soundproofing device in the lab blocked most sounds, allowing the threatening hisses of the mermaid to safely reach human ears. Dorian noticed a recording program running on the control panel at one corner. Abel could be considered quite a mild-tempered merman. After being threatened by Eve, he instinctively distanced himself from her and did not intend to engage with the intruder. At this point, Dorian still failed to understand the purpose of this joint experiment. If they wanted to see arguments between merfolk over territorial issues, perhaps they should have arranged for Sylvie and Abel to meet. Dorian bet that Sylvie, with her fussy possessiveness, would turn an invader into fish bones as soon as the intruder showed a tip of their tail. After a few calm minutes, the researchers finally made their move. They began playing the calls of whales and dolphins inside the tank. Amid the unremarkable and somewhat noisy cries of marine animals, which sounded ordinary to Dorian, the merfolk began showing some reaction. Originally, Eve and Abel were positioned at 2 diagonally opposite corners of the tank, but now they started swimming anxiously while still maintaining a safe distance. When Dorian saw Gabriel commanding an assistant to release a mysterious purple liquid into the tank, he finally realized the intent behind the experiment in an uncontrollable shiver. This purple liquid, called promoter, was a new invention of this century. To address the mass extinction of animals caused by marine disasters, this reagent effectively increased the frequency of animal heat periods. In simpler terms, it was also known as sea drug. This was a forced reproduction experiment. They wanted to study the mating process of merfolk, and if Eve successfully became pregnant, perhaps they'd also have the good fortune of raising a newborn baby mare child. From the moment it became a fertilized egg to its death, it would forever remain confined in this observation tank spanning only dozens of square meters, becoming an exhibition under malicious peering eyes and a desecrated experimental specimen beneath the surgeon's knife. Its name would be chewed and torn apart by countless stinking tongues, until it disappeared like a flavorless piece of chewing gum spat out by time, stuck on the long road of human history, its corpse turning into a nauseating black clump, and then being peeled off and nailed onto the display table of the Marine Life Exhibition Hall of the New Era. Dorian didn't understand why he felt so tormented. He was human, and he should be like all the colleagues standing beside him, harboring noble dreams of contributing to the great progress of humanity, devoutly, calmly, and rationally watching this scene unfold. He should have been pondering how to derive more convenient mechanical aids for human actions from the behavior patterns of the merfolk, find ways to increase the reproductive rates of endangered animals through studying their birthing habits, or uncover the secrets to propel humans towards evolving into marine creatures through understanding their genetic makeup. But instead of doing these things, he found himself inside the observation tank now, flapping non-existent tails, feeling the rage and suffering of being manipulated and defiled from the perspective of the merfolk. The first round of promoter emissions did not lead to much interaction between the two merfolk, both just became increasingly agitated. Their tails slapped against the glass, producing muffled sounds. So, the second and third rounds of promoter emissions began. The purple medicine quickly dissolved into the blue water in the tank and disappeared, but its effects were undoubtedly evident, as Abel began to attack Eve, a common form of aggressive courtship behavior often seen in the animal kingdom. Of course, from a human perspective, the whole ritual of mermaid courtship looked little different from fights triggered by conflicts among them. Abel first flicked his tail fin against Eve's tail, a small test. However, Eve was clearly extremely angry. She had been constantly hissing warnings since Abel started approaching her. After being struck by Abel's tail, she retaliated wildly, claws scratching, tails colliding, and immediately separating after one bout. Flinch and Gabriel began whispering to each other again. Dorian knew they were dissatisfied with the current situation because even Dorian could tell that Eve and Abel were still holding back from each other, their claws hadn't even managed to leave a single scratch on each other. So, the fourth round of promoter emissions began, along with large doses of hallucinogens. A few minutes later, the atmosphere inside the tank became uneasy. The two merfolk stopped attacking and hid separately in corners far from each other and the human observers, panting heavily. Eve's stamina was greatly depleted. In the intense heat generated by the combination of the hallucinogen and the promoter, she must have felt dizzy and disoriented. That's why she had no choice but to brace herself against the glass with her arms to maintain balance. As for Abel, his reproductive organ had protruded outside of his body. Dorian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Males naturally held physical superiority over females in size. Even under the same state of physical discomfort, if Abel insisted on violating Eve, there was no way Eve could last very long. This was entirely an artificial act of violent crime committed under human control. Hey, can we stop already? No one paid attention to Dorian's absurd request. Desperately, Dorian looked around. Magmendi, Flinch, and Gabriel were the main perpetrators, and every person present was complicit. They watched openly, filled with malice, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of this event. No one, not a single person, asked to stop it. At the beginning, Abel still retained some rationality, exercising caution and restraint while acting against a lady. But as the hallucinogen took away his sanity, he completely regressed into a low-level beast driven solely by the instinct to reproduce. He completely ignored Eve's struggles, even as she scratched countless bloody marks onto him, pierced his arm with her dorsal fin, and tore off countless scales from his tail. Yet, the mating still inevitably happened. In that instant, Eve's piercing cry pierced through the glass and hurt everyone's ears. In response, Flinch only reminded the assistant, adjust the soundproofing device. But Eve's resistance never ceased. She plunged her nails deeply into the attacker's chest, probably trying to rip out his heart. If Abel still possessed any rationality left, he might have treated the lady more gently. Now, however, he was nothing but a monster that only knew how to vent its desires. He broke Eve's arm with incredible speed. Then came the shocking moment, while invading her, Abel bit hard into Eve's neck with tremendous force. The purplish-red blood sprayed out like a suddenly erupting volcano, gushing continuously from Eve's broken neck. It blossomed into strands of deathly flowers, wrapping around Abel's face, dyeing the entire tank red, and finally fading into the dark pupils of the humans. Outside the observation tank, cries of shock rang out one after another. Researchers became panic-stricken. Apparently, none of them expected Eve to be bitten in the neck by Abel. If Eve died, all their future plans would collapse, and they'd lose an important female mermaid pointlessly. Stop. Make him stop, you fools. Look at what your group of murderers has done. Shock him quickly, sedate him. She's dying, she's dying. Can't you see? Dorian didn't even realize that those screams originated from his own throat. When he snapped back to reality, he found himself already fighting with the security of the lab as he tried to grab the attack button on the control panel. Kick him out. Gabriel commanded angrily. Thus, Dorian was thrown out of the research room's door like a piece of trash. Before he could get up, the sturdy metal door had already slammed shut in front of him. The empty corridor echoed only with Dorian's meaningless curses and banging on the door. Suddenly, Dorian seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head towards the direction of his research room and sprinted there within the next second. Half a minute later, Dorian arrived at his research room. After hastily identifying himself, he entered the door. The research room was empty. Owen might have gone for lunch or something else. Dorian didn't care. He rushed straight toward the observation tank where Sylvie was anxiously swimming underwater. Upon seeing Dorian, she immediately pressed herself against the glass and cried. Sylvie, Sylvie. Dorian softly repeated Sylvie's name, like a believer unconsciously muttering a prayer in the depths of despair. The cold, thick glass isolated everything. Dorian thought for half a second before rushing into the adjacent electric grid laboratory, with Sylvie swimming tightly after him. Dorian did not hesitate for a moment. He first cut off the power, then rushed to the electric grid and opened a gap large enough for the mermaid to reach the shore. There was no communication between them, yet Sylvie instantly understood Dorian's intent. Despite her tail being weighed down by heavy chains, she gathered all her strength and leaped towards the water's surface. Sylvie. Dorian caught her. Sitting at the edge of the tank near the electric grid, he tightly embraced the upper body of the mermaid. Feeling the trembling of the mermaid in his arms, Dorian repeatedly stroked Sylvie's soft dorsal fin and couldn't help but kiss her cold ear tips, unsure if he wanted to comfort her or find solace from her presence. It's over, Sylvie, I'm here now, it's all right my love, I will protect you, my mermaid, you'll be fine, I promise, I promise. Chapter 49. Let Sylvie escape from the institute and return to the sea. This thought wasn't a sudden arrival, it had actually existed in Dorian's mind for a long time. However, back then, it was merely the shadow of a ghost, occasionally floating up with the tides of guilt, nothing more. Dorian had never seriously considered the feasibility of this idea because there was no need to, its feasibility was practically zero. Even without considering the impact on Dorian of releasing an experimental subject privately, a massive creature like a mermaid could not possibly escape the Institute's precise surveillance and detection equipment solely relying on Dorian's strength. It was almost a pipe dream. Perhaps before this, he might have thought of other ways, such as forcibly demanding the research rights over Sylvie back from Magmendi. But they had already signed an agreement. No, the agreement didn't matter at all. If Consby really wanted to take Sylvie away and sever her tail, Dorian would be powerless to stop him. Dorian was just an ordinary human being, a weak researcher brimming with misplaced sympathy, a title gifted by Magmendi. If he couldn't even reclaim the signature rights for an octopus, how could he possibly protect Sylvie? Dorian abruptly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, trying to drive away the negative thoughts in his mind. Oh my goodness, watch where you're going. Dorian, distracted for a moment, collided full-on with a fellow colleague coming toward him. Sorry, Dorian picked up the glasses that had fallen from the other person, but he was still met with an angry glare, after which the colleague left unhappily. Dorian stood rooted to the spot for quite some time, realizing that he was supposed to join David for lunch at the restaurant. David patted Dorian on the shoulder, worriedly asking him, "Are you okay, buddy? I thought your lab didn't have much work anymore, why do you still look so exhausted?" It had been 3 days since that terrible forced reproductive experiment, yet Dorian always felt as if Eve's screams were still ringing in his ears. He couldn't explain his predicament to David, so he excused himself saying, "Because it's too boring, I needed to find something to occupy myself, otherwise I'd always be lost in random thoughts." "Weren't you accepted into the joint mermaid experiment? Haven't they given you any tasks?" David had vaguely heard about it. I was kicked out within 2 hours of entering." Dorian tried to act casual as he shrugged his shoulders. David mercilessly mocked him, "Why didn't they throw you into the tank and feed you to the mermaid?" Dorian shot him a glare and entered the restaurant first. David followed briskly, his tone lighthearted as he consoled him, "My dear researcher, the future is full of opportunities for you, you are so brilliant, your prospects are limitless. How did that phrase from the sea god cult go again? The sea will favor you." Dorian gave him no response, his face still wore a lifeless expression, as he chose a standard set meal and waited at the pickup station. David nudged him again with his elbow, "Think about something pleasant. It'll be Christmas in another 2 weeks, and then we can." "About Christmas, there's something I must tell you." Dorian suddenly interrupted him, staring into David's eyes and said, "David, I don't plan to return to land this Christmas." "What?" David was stunned. "Don't worry, I've secured you a plane ticket, the earliest flight." After finishing, Dorian turned around, holding his meal tray, and left. "Wait, hey, Dorian." David hurriedly chased after him with his own tray, his eyebrows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. "You know I'm not concerned about the flight tickets." "What happened?" "Why exactly?" "We agreed just recently to spend Christmas Eve at my place." Dorian casually found an empty seat and sat down, trying to maintain a calm tone while speaking to David. "I learned yesterday that during Christmas, there will be a camera crew coming to our home to film a documentary for Magmendi." This was true. Magmendi had once again invited him yesterday to appear on camera with his mother, and Dorian, of course, hadn't agreed. David knew about his conflict with his stepfather but felt that Dorian shouldn't change his mind so easily, so he insisted inviting him. "You can stay at my place, my bedroom has a big bed, more than enough for the 2 of us to sleep." "David, it's not about where to live. I'm just too tired, thinking about everything that's about to happen makes me lose all expectation of returning to land. I'm sorry for ruining your good intentions." Dorian lowered his eyelids, the blue-gray eyes losing their luster. David looked him over and realized he seemed much thinner than before, even the obnoxious sense of superiority that used to surround him had diminished somewhat, perhaps it was a good thing. But David would rather have him back as he once was, like an arrogant peacock beyond reach, one who would nip anyone daring enough to touch his feathers. "This isn't your fault. I just wish you'd be a little happier." David sighed, "If staying in the institute makes you feel better, I support your decision." Dorian looked up, gazing deeply at his friend across the table. "Thank you, David." After lunch, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective research rooms. Dorian's lab was completely empty, Owen had been transferred. It wasn't clear whether this was Magmendi's arrangement or Owen's own request. Either way, Dorian understood perfectly well. His research had come to an end, and this room no longer required an assistant. And Dorian had to admit, lately, all he could do was stare blankly at the observation tank. It reminded him quite a bit of how Livel acted before going mad. For Owen to want to stay by his side would have been strange indeed. Come to think of it, all 3 assistants Dorian had ever possessed had left him through various means. One claimed to have returned to school but might actually be hiding out as Magmendi's secret mistress. Another, after committing a horrifically cruel act of torture murder, took his own life, off to see God or the devil. And the last one, whether for his life or prospects, he had moved on to a better job. As if by habit, Dorian walked over to the observation tank. Almost instantly, the mermaid swam closer, and soon enough, they became the sole focus of each other's gaze. Dorian tilted his head and stared at Sylvie, placing his palm on the glass to align with her fin opposite. But just as there was a gap in shape between humans and mermaids, Dorian's long, broad hands of an adult male appeared small and powerless compared to the mermaid's fins. Yet Dorian seemed completely unaware of this point. He told Sylvie firmly, "I will protect you, I swear, you will return to the sea very soon," though at present he didn't have a single clue about his escape plan. Suddenly, the mermaid swished its tail and swam away, heading upward toward the water surface before quickly returning to Dorian's face. The movement repeated twice. "Up there? What is wrong up there?" Following the motion, Dorian glanced toward the water surface. After some thought, he went towards the electric grid room of the tank. Before leaving, Owen always came to the tank opening at set times daily to clean the trash Sylvie threw up. Mermaids preferred keeping their waters pristine. Sylvie cleaned her nest, throwing out dead fish or unsightly shells through the gaps of the top electric grid. Dorian assumed Sylvie was reminding him to tidy up, yet as soon as he entered the neighboring lab, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. Pearls. The metal floor of the lab was scattered with pinkish lustrous spherical pearls everywhere. Carefully, Dorian picked them up, one by one. In total, there were 136. "My God, did you cry all night?" Worried, Dorian asked. Putting all the pearls into his pocket, he then skillfully cut off the power, opening up one corner of the electric grid so Sylvie could freely rise to the water's surface. Sylvie's tail was fastened with a heavy iron lock, to be more precise, it was nailed down. A metal ring pierced through the base of her tail, preventing her from doing the dances where she used to interlace her hands with her tail, performing in front of Dorian. Dorian sat on the edge of the tank, looking down at the mermaid underwater. There were still scars from gunshots not fully healed on his body, but Dorian couldn't help being entranced by his beauty. His eyes gleamed like stars in the night sky, his skin smooth and fine like silk, covered with a soft glow due to the water droplets. His slightly moving ear flaps resembled blooming bellflower petals. In this silent mutual gaze, Dorian suddenly found himself conjuring up some amusing fantasies. What lay beneath him was no longer the cold metal flooring of the lab but instead, rocks on a beach. And where Sylvie resided, it was no longer seawater nutrient solution but the real ocean, an endless, deep blue sea. The sun broke through the clouds shining on them, everything was perfect, like in a fairy tale. Dorian. Deep, entwining, prolonged. It was the call from the mermaid. By now, Sylvie had become extremely familiar with the pronunciation of this word. Calling Dorian's name like a whale calling out to its companion in the vast sea. Dorian bent down and extended his entire right arm. Soon, Sylvie came closer, her cool fins brushing against Dorian's hand. She pressed her entire face against it, and when she finally pulled away, 2 more luminous pearls were left in Dorian's palm. "That's enough, Sylvie. I already have plenty of pearls." Dorian chuckled through his frustration, guessing that Sylvie was still upset about him tossing the pearl necklace to Owen. Whether Sylvie understood or not, she responded with a series of chirps resembling a dolphin's playful whine. A complicated, thick emotion brewed deep inside Dorian, one he couldn't quite name. All he knew was that every time he looked at Sylvie and lost himself in those silvery gray eyes, those feelings surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming him, crushing him into nothing but sea foam. Once again, he was powerless against his own daydreams. He imagined bringing Sylvie home, onto land. There were 7 days in a week. Sylvie could spend 3 days living in the bathtub of Dorian's bedroom, and then Dorian would accompany her back to the seaside for 4 days. If Sylvie really disliked the bathtub, they could shorten it to just 2 days, even 1 day. Or perhaps she could stay in the sea entirely while Dorian chose to live by the ocean for her sake. Just give me a little more time. Dorian thought. There has to be a way. Chapter 50. According to Dorian's knowledge, there were a total of 24 accessible entrances and exits in the entire Ocean Research Institute. However, very few actually led to land, including the watchtower. There were only 3 such exits normally used for personnel movement. The remaining 21 were all underwater. Some served as access points for submersibles used by underwater workers, while others were reserved as emergency escape routes. Undoubtedly, passage through these 24 entrances and exits required an order from superiors and operational assurance from logistics and security personnel. Even if Dorian could get Sylvie to one of them by sheer luck, he'd still have to operate those complex programs, and time was also a limitation. It wouldn't work. Was it possible to convince a colleague to act with him? David's face flashed through Dorian's mind, but he quickly rejected the idea. David's mother's illness required money, and he couldn't selfishly ruin David's future. This was Dorian's adventure alone. He shouldn't drag any innocent person into this abyss. For several days now, Dorian had been thinking about how to rescue Sylvie from the Institute in his dreams, but every method seemed even less practical than the last. Worse still, during this period, Dorian also had to maintain an appearance of calm on the surface so that his only good friend would not become too worried. And David, who remained blissfully unaware that he almost became an accomplice in the mermaid escape plan, was doing everything he could to make Dorian happy. Every day, he prepared countless jokes, delivering them with great emotion and expression, even though Dorian looked like he wasn't listening at all. It was no different during today's breakfast. "Ha, ha, that's funny." Dorian said this, yet his lips didn't lift even a little bit. David sighed deeply. "I can finally understand now what those suitors who try to win your favor must feel." Dorian lazily lifted an eyelid, glancing coldly at him. "Don't say stupid things. If you were my suitor, I'd make you leave from the moment you spoke your first nonsense sentence to me. David made an exasperated expression. Man, you're really into fish lovers, aren't you? At that exact moment, one of Dorian's obsessed fans passed by them, enthusiastically greeting Dorian and saying, "Good morning, sweetheart. You look incredibly handsome today." David deliberately shouted at the fan, "Just give up already. Dorian only likes tropical fish." The obsessed fan shouted back to them, "I've got a mermaid tail costume. Give me a chance." David burst out laughing, while Dorian walked away from the restaurant with his usual dignified indifference, signaling the end of breakfast time as he headed off to attend a meeting for the mermaid team. 2 minutes later, David was still snickering beside him, but Dorian couldn't see what was so amusing about their previous conversation. He shot David a harsh glare, silently suggesting he shut up. David was completely unafraid of him and instead poked around curiously, asking, "Hey, when did you two meet? I don't remember having a suitor like that among your admirers." Since David was Dorian's only close friend, many people tried to connect with Dorian through him, so David knew every single one of Dorian's admirers like the back of his hand, like Robert, the green-eyed assistant studying whales from Zone A, Emily, the nurse from the medical room, and Salami Ken, the safety manager from the swimming pool. And just now, David saw the flamboyantly dressed, brown-skinned man for the first time. Dorian was reluctant to mention Jerome and the incident when they met. Last month, because of Liver's death, the swimming pool was sealed off for maintenance for quite a while. Unable to bear it, Dorian secretly sneaked into the glass observation room in Zone F late at night to swim. That night's duty officer was Jerome. Jerome was dozing off in the monitoring room when, in a daze, he suddenly spotted a moving figure in the observation room on the monitor, mistaking it for an escaped mermaid. Terrified, he immediately triggered the alarm and summoned the security team, nearly alerting Marg Mendy in the process. Dorian had no choice but to awkwardly explain to everyone why he was naked from the waist up, soaking wet in the glass observation room. Who would have thought that, starting from that day, Jerome had developed a fascination with Dorian, harassing him under the pretense of apologizing for weeks. Wait. Zone F. Glass observation room. Mermaid. Dorian suddenly stopped in his tracks, and David turned around curiously. "What's wrong? You're going to be late for your meeting, buddy. Only 3 minutes left." Dorian looked at David, and slowly, a smile brightened his face like the sun after the rain. His blue-gray eyes sparkled brightly. "Nothing, I just suddenly think that Jerome isn't bad." Huh. David blankly watched Dorian's hurried retreating figure. Recalling Jerome's fake eyelashes, blushed cheeks, glossy lips, and the sharp stiletto heels that could double as a weapon, he couldn't fathom how Dorian's taste had swung so wildly overnight. Dorian quickly paced toward the meeting room. Regarding the mermaid escape plan, Dorian finally had some ideas, lifting the heavy cloud of gloom and distress from his stomach. He hadn't eaten much during breakfast, and half an hour into the discussion meeting, he began to feel famished. But soon enough, there was no time to concern himself with it. "We have completed the handover. Immediately after Christmas, Abel and Sylvie will be sent to Consby, and preparations for welcoming new mermaid test subjects transported from the Farron Research Institute will commence. However, our key focus remains on Eve, ensuring her vital signs and nutritional intake while closely monitoring the development of the mermaid eggs." Marg Mendy spoke clearly and reliably like all the leaders in news reports as he elaborated on the upcoming mermaid research plans. The logic was clear, but every word he said pushed Dorian deeper into confusion. New mermaid test subjects. Eve's vital signs. Mermaid eggs. What was Marg Mendy talking about? Dorian strongly suspected that his memory had shifted somehow. When had Farron Research Institute caught new mermaids? Hadn't Eve been bitten through the neck by Abel? She should already be dead, how could she possibly have become pregnant? As soon as the discussion ended, Dorian followed Marg Mendy into the office. Controlling his emotions, he first pretended that he wanted to apply to join Eve's research team as a recorder. Mendy obviously understood what he wanted to know and did not intend to hide it from him. "There's no need, Dorian. Eve's research group doesn't require more hands. If you simply want updates on the project, I can grant you access to the monitoring footage." Mendy smiled meaningfully. Though completely unsure of Mendy's intent, Dorian had even less reason to refuse. As soon as he obtained the authorization, he wasted no time, opening the surveillance video right inside Mendy's office. A faint flicker came from his personal terminal as clear images were projected into the air. In the center of a dimly lit laboratory, within a cylindrical observation tank, floated a female mermaid with a pink tail, silently suspended in water, just like Sylvie before. Various kinds of tubes were attached to her body. Yet, bizarrely, this mermaid's neck was empty, there was no head. From the surveillance, exposed cervical vertebrae and the surrounding pale flesh were clearly visible. Dorian's legs gave out, almost comically falling over midair. Mendy took pleasure in Dorian's stunned expression and addressed him in a tone one might use when reading a fairy tale to a small child. "Yes, what you're seeing is Eve. Though she was bitten through the neck by Abel, look, you see the incredible resilience of mermaids. Even without a head, their hearts can still continue beating, maintaining basic bodily functions to nourish a fertilized egg. This is truly an extraordinary discovery, isn't it? And if all goes smoothly, we will soon possess the world's first mermaid egg." Dorian felt every joint in his body tighten like rusted old machinery. Slowly raising his head, he cast a gaze filled with horror and resentment toward his stepfather sitting calmly across from him. At that moment, a thought took root deep in Dorian's heart, sprouted, shot skyward, and transformed into an inviolable obelisk. He would send Sylvie back to the sea, at any cost. Chapter 51. 3 days before Christmas Eve, David discovered that Dorian was in love. He suspected he might be one of the last people in the entire research institute to find out. After all, Dorian had never mentioned it to him, and occasionally declined his invitations for meals together, something Dorian did frequently, so David had never suspected that his rejections were due to another man's presence. But that was the truth. On that late afternoon, as David was trying to find a seat in the crowded cafeteria with his dinner tray, he spotted Dorian and another man hanging onto him, Jerome. Wow! Shocked, David sat across from them, his eyes bouncing back and forth between Dorian and Jerome like they would pop out of his skull. You too? There was a fleeting trace of stiffness on Dorian's face. I thought you were taking the noon flight back to the mainland. Flight? Oh yes, I gave my ticket to someone else because I planned to stay and keep you company over Christmas, so you wouldn't have to be lonely down here. Looks like you don't need it. David's eyes continued to dart between them, as if sitting opposite him were the fossils of ancient sea dinosaurs. Yes, now Dorian belongs to me. Jerome said lightheartedly. He wrapped an arm around Dorian, clinging to him like a koala. He gazed at Dorian's hard-edged profile like a lovesick girl, with an entranced smile on his face. I can barely believe it, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Come on, dear, tell me you really love me. Jerome's exaggerated reaction drew several curious glances from other diners, but he didn't seem to care about their jealous or disapproving stares, treating them like medals and war trophies. After all, he had Dorian. The youngest researcher at the institute, the stepson of the wealthy director, everyone's dream lover who men and women alike admired, a man so high above it all, spotlessly clean and godlike in his coldness. Since the day Dorian invited him to dinner, Jerome had been submerged into a pool full of stimulants, those highly corrosive acids dissolving his brain until all he could remember was one name. Dorian. 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 That evening, and the following week, he carefully styled himself every day, with even clear lashes, pinker blush and lipstick. To make his waist look slimmer, he restricted himself to 1 meal per day, tightening his corset just to capture more of Dorian's gaze. David hesitated, his words trapped under Jerome's fiery, lava-like stare full of love. He turned instead to Dorian, secretly hoping his friend remained in his usual rational state. And Dorian, he neither stopped nor reciprocated Jerome's enthusiastic actions. Do I truly love you? Perhaps you'll know in the future. Dorian glanced over Jerome without much emotion, seeing him from head to toe. That one glance made Jerome feel as if he'd had a gushing orgasm, nearly fainting. David once again held back his words. Good news, Dorian was still Dorian, he hadn't become some brainless fool consumed by love. Bad news, David couldn't see any signs of Dorian liking Jerome. Of course, this could just be David's misunderstanding. After all, David had never seen Dorian in a romantic relationship, perhaps his good friend was simply frigid and treated his lovers with icy indifference too. As you see, I'll be with him from now on, including during Christmas. Sorry that I made you give up your ticket, Dorian did not forget David. In fact, no matter how much Jerome squirmed in his arms, Dorian kept his calm gaze fixed on David. If you want, I can arrange another seat for you, ensuring you're home before Christmas Eve. Thank you very much, but I think you've done enough for me. It's a rare experience spending Christmas underwater, quite refreshing actually, David shrugged. His hesitant eyes passed over the tightly linked arms of Jerome and Dorian before offering his blessings, congratulations, Merry Christmas. With that, David voluntarily picked up his tray and left, letting Dorian breathe a sigh of relief. Jerome was infatuated with him, finding everything he said or did utterly captivating, but David knew Dorian too well, it was hard for Dorian to maintain any composure under David's watchful eye. Still, the fact that David chose to stay behind in the institute for him was something Dorian hadn't foreseen. Fortunately, it didn't interfere with his next plan, so it wasn't a major issue. Hey sweetheart, how long do you plan to stay in the cafeteria? Jerome leaned close to Dorian's ear and whispered softly, I prefer a more intimate space just for the two of us, don't you agree? Jerome had always known that in their relationship, Dorian was the absolute controller, but there was nothing wrong with that, it was actually great, Jerome almost loved this feeling to death. When Dorian intentionally pinned him against a corner of the corridor under the surveillance cameras, Jerome nearly lost his mind. He wanted to squirm and rub against Dorian again. He knew Dorian didn't like him making overly intimate moves in public, but Jerome simply wanted to provoke Dorian a little, so he could receive some small painful rewards. However, Dorian seemed exceptionally patient today. He let Jerome grind against him for a while, then whispered into his ear, no. You're on duty tonight. I can swap shifts, it's no big deal, Jerome shivered all over when Dorian said, no, so coldly. He tried to taste a bit of sweetness from Dorian, but Dorian turned his head away to avoid it. A faint murmur of voices came from the distance as Dorian half-carried Jerome, who had become soft as a lump of mud, forward. You shouldn't neglect your work because of me. Yeah, I forgot, you're the most conscientious workaholic in the entire research institute, Jerome complained while cradled in Dorian's arms. But he wasn't really angry, it was just a little flirtation between them. But suddenly Dorian spoke in an official tone, "Sorry, I just think our relationship is progressing too fast. Do you think I'm too conservative?" Under the apocalypse, finding a man who was conservative about relationships was harder than finding untouched virgin land. Jerome absolutely adored him. "Of course not, sweetheart. I was only joking. You don't need to apologize for such things." Soon, Dorian brought him to the monitoring room in Zone F, which would be Jerome's post for the entire night. Currently, a fat Caucasian man sat inside the monitoring room watching sports matches on his terminal. He was Jerome's colleague, responsible for the day shift today. He showed no reaction to Dorian and Jerome standing almost glued together. Instead, he merely gave them a cold glance, scanned his face to punch out, and left. "Pay no attention to him, he's just another white pig." Jerome gave a disdainful eye roll, clearly having poor relations with his colleague. He gestured for Dorian to sit down on the chair while checking the operations of some equipment first. "Am I entering here in violation?" Dorian pointed toward the direction the man had just left, hinting if he might report them. Jerome laughed carelessly. "Do you think watching sports in the monitoring room isn't a violation?" "Darling, don't be so nervous. Alright, now you are only allowed to think of me." After quickly completing the checks, Jerome straddled Dorian in a provocative manner, draped his arms around Dorian's neck, and gazed down at him. Actually, Jerome wasn't much shorter than Dorian. But as this crossdresser loved high heels, when he stood next to Dorian in heels over 10 centimeters high, Dorian always had no choice but to look up at him. Fortunately, Dorian held the advantage in strength. He could easily carry Jerome horizontally without any effort. "Now, we're alone here, Dorian. Don't you want to do something?" Jerome winked at him, his meaning quite obvious. Yet Dorian remained unperturbed as ever. He leaned back on the chair and used his fingertip to wipe off the lipstick that Jerome accidentally smeared outside his lips while secretly reapplying makeup earlier. "I'm here to help you sleep well during your shift, dear." "My God." Jerome sighed, completely enchanted as he looked at Dorian. "Are you not an angel? Angels wouldn't let you sit on them like this." Dorian smiled, pinched his butt playfully, and effortlessly changed the subject. "While you're not yet tired, maybe you could teach me how to use those devices. In case someone else falls into the net tonight, I don't want to let them go due to my operational errors." "You don't have to worry about that, those machines have automatic capture programs." Jerome immediately lost interest when it came to work. He climbed off Dorian, dragged some interfaces out from the virtual screen, and entered the password right before Dorian's eyes. "However, if the mechanical arm malfunctions, I may have to operate manually, like this." To show off a bit in front of Dorian, Jerome demonstrated virtually all the mechanical functions of the glass observation room and the external trap area of Zone F. This was, of course, strictly forbidden by the Institute. But as long as it made Dorian happy, Jerome would even activate the laser cannon and destroy the entire Zone F at this moment for him. "This isn't a job anyone can handle, Jerome. You are very talented." In the sweet nothings of his lover, Jerome soon became dizzy and reattached himself to Dorian. What was even more unbelievable for him was that Dorian kissed his forehead and promised him a special Christmas Eve. "I promise, my dear, I will give you a very special Christmas Eve, the most special one ever." Chapter 52. What exactly is Christmas? Few people can provide a comprehensive definition. When he was a child, Dorian was infected by the smiles of pedestrians on the streets before the festival, equating Christmas with warmth and happiness. Later, as he grew older and gained more experiences, Christmas gradually turned into his parents' fake smiles, an empty student dormitory, and a few cold blessing messages. Perhaps this year's Christmas would have more meaning. Dorian was uncertain. For him at this moment, only anxiety and excitement felt real. The Christmas Eve party would be held at sunset in the central hall of the living area. All staff members staying at the institute, whether logistics, security, professors, or intern assistants, would gather together to enjoy food, sing, and dance. Due to the lack of duty personnel, all areas outside the living zone were completely shut down, not to be opened unless necessary. Most importantly, Mag Mendy had left the institute for land yesterday. This was the best opportunity Dorian could think of. 10 days ago, upon meeting Jerome, a rough but feasible plan formed in his mind. Sylvie didn't need to leave the institute through the human access point. The huge glass observation room in Zone F connected with the external trap area. If it could bring mermaids in from the sea, it should also release them out of the institute. Dorian believed that as long as the connection between the institute and the sea was opened, the mermaids themselves would find a way to escape. He only hoped that this time Sylvie would be smart enough to avoid the electric grids in the trap area. For this reason, Dorian forced himself to mingle with Jerome, thereby obtaining all the information he needed. This was far from a pleasant experience. Of course, it wasn't because Jerome wasn't a considerate partner. What burned Dorian like a raging fire was his own conscience and morality. Every time Dorian dated Jerome, he stood on the edge of guilt, hating himself for becoming Mag Mendy, satisfying selfish interests by trampling on others' sincerity with false smiles and words. He had become someone he used to despise, a complete jerk. But Dorian didn't regret it. Confessing to God would come later. Now, Dorian was fixing his suit in front of the mirror, preparing to attend the party. When Dorian arrived at the venue, it was still early, and not many people were there yet. However, among the few who had already arrived, everyone was dressed impeccably. Look at those evening gowns and jewels. The sight reminded Dorian of celebrities walking on red carpets. Dorian managed to calm his restless stomach with some small cakes, then picked up a glass of champagne, retreating into a corner to observe the event and its attendees. This wasn't Dorian's first Christmas at the Institute, but it was the first time he truly attended the party, because all the food was free. In the past, after hurriedly filling his stomach, Dorian would leave without hesitation. It was hard to describe how he felt at the moment. Dorian once again clearly realized how out of place he felt in this space. On the faces of people around him, Dorian saw the unique joy and relaxation of the holiday season. Everyone dropped their guard at that moment, even longtime enemies could silently raise a ceasefire sign when they met. Dorian even saw Gabriel joking around with interns in the crowd. Dorian stared fixedly at him, at the group conversing with him, betting they definitely didn't know that Gabriel had once led a despicable rape and murder case involving a mermaid. God knows how much Dorian wanted to punch that disgusting smile right off Gabriel's face. Yet, at the same time, rationality tightened its grip around Dorian's neck, telling him that this anger was inappropriate and absurd. This was another source of torment for Dorian. Why? Dorian often asked himself why. Why did he always feel pain, anger, and sorrow when he thought about the plight of the mermaids? And those instigators, Dorian's true peers, they seemed perfectly comfortable enjoying the thrill of massacre under the guise of researchers. Dorian also doubted if he was too emotionally involved with the test subjects, but Sylvie. Dorian could never treat him merely as a lab mouse. More people gathered in the venue, voices growing louder. Jerome said he needed to prepare fully and would therefore arrive late. Thus, Dorian tried to reduce his presence, hiding in the corner as he reviewed the mermaid escape plan one more time. First, after Jerome arrived, Dorian would flirt with him for a while. When the time was right, he'd use the excuse of showing Jerome the mermaids to lead him to his research lab. In the lab, Dorian had prepared wine spiked with something to make Jerome fall asleep quickly. At this moment, Dorian would release Sylvie and have her change into Jerome's clothes before heading to Zone F. Dorian had the initial management permissions for Zone F, allowing him free access to any area within it. Moreover, now that he had obtained the command password and equipment operation procedures for the monitoring room, as long as everything went smoothly, he could open the passage between the glass observation room and the external trap area, letting the mermaids escape successfully. There was no doubt that this plan was riddled with flaws and laughable. Almost every step could lead to an unexpected event. But this was the only feasible plan Dorian could think of. As long as Sylvie could escape from the Institute, Dorian didn't care how Mag Mendy would deal with him. Hey buddy. Where's your boyfriend? David somehow appeared in front of Dorian. He enthusiastically patted Dorian on the shoulder, unintentionally scaring him so much that he dropped his wine glass. With a snap, the glass shattered on the metal floor, spilling the liquor onto Dorian's leather shoes and trouser legs, drawing everyone's attention. Oh God, I'm sorry, but, are you okay, Dorian? You look a little pale. David anxiously looked at his friend, noticing that he had broken out in a cold sweat. I'm fine, really. Dorian stepped back a few steps, allowing the cleaning robot that appeared just in time to clean up the floor. Jerome will be here soon. He's styling his hair, fixing his hair, I mean. Dorian found himself stammering for some reason. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Relax, man, it's just a date. David teased, assuming Dorian's nervousness was due to an upcoming, wild date. Trust me, everything will go smoothly. The first time I spent the night with my girlfriend in high school, I felt exactly like this too. Don't worry, I bet Jerome is experienced and will make you happy. Dorian forcibly tensed his facial muscles, giving David a stiff smile. Thank you for your advice. This reaction made David burst into laughter. So you're a first-timer. Oh my God, we should thank Jerome then. Dorian, you're finally becoming an adult at almost 28. Shut up. Dorian gritted his teeth, delivering a hard blow to David's chest with his elbow. David pretended to be hurt, clutching his chest and howling in pain, while Dorian showed no reaction, looking deeply preoccupied. Alright, seriously, are you sure you're okay, Dorian? David sobered up. Yes, I'm fine, better than ever. Dorian looked at David, trying to appear sincere. After thinking for 2 seconds, David hesitated and cautiously probed. In a relationship, both parties' personal wishes are most important. I'm not saying Jerome isn't a good partner, it's just, if you feel like you two aren't compatible, you can always break up. Just as Dorian was about to explain, suddenly there came a chorus of admiration from the hall. A tall beauty walked into the venue. Wearing a vibrant plum-red fishtail gown trailing on the ground, the tight design emphasized the perfect curve of her waist and hips. Her long hair was piled high, revealing large swaths of smooth skin behind her neck. Matching sparkly crystal high heels completed her stunning appearance, attracting countless gazes the moment Jerome entered the hall. David wisely found someone else to drink with at this point, leaving Dorian to gather his thoughts and walk toward Jerome. Most guests, after confirming Jerome's identity, lost interest and shifted their eyes elsewhere but covertly observed Dorian walking toward Jerome with curiosity. In fact, Dorian did not want Jerome to dress too extravagantly, it would attract unnecessary attention and invitations to chat. However, Dorian needed this dress. Its long trailing skirt could hide Sylvie's tail when she put it on. A few days ago, when Jerome asked Dorian for opinions on what to wear, Dorian unhesitatingly chose this one. "You're truly beautiful tonight." Dorian took Jerome's hand and placed a gentlemanly kiss on the back of it, always maintaining eye contact as he gazed into those grey-blue eyes full of determination and self-restraint. Under such a penetrating gaze, Jerome couldn't last long. Like a naive young girl lost in dreams of love, he indulged completely unaware of the plot about to unfold against him by his lover. Everything was under Dorian's control. He took Jerome for a few sips of champagne, tickled a few cheerful laughs out of him, then led him onto the dance floor, spinning in the rhythm of the waltz again and again until alcohol and the intoxication of love worked together to numb Jerome's mind. "Do you want to see the real mermaid?" After the song ended, Dorian cradled Jerome in his arms, whispering these words softly in his ear. Lost in bliss, Jerome eagerly nodded, looking at Dorian with anticipation. Chapter 53. Be careful. Dorian held Jerome's hand and led him to Zone F, far away from the central living area. Dorian and Jerome weren't the only couple leaving, so no one paid much attention to their disappearance. This was exactly what Dorian wanted. "It's really dark here." Jerome clung closer to Dorian. Actually, he wasn't particularly interested in mermaids, but if Dorian planned to make love with him outside the tank of a mermaid, it would undoubtedly be the most unique experience of Jerome's life, so he quickened his pace in accordance with Dorian. Since non-essential power supply had been cut off, all corridor lights were out, except for the green emergency exit signs on either side of the path, casting an eerie glow that stretched into what seemed like endless darkness resembling the mouth of some giant beast. Dorian felt as though he were a demon luring someone into hell. He was deceiving an innocent person toward his trap. "Don't be afraid, we'll be there soon." Dorian drew Jerome closer, placing his hand on the other man's waist and softly reassuring him. The AI back-end system recorded every member's movements within the facility, while unseen cameras monitored everyone's every move. Dorian needed to carry out his plan before anyone noticed anything unusual. The longer they waited, the greater the chance of exposure. However, Dorian couldn't seem overly anxious in front of Jerome. A few minutes later, Dorian finally brought Jerome to an area he knew best. When the lab door closed behind them, Dorian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of destiny. There was no turning back. It didn't take much effort to coax Jerome into drinking wine laced with sedatives. In fact, Jerome's entire attention was focused on Sylvie. Unbelievable. Jerome marveled at the mermaid. "She is much larger than I imagined." Sylvie was on the other side of the glass tank, silently staring at Dorian and the stranger he'd brought back. Until this point, Dorian had been very concerned about Sylvie's possessiveness causing her to lose control when she saw Jerome, just like when Livel harassed her. For the last 2 weeks, it had been just the two of them in this lab. Dorian almost opened the electric fence daily to talk to Sylvie, making this lab become, in a certain sense, a secret tryst place exclusively for the two of them. But strangely enough, as if understanding Dorian's intentions or sensing something in advance, Sylvie didn't overreact to Jerome and Dorian's closeness. She simply agitatedly flicked her tail and stared fixedly at Dorian with her large white eyes. Dorian didn't know how things appeared from inside the tank, but he hoped he didn't look too wicked. Ideally, Sylvie should turn around and not leave with any bad impressions of Dorian before returning to the sea, always remembering the good side of him. However, at this moment, the connection between them temporarily broke. The mermaid in the tank witnessed the whole process as Dorian drugged Jerome. She watched Dorian coax the man to drink a glass of red wine, holding him affectionately and whispering sweet nothings in his ear, as if casting some sort of spell. Dorian held Jerome, mentally counting down. When he reached 132 seconds, Jerome fainted in his arms. Dorian didn't have time to dwell on the guilt brewing in his heart. He quickly laid Jerome down, removed his dress, then stood up and looked over towards Sylvie. The instant their eyes met, both the person outside the tank and the mermaid inside moved simultaneously. Dorian deftly cut off the power and forcibly lifted the electric fence. The chain on Sylvie's tail was troublesome, but Dorian had prepared a saw beforehand. It would take some effort, but it wasn't a big problem. Just as Dorian was about to get in the water to help saw through the chains, the mermaid suddenly began to struggle violently. With a painful cry, Sylvie tore her own tail apart. Her massive tail fin and tip split right down the middle, and Dorian could only watch helplessly as this happened, unable to stop it. Purple-red blood quickly diffused in the water. Dorian didn't have time to feel heartbroken. He extended his hand to the mermaid, letting her cling onto his arm as she climbed out of the slippery tank wall. Sylvie's first action upon reaching land was to knock Dorian down for comfort, her tail twitching slightly due to pain. Dorian tightly embraced her, guiltily caressing her back fins and tail scales, kissing her ear tips. "It's all right, the pain will go away soon." The mermaid responded with a series of soft grunts. Dorian had no time to savor the first true embrace he shared with the mermaid. He hastily dried Sylvie's water droplets with a pre-prepared towel and slipped Jerome's dress onto him. Though Dorian thought he was calm, his hands shook so much he could barely zip up the dress. Throughout the entire process, Sylvie was fully cooperative. Using the vertebrae on his tail for support to stand upright, Sylvie even raised his arms voluntarily, accepting the snug, uncomfortable fabric meant for humans. As it turned out, Dorian was right. Sylvie fitted perfectly into the dress as if he were its true owner. Jerome went without eating all day to accentuate his graceful waistline, but Sylvie naturally possessed such an elegant figure. His inflated fish tail was more rounded and full than a human's buttocks, and the flowing long train of the skirt conveniently allowed him to hide his tail inside. Dorian greedily examined Sylvie in the dress, trying to engrave this moment into his mind forever. Even dressed in human attire, Sylvie still exuded an animalistic aura entirely different from humans. Sylvie opened the protective nictitating membrane covering his eyes. In those pure silver-gray irises, Dorian saw not only his own reflection but also the innocence, sincerity, and naivety that had long been discarded by his kind. Sylvie trusted Dorian unconditionally. He didn't even know what Dorian intended to do with him, but through sheer faith and trust, he opted to break his own tail. Closing his eyes, Dorian forced himself to banish distractions and remain rational. They did not have much time left. Just a little shorter, my love. Dorian touched Sylvie's hair-like tentacles, urging him to lower his height closer to Jerome's stature. Mermaid's hair appeared to be highly sensitive. The moment Dorian touched those soft strands, they wrapped around his hand. Sylvie emitted a faint cry, abruptly throwing himself into Dorian's arms, his big tail thumping against the ground underneath the dress. However, Dorian had no choice but to push him away. We must hurry. It would take at least 3 minutes to walk from the lab to the glass observation room, and under surveillance, their actions couldn't appear too purposeful. If someone were watching the security footage right now, Dorian needed to ensure that person perceived this merely as reckless behavior driven by desire and alcohol. This would test Dorian's acting skills, as well as his control over the mermaid. Just before leaving the lab, Dorian reminded Sylvie once more, keep your tail hidden, understand? Sylvie responded with a low hum from his nose, which Dorian took as understanding. Taking Sylvie's slippery webbed hand, Dorian breathed deeply, curling his fingers to signal the mermaid to lower his head. Obediently, Sylvie leaned in close, stopping an inch away from Dorian, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Dorian. I'm afraid I might have to offend you next, Dorian said softly. He fluttered his eyelashes, locking his gaze onto Sylvie's lips. Will I die, my mermaid princess? Dorian suddenly chuckled, then tilted his head slightly before kissing Sylvie's glistening pale lips. Chapter 54. David was restless all night. He felt a strange palpitation in his chest, and he was sure there was nothing wrong with his heart. At the party, he first almost tripped over the carpet, then picked up the wrong glass of wine belonging to a lady, and finally almost got vomited on by a drunk man in the restroom. While cleaning himself up as he left the restroom, he suddenly remembered that months ago, just before receiving the communication about his mother's critical illness, he had experienced a similar feeling. Humans can have premonitions of impending misfortune. This sensation is akin to rats fleeing the sewers before an earthquake, wild dogs barking frantically in the streets, or schools of fish jumping out of the water en masse. When David returned to the main hall of the party and realized Dorian and Jerome had vanished, his anxiety and unease reached their peak. The fact was, David wasn't the type of person who was overly curious about his friend's privacy, but recently Dorian's unusual state had caught his attention. After the Lival incident, he had tried to persuade Dorian to quit the mermaid research group. At the time, Dorian seemed willing, he even considered returning to work on land. But for some reason, after a while, he became obsessed again with raising that sea creature. Lival, speaking of Lival. David still couldn't understand why Lival would suddenly take those insane actions. He had asked Dorian about it, but it sounded like Dorian had even more questions than he did. However, considering the various abnormalities among the members of the mermaid research group before, David had good reason to believe all this was due to the mermaids. And now it was Dorian's turn. David clearly remembered the cold sweat on Dorian's forehead, his cautious and alert demeanor, and his distracted gaze. Even the askew tie on Dorian seemed so deliberate to David, his insight had never worked this well. David admitted he might be overly nervous, but Jerome, that brown-skinned long-haired man in drag, David could swear on the years of friendship he'd had with Dorian, he was definitely not Dorian's type. Strangely, when David thought about what kind of person Dorian might actually like, the image of that silver-tailed mermaid instantly popped into his mind. After all, for years, the only thing that could make Dorian forget to eat or sleep obsessively was, besides tropical fish, that gray-tailed sea monster. But this was just an idle curiosity. David couldn't figure out why Dorian would be in a relationship with Jerome, just as everyone couldn't understand why Lival would choose to kill Caden. Right at that moment, David could already vividly picture the entire process of Dorian torturing Jerome to death. Like an ant writhing on a hot pan, David felt he had to do something. He politely declined the lady who came to ask him to dance, looked around the hall for a moment, and found his target. Hans was the overall manager of logistics and security for the entire research institute. This was the 4th Christmas Eve party he had been in charge of. His original home had been swallowed by the sea over 10 years ago. Unless anything unexpected happened, the rest of his life would be spent in this ocean research institute that never saw daylight. By the way, considering the generous salary provided by the institute, 3 years ago he forced his son to choose marine biology as his major in university, and soon enough, he would be introduced through connections to intern at the institute. Hans loved this job. Compared to chasing beggars off rooftops in seawater-soaked buildings, guarding the Ocean Research Institute was heaven. Here, the intellectuals were polite and sophisticated, and such a closed environment made it difficult for crime to fester. Moreover, with advanced smart surveillance systems, Hans's job was extremely easy. All he needed to do was pay attention to system alerts, appear when researchers needed help, extinguish fires, deal with playful fish jumping out of tanks, or remove crazy researchers to avoid harming themselves or their companions. Every month, he received a handsome amount of electronic currency. A job like this, if spoken of outside, people would only think he was dreaming. Therefore, when someone like David, a troublemaking drunkard, approached him, all Hans wanted to do was shoo him away. He had just hooked up with a new chef, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Kid, I'm just the security manager of the institute. I don't reveal others' privacy to satisfy your nosiness," Hans said rudely. "Don't misunderstand. I'm concerned for their safety." "That's Dorian, the director's son." David glanced at the woman waiting nearby and seriously told her, "I apologize, but we need to discuss something important. Would you please excuse us?" The lady was very dissatisfied with David's firm tone and quickly turned away, giving Hans no chance to stop her. Hans' face darkened as he glared at David. "You'd better have something important." David glanced around and lowered his voice. "I apologize for being so forward, but I'm sure you wouldn't want that horrifying mutilation case to happen again, would you?" "What do you mean?" Hans narrowed his eyes and stared at him, with every wrinkle on his crumpled face marked by suspicion. "Livel, the murderer in that mutilation case, you must have heard of him. And you might also know that he used to be Dorian's assistant. It was during the time he worked under Dorian that he suddenly went mad." David wasn't trying to intentionally tarnish Dorian's reputation, but now he had to, and these past couple of days, I've found something very strange about Dorian. "Evidence?" Hans still thought this was just David's personal guess, but any gossip about the director's son was worth listening to. "I don't have evidence, wait. But what if? He took Jerome away, they might have gone on a date, or they might. I don't know, but what if?" So David pleaded, "So I beg you to take just a few seconds to check their itinerary. I'm willing to pay any price." David's determined tone caused Hans to waver, but more importantly, it was the mention of the price. Hans appraised him for a few seconds and then asked suddenly, "Are you an official researcher here?" David nodded immediately. "Yes, my name is David, employee number 663, currently working in Zone E." Hans' gaze changed as he stroked his chin. "My son will graduate from the marine science major next year. I suppose he'll need an internship position then." David immediately promised, "Next year, I will indeed lack an assistant. As long as he can pass the institute's evaluation, he can intern with me anytime." Hans wasn't entirely satisfied with this response, but all researchers must pass internal evaluations according to regulations, unless someone powerful grants them privileges, like the director, or the director's son. Deal. Hans glanced once at the lively Christmas party, leading David to a secluded corner. He tapped open his personal terminal and entered the manager's permissions. "Here, this is their itinerary." Hans moved aside, allowing David to see the projection screen on his terminal. The system's backend showed that Dorian had taken Jerome into the mermaid research lab and left approximately 20 minutes later. "So where are they now?" David asked anxiously. 20 minutes was enough to kill a person. I suspect they didn't go anywhere. They should be, in the hallway." "Ah, there it is." When Hans clearly saw the projected image, his eyes widened, and he smirked suggestively. "Good heavens, I really don't understand what exactly you're worried about. Look at this, is this what you were hoping to find?" David leaned closer, and the sight on the surveillance immediately hit his brain like a jolt through his retina. Under the night vision mode, the monitor automatically switched to black and white and wasn't as clear as daytime, but it was still enough to identify two figures entwined in the corridor. They weren't shying away from the camera as they violently tore each other's clothes off, stumbling along and kissing passionately. Dorian faced the lens, his suit jacket seemed to be lost somewhere, his shirt undone to the stomach, and his tie draped loosely over his shoulder. He held the head of a long-haired man dressed in a mermaid tail, closing his eyes as he engaged in a highly enraptured French kiss. Even Hans recognized the dress, it belonged to that crossdresser named Jerome. David felt deeply embarrassed. Stiffly standing in place, he didn't know what to do next, while Hans appeared to treat this piece of surveillance footage as some adult video, watching it with relish. First he commented on Dorian's legs and Jerome's ass, then faked indignation. "They're probably about to get it on right in the hallway. Goodness gracious, couldn't they hold out until the break room? That's enough, I think. It's already sufficient. I may have drunk too much champagne tonight." David mumbled, finding excuses for himself. The surveillance already proved that Dorian was normal, just like any other couple tonight. He and his partner were soon going to spend a wild night. David had clearly lost his mind to think that Dorian would murder Jerome. "I apologize, but I will still honor that agreement." David noticed that Hans was still staring at the surveillance and couldn't help but remind him, "That's enough, Hans, stop looking." That sleazy peeking look on Hans' face made David somewhat uncomfortable. "Wait, boy, something doesn't seem quite right." Hans squinted his eyes tightly and pointed at the hand Dorian had around Jerome's neck. "Look at the hair coiled around his wrist. Is it my imagination? It seems to be moving." It appears that fortune smiled upon Dorian unusually favorably tonight. His plan progressed impossibly smoothly. He was certain that neither his acting nor Sylvie's performance could be faulted. In the surveillance footage, they would undoubtedly look like an inseparable loving couple. In the skilled and continuous pulling and dragging, Dorian finally brought Sylvie to the outermost observation room of Zone F. This place also had no lighting except for a few safety indicator lights. However, Dorian was already very familiar with the layout here. He hastily tore off Sylvie's skirt. This poor piece of fabric had already been ripped in several places during their passionate kisses before. Then, he guided Sylvie to climb into the water via the ladder. Listen carefully, wait here obediently. I'll open the passage ahead shortly, it's right there. Dorian knew Sylvie could see clearly. When the valve opens, follow the passage and leave here, return to the sea. Understand? After speaking, Dorian turned to leave, but Sylvie called him back. Dorian. The mermaid floated on the surface, murmuring lowly. Her enchanting voice transformed Dorian's name into the most melodious tune in the world. Don't be afraid, I promise you'll be home soon. Dorian could hear his own rapid breathing from excitement and tension. The joy of the plan nearing success prevented him from feeling the pang of separation. He overlapped his palm with hers through the glass one last time, reminding her, remember to swim fast when the moment comes. Your neck collar will become useless if not recharged within a week, then just rip it off. The thing covered in seaweed outside is the electric fence, stay away from it, stay far from these waters. Farewell, my mermaid. Dorian stared at the two glowing eyes in the dark, then suddenly leaned down to press a kiss on the glass before resolutely turning around and leaving. The monitoring room of Zone F was next to the observation room. Dorian was worried both about being discovered and Sylvie waiting too long and jumping out of the tank. In short, he didn't have much time. The smart system of the surveillance room remained in standby mode. If any large marine animals entered the trap area, the electric fences and robotic arms would activate automatically. However, what Dorian needed now was manual control. Entering the control interface, inputting the password, adjusting the system. Almost done. Just a little more. But at this moment, the image in front of Dorian was suddenly locked, and every operation he tried was met with an AI prompt, incorrect process. A distance away came a painful scream from the mermaid. Dorian rushed to adjust the surveillance of the adjacent glass observation room, but it failed as well. The device in front of him had been locked by a superior administrator. Dorian had been found out. Was it all over? Failure had come so suddenly. As if after a strenuous sprint, Dorian felt dizzy and disoriented. He stood dazed in the monitoring room as the security team burst in, using laser guns to force him to raise his hands above his head. Among the unfamiliar faces, Dorian saw one familiar one. It was David. Chapter 55. The Ocean Research Institute had no prison, only a detention room. All members of the institute who committed serious offenses would be temporarily held here while awaiting trial. At this moment, Dorian was sitting on a small bed in the detention room. 2 steps to his right was a toilet and a small sink. This metal box, whether due to being unoccupied for too long or housing too many people before, almost made Dorian suffocate from its foul stench when he first stepped inside. Later, he discovered that the ventilation outlet of the detention room was malfunctioning. However, by then, he had already grown accustomed to the putrid smell and quickly became one of its sources. His personal terminal confiscated, Dorian had no way of knowing the time and couldn't determine sunrise and sunset through the light entering windows like prisoners on land could. Dorian woke up and slept on that small bed, repeatedly alternating between consciousness and slumber. During this time, he was woken up by robots to eat 3 meals, all consisting of the least palatable nutritional paste. Perhaps this was the first time Dorian yearned so desperately to see his stepfather. Everyone was waiting for Magmandy to return. Even though Dorian's shocking actions shocked the world, the other members of the institute did not dare to deal with him without authorization because he was the director's son. As for Magmandy, at that very moment, he was enjoying Christmas on land. Thus, the only option left was to wait. When awake, Dorian would examine this detention room. He judged the cleaning frequency of the place based on the stains in the toilet and attempted to repair the faucet that had poor water flow. In the end, on the metal wall opposite the bed, he discovered some slight indentations and inconspicuous scratches. Dorian leaned closer to those scratches and deciphered through their faint trails that they spelled out a few repeated words. Back to the sea. Back to the sea. Back to the sea. Another follower of the Sea God Church. This was what Dorian thought. But as he chewed over those words, the sorrow and guilt that he had deliberately forgotten suddenly overwhelmed him like a flood breaking through a dam. Dorian had failed. He ultimately didn't manage to rescue Sylvie. Was he alright? Had the security team hurt him? Had other researchers used him for experiments? Did his tail still hurt? I wish you could go back to the sea. Dorian curled up in the corner of the bed, his head buried in his knees. He had never imagined that the person who would ultimately make his plan fail would be David. Dorian had envisioned countless possibilities, that the laughably flawed plan might fail because Jerome wouldn't cooperate, it might fail because the patrolling security would discover them, it might fail because Sylvie wouldn't be able to resist the water resistance to get through the channel opening. But in reality, their path had been smooth and unobstructed. Dorian was just one step away from initiating the final valve but ended up failing due to David's report. Ironically, David was originally just worried that he would become deranged like Ryvar and kill Jerome. This was what David told Dorian himself before he was confined. I'm sorry, brother, but I'm glad I stopped you. You've been mesmerized by the mermaid too much, Dorian, wake up. Mesmerized? Go to hell. All of you bastards. I am the clearest-minded person in this research institute. If you had ever witnessed that hellish scene, if you had ever heard their cries of agony, if you had ever experienced everything they went through, then you would know, you would thank that there are still people in this world who retain a conscience and are willing to pay any price to open the tank valve. Sylvie, my mermaid. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. Christmas has ended, and Dorian could already imagine a few days later, Sylvie being sent to the Consby Research Institute, helplessly and hopelessly losing her tail. Sylvie. Sylvie. Dorian silently recited this name in his heart, like a drowning man clutching onto a straw. Abruptly, Dorian remembered that crazy kiss from that night. They were damp, cool, sticky, filled with a fishy smell, yet simultaneously impossibly sweet. Truly incredible. That terrifying deep-sea monster actually tasted sweet. What surprised Dorian even more was that he didn't actually resist kissing her. It might sound a little odd, but Dorian indeed had a strong aversion to kissing. Just the thought of exchanging saliva with another person made him feel nauseated. Therefore, even though he had planned to hook up with a stranger at a secret party, he would absolutely not agree to kiss them. However, that kiss with Sylvie was initiated by Dorian himself, voluntarily and willingly. Dorian didn't dislike that kiss at all, in fact, he quite enjoyed it. Dorian admitted that he lacked experience, nearly biting Sylvie's tongue several times. Thankfully, it was Sylvie. She wouldn't mock Dorian's inexperience. Instead, she'd lick him haphazardly like a puppy. Gradually, Dorian fell in love with this detention room. It was small enough, quiet enough, only accommodating Dorian and his memories. He didn't realize that he always smiled foolishly when he thought of Sylvie, nor did he know that the pinhole camera in the detention room had completely recorded all his strange reactions. Finally, after the 9th meal, Dorian saw the visitation hole on the door of the detention room being lifted open, and a pair of murky deep brown eyes appeared. My boy, take a look at what good things you've done while I wasn't here. Those eyes said. They looked like a devil trying to disguise himself as God but failing miserably. Merry Christmas, Dad. Dorian laughed sarcastically. I'm sorry for disturbing your vacation, but as long as you agree, we can pretend nothing happened. That night, I just drank too much and accidentally let the pet out for a little stroll. What do you think of this proposal? It's my fault for letting you get close to that mermaid in the first place. The brown eyes stared at Dorian, not bothering to respond to his cold joke. Tomorrow, Sylvie will be transferred to Consby, and I'll arrange the best hospital for you. You're very ill, my son. Bullshit. I'm perfectly normal. It's you people who are sick, executioners. Murderers. Dorian suddenly lunged toward the gate of the detention room. His hands gripping the visitation hole, he stared fixedly at the eyes outside the door, hatred almost overflowing from his eye sockets. You didn't just kill 3 mermaids, there was Ryvar, Caden, those assistants. 4 lives. You led it all, Magmandy, you're the mastermind behind all this evil. In contrast to Dorian's surging hatred, Magmandy remained calm, lightly shaking his head with a condescending disdain evident in his narrowed eyes. All groundbreaking discoveries throughout history have been soaked in blood. Innocent souls are stepping stones for progress. Haven't you dissected rabbits, Dorian? For scientific research, billions of white mice die every year in laboratories around the world. Meanwhile, a researcher dies somewhere in the world every few days due to various accidents. We use these lives as fuel to forge the technologies you see today, visible and invisible, all part of a Noah's Ark capable of navigating the seas of the apocalypse. If you want to accuse me, Dorian, start by accusing yourself first if you're still in your right mind. Ha ha ha. Dorian laughed, leaning against the visitation hole, ensuring the mockery in his laughter hit Magmandy precisely. Listen to that, listen, science, technology, Noah's Ark, how grandiose these words sound. When lies are told often enough, does even the liar believe them? Why don't I help refresh your memory, Dad? 30 years ago, in Robin Town, before you gained all your glorious honors, what was the name of the first stepping stone mercilessly crushed beneath your feet? This time, Dorian hit his mark, the father mask on Magmandy's face shattered. He glared furiously at Dorian. What do you mean? Do you really want me to make it so clear? Dorian cared no longer, he was thrilled. Damn caution, damn plans. The pleasure of vengeance made Dorian's brain flood with blood. Today, he would tear off Magmandy's pretense and force him to reveal the ugly face under his polished exterior. The mermaid killed John. Don't you find it absurd that you reported this story to the police? How exactly did John die? Do you actually believe no one else knows the truth besides you people? I don't know what you're talking about. Magmandy's eyes turned into muddy brown. Don't try to provoke me, Dorian. You won't like the consequences. Consequences? Yes, you have countless ways to deal with me, dear father, but before that, I will make everyone see your true face, Magmandy. Go to hell. Dorian burst out laughing ferociously at the sight of his stepfather walking away angrily. Chapter 56. After venting his emotions, an endless void followed. Dorian suddenly felt a bit regretful. He wasn't afraid of any punishment Magmandy might dish out to him, but what about Sylvie? If they dared treat Sylvie the same way as they did Caleb. Fuck. Dorian fiercely kicked at a dent on the metal wall, wishing he could kick a hole through it and escape this filthy restroom. Fuck. Dorian had exhausted his last ounce of strength. He slumped onto the damp, stinking cot, sinking into extreme helplessness. What would happen next? Dorian was uncertain, but he hadn't completely lost his chance. If following the normal procedure, Dorian would face a trial within the Institute, yes, because the Institute was isolated from the world, and human disputes were almost as long as their history, courts were indispensable. The judges were naturally the higher-ups of the Institute, they would surely stick to Dorian's criminal accusations to the bitter end. Thus, Dorian's opportunity lay in every member of the jury. To demonstrate fairness, the jury had no fixed members. Before each trial, 45 random members of the Institute were selected to form the jury, and ultimately whether Dorian was guilty or not would be decided by the jury's vote. As long as Dorian could convince the jury during the trial, not only would he be released without guilt, but he would also make more people see through Magmendi's plot, as well as the true nature of the so-called mermaid research group. Of course, even if released, Dorian might lose his job at the Institute and suffer a series of retaliations from Magmendi, but that was a matter for later. Tomorrow's issues are left to tomorrow. Until the moment of fate's verdict, Dorian always had a chance to turn the situation around. After coming to terms with his future, Dorian calmed down slightly, but he soon thought of Sylvie. If Magmendi hadn't lied to him, then tomorrow Sylvie would be transported to Consby, another marine biology research institute under military jurisdiction where Dorian would probably never set foot again. This time, Dorian truly felt powerless. Dorian suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Sylvie on Christmas Eve when they parted ways. "Don't be afraid, I promise you'll be home soon." Thinking about it now, it was truly a laughable promise. Would Sylvie resent Dorian for breaking his word? Time truly dragged on endlessly. Dorian anxiously awaited dawn like a blind man who couldn't see. He pressed his ear against the metal wall, trying to listen for any noise from outside, but this confinement zone was like a massive graveyard. Besides the struggles of his own small soul, there was no sound whatsoever. Suddenly, the surrounding light flickered. Dorian abruptly looked up at the old fluorescent tube on the ceiling. As part of the punishment, the lights in the confinement room wouldn't go out even at night. Constant illumination made deep sleep impossible, making it difficult to get proper rest. Dorian secretly hoped the light tube would break so that at least he could get a good night's sleep before the trial. However, after an unknown amount of time passed, Dorian didn't welcome the darkness. Instead, smoke began to pour from the broken ventilation port. What the hell is going on? Dorian loudly called out to the guard outside his confinement cell to let him out. If he stayed in this poorly ventilated tiny restroom, he would soon suffocate from the heavy smoke. But no one responded. Dorian could only try to save himself. He tore off a piece of the bedsheet, wetted it, covered his mouth and nose with it, and continued pounding on the iron door of the confinement room. Fortunately, shortly afterward, the heavy smoke triggered the fire alarm in the AI system, and the confinement room door automatically opened. Confused, Dorian walked out of the confinement room, completely unaware of what happened. Smoke had already spread throughout the entire confinement area, and the piercing blare of alarms rang overhead. Undoubtedly, a significant fire had occurred somewhere nearby. Due to the Institute's special geographical location and closed environment, fires were classified as a top-level disaster requiring absolute defense. Usually, small circuit fires and chemical explosions could be quickly extinguished by the Institute's AI smart system. When necessary, the system would automatically seal off the fire-prone areas to ensure the safety of personnel in other zones. A situation like the current one, where thick smoke rolled in and even spread to rarely visited confinement zones, was something Dorian had never encountered. Just as Dorian planned to flee, suddenly a figure ran toward him. Dorian immediately hid in a corner until he recognized that the person rushing in was Ed, wearing a firefighting mask. Dorian surprisedly shouted out to stop him, "Ed. Why are you here?" "No time to explain, follow me." Ed grabbed Dorian's wrist and pulled him to run outside. Ed's hand was wet and cold. Dorian felt as if a sea snake had wrapped itself around his wrist. He tried to break free but discovered that the other person had an astonishing strength. "Hey, what the hell is going on? Where are you taking me?" Dorian shouted at Ed after pulling away the wet cloth from his face, only to inhale a mouthful of thick smoke and start coughing uncontrollably. "To find Sylvie." A calm voice came from beneath Ed's mask. "What?" Dorian thought he had heard wrong, but the other gave him no time to think, continuing to throw unbelievable information at him. "The fire was my doing. I used some prohibited chemicals, setting several labs ablaze. I tampered with some transport robots so they would carry flames wandering around various zones. Oh, and I also destroyed the ventilation system." Dorian looked at him in disbelief. "What? But, why?" It wasn't until they left the confinement zone that Dorian realized how serious the fire was. The smoke almost covered all the corridors, filled with screaming and fleeing passers-by. No one had the time to notice Dorian and Ed, so they couldn't shout anymore either. Without a word, Ed skillfully led Dorian through one smoky corridor after another. When they finally stopped, Dorian was shocked to find they had arrived at Sylvie's mermaid research lab. There was no need for facial recognition. Under the fire alarm, all emergency exits were open. Ed pushed Dorian inside forcefully, telling him, "We need to hurry, we have to get her out first." At the sight of Sylvie, Dorian's mind could not focus on any other issues. He began operating the control panel hastily. The mermaid had been resealed in the central cylindrical water tank, hooked up to countless tubes continuously administering anesthesia to keep it unconscious. Dorian noticed numerous new wounds on its body, some even deep enough to show bone. Suddenly, an intense pain gripped the organ in his chest. Soon, the mermaid fell out of the tank, still unconscious. Ed pulled out an injection vial from his pocket and jabbed it into the neck of the mermaid. A few seconds later, the creature suddenly opened its eyes, seemingly not yet awake from its nightmare, screaming and struggling immediately. Sylvie. Shoo, it's me. Don't be afraid, it's Dorian, darling, look at me, look at me. Due to the mermaid's struggle, Dorian's palm had been slashed by many small wounds from its fins, but he held on to Sylvie tightly, kissing the tip of its ear until it calmed down and emitted a faint whimper while resting in Dorian's arms. Ed, who had been silently squatting nearby observing them, suddenly said to Dorian, "Do you remember that favor you owed me?" "Of course." Dorian glanced at Ed, and at this moment, Ed in his eyes was already akin to a savior. Regardless of Ed's intentions, he helped Dorian rescue Sylvie, so Dorian was willing to do anything for him. Return to the ocean. Ed stared seriously into Dorian's eyes. Take Sylvie back to the ocean. I will, but what exactly are you trying to say? Dorian vaguely felt there was deep meaning in these words, but he could not figure it out right away, and Ed had already stood up. Take this. He tossed a card to Dorian. Upon closer inspection, Dorian realized it was Magmendi's identity access card. As Magmendi's secondary assistant, Ed had managed to acquire it. Leave through the exit at the watchtower. Set off now. I'll try to buy you some time by holding off the security team. Hey. Wait. Ed's figure disappeared into the smoke, and he even threw his fire mask to Dorian before leaving. There was no time to hesitate. Dorian gathered himself, put on the mask, and supported the still slightly dazed mermaid toward the door. Dorian frequently went to the mainland. He knew the exit leading to the watchtower like the back of his hand. He couldn't believe that an hour ago he had despaired over losing Sylvie, yet now Sylvie was right in his arms, and they were about to escape this institute. Thank God, thank Ed. Since the fire source could not be confirmed, the AI smart system could not seal off any areas, so Dorian proceeded without obstacles. Even if he occasionally encountered colleagues fleeing, they only cared about themselves, worried someone might snatch their spot on the lifeboats and ran faster than Dorian did. Even more fortunately, the mermaid gradually regained its strength and moved along the ground like a snake, moving even faster than Dorian. As they approached the elevator leading to land, distant hurried footsteps echoed, sounding like many people. Dorian had no time to think about whether Ed had been caught or not, and he decisively made a decision. He walked into the elevator and pressed the upward button, then slipped out just before the doors closed, rushing with Sylvie toward another staircase passage. However, as soon as Dorian opened the door, he froze. There were no convenient stairs here for easy passage. This was the interior steel structure of the watchtower, featuring only a narrow, steep, open metal ladder winding upward. It had been built originally for the convenience of maintenance workers. It was an unbearably long distance. Looking up along the spiraling metal ladder, Dorian saw the narrow escape hatch far above, like an entrance to heaven that he would never reach. There was no need for hesitation. Dorian carrying Sylvie halfway up would inevitably be shot down by the security team barging in. From beyond the door, Dorian already heard the voices of the security team conversing. They mentioned shutting down the elevator and climbing the ladder instead. Was it going to fail again? Dorian felt despair rising within him, clutching Sylvie's hand web, almost on the verge of tears at this moment. And suddenly. My goodness. Sylvie. The vision in front of Dorian changed instantly. Before his sanity returned, Sylvie had already picked him up with one arm, grabbed the ladder with her other hand, leaping gracefully among the steel structures in a bizarre yet skillful manner. Dorian only felt the wind brush past his cheeks, the air becoming less muffled, and the exit now so close. A climb that required at least 5 minutes of extreme effort for an ordinary person, Sylvie reached in mere seconds. Don't be afraid, Dorian. As the mermaid placed Dorian safely onto the ground of the watchtower, she spoke to him in a deep voice. Dorian laughed despite himself, though his eyes were still shrouded in a fog of sadness. Sylvie bent down close to Dorian, wanting to say something to comfort the human, but since she had always refused to seriously study those stupid human languages and was still quite uncomfortable from dizziness, with her wounds beginning to bleed anew, it took her a long time to come up with a sentence. Dorian, please, save me. I will. Dorian responded between laughter and tears. An indescribable impulse overwhelmed Dorian. He threw off the mask, suddenly grabbing the hair tentacles of the mermaid, tiptoed up, and delivered an aggressive kiss to his test subject. Not far away, the elevator entrance emitted a faint buzzing sound of operation. There was no more time. Dorian pulled Sylvie over to the railing, pointing downward at the turbulent sea below. Jump down, Sylvie, jump down. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens after a few seconds. Only now did Dorian realize it was pouring rain. Sylvie emitted a confused low moan, trying to embrace Dorian and wrap his tail around Dorian's waist, but Dorian pushed him away and lifted the tip of his tail, throwing it over the railing. Dorian. Be obedient. There is no time, Sylvie, jump down. The security team had already ascended the watchtower. Dorian didn't look back, but he was sure that they now had their guns aimed at him and Sylvie. Dorian had never realized how much strength he possessed, but in an instant, an immense power surged from somewhere deep within his heart, a place he had never really thought about before. Dorian hoisted Sylvie up, holding him in a classic prince and princess style, placing him on the railing. Sylvie, go back to the sea. Dorian blocked the line of fire from the security team, pushing forcefully against the chest of the mermaid. From afar came the mournful cry of a whale, piercing through layers of rain curtains like waves engulfing everyone's ears. Dorian leaned forward over the railing, watching Sylvie fall. Time slowed momentarily, and he saw Sylvie's extended arm reaching out to him, saw water droplets from his cheeks merging into the raindrops. The pain from behind came a fraction slower than the blink of an eye, and Dorian suddenly realized that this might be a permanent farewell, yet he indulged in imagining a reunion, perhaps one calm day after the storm when he strolled along the beach and encountered a mermaid resting on the rocks. For some reason, Dorian suddenly remembered an ancient little poem. Beyond notions of right and wrong lies another place. I shall meet you there. When the soul reclines upon its grasslands, the world becomes too full to describe. Notions, language, even the word each other, have no meaning anymore. Yes, the sea would rise, every inch it rose brought them closer by an inch. There was no need to rush, eventually, the land would return to the sea, and they would meet again. Sylvie, my mermaid, my starry river floating in the night sky, my silver moonlight sinking into the deep sea. Go back to the sea. In the midst of the rumbling thunder, Sylvie vanished into the pitch-black seawater, and Dorian, unburdened of all his burdens, fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 57. When Dorian opened his eyes, he found himself handcuffed to a hospital bed. He felt a bit dizzy and powerless in his limbs, while at the same time sensing a sharp pain in a certain muscle on his back. He suspected that he had been hit by both anesthetic and electric shock guns. Judging by the furnishings around him, he was sure he was still in the medical room of the institute, which meant that the fire that night had not caused too serious consequences. The surroundings were somewhat noisy, with quite a few other injured patients in the same ward. Through a curtain, Dorian overheard people talking about the fire 2 days ago and the escaped mermaid. They said Ed should have been sent to a prison on land, but during the escort, he jumped into the sea and fled. Of course, Dorian also heard his own name followed mostly by curses. Dorian calmly accepted those reproaches, believing that it was what he deserved. He had finally let Sylvie return to the sea, and success always came at a cost. Dorian willingly bore all the consequences. Soon after Dorian became conscious, he was thrown into the isolation room again. However, this time he felt very comfortable, sitting in his favorite corner, staring at the metal wall in front of him and imagining it as the glass wall of his laboratory's tank where his beloved mermaid test subject swam inside, dancing with its tail. Dorian still found himself inexplicably smiling from time to time, feeling incredibly grateful and proud that he had rescued Sylvie, but most of the time, he felt lonely. Perhaps Dorian's career as a marine biologist could continue, and perhaps in his remaining life he would encounter countless mermaids with beautiful tails, but none would be like Sylvie, who looked at him with innocent pure eyes and repeatedly called his name between numerous kisses. Dorian. A few days later, Dorian was escorted into the courtroom with his hands cuffed. The moment his feet stepped into the courtroom, a roar of shouting and insults exploded, as if water splashed into hot oil, nearly blowing off the ceiling. Dorian heard some say that he had lost an important research subject, others who broke their legs during the escape, and yet others mourning for their partners dying in the stampede accident. Dorian readily accepted all charges, looking straight at the angry colleagues on the jury bench without hesitation. If circumstances allowed, he would bow with the sincerest apology and accept any punishment. But before he could act, the 2 security guards following closely behind roughly pushed him to the defendant's seat. Silence. Opposite the defendant's seat was a row of big shots akin to judges, though actually, they were just Magmundi's henchmen. A total of 13 judges, 6 of them being Magmundi's deputies, the remaining 7 members of the mermaid research team. Dorian saw Flinch, Gabriel, and several of their assistants. What about Magmundi? Look behind you. To avoid conflict of interest, he is now sitting in the first row of the gallery, in a spot usually worth thousands for theatergoers. Silence. The middle-aged man sitting in the center of the judge's bench spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Oxley, the deputy director of the Fidine Marine Biology Research Institute and also a military representative. I will preside over today's trial of Dorian. I hope the jurors uphold fairness and justice principles, cast your precious votes." Maybe due to his military background, his appearance was extraordinarily upright, and his voice full and resonant, carrying an intimidating aura. "Now I declare, the trial begins." In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Dorian. Dorian raised his head fearlessly, making eye contact with each judge on the bench. So many eyes, each oozing venom, like the 26 single eyes of a giant poisonous spider named Power. In the face of the real culprit, the innocent cannot easily prove their innocence. Dorian was trapped in the web, about to be corroded by acid liquid, becoming the food of that poisonous spider. But Dorian didn't plan to surrender so easily. He was glad that he still qualified for a trial. Dorian didn't care about the final result of this trial. He could be cursed, imprisoned, or even thrown into the Pacific Ocean as a pile of garbage. However, before that, he wanted more people to know about Mag Mundi and the evils of this institute. Firstly, let the institute's spokesperson, Joe, present the defendant's crimes. On Dorian's left side, at a position similar to the prosecutor's seat, a pale-skinned man with an air of sophistication stood up. Actually, the institute had assigned such a spokesperson to Dorian as well, but Dorian drove him away. They seemed to already assume that Dorian suffered from severe mental issues and couldn't clearly participate in this trial. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Joe gave a proper smile and made a slight bow to everyone. Next, I will list Mr. Dorian's crimes one by one. First, Mr. Dorian used despicable means to release the institute's precious mermaid test subject. Secondly, he colluded with Ed to set fire to several important laboratories of the institute, destroying the ventilation system and causing massive casualties among both staff and test subjects. Furthermore, he repeatedly attempted to sabotage other mermaid group projects. Also suspected of fraud, physical assault, abuse of power, destruction of public property, and violating multiple laboratory safety management regulations, adding up to a total of 18 charges. The jury immediately started murmuring among themselves, and every single one pointed fingers at Dorian. A pile of crap. Nonsense. You blood-sucking dogs. Dorian abruptly stood up from the defendant's chair. He glared fiercely at the so-called spokesman, wishing he could rush over and rip off that false mask on his face. However, security officers held him firmly in place from both sides. Order. Oxley struck the gavel. You'll have your turn to speak later, Dorian. For now, please answer yes or no. First, did you plan and execute the escape of the mermaid test subject, Sylvie? Dorian tried to justify himself. It's because I. Yes or no. The other cut him off sharply. Dorian closed his eyes for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded, yes. Did you conspire with Ed to start the arson? Dorian couldn't pin all the blame on Ed, so he had no choice but to reply, yes. During the joint experiment of Eve and Abel, did you attempt to disrupt its progress? Please answer yes or no. Yes. Did you defraud Jerome and use banned drugs on him, which led to his unconsciousness? Yes. Did you violate laboratory safety management rules by feeding whale meat and coral into the observation tank for the mermaids, turning off the lab power supply without authorization, and damaging the electric fence? Thus, as one could expect, for every subsequent charge, Dorian had no option but to answer yes. They were like a swarm of leeches smelling blood, digging out the slightest improprieties from Dorian's past actions and sucking blood through their repulsive proboscises. Dorian already envisioned how he must look in the jury's eyes, but he could only endure it until Oxley announced, next is the defendant's statement time. Dorian, you may begin. Dorian took a deep breath, slowly stood up. I'm willing to bear all consequences caused by the fire and accept corresponding punishments, but I won't admit to any crimes that aren't mine. Mermaids inherently belong to the sea, they should go back there instead of being tormented and pained in this ghastly research institute. Ladies and gentlemen, do you still remember the first test subject you dissected? I vividly recall that poor little rabbit. It was scared half to death, its 4 legs bound, trembling violently, even soaking the entire dissection table with urine, while my partner and I merely cleaned up our homework clumsily, quickly ending that little thing's life, and then spent the rest of the unremarkable anatomy class mocking each other. Yes, I clearly remember the first rabbit, but when I dissected the 2nd, the 10th, or even the 100th rabbit, my heart no longer stirred. Ethical courses at school certainly taught us gratitude, to hold great reverence as we dissect those test subjects. We indeed should do this because without the sacrifices of these test subjects, none of you would have become marine biology experts, and there wouldn't be excellent doctors in this world. But remember, all lives are equal, killing is killing, and you might argue that these killings were meaningful, necessary, yet some experiments inflict not just immense suffering on the test subjects but provide almost no value to humans either. For example, certain primatology experts keep conducting maternal deprivation experiments repeated thousands of times, using tens of thousands of animals. Most of these animals suffered due to maternal deprivation leading to pain, psychological defects, and deaths with adverse consequences. Research shows that only an extremely small portion of animal experiments contributed to scientific advancements, while humans repeat meaningless animal experiments daily. This is a manifestation of human species discrimination, and it fails ethical standards. The theory of natural rights, strong animal rights ideology. Joe stood up and interrupted Dorian. You've only mentioned a small portion of the experiments. It's precisely because of animal experimentation that biotechnology and medicine have rapidly developed. We've extended human lifespans, conquered countless diseases, and ensured the optimization and reproduction of animal species. Humans are the truly thinking and rational species, and our contributions to the entire world far surpass those of any other species. Dorian immediately countered, this is nothing but human arrogance. If we hadn't interfered, animals would have evolved or gone extinct according to the laws of nature. It's our abuse of resources, environmental pollution, destruction of forests, grasslands, and oceans that has led to global warming, climate anomalies, and even sea storm disasters. You can't burn down someone else's house and then expect them to see you as a savior because you helped rebuild their shelter. Joe ceased arguing with Dorian and turned toward the bench. Your Honors, I object to the defendant's statement. His remarks have strayed from the subject of this trial and are emotionally manipulative. Alright, let's get back on track, Dorian said before Oxley could respond. The current experiments conducted on mermaids are just as cruel and meaningless. The research team periodically cuts off parts of the mermaid's tails simply to test their resilience, which resulted in Kane's death. In the joint mermaid experiment, they forced Abel to rape Eve. Her barely alive body still lies inside the observation tank, barely surviving. This is why I had to release Sylvie. If he hadn't returned to the ocean that night, the Institute would have sent him to Combsby Institute for live experimentation, where they'd cut off his tail and attach it to another human being's waist, all for so-called human marine evolution. It's an absurd joke. No matter what, humans wouldn't be able to survive in the sea even if they grew tails. This is plundering. A grotesque abuse fueled by some form of twisted curiosity. Just like what colonizers did to the innocent Native Americans 10 centuries ago. Having concluded his full statement, Dorian sat back down, breathing heavily. The jury murmured once again, and Dorian believed his words had shaken them at least slightly. Silence. Oxley struck the gavel and glanced down at Dorian, his tone laced with a disdain and pity only Dorian could hear. So, Mr. Dorian, please present actual evidence for the aforementioned charges. Dorian froze. I learned about these matters through certain channels, but Oxley curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. No evidence. All right then. This fire has made everyone curious about the experiments carried out by the mermaid research team. Why, ever since the start of the mermaid research project, shocking cases have been constantly surfacing. Today, we will provide a detailed explanation for everyone here. With that, Oxley gestured toward Joe, who promptly activated the courtroom's holographic projector. The strictly classified mermaid research experiments were finally revealed to the public, presented exactly in the way the Institute wanted. Through the projection, Dorian saw Adam, Eve, Kane, Abel, even Sylvie. Every single mermaid was healthy and active, swimming around happily in their tanks. There were even loving scenes showing researchers interacting with the mermaids. None of them appeared harmed. As for the charges against Dorian, starting with the amputation experiment on Kane, Joe released a few images. Because the real footage is too graphic, we've applied mosaics for your benefit, but even so, you can clearly see how severely Kane's tail wound became infected. This happened when the mermaid tried to escape the trap grid area and failed to heal properly. We carefully administered some medication, but it didn't work well, and the infection got bad enough to threaten the mermaid's life. We had no choice but to act. Unfortunately, even after cutting his tail, we couldn't completely control the injury, which also highlights the necessity of conducting experiments on mermaids. Without investigating their body secrets, we wouldn't have been able to save other injured mermaids either. Dorian stared at the evidence, utterly disbelieving its authenticity. He found it so absurd that he almost laughed aloud. As for the joint experiment involving Eve and Abel, this was indeed an oversight on behalf of the Institute. This was based on overconfidence by the group's researchers who observed mermaid behavior for several months. At the time, the male mermaid Abel entered his mating period. Out of humanitarian considerations, we placed the female mermaid Eve into his observation tank, both to alleviate his suffering and take advantage of the opportunity to understand mermaid reproduction better. Dorian could no longer contain himself. Absurd. It was you who released massive amounts of growth agents and hallucinogens into the tank to force the mermaids into heat. Evidence. Do you have any evidence for that, Mr. Dorian? Joe calmly countered, and upon Dorian's silence, he continued his presentation. But no one could have predicted that the mating process between mermaids would be so violent. Abel directly bit through Eve's neck. This is part of the experiment footage, which we've also specially edited. He paused slightly before adding, the good news is that we've discovered that mermaids possess an incredible life force. Even after losing their heads, their hearts continue to beat. If we judge by heartbeat, then Eve is still technically alive at this moment. An uproar broke out in the courtroom, and all Dorian could do was curse under his breath. So far, the mermaid research team has already found nearly 10 viral antibodies within the mermaids' bodies, and studies on their unique anatomical structures have made significant progress. We believe this will greatly contribute to the future development of human medicine. Joe paused again and continued, as for our upcoming collaboration with Combsby Institute, perhaps Mr. Dorian doesn't know the full details. Just last month, Combsby Institute has already captured 11 mermaid subjects for group observation. We plan to send Sylvie to Combsby for this purpose. Now, Joe said courteously as he gave a slight bow toward Dorian, I must ask the defendant a question. Respected researcher, regardless of where you obtained these unrealistic pieces of information, why didn't you first confirm them with your colleagues or the director instead of blindly believing rumors and being solely determined to release the mermaids? Is it someone else's manipulation or merely your own wild imagination? Dorian angrily stood up. Of course, it's because. Joe wouldn't let him get a word in, because you've already lost your mind under the influence of the mermaids. You and your assistant, guilty of brutal murder, are both under the control of that wicked silver-tailed mermaid. You obey the commands it sends straight into your brain, doing everything possible to set it free from the lab. You think everything you're doing is voluntary, but do you truly understand what you're doing? Mr. Dorian, you've already been taken over. You're a hopelessly insane individual. Chapter 58. This is sheer slander and defamation. Please, all of you, set aside any prejudice and consider my actions and the logic of my words just now. There's no one more normal or clearer-minded than me. It wasn't until this moment that Dorian realized the sinister intention behind this tribunal, understanding what Magmandy meant by consequences. What Dorian said at this tribunal was not important, he was merely a tool for the Institute to prove its own innocence. After the trial, the Institute would not only have absolved itself of responsibility for all recent incidents but also have promoted its contributions to human science. Meanwhile, Dorian would be branded as merely a pitiful psychiatric patient under the control of merfolk, not only losing his job, but being sent straight to an asylum, never again able to live with dignity in this world. Dorian glared furiously at the judges, who under the bright light appeared to shine with a righteous glow. Yet, none of them knew that the head of the goddess of justice, Themis, had already been severed, her head currently hung above the door of the courtroom. Dorian counted them one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the one in the audience, that made 14 executioners altogether. We have evidence, Chow declared loudly. He presented 3 video clips to everyone at the tribunal. The first showed Professor Wisdom in a frenzied state during a discussion. The second captured Ryvar with a hollow stare as he slipped a makeshift saw into his pocket before committing murder. The last displayed Dorian staring blankly at a bare wall in solitary confinement, laughing eerily for no reason. Through such leading comparisons, Dorian was effectively grouped together with the other two. Dorian didn't have the energy left to question how they managed to install surveillance in the isolation room. He tried hard to keep his emotions in check, attempting to appear rational and clear-headed, far from being a damn psychiatric patient. Anyone would seem like a lunatic in a place like that. Without any means to pass time, what else could I do but sit on the bed and daydream? I didn't yell like Wisdom, nor did I kill anyone like Ryvar. This secretly filmed evidence is not valid. Chow smiled faintly. Of course, hence, we have eyewitnesses. When Yerome entered the courtroom, Dorian's heart sank completely. It felt as if he were falling, sinking slowly into the depths of the ocean like a tiny fragment of a stone. Mr. Yerome, now you may speak freely about all the brutal offenses the defendant has committed against you, Chow said to Yerome standing at the witness stand. His tone carried a mournful sympathy, as if deeply saddened by Yerome's fate. This was the first time Dorian had seen Yerome since the chaos on Christmas Eve, and Yerome was unrecognizable. He'd cut his long hair, stopped wearing makeup, and wore a simple t-shirt and pants. He had reverted to looking like a regular man, yet Dorian felt no joy at all. In fact, when Yerome glanced his way, Dorian turned away. We used to be a couple, Yerome's raspy voice rang out across the courtroom. No, to be precise, I thought we were once a couple, but in reality, I was merely a tool for letting the mermaid go. He never loved me. Not ever. I'm very sorry, Dorian said after staring at his feet for several seconds, mustering up the courage to meet Yerome's gaze again. Without the heavy makeup, Yerome's original face was exposed, one that Dorian remembered from school days, fresh and youthful. But now, because of him, Yerome looked haggard and faded, his usual fiery, happy smile extinguished. Yerome shook his head, his eyes reddening. He looked at Dorian, trying to say something, but in the end, simply bowed his head, gripping the railing of the witness stand tightly. This silence was clearly not what Chow wanted. He interjected, Mr. Yerome, please recount the truth of that night honestly. Everyone here will ensure justice for you. Yerome exhaled deeply, composing himself and nodding. Thank you. However, before I do, I have a question that I hope Mr. Dorian can answer truthfully. Dorian met Yerome's gaze amidst the countless condemning eyes in the courtroom, bracing for accusation. But then. Honey, does the fish-tail dress look good on me? I mean, when I wear it. Dorian froze, not just him, but the jury murmured in confusion. Yet Yerome's eyes locked onto Dorian's with an intense sincerity. Under such earnestness, Dorian nodded fervently, very beautiful, you were the most beautiful person that night. Yerome smiled through his tears, which streaked down his brown cheeks like shooting stars. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned toward the panel. Dorian did nothing wrong. He doesn't have some damn psychiatric disorder. You bastards, you perverted maniacs, murderers. I should have been the one to run away with Dorian and free the mermaid, but he put me under sedation to save me from punishment. He's innocent, it's all of you who are criminals. Let me go. You damn bunch. Let go. Yerome was dragged out by the security, but his words had struck like thunder in the courtroom, stirring a ripple of shock. Chow exchanged brief glances with the judges, awkwardly but quickly recovering his composure. Then he loudly called for the second witness. The second witness was Owen. Dorian never imagined he would reunite with his former assistant under such circumstances. Yet after witnessing Yerome's testimony, a tiny flicker of hope spread through him, warming his chest and limbs. He thought, perhaps this round of cross-examinations might not end unfavorably for him. That is, until he heard Owen say. This is why I decided to leave that lab. I was scared, you know. After having a colleague like Ryvar, it seemed like my superior was also. I definitely didn't want to die so miserably. Owen spoke these words without any hesitation. His messy straw-like yellow hair and thick black glasses still gave off the vibe of a stereotypical dull and clumsy engineering guy, but Dorian realized how little he truly knew about him. The third witness was Rose. Upon seeing her, Dorian confirmed what he had suspected, Magmandy's mistress hidden in the break room was indeed Rose. Rose couldn't meet Dorian's eyes throughout. Her hands fidgeted nervously together, her voice trembling, even the act of stepping onto the witness stand appeared excruciatingly painful to her. When Rose testified that Dorian was mentally unstable, he didn't feel anger, rather, an overwhelming sense of sorrow engulfed him. The fourth witness was David. Dorian believed he could endure everything. He had understood since he was young, life meant losing. From the day he gained awareness, life's journey had always been filled with sharp pains, as though enduring a long, drawn-out torture where everyone around carried knives. Gradually, they cut away your innocence, your kindness, your compassion, leaving behind only hardened, cold bones. Until one day, when pain no longer mattered, and you too became another executioner wielding a blade. Dorian thought he was ready for this, but when he saw David walking towards him, he heard himself muttering softly inside. No, please don't. David was Dorian's best friend, someone who had never betrayed him. Dorian knew this. David just wanted to protect Dorian, trying to use the being manipulated by merfolk excuse to lighten Dorian's criminal responsibility. Dorian is our institute's youngest researcher, and his talents speak for themselves. During his university years, he was also a volunteer member of the Marine Life Conservation Association. His passion for science and marine biology is evident to everyone here. Therefore, it wasn't under sound judgment that he committed those wrongdoings. He was confused, tricked by the mermaid, which turned him into the arsonist he's accused of being. Chow interrupted David's passionate appeal to the jury impatiently. Time is limited, Mr. David. To sum up, was Dorian under control of the mermaid, leading to mental instability and severe cognitive confusion? David nodded seriously. Yes. Dorian wanted to laugh, to pin David down and punch him hard for being such a fool, but at the moment, he lacked even the strength to manipulate his facial muscles. A psychological assessment shouldn't rest solely on layman's opinions. Once David left the courtroom, Dorian spoke up again. I request that psychologist Mrs. Akiso be summoned as a witness. You'd love to see Akiso, wouldn't you? But I'm afraid that's against the rules, Chow cackled, sounding gleefully like a vulture spotting carrion. What do you mean? Dorian furrowed his brows, sensing something ominous beneath the surface. The last witness was a psychologist named Alexander, whom Dorian recognized as Mrs. Akiso's colleague. I've never undergone treatment from him. Dorian glared coldly at the short, stout male doctor sitting on the witness stand. That's expected. Every time you came to the psychological counseling room, you were received by Mrs. Akiso. And every session happened in her office. Alexander glanced swiftly at Dorian before turning his gaze toward the judges and jury. So. Dorian felt a dreadful premonition rising within him. Alexander curled his lips. What I mean is, what kind of psychological therapy requires being conducted secretly in an office? Dorian gritted his back molars and stood up from the defendant's chair, because there was no psychological treatment at all. We were friends who occasionally chatted together, just that. Alexander shrugged. Is that truly so? Each time you would stay in Akiso's office for an hour or two, sometimes even an entire afternoon. I often heard cries coming from inside, those suppressed cries, I mean those. Oh yes, I once even saw you kiss her hand. Alexander didn't finish his statement because Dorian leaped out of the railing at the defendant's stand with such speed that even the security guards couldn't react in time. He rushed to the witness stand, grabbing Alexander by the collar and pressing his head forcefully on the rail. You bastard. How dare you say such things? That's Mrs. Akiso. Alexander was terrified, but he couldn't break free from Dorian's grip and could only flail his limbs like a sea turtle. Everyone rose in horror from their seats as they witnessed Dorian's red eyes and the prominent veins bulging on his forehead. They shouted for the security to stop this madman. Dorian was finally subdued by a stun gun. As he lay on the ground, muscles twitching, being dragged back to the defendant's seat like garbage, he was still cursing, spitting at Alexander. Silence. Oxley's loud yell was more effective than his gavel, quickly restoring peace in the courtroom. He gave Chow a look, and the latter promptly cleared his throat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if there are still doubts in your minds, then let us now view this surveillance footage. Dorian sat slumped in the defendant's seat, breathing heavily. 2 buttons had been torn off his shirt during the struggle, and his messy hair hung over his eyes. However, when the holographic projector began projecting the surveillance video, he suddenly stopped breathing, lifting his obstructive hair like one entranced, leaning forward to fixate on the aerial projection. There was Sylvie. He finally saw Sylvie again. He saw himself overlapping palms through the glass of the tank with the mermaid. He saw himself disabling the electric grid, tightly embracing the mermaid as it burst from the pool, soothing its dorsal fin and kissing its pointed ear. He saw himself indulging in unrestrained kisses with Sylvie in the corridor, holding on to the tendrils of her hair tightly, letting them entwine and wriggle around his wrist. In one moment, Sylvie in the recording seemed to sense something. While kissing Dorian, he suddenly looked up, staring straight at the camera as if crossing time and space to lock eyes with Dorian seated in the defendant's chair days later. Dorian almost called out Sylvie's name right there, his vision blurred inexplicably. At this moment, Dorian completely lost any desire to defend himself. He thought, pass the verdict, judge me a sinner. Lord, save this wandering lamb. Through your words. I have seen my own truth. And discovered myself to be a helpless sinner. I fell in love with a merman. On January 1st, the first day of the new year in 2356, Dorian was sent to Alaris Psychiatric Treatment Center. Chapter 59. In the first 3 days after entering the psychiatric treatment center, Dorian exhausted all his efforts to explain to every medical staff he could see that he was a normal person. He asked the doctors to give him an examination, refused to take unknown drugs, and went berserk kicking the door after another psychiatric patient became his roommate in the same room. As a result, he was suspected of having severe mania and anxiety, and every night he was tied up with restraints and injected with sedatives to force him into sleep. A doctor named White threatened Dorian that if he continued to destroy hospital property, referring to the indestructible iron door in the room, he would be taken for electroshock aversion therapy. So on the 4th day, Dorian finally abandoned these meaningless protests and tried to find a more covert way to escape. Unfortunately, however, the management of this treatment center was terrifyingly strict. Whether it was during group meal times or the free time for patients in the afternoon, security was closely monitoring everywhere. And Dorian's plan to climb over the wall was completely crushed when he saw that the wall was nearly 8 meters high. In a sense, this place was indeed a prison. Here, patients had to get up at 6:30 in the morning. Breakfast was served in the canteen at 7 o'clock, lunch was at 11, and dinner was at 5. The patients would line up one by one at the food pickup window to collect their meals, and occasionally someone would have an episode at this time, whereupon the security personnel would quickly take them away. In the morning, doctors would visit the wards to inquire about the patient's physical condition. Previously, Dorian would argue with them, trying to persuade them to let him go, only later realizing that if you did so, they would only increase your daily dosage. Incidentally, those unknown drugs would make a person's mind hazy and their whole body weak, but at the same time, they made the spirit frighteningly exhilarated. Therefore, after eating them for 2 days, Dorian would pretend to swallow them during medication time, then go to the toilet afterward to throw them up once the inspection was over. From 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. was the free activity time, where patients could relax in the garden outside the ward. Dorian took advantage of this opportunity to look for weak points in the building's surveillance system. Yes, Dorian never gave up, even though every night when he lay on the hospital bed, a suffocating sense of despair spread like a virus through his body. Every morning when he opened his eyes, Dorian would continue thinking about ways to escape. Dorian's only chance to access information from the outside world was the hour-long video watching time after dinner, during which the built-in display screen on the wall would light up automatically and start playing videos, mainly news. Dorian was passionate about news and watched it with great interest every day. The only thing that annoyed him was his roommate, Charlie, who always muttered to himself facing the wall during the news broadcast, sometimes so loudly that it drowned out the sound of the news. Dorian had never been in conflict with this roommate because the first lesson he learned upon arriving here was, don't try to reason with anyone in this building, whether they are doctors or patients, because the former never listens to you, while the latter may very well convince you with some bizarre but complete logic. Take Charlie, for instance, who considered himself the high priest of the sea god cult. Previously, Dorian had thought that Charlie's self-positioning was as a singer or troubadour, since he often hummed strange melodies toward the wall, which rhymed and sounded like a folk song in some language. Later, Dorian saw him loudly chanting on the grass in the garden during activity time, attracting devout worship from a group of psychiatric patients. Even though they lived in the same ward, Dorian and Charlie had almost no conversation. Their first exchange happened in the first few minutes after Dorian was locked in the ward, when the other showed concern about Dorian's action of kicking the door to try and leave, asking Dorian, "Young man, do you also wish to return to the sea?" Of course, Dorian at the time had no interest in talking to him and just responded with a string of curses. One evening while watching the news, a spokesperson for the administration condemned the mental harm inflicted by the sea god cult. Oh, right, it was due to the recent restlessness of the sea again. The sea level rose 2 meters within half a month, completely submerging Doom Spear, causing widespread public panic. For a time, many believers joined the sea god cult, going to the seaside to worship and jump into the sea. If Dorian were still living and working normally in the research institute, he probably would have given some sighs about such omens of doom, but unfortunately, he was now confined in a mental hospital with a bunch of lunatics, and he even hoped that the seawater would rise faster, soon tearing down that 8-meter-high wall. The above was Dorian's entire reflection on this piece of news. However, after the hour-long video-watching session ended, Dorian belatedly realized that the high priest sleeping in the bed next to him had not been muttering to the wall as usual. Dorian didn't intend to pay any attention to him, but Charlie was the first to initiate a conversation. He said to Dorian, "Don't believe what he says, he is an ignorant sinner, and we are all sinners." It was a familiar tone of esoteric mysticism. Dorian had no interest in religion, but this was a psychiatric hospital, and opportunities for normal conversations were rare. Dorian didn't want to miss out on the amusement. "Are you referring to original sin?" "Excuse me for saying this, but Christianity also has this concept, due to Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit. If everyone's trying to atone for sins, why don't you worship God?" Dorian deliberately provoked. "No, no, no. That's a false god, a figment of human imagination to absolve themselves. The sea, it is actually real, it controls this planet, it is the mother of all life." Dorian arched an eyebrow dismissively. "So what exactly is your version of original sin? Dumping trash into the ocean?" Charlie shook his head, stood up from his bed, and raised his gaze toward the ceiling. "Billions of years ago." "Oh great, here we go again. Dorian rolled his eyes inwardly, now regretting engaging in conversation with Charlie. Charlie was a man in his 60s who had been receiving treatment at this mental institution for who knows how long. He had long, grizzled hair and white beard of about the same length. He usually stooped over, frowned, and appeared perpetually troubled. When making eye contact with others, he would courteously lower his head. If only he wasn't wearing a patient gown and instead wore a white hooded robe, his sermons might have sounded more convincing. Yes, he looked just like every literary portrayal of some mysterious prophet, but Dorian firmly believed that no true prophet could possibly be so unwilling to brush their teeth that opening their mouth produced an unbearable stench. Billions of years ago, we were all children of the sea. We possessed collective consciousness and lived in a communal society. However, one day, our ancestors became selfish, attempting to seize the sea as their own. Thus, they were expelled from the sea and banished onto land. Gradually, we evolved legs, forgot our sinful pasts. Nevertheless, the malevolent factors embedded in our genes continued generation after generation. We remain selfish and greedy. We plunder resources, harm others of our kind as well as other species, continuously dumping waste into the sea until one day, Mother became angry. She punished us with waves while awakening our consciences. Therefore, we must return to the sea, back to the nowhere land, back to the cradle of life. Half an hour later, Charlie concluded his sermon. Expectantly, he glanced at Dorian, who had already grown half asleep. Actually, there's a question I've been meaning to ask you, Dorian said. Go ahead, my child. Charlie looked at him kindly. Dorian perked up. Do you happen to know where the weakest point of security is in this psychiatric hospital? What time would my chances of escape be highest? Charlie stared at him in disbelief for several seconds before turning around and angrily chanting gibberish against the wall, at #UN, and... Dorian sighed as he collapsed onto the bed like a corpse. He was crazy to have talked to a psychiatric patient for so long. Chapter 60. The mental treatment center was built on a cliff, and looking out through the head-sized window in the ward, you could see waves crashing against the rocks. Dorian had been living here for nearly 2 weeks, but he still couldn't figure out why such a location would host a well-endowed mental hospital. Likewise, he hadn't found a way to escape. However, the 2 weeks were enough for Dorian to notice some irregularities. This mental hospital seemed to receive a group of new patients almost every day, whether they actually had mental illnesses or not aside, the commotion was always significant when new people arrived. Dorian could easily imagine his own situation when he was first confined here. But now, upon hearing the cursing of new patients, he could remain quite calm and inwardly pretend to console them. It's futile, give up. The area wasn't large, with only 2 buildings containing wards, yet it continuously welcomed new patients for treatment every day, which was unusual. Later, Dorian gradually realized that most of the so-called mental patients were devout believers of the sea god cult. Some even held high positions within the sect, and they were forcibly sent here by the administration. Almost all of them, after a week of treatment, turned into genuine psychiatric cases. Dorian had tried those drugs himself, knowing exactly what they felt like. After some time, some of these people went mad to an extreme extent. For example, they would suddenly roll on the grass, raise their hands high while speaking nonsense incomprehensible gibberish, or bash their heads against walls. These individuals were taken to what was referred to as the critical care area. Afterward, Dorian never saw them again. But soon, Dorian learned about their fate. Patient number 6946, physical examination. During an afternoon activity session one day, Dorian was suddenly called out, and a nurse escorted him to Dr. White's office under the pretense of a routine physical checkup for newly admitted patients. Dorian instinctively sensed something bad was going to happen, and as he followed the nurse, he kept looking for chances to escape. However, realistically speaking, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat even the nurse. That's right, all the nurses at this mental hospital were muscular men with intimidating builds. Soon, Dorian was ushered into an office filled with the smell of disinfectant. He warily looked around but did not see any medical equipment suitable for a physical checkup. Initially, he stood near the door, but the nurse forcefully pulled him inside and locked the door behind him. Number 6946, name. Dorian. The stepson of a famous merman researcher and also an outstanding marine biologist yourself, is that correct? Dr. White cast Dorian a glance, gesturing for him to sit on the chair beside him. Dorian hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Yes. What a pity. Dr. White spoke extremely slowly, his gaze cold and damp as he inspected Dorian from head to toe. Uncomfortable, Dorian shifted in his seat and squinted at the man across from him. Oily black hair collapsed on his scalp. Despite wearing glasses, there was no hiding his massive eye bags. His drooping eyelids made him look older than his age or perhaps exhausted from excessive indulgence. Thank you for your concern. Dorian chose his words carefully. I think I've recovered quite a bit. When can I be discharged? Recovered quite a bit? Oh, stop kidding around. Dr. White burst out laughing as if Dorian had just told an incredibly funny joke. Dorian stared coldly at him until suddenly he heard the doctor sharply question him. You haven't taken the medicine, have you? Since you've consistently refused treatment, how could you possibly recover? Dorian felt his heart leap wildly in his chest, but he maintained outward composure. The physical exam hadn't started yet, so Dr. White had no tangible evidence. Dorian firmly claimed, I have. Huh. A mocking smile curved at the edge of Dr. White's mouth. All right then, let's begin the physical examination. Go over to that bed. Dorian wanted nothing more than to flee from the office, but he gave a sideways glance at the brawny nurse behind him and resignedly stood up, taking his place on the bed by the wall. Take off your shirt, commanded Dr. White. With deliberate slowness, Dorian unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his patient uniform. Dr. White adjusted his glasses. All of it. Grinding his teeth, Dorian proceeded to unfasten all the buttons of his upper garment. Good, Dr. White said, gazing at Dorian's bare chest and abdomen lines. In reality, Dorian had just performed a set of intense fitness exercises during the activity period. He'd been preparing to make his escape. As a result, he'd worked up a light sweat, giving his attractive, firm muscles a glossy sheen as though coated with oil. Dorian endured the nausea as White pressed the cold stethoscope against his chest. At first, everything seemed normal. White placed the stethoscope over Dorian's heart and lungs in turn, briefly offering some evaluations. But then, he positioned the slightly warm metal contraption directly on Dorian's nipple, manipulating it in an utterly lewd manner. Damn you, you bastard dog, what do you think you're doing? Without hesitation, Dorian threw a punch at White. He intended to strike another hard kick into White's groin, but the nurse, who had been closely monitoring him, quickly overpowered Dorian and pinned him down, pressing his neck forcefully onto the bed. Fuck. You disgusting piece of shit, White. If you dare touch me again. Trapped under the nurse, all Dorian could do was shout curses, threatening White that if he continued such acts, Dorian would tear off his private parts and shove them into his mouth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, White merely smiled cheerfully. He retorted mockingly, oh really? If I were to rape you right here and now, wouldn't you still just have to lift your ass and let me do it? Dorian swore even louder. Simultaneously, a wave of helplessness washed over him. At this moment, the only thing he could do was yell curses. I've waited for 2 weeks, Dorian. I don't know why someone of your status got sent here, but no one has come to get you out yet, right? You've been abandoned, poor little thing. White feigned sympathy. But rest assured, dear. I dislike forcing anyone, sex is an incomparable experience, but force diminishes the whole thing. White slid the stethoscope down Dorian's waistband with a grin, saying, you'll be coming to me soon, I bet it won't even take a week. Or maybe, you'd rather have those high-ranking individuals claim your cute innards instead. Stop. Just stop. The action terrified Dorian so much that he broke out into a cold sweat, yet despite this, he paused to reflect on the implication of those words. Was this mental hospital engaged in illegal organ trafficking? Fortunately, White loosened his grip soon after. I'm waiting for your good news. When Dorian left the office, he carefully checked each button on his shirt, fastening them tightly. However, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was completely exposed, as though something inside him had been torn apart, revealing itself grotesquely under the sun. Was it his trampled dignity? Or the pathetic and humble situation he found himself in? Perhaps both. The soft sunlight shone on him, yet Dorian looked up blankly at the sky, trembling uncontrollably. Dorian had always avoided contemplating the worst-case scenario. He repeatedly told himself that as long as he stayed alive, as long as he retained his sanity, he would eventually leave this cursed place. It wasn't because he actually had the ability to escape the asylum but because without such thoughts, his spirit would collapse long before his body ever did. Sometimes, Dorian even wondered if he had already gone mad. From the moment he opened his eyes every morning, his brain began unconsciously plotting escape routes, turning it into a habit akin to the default settings of a machine starting up. He fantasized about using a toothbrush to pry open the iron doors of the ward, imagined plunging a spoon into the eye socket of a guard while eating with it, or even dreamed of someday hanging Magramendi's ridiculous head on top of the 8-meter-high fence. Yet none of these scenarios would come true. In reality, only 2 possible outcomes awaited. Dorian would either become White's lapdog, or lose his mind and have his organs cut out. After the nurse escorted Dorian back to the patient activity area and left, he was left alone in the corridor. The shadow cast by the eaves in the sunlight felt like a dividing line. He knew he should go outside to bask in the sun, but once he chose to step out into the garden, wouldn't he be no different from those senseless lunatics who enjoyed the sun without awareness? Dorian didn't know how long he stood there motionlessly, lost in his own thoughts, waiting for the activity period to end so he could return to his pitiful ward. However, just at this moment, Dorian felt a dark shadow rushing towards him. His brain hadn't had time to command his body to react when he was rudely tackled to the ground. Alarmed gasps erupted around them as the nurses and security guards rushed forward, forcibly dragging away the person pinning Dorian down, whose strength was terrifying. After overcoming the initial dizziness, Dorian rose to his feet and took a closer look. To his astonishment, he blurted out, Professor Wisdom. Wisdom had long lost the elegant aristocratic demeanor he possessed during his time at the institute. His hair was shaved short, his cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones prominent, and there seemed to be a layer of cataracts over his eyes. He clutched tightly onto one of Dorian's legs and gave him a bizarre smile that almost evoked the uncanny valley effect. I found you. Chapter 61. He was just another sudden-onset psychiatric patient. Wisdom was quickly taken away by force, and Dorian got up from the ground, staring blankly in the direction they left. Poor ignorant soul. Charlie, drawn by the commotion, stood beside Dorian, also looking at Wisdom being dragged away by nurses. Where will he be taken? Dorian asked. Who knows, probably to the ICU. Charlie looked in good spirits. Dorian wanted to chat more with him, but then the other person resumed his high priest role, softly chanting a tune and wobbling off. Dorian did not know this would be the last time he saw Charlie. After free activity ended, the patients ate dinner together in the cafeteria. Before returning to the ward, Dorian was forcibly pulled into the injection room to be injected with some unknown substance. This time, there was no way for him to go to the restroom and secretly spit it out. Then, like throwing away garbage, they tossed Dorian back into his ward. However, after Dorian gritted his teeth and returned to the ward, he was surprised to find that the person lying opposite his bed was not the white-bearded Charlie, but Wisdom. The nurse who locked the ward ignored Dorian's questioning, but soon White appeared personally. He revealed a pair of moist, pale eyes like those of a cold-blooded animal outside the iron door of the ward and smiled. Patient number 6453 insisted on seeing you. For his health, I believe it would be best to arrange for you two to stay together. What do you think? With a loud bang, the viewing window on the door was slammed shut, half a second late compared to Dorian's nearly spoken curse words. Recalling the twisted, insane look on Wisdom's face earlier in the day, Dorian closed his eyes tightly, turned his head toward the neighboring bed. They hadn't strapped Wisdom down with restraints, meaning if Wisdom had another episode, Dorian might spend all night dealing with him. Not sure whether the vial of medicine was starting to take effect, Dorian felt dizzy. He shook his head hard, hoping at least he could clear his mind enough to get through the night. The monitor in the ward was broadcasting news, but Dorian had no interest tonight. He began missing Charlie a bit, wishing he could hear his chanting once again. Dorian silently prayed for Charlie. He sat still on the bed for a full hour, until the video finished playing and the room fell into dead silence. Wisdom stayed lying on the bed, motionless, but bizarrely, his eyes remained wide open, as if he were a hollow shell already bereft of its soul by death. Dorian anxiously asked, Professor, are you okay? As Dorian expected, Wisdom gave him no response, and he didn't even blink. Thinking of how the previously knowledgeable and suave professor had fallen to such a state filled Dorian with indescribable sympathy and rage. Staring at the shadow under the opposite bed where the light couldn't reach, Dorian momentarily thought that hated blackness was becoming thicker. It gradually sprouted tentacles, started wriggling, screaming to crawl out from under the bed, to crawl out and swallow the glaring light above, pulling the entire world into darkness. D-O-R-I-N. The raspy voice from across the room sounded like sandpaper grinding against each other. Dorian snapped back to reality, raising his head to look at the neighboring bed. Somehow, Professor Wisdom had regained consciousness, his gaze finally shifted from staring emptily at the ceiling, turning towards Dorian as he stretched out his hand with great effort, only to accidentally fall off the narrow hospital bed. Without hesitation, Dorian rushed over to help Wisdom back onto the bed. After all, he was Dorian's respected teacher. How are you feeling? Dorian sat next to Wisdom, making sure he wouldn't fall again. Wisdom tightly gripped Dorian's wrist, the strength caused Dorian some pain, but he bore it patiently, waiting for his reply. Why, here, Research Institute, leave. Wisdom must have been really sick, his ability to organize language seemed completely lost. Dorian tried hard to understand the question, guessing that he was probably asking why Dorian left the institute to come here. Dorian shrugged, because I liked the scenery here, so I bought a ticket to come inside. Wisdom looked at him with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend. The straightforward and pure look in his eyes reminded Dorian of Sylvie. The stupid mermaid certainly wouldn't understand this joke either, so in the end, only Dorian, the teller of the joke, ended up laughing. That's quite a long story. Dorian stared at the small window in the ward, murmuring dreamily, an extremely failed yet immeasurably romantic fairy tale. Dorian fell silent for a long time. He seemed to have fallen into some sweet memory, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Wisely, however, did not rush him with words, he simply gazed at Dorian intently, as if such a look were all he desired. Suddenly, Dorian looked at Wisdom and smiled as he asked, Do you remember Sylvie? The mermaid with the beautiful silver tail? Beautiful. Wisdom's eyes, clouded by cataracts, stared unblinkingly at Dorian, as if asking a question or perhaps just offering simple agreement. Yes, she was beautiful and smart, Dorian said enthusiastically, his grey-blue eyes sparkling like the shimmering surface of the sea under moonlight. I don't know how to describe it, she was like a dog, one of those gentle giant dogs that despite being frighteningly large, would still whine with her head on her paws. Anyway, she was very cute. Cute. That's right, extremely cute. Dorian suddenly remembered something and added excitedly, I bet Kane never did this. Sylvie could dance, twirling around with her hands connected to her tail, and at that time her tail would turn pink. I guessed it was because the skin beneath her scales was flushing, thus changing the color of her scales. Dorian had originally intended to briefly recount his own tragic experience of being sent to the psychiatric hospital, but somehow he became like an idiot posting 100 cute pet pictures daily on social media, unknowingly boasting before the professor about his former test subject. This really couldn't be entirely blamed on Dorian. After all, wisdom didn't interrupt him. Not only that, but the old professor's eyes lit up as he stared at Dorian's endless chatter, as though the latter were telling an exciting adventure story rather than exaggeratedly bragging about how adorable the mermaid was. If you'd ever met her, you'd love her too. Dorian finished his monologue, and as the last syllable of his speech faded away in the room, the ward once again plunged into a suffocating silence. Dorian stared at the small window on the wall, the window where only one hand could reach out, the window through which no moonlight could penetrate, the window freedom would never arrive at. I miss her so much. Dorian heard himself say this, unable to bear the surging longing any longer. Like a tsunami tearing apart his sails and swallowing his boat, Dorian sank into the ocean, helplessness and pain flooding his mouth and nose. Every breath cut sharply into his chest. Dorian bent deeply forward, burying his face in his palms. When will I see you again? My Sylvie. Dorian heard someone crying, a mournful sob like the sea wind, pressed deep within their chest, but soon he realized that the cry didn't come from anywhere else but from himself. Sylvie, Sylvie, missing, Dorian. This fragmented way of speaking seemed familiar to Dorian, yet he clearly knew that the person saying this was wisdom, trying to comfort him. Dorian didn't want his ill teacher to worry about him. Raising his head, he swallowed the tears back into his stomach, trying to make his voice sound less disheveled. She'd better not. I'm not worth her constant thoughts, Dorian declared resolutely but still choked back sobs. She should learn this lesson, to stay far away from humans, live freely underwater, live in Atlantis, find a pretty female mermaid and have pups. She'll happily continue her life, forever forgetting about me. Wisdom suddenly grew agitated, shakily climbing out of his bed, gesturing toward Dorian. No, Sylvie won't leave. The condition of the old professor wasn't normal. Dorian quickly wiped away his tears and tried to lift his spirits. I understand. Thank you for comforting me. I feel better now. Wait, Dorian, wait, leave soon. Dorian supported Wisdom's arm to prevent him from falling off the bed again. Leave. I doubt anyone can save me unless my mom. Forget it, that's impossible. Dorian shook his head dejectedly, carefully considering. If there was truly anyone who could change Margmundi's decision, it might be Ivanova. But she had never cared about Dorian's affairs, let alone the fact that Dorian had stolen her diary. If she found out about these things, she would surely side with Margmundi. Wisdom seemed to be having an episode. His whole body trembled as he repeated some broken words. Wait. Wait. Soon, soon. Dorian saw a strange fervor in the other's expression. What was he saying? What was he waiting for? However, the mentally unstable old professor soon started babbling incoherently, completely losing his ability to communicate. Dorian worried that Wisdom might bang his head or bite off his own tongue during an episode, so he had no choice but to act as a restraint, controlling the old man's limbs until the alarming convulsions subsided. It was now deep into the night, and the lights in the ward had long been turned off. Dorian helped cover Wisdom with the blanket in the dark, then felt his way back to his own bed. Both physically and mentally exhausted, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps in his dream, Dorian seemed to hear the mermaid song again. The sea wind carried it to Dorian's ear. The song was like a lover's whisper, twisting, soft, and full of affection. It accompanied Dorian through a peaceful night. A good night's rest. Chapter 62. All men are guilty, and all sins must be repaid. In her youth, Ivanova did not believe in religion. She indulged in her youth, in love, and in joy, until the wicked accident in Robin Town. Together with Magamendi, she killed John. And Dorian was the fruit of this sin. Ivanova had never told anyone, but she had attempted several times to abort Dorian. Yet somehow, an unseen force always intervened to stop her. Even when she swallowed abortion pills without reservation, she couldn't expel the little one from her body. When Ivanova walked into a church near the hospital with newborn Dorian in her arms, she finally felt redemption. Thus she began to understand, this was the sin she needed to atone for. Sometimes Ivanova would feel that John was still alive. He invaded her dreams, making her sleepless. He possessed the Jesus on the cross, together with the diary beneath his feet, to mock her repentance. He existed in every living and non-living thing around her, ridiculing her piety, and at any moment might borrow someone's hand to chop off her head. This intangible fear solidified 3 days ago. That day, Ivanova went to the church for worship. Just before leaving, a woman sitting beside her suddenly grabbed her arm and stared at her with a hollow, strange expression, saying, "Go back, look at your son." Terrified, Ivanova immediately pulled away from her grasp and hastily got onto her flying vehicle to return home. Soon Ivanova realized her cross was missing. She always wore it during church services. It was a cross she'd had for over 20 years, and she was determined to find it again. The next day, Ivanova returned to the church, but she failed to recover her cross. The priest said the church had already been thoroughly cleaned by the previous evening, and no lost items were found. Disappointed, Ivanova left the church. Then, just as she stepped outside, she was stopped by a ragged beggar. But instead of asking her for money or food, he revealed a pair of amber-colored eyes resembling those of a reptile from under his hooded cloak, and said to Ivanova, "Madam, go back and see your son." It was as if a sharp blade pressed against her neck, forcing Ivanova to send her first communication request to Dorian, though no one answered. On the third day, the priest contacted Ivanova, saying that someone had found her cross and he would have someone deliver it to her residence. However, Ivanova declined, stating she would personally retrieve it herself. She had a premonition that if she disclosed her address, she would never live peacefully in her house again. This time, it was the driver of the flying vehicle. Initially, he happily shared with Ivanova about his newly walking little son. As a first-time father, pride in seeing his son thrive could be heard in every word he spoke. Noticing Ivanova's silence, the driver apologized. "Sorry, madam, I got carried away." Ivanova shook her head. "It's always like this the first time you're a parent." This rekindled the driver's enthusiasm. "So, was it the same for you back then?" To quickly end this conversation, Ivanova nodded to the driver in the front seat. "Yes. But, why don't you go back and check on your son?" Cold sweat drenched her spine instantly. Horrified, Ivanova glanced at the driver, repeatedly confirming that the person in the driver's seat wasn't the deceased John. What disturbed her even more was that the driver continued talking cheerfully about how adorable his little son was, as if the previous question hadn't come from him. Ivanova had no idea what was happening, why everyone seemed to be telling her to go home and see Dorian, as if her mind was controlled by some devilish force. Ivanova prayed in the name of Jesus, hoping to receive God's protection. But just as he had failed to appear 30 years ago in that villa to save her soul from sin, so too had he failed now to protect her from this terrible phenomenon 30 years later. Thus, Ivanova finally confirmed one thing: John's ghost had indeed been watching her all along, and would haunt her until the day she died. On the night she retrieved the cross, Ivanova summoned Magamendi back home, something unusual, as the latter had remained on land for these past few weeks, which was very rare and strange. "Where is Dorian now?" Ivanova asked her husband during dinner. Magamendi looked up casually. "You found out?" "Who told you?" Ivanova confirmed some thoughts. She shook her head at him. "No one told me what happened. I just can't reach him. Because of certain influences from the mer people, there's something wrong with his mind, so I sent him to Erethes, a psychiatric treatment center." "What?" Ivanova abruptly stood up from her chair, her lips trembling with anger. "Mag, don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth." "This is the truth." Magamendi also stood up from the dining table. 30 years ago, he could barely match Ivanova's height, but recent years of aging had made him shrink significantly. Without his shoes, he had to look up at the woman in front of him, which irritated him greatly. "He set fire to my research lab and released a merperson experiment subject. Oh, by the way, your good son is quite the ladies' man, isn't he? He's been messing around with that mermaid, you know." Ivanova raised her hand and slapped Magamendi hard across the face, enunciating each word clearly. "Watch your language, Mag, don't forget, it was you who insisted I give birth to him." Magamendi prodded his numb cheek with his tongue and spat out a laugh. "So what? Whore, don't forget, John was killed by both you and me. Isn't it a bit too late to regret it after 30 years? What difference does telling Dorian make? As long as I want, he'll have to spend his entire life in that asylum, wishing he were dead." "Ha, God." Ivanova's platinum blonde hair fell down with her movement. Magamendi clenched his teeth as he stared at her, seeing the shadow of Dorian in her venomous face. "Mag, do I need to remind you? If Dorian dies, you won't even have this one son left. Oh my poor Mag, my poor husband who cannot reproduce. Ha ha ha. Shut up, you slut. You whore who screwed a monster, dare you say another word? Why shouldn't I? I'll tell those reporters tomorrow that all your so-called good husband appearances were nothing but a facade. You're a disgusting hypocrite who flirts with your subordinates while also betting their daughters." Ivanova shouted without restraint, feeling like she was no longer herself in that moment. She was possessed by John, shouting out words she would never have dared to say before. And the look of shock on Magamendi's face was nourishment. It fed the dark soul that had dwelled in the attic for 30 years within Ivanova, feeding John's hatred, the ghost who would never rest, whispering in her ear, "It's time, it's time." "Did Dorian tell you?" Magamendi had already regained his composure, sitting back down and resuming his dinner. "No, Professor Lillian. Is that her name? She sent me a text message herself. She hopes I will pass on your wife's title to her daughter because she's pregnant. Of course not yours." Ivanova gave a scornful laugh, keeping the last part to herself as she also sat back down, continuing her meal. This couple ended their dinner peacefully, as if the heated argument just now had never happened. On the 5th day of receiving drug injections, Dorian could no longer stay conscious most of the time. He felt physically exhausted, unable to concentrate or think clearly, yet his mind remained unusually active. His brain seemed to have turned into a grinder, crushing complete memories into meaningless fragments, then these fragments spun chaotically in the void like space debris. All images received by his retinas appeared to Dorian as beautiful reflections in a kaleidoscope, seeing countless colorful tropical fish. He even saw Sylvie dancing in the tank with jellyfish, her tail reflecting a beautiful pink hue. "Bravo, a perfect performance. Do you have any other tricks?" Dorian asked Sylvie. Sylvie continued to dance, leaping high out of the sea before falling heavily back into the observation tank. I think I should pay some admission fee. How about a few sardines?" Dorian laughed. When it approached dinner time, the effects of the drug slightly subsided, allowing Dorian to regain his senses briefly. He realized he had spent the whole afternoon in the garden talking nonsense to his fellow patient Wisdom and trying to stuff weeds into his mouth. In comparison, the severely ill Wisdom was more normal. He just stared blankly at Dorian, letting Dorian treat him as an imaginary mermaid, manipulating him however he pleased. At this point, Dorian usually fell into great panic. He felt himself losing control over his body. He didn't know if the drugs would cause permanent damage to his brain, but if he did nothing, he might really rot away in this insane asylum. Thus, on this evening, Dorian kidnapped a passing-by doctor with a spoon and attempted to force the hospital to release him. But in less than 5 minutes, Dorian passed out after being hit by a tranquilizer gun. The chaos he caused was so insignificant that it didn't even make some patients who were eating their dinners look up at him. In a daze, Dorian felt many people surrounded him. They lifted him up and carried him somewhere. Then cold liquid was injected into his body again. Dorian was terrified and resisted, but in reality, he only emitted some weak cries. He called out someone's name unconsciously, but all he got in return was an ear-splitting laugh. Sylvie. Who is Sylvie? Your lover. Oh, my poor thing, I'm afraid she won't come to save you. White sat by Dorian's bedside and stroked his cheeks. White didn't even need to put on the restraint straps, the current Dorian was as weak as a nearly starving kitten. He curled himself up in the corner of the bed, tears welling up in his eyes. Due to the struggles during the previous injection, he was breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed red, and his clothes were disheveled, looking like someone who had just been ravaged mercilessly. White loved this sense of contrast to death. He remembered how vibrant Dorian looked when he first arrived here, anger burning through his soul. It was White himself who personally locked that fire away in a cage, watching as little by little it extinguished, eventually transforming into White's favorite flavor. Like hot ice cream, once the flame subsides, you can taste the dripping sweetness of its cream. Dinner time arrived, everyone was busy eating. White sent the nurse away and no one would come to disturb them in this office now. White sighed, began unfastening his belt and smiled with full malice, saying regretfully, I'm afraid I cannot wait for your consent anymore, little sweet treat, but I promise you'll enjoy it. Dorian had no idea what was happening. The drugs plunged him into a bizarre world where he saw Sylvie, lying on the rocks singing to him. Dorian watched helplessly as his ship was about to collide with those rocks, but he didn't care. Right now, immediately, he needed to go to Sylvie's side, even if it meant sacrificing his life. And then Dorian truly tasted the flavor of death. He licked his lips, it was fresh, scorching, blood spurting from the arteries. It was like sunshine piercing through the dense fog. Dorian gradually found his direction. His vision began to focus. He saw White crouched on top of him, pressing his neck forcefully but obviously futile. The bright red and hot liquid jetted out from between his fingers, splashing onto Dorian's cheeks and bare chest. Ho, ho, rescue. White stumbled and fell to the ground. His breath sounded heavy like a broken wind box. In his last moments, he slowly turned his head to look at a third person standing silently in the room. Following White's gaze, Dorian looked up. The man walked toward Dorian slowly in a hospital gown. Like an innocent child, he licked off the blood from his fingers and swallowed it. When he realized Dorian was looking at him, he turned around and grinned widely, revealing a mouth smeared with blood, giving Dorian a very sincere smile. Sitting amid this terrifying murder scene like it was hell itself, Dorian murmured, Sylvie. Chapter 63. The next events in Dorian's memory were as fleeting as clouds. He only remembered a group of medical staff bustling around after hearing the commotion and locking him back into his room, while Wisdom was taken somewhere else. Yes, there was no Sylvia at all. At that time, his brain was still under the influence of some unknown drugs, so he mistook Wisdom for Sylvia. Although Dorian was sure it was just an illusion, sometimes the eyes of these two people bore a striking resemblance. Anyway, it was Wisdom who fumbled his way to White's office after dinner, though it sounded very unrealistic, Wisdom indeed went smoothly. The period when he left coincided with the shift change for the nurses and security. Then he happened to witness this atrocity, using his teeth to tear off a piece of flesh from White's neck and swallowed it, turning the other into a thoroughly lifeless corpse within minutes. Dorian didn't fully understand everything until midnight. After such chaos, no one cared enough to inject medication into Dorian. But even without it, Dorian could not fall asleep, spending the entire night with wide open eyes. What he hadn't expected was that the next morning, he saw Ivanova. Just like that, his mother took him away from the mental hospital without any warning, leaving that den of horror so easily. Dorian wondered if Ivanova's actions were truly of her own volition, so he bluntly told his mother, I stole your diary. Ivanova didn't even glance up at him, I know. Let's go home. There was no further conversation. Ivanova did not explain why she did this, and Dorian had also lost the energy to keep asking. He only made one last request, I want to transfer Professor Wisdom to a more professional hospital. He has been taking good care of me recently. Dorian did not mention the near month-long ordeal he endured here. Regarding how power could twist the truth, he had learned enough. All he wished was to give some return to his benefactor. Ivanova agreed with his request. However, on the same evening Dorian was discharged, the mentally unstable old professor, lying in a truly comfortable hospital, didn't last a single night before suddenly passing away. The hospital reported the cause of death as sudden death due to abnormally increased intracranial pressure. Dorian attended his funeral. A week later, Dorian's body was back to health, and he returned to the Ferdinand Marine Biology Research Institute. Incredible as it might sound, this was indeed Magmundi's decision. He said Dorian could continue working in the field he loved, and Dorian couldn't think of any reason to refuse. He showed up in front of his stepson the day after Dorian came home, feigning relief and saying, "My child, I'm glad you've recovered." Dorian stared at him coldly and replied, "Thanks to you." Magmundi paid no heed to the sarcasm in his stepson's words, just as Dorian wouldn't expose the pretense of his stepfather. They took a plane together back to Ferdinand Island. Thus, 1 month after leaving the institute, Dorian returned here again. His break room had been cleaned spotlessly, but John's and Ivanova's diaries were gone. Dorian wasn't curious about their whereabouts. Although it was somewhat regrettable, those 2 diaries had, by this point, lost all value for Dorian beyond being memorials. As for work, it was obvious that Dorian would have no chance to work with mermaids this time, nor would he be given a proper researcher position. Instead, he was assigned to Zone E, assisting AI in classifying mutated fish. Ordinarily, intelligent systems can quickly classify captured marine fish. Whales are sent to Zone A, octopuses and other mollusks to Zone C, due to their obvious characteristics. However, mutated fish often pose challenges to AI systems, such as the variant angelfish that previously grew limbs during Dorian's study. At such times, manual classification by human staff becomes necessary, which is currently Dorian's responsibility. It wasn't bad work. That was what Dorian thought. Because his job required minimal interaction with people, thus greatly avoiding unnecessary conflicts, some members of the institute were furious that Dorian returned to work there. This was understandable. Any criminal returning unscathed to the scene of the crime will naturally incite the anger of victims. They loudly cursed him, pointed fingers, and turned away upon seeing him, as if he were the plague. When David learned Dorian had returned, he tried to ease relations and suggested resuming the old routine of commuting to work and eating at the restaurant together, but Dorian rejected him. David stood there, wounded, and forced a smile, asking Dorian, "We're still friends, right?" Dorian silently raised his head to look at him, then turned and left. On nights when he lay alone in the break room, Dorian would experience a strange illusion, feeling as though he were still trapped in the mental hospital, unable to see the sun without permission, not allowed freedom, eating unpleasant meals, surrounded by incomprehensible people. Perhaps the entire world was a colossal asylum. After all, it was hard to define beings who derived pleasure from torturing animals, harming their kin, or destroying their home as rational. If one had to describe the difference between the mental hospital and the institute, it was that Dorian had lost his ability to hallucinate. The capacity to imagine Sylvia appearing before him anytime, anywhere, had vanished, a truly regrettable development. Gradually, Dorian drifted into sleep, experiencing the most vivid dream he'd ever had. He dreamed of transforming into a merman. Strangely, in the dream, Dorian felt completely familiar with his tail. It was milky white with beautiful golden fins, gliding gracefully like an extravagant gown adorned with jewels. Dorian swam freely in the deep sea. There was no light, but the unique structure of a merman's eyes allowed him to see clearly ahead. Something approached him swiftly, moving so fast it resembled a colossal sea serpent. Dorian hesitated for half a second before happily swimming toward it. It was Sylvia. Sylvia of Dorian's heart. From a realistic standpoint, Dorian had never seen 2 merfolk play together, nor should such an elaborate fantasy be present in his subconscious projection, but somehow, he found himself effortlessly entwined with Sylvia. Their tails coiled tightly around each other, and they licked each other's ears, their hair intertwining in tight knots. The subtle friction between scales and the entangling touch of every tentacle sent all of Dorian's cells roaring with delight. Then Dorian emitted a peculiar sound, akin to the high-pitched cries of whales. It was Dorian telling Sylvia how much he missed her. Without tears, without verbose sentences, without hysteria, emotions that could never be conveyed through human language were expressed with just a single call. In an instant, the companion would fully understand the other's feelings. Sylvia needs no words, her tail and hair tentacles gave the most honest response. Dorian clearly sensed Sylvia's affection, the strength of their embrace, the sensitivity of each touch, and knew she was missing him too. Dorian returned to the sea. In the middle of the night, Dorian woke up startled to the shrill sound of alarms. The room lit up with ominous red warning lights, signaling that everyone must evacuate immediately. Dorian blankly got out of bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he suddenly felt the world shake, followed by the icy sensation of water rising past his ankles. Hastily throwing on a coat, Dorian opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The entire area was flooded, and crowds rushed about in panicked disarray. "What's happening?" Dorian shouted, but no one paid him any attention, all were desperate to escape. Dorian looked down to see the waterline already reaching his knees. He instantly realized that the research facility was taking in water somewhere. But things weren't that simple. Just as Dorian began to wonder what was going on, the entire institute violently shook as if a mischievous child were shaking the metal box that housed the Marine Research Center. Dorian immediately understood that some unknown creature was attacking the institute and had already caused significant flooding in certain areas. Still somewhat dazed, Dorian instinctively joined the crowd fleeing for the exit, pushing and shoving along with everyone else toward the evacuation route. However, it wasn't long before shrieks erupted from behind. Dorian and those nearby turned back, to see a massive wave of seawater surging down the long corridor, practically touching the ceiling. Panic set in, pushing, trampling, terror, despair. Screams, cries, pleas for help, the roar of water. The sea swallowed the corridor, along with the lives and emotions inside it. Dorian's body floated upward. He seemed to bump into someone, then was forcefully shoved away. Unexpectedly, he choked on a large gulp of water and awaited death amidst painful suffocation. It was over, he thought. In this miserable life, Dorian had once loved romantically. Though somewhat regretful that he hadn't voiced those sentiments, Dorian believed Sylvia knew. Chapter 64. Bright light pierced through his eyelids, leaving a chaotic mess of flesh red on his retina. Dorian slowly opened his eyes, turning his head away from the sun above him and raising a hand to shield them. His body ached as if it had just been crushed and remade, especially his chest, more precisely, his lungs. It felt like a blade was wedged in there, and every breath Dorian took carved new wounds into his lung tissue. Perhaps his lungs were truly injured, for when Dorian woke up, he tasted nothing but blood in his mouth. Dorian peeked at the sky and the sun through the gaps of his fingers, still unable to rationally consider his predicament. He lay there, mind blank, only sensing the dull pain as he struggled to breathe. Suddenly, the annoying glare above disappeared. Some colossal figure had stepped in to block the sun for Dorian. Dorian moved his hand and studied the outline of the face before him for a few seconds. Sylvie. Dorian sat up abruptly but fell back due to a wave of dizziness. However, this time Sylvie caught him and gently placed Dorian's head on the cool scales of her tail. Dorian, Dorian. The merman joyfully called out Dorian's name, the tip of his tail slapping the ground with a splash. That unique deep and raspy voice finally rang again in Dorian's ears. His eyes were fixed on Sylvie, doubting whether all of this was just an illusion or a dream. Otherwise, how could he possibly see Sylvie? Or perhaps he had already died, and this was the grace bestowed by the god of death upon the departed soul, granting him his wish within longing. Gradually, Dorian recovered his memories from before he lost consciousness. The shaking corridor, the panicked screams of people, the surging seawater flooding over the ceiling. It seemed as though the Marine Research Institute had been attacked by some unknown creature and might have even been completely destroyed. Sylvie saved him. It appeared that this merman hadn't swum far after returning to the sea. Maybe he had been circling around the research facility, which is why he managed to save Dorian right after the incident. Thank the sea god, he was still alive. Dorian extended a hand and lightly touched the merman's chin. It was icy cold, slightly sticky, smooth yet resilient to the touch. This was the real sensation of merman skin, so authentic that Dorian wanted to cry. In the next moment, Sylvie's webbed hands captured Dorian's, holding his wrist as she allowed him to stroke her cheek. Sylvie closed her eyes contentedly, her lips curling upwards as she hummed dolphin-like chuckles. Dorian gazed at her, his eyes misty, happiness enveloping his soul so much that his body no longer hurt. He thought, this was indeed a long journey. From reality to dreams, from truth to nothingness, from this shore to the other, from the metal prison to the embrace of his love, from the research institute to the merman's tale. This path had taken Dorian a very, very long time to traverse. He was utterly exhausted, battered all over, but fortunately, he finally reached the sea where Sylvie was. I really missed you, Sylvie. It's wonderful to see you again. Dorian didn't realize he was crying until Sylvie leaned down to lick the corner of his eye. The cool, soft little thing rampaged across Dorian's cheeks like a snake flicking its tongue. Ticklish, Dorian turned his head to avoid it, but the moment he did, the tip of his nose bumped against the merman's firm chest. He smelled a strange briny fragrance, a secretion produced by the merman to keep her skin moist after coming ashore. This secretion also had properties that purified seawater. Dorian didn't know what compelled him, but he instinctively stuck out his tongue and licked a small patch of the merman's skin before him. At first, a bitter taste hit his palate, but it ended with a peculiar sweetness. Dorian savored the merman's flavor. However, this action clearly shocked the merman. In the next second, Sylvie's large tail convulsed violently, nearly throwing Dorian off. Realizing belatedly what he had done, Dorian clumsily stood up in embarrassment. I was just a bit thirsty, so, it wasn't intentional. His words were nonsensical, trying to cover up the obvious, wanting to use the merman's tail for support as he sat up. But the scales were incredibly slippery, Dorian's palms kept sliding, failing not only to get up but causing him to fall back into the merman's embrace once again. Sylvie stared at him with a pair of milky white large eyes, her silver-gray irises hidden behind a thin film, innocently observing Dorian as if completely baffled by what he was doing, looking pure beyond imagination. Could any lover of aquatic creatures resist that? Dorian muttered a curse in despair, grabbing the soft hair touches at the back of the merman's head and tilted his head to bite Sylvie's lips, actively licking between them, hoping to tempt the snake-like tongue to explore further for him. It wasn't the first time they had kissed, but the kisses in the research institute were either for disguise or too restrained. This time was different, at least it was different for Dorian. His old self had died in the sea, and now he was reborn because of Sylvie. His heart beat for Sylvie, his blood boiled for Sylvie. They kissed without purpose, just for reunion, just for love. In this kiss, Dorian thought he held the upper hand, being especially fierce and ruthless, determined to suck the honey-like essence from the merman's mouth. He arrogantly licked those fangs, then bit down hard on the merman's tongue, making that forked tip and the little tentacles he was gripping struggle excitedly. But Dorian had only just survived a terrible shipwreck, his lungs ached severely from drowning. Soon he was forced to retreat, coughing violently due to breathing difficulties. Only then did Dorian realize he had fallen into the merman's trap. Unconsciously, Sylvie's large tail had coiled around Dorian's legs like a snake. Dorian was sprawled out on the bare body of the merman, his hip supported by a pair of broad hand flippers. This was truly embarrassing. Dorian's cheeks flushed as if soaked in watered-down dawn light. He leaned against the merman's chin and gasped, "You're squeezing me too tightly. I can't breathe." But instead of letting go, the merman became even more excited. Sylvie hummed and resealed their lips together. Dorian didn't know if it was his own illusion, but this merman's kissing skills seemed better than his own. That flexible snake-like tongue always managed to make Dorian lose his focus. Before long, Dorian burned with fever while the merman's skin began to heat up as well. Dorian could feel something stirring restlessly within a crevice. No. Absolutely not. Both physically and mentally, Dorian was unprepared for any deeper level of intimacy with the merman. He struggled to free himself from the merman's tail, lying back down on the hard ground to regain his breath. Lying on his back with limbs spread wide, he caught a glimpse of Sylvie beside him. The merman was propped up on her elbow, leaning close to his side, her glittering silver tail tilted affectionately toward him. Upon closer inspection, there was an unmistakable flush of pink on her pale cheeks, an exceptionally rare display of cuteness. Dorian couldn't help but laugh. He recalled the ancient fairy tale from the old world, The Little Mermaid. The mermaid princess risked her life to rescue the prince from a shipwreck. Of course, Sylvie was the son of the sea, and Dorian was no prince, but everything felt far better than even a fairy tale could describe. After resting enough, Dorian got up and began examining his surroundings. There was no doubt that this was a deserted island. Dorian's gaze swept across the island straight to the vast sea on the other side. He doubted whether this piece of land should even be called an island. It felt more like the shell of a colossal turtle floating gently on the ocean. Dorian walked around the island, which took him less than half an hour to circle. Bad news, this was a small Pacific island, smaller even than Ferdinand, surrounded entirely by deep blue waters. Dorian feared he might never be rescued. Thinking about it made him feel a twinge of despair, but remembering how he should have perished in the disaster at the research institute made him grateful for his current existence. Sylvie had wrested his life back from death. Good news, this small island had a magical rock cave where stalactite-like objects hung from the ceiling, and droplets of fresh water trickled down the sharp points, forming a small pool of fresh water on the ground. Though its components remained unclear, it was still drinkable water, which would sustain him for some time. As for Dorian himself, he had been fortunate not to be injured in the shipwreck. The pain in his lungs had subsided, leaving only some muscle soreness, otherwise he was fine. He still had clothes to cover his body, all the garments he wore that night in the institute had somehow survived with him. Thus, he remained in his robe, wearing a white lab coat over it. Soaked in seawater and dried under the sun, they now formed a thin layer of white salt crystals on the outside. Given the current situation, however, there wasn't much to complain about. His only loss. His shoes, and more importantly, his personal terminal. Fortunately, it was winter in the northern hemisphere, but since they were near the equator, the weather was suitable, with warm but not scorching sunlight. Standing under the sun, Dorian reflected for a moment. Since this extra lease on life was granted to him, every additional day of survival was a blessing from God, or perhaps, a favor from the sea god. From this moment forward, Dorian decided to change his faith and start believing in the sea god. He stood right now on its very domain. Although he didn't know how long the small pool of fresh water would sustain him, and there was a chance he might contract sea malaria tomorrow and die soon, at least he was still alive now, with Sylvie as his companion. As Dorian strolled around the island, Sylvie trailed behind him, wriggling her fish tail like a snake, resembling a giant pet. Whenever Dorian crooked his finger, she obediently nudged her head close, awaiting his command. Dorian adored Sylvie's gentle and obedient demeanor. He lightly scraped her ear fins, which resembled petals of a nightingale lily, with the back of his fingers and smiled, "All right, my mermaid princess, thank you for saving me. Though I have no idea what this place is, I've survived unscathed. From now on, every moment of mine belongs to you. So, what do you want me to do?" Chapter 65. Sylvie, where are you? Dorian deliberately ignored the small stirrings in the seawater behind him, pretending to look troubled as he shouted from the shore rocks toward the other side of the sea, "Where is my mermaid princess?" In the blink of an eye, a wet mermaid leapt out of the surface of the sea, knocking Dorian down to the ground while emitting adorable giggles like those of a dolphin. This was Sylvie's favorite little trick, hide and seek by the seaside. Despite being able to spot her hiding place in the waters every time at first glance, Dorian would always dutifully pretend not to see her until the mermaid could no longer bear it and jumped out herself. Both parties were thoroughly entertained by this childish game. Lying on the ground under the weighty affection of the mermaid, Dorian was still laughing uncontrollably. If someone had told Dorian a few days ago that he would be spending the rest of his life on an uninhabited lonely island, Dorian would have certainly told him to go get his brain checked at the insane asylum. But now all of this had become reality. Dorian had already been living on this little island for 4 days, living freely and joyfully. At the beginning, Dorian thought that without modern technology and entertainment, his life on the deserted island would be extremely boring. However, in fact, as long as Sylvie was by his side, he would always find himself laughing. They could just sit by the seaside, watching stars and chatting, killing off half the night. It was hard to imagine that after escaping the suffocating human world and returning to the simple nature, everything around them was so beautiful. No stress, no noise, no conflict, no pollution, no apocalypse, no research institute, no Magmandy, no damned live experiments, only peace, profound peace. Dorian felt like he was just born anew into this world. He explored and appreciated with the perspective of an animal. His soul wandered in a clean blue of consciousness, even the grit under his feet appeared beautiful and worth celebrating. Under the clear sky, the sea sang gracefully. In her embrace were the songs of whales and the deep humming of some unknown giant sea beasts. Occasionally, migratory birds would stop over on the small island. They groomed their feathers and rested on the beach, drinking water. Sometimes they would look at Dorian and the mermaid beside him with curious eyes. Some brave ones even tried to approach them but were all driven away by Sylvie's threatening hisses. The mermaid's possessiveness was formidable. He wouldn't allow any breathing land creatures near Dorian. In truth, Dorian didn't spend much time on land anyway. Who could blame him since he fell in love with a mermaid? So at least half of each day, he spent in the sea with Sylvie. That was an incredibly beautiful deep blue, livelier than Dorian's chaotic dreams. It harbored a thriving vitality amidst its tranquility. Guided by Sylvie, Dorian wandered through the sea, which was the homeland of mermaids. Colorful fish flocked around the beams of sunlight shooting into the sea, and Dorian saw Sylvie pass through and chase them, swaying her long tail in graceful arcs. She beckoned to Dorian, bringing her human companion along to join the school of fish and become one of them. Dorian marveled internally at the peculiar sensation of these little beings touching his skin. At this moment, he resembled a bumpkin who has entered a big city for the first time, surrounded by beauty he'd never seen before. Sylvie patiently directed him, nimbly circling around him, wrapping her tool-like tail fin affectionately around Dorian's calf. After being freed from the narrow observation tank at the research institute, the mermaid finally showcased his entire charm in the sea. Whether it was his upper human body or the lower fish-like tail, they were both so beautiful that Dorian couldn't take his eyes off. In fact, as long as Sylvie was in Dorian's sight, all those colorful tropical fish would merely serve as foils to him. He was truly a sprite of the sea, a seductive siren that led others to fall into temptation. His slightly pale skin on land took on a soft pearl-like sheen in the sea, appearing just right. The well-built and elegant muscle lines were art pieces of the ocean, and his silver-gray tail reflected different shades under the misty light. Sometimes it looked black, sometimes it seemed pale white. It was indeed a strange phenomenon. Up to now, Dorian had found 5 colors on Sylvie's tail. Besides the original silver-gray, it turned light pink when excited, dark gray when angry, and now had also displayed black and pale white. This might be due to the refraction of underwater light, but if his tail could bewitch human eyes, it might also deceive other creatures. At this moment, an inappropriate thought crossed the mind of a former marine biologist. He thought that perhaps, with tails like these, merfolk could camouflage themselves well. As long as they found suitable cover for their upper bodies, they could use their color-changing tails as bait to lure in some reckless predators and turn them into their meals. But soon Dorian found it hard to focus on such thoughts, because Sylvie swam around him and pressed her lips accurately onto his, exchanging a passionate kiss. In doing so, Dorian was simultaneously supplied with oxygen and a taste of the mermaid's tongue. Gradually, Dorian completely relaxed his body, willingly surrendering himself to Sylvie, to the sea. Here, there was nothing to worry about, nothing to rush for, even time seemed to slow its pace, as if swinging its tail while moving forward more leisurely. All you needed to do was enjoy, experience, and entrust everything to the ocean. The currents would always carry you to the other shore. Of course, without any professional diving equipment, the human body couldn't withstand deeper dives. Therefore, Dorian's range of activity was limited to the shallow waters near the island's edges. But this sufficed to satisfy him completely. Besides the schools of fish, he also encountered dense coral reefs, which were vibrantly colored and served as paradises for countless small marine creatures. When Sylvie led Dorian through the corals above, the startled sea life scurried away into the crevices. A clumsy blue crab wasn't quick enough to escape and ended up being caught by the mermaid. Poor thing, it was held by Sylvie who displayed it as a little trophy for Dorian's amusement. The crab, infuriated, flailed its claws, trying to give the offender a stern warning. However, compared to the immense size of the mermaid, the blue crab appeared so minuscule that the threat looked rather comical. Dorian burst into laughter but forgot he was holding his breath underwater. Seawater rushed into his nasal passages, causing an unbearable burning sensation, and Dorian panicked, struggling fiercely. Fortunately, the discomfort from lack of oxygen lasted only 2 seconds, because Sylvie was always vigilant regarding Dorian's condition. Upon noticing his distress, she immediately shot up to the surface with him in her arms. Gentle sunlight bathed their faces, and fresh air refilled Dorian's lungs. After a series of violent coughs while resting on the mermaid's shoulder, Dorian's breathing gradually steadied. Then he lifted his head and, without fail, plunged straight into the vast, blank white of the mermaid's eyes. No words were necessary at this moment. A fiery, entwined kiss would naturally fall upon the lover's lips. Chapter 66. However, Dorian and the merman's life on the island wasn't always so smooth. For example, they still couldn't communicate properly. Sylvie didn't talk much, he preferred using the merman's call, occasionally uttering a few fragmented words, usually to beg for kisses from Dorian or request caresses. "Dorian, help me, please save me." Before every kiss, the silly merman would always say this. Dorian had corrected Sylvie many times, but he couldn't seem to understand the context of its use, because whenever he said it, no matter what his demands were, Dorian would always comply with them. Since the result was satisfactory, why bother correcting it? Dorian gave in. There were many times when Dorian thought the merman was doing this on purpose. He obviously understood what Dorian was saying, and could produce human language syllables, but he refused to speak. Instead, he made whiny sounds, slapping the ground with his tail, and tucked away his sharp fins, trying to disguise himself as a beautiful and harmless tropical fish. As for caressing, it was an activity that was very enjoyable for both parties. Dorian often ran his hands over Sylvie's belly, dorsal fin, and tail. At these moments, the merman would hum contentedly, sometimes slapping the ground with his tail. The most extreme incident happened when Dorian was kneading his dorsal fin. Those sharp little things felt like silk gauze when relaxed, offering a great sensation. Unable to resist, Dorian firmly gripped them in his hand and rubbed them. Perhaps this action tickled Sylvie intensely, but in order to avoid injuring Dorian, he had to endure without spreading his dorsal fins. Therefore, all he could do was desperately beat the ground with his tail, creating a shallow depression in the rock. Dorian laughed uncontrollably. "Sylvie, have you grown longer?" Dorian asked him this while stroking the merman's tail. At the research institute, close contact with a merman was strictly forbidden. But look at now, Dorian was pressed against the merman without any safety measures, and the latter even rapped Dorian with his tail twice in a dominant way. Dorian held up the merman's caudal fin in front of his face, carefully examining his large fan-shaped tail. He confirmed that the wounds sustained during their time at the institute had completely healed. "Lie down, let me see you." Dorian pushed the merman off him, making him stretch out on the ground like a long line. Sylvie was not very cooperative. Lying on the ground, he always tried to bite Dorian's ankle. Of course, it wasn't real biting. He carefully retracted his dense sharp teeth on the inside, only using the outer tips to gently rub against Dorian's skin, much like how a pet might do. This reminded Dorian of the blue bay shepherd dog they had at home. Without a ruler, Dorian could only use his palm as a measuring tool. Estimating the distance, he measured the merman from head to toe. "My God, am I mistaken? You've grown to 4 meters long." Dorian exclaimed. He remembered previously measuring Sylvie at the institute. The merman's skeleton hadn't changed, the increase in size and weight primarily came from muscle and fat growth, mostly due to a longer tail. At the lab, Dorian had noticed this point. The merman's tail tip contained a segment of cartilage connecting the long vertebrae and tail fin, and the merman's growth mainly stemmed from the extension of this piece of cartilage. Sylvie's current physique was already larger than Adam's, 3-colored koi. Clearly bigger around the body, he had become the strongest among the group of merman squad members. Dorian could not fully grasp the growth rules of the merman. He didn't think Sylvie was still in the phase of growing taller, nor did he believe it was due to overeating accumulating too much fat. In fact, anyone who saw Sylvie's figure would realize that this was undoubtedly a robust and powerful male predator. There wasn't a trace of excess fat anywhere on him. Therefore, Dorian had some conjectures. He questioned Sylvie, but more so spoke to himself. "Is this your true form now? I know some creatures shrink after severe injuries to conserve energy while recovering. Is the merman one of those types? Or is this just a clever disguise to confuse enemies?" For some reason, Dorian leaned more towards the latter. After all, this merman was sly enough to pretend to play with him while secretly cutting through the power grid and finding ways to escape. "You bad thing." With a hint of revenge, Dorian picked up Sylvie's big tail, starting from his hips and following the scale's direction until he reached the tip of the tail. Dorian wasn't sure how sensitive a merman's tail was, but anyway, look. Sylvie began struggling, unsure if it was uncomfortable or simply too pleasurable. Regardless, once again, he coiled around Dorian like a sea python about to swallow its prey. After all, a merman isn't a snake. His tail wasn't long enough to wrap around Dorian multiple times and still support his body. If Dorian didn't hold him tightly, Sylvie would have rolled them both onto the ground. Sylvie hummed in Dorian's arms. His body was wet and slippery, and Dorian felt like he was hugging a baby whale, maybe one that hadn't been weaned yet. "Phew, you're so heavy, probably the heaviest among all the mermaid princesses." Dorian strained to hold up Sylvie's hips and waist with all his strength. Although Sylvie's upper body was nearly twice as large as Dorian's, he enjoyed this closeness. Like a clingy big lizard, Dorian had no choice but to satisfy this merman's small quirks as best as he could. His words sounded reluctant, but if you noticed the high arc of Dorian's smile, you'd know the other protagonist of this fairy tale clearly enjoyed it. "No biting my neck, you little rascal. I'll throw you back into the sea to feed the whales." "Ha ha ha. No. Dorian, bastard, kiss me $% and at %." Dorian's laughter mingled with the wind. He'd never felt such happiness, and even the waves seemed to cheer for them. If there was something not quite perfect, it was right now. Ugh. Damn it. Sylvie. Gur. Yes, the mischievous merman took advantage of Dorian's lack of vigilance, deliberately rolling him into the sea. This was his second favorite pastime, dragging Dorian suddenly into the ocean. Dorian swallowed a huge mouthful of seawater, flailing his limbs before crawling back ashore embarrassingly. Turning around, he saw Sylvie laughing gleefully with his sharp-toothed grin. Before Dorian could retaliate by throwing shells at him, Sylvie dove underwater and vanished. A moment later, he would burst out of the water far away, soar gracefully through the air in a beautiful arc, then plunge back into the water again. He repeated this several times, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Come back. Sylvie, I'm going to beat you into fish sticks. Drenched, Dorian crawled back onto the shore, gritting his teeth as he made threats. Though he didn't hate the sea, Sylvie's ambush happened without warning, often soaking his clothes, forcing him to strip down while drying them on the rocks. Even though they were stranded on an isolated island where no other human would appear except for marine life, certain intimate parts being exposed under the sun still made Dorian feel slightly embarrassed. Thankfully, he had come prepared. Rotating between his robe and lab coat, when his robe got wet, Dorian could cover himself with his lab coat, which conveniently reached his thighs. As the sun began to set, Sylvie disappeared for a while before surfacing again. He brought Dorian's dinner, an ample tuna, perhaps an albacore. Dorian wasn't sure because overfishing had almost driven tunas to extinction, leaving survivors mostly mutated. For instance, this fish had a protruding lip resembling a duck-billed species of albacore. Despite its mutations, it tasted excellent, and Dorian had experienced no adverse symptoms after eating it for 2 days straight. While Dorian ate the fish, Sylvie sat nearby watching him. It was a bit of a reversal of roles. Previously, Dorian was always observing Sylvie eating in the aquarium from the outside, whereas now Dorian had become the subject of observation for the merman. Just as Dorian once tested feeding various organisms to determine the merman's dietary needs, on the first day, Sylvie dragged many oddly shaped fishes out of the sea, placing them one by one in front of Dorian while staring hopefully with his big white eyes. For the sake of his health, Dorian carefully chose the albacore tuna, and since then, most of his food consisted of these mutated tunas. Lacking proper utensils, Dorian's dinner was always torn apart by Sylvie using either his claws or teeth and delivered directly to Dorian. Unlike mere people who rarely chew and simply swallow their food whole, humans must chew slowly and carefully. Thus, from Sylvie's perspective, Dorian's dining process appeared unusually slow. Sitting cross-legged on the rock while eating the fish, Dorian frequently noticed Sylvie's sympathetic gaze lingering on his flat, toothless gums. It was as if Sylvie were thinking, "Poor thing, how would you survive in the ocean without me?" Dorian often laughed helplessly under Sylvie's scrutiny but had to admit that without Sylvie, he truly wouldn't survive. It was indeed a pitiable and tragic fate. With tears streaming down his face, Dorian finished half the fish before feeling satisfied. The leftover pieces would be eaten by Sylvie. Without his personal terminal, Dorian had no way of tracking time, but he learned to estimate it based on the position of the sun above his head and the constellations at night. When the moon rose gloriously in the sky, Dorian and Sylvie lay together on the beach, listening to the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. The world was a tranquil deep blue. Not long after, Dorian heard a strange song by his ear. Accompanied by the sea waves, the song was distant and lingering. Its melody was very peculiar, not resembling any kind of human song. It was more beautiful and melodious, as if it came from the heavens above or the depths of the ocean below. The crescent moon acted as a harp, layer upon layer of waves served as strings, and the notes fell into the throat of the merman. Dorian couldn't understand why he thought the first time he heard the merman's song was ordinary. It was clearly so stirring, piercing through one's body to carve spirals onto the soul, resonating with the sea breeze. Dorian turned to look at Sylvie and realized this merman had been staring at him all along. His silver-gray eyes glowed faintly in the night like stars falling into the sea. Dorian awkwardly hummed a few bars of the merman's song. Is this how it goes? Sylvie froze for a moment, then immediately flipped over onto Dorian, getting closer to his human partner, making the singing more urgent. One more time, Sylvie spoke up, humming that tune while softly urging Dorian on, one more time. Dorian reached out to touch Sylvie's gills, which were trembling slightly from excitement, and sang a few more broken lines. Compared to the merman, his voice was undoubtedly unpleasant, almost completely off-key. He felt somewhat embarrassed but still tried his best to follow along. If this was the mating song of the merfolk, then for Dorian to gain Sylvie, he should court him according to merfolk customs, even if his performance was terrible. A strange and peculiar courage began to creep through his body. He couldn't help but laugh, laughing at his own foolishness, laughing at his inexplicable persistence. Dorian didn't know if he was now in the throes of passionate love. After all, he had never been favored by Cupid before. But he guessed that Eros' arrow must have long pierced his heart, which was why he had been unable to eat or sleep in peace since separating from Sylvie, enduring great torment. He no longer felt whole, his longing gnawing away at him day after day, until this merman returned to fill in the missing half of him. Sylvie rested on top of Dorian, his face only inches away as he gazed deeply into Dorian's eyes. Even though his expression hadn't changed, Dorian still felt enticed. This merman was using his eyes, lips, ear fins, and every scale on his tail to allure Dorian. He was the infamous siren, luring Dorian's little boat toward his jagged reefs. The night seemed to be ablaze. Dorian pulled Sylvie closer by tugging at his tentacle-like hair and whispered hoarsely into his ear, "Sylvie, fill me." Dorian sank into the sea of desire, and the merman had succeeded. Chapter 67. Dorian was completely inexperienced in this matter, and it wasn't until afterward that he realized he had fallen prey to the enchantment of a sea nymph. At the time, all he could think about was Sylvie, unable to rationally consider the feasibility of what they were doing. He was confident that he could manage, even though the dimensions of humans and merfolk were entirely mismatched. Fortunately, it seemed that merfolk secreted a certain type of lubricant, likely containing some kind of stimulant, so Dorian didn't feel too much pain and experienced immense pleasure. All night long, he saw the moon bouncing above him, and the sound of the waves became intermittent as Dorian's cries drowned out all other noises. The night sea breeze carried a cooling sensation, but Dorian didn't feel cold, instead, he felt burning. To his surprise, the merman was also hot at that moment. Dorian didn't know if his body heat had warmed Sylvie's scales, but he was drenched in sweat by then. Sylvie's tail wrapped around Dorian's legs all night. Whenever Dorian wanted to stop, she always found a way to rekindle his ardor. Whether through the fishy aroma emanating from her or the low moans she made into Dorian's ear, even the caress of her tail against his ankle, everything was irresistible. Many times Dorian thought he had reached his limit, yet Sylvie would always manage to bring him back to blissful paradise. Dorian didn't know how long they went on for. There was no sunrise today because dark clouds gathered from dawn and soon rain began to fall, setting off a storm at sea. Before the raindrops started falling from the clouds, the merman took Dorian under the water to clean away any evidence. But when Dorian touched her soft yet firm skin and cool scales, and when her tail entwined with his thighs, they inevitably reignited their desires once more. This time it was underwater, where the heavy rain swallowed every sound. Dorian was tightly embraced by Sylvie until he was utterly exhausted and was carried into a rock cave. Dorian had spent the entire night exerting himself, and although his body was extremely tired, his mind remained excited, unable to sleep. He wrapped himself in a robe and lab coat, resting his head on the merman's tail, letting his thoughts wander. Thanks to this windproof and waterproof rock cave, it stayed cool during the day and warm at night, preventing Dorian from catching a cold. Perhaps he should be more grateful for his robust constitution. Drinking cold water, eating raw fish slices, without shoes, nearly naked, often drenched, yet still healthy, capable of enduring an entire night with a merman, truly miraculous. Maybe sensing Dorian's emotions, Sylvie began singing again. This time, her song was very soothing, blending with the rhythm of the waves and rain like a lullaby. Dorian faintly thought he'd heard this tune somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Just as Dorian was about to drift off to sleep, a loud clap of thunder suddenly echoed outside the cave, followed by an enraged roar from some sea monster. The sound was more terrifying than the thunder itself, immediately startling Dorian awake. "Don't be afraid, Dorian," Sylvie hugged the petite human partner tighter, wrapping him up in her tail and gently patting his calves with rhythmic fin movements, coaxing him back to sleep. "What is that?" Dorian struggled to sit up, climbing onto a rock and peering out of the cave mouth. In the turbulent sea, he noticed some strange giant tentacles moving about. It was too far, and the lighting outside was dim. All Dorian could make out were oval-shaped, probably suction cups. He wasn't sure. Judging by the diameter of those tentacles, this octopus must be several hundred meters long. And at the moment, this sea creature appeared to be battling something else, perhaps a whale. Dorian didn't know, but the deafening cries certainly belonged to some marine creature rivaling the octopus in size. The sky pressed down low, lightning flashed, revealing its fangs, and the sea roared and surged. Those massive tentacles churned violently, making even the current storm seem like merely a backdrop to this fierce struggle. Once again, Dorian keenly felt how insignificant humans were. Even witnessing this scene passively terrified him. He imagined himself as a small fish accidentally swept into the fight between these two sea beasts, only to be crushed effortlessly by a passing tentacle. This horrific vision ended with the solid embrace of someone warm yet slightly damp. Sylvie hugged him again, hiding deep inside the rock cave, imitating what Dorian had done for her in the past. She kissed his ear and caressed his back. "Don't be afraid, Dorian, I'll protect you." The merman's voice was deep and resonant, sounding as if it came directly from her chest, giving Dorian great comfort. He curled up in Sylvie's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Dorian didn't know how long he had slept. The sky was still dim, like dawn or dusk. The heavy rain had ceased its rampage, and the lightning and thunder had disappeared. Even the traces of the giant monsters fighting in the sea had vanished, along with Sylvie. When Dorian woke up, he found himself alone. Panic and loneliness instantly overwhelmed him. He shouted Sylvie's name loudly, but there was no response. He stumbled out of the rock cave, looking around. All he could see was a grey sky and a dark sea. Dorian felt as if he had fallen into a bizarre dream from which he couldn't awaken. He suspected that he had actually died in the maritime disaster at the Research Institute days ago, and everything he'd experienced on the island was merely a fantasy produced by his brain in the throes of death. Fortunately, the familiar cry of a merman burst the bubble of Dorian's unpleasant emotions. Sylvie appeared on the sea, her large tail splashing high waves, deliberately catching Dorian's eyes. Dorian felt a burning sensation in his eyes, accompanied by a sharp pain. He took a deep breath and tried to act nonchalant as he walked to the shore. "Did you go hunting? Why didn't you wake me up?" Sylvie floated ashore gracefully, carrying a large piece of fish meat in her mouth. As she passed Dorian, she picked him up and slid back toward the cave. Once inside the cave, Sylvie placed the piece of fish meat on a smooth, clean stone. She didn't release Dorian but instead coiled her tail, letting Dorian sit on it while skillfully comforting her partner, "Don't be afraid." The moment Dorian saw Sylvie, he regained control over his emotions, leaving only a faint aftereffect of the emotional wave, a slight palpitation. Perhaps something else lingered too. Dorian quickly glanced at Sylvie's face, so strikingly handsome and infinitely alluring for him, which made flashes of last night's madness emerge in his mind. At the time, he had been completely unconscious, yet now the consequences of his indulgence were acting up like a slow-acting snake venom. Dorian's waist and back ached, and his skin, having been sucked vigorously by the merman, was extremely sensitive, making the fabric of his clothes feel unbearable against his body. I wasn't scared. Male pride wouldn't let Dorian easily admit the few minutes of weakness just now. Yet the merman's gaze seemed to set his ears on fire, causing the skin there to feel hot and flushed. In the end, Dorian softened his stance, turning to meet the merman's eyes. "I just missed you." Suddenly, the merman emitted a shrill whine from her throat. Then immediately, she wrapped Dorian tightly, moving swiftly like a sea python seizing prey. She held Dorian tightly in her embrace, kissing and licking until Dorian could no longer breathe. After a night of passion, without food, Dorian could not have endured another round of turmoil, though Sylvie did show some signs of being stirred. Yet she could only release her fragile human lover and urged him to eat. This time, the food wasn't tuna anymore. It was an entire piece of shiny, plump fish flesh, obviously torn from some kind of giant marine creature. It looked beautiful, covered with a thick layer of fat, and still had blood streaks that hadn't been washed away by seawater. If Dorian were still living normally in human society, he would never entertain any thought about this piece of fish, and its pungent smell might even make him sick. But in this moment, he stared at the raw fish, swallowing saliva repeatedly. Dorian was starving. He couldn't even wait for the merman to cut the fish meat with her nails. He directly bit into it with his teeth, devouring the entire piece in large bites and feeling that it was still not enough. Sitting on the merman's tail, Dorian allowed the latter to use her tongue to clean off the residues from his mouth corners and fingers. He felt somewhat confused. Was it an illusion? These past 2 days, his appetite seemed excessively good. Chapter 68. After the stomach was filled, Dorian felt a bit lazy. He leaned against Sylvie's chest, not even wanting to move his fingers. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, revealing half of its face. The sea surface returned to calmness. Judging by the sky color, it might still be some time before sunset. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. But Sylvie's tail, that mischievous segment which seemed to have its own consciousness, although its flukes looked like 2 giant scallops, clearly noticeable, still thought Dorian wouldn't notice, quietly wrapping around his ankle. Finding that Dorian did not stop it, the tail became more brazen, even inserting its tip under Dorian's clothing. No. Dorian pulled the unruly big tail out from his clothes and cruelly stepped on it. Sylvie wailed, sniveling and accusing her partner of being heartless, as if Dorian had subjected him to immense torture. Dorian carefully listened for a while, discovering that Sylvie was shouting, "Help," in an extremely shrill voice, which made Dorian both laugh and cry. This brutal merman who had already grown over 4 meters long, actually cooed, "Help," because he lightly stepped on his tail. A ridiculous thought suddenly came into Dorian's mind. If other mermen saw Sylvie in this state, they would probably laugh until their tentacles flailed wildly. Even funnier, Dorian found himself starting to play along. "Stop crying, it's all my fault. What can I do to earn your forgiveness?" Dorian picked up the thick merman's tail and gently stroked the scales on it. However, when Dorian touched a certain spot on the merman's tail, Sylvie suddenly squirmed uncomfortably. Dorian looked down and discovered that a small patch of the tail was bald. Not only were a lot of scales missing, but even a piece of flesh was gone. "You're injured. What happened?" Dorian immediately jumped up. He examined Sylvie from head to tail tip and found 5 scars. All his dorsal fin was torn, there was abrasion on his waist, and 3 parts of his tail were bald. Obviously, this merman had just had a fierce fight with the enemy. That fish meat. Maybe hunger had diminished Dorian's vigilance, only now he finally remembered that Sylvie couldn't possibly have obtained that fish meat without cost. He deliberately went to provoke some big creatures so Dorian could have a nice meal, disregarding his own injury. Is it because of me? Because I complained yesterday about eating the same fish every day? Sylvie hummed, trying to communicate with Dorian using the merman communication method, yet he clearly knew Dorian couldn't understand. He was doing it intentionally. Anxiety boiled within Dorian's body. The tiny bubbles it released exploded in Dorian's brain, eventually producing a sediment called afterthought. Dorian couldn't believe what he would do if Sylvie were severely injured or dead in the sea. On this deserted island, Sylvie was Dorian's sole reliance, the only connection Dorian had with this world. He held Dorian's aimless soul, giving him a place to go. He couldn't lose Sylvie. "You mustn't do this again next time, absolutely not. I am very worried about you, do you understand, Sylvie? I'd rather eat mutated tuna every day than have you go and provoke whales, injuring yourself so much, understood?" Dorian turned fierce, bringing out the old authority he used in the laboratory to discipline experimental subjects, constantly showing X gestures to Sylvie. Sylvie leaned back in surprise, pulling his hand fins to his chest, looking at Dorian with panicked and puzzled eyes. This poor merman had tried to please his partner by bringing delicious fish meat, yet not only did he fail to get praised, he was also given a scolding. Indignation, sadness, misunderstanding. Sylvie's big eyes were full of these emotions. He was sad and angry, wanting to bare his teeth and growl at Dorian, but was scared off by another glare from the other party, so he had no choice but to vent his frustration on nearby rocks. He smashed a huge rock hard with his fish tail, then sobbed and rushed out of the cave. Dorian almost immediately regretted his actions. He shouldn't have been so mean to the merman. Sylvie. Dorian chased after him but only saw the silhouette of the merman leaping into the sea. Dorian despondently lingered by the seaside, apologizing to the ocean, asking Sylvie to forgive him, but all he received was the mocking sound of the waves. Just at this moment, a strange object floating on the sea surface caught Dorian's attention. Focusing his eyes, he realized it was a strip-shaped metal fragment. There was a vague pattern drawn on it, along with a line of text. Dorian quietly waited for the tide to push it closer. When it was close enough, Dorian stepped into the water and dragged the thing ashore. Now he finally saw the true appearance of this metal fragment. This was a hatch from a lifeboat, with an emblem of two fish crossing and leaping out of the water's surface, and underneath it written, Ferdinand Ocean Research Institute. Dorian stared blankly at the piece of metal, as though it were a meteorite fallen from outer space onto Earth. Ocean Research Institute. How familiar yet alien the name felt. Dorian had been on this island for less than a week, but he felt like he'd already been away from human society for nearly a century. During this time, Dorian hadn't thought about the institute once. It was as if he'd been drugged, living in a state of blissful dizziness every day. But he'd only gone through that terrible accident not too long ago. What destroyed the institute? Such a massive, sturdy metal structure, what kind of marine creature could so easily destroy it? If the institute sank to the bottom of the sea, what happened to the others there? The people who had been crowded into the same corridor as Dorian, had death reaped their souls? Or were they as fortunate as Dorian, still alive somewhere? David, Mrs. Akiso, Owen, Rose, Jerome, even Magmendi. Had they all boarded the lifeboats? And after boarding, had they been rescued? Dorian couldn't bear to think about it anymore, and could only hope that no one had been aboard the lifeboat that Hatch belonged to. Dorian. Sylvie returned to Dorian's side without him noticing. He lowered his head and looked together with Dorian at the unnatural object lying on the reef, a piece of mankind's creation that didn't belong here. Sylvie's face, sculpted by the ocean, remained expressionless. I'm fine. Dorian murmured softly. Out of nostalgia, Dorian didn't have the heart to throw the piece of metal back into the sea, and instead left it on the shore's reefs. However, the next day, the hatch was gone. Dorian lay sprawled across the reef, calculating the distance between the water's surface and where the hatch had been, unable to convince himself that the tide had carried it away. Did you see the thing here? The one you saw yesterday, that long strip of metal. Dorian gestured towards Sylvie. Sylvie looked at Dorian with his vast white eyes, tilting his head in apparent confusion, looking entirely innocent. Chapter 69. Ever since that day, Dorian would often sit by the shore and stare blankly at the sea, not even understanding why himself. The hatch door of the lifeboat had disappeared, but its ghost lingered persistently around Dorian. In the week before this, Dorian lived each day with the mindset of, living one more day is enough, never minding time. But now he frequently found himself thinking about which day on the island this was. He even began to carve marks on a reef, a vertical line represented one day. Up until today, there were already 12 white scratches on the rock. During these 12 days, Dorian lived like a wild man. Initially, he didn't feel it was anything wrong, but the appearance of the hatch reminded him of all sorts of memories from his past human life. Perhaps most of them weren't worth remembering, yet they forged the Dorian who stood today. Sylvie was undoubtedly sensitive, he immediately noticed Dorian's emotional change. Thus, in a magnanimous manner, Sylvie stopped arguing with Dorian and started devising every possible way to make him happy. Sylvie had a signature trick, he would leap from the sea into the sky as if he had transformed into a bird, his fins acting as wings. His highest leaps reached over 20 meters in the air. When he first did this, the amazed look on Dorian's face made Sylvie proud enough to twist endlessly in delight underwater. But these past few days, no matter how hard Sylvie leapt into the sky repeatedly, though Dorian still cheered and clapped along, the sincere admiration in his eyes had vanished. Something had taken precedence over Sylvie in Dorian's heart, Sylvie was no longer his whole world. However, tolerance and support are the essential qualities of an excellent partner, so Sylvie didn't feel upset because of this. He believed he had the ability to win back his lover's heart. So Dorian began suffering, having to deal daily with Sylvie's insatiable demands. This merman seemed to never know fatigue or satiation, and even when Dorian pleaded for mercy, it didn't help. If in this situation Dorian could still endure somewhat, then there was another thing that caused a heated argument between Dorian and Sylvie on the 12th day after stepping onto this island. On this day, while playing around, Sylvie once again dragged Dorian into the sea, wetting his night robe. And only 2 hours ago, his lab coat had been soaked through. I've told you how many times not to do this. I don't have any clothes left to wear. If I keep getting wet, I will get sick. In fact, since a few days ago, Dorian had already begun to feel discomfort in his lungs, always accompanied by a heavy ache, as if a leftover symptom of drowning, which was reasonable, given how he almost fell unexpectedly into the water every day, thanks to Sylvie dragging him under. Seawater would invariably gush into his nostrils. With health in mind, Dorian reduced the frequency of going swimming, avoiding contact with water entirely over the last 2 days. But clearly, Sylvie wasn't very satisfied with this. For a fragile human being, Dorian's current living environment was already extremely difficult, and Sylvie continued to increase the challenges for Dorian's survival mode. Why do you always want to pull me into the water? It's not fun. Dorian kept questioning Sylvie. His temper was particularly terrible today, and he insisted on extracting some reasonable explanation from the merman's mouth. What infuriated Dorian further was that Sylvie thought nothing was wrong. With righteous confidence, he used his limited human vocabulary and said, "Safe." Safe. This was the first time Dorian felt desperate about the cognitive differences between species. He nearly shouted angrily, "I am human, not a merman, Sylvie. I'm different from you. To me, the sea is not safe at all. I belong on land, can you understand that? I need to keep my body dry. I must stay on land. There is no way I can live in the ocean with you. If you want a partner who can roam freely in the ocean with you, then you should find someone from your own kind, another merman, instead of me who is human." This was certainly not Dorian's heartfelt words. Anger clouded his mind, and after saying those things, he immediately regretted them when he saw the wounded expression on the merman's face. But Dorian didn't think he was wrong. Sylvie would eventually have to realize this fact. If he wanted Dorian to live healthily and long-term, he had to accept the truth that Dorian could only survive on land. Dorian refused to admit that physical discomfort had made him vulnerable, but deep down, he truly was afraid, a fear he could only bear alone, because his partner was a merman. They had completely different physiologies, let alone their inability to communicate smoothly. Dorian felt he was sick, perhaps gravely so, as his body exhibited some strange symptoms. For instance, his need for fresh water gradually decreased while his appetite significantly increased. He didn't desire the carefully prepared cooked human food, instead, he craved bloody raw meat. He began to take pleasure in the sensation of tearing apart the texture of meat with his teeth. If changes in taste could be explained by environmental adaptation, then the pain in Dorian's lungs and the itching in his leg bones were certainly due to an illness. Though these symptoms weren't severe, they often kept Dorian awake at night. There was no way for Dorian to tell Sylvie about all this, and the latter would not understand anyway. Every day, while these discomforts slowly tormented Dorian like a chronic ailment, he would miss the past even more, the life he had on land, in the research institute. At least there, he could have access to medical care if necessary. The merman let out a low mournful whimper, looking anxiously at Dorian, maybe apologizing or trying to reconcile. But Dorian no longer wanted to pretend nothing happened as usual and cooperate with him. He lowered his head and walked back into the cave alone. That evening, the merman did not return to rest beside Dorian but stayed outside the cave either, intentionally making a lot of noise so that Dorian knew he slept outside. Yet Dorian secretly hoped Sylvie would get angry and go back to the ocean, giving him the justification to continue holding on to his stubbornness. Dorian's heart throbbed painfully. He knew he'd gone too far, Sylvie had never meant to hurt him. It was just the gulf between their species, they lacked proper communication. But Dorian obstinately clung to self-punishment and refused to humble himself, despite feeling sorrowful enough to shed tears. Dorian hardly slept that night, complicated emotions tearing at him. And when he stepped out of the cave the next morning and saw the merman waiting at the entrance, he finally gave in. Sylvie had not moved from the cave entrance all night long. The harsh sea breeze mercilessly gnawed away at his skin, stealing its moisture. The mucus that normally protected the merman's skin had dried up and stuck on his skin in ugly patches like a layer of unattractive cocoons. His long tail had lost all its shine, covered in dust and broken pebbles. But Sylvie paid no attention to his own discomfort, focusing only on Dorian. The moment Dorian emerged from the cave, Sylvie immediately supported himself upright with his tail, though hesitating to approach. He pitifully and regretfully stared at Dorian, yearning for his compassion. Guilt swelled to its peak within Dorian. Never had he despised himself as much as he did in that moment. He immediately rushed forward to embrace Sylvie, stroking his dry and wrinkled dorsal fin, feeling deeply remorseful inside. "I'm so sorry, I truly apologize. I shouldn't have said those words yesterday, I'm such a bastard. You must hurry back to the sea." The merman hummed for a kiss, showing reluctance to leave, so Dorian accompanied him to the shore, leading him hand in hand back to the ocean. To give Sylvie a sense of security, Dorian proactively submerged his legs in the seawater. The morning seawater was cold enough to feel bone-chilling, but after he got used to the temperature, the itchy pain akin to ants biting his bones lessened significantly. As for the lung pain, that was another story. Dorian tightly wrapped himself in his stiff sleep robe, which now felt like cardboard, losing all its insulating qualities under the double impact of seawater and the sea breeze. As for the lab coat, it fared even worse. Dorian wasn't sure how much longer he could endure. He only hoped that before death truly arrived, he wouldn't suffer too much, and more importantly, wouldn't leave too bad an impression on Sylvie. Perhaps it was already too late. Dorian had endured nearly 2 weeks living a primitive life, consuming raw blood and meat. His hair was messy and coarse, and his skin had become dry and cracked due to being constantly exposed to sea breezes and the sun. Fortunately, Dorian naturally had little body hair, so not much facial hair had grown over these 12 days. Dorian glanced at his current reflection on the water surface. The distorted figure moving there was far from being described as handsome. Maybe after a few more days, Sylvie would completely lose interest in him. Sylvie's figure gradually surfaced. Dorian cleared all the negative thoughts from his mind and, purely through muscle memory, gave his lover a sweet kiss, accompanied by a gentle smile. And so, Dorian and Sylvie spent yet another peaceful day on the isolated island. Dorian sensed that he didn't have much time left. Thus, he exerted every effort to fulfill all Sylvie's requests, even though he had been coughing sporadically throughout the night after engaging in an intense activity with Sylvie in the seawater. But as in all story twists, peace is always the prelude. None of the known mechanical issues could halt the massive wheel of fate from moving forward toward the direction Dorian had envisioned. Until a fallen leaf awakened a tiny puddle, whose ripples radiated out and scared away a butterfly perched on a wildflower, its wings flapping to stir up a breeze. On the 13th day at noon, as Dorian sat on a reef watching Sylvie dance, he saw a black speck in the sky. Far away in the horizon, against that pure, clean, blue sky canvas, there was a minuscule black dot gradually approaching. Dorian abruptly stood up, his legs nearly buckling under him as he staggered a few steps. However, his gaze never left the black speck. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to notice such a small change overhead. It could be an insect, a seabird, or even likely just an eye flicker. Dorian didn't understand why his eyes were able to catch an object so far away. He held his breath and waited quietly, waiting for the dark speck to reveal clear outlines as it traced a long trajectory across the horizon and then slowly faded away again. Dorian? Sylvie asked worriedly as she stepped beside Dorian, questioning what had happened. Dorian ignored him. His heart beat rapidly, his blood boiling as it rushed through his body. Something inside Dorian was rekindled, the embers of hope reignited, the dead wood sprouting again, the skeletal remains of hope clawing its way out from the grave. It was a plane. A huge, buzzing, man-made object trailing a long contrail. For the first time, Dorian thought it looked adorable. The appearance of this plane evoked a single unstoppable thought in Dorian. Perhaps he wouldn't have to die after all. Chapter 70. Dorian vaguely spent the next afternoon and night. He saw himself transformed into a hollow trunk, exhibiting an appropriate smile during every interaction with the mermaid. However, in reality, countless thoughts were shouting inside Dorian's empty body, creating layer upon layer of echoes. He could leave here. Leave this island. Return to human society. No, he didn't want to leave Sylvie. He just wanted to recover his health and cure his strange illness. If possible, Dorian hoped Sylvie would accompany him to the mainland, but Sylvie was a mermaid. Therefore, Dorian devised a compromise, asking Sylvie to stay in this sea area, waiting for Dorian to recover and come back for her. Afterwards, they could choose a coast agreeable to both of them and settle down there forever. This was Dorian's perfect plan, but how could he explain this plan to Sylvie? Would this possessive mermaid truly be willing to let him go? Would Sylvie think that Dorian was abandoning him? In various mythologies and legends, mermaids are devoted species. Once they determine their partner, they never betray. When one side dies, it is difficult for the other to survive long. And very unfortunately, this poor little mermaid Sylvie abandoned his own kind and chose Dorian, a fragile human without a tail who can only live on land. Even so, Sylvie was striving to raise Dorian, always thinking of ways to make him happy. Under the mermaid's tender and profound gaze, Dorian was torn between the will to survive and guilt, completely unable to make up his mind. Until the morning of the next day when he got up and discovered that the pain in his legs had suddenly worsened. It was hard to describe this tormenting pain. It was like a cruel punishment inflicted deep within the bones, accompanied by a bit of tingling itch, as if countless tiny ants were crawling and gnawing. This made every step Dorian took feel like walking on sharp knives. Only when he completely abandoned walking and swam in the sea could his legs find brief relief. Perhaps he shouldn't hesitate any longer. After arduous consideration, Dorian made a decision. Rather than staying with Sylvie and dying soon, it would be better to return to the land, cure his strange condition, and then spend the rest of his life with Sylvie. But this was by no means an easy task. In fact, it could even be said to be almost impossible. Because Dorian's only way off this island was to hope that planes occasionally passing through this area might notice that a human still lived here. Other than that, there was no other method. In today's ocean, where large creatures frequently move about, people have had no choice but to give up long-distance navigation by ship because you simply cannot predict which seas you will sink into due to a giant creature casually turning over. Once people treated the ocean as though it were a lively aquarium, always thinking themselves able to discuss the creatures within and criticize at will, as if they were the creators. And now, as cause and effect quietly revolve, just as humans never care about the death or survival of an ant underfoot, in contrast to the vastness of the ocean and its massive population, humans have also become the ants of the ocean. Wait, perhaps ants isn't quite accurate. Dorian thought describing his own species as monkeys in a zoo would be more fitting, because they are not only noisy but also toss banana peels at onlookers outside the zoo. Regardless, this was exactly the source of Dorian's distress. Rescue by ship in this sea area was out of the question, and Dorian's only chance to leave the island would be a passing plane. However, how likely is it for a plane flying 10,000 meters high to notice a single small human being on an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean? Still, if there was any possibility, even a 1,000,000,000 chance, Dorian hoped for rescue, hoping to leave this desolate island. To cure his strange ailment, and for the chance to remain with Sylvie for a long time, Dorian had to keep reminding himself of this point to ease the guilt in his heart. Every time he saw the mermaid trustingly leaning against him while he pondered how to leave, those terrible feelings of self-reproach became tumultuous waves heavily crashing against his inner world. May Poseidon forgive him, Dorian really didn't know how to bring it up, but at the same time, he absolutely did not want to give up any chance for help. Therefore, on the day after the plane appeared, Dorian decided to take some measures, such as arranging SOS patterns with shells on the island, piling colorful corals together, using his white lab coat as a flag sandwiched between two stones, hoping these actions would somehow be useful. As Dorian was doing all this, Sylvie was silently watching beside him. Dorian believed this merman wouldn't understand the purpose of these things, but his guilt weighed heavily on his limbs as if shackles had been locked onto them. He felt restless and fidgety, searching for usable tools while nervously striking up small talk with Sylvie, like an amateur clown. But actions were always much harder than plans. Dorian soon realized that this tiny island didn't have enough shells, and if he needed corals, he would have to dive into the sea. Thus, Dorian's rescue plan stalled at the first step of preparation. As Dorian sat there fretting over a small pile of shells, Sylvie was also observing his human companion. Upon noticing Dorian's apparent interest in shells, he quickly dove into the ocean and returned with a heap of various shellfish for Dorian. Most of them were still alive. Sylvie gazed at Dorian with pure, innocent eyes, waiting for praise from his partner, completely unaware that he was actually helping Dorian leave him. Dorian felt as though he were drowning in guilt. He embraced Sylvie and gave him an apologetic kiss, deciding to put the resource-gathering plan on hold for the day and spend the rest of his time with Sylvie. But just as he was about to move the shellfish aside, one of them, a Conson scallop, Dorian thought uncertainly, which seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation, caught his attention. Between its two shells, something was trapped, a black leather-like strip sticking out like a tongue. With a bit of brute force, Dorian forcibly opened the scallop. Inside, he found a watch-like mechanical device. Wiping away the slime covering it, Dorian stared blankly at it. "Dorian, what is it?" Sylvie leaned closer, sniffing it briefly before turning away with disdain. The sharp smell of this man-made object made him extremely uncomfortable. He wanted Dorian to throw it away, but instead, Dorian placed the revolting little thing on his wrist. After a few seconds of anticipation, the gadget suddenly lit up with blue light. It came to life. Dorian was overjoyed. He could hardly believe it, a personal terminal had somehow fallen into his hands, and it still worked. Although he knew not what had happened to its original owner, he... Thank God, thank Poseidon. Dorian leapt with joy. Hugging Sylvie tightly, he planted a loud smooch on the smooth cheek of the merman. "You're so amazing, my love. I could adore you forever." So immersed was Dorian in his excitement that he completely missed Sylvie's unusual demeanor. In the past, a simple beckon of Dorian's finger would spark intense desire in Sylvie, yet now neither honeyed words nor passionate kisses elicited more than a quiet gaze fixed upon the strange little object strapped to Dorian's wrist. Let's examine it carefully. Seated on a rocky outcrop, Dorian began to focus all his attention on this terminal. Since the previous century, these watch-like personal intelligent terminals had gradually replaced other devices to become the main communication tools for people. But their functions extended far beyond that. They served as identification, wallets, keys, entertainment gadgets, learning aids, teachers, doctors, assistants, and even emotional companions. You could do almost anything with it. At the same time, this meant that all the data an individual generated were stored within this tiny terminal. Essentially, it was your digital self. Of course, precisely because such personal terminals contained so much sensitive information, they possessed extremely high security features, equipped with various biometric password locks that ensured no one else could use someone else's terminal without permission. But there was one function that required no decoding, the emergency distress feature. Even if Dorian was currently in a location without signal, the terminal could continually send out distress signals. When another terminal neared the area, it would immediately receive the SOS, an approach far more reliable than using shells to spell SOS and hope an airplane noticed. Moreover, the terminal utilized body heat energy generation. As long as it stayed in close contact with the skin, power supply would never be an issue. Undoubtedly, this product of modern technology gave Dorian immense reassurance. He wore it all day, keeping a close eye on its status. Although Dorian wasn't sure when the next plane would pass by this area, at least now he had some hope. Before going to sleep, Dorian worried that the rock cave might obstruct the signal transmission of the terminal. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to leave it outside the cave. Perhaps it was due to finally having some chance of salvation that Dorian got a rare good night's sleep, waking up feeling refreshed the next morning. The first thing Dorian did upon opening his eyes was rush out of the cave to retrieve the terminal. One night must have drained a significant amount of its power. Dorian, lost in thought, strode out of the rock cave and approached the stone where he had left the terminal. However, there was nothing there. It was empty. Just like the lifeboat hatch door Dorian had dragged ashore from the sea, this personal terminal, which was most likely to alter Dorian's fate, had vanished. Chapter 71. Dorian searched the entire island twice but still couldn't find that damn personal terminal. The sunlight overhead wasn't too strong, yet Dorian was sweating profusely. He stopped where the terminal had been outside the cave and paused to gather his thoughts. Dorian swore he wasn't a suspicious person and certainly didn't want to doubt his partner without reason. But on this isolated island with only the two of them, who else besides Sylvie could have made this mechanical little thing vanish from its original position? Unless it sprouted a tail and jumped into the sea by itself. Dorian didn't want to lose his temper early in the morning, his lungs and legs were still torturing his nerves with pain. He suppressed his anger and turned to face Sylvie. Did you do it? Did you throw away that terminal? Sylvie blinked at him, appearing bewildered and confused, as though she hadn't understood what Dorian said. So Dorian repeated himself again, this time with a hint of gritted teeth. Don't give me that, Sylvie, I know you understand me. Tell me, after I fell asleep last night, did you secretly move it? The thing I wore on my wrist all day yesterday. Sylvie emitted a high-pitched, dolphin-like sound. He slightly drew his neck back, pulled his webbed hands close to his chest, and swayed his hips while flipping his tail fin. This was the merman showing weakness to Dorian, indicating that he was currently fragile, afraid, and needed Dorian's protection. Dorian stared at Sylvie and exhaled deeply. All right, maybe some damn seagulls took it away. Let's just drop this topic. This sentence cheered Sylvie up. See, now he could once again understand human language. He stretched out his body, sticking close to Dorian and began whining and cooing. Dorian calmed his emotions and kissed the merman's ear fin. I'm a bit hungry, dear. Would you mind getting me something to eat? Aha. The merman happily responded with cheers, turning to jump into the sea, quickly disappearing from sight. Dorian waited quietly on the shore for a moment, then he removed his robe and stepped toward the surging waves. First his ankles entered the water, then his knees, thighs, shoulders, and finally his whole body. Dorian took a deep breath and, for the first time without Sylvie's company, dived into the deep blue sea. The seawater was still cold, the winter in the northern hemisphere asserting its weak dominion over the equator in this way, but after acclimatizing, the chills softened harmlessly, giving Dorian's sore legs new strength. With one kick, he propelled far forward. Yes, Dorian hadn't truly given up on that terminal. He lied to Sylvie, deliberately sending him away so that he could search underwater alone. Sylvie would definitely stop him if present. Regarding Sylvie's actions, Dorian concocted several plausible excuses within himself, the most reasonable being, because he had undergone a terrible experience at the research facility, he detested any objects triggering those memories, such as the personal terminal and the broken survival pod door. The former was worn on every researcher's wrist at the institute, while the latter bore the insignia of the Ferdinand Marine Research Institute. If it had been a few days earlier, Dorian might have been willing to think like that, but an enormous, misty sense of strangeness loomed over Dorian's consciousness. He could no longer ignore it. Sylvie might not be intentionally obstructing Dorian's return to land, but he was definitely hiding something from Dorian. It was only at that exact moment that Dorian seemed to truly regain his senses, a feeling akin to suddenly waking up from a deep sleep. His dream starlight was phosphorescence beside graves, his grassland was a decaying swamp, and birdsong was the mournful cry before death. There was no paradise, no Eden, no Atlantis. The world aged from color into black and white, and noise crawled out of the silence of corpses. Dorian regained vivid, ugly, painful reality. He wasn't sure whether Sylvie had hypnotized him or if he had simply been blinded by love. At least until today, Dorian had never doubted Sylvie. He was the poor merman unfortunate enough to fall into a human trap along with his companion, gentle and harmless, his innocence and naivety decorating his eyes, these eyes pleading under the scalpel of cruel humans, capable only of crying and begging. He loved Dorian deeply, lingering near the institute even after returning to the ocean, rescuing Dorian from the shipwreck and dedicating loyalty without reservation. Sylvie, a seemingly perfect merman partner. However, in reality, countless unknown mysteries surrounded the species known as merfolk. Dorian knew nothing about them, nor about Sylvie. He even didn't know why he was chosen. If Sylvie could master human language, perhaps Dorian wouldn't have to be so entangled in the trap he had set for himself. But this was precisely the crux of the problem. Sylvie could clearly understand every word Dorian said, yet he continued to feign innocence and confusion. Yes. A facade. Just like how he always pitifully wagged his tail after deliberately causing trouble to provoke Dorian's anger, coaxing him not to blame him. Dorian hadn't forgotten the way Sylvie wrecked the observation tank and intimidated Rival. And then there was Rival's death. A prominent yellow warning sign suddenly sprang up in Dorian's consciousness. He realized that he'd slipped into an extreme mindset, imagining Sylvie as too evil. This wasn't right. Sylvie might possess some mysterious powers unique to merfolk, but he hadn't harmed anyone. Dorian stopped his reckless train of thought and focused on searching in the shallow sea. There weren't many places on the island where something could be hidden, and Dorian leaned towards believing that Sylvie had thrown the terminal back into the ocean. Even though he knew his actions were akin to fishing a needle out of the vast ocean, Dorian was unwilling to give up. Moreover, he harbored another idea: if the metal plate and terminal could drift to this island via the current, then certainly there must be other wreckage scattered around this area. If Dorian got lucky, maybe he could find another terminal. You. In the distance came a call resembling a whale's, deep and resonant. The sheer natural oppression of such a massive creature could be felt through its sound alone. Like the small tropical fish surrounding him, Dorian couldn't help but feel alarmed. Was it possible he'd seen incorrectly? He vaguely caught sight of a long shadow darting by in the distance, resembling the tentacle of some terrible sea monster. Dorian immediately stopped swimming and clung to a submerged reef, observing his surroundings. Without Sylvie by his side, Dorian, as a human, despite being familiar with water, was no more than a small snack for various marine predators. As a marine biologist researcher, no one knew better than Dorian how unpredictable the sea could be these days. After a long while, the area remained calm, and Dorian gradually relaxed his tense nerves. Perhaps it was just a barracuda. Dorian surfaced for a breath, then continued forward. He had to hurry, Sylvie would soon return to the island. Dorian could barely imagine the reaction of that merman when he discovered Dorian missing. Maybe he would cry a whole heap of little pearls out of fear. Imagining those comical scenes, Dorian encouraged himself, speeding up his swimming pace, heading toward the northwest waters of the island. Dorian had never been to this part of the sea before because it was located behind the rock cave, a cliff face inaccessible to him. Therefore, Dorian usually stayed near the southeastern beach of the island. Neither had Sylvie ever taken him around the island to the other side. Dorian swam swiftly along the island's perimeter, simultaneously attempting to locate fragments of human-made objects among the nearby coral reefs. In fact, he did find quite a few scattered metal shards. They must have drifted here following the current after the research institute was destroyed, just like the hatch door and terminal. If Dorian had been on land at that moment, with fresh air filling his lungs, or if he'd had ample time without feeling rushed like a rat about to have its tail bitten off by a cat, he surely would have noticed that all these scattered metal shards oddly existed only within this small area. But now his oxygen supply was almost depleted, and disappointingly, he failed to find any usable intelligent devices among the pile of fragments. Perhaps it was all just a waste of time. Dorian thought gloomily. He hesitated for 2 seconds, surfacing to take a deep breath, then dived underwater once again, determined to make one last attempt. Earlier, he had glimpsed light flashing not far behind him, likely from glowing jellyfish or some similar creature. But until he personally confirmed its identity, Dorian still held on to a shred of hope. He decided to swim over to investigate. If it turned out to be nothing more than a jellyfish, he would give up and return to shore. With this thought in mind, Dorian quickly kicked his limbs toward the glowing spot. One last try. Just one last try. Dorian felt himself becoming a fish, racing toward a phantom bait. Perhaps it was only an illusion, a trap, and he'd be hooked and hauled out of the water at any second. But what if it wasn't? Dorian didn't know how fast he swam. He simply wanted to return to the island as soon as possible, at least back to the southeastern beach, without letting Sylvie catch on to anything. Thus, when the deep, bottomless seabed chasm abruptly appeared beneath him, Dorian was already unable to stop. The submarine cliff, akin to an abyss out on land, was pitch black and unfathomably deep. It was a monstrous mouth agape in the ocean floor, ready to devour everything, including buoyancy. Thus, Dorian began to plummet. In that moment, Dorian's mind went blank. He felt as if countless hands from hell were reaching out from the darkness, gripping his body and dragging him down with force. Sylvie! Sylvie! Dorian cried for help within his consciousness. Never had he imagined that his life would end in this way. Dorian flailed his limbs desperately, attempting to rise to the water's surface, only to futilely discover that the light was receding further and further away from him. And just as he was falling towards death, he finally managed to discern the source of the light he had been searching for all along. About 2 or 3 meters away on the cliff wall, there was a sleek rescue boat marked with the symbol of the Ferdinand's Marine Research Institute. It lay straight against the coral reefs growing along the edge, lodged onto protruding branches, while its distress signal lamp atop flashed weakly. Chapter 72. Everything happened so suddenly, the pointer of fate racing towards the terminal 12 o'clock mark, death already having a grip on Dorian's throat. Next, he would either suffocate or be crushed by the water pressure. But Dorian had no time to worry about it. He stared at the rescue signal light with dimmed radiance, as if hearing a faint heartbeat, a series of heartbeats from someone who was nearly dead. There were people on that lifeboat. 15 days had passed since the research institute was attacked by an unknown creature. How many days had this lifeboat been floating in the sea? Were the people inside still alive? Or had they lost their lives amidst coldness and despair? The light of the signal lamp grew more distant and weaker. Dorian's vision gradually blurred. He could no longer distinguish whether what was about to go out was the signal light or his own flame of life. However, it broke open. The blue tomb overhead was broken open by something, a silver shadow flashing brilliantly into Dorian's sight. In the second before Dorian recognized the silhouette, he was already firmly held by a pair of sturdy arms and rapidly ascending. It was Sylvie. This merman completely ignored the terrible suction force of the underwater cliff. He effortlessly managed, once again, to snatch Dorian away from beneath death's scythe. In just the blink of an eye, the clear sky reappeared above Dorian's head. He greedily breathed in the air, enduring the intense pain in his lungs, his whole body dizzy and disoriented due to oxygen deprivation. However, the next second, Dorian unhesitatingly submerged underwater again. He swiftly kicked with all four limbs, swimming toward the abyss that had almost killed him moments ago. Dorian! An angry roar echoed overhead, sounding like the howl of a wild beast issuing a warning. Sylvie flipped back into the sea, holding Dorian aloft above the water once more. Between his lips, numerous sharp teeth gleamed menacingly. Stop, Dorian, go back. No, don't stop me. There are people down there asking for help. Did you see that signal light? That is a plea for help. I must go back. Dorian couldn't convince himself to ignore that distress signal. He knew that the passenger in that lifeboat might have long gone to heaven, but if there was still someone waiting for rescue, then Dorian was their only hope to live. He couldn't leave them to die. Dorian struggled to free himself from Sylvie's clutches, frantically gesturing towards the merman in front of him. I'll go down and figure out a way to open the lifeboat's hatch. It's close to the mouth of the cliff, I'll just be careful. He didn't notice the barometer of the merman's emotions, the tentacle-like hair that started wildly flailing. I must go back. Dorian kept repeating this sentence to the merman. Anxiety made him blind, as though part of his soul was left behind in the ocean on that lifeboat with its flickering signal light. He had to return to save those wailing fragments of his soul, to fill this hollow shell, even though the terrifying underwater cliff had almost killed him. This was the first time Sylvie displayed such unyielding defiance in front of Dorian. Ignoring Dorian's resistance, he used his hands as shackles, imprisoning Dorian as they swam back to the island's beach. What are you doing? Someone is dying. Dorian angrily shouted at him. Compared to Dorian, who had nearly lost his mind, the merman seemed calm. Sylvie supported his massive body with his tailbone, leaning over to look down at his human partner. He opened the nictitating membrane covering his eyes, and in that pair of silver pupils trapping Dorian's gaze, he clearly uttered a few words. Stay here, Dorian. At the moment Sylvie said these words, Dorian felt the merman in front of him become slightly different. He couldn't describe it, perhaps because it was rare for Sylvie to explicitly express his thoughts in human language. Dorian looked at him in astonishment, unable to avoid shivering under the gaze akin to icy moonlight. He finally stopped yelling about diving into the sea. Seeing this, the merman immediately turned and dove back into the water. Dorian didn't know where he was going and could only sit anxiously on the rocks and wait. However, it seemed like merely seconds had passed before Dorian even caught his breath when he saw a long cylindrical metal object float to the surface of the sea, resembling a capsule magnified countless times. It was that lifeboat. Dorian stood up immediately. He saw Sylvie's figure gradually emerging from the water. He pushed the lifeboat forward until it stranded onto the beach in front of Dorian. Dorian didn't know how Sylvie had done it. Even though this lifeboat was the smallest single-person model, it weighed no less than half a ton, let alone the fact that it was stuck on the side of the underwater cliff. However, Dorian had no time to dwell on anything else at the moment. He cast a grateful glance at the merman before immediately starting to operate the hatch valve. And it was at this very moment that he noticed several obvious bite marks on the lifeboat. Some giant shark or something else had bitten through this metal capsule, breaking its seal and opening up a few small holes. They were small, but deadly enough. Even though Dorian was aware of this, he refused to give up. He frantically twisted the valve handle, slipping multiple times due to the sweat on his palms. In the end, it was Sylvie who helped him pry open the accursed lifeboat. The moment the hatch slowly opened, putrid water gushed out, revealing a bloated corpse inside, disfigured beyond recognition by seawater. Death had already visited this small cabin long ago, making all of Dorian's efforts in vain. Kneeling by the lifeboat, Dorian hung his head deeply, sorrow and helplessness pressing against his chest, causing sharp pain in his fragile lungs. Sylvie moved closer and wrapped Dorian with his tail. I'm fine, Dorian exhaled deeply, apologizing to the corpse inside the lifeboat. He carefully retrieved the individual terminal from the body. The sense of guilt over stealing relics from the dead made Dorian extremely uncomfortable. He imagined himself confessing his improper actions to the dead soul in another non-existent dimension, never having expected to obtain another terminal in this way. This time, he would definitely keep it safe. Just as Dorian pressed the terminal against his skin, it powered on as he'd hoped. But this wasn't the end. The next second, an incredible event occurred. When the terminal's pinhole camera captured Dorian's face and irises, it unlocked automatically and displayed a greeting line. Sweetheart, good morning. Now, Dorian could access any program on this terminal. But why? Dorian stared blankly at the terminal in his hand for a solid dozen seconds. After realizing certain facts, he couldn't help but stand up, staggering while shouting amidst confusion. No, no. Relay. Transfer no no no. In this world, apart from his own personal terminal, the only one that had been programmed to recognize Dorian's face and iris in an intimate relationship was Jerome's personal terminal. How could this be? Dorian knelt down and examined the rotting corpse inside the lifeboat carefully. How could he be Jerome? Jerome was fiery, like a passionate rose. He loved elegant makeup, and every hair strand had its unique position. And this corpse, it was the residue after death devoured his soul, now decayed and reeking, revolting, the antithesis of all beauty. He bore no resemblance to Jerome. How could he be Jerome? Dorian helplessly explained to Sylvie, you've seen him, that boy in a skirt, taller than me in high heels. He. Finally, after 2 weeks, the toll of the research facility's death, like a mighty bell, traveled across vast spans of time into Dorian's ears. The sea delivered the news of his death in such a way that Dorian truly saw, heard, smelled, and touched it. The research institute had been destroyed, the sinful laboratory sank to the bottom of the ocean, and the sword of justice finally cut down those demons wearing human skins. All this might have seemed heartening, yet did death choose before swinging the scythe? Or did it mercilessly reap the souls of the innocent alongside the guilty? Dorian remembered David patting his shoulder and comforting him, saying, "Everything will be all right." He remembered Mrs. Akiso's maple red sofa and honey tea in the psychological counseling room, her mother-like protection and encouragement when listening to Dorian's complaints. He remembered Wason covering up the secret of the merman song unconditionally for him. He remembered Wesber's promise to look into more information about the merman. So many people had shown kindness to Dorian. Could they have survived? In the end, Dorian chose to return Jerome's body to the sea, feeling more pious than ever, hoping the sea god would grant him eternal rest. When Starry Night's long dress floated on the surface under the sea breeze, Dorian retreated back to the island's cave, hiding in Sylvie's embrace, clinging tightly to his fish tail. Too much had happened today, each event catching Dorian off guard. Forced to experience death from various angles, this moment made him value his embrace with Sylvie more than ever. "Have I ever told you I love you?" Dorian spoke in the darkness, gazing into the merman's luminous eyes with a near-sacrificial sincerity. Today's experience forced him to accept a fact: death could come at any time, in any way, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the next second. Therefore, anything one wanted to do must be done immediately, and any words one wished to say had to be spoken right away. Love. Sylvie's eyes stared unwaveringly at Dorian as if asking for the meaning of this word, or perhaps merely agreeing. Yes, love. Dorian didn't know whether such a concept existed within the species of merfolk, nor did he care whether Sylvie truly loved him. He just wanted to express himself, and for Sylvie to understand his feelings. He hugged Sylvie and told him this was love, he kissed Sylvie's cheek and told him that was love, he placed Sylvie's webbed hand on his chest, letting him feel his pounding heart throbbing closer to the person he loved. This is also love. Dorian said so. Under the straightforward gaze of the pure-hearted merman, a sudden blush crept over him. "I've never been good at explaining concepts. You probably won't understand, but I want you to know this: no one can stop death from arriving, but death cannot stop the continuation of love." Dorian felt like he was making the definition of love more confusing, yet he couldn't help himself. Sylvie's expression was so earnest. When their eyes met, a kiss was born. It was a kiss with the briny aroma of the merman, and Sylvie told Dorian, "Love." The night deepened. Dorian drifted into a deep sleep amidst Sylvie's songs. In his dreams, he returned to the sea again where the gentle waves caressed him like a mother's embrace. Jerome's terminal lay on Dorian's wrist now. This time, it didn't vanish, but Dorian lost all interest in using it. There were no signals available on this small island, and it was highly unlikely that another terminal would receive its distress signal. Dorian no longer entertained hopes of leaving this island. He chose to sit by the seaside and stay with the merman, hoping that before lung disease or leg problems took his life, he could leave Sylvie with some beautiful memories. But fate's symphony always suddenly erupts in resounding notes at its lowest point, while writers rarely mark footnotes at turning points in their stories. On the very afternoon when Dorian resolved to spend the rest of his life on the island, a roaring sound of propellers carried through the distant horizon. Chapter 73. Dorian felt like a puppet manipulated by fate, with invisible strings controlling his body. He stood up and looked up at the approaching helicopter, then charged straight into the sea in its direction. He finally realized that this time the aircraft was no longer just passing by, its destination was the small island where Dorian was. This couldn't possibly be because of the response to the distress signal Dorian had sent via terminal. In recent days, there hadn't been any aircraft or ships nearby. The only explanation was that the League's rescue team found the wreckage after the destruction of the research institute, then followed the navigation trajectory of Jerome's lifeboat to get here. It didn't matter anymore. Why this plane had come was entirely irrelevant. After living as a primitive on the deserted island for 2 weeks, Dorian would finally return to human society. He wouldn't have to endure the torment of illness anymore. He was saved. But suddenly, the wind changed. Dorian wasn't sure why he so sensitively noticed it, but a strong sense of unease rang an alarm in his mind. He stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Sylvie also came behind Dorian. Together with him, she looked up at the approaching man-made contraption emitting an ear-splitting noise. It should have been a sunny day, with bright sunshine and cloudless skies at noon. But now, the sunlight had disappeared, and dark clouds gathered to obscure the sun. The ocean was eerily calm. Dorian didn't know how to explain all this to Sylvie. Everything happened so abruptly, and he wasn't ready to bid farewell to Sylvie yet. For a moment, he even hoped this helicopter was merely passing by, so he could have enough time to sit down and explain everything properly to Sylvie. He had to leave her for a while. But what could he say now? What word could serve as the opening letter of this declaration of departure? It's getting closer. That helicopter is getting closer, and Dorian can already clearly see the pilot sitting inside. Dorian's heart beat fiercely against his chest, out of excitement, nervousness, and guilt. He must say something. Dorian turned around and deeply stared into the merman's eyes, repeating 3 words endlessly, I love you. I love you, Sylvie. I love you, but... The merman looked down at him, gazing at him with those pure silver-gray eyes, showing no expression, giving no response. Then, once again, he raised his head, focusing his gaze on the approaching man-made object. He doesn't feel like Sylvie anymore. Dorian couldn't describe in words the change happening in the merman before him at this moment. It seemed like he had shed the outer shell of humanity and exposed his animal essence. At this moment, Sylvie wouldn't act coy toward Dorian. He is a predatory hunter of the ocean who would kill any intruder. Just as Dorian thought this, Sylvie moved. He got close to Dorian, pressing both his webbed hands tightly against the sides of his head, or more precisely, covering his ears. The next second. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. A grotesque roar pierced through Dorian's eardrums, breaking through the flesh's concealment and directly penetrating the soul. This was not an exaggeration. During the few seconds that the roar continued, Dorian felt his brain go blank, even though Sylvie had covered his ears. That animalistic howl, filled with anger and resentment, polluted his consciousness, causing intense physical discomfort. Even after the sound ceased, Dorian still heard loud white noise ringing in his ears. He felt dizzy and nauseous, and even lost the strength to stay upright. Barely, he managed to lean against the merman's chest. Of course, Dorian wasn't the only one affected. In his blurry vision, the helicopter also began to shake as if hit by a strong gust of wind. However, it continued resolutely flying towards the island. Nevertheless, this was a mistaken decision. A very mistaken decision. At this moment, the previously tranquil sea surface suddenly produced a massive whirlpool. Before Dorian could notice this, it was too late when he realized something was off. He frantically waved at that helicopter, signaling it to leave. However, something acted faster than he did. A colossal octopus tentacle suddenly burst from the water. Its terrifying size didn't slow it down at all. On the contrary, it was incredibly agile, even surpassing the speed human eyes could capture. No, maybe it wasn't an octopus tentacle. Dorian couldn't name it. Its diameter was about 50 meters, thicker below and thinner above, resembling an octopus tentacle at first glance. But upon closer inspection, the elliptical protrusions, which seemed like suckers, were actually lined with sharp teeth, each one a wriggling maw full of jagged fangs. Weird, enormous, nauseating, indescribable. The flesh-pink tentacle appeared as if out of nowhere, darting towards the sky and grabbing the tail of the helicopter with its long limb. The iron bird crafted by human hands helplessly wriggled, desperately trying to break free. The humans inside pulled out laser guns, attempting to drive away the tentacle, but what they were up against was merely 1/10,000th of a monstrous creature. After the tentacle abandoned its control over the helicopter due to injury, several of its siblings emerged from the sea, each thicker and longer than the first, reaching an unbelievable height in mere moments. Dorian could barely imagine how massive the body of this terrifying monster must be that possessed such limbs. Hurry! Get away! Leave! No, no! Dorian screamed himself hoarse, but it was all for naught. When those tentacles reached toward the aircraft together, death had already sounded its horn. In just a few seconds, the hovering helicopter was engulfed and dragged into the sea. After a series of bubbles and water columns erupted, it vanished, along with the innocent lives on board. The sea returned to calm again, the sunlight was perfect, and seabirds circled and cried in the sky. Everything that had happened just now seemed like a terrible yet fleeting mirage. However, the colossal and savage sea beast. The violently shaking corridors of the research institute. The merman. Sylvie. The shattered puzzle pieces finally found their fitting slots, one after another, assembling into a complete answer. Dorian panted heavily, pushing Sylvie away and stumbling a few steps back in the shallow water before turning around to stare at him in disbelief. Is it you? Sylvie, did you manipulate that monster? Was it all you, including the research institute? Sylvie said nothing. His tail fin, immersed in seawater, flicked uneasily, and he tilted his head to gaze at Dorian. Dorian knew too well what this expression meant. Clenching his fists, bloodshot eyes began to glaze over. This trick won't work anymore, Sylvie. Answer me. Did you control that creature to destroy the research institute and kill everyone? Tell me the truth. I didn't kill them. They just returned to the sea. Fluent syntax, precise word choice, impeccable grammar, these words came out in a deep, richly resonant male voice. Sylvie subtly stretched his body, slowly blinking. In an instant, he transformed from Dorian's merman test subject Sylvie into a completely unfamiliar siren. The sunlight illuminated his pale skin wrapped in solid muscles, and the scales covering his thick fish tail glistened brilliantly. He was entirely dangerous, yet breathtakingly beautiful in every curve of his form, each undulation of his body evoking awe. The grey blue in Dorian's eyes trembled as he painfully gazed at the merman before him, whispering softly, I should have known. Yes, he should have known. There couldn't possibly be any truly simple and gentle merman. The pearl-like tears that fell in the tanks. Words he failed to learn quickly enough. The rescue plea written on the glass. Hugs, kisses, intimacy. Not one of them was real. Innumerable fragments flashed through his mind. Each one Dorian touched caused intense pain. After enduring physical agony from his unknown illness, his soul finally became riddled with wounds. Why? Dorian stubbornly straightened his spine, hurling daggers of anger at Sylvie. Why did you do this? You could have done it differently, like when you killed Caden. Why not directly murder those who harmed you instead of destroying the entire institute? That facility, hundreds of innocent lives, and this plane. What did they do wrong? You've never even seen them. Humans drown when submerged in the ocean. You know this perfectly well. The sea doesn't kill anyone. Sylvie moved closer, swaying his tail. If they die in the sea, then it is what they deserve. Dorian couldn't believe his ears. He rushed forward, fiercely grabbing the hair tentacles of the merman and asked accusingly, word by word, deserve? You say they deserve it? You wore Jerome's dress, got your chance to escape, and benefited from his kindness. So does that mean Jerome deserved to drown? Dorian finished speaking and let go of the tentacles that tried to wrap around his wrists. Retreating, he shook his head. Sylvie, you've disappointed me far too much. The merman's tentacles flailed wildly. No. Dorian, you love me. You said you love me. Dorian laughed. He thought back to yesterday's reckless confession and now felt utterly absurd. Love? I don't know. Perhaps you just seduced me. I didn't. Dorian, you love me, you love me. The merman roared and bellowed, repeatedly reciting Dorian's words of love, believing that this shield was still unbreakable. But Dorian paid no heed. His mind drifted to the distant past, remembering the early morning he first met Sylvie. Was it a conspiracy from the start? How could a highly intelligent creature like you so easily fall into a trap? Was it a conspiracy? Dorian murmured, as if asking Sylvie or talking to himself. In an instant, countless strange thoughts surged in Dorian's mind. A merman experimental subject? No, perhaps humans were the ones being observed. The merman pretended to be captured by humans merely to learn about their civilization while contaminating their minds, waiting for the right moment to destroy them. And what reason? There were plenty. The Ferdinando Ocean Institute captured large amounts of fish daily and discharged various household garbage into the sea. The merfolk, who cherished clean seas so much, how could they endure their home becoming a sewer pool? It was humanity at fault. Thus, a conspiracy was born. And Dorian, he was just a foolish clown, showing off his laughable sympathy in a play where he wasn't even the main character. No, it was for you, Dorian. I came for you. This is what Sylvie said. For me. Dorian burst out laughing in the uncontrollable pain. Yes, it was for me that you drove rival to madness and killing spree, for me that you destroyed the institute, and again for me that you imprisoned me here. It's all my fault, all because you became obsessed with me and had to turn me into your toy. Right? What wrong thing did I do? Sylvie counter-asked. Unwilling to let him come closer, Sylvie kept circling around Dorian at a safe distance. Rival attempted to violate you and attack me, and the institute not only tortured and killed my brothers and sisters but also caused suffering to countless fishes, my kin of the ocean. I merely repaid in kind, isn't that how humans put it? This dangerous and charming merman leisurely circled around his small human partner, like a hungry python sizing up its delicious prey. He used his melodious voice to recount those horrifying truths, injecting venom through his fangs, which would dissolve Dorian's inner defense on the verge of collapse piece by piece. And you, my Dorian, your stepfather controlled you, your colleagues excluded you, hated you, even your mother wouldn't lend you a helping hand. How could he know these things? Why? Why would it be like this? Dorian was nailed to the spot by despairing shock, staring at Sylvie as if meeting him for the first time. And this cunning merman took advantage of this moment to approach Dorian. Deliberately brushing his tail fin over the lover's ankle, he continued to tempt softly, it's time to face the truth, Dorian. They are not your kind, they hurt you, torment you, making you suffer endlessly. I am your true kin, we are. Stay behind, Dorian, stay in the sea, stay by my side, and I will protect you. Get away. You liar. Dorian screamed, pushing Sylvie away. Feeling the cracks in his soul-filled container expanding about to explode, he could bear no more. If you hate humans so much, why should I be any exception? You only think I am different because I saved you from the institute. If one day I go against your will and stand by humanity, wouldn't you kill me too, Sylvie? I will never trust you again. Those cutting words made the merman's hair wildly sway in midair, his sharp fins rising instantly. I don't need your trust, I only need your love. Dorian finally broke down in that moment. He shook his head at Sylvie as blood flowed from the wounds of his soul, spilling out from his eyes. There was never any love, Sylvie. It was you who tempted me, using illusions to manipulate me. It was you who cut back on anesthesia, cut off the power, opened the electric fence, and ultimately released you back into the sea. None of it was voluntary on my part, it was merely your little self-deception trick. I have never loved you. In the view, the merman sparkling under the afterglow of the setting sun was gradually approaching him. Dorian wanted to retreat, to escape, but he suddenly became immobilized under the silver gaze. Then his consciousness fell into chaos. Bloody sunset, purple sky, cloud-dyed twilight, black sea, silver scales, white pupils. A hand reached into the scene, stirring everything, smashing all colors into illogical grotesque lines. Dorian fell in, stuck, enveloped, his legs disappeared, transforming him into a fish, an angel fish with amphibian limbs, a grotesque mutation. In a gasp of intense breath, Dorian tumbled from the dream back into reality. He found himself astride the merman's tail, rising and falling licentiously, screaming in ecstasy, trembling, turned into a succubus from hell, a mere tool for extraction, an organ born solely for lust. Vaguely, he heard an evil voice whispering in his ear. Dorian, you should know now that I've never manipulated or tempted you. If I had, you wouldn't have been able to resist me. Admit it, you indulge me, pity me, desire me because you love me, you're irrevocably in love with me. Chapter 74. Dorian regained consciousness at noon the next day. His body ached as if it had been run over by a carriage. He glanced down at himself, there were unsightly marks all over, and the pain in his lungs and legs continued to rage. Dorian felt that he was utterly broken from the inside out. At this moment, Sylvie slid into the cave. He brought a piece of fresh fish meat. Dorian turned his back and refused to communicate or make eye contact with him, not even willing to approach the merman despite the gnawing hunger pains in his stomach. Sylvie called out to Dorian in his usual high-pitched whistling tone, still trying to show Dorian the pitiable and docile side he once had, but this time it was completely ineffective. Dorian remained indifferent, unwilling to even glance at him. After a few minutes of silent confrontation, Sylvie relented. Have it. Don't hurt yourself. I'll wait outside. Dorian sat hugging his knees in the corner against the rock wall, still giving no response. Sylvie's ear fins drooped as he looked at Dorian sorrowfully, then slowly turned and left. Half an hour later, Sylvie re-entered the cave and dealt with the leftover fish bones. Dorian changed his position on the stone, still curled up into a defensive posture that clearly rejected communication. Sylvie wanted to stay, lingering in the small space where Dorian was present, but the bone-chilling silence made his nose tingle and his tongue bitter. He wanted to cry again, but this time his partner would no longer pity him. What good were tears now? So Sylvie had no choice but to leave the cave and sit on a reef near the sea, submerging his tail into the ocean to keep it moist. Woo! The merman's mournful cries echoed over the sea surface. The song was so sad and tender that whales without mates rolled and moaned beneath the waves, and even the passing seagulls lingered here unwillingly. He sang until his voice became hoarse, until the sun sank into the sea, yet he still could not summon his lover in the cave. It felt as though countless venomous sea urchins were rolling inside his chest. Sylvie couldn't name this feeling, but what he didn't know was that tonight he had learned a new human word. Heartbroken. Dorian stayed in the cave for 2 consecutive days, doing only 2 things, spacing out or sleeping. Yet strangely, neither his mind nor body seemed to get the rest they needed. He still felt exhausted and sore, like a flower on the verge of wilting. No matter how much sunlight or rain there was, when its blooming period ended, it would wither, would fade. This feeling was terrible, everything was terrible. Dorian had already lost the will to survive. He thought, perhaps dying quietly in the cave wouldn't be such a bad option. Until the morning of the 3rd day, a faint hum began near his ear. Dorian initially thought it was mosquitoes or some flying insects annoyingly buzzing around in the cave, but that wasn't common here, this island was unusually clean. Dorian meant that he rarely saw insect-like creatures on this island, possibly because 80% of its landmass consisted of rocks. So Dorian opened his eyes and sat up, waiting for the right moment to swat that damnable mosquito, but after several minutes, he realized he couldn't find any insect nearby while the humming grew louder. Suddenly, Dorian scrambled to his feet, clutching the sleep shirt and lab coat tightly around him, and stumbled out of the cave. His first action was to look skyward. Sure enough. That sound wasn't coming from any insect but airplanes, 3 airplanes heading towards the island from far away in the horizon. But it wouldn't work. Dorian had already noticed Sylvie standing in the shallow water with his dorsal fin spread wide, his tail splashing anxiously against the surface. The color of the water was turning black, indicating something ominous stirring underwater. Stop. Don't come closer. Dorian shouted at the top of his lungs, frantically waving at the planes, hoping the pilots understood his message and wouldn't endanger their lives by coming too close. Thankfully, the humans appeared prepared. They seemed to have learned from previous mistakes and hovered high above, after which 2 planes cautiously descended to a lower altitude. It was only then that Dorian realized that among the 3 planes, only 1 helicopter carried passengers. The other 2 seemed unmanned drones, which put Dorian at slight ease. The drones gradually lowered toward the ground but quickly ascended again, apparently testing something. The sea remained calm at first, with natural tidal movements. However, when the drones tried to fly toward the island where Dorian was located, the creature, or rather Sylvie, was enraged. As the merman let out a roar, tentacles hidden beneath the sea shot up suddenly, striking toward the drone-like flying machines. There was no doubt that the controllers of these planes had anticipated everything. They twisted their bodies to dodge the tentacles' attack and began counterattacking in the next second. As the drones started to sweep the sea surface with shells, Sylvie moved at a speed impossible for human eyes to capture and tightly shielded Dorian, who tried to push him away and ran toward the helicopter but failed. Thankfully, the drone's targets were only the sea monster. After the sweeping ended, a deep sound like water buffalo roars resonated through the sky. Countless tentacles thrashed painfully in the red waves, signifying that the human's attack had worked to some extent. The sea monster was injured. It was at this moment that the helicopter finally started to act. It flew straight above Dorian and dropped a ladder, cautiously lowering its altitude. But just then, the monster, which seemingly retreated into the sea due to pain, swiftly extended its tentacles again, almost grabbing the helicopter's tail. Dorian screamed in fear. "Go back. Not now." Dorian struggled violently in Sylvie's arms, his eyes solely on the safety of the three planes, completely missing Sylvie's hurt gaze. "Dorian, stay. Please, I beg you." The merman was whispering please, tears streaming down his face as some milky white liquid overflowed from his tear glands, turning into pearls upon touching the sea. But Dorian only glared at him harshly. "Stop your disgusting tears, I won't fall for it anymore. Get away. Don't touch me." Never had a merman been attacked by such cruel words from his own partner. An indescribable anger and pain caused Sylvie to lift his head and emit an ear-piercing scream. His nictitating membrane turned blood red, his sharp dorsal fin stood up, and his hair wildly thrashed. In response to his roar, the sea violently churned, and various unnamed giant deep-sea creatures surfaced one after another, roaring continuously. And even under such anger, Sylvie still didn't let go of Dorian. His tail tightly coiled around Dorian's legs, tangling them together as they fell onto the ground and rolled into the sea. After enduring the initial mental pollution caused by the merman's cries, Dorian continued struggling fiercely, his eyes fixed on the plane halfway in the sky, like looking at the faint distress signal from Yaram's lifeboat. It was his last hope. But Sylvie was preventing all this. This cruel, deceitful merman was dragging him toward hell. He killed rival, Yaram, and people on the plane, along with countless innocent lives. He was a devil, a man-eating monster. "Let go. Let me go." In the midst of the struggle, Dorian suddenly felt a hard stone fragment in the shallow sea. Without time to think, he allowed anger to control him, and he smashed the rock hard against Sylvie's head. With a dull sound, purple-red blood slid down Sylvie's cheek, part of it dissolving into the seawater while the other part flowed from his jawline to his collarbone and chest, forming a long bloody line as if drawn by a dagger. Sylvie stared blankly at Dorian, allowing the latter to escape from beneath his tail. He stopped moving, stopped roaring, only gazing helplessly and desolately at his human partner, his beloved, cruel, and emotionless human partner. Dorian hastily threw away the bloodied stone, wanting to say something in his defense, but he seemed to have lost his tongue, choking on the word "I." The helicopter overhead buzzed incessantly, reminding Dorian that he needed to make a choice. "Sorry." These were Dorian's last words to Sylvie. He closed his eyes tightly, then forcefully turned and swam hard toward the deeper part of the ocean. Since the plane couldn't land in this area, Dorian might as well try leaving it. Even if he risked being attacked by monsters, it would be better than being uselessly stranded on the small island. However, contrary to his expectations, the sea seemed to fall asleep, even the wind becoming silent. Without any hindrance, Dorian quickly swam away from the dangerous waters. The helicopter ahead descended to a proper height, and the hanging ladder was not far off. Fortune favored him. Dorian soon successfully grabbed onto the ladder, and the helicopter began ascending. At this point, Dorian looked back over his shoulder. With just this glance, cold sweat immediately crawled up his spine, nearly making him fall from the ladder. Dorian thought he'd see Sylvie's lonely figure, but that island, the one Dorian had once believed to be a lone Pacific isle, was now densely packed with mermen. Some were sprawled on the reefs, some crouched on the beach, and others only revealed their milky white eyes above the water, their colorful tails resembling poisonous sea pythons that covered the entire island. And Sylvie stood right in the center, looking up at Dorian's direction alongside his kin. Behind them, massive pink tentacles thrashed violently in the air, while a colossal whale revealed its snow-white belly as it rolled over. Various unidentified sea monsters let out continuous cries. This was no ordinary isolated island in the sea. It was an outright merman island. Chapter 75. Dorian was still trembling as he was pulled into the helicopter cabin. He clutched his old robe and lab coat soaked with seawater, unable to stop his teeth from chattering. "Are you alright?" Someone handed Dorian a blanket. "I'm Daniel, the captain of this rescue team." Dorian looked up at the man briefly. Judging by his attire, he must be a military officer. Besides Dorian and the pilot, there were 3 other members on board, 2 dressed in military uniforms, wearing sunglasses just like Daniel, and 1 female who appeared to be a medic. Dorian continued to breathe deeply, comforting himself that it was over, he was safe now. I'm fine. Thank you, Daniel." Dorian accepted the blanket, but his trembling hands caused it to fall onto the floor almost instantly. The female medic helped drape the blanket over his shoulders and said, "Your clothes are soaked. You need to take them off, or you'll get sick. Are you injured? Do you need my help?" The noise from the helicopter rotors drowned out her words, leaving Dorian bewildered as he stared blankly. Instinctively, he nodded until she began untying the collar of his robe. At that moment, Dorian reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Panicking, he swatted her hand away and tightly clutched the sodden robe around himself, curling into the corner of the cabin. Yet, it was too late. In the brief second when his attention lapsed, the female medic had already loosened his robe enough for everyone except the pilot to see the marks on his body. The traces left from his wild night with Sylvie. Dorian first heard a rather flippant whistle. Mortified, he glanced fiercely toward the source, only to find himself unable to identify who exactly whistled, so he glared furiously at everyone present. Daniel turned his head to glare at one of his subordinates before addressing Dorian. "Sorry, we meant no offense. We're just trying to confirm if you're injured. If necessary, we can provide some basic treatment." Dorian remained silent, fully aware of the underlying curiosity and probing tone in Daniel's voice. He warily eyed the 4 people across from him, especially Daniel and his 2 subordinates hidden behind their sunglasses. Dorian felt certain that beneath those lenses, they were leering at him with grotesque, vulgar gazes. This group had witnessed Dorian's entanglements with the merman on the island, and now they discovered the marks on his body. Dorian didn't dare to imagine what image he projected in their minds. But let them think whatever they want. Considering they saved him, he'd let it slide. The good news was that Dorian finally stopped shivering. He still refused to remove his wet clothes, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket for cover, obstinately preserving the last bit of dignity he had. "Thank you, I don't need it." Because of Dorian's caution and non-cooperation, there was little further communication between him and the rescue team during the following 3-hour flight. They provided him with food and water, which Dorian gratefully accepted. After surviving 20 days eating raw fish, Dorian thought he would savor human food once more. However, when the taste of the compressed biscuit touched his tongue, it made him feel nauseous. Nevertheless, he eventually forced himself to swallow it down, reasoning that it was merely because he hadn't eaten proper human food in too long and his body was adjusting to its flavor. Once full and hydrated, Dorian once again wrapped himself snugly in the blanket and retreated back to the corner. Tossed about slightly by the gentle rocking of the aircraft, he drifted in and out of sleep but never truly fell into deep slumber. Every time he entered the dream world, Sylvie's blood-stained face would appear before him, sharp guilt jolting him awake abruptly. Yet both physical and mental exhaustion weighed heavily upon his eyelids. At this moment, Dorian didn't know what lay ahead for him. In a semi-conscious state, he tried to console himself vaguely. Everything will get better soon, he'd return home quickly, where he could receive treatment for his lung pain and leg ailment. Hopefully, Mag Mundy perished in the sea disaster at the research facility. That way, he could start anew with his mother. Even if he couldn't inherit his stepfather's vast fortune, it didn't matter. Dorian would work hard and earn money to ensure his mother continued living comfortably. As for Sylvie, Dorian wasn't sure whether he would revisit the sea after recovering, or perhaps not. He could never forget the sins Sylvie committed, nor the 20-day imprisonment on that cursed mermaid island. But Sylvie. Just thinking of her name caused Dorian's heart to contract in anguish. He couldn't deny it, in those days on the island, he experienced joy unlike any he had known in his entire life. In the gentle swaying of the aircraft, Dorian chewed on that bittersweet name, falling into the cradle of dreams where he once again dreamt of transforming into a merman. But this time, in the boundless sea, Sylvie no longer appeared. "Hey, wake up, we're here." Dorian abruptly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he almost passed out again because of his terrible physical condition. His skin was burning, his brain felt as if it had been steamed in an oven, swelling like bread filled with bubble holes. His throat hurt terribly, let alone his lungs and legs which felt as though they were being slowly carved by knives, every organ in his body screamed in pain. Likely due to his refusal to take off his wet clothes, Dorian started running a fever. However, he didn't want others to notice, so he stumbled after the rescue team as they disembarked from the plane. Then, he was transferred to a completely enclosed flying craft and taken to a strange building. After cleaning himself thoroughly and changing into dry clothes, he was transferred once more. Dorian, slightly delirious with fever, could barely focus on who the few men dressed in suits following him like bodyguards actually were. He blindly followed orders, boarding again, then landing once more. During the journey, Dorian attempted to seek help from those bodyguards. "Hey, sir, I think I need to see a doctor first. I'm really sick." No one responded. "Where are we going? If you don't mind, can we stop for 10 minutes at a pharmacy on the way? I'll buy some fever medicine and painkillers." Still, there was no reply. If Dorian hadn't been incapacitated by high fever and unable to think normally, he would have noticed that he was now riding in a windowless, fully enclosed flying craft. The weakened Dorian resembled some sort of heinous criminal, sandwiched between 2 muscular men in sunglasses and suits, while everyone remained silent. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, Dorian had no choice but to use Mag Mundy's name, although he detested doing so. Sometimes, one must lower their head to pass through a certain door. "You should know Mag Mundy, right? He's my dad. No matter where you're taking me, I want to see him first." This method evidently worked. The man in sunglasses sitting in the co-pilot seat glanced at Dorian through the rearview mirror. "You will see him." Dorian finally fell silent. This statement conveyed 2 pieces of information. 1. Mag Mundy was indeed still alive. 2. Mag Mundy was somehow involved in Dorian's current itinerary. Either piece of information plunged Dorian into a low mood. He vaguely sensed an ominous forewarning, but they slipped away like grains of sand through Dorian's fingers, leaving him only bewilderment and a sharp anxiety. Not until Dorian found himself escorted into the Western Alliance military tribunal did the truth dawn upon him. He sat inside a small, dim interrogation room. Don't ask how Dorian knew this was a tribunal chamber. When oppressive lights, sudden loud sounds, and erratic air conditioning operations began, even a fly would recognize it was undergoing interrogation. But Dorian never learned what crime he was accused of until just before he fainted. The faceless authorities kept repeating questions over the intercom to Dorian. What is the conspiracy of the mer people? I don't know, I truly do not. Dorian murmured, but no one believed him. Because of his dishonesty, Dorian endured further suffering. This time he was injected with some medication. I will ask again, what exactly is the conspiracy of the mer people? I don't know. Liar. You colluded with the mer people to destroy the Fady South Marine Research Institute, and then lived with them on the island for 20 days. Now you claim to know nothing. When the nerve-shattering noise suddenly exploded overhead once more, Dorian saw the ceiling spinning above him. Why? Dorian asked himself despairingly. Why did he find himself in such a situation again? He only wanted a peaceful and normal life, so he chose to leave Sylvie and return to his own kind. Yet look what his compatriots did to him. He willingly stepped into hell amidst visions of a bright future. Dorian was certain he must have made a wrong step somewhere, plunging himself repeatedly into dire straits. But exactly where? The fever robbed Dorian of his ability to think clearly. His thoughts limped, using his feeble flesh as a crutch, stumbling over rough and uneven terrains of consciousness, ultimately tumbling into the abyss of despair. Let it all end. Rescue. Drug overdose. Mysterious viral infection. These were the last few words Dorian caught before losing consciousness. Chapter 76. At first, it was a white halo, then it split into 5 blurred patches of color, blue on top, bright yellow below, green on the left, black on the right, and in the middle. Wait, they're splitting again. This time into even smaller spots of color, so small that they gradually formed a clear image. This is a kindergarten, St. Louis Jinju High Multicultural Kindergarten. Dorian remembers this name because he spent 3 happy years here. Its ceiling was painted a deep blue like the sky, and the floor was bright yellow. Through the window on the left, you could see lush bushes and palm trees outside, not far from the beach. On the right, a huge display screen was embedded in the wall, but it was turned off at the moment. In the center of the picture was Dorian himself, a 5-year-old boy carefully drawing on a little table. He seemed to be stuck on something, as his cute eyebrows were knitted together tightly like 2 caterpillars. Dorian watched this scene with fascination. On one hand, he truly couldn't recall what difficulty he was facing back then. On the other hand, although it sounded funny, he was indeed observing everything from the perspective of a bench leg. Hey, sweetheart, what's troubling you? A woman suddenly appeared. She was pasted into Dorian's vision as if by an invisible hand, standing next to little Dorian. She was a preschool teacher here. Dorian vaguely remembered her name was Gacia, with long, thick black hair and always carrying a faint scent of perfume. A few days ago, I saw a fish, a very pretty fish, Miss Gacia. Do you know what its name is? Dorian showed his artwork to the young preschool teacher. Because of the angle, Dorian couldn't see what he had drawn clearly, but judging from Gacia's puzzled expression, Dorian was certain he lacked any artistic talent. Are these fins? She pointed at part of the drawing and asked Dorian. Yes, Dorian nodded vigorously, his curly golden brown hair bouncing with the movement. So, I guess it must be a whale. It's white, right? It's not it, it's he. Dorian seriously corrected the teacher's error with his childlike voice before agreeing with the latter part of her statement. That's right, he is white, and maybe a little black. Okay, he. Gacia smiled and gently ruffled Dorian's head. Children at this age tend to be stubbornly insistent on some strange things, and teachers usually don't correct those unimportant minor mistakes because no one can guarantee that the minor mistake you correct won't become a crucial nerve in their wings of success later on. Just as celebrity biographies proclaim, creators of history are more likely to emerge from mischievous kids than well-behaved ones who stick strictly to rules. Thus, patient Miss Gacia yielded and asked, so he's gray, light gray. Dorian nodded, yes. Do you know his name? I'm guessing he's a beluga whale. Gacia said uncertainly, in which book did you see him? Not from a book, I saw him with my own eyes. His tail was injured, something was stuck in it. As Dorian spoke about the fish, his eyes shone brightly, so much that he didn't notice Gacia's shift from surprise to anger. Dorian, don't tell me you ran off to the beach again. Gacia cut him off with a cold face. Dorian immediately shut his mouth and shrank further into his chair. I'm sorry. Gacia shed her kind exterior like a sheep, revealing her wolfish inner fierceness. She lectured Dorian, the sea is too dangerous for someone your age. If one of the large creatures came up, or if you got caught in a rip current, or if you accidentally fell off the rocks. Dorian remembered this scenario because he'd been severely warned multiple times after sneaking out of the kindergarten alone and going to the nearby beach to collect shells. Dorian himself didn't understand why he did that back then. This time, Dorian slipped away during the outdoor activity at the kindergarten. It was an accidental incident. He discovered a whale behind some rocks on the beach. Its tail was tightly wrapped by a plastic rope. The harder it struggled to escape, the deeper the rope dug into its flesh, causing it to wail in pain. Dorian used a sharp piece of broken shell to cut through the rope and helped it return to the sea. This was quite an accomplishment for a 5-year-old, and more fortunately, due to his absence being extremely brief, no one had noticed his unauthorized trip to the beach. Dorian felt like a superhero and intended to keep his identity secret in the real world, much like all masked Earth saviors with superpowers, until he slipped up today. After this incident, the kindergarten informed Dorian's parents. Although Ivanova didn't reprimand him for it, the event still left Dorian feeling somewhat frightened and ashamed at the time. Dorian didn't want to relive the embarrassing experiences of his childhood, but now as just a bench leg, the only thing he could do was wait for Gacia to vent her anger so she'd let him off quicker. It was clear that young Dorian thought the same thing, for to avoid adding fuel to the teacher's wrath, he stealthily pulled his artwork from the desktop and covered it over his chest. At some moment, Dorian managed to clearly see the drawing. It was truly the kind of childish stick figure drawing a child would create, a fish with a long tail. However, what was odd was that the fish's proportions were somewhat off, its upper body was too flat and narrow, and it had two thin, arm-like fins. Was it really a beluga whale? Just as Dorian questioned himself mentally, he noticed the scenery before his eyes had changed. Sunshine, the sea, summer beaches. One of Dorian's favorite views. He guessed he might have turned into a drone or seabird of some sort, since he was now viewing himself surfing in the ocean from an aerial perspective. This happened when Dorian was 13 or 14 years old. Due to his intense passion for the sea, Ivanova agreed to send him to learn surfing by the beach during the summer vacation. You know, boys at this age all have a burgeoning desire to conquer. They are transitioning from boys into men, and the first awakening is often their yearning for power and control. What made Dorian different from others was that rather than trying to woo a spicy beauty from his class, he wanted to conquer the sea. Thus, he ended up by the seaside, attending a teen surfing summer camp. Doubtlessly, Dorian was a skilled surfer. Within a few minutes, he stood up on an electric surfboard, and after half an hour, he was already gliding freely on the calm sea. He progressed rapidly, even earning praise from the coach, who called him a genius. Back then, Dorian didn't understand that there was a term called flattery in the adult world. The admiration from the coach and the envious looks from classmates filled him with excitement. So a few days later, he insisted on switching to professional equipment designed for adults and challenged bigger waves. Under the strict attention and guidance of the coaches, Dorian successfully rode several waves, which greatly boosted his confidence. Yet this very confidence turned out to be the root of the problem. One early morning, unable to sleep, Dorian sneaked the surfboard and went out alone to surf in the sea. With previous successes bolstering his confidence, Dorian believed he could do it, nearly costing him his life. Dorian remembered the strong winds that night, with the wave crests getting higher and higher. He failed to seize the right opportunity, falling off the surfboard. The waves submerged his head, pushing him further away from the surface. Desperately trying to swim back to the shore, Dorian couldn't fight against the force of the ocean. The sky began raining, casting everything in gloom. His frantic cries for help were swallowed by the waves. Soon, he would drown due to exhaustion in the sea. Right then, Dorian felt himself being lifted up. Something in the sea was propelling him towards the shore against the current. Maybe it was a dolphin or a beluga whale. That was what Dorian thought at the time. After all, such stories of rescues were common in the news. But due to extreme tension and fear, he never glanced behind to take a look. Maybe he did, but Dorian couldn't recall. Regardless, he fortuitously swam back to the shore and before catching his breath, received scolding from his coaches. But this time, as a seabird, Dorian discovered something different. Behind young Dorian, he saw a tail, a coarse, gray-scaled, long fish tail. What was it? The gray tail sent a shiver down Dorian's spine, stirring a familiar yet elusive sense within him. But before Dorian could rack his brain searching every corner of his memory, the scene before him changed once again. This time, it was a display screen showing murky deep blue, a dense fog preventing any light beams from penetrating. Dorian identified the setting. This was on the research submarine where he, together with his team, dived over 15,000 meters deep into the ocean, attempting to find traces of the mysterious species known as mermaids. Even though they didn't succeed as hoped, their journey wasn't entirely fruitless. At least they discovered the giant Maris Titan squid. It was pitch black in the deep sea, occasionally a few deep-sea fish would swim by. The limited light cast by the submarine's beams revealed only unknown dangers all around. At that point, someone had suggested turning back, since they had already searched at this depth for nearly an hour. Such conspicuous lights could easily attract large sea monsters. Dorian agreed with the suggestion but still insisted on staying 10 minutes longer. It was precisely then that the submarine's camera caught a strange shadow. It moved deftly outside the range of the beam's vision, leaving only a faint trail on the monitor inside the submersible, like some kind of jellyfish. Let's follow it. Dorian commanded the submarine to pursue the shadow's path. However, it swam too fast, always avoiding showing its true form under the lens until someone suddenly shrieked, "It's tentacles. They're squid tentacles. Good God, it's enormous." The submarine's camera fully captured this new ocean species, a giant squid nearly 80 meters long. What they had seen before was likely one of its arms. Back then, Dorian was immersed in the joy of making a new discovery. But now, as Dorian stared at the screen again, more questions arose in his mind. This giant squid moved unusually slow, whereas the previous shadow was significantly more agile. It seemed like bait luring their clumsy metallic vessel towards this giant squid. It was too strange. Dorian thought silently. But why had he recalled all this? Ding! Just as this question surfaced in Dorian's mind, the world before him suddenly went silent, soundless except for the nerve-stimulating white noise filling the air. Dorian stood in a corridor, the metal-walled corridors in the Ferdinand Oceanographic Institute, and the old fluorescent tubes above flickered. Then, much like in horror films, starting from the distant end of the corridor, the ceiling lights began switching off one by one. Dorian instinctively took a step back, the rope of fear tightening bit by bit around his heart. As the lights went out, he clearly felt his soul being disintegrated, something within him was fading away. Dorian. Dorian, Dorian. Wake up, Dorian. When the last corridor light dimmed, Dorian snapped open his eyes. Mr. Dorian, can you hear me? Dorian's vision gradually came into focus, realizing he was lying in bed surrounded by a group of people dressed in white. He figured out after a while that they were doctors and nurses. Dorian gave a weak nod. He wanted to speak, but his throat was parched. Not only that, but his lungs and legs also ached badly. How many fingers? One of the doctors extended 2 fingers toward Dorian. 2. Dorian burst into severe coughs. He looked around and complained bitterly, is this a hospital? What happened to me? Did I return to land? For heaven's sake, I just had a mild cold, you didn't have to go to so much trouble to get me out of the institute. Cough, 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 can I have some water? The institute, do you mean the Ferdinand Oceanographic Institute? Someone asked Dorian. That's right, what's the problem? Dorian looked at the person who had spoken. The man wore a white coat, his hair gray, neatly dressed, exuding an air of respectability. Dorian guessed this should be his attending physician and possibly a follower of Mag Mundi, so he answered with a more resentful tone, go back and tell my dad my internship isn't over yet, he can't just fire me like this. The attending doctor paused, asking Dorian, what do you think the current year is? How old are you? Dorian glared at him with the sharpness typical of young college graduates. The current year is 2351, I'm 23 years old, is there any problem with that? There was silence in the ward. Chapter 77. Dorian has lost his memory. When the doctor first informed him of this news, he thought it was an April Fool's joke. He remembered that he just fainted in the lab due to excessive fatigue combined with a cold, and when he opened his eyes again, 5 springs had passed. Moreover, Dorian was no longer an intern who had just entered the Ferdinand Marine Research Institute, he had already worked there for nearly 5 years. During this time, the Ferdinand Marine Research Institute successfully captured 5 mermaids, including last year, a moment Dorian resented for getting so much. However, 2 months ago, the institute was attacked by an unknown marine creature. It was completely destroyed, and many people couldn't escape this catastrophe. The mermaids also went missing. This was also the main reason why Dorian ended up in the hospital, though he survived by chance. After floating on the sea for several days, he unfortunately contracted an unknown virus and fell into a coma for at least a month. As for whether Dorian participated in the research of mermaids at the institute or achieved any remarkable results, he knew nothing about it. Mag Mundi only told him so much, and there was no information available from external sources. To be honest, when Mag Mundi limped into the ward with his cane, Dorian felt somewhat gleeful. Not knowing if it was due to the severe injuries sustained during the maritime disaster at the institute, Mag Mundi had lost a lot of weight compared to before. The skin on his cheeks and neck, once filled out with fat, now sagged like deflated balloons, and when paired with rusty eyes, Dorian wagered that he could surely make a few children cry at night. Vaguely, Dorian detected a hint of hatred from Mag Mundi's eyes directed toward him, but Dorian could not understand what he, a man who had lost his memory and seemingly had nothing, had done to earn the resentment of his great stepfather. Thus, he set aside his doubts and perfectly portrayed concern as a son should for his father. Damn sea disaster, I hope you recover quickly, Dorian insincerely blessed him. Mag Mundi didn't buy his act. He eyed Dorian speculatively and asked him again, you really forgot everything that happened afterward? Dorian sighed impatiently, yes, you can ask me how many times you want, but I truly don't remember these past few years. If possible, I would rather someone tell me all about what happened in these years. Did I even get assigned one of the mermaids? After all, I am already a formal researcher, right? It's getting late, I have work to do next. Rest well. Mag Mundi turned around and left the ward immediately after saying this. Dorian tried to catch up with him, hey. I haven't finished speaking yet, where is my personal terminal? I need to call Mom. But his hand was still connected to an intravenous needle, and his struggle stopped 2 steps away from the bed. Young man, you need rest. Your recovery is far from complete. After Mag Mundi left, Dorian's attending physician entered the ward. As soon as he saw Dorian, he showed a concerned expression, as if Dorian were his cherished little son. Lie back down properly. Now Dorian knew the identity of this person, his name was Robert. That's right, 30 years ago in John, Ivanova, and Mag Mundi's expedition team searching for traces of mermaids in Robin Town, Robert was also among them. He was precisely the accompanying doctor of the team. John mentioned him multiple times in his diary, giving him entirely positive evaluations, reliable, calm, highly skilled. Dorian found him particularly memorable because of this. And now, the old doctor who once treated John had become Dorian's attending physician. A sense of temporal dislocation evoked a slight admiration within Dorian, yet he couldn't help but remain wary, despite Robert's amiable smile, which made him look like a good-tempered grandfather who might let his grandchildren play water guns inside the living room. Perhaps he just couldn't handle the warmth of strangers. So Dorian thought, lying awkwardly back in bed. He then questioned Robert about his condition. How much longer do I have to stay in this ward? I'm uncertain, kid. You were immersed in seawater for too long, and some new viruses have infected your body, leading to some side effects such as memory loss, lung pain, and leg discomfort. I'm afraid we'll need some time to find a treatment method. However, you shouldn't worry too much. Currently, these viruses won't endanger your life. Moreover, we've added a small amount of painkiller in the medication, ensuring that you'll at least get a good night's sleep. Robert sat in a chair beside the hospital bed, his cat-eye green eyes fixed on Dorian all along. His voice was soft and smooth, filled with a comforting tone that should have relaxed the patient, yet, the moment Robert approached, Dorian tensed up his whole body. For some reason, Dorian inexplicably felt that Robert's gaze harbored a concealed kind of fervor, as if he were looking at a new, peculiar species. Dorian stayed lying in the ward for a week, unable to ever get accustomed to the feeling of both his feet being constantly pricked by an invisible knife due to discomfort in his legs. Robert would come to see him every morning, while other times, such as midday or evening, several other doctors would examine Dorian's body, record data, and inquire about his sensations. Wearing masks, they showed no emotion but were highly focused, meticulously documenting every one of Dorian's physical metrics, and everything he said. It was as if Dorian were the experimental subject they were studying. Dorian forced himself to understand this. After all, he had been infected with a never-before-seen novel virus, and from a certain perspective, he wasn't much different from a lab mouse at the moment. Whether for his own health or the advancement of human medicine, sacrifices had to be made. In this pure white ward, Dorian's only pastime was watching the news. Dorian received a brand new personal terminal, and through data migration, he recovered most of his information, of course excluding the confidential content related to the Institute. Given that Dorian spent the past 5 years at the Institute, his personal terminal offered few clues to jog his memory of the past. To fill in the lost pieces of his memory, Dorian perused a great deal of recent news. He was astonished to discover that the sea level had already submerged the tip of the Doomsday Spear entirely. After panicking briefly, people quickly turned their attention to newer developments, like the mass jumping into the sea by the sea god cultists or unfortunate rooftop refugee falls. Nowadays, when Dorian searched for discussions on these matters again, very few on public platforms cared anymore, just like how the world had forgotten the Mayan prophecy of doom. Some even began to harshly criticize the panicked Doomsday Spear once instilled. Come on, the sea just swallowed a sculpture, a centuries-old relic. Meanwhile, we've lost 60% of our land over the past 300 years. The latest event drawing worldwide attention was the mysterious marine creature attacks. Reports claimed numerous hydrometeorological stations in the ocean had suffered damage. People were speculating wildly about why these sea monsters had gone berserk. Some suggested nuclear waste dumped in the ocean was responsible for their mental degeneration. As someone who had directly experienced this attack, due to losing significant portions of his memory, Dorian knew little more than the outside world, other than the fact that those hydrometeorological stations were actually marine research facilities. But this exact incident granted him a hard and painful sense of loss amidst his amnesiac fog. In his terminal's contact list, there were countless gray profile icons with abnormal prompts, including his friend David and Madame Akiso. A personal account on the terminal accompanies a person throughout their life. Even if the device is lost, its data can still be retrieved on a new one. If a person's avatar turns gray, it indicates they've passed away, and an abnormal prompt suggests they haven't used their terminal account for over a month, which practically equates to them either missing or severely injured in today's smart era where you can even control your electric toothbrush with the terminal. All because of that terrifying marine beast attack. Dorian found most of the names in his contact list unfamiliar. He couldn't remember how he met them or whether their relationship was harmonious. When those names re-entered Dorian's mind, they were already tightly wrapped in shrouds. Another unavoidable mention is Dorian's call with Ivanova. Getting the terminal, Dorian's first action was to send a call request to his mother. Despite their non-close, less than harmonious relationship, Ivanova even didn't care about his well-being, but it was simply a habit for Dorian. Before the call connected, Dorian had mentally prepared for a cold response, but unexpectedly, for the first time, he received a warmly enthusiastic greeting from his mother. "Oh God, I'm so relieved that you're all right. You don't know how scared I was when I saw that news." "Oh, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, just take care of yourself." Dorian remained stunned right until the end of the communication. He double-checked the call records. He hadn't dialed the wrong number. It truly was Ivanova's voice, but her tone and mannerism sounded entirely changed. Dorian had never witnessed such concern from his mother before. Perhaps it was because Dorian's experience had been particularly perilous. Dorian was uncertain if all those with amnesia felt the same lack of security that he did, but for him, the world had flipped upside down in an instant, becoming entirely unrecognizable. Maybe the discomfort of his physical state had intensified the despair of his mental condition. He grew fragile and hypersensitive, feeling that everything around him was bizarre. Frequent physical exams, blood draws, and consultations. Pained organs. Strangely behaving doctors and parents. Attacks by unknown marine creatures. Dorian felt like a rat lost in bustling streets, a tiny figure panicking while moving through a world of towering beings, constantly worried about human feet or car tires crushing him. But fate always writes its story thus: either no rain falls, or when it does, it pours. After receiving treatment for a week, Dorian began to experience auditory hallucinations. Chapter 78. At first, Dorian attributed the voices to patients passing by outside his door, because he heard some fragmented and blurry murmurs that overlapped with each other, seeping through the crack under the door and echoing in the empty ward. Later, Dorian was woken from an afternoon nap by some terrible groans. He thought someone had fallen in the corridor and needed help, so he hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door, but the corridor was completely empty. At the end of the dim hallway was a window, where square beams of sunlight shone on the smooth floor, reflecting silence as it bounced off the walls to the left and right, without lingering at all near Dorian's doorway. Dorian stood dazedly at the doorway, the annoying sounds disappeared, yet their unsettling aftertones still spiraled within Dorian's ear canals, like a high-pitched tinnitus caused by noise pollution. What happened? A slim man dressed in white, wearing a mask and cap, suddenly appeared behind Dorian, his voice giving Dorian quite a fright. My God, when did you come over? Dorian's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively pressed his back firmly against the door for support. This doctor was named Dylan. After Robert completed his morning greeting, most of the remaining tasks of testing and recording were carried out by Dylan and his assistants. To be honest, Dorian didn't like him. Indeed, Dorian had no favorable impressions of any doctors he had met in this hospital. They always wrapped themselves in white medical gear, only exposing a pair of dark, hollow eyes. Dorian even suspected that their white coats, masks, and hats were part of their bodies, and forcibly removing them would reveal raw bloody muscles underneath. I thought I heard, never mind, it's nothing. Dorian concluded everything earlier to be just his illusions. There wasn't much to talk about, so he quickly changed the subject. I was just a bit bored and wanted to take a walk. Dylan glanced at the terminal on his wrist, then looked up at Dorian with those nearly colorless black pupils. I can accompany you for a walk in the garden. Dorian had been to the small garden downstairs before. It was full of irises, wisteria, and pine trees, a perfect natural oxygen bar designed to relieve the melancholy of patients. However, Dorian doubted if any patient could truly feel mentally relaxed there. At least he certainly couldn't. That pretty little garden was too quiet. It had no chirping insects, no bird songs, not even the sound of human voices. It seemed more like a virtual world created specially for players in a VR game. Every plant there had a perfect data model, so flawless it clearly appeared fake. After hesitating slightly, Dorian declined his offer. Don't you have rounds to conduct? I don't want to disturb your work. Dylan nodded, then turned around and left. Back inside his ward, Dorian lay down, sleep entirely gone. He tried to rationalize the cacophony of voices he'd just heard. Could those sounds have come from outside the window? Dorian climbed up again, standing by the window looking outside. He lived on the third floor, below which was the small garden, and further away was the fence, an absurdly tall one that Dorian guessed might be 8 meters high. Beyond the fence, some vague buildings could be seen, but Dorian didn't know what they were because they were too far away. Even back in bed, Dorian remained puzzled because there were almost no residents in this building. He had seen one or two mysterious patients, surrounded by crowds who ushered them into the upper floor wards, and then quietly took them away several days later. The entire process was very silent, as if some secretive transactions were being conducted under wraps. Strictly speaking, this place didn't qualify as a traditional hospital. Last year, a new high-end rehabilitation center was built here, and admission requires advance reservation. That was the answer Dorian received from questioning a nurse. Chewing on the meaning of the word high-end, Dorian guessed that he himself must have managed to stay here thanks to Magdemi. Thus, lost in random musings, Dorian welcomed the arrival of night. After Dylan subjected him to a series of routine inquiries and recordings, Dorian read some news on the terminal and prepared to go to sleep. Up until this point, today had been roughly a copy of yesterday, monotonous, uneventful, and dull. Dorian's lungs and legs continued to ache faintly, but it didn't affect his sleep. What troubled him more were the missing memories. Now, Dorian felt like a clock missing a crucial gear, a chain with a broken link, a table with a crooked leg. Although barely usable, the creaking noises during operation unmistakably pointed to his malfunction. He constantly felt that he forgot something very important. Sleep arrived gracefully, and Dorian closed his eyes, about to fall into a deep slumber. However, not long after. The waves are too big, we should go back. Sail on, I don't care about the storm or any tornado, hoist the sail. Damn it, did you hear me? Why can't I get in? That lifeboat clearly has room for 5 people. Mom, my little bear is missing. It hurts so much, someone save me. Sins, the sea will punish your sins. Dorian woke up suddenly, thinking he had a nightmare where countless souls were recounting their bitter final moments. But when he woke up and even sat up in bed, those terrible whispers did not stop. They seemed to be whispering in Dorian's ears, as if coming from some hellish consciousness, and plugging his ears tightly proved ineffective. The darkness in the room twisted around him, silence was screaming. Dorian shrank into a ball of despair, praying desperately that this terrifying auditory hallucination would end. At this moment, the door opened. A white figure floated past Dorian's doorway, probably an on-duty doctor who was patrolling the building at night. Dorian shouted, "Doctor! Doctor, I need help." No one responded to him. Dorian then hurried out of bed, rushing toward the door. A slim white figure just happened to disappear around the corner. Dorian guessed it was Dylan and followed quickly, yet somehow his steps always fell behind, with Dylan disappearing repeatedly at each turn. In this mausoleum-like silent building, only Dorian's trembling voice echoed in panic. He didn't know why there seemed to be endless stairs descending and corridors stretching endlessly before him, while voices continued in his ears. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Am I still alive? Despair and fear poured continuously into Dorian's mind, but he dared not stop, only chasing that tantalizing figure toward an unknown future. Until he passed by a tightly shut gate. The auditory delusion stopped. The quiet Dorian craved returned to his ears. Dylan had disappeared long ago. The fluorescent light overhead illuminated the corridor brightly, leaving Dorian staring blankly around, breathless and unaware of his current location. Only that door before him. Dorian stared at it, feeling the door was also staring at him. It was a very ordinary smart metal door requiring facial recognition or iris pattern recognition to enter, much like Dorian's former laboratory. For some reason, Dorian felt something inside calling to him, pulling him toward this mysterious door. Yet realistically, Dorian could not pass through the intelligent security checks at the entrance. What the hell, why did I come here? Dorian muttered softly. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling as if he had experienced some sort of sleepwalking, that he had lost his reason to something, which felt truly terrifying. Hey, young man, you should be sleeping in your ward. For heaven's sake. This was the third time Dorian had been startled today. Turning around to see Robert, he didn't realize when the other had approached behind him. Did anything happen? You look absolutely awful, do you feel discomfort somewhere? Robert asked Dorian with concern. Perhaps he was on duty overnight in the hospital, but Dorian saw no sign of exhaustion on his face, he even looked radiant. I don't feel well, just. Dorian was still recovering from his shock, wanting to tell Robert all his symptoms, hoping the latter would treat his strange disease quickly and eliminate those damnable viruses, but for some reason, a piercing cold wind blew past his spine. This was actually unlikely given the tropical climate where winters never lingered. Yet Dorian experienced a chilling coldness, leading him to calm down abruptly, unnaturally composed. I had a nightmare, Dorian heard himself say. After waking up, the pain in my lungs and legs was unbearable. I wanted to find a nurse for some painkiller, but kept walking until here without seeing anyone. Dylan is probably patrolling the floors right now. Go back, I'll immediately send someone to check on you. Robert told Dorian with a kind smile that made Dorian uncomfortable. Abruptly, a thought popped out of Dorian's disordered and weary brain. If this rehabilitation center was almost unoccupied, why such frequent rounds? No. It's unnecessary. I think I'm feeling better now. Dorian struggled to control his expression, managing a grimace for a smile. I'm going back. Do you need me to escort you? Thank you, it's unnecessary. In the fading tremor, Dorian stumbled back to his ward, at a loss for words to describe what he had just gone through. He preferred to believe that it was a curse cast upon him by the devil rather than accept that there might be something wrong with his own mind. Pulmonary rough pain, sharp pain in both legs, amnesia, nightmares, auditory hallucinations. Dorian's physical condition had evidently deteriorated to its worst state, but what terrified him even more were the eerie rehabilitation center and the horrifying medical staff. What on earth was he supposed to do? Not long after, the nurse came in and brought Dorian a pill for the pain. Dorian hastily swallowed it down. When the room once again became his solitude, Dorian helplessly curled up in the corner of his bed, hugging his knees. Sleep lingered far from his reach, and so he spent the entire night awake. By dawn, sheer exhaustion caused Dorian to briefly drift off into a light slumber. In a hazy state, someone picked him up and placed him gently on the bed, allowing him to lie comfortably flat. 2 seconds later, Dorian's consciousness blared with alarm. He struggled to regain full awareness and tightly grasped the hand that was tucking him in with a blanket. Who are you? With bloodshot eyes, Dorian stared hard at the stranger before him. He swore that he had never seen this person before, because the pair of eyes revealed between the mask and cap bore no resemblance to the vacant, numb eyes he had encountered from anyone else in this rehabilitation center. They were clean, like moonlight, and unblemished silvery gray. Chapter 79. Silver gray eyes. Fleeting, blurry images flashed through his mind, but Dorian couldn't grasp them. Insomnia was making his head ache unbearably. Darren worked the night shift last night, so I've come to take care of you. Our superiors told me to do this. The man with gray eyes said. His voice, muffled through a mask, was deep and raspy, like the sound of waves lapping at the shore, more soothing to Dorian than Robert's affected tone. But Dorian no longer trusted anyone in this hospital. He hunched his back, warily eyeing the stranger like a leopard that had once stepped into a trap. The first light of dawn had just crept over the windowsill. Dorian glanced at the time on the terminal. It was barely past 6 in the morning. There's still plenty of time before the morning rounds. Dorian made no effort to hide the hostility in his voice. But you need care, don't you? Last night you asked the nurse for help because of the pain, Gray Eyes said calmly, betraying no sign of offense if there was any. His voice remained steady. All right. Dorian preferred peace and quiet over meaningless conversation, so he closed his eyes, hoping to send away this unexpected visitor by showing compliance. You've checked on me. Can we be done now? But Grey Eyes did not leave. After standing silently beside Dorian's bed for a moment, he suddenly asked, does it hurt a lot? Of course. Dorian's irritation was rising. So can you get me some painkillers? I'm sorry, I don't have any painkillers. All I have is this. Grey Eyes said. Dorian heard a faint rustling sound, as if the other person was fishing something out of their pocket. Unable to resist his curiosity, he opened his eyes and turned his head. What is that? Dorian's eyes widened. Grey Eyes had extended his palm towards Dorian. Resting on his pale skin was a small trinket wrapped in colorful plastic paper. I bought this from a mermaid-themed candy store. It has pink fish tails inside, very sweet, Grey Eyes explained, tilting his palm slightly to let the small thing land on Dorian's pillow. It's for you. Dorian sat up bewildered. He looked at the tall doctor in front of him, then at the cute-looking candy on the pillow. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Dorian hadn't eaten candy since elementary school because sweets were always associated with childishness, cuteness, and softness, qualities boys weren't supposed to possess. As time passed, his fondness for desserts gradually faded with age. Dorian wanted to say he didn't like candies and tell him to take it back, but he hadn't tasted real candy in a long time. Besides, the food in this sanatorium was so terrible that he actually craved a little simple gustatory pleasure. Thank you. This was the only response Dorian could think of, as he picked up the candy and felt embarrassed about his earlier rudeness. It's my pleasure. Grey Eyes said, are you in a great deal of pain? If you're willing, I can examine you. Why yes. Dorian didn't know why he stammered, but he no longer found the man suspicious. Instead, he stared at the Grey Eyes, imagining they were the enchanting full moons at night. With his high nose bridge as the boundary, one moon hung in the sky, the other reflected on the sea surface. Good heavens, even his eyelashes were a beautiful silver grey. The man pulled a small flashlight from his pocket, reaching out his hand toward Dorian and asking, may I? The question was akin to the polite request of a gentleman inviting a lady to dance, gentle, courteous, yet filled with anticipation. But in reality, he simply intended to check Dorian's pupils. Of course. Dorian replied immediately, inexplicably feeling a slight warmth spreading to his ear tips. Very good. The man swiftly examined Dorian's eyes and then asked him to open his mouth to check his teeth. Next came his ears. After finishing each examination, he recorded something on his smart work log board. It was a set routine. Dorian wasn't sure why they followed these procedures. It was as if Dorian had been infected with some virus that caused mutation, and soon he would sprout fangs and turn into a vampire bat or something similar. All seems normal. Grey Eyes continued, now proceeding to check Dorian's thyroid gland. This involved touching his neck. He wasn't wearing gloves. Dorian had noticed this before. It was against protocol, all the doctors who had previously examined Dorian wore gloves. Perhaps Dorian should have reminded him, or perhaps angrily criticized his lack of professionalism. But in fact, Dorian had only two thoughts. His fingers were so cool. And also, it tickled. The ticklish sensation of being touched so carefully seeped through his skin, traveling along the nervous system straight to the top of his skull. Dorian didn't know why, but when the other leaned in to check his cervical vertebrae, he unconsciously held his breath. This made the dizziness caused by his insomnia even worse. Relax, the low and hoarse voice penetrated Dorian's ears through the thin mask, like an electric current touching the most sensitive nerve endings, inducing involuntary shivers. All right, Dorian replied quickly, though in reality, his body was as stiff as the bed beneath him. Damn it, this must be a side effect of insomnia. Look, Dorian's breathing was becoming rapid now. After using the stethoscope to check Dorian's internal organs through his clothes, Grey Eyes recorded some notes and asked, your heart rate is fast. Is there any discomfort anywhere? No, I'm fine, Dorian avoided meeting the man's eyes. To Dorian's relief, the man didn't press further. He closed the work log and looked as if he were about to leave. Is there anything else troubling you? Remember, I'm your doctor. I will help you. You can tell me anything. Actually, there is something. This was the first time Dorian thought the physical examination had been too short. He clutched the candy tightly in his palm while his brain worked furiously for more time. My legs, they hurt constantly, especially when I walk. Darren said there's nothing wrong with my leg bones, but pain usually indicates something is not right, doesn't it? Can I take a look? Of course. Dorian rolled up his pant leg, exposing his calf for inspection. Previously, Dorian's body had been in excellent condition, though not a fitness enthusiast, he took pride in his physique. However, lying on a hospital bed day after day while enduring constant pain inevitably led to weight loss and exhaustion. Not to mention, Dorian had been unconscious for several days after the shipwreck. When Dorian saw how slender his ankles had become, he couldn't help cursing the sanatorium's food internally. Until he noticed that tall, captivating gray-eyed doctor gripping his ankle. Dorian found it impossible to avert his gaze from that hand. Pale, long-fingered, yet broad and strong. At that moment, the preference of the creator seemed perfectly manifest. When strength and beauty coexist in one entity, its mere presence could captivate any living thing. Those fingers had already grazed Dorian's neck moments before. Now, they descended onto Dorian's foot, clasping his ankle like shackles. Next, they traced upward along the direction of Dorian's leg bones, inch by inch, gently exploring every detail. Although the term palpation might sound more professional, his touch was so light it felt like Dorian was a delicate flower bud, the slightest pressure would bruise its fragile petals. Oof. When the hand reached the back of Dorian's knee, he finally lost control and pulled his legs back instinctively, pretending to be in pain but actually trying to hide some embarrassing physical reactions. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" "It's fine. I think. I feel much better." Dorian hated himself for stumbling over his words again, retreating under the covers and burying himself entirely. "Can we end now? I want to rest." "All right then, have pleasant dreams." Soon, Dorian heard the door open and close. Recalling his abysmal performance just now, he felt embarrassed to the point of near suffocation. Why, of all times, had it happened then? However, just seconds later, Dorian abruptly sat up in bed and scrambled out to chase after the doctor who had examined him, but the hallway was empty, not a soul in sight. Damn! Dorian regretted it deeply, dejectedly returning to the ward. He'd forgotten to ask the man's name. As Dorian sat back down on the bed, the image of those grey eyes lingered in his mind. Hopefully, he'd come again tomorrow. When Dorian spread out his palm, the elegantly packaged candy lay there, confirming that everything that had just happened was real, not just a vivid fantasy. Carefully, Dorian peeled away the colorful plastic wrap and placed the pink fishtail-shaped treat into his mouth. Its rich sweetness dissolved in his mouth, spreading slowly. Dorian used his tongue to savor the shape of the little fish tail, holding up the wrapper to the window. The light vanished, leaving only the colorful sweetness behind. Dorian chewed gently, letting the taste of sugar linger as it melted completely. Chapter 80. Heaven and earth collapsed, mountains crumbled, volcanoes erupted, and seawater surged inland. Some called it the end of the world, others called it love at first sight. Dorian didn't think he could fall for someone merely because of a single accidental meeting. He was just too lonely, stuck in an apocalypse, his body struggling to function. The nursing home felt like a cold prison, with doctors and nurses as guards, and his lost memories made every step feel as if he were treading on void. He was in desperate need of understanding and care, so when that special gray-eyed doctor appeared, the bridge effect deceived his senses, making him believe this was love. Dorian analyzed his state with extreme rationality and came up with what he thought was the answer. But you know, when you approach emotional problems like dealing with a 1,000-layer cake, peeling back each layer just to prove there's no durian jam inside, that in itself already reveals the problem. Even though Dorian refused to admit it, he really couldn't forget those eyes. Even when reading news about rising sea levels, strange thoughts would suddenly pop into his mind. If he were to make one last wish at this moment, it would surely be to find out the name of the gray-eyed doctor. Since that physical examination, the man had never appeared before Dorian again, not even in dreams. Why hadn't Dorian asked his name then? Or gotten his contact information? Would he come again? Dorian always found himself thinking this whenever familiar grey eyes failed to appear during his regular checkups. Out of some inexplicable caution, Dorian hadn't revealed any details about the grey-eyed doctor to Dylan or any other physicians. Instead, while receiving intravenous fluids, he subtly questioned a small nurse helping change his drip bottle, but she claimed there was no such doctor at the rehabilitation center. Dorian thus concluded that the man was probably a new intern. It made sense. Only interns could have such naive, pure eyes. Anyone who'd been tortured by work would agree with this point. After passing 3 days caught between disappointment and hope, Dorian finally decided he needed to take initiative. For instance, perhaps going out for a walk would help him run into the man by chance. "You don't need to keep following me, my legs haven't deteriorated to the point where I can't walk myself," Dorian said to Dylan trailing behind him. It took him much later to realize that Dylan wasn't concerned for his health but was likely monitoring him. At that moment, Dorian simply wanted to wander around alone. If lucky, he could even orchestrate a chance encounter. "It's fine, I don't have to work today anyway," Dylan replied in his usual cold, mechanical tone. "Whatever." Dorian moved slowly through the corridors, descending the stairs. Along the way, he encountered neither medical staff nor patients. The nursing home was eerily empty, like a medieval haunted castle. Maybe it really was haunted, since Dorian still occasionally heard phantom noises, though not as severely as during that night of sleepwalking. Incidentally, he had tried searching for that peculiar metal door but never managed to locate it. When Dorian finally reached the small garden downstairs, he spotted a fellow patient's figure. They sat in a wheelchair, accompanied by family and nurses in relaxed conversation. However, once they noticed Dorian steadily approaching, they quickly wheeled away. Dorian stood awkwardly in place, experiencing a complicated mix of emotions swirling in his chest. As he passed a glass window, he carefully examined his appearance. Aside from unruly hair, he found nothing wrong. He was still handsome. His features remained striking, his blue-gray eyes as deep as the sea, and his weight loss accentuated his rugged lines. Everything about him seemed perfect. Yet, none of this changed the fact that people saw him as if he were a plague, rushing off as soon as they laid eyes on him. Neither did it bring back the gray-eyed doctor to his hospital room. Defeated, Dorian felt a renewed ache in his lungs and legs. Deep down, he sincerely wished to see those haunting grey eyes one last time before dying. Dorian hung his head for a moment in the garden, then turned toward the bench under the veranda and sat down. Unbeknownst to him, at that exact moment, among the dense shrubbery, a miniature camera slightly adjusted its angle, locking onto his silhouette. It was a cloudy day, without sun and without wind. Dorian sat alone on the bench, attempting to invite Dylan over for conversation, but seeing the other man busy handling work on his terminal several meters away, he dismissed the idea and quietly endured the passage of time. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly heard someone greeting him from behind. Good afternoon. At the same time, in some dark room, 16 different surveillance feeds were playing on wall-mounted screens. Suddenly, one of the feeds began to distort, flashing black and white stripes. Someone slammed their fist on the machine's control panel, cursing loudly, "Damn it, you wasted so much money building this hospital, yet couldn't spare a little more to get cameras with better signals." Fortunately, after just a few seconds, the malfunctioning camera returned to normal. In the feed, a man with golden-brown semi-long hair sat alone on a bench while a doctor stood nearby in the corridor, watching over him. Everything seemed normal. "Good afternoon." Dorian sprang up excitedly. He stared at the gray-eyed doctor clad in white medical protective gear and blurted out a string of incoherent questions. "Are you here for work?" "No, are you off duty?" I mean, do you have time now?" "Of course." The gray eyes crinkled slightly, forming the symbol of a smile, as he walked around the bench to sit beside Dorian. Dorian then awkwardly sat back down on the bench. He felt all the blood rushing to his head, becoming like a light bulb. His cheeks grew red as if electricity coursed through his tungsten filament. "Could I know your name?" This time Dorian asked the question without hesitation but added hastily some justification to avoid sounding too forward. "I mean, you've examined me, but I don't even know what to call you." "My name is Merman." As the gray eyes revealed his name while looking directly at Dorian. Dorian laughed. "Merman. Like a merman?" Merman blinked his eyes and asked sincerely, "Is it strange?" Dorian shook his head immediately. No, of course not, I like that name." Merman looked straight into Dorian's eyes. "I also like your name, Dorian." Dorian. It sounded like the most beautiful tune played by the finest instrument in the world. Dorian had never imagined that the pronunciation of his own name could be so exquisite. When the word Dorian flowed off Merman's tongue, he involuntarily trembled, a quiver deep from within his soul. Dorian was convinced that this voice or this scene must have appeared somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. Of course, he had no time to think about that now. Merman's response made Dorian feel somewhat elated, prompting him to ask more questions. These might not be suitable for a stranger meeting only for the second time, but, who cared? "Are you an intern here? I haven't seen you these past few days. I was held up by some things. Were you looking for me?" I just wanted to know." "Oh, right. That candy, the pink fishtail one you said was from a mermaid-themed candy store, does that mean, do you live nearby?" "I mean, near the hospital." "No, my home is quite far from here." "Then how did you get here?" "Through the sewers." "What?" "Ha ha ha." Dorian burst into laughter because of Merman's sudden little joke. Although they had conversed for only a few minutes, Dorian already felt extremely happy. At that moment, he believed in the natural oxygen therapy. Look at the iris, jacaranda, and pine trees in the small garden, each plant gave one a refreshing sense of peace. On the other hand, Merman, the one who told the joke, remained calm. While Dorian cried tears from laughing, Merman quietly gazed at him and, when Dorian started turning red upon catching his eye, asked him, "It seems your physical condition has improved a lot. In fact, it's gotten worse." Dorian sighed, leaning back against the bench, and through the upside-down view, he saw Dylan still operating the terminal, seemingly very busy. "Apart from the pain in my lungs and legs, my skin has become really dry, especially on my legs. I can't help wanting to scratch them." Dorian hesitated for a moment, sat up straight again, and tentatively asked Merman, "If I say I bought a bottle of moisturizer from the nurse, would you laugh at me?" "Not at all." Merman's thick silver-gray eyelashes fluttered up and down, lowering his raspy voice. "Do you need help? I can apply the moisturizer to areas that you cannot reach easily." Dorian didn't know what came over him, but his ears turned bright red in an instant, making him almost look like a caricatured character from a children's animation with smoke puffing out of his ears. No, it's fine, I can do it myself." He started stuttering while speaking. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The wind brushed against the pine leaves, while the jacaranda and iris whispered to each other. They were gossiping about Dorian, mocking his awkwardness, his tightly interlocked fingers, and the blush on his cheeks. Don't ask what's wrong with Dorian. If he could answer that question, his conversation wouldn't have been so bumpy when it should have flowed smoothly. The silence had gone on too long, and something needed to be said. Tormented by his own thoughts, Dorian mustered up the courage to ask Merman, "Can I ask you a personal question? If you feel it's intrusive, you don't have to answer." "I just, Of course, you can ask me anything and I'll answer," Merman said calmly. Dorian inwardly screamed, how cunning he was, neither too aggressive nor too defensive. All Merman had to do was casually toss out an inviting crumb, and Dorian, like a starving bird, would eagerly pounce on it. Merman knew exactly how this worked. But Dorian couldn't help himself from taking the bait. After much hesitation, Dorian finally asked the question, squeezing every word out between his teeth. Do you have a partner? In the short 2 seconds waiting for Merman's response, Dorian's soul writhed in anguish within the frying pan of his mind. He dreaded hearing an affirmative answer but felt compelled to ask the question anyway to ensure the negative one. Merman blinked slowly, as if hesitating, which pierced Dorian's heart like 1,000 needles. I once had one. His words were equally deliberate, measured as if choosing them carefully, but he abandoned me. What? Why? Dorian exclaimed, indignant and incredulous that anyone could treat Merman this way, forgetting completely at that moment that he hardly knew this, interned doctor, or what his face looked like beneath the mask. We had serious disagreements, in some viewpoints, Merman murmured, lowering his head, appearing genuinely disheartened. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be too upset, Dorian awkwardly consoled him, I imagine he'll regret his decision in the future. Merman turned his head and locked his gaze onto Dorian, another piercing stare that rendered Dorian powerless under its intensity. Flustered, Dorian immediately turned away, pretending intense interest in the dirt beneath his feet. Thank you. May I now ask you the same question? Merman's silvery gray eyes enveloped Dorian, do you have a partner? For Dorian, the answer to this was exceptionally simple, no. He shrugged, missing the fleeting shadow of darkness that crossed Merman's expression. Maybe. Afterward, Dorian added quickly, or maybe not. You might know about my condition, I lost 5 years of memory, so it's possible I once did, well, never mind. It's unlikely since I didn't find any evidence on the terminal suggesting any intimate relationships. As Dorian spoke, his eyes subtly darted toward Merman's wrist. Hack. A prelude to feigned cover-up. Dorian coughed twice, pretending it stemmed from his weakness. Could we exchange contact information? I mean, given how bad my condition is, sometimes Dylan might be busy and unable to deal with my minor issues. In such cases, I could ask you for a quick, simple checkup. But Merman placed both hands into the pockets of his coat. Sorry, I left my terminal in the office. Maybe next time. All right. Dorian tried to hide his disappointment as he watched Merman rise to his feet, signaling his departure. I'm leaving now. Merman confirmed. Will you come tomorrow? I mean, for my examination. Dorian stood up reluctantly as well, realizing only then that Merman was a full head taller than him, with broad and sturdy shoulders. Next to him, Dorian felt like an underdeveloped teenager. I don't know, but I'll try. Merman paused, staring intently at Dorian, to adjust my shifts. Okay. And with that, Merman walked away. Dorian stood there, mesmerized by the retreating figure, unable to shake off the lingering vibes of their interaction. After standing there entranced for quite some time, Dorian joyfully tiptoed over to where Dylan was still working on the terminal. Let's head back to the ward, dear Dr. Dylan. Wasn't this a delightful afternoon? Chapter 81. What? Are you sure there's no problem with the machine? Dorian stepped off the height and weight measuring device with considerable doubt. The machine indicated that he had grown 3 centimeters taller and gained 5 kilograms during his month of treatment. There must be something wrong. Dorian lifted up his hospital gown to show all the medical staff his increasingly slim waistline. Look at this, shouldn't my weight have decreased by 5 kilograms? However, no one paid attention to his protest, everyone was busy recording something on their smart work log boards. Since Dorian emphasized his waist circumference, someone soon came to help him measure a series of data including shoulder width, arm length, and other body measurements. Hey! Didn't you hear what I said? Dorian angrily questioned the medical staff present. He refused to proceed to the next physical examination until Robert appeared. This is quite normal, my boy. The new virus could potentially have any effect on the body, and we are also in the process of figuring it out. Robert looked apologetically at him. After all, from discovering a virus to finally curing it, the process will inevitably be extremely long, and no one can predict how long it will take. Sorry for putting you through so much pain. Dorian did not want to be overly rude to his father's old friend, so he only asked one question, a question that had been troubling him for many days. Are you really treating me, or letting this virus grow unchecked to see what it might turn me into eventually? Of course not. Why would you think that way? Robert immediately displayed an expression of disbelief, seemingly very hurt by Dorian's questioning. He seriously said, I'll send the treatment plan to your terminal right away, and then you will see how valuable the medications you're taking are. When all the examinations were over, Dorian dragged his weary body back to his ward. He quickly received what was called the M-virus treatment plan, but after only glancing at it briefly, he lost interest. Such content could be fabricated into hundreds of versions by AI. A large part of Dorian's troubles came from his own body and this damned sanatorium, but at the top of the list was actually another matter. Merman was unwilling to exchange contact information via terminal with him. This made Dorian feel quite disheartened. Whenever Dorian wanted Merman's contact information, the latter always found a string of excuses to sidestep the topic. But apart from that, there was nothing else that displeased Dorian. Dorian clearly understood the work pressure on interns, and he wouldn't make the impolite request to meet every day. He simply told Merman in a roundabout way that he always went to the little garden to relax in the afternoon. If Merman had time, he could come over and admire the iris and wisteria with Dorian. Thus, every 2 or 3 days, Dorian could spend an incredibly pleasant afternoon in the little garden. They talked about everything, from Dorian's work to life, from reality to ideals. Dorian even confided in Merman about family issues that had plagued him for years. Dorian swore it wasn't for sympathy, but when Merman looked at him with those sympathetic eyes, as if he were a pitiful fledgling who had fallen out of its nest and broken its wings, Dorian found it hard to hold back anything. Of course, there were mermaids too. Merman seemed to know quite a lot about mermaids. He discussed fairy tales and ancient legends with Dorian. Dorian almost thought he was a mermaid studies expert. "You're truly impressive. I dare say, even my stepfather probably wouldn't know more than you." Dorian wasn't flattering at all. "I just like searching for various kinds of information online," Merman replied. Dorian wanted to ask more, but the other party seemed eager to get back to work. After hastily bidding Dorian farewell, he left, still asking about Dorian's health status before going, asking whether he was still feeling pain. Dorian didn't want to worry him, so he said, "I'm fine, there's nothing to worry about." But a few nights later, in Dorian's ward. Yesterday, an unidentified giant marine creature attacked another hydrometeorological station. In just a month, the Western Alliance has nearly lost over half of the meteorological stations in the Pacific Ocean. Marine biologists still cannot provide a specific reason. Some experts guess perhaps the operational noise of the meteorological station interfered with their hearing. Yesterday, a survivor managed to capture a blurry video, lifting the veil on the mysterious identity of this sea monster. Annoyed, Dorian closed the news page on his terminal, hurriedly got out of bed, rushed into the bathroom, and pulled his pants down to his knees. First, he inspected a patch of skin on the outer side of his thigh, then carefully observed his lower back using a mirror. Not sure if it was his imagination, he felt that the texture of that patch of skin was somehow off. In the mirror, on the left side of Dorian's lower back near his buttocks, there were already countless red scratch marks made by his own nails, some had even begun to bleed. Despite this, he still couldn't resist scratching it again because of the persistent itching from that patch of skin. However, no matter how much he scratched, it was futile. The itch wasn't due to a surface-level issue with the skin, it felt more like a deep-seated pathological condition within the skin itself. Dorian couldn't describe this sensation in words, but it caused him unbearable discomfort. In fact, it wasn't just his lower back and the outer thigh. His entire lower body felt as though it were constantly being poked with extremely fine downy feathers. This drove Dorian mad with irritation, and he would have preferred feeling pain instead. Before the symptoms became too severe, Dorian had attributed it all to dry skin, so he purchased a bottle of moisturizing cream from one of the nurses for extra money, but the effect was negligible. He informed Dylan and Robert about it, and they insisted it was merely seasonal allergies. Spring had arrived after all, and Dorian went to the garden almost every day. Therefore, they only prescribed a soothing ointment for Dorian. Fuck. Dorian cursed angrily, resigning himself to open the ointment and start applying it to his skin. There was no doubt that when the transparent gel-like ointment was spread across that patch of skin, it instantly provided relief. Just before falling into a deep sleep and returning to his bed, Dorian was uncertain whether he should tell Merman about this. After all, the latter was just an intern, and Dorian didn't want him to worry excessively over his condition. As night deepened, darkness and silence reigned over the world, and all consciousness submerged in the ocean of dreams. Only the silver eye of the moon hung silently above the tree branches outside the window, its gaze creeping through the window sill, inch by inch eroding the ground until finally stopping at the bedside. Bathed in the shadows where moonlight could not reach, Dorian frowned during his slumber. What appeared first in front of him was that door, the ordinary smart metal door. In his delusion, Dorian followed Dylan and discovered it. Dorian did not know what was special about this door, but he kept dreaming about it, as if it were a kind of signal, a hint. With the rotation of this door came a cacophony of chaotic voices. "Save me, who can save me? It hurts so much. To hell with this storm, forward. Full speed ahead. It's time to stop, the waves are too big, there's something in the sea. Mom, I can't see anymore, Mom. Sink into the sea, wash away our sins. How could the lifeboats not be enough? Those bastards, they took the large lifeboats without fully loading them." When those familiar cries resurfaced again, Dorian had grown accustomed to their presence, even being able to guess their identities due to hearing these voices too frequently in his delusions. The one always crying out in pain and pleading for help was a young woman. The one shouting fiercely to sail through the storm was a coarse-voiced middle-aged man, perhaps the captain or someone similar. There was always another voice urging him to turn back, possibly a crew member. The child calling for Mom was a little girl. The voice resembling a believer of the sea god sounded like an elder. The one who could never make it onto the lifeboat was a young man. They were like lost souls unable to move on, forever trapped in the final moments of their lives, endlessly reliving the agony of death. Dorian didn't understand why he could hear their cries, and yet he had no choice but to witness their suffering, unable to be as cruelly indifferent to the cycle of fate as death itself. Helplessly, he curled up tightly in the chaos of his subconscious, waiting for dawn, waiting for awakening. The clock's hands ticked steadily forward, marking the transition from night to day. Suddenly, Dorian in the bed started convulsing. He struggled in pain, groaning through clenched teeth. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, climbed off the bed, and without bothering to put on his shoes, staggered into the restroom. He ripped off his shirt and threw it to the floor, then turned around as best he could to observe his back in the mirror. Reflected in the mirror, Dorian's bloodshot eye peeked through his disheveled hair. He saw his spine; those bone joints that should have been hidden beneath his skin were now visibly pushing the skin upward, forming a series of bony ridges that slightly undulated with Dorian's labored breathing. What is this? Dorian's trembling legs nearly failed to support his weight, and in a state of extreme terror, he collapsed to the floor, clutching the edge of the sink but unable to get up. At that very moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside Dorian's ward, accompanied by an emotionless machine-like voice speaking from beyond the door. "Mr. Dorian, are you awake? We've come to conduct your examination, it's time for your medication." Chapter 82. Dorian waited for Dr. Moran in the small garden the next afternoon. Dorian was still sitting on the bench, but his entire being exuded an aura of desolation. He was the only plant in this vibrant garden that was about to wither. "What happened?" Moran asked him. His tone was as usual without much fluctuation, but Dorian detected his concern. "Dr. Moran, I want to tell you something terrible." I don't feel well," Dorian said, not looking at Moran. He felt as if he were dragging an innocent person into the vortex of an evil conspiracy. But God, Dorian didn't know who else he could turn to. "Of course, you can tell me anything, Dorian. Don't be afraid, I will help you." Moran sat beside him, brushing the annoying hair behind his ear so he could see Dorian's eyes. That look was red and shimmering with moisture, helpless like a stranded fish flapping its tail desperately on the beach. Dorian finally mustered the courage to look at Moran, unable to resist falling into that silver-gray abyss. "I'm not sure if it's right, I don't want to cause you trouble." "It doesn't matter, it's my honor," Moran said, his gaze briefly sweeping over some dense shrubs before slightly turning back to look at Dylan, who seemed absorbed in his terminal work in the corridor behind them. He then asked Dorian, "Do you trust me?" Dorian looked at him blankly. Moran extended his right hand toward Dorian, a hand without gloves, pale, slender, a hand that had once held a candy in its palm. "I'll conduct an examination for you. Do you trust me?" The owner of the hand asked Dorian in such a soft and slow voice, like the sirens of the sea tempting passing ships on the misty ocean. Dorian's ship had long been lost in the fog at sea, he was about to die in these terrible waters, and the siren's song was his only guide. He had no other choice. Therefore, Dorian placed his hand over Moran's palm with a touch of final determination. "I trust you." Moran's hand was broader and stronger than Dorian had expected. Holding it, Moran guided Dorian around Dylan. Yes, Dylan appeared not to have noticed them, still busy with his own tasks. They took a secluded route and arrived at a door labeled, "Cleaning Supplies Room." Moran unlocked the door and quickly led Dorian inside. The cleaning supplies room was cramped, dimly lit, and emitted a strange musty smell due to the various cleaning tools stored there. Without a doubt, it was the perfect space for confiding secrets. Dorian hadn't realized how tightly he was gripping Moran's hand until the other used his other hand to lock the door from the inside and gently touched Dorian's cheek. "I'm sorry for bringing you here, we can't go to the ward because there are cameras everywhere," Moran's gray eyes said above the mask. I know. Dorian's heart raced fast. He felt somewhat embarrassed hearing his own hurried breathing echo in the room, yet Moran appeared entirely unaffected, standing before Dorian like a flawless sculpture, breathless, pulseless. For some unknown reason, Dorian always sensed a strange urgency, subtly perceiving that the time left for their solitude wouldn't be much longer. Therefore, after hesitating briefly for 2 seconds, he clenched his teeth and confessed to Moran. "I might be turning into a monster." After saying this, he turned his back to Moran, lifting his hospital gown to fully expose his naked back to the other. Dorian anxiously waited in the heaviness of his own deepened breathing for Moran's reaction. This was the first person to know Dorian's secret. All the doctors who had come to examine him in the past 2 days had been hastily sent away by him, no one had discovered this point. Dorian also didn't understand how all this had occurred. He just woke up suddenly in pain from his nightmare yesterday morning, and then found himself falling into another level of nightmare. His body had mutated. Dorian had a premonition that if Dylan or Robert ever found out about his mutation, he would never return to that ward again, nor would he ever possibly meet Moran again. Dorian quietly waited for a moment. There was no sound behind him. Maybe only a few seconds had passed, but it felt like an eternity. "Isn't it terrifying?" Dorian couldn't help but ask, utterly terrified of truly mutating into some kind of monster, and even more terrified of Moran screaming and leaving this dark and crowded little room. "Does it hurt?" Not long after, Dorian heard Moran asking him. Dorian carefully felt it, and was just about to say that if his back wasn't pressed on, he actually wouldn't feel much. Suddenly, as if electrocuted, when Dorian realized something cold and soft had touched the raised bone spines on his spine, he almost fell because of the overly tingling sensation. Fortunately, Moran hugged him from behind and held his neck tightly, pressing him against the wall. "No, Moran. M.O." Dorian was forced to kneel against the wall. When he realized Moran was kissing his deformed spine little by little with his lips, his body and soul trembled violently because of this intense stimulation. He even nearly fainted in the next second. Not scary at all, Dorian, very cute. In the blurred shaking of consciousness, Dorian faintly caught these words from his ear. He wanted to argue with the other party, or at least question their sense of aesthetics, but he couldn't utter a word. He was still immersed in the lingering of such terrifying stimulation, panting short breaths, and convulsing. Dorian felt himself shedding tears, but he couldn't control them and was completely unclear whether it was his body's strange reaction that made him crazy, or the relief and excitement after being acknowledged by Moran. Absolutely not cute, not at all. I'm turning into a monster. Don't cry, Dorian, your crying breaks my heart. Moran gently put down Dorian's clothes, but his hand still circled the latter's increasingly slender waist and caressed lightly. I've examined you, you're not a monster, you are perfectly normal. At this moment, Dorian was controlled by fear, so much that he didn't realize the intimate atmosphere crowded in this small space. He didn't want Moran to see his disheveled side, so he hastily wiped off the tears with the back of his hand, turned around to face Moran, and asked for confirmation again, really? I haven't undergone any mutation. But, then how do you explain my spine? Dorian could no longer hold back, he poured out all his doubts about this sanatorium to Moran. Do you know, they told me that I was admitted to this sanatorium for treating some nonsense new virus, but I've been treated for over a month without any improvement. Every day, Dorian had to take a large amount of pills and capsules, often get intravenous drips, and according to the treatment plan, these could cure pneumonia and nerve pain and whatnot, but Dorian absolutely didn't believe those lies. If they were truly effective, Dorian wouldn't be hiding here sobbing uncontrollably right now. Moran wiped the water stains from Dorian's eyes. His low and hoarse voice came from under the mask, carrying an almost imperceptible charm. So, are you saying that after taking those drugs, not only did your symptoms not improve, but they got worse instead? Dorian tilted his head to look into Moran's eyes. From this angle, he looked utterly helpless. Yes, they're too strange, this sanatorium is too strange. Every day, I feel like I'm observed as if I'm a test subject, you know, everyone has to write work diaries. What kind of virus causes mutation? Even needing to observe the patient's conditions daily? There must be something wrong somewhere. Dorian became more and more agitated while speaking, and he was almost shouting. Moran held his neck and consoled him softly. Shoo, calm down, Dorian. I think perhaps we can look at this issue from another perspective. You've lost nearly 5 years of memory, haven't you? You don't even know why you entered this hospital, do you? Dorian immediately nodded, suppressing the anger and panic deep inside him. So is there a possibility, Moran paused, that you weren't sick in the first place? Moran's word sounded like a pause button. It cut off Dorian's hurried breathing and made him freeze momentarily as if a computer program malfunctioned. The only thing he could do was stare at Moran with his grey-blue eyes without blinking. The quiet cleaning room grew silent except for the floating dust. Moran leaned closer to Dorian, observing Dorian's expression. His spell-like words continued to emerge from beneath the mask. You've thought about this already, haven't you? Maybe you weren't sick from the beginning, what's worsening your symptoms isn't some so-called new virus, but those unknown drugs you've consumed. They are observing you, watching your changes, recording your suffering. They have no mercy for you, even though you're one of their own. It's not your fault, Dorian, it's those devils, they're deceiving you, exploiting you. You're innocent, you never deserve to endure all this pain. But what can I possibly do? Dorian whispered hopelessly. Mag Mundi, my stepfather, while he exists, there's no way I can escape from here. Don't be afraid, Dorian, Moran soothed him gently. Dorian wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to detect a faint glow in Moran's eyes, a predatory hunger that lurked within them. He heard Moran make a promise to him. I'll take you away from here. Dorian's reason briefly returned as if snapping back into place. No, it's impossible for me to let you take such a risk. You don't even know how deeply Mag Mundi's influence runs, I would only drag you to your doom. I don't care, Moran said without hesitation. As long as you ask, Dorian, I'm willing to do anything for you. Dorian stared at Moran, perplexed, almost too afraid to ask the question, but why? You don't have to go this far for me. Moran's long and thick lashes flickered slightly before he reached up and slowly pulled off his mask. He said, why? I think you already know. This was the first time Moran had removed his mask in front of Dorian. Just as Dorian had anticipated, beneath the mask lay a face of extraordinary handsomeness, holy, radiant, like an untouchable silver moon over the sea. Yet at the same time, it was alluring, tempting, each second you gazed upon him dragged you deeper into the ocean below. For some inexplicable reason, when this face came into Dorian's line of sight, he found himself quietly agreeing with him. Yes, it should be a face like this one. And yet, they had only known each other for a month. Dorian had never seen Moran's face before. Where did this familiarity come from? As their gazes locked and they moved closer to one another, none of it mattered anymore. Dorian, as if losing his very soul, couldn't help tilting his head and pressing his lips lightly against the pale ones before him. This was no shallow, hesitant first kiss, it was fiery, entwining, brimming with unmasked desire. Dorian clung tightly to the shoulders and back of the person above him, gasping and trembling as his spirit shivered pleasurably under the other's caress. Finally. Finally. They embraced tightly, completing the circle with their intertwining tongues and lips. In a daze, Dorian thought he might have hallucinated again, but this time, he only heard one voice, a deep and moving lamentation from a man. "Dorian, please, don't leave me behind again." Chapter 83. When a person is unable to achieve a certain goal no matter how hard they try, they feel helpless. Even though Dorian forced himself not to fall into the trap of negative emotions, the truth was that none of his appeals in this hospital had been resolved. He wanted to know what virus he had contracted, what treatment he was receiving, why there was no improvement in his condition, and instead more strange changes were happening to his body. Had he been infected with an unknown virus because he floated on the sea for a few days? They didn't care about dumping nuclear waste into the ocean, but now they were willing to admit the ocean had turned into a dirty source of pathogens. As for those doctors wrapped in white medical gear, they would swarm into Dorian's room at fixed times, coldly jot down every word Dorian said, observe every one of his reactions, and then leave en masse like a group of recording machines. The so-called explanations and treatment plans they provided, Dorian didn't believe a single word of them. Merman was right, Dorian had already begun doubting the treatment this hospital was performing on him. More accurately, he doubted everything. If it weren't for Merman, he might have thought he was going insane. Since the moment he opened his eyes on the hospital bed, everything around him seemed bathed in bizarre neon lights, doctors were white machines, his stepfather's eyes gleamed with rust-colored hatred, his mother's abnormal warmth stood out as bright yellow, the memory lost in the sea blue, invisible transparent people screaming in his ears, green pills poured into his stomach, his lungs and legs stinging painfully in the night, leaving bloody claw marks. Dorian fell into this mix of colors, about to be infected, about to be assimilated, ultimately losing his original color entirely. Until Merman reached out to him. "Don't be afraid, Dorian, I'll take you away from here." In that narrow cleaning tool closet full of mildew, Merman whispered a promise into Dorian's ear. Should he trust him? Dorian didn't know. Perhaps he should be more rational, more cautious. Nobody would help someone else for free without any reward, let alone when Dorian was probably an experimental subject in this nursing home. Helping him escape would only bring Merman endless trouble. This had nothing to do with so-called love, physiological impulses driven by hormones couldn't solve any problem, and Merman should understand that. But whenever Dorian hesitated, he would remember that wild kiss. Dorian wasn't sure if it was his first kiss, he had never fallen in love with anyone before, at least not in his memory, and he couldn't imagine exchanging bodily fluids with another person. Dorian thought he would have resisted or even felt disgusted, but the truth was, he was completely absorbed, drunk with the sensation. Following the other's rhythm, Dorian quickly learned how to use his tongue, and their coordination was rather good. He almost felt smug about his natural talent. Sometimes Dorian regretfully thought that if he could have met the other earlier, perhaps in college, they might have made the perfect pair. But now, Dorian didn't know. Maybe the best solution would be for Dorian to try escaping by himself, avoiding involving Merman in the troubles and reducing the chances of his own troubles as well. However, this path proved nearly impossible. Dorian had tried multiple times to leave the nursing home before, but it seemed he was being monitored. Whenever he stepped out of his room, Dylan, Robert, or some other healthcare staff would suddenly appear from all sides, pretending to care about his emotions and state but in reality trying to guide him back to his room. Dorian also asked Robert if he could check out, but the latter replied worriedly, "We're uncertain if the virus in your body is contagious. To ensure the safety of other citizens, please forgive me, but I can't let you go." If Dorian attempted to leave forcefully, some large men in black suits with sunglasses would suddenly appear to escort him back to his room. If Dorian struggled too much, he'd be tied up with restraints. All he got in return was additional notes like irritable or dangerous behavior added to his medical record under symptoms. Thus, leaving with Merman became Dorian's only choice. Dorian could only console himself that, while he knew little more about Merman than he did about this nursing home, he'd rather not become a monster through despair and suffering. Things wouldn't get worse anyway. "Be patient, Dorian, when the time is ripe, I will take you away from here." That day, before they parted ways, Merman said this to Dorian. "How long?" Dorian asked, "How do we contact each other?" "Soon. We don't need to contact each other, when the moment comes, you'll naturally know." Merman was speaking in riddles, but his expression was calm and his tone certain, so Dorian couldn't help but believe him. However, waiting was long, anxiety and worry stretching one period of time into 3 equal parts, just like when you stare at the alarm clock's needle, it always moves slower than you expect, creeping forward at a turtle's pace. During these days waiting for Merman, Dorian behaved very properly. He knew he shouldn't cause a stir, so he endured patiently for 5 whole days. During these 5 days, Dorian followed his usual routine of getting up and sleeping, spending a few hours in the small garden in the afternoon, even though Merman never showed up. To avoid suspicion, he also continued to pretend to be dissatisfied with the treatment, complaining to the nurses and Dylan a few times, and occasionally wandering around the nursing home. By the way, he had sent several communication requests to Ivanova as well, not having anything particularly important to say, just feeling like he should do this before suddenly disappearing. Unfortunately, the other party did not answer. Dorian wasn't sure if it was due to the daily effects of painkillers or his excitement over the upcoming escape, but he felt his physical discomfort lessened. His lungs were still sore, causing occasional coughs, his leg bones throbbed painfully, making every step feel like walking on knife tips, but he could still walk normally. The dry itching of his skin was relieved by ointments, the spines on his spine didn't bother him unless touched, and the auditory hallucinations remained only that, hallucinations. Dorian didn't lose his mind because of them. Things hadn't deteriorated to the point where they were unbearable, and more importantly, Dorian had something to look forward to. A flood of hope spread, watering his cracked and dry heart, leaving fertile soil and bringing vitality. Dorian came alive again. Although Dorian tried to control himself, telling himself not to think too much about a certain name, yet when night fell and Dorian curled up in the safe space formed by the blanket and bed, the thick longing would replace the darkness above his head. Finally, in an intensely conflicted self-examination, he admitted, he had fallen in love with a man named Merman. Wise men do not fall in love. Perhaps he had never been a smart person. Dorian thought this as his consciousness was enveloped by dreams. The sea god has arrived. Divine punishment has arrived. Death has arrived. Mommy, where are you? Mommy, I'm scared. This will kill us. We'll all die in the sea. Help me, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. He's coming. He's coming. Dorian suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the door. The ward door had been opened, the dim corridor light squeezed into the room, and a white shadow flashed by. Dorian lightly turned over and got out of bed, chasing after the white shadow. For some reason, Dorian clearly recognized that this was the moment Merman had referred to. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Max and his companions were dozing off. They had been continuously monitoring a man named Dorian for over a month according to orders, and everything was going as planned without any abnormalities. At first, Max and his companions would take turns sleeping, carefully monitoring 16 surveillance screens, but soon they realized it was unnecessary. More importantly, the wages paid by their superiors were not worth sacrificing sleep every night. Achoo! Max shivered awake from a shallow sleep, suspecting there was a problem with the temperature regulation system in the room, otherwise, it wouldn't be so cold. Maybe the ventilation system also had issues, because there was a strange fishy smell in the air. But all these problems paled in comparison to the failure of the surveillance monitors. Max was shocked to find that all 16 screens on the surveillance wall were flickering black and white stripes, and none of them worked anymore. Shit, this is really fucked. Max banged on the operation panel beside him like he usually did, hoping these damn machines would get back to normal quickly as they always did, but it was in vain. A few minutes later, the monitors were still completely blank, unresponsive no matter what Max tried. Hey! Wake up! Quickly report to the higher-ups, we might be in trouble. Max became flustered. He sensed something bad had happened. If they lost the important test subject, because of their mistake, the consequences would go far beyond just being fired. Hey! Bart! Wake up! You stupid pig, can't you see the situation? Max abandoned trying to fix the monitor and shoved his companion who was still sound asleep, trying to wake him up. However. Bang! The man named Bart fell off the chair, hitting the ground hard, his neck bent unnaturally. A few seconds later, dark red blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Max stifled the scream rising in his throat, terror seizing his limbs. He wanted to run, but after staggering back a few steps, he tripped over something. Sitting on the ground, Max trembled as he lowered his head, blankly staring at the obstacle by his legs. It was a tail, a thick silver-gray fish tail. Chapter 84. To make no sound at all, Dorian didn't wear shoes. He walked barefoot on the cold floor of the sanatorium in the middle of the night, following a ghostly white figure ahead. That white figure wasn't tall, its shape resembling Dylan, but just like the night when Dorian was tormented by auditory hallucinations and ran out of his room, no matter how fast Dorian took steps, he could never catch up. The figure always turned the corner just a step before him, yet never let Dorian completely lose track. Dorian carried nothing with him, he had even left his personal terminal by the bedside. He brought only himself as he ran towards Merman and the unknown. Due to extreme tension, tiny beads of sweat moistened his palms. He only focused on chasing Dylan and didn't notice where the other person was leading him. Therefore, when that metallic door which often appeared in his dreams stood before him, Dorian froze at the entrance, doubting whether he was still dreaming. Unexpectedly, the metal door suddenly activated as Dorian approached. The two giant fawn-like metal plates parted vertically, revealing its cavity to Dorian. Something intangible prompted him around his ears. He had no time to ponder over this bizarre sight. In confusion and panic, he stepped into the mysterious space. It was a not-so-spacious laboratory. On both sides were observation tanks lit by blue fluorescence, in which many fish swam around. If you observed carefully, you would find that these fishes were mutated ones. Some grew limbs of amphibians, some grew two heads, and others clearly had tails from different species. Dorian found a sense of familiarity here because there were similar observation tanks in Area E of Furton's Ocean Research Institute, and Dorian's next research subject was the mutated angelfish. Dylan had disappeared completely. Dorian didn't know if he should continue moving forward or stay somewhere waiting for Merman to pick him up, so he slowed down and approached the observation tanks to admire the colorful schools of fish inside. Soon, Dorian saw a short-finned round-headed whale with an orca tail. This was a very peculiar mutated fish. Its tail started to change into an orca pattern from the lower abdomen, forming a circular arc joint, not particularly noticeable because the roundhead whale's skin was black, as well as the orca's back. Because of its large size, this mutated short-finned round-headed whale exclusively enjoyed one tank. At the moment, it lay at the bottom motionlessly, possibly sleeping. Dorian cautiously approached and curiously examined its tail. However, right at this moment, the round-headed whale noticed his approach. It suddenly struggled, fiercely thrashing its body and wildly smashing its head against the glass on which Dorian stood. Dorian whispered an apology in alarm, retreating continuously in panic. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed blood seeping from the belly of the whale, thick blood threads incessantly flowing out from the interface of the mutated tail, as if it was about to break apart. In an instant, an unimaginably terrifying thought made Dorian's hands and feet go cold. This was not a naturally formed mutant fish. This was a whale experiment specimen artificially stitched with an orca tail. The roundhead whale had been forcibly grafted with a tail that didn't belong to it. It was confined in this glass tank, this metal prison, struggling in pain and despair. Only death could grant it peace. Dorian stood dazedly in the lab, casting his gaze toward all the observation tanks around him, and the various mutated fish swimming endlessly within them. He asked himself in indescribable fear. Were all the mutated fish here caused artificially? Suddenly, loud alarms sounded overhead. Dorian realized he had been discovered. And just then, another metal door right in front of him opened. Dorian had no choice but to run towards it. But when he thought he had escaped that malformed aquarium, Dorian found himself stepping into a horrifying display room. Here, there were specimens everywhere, human and fish limbs. No, they weren't those organs preserved intact in formalin, categorized with tags. There were only lower limbs. Fish tails and human legs were mixed together, floating in green liquid. The smell of fishiness blended with disinfectant reeked, resembling the basement cherished by a psychopathic killer with collecting fetishes. This intense evil implication caused Dorian physical nausea. His nerves screamed. Where on earth was he? Why was there such a lab in the sanatorium? Whose legs were these? Are they still alive? Dorian soon knew the answer. The third door opened, and Dorian rushed through without hesitation. Can a person enter hell while still alive? At this moment, Dorian received a definite answer. How could he describe the scene before his eyes? How could he strip away his emotions and calmly, objectively inform the audience? Yes, this is another laboratory, but this time the test subjects have changed from fish to humans. Those subjects, unconscious, their entire bodies riddled with tubes, are placed in a peculiar tilted life support machine. This allows their upper bodies to comfortably lie on the bed, while their lower bodies are submerged in water. You ask about the necessity of this machine. What if their lower bodies were all fish tails? Dorian could barely breathe smoothly. He forced himself to count each one as he passed by them. There were 10 people, 10 experimental subjects, men, women, different ages, and among them, even a child. Each of their waists was tightly wrapped with bandages, and beneath those bandages lay various types of fish tails, whale, shark, sturgeon, catfish. Some Dorian couldn't identify immediately. Dorian wandered dazedly among them, feeling as if a massive hole had been smashed into his body, allowing his soul to spill out and float in the air. He roamed helplessly in this vast, dim metallic hell, unable to comprehend why he had come here. Suddenly, Dorian's toe bumped against something. He looked down and saw a stuffed bear. Dorian picked it up and turned toward the adjacent life support machine. Through the glass, Dorian saw a beautiful blonde little girl. If she were smiling in front of you, you would surely think she was an angel fallen to earth. But now, those cruel demons had amputated her legs, forcefully attaching an ugly catfish tail in their place, and her delicate upper body had swollen and turned purplish blue due to the numerous inserted tubes. Beep. The sharp alarm abruptly yanked Dorian's soul back from the air into his body. He felt the ceiling spinning, the world trembling. Unforgivable. Why do this? Save me. Mommy. Let me out. Dorian once again heard those cries of anguish, yet he no longer dared to judge whether those voices were merely illusions of his imagination or the desperate pleas of tortured souls. Footsteps echoed behind him, someone was approaching. The fourth door had opened for him. Dorian knew he should leave, but something seemed to snag the corner of his clothes. Dorian's hands trembled as he abruptly turned around and gazed at the life support machines, looking at those tormented souls. 2 seconds later, Dorian moved forward, gently placing the stuffed bear on top of the glass covering of the little girl's machine. Have a good dream, my angel. Dorian's vision blurred. The next second, he forcefully pulled the plug of the life support system, causing all green lights indicating the supply of oxygen and anti-rejection drugs to instantly turn gray. Then, he rushed to the next life support system. Lord! Have mercy on me according to your love. The second, the third. Erase my transgressions through your abundant compassion. The fourth, the fifth. Wash away all my sins completely. The seventh, the eighth. And cleanse me from my sins. The 10th. Overlapping, ear-piercing alarms exploded in the air. Dorian knew he should leave immediately, but his steps grew heavy, obscuring his vision. All he could hear was someone crying. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Dorian wanted to destroy everything here, kill everyone, including himself. An invisible cross weighed heavily on his back. He yearned for torches, condemnation, judgment. But ultimately, only he knelt before God, his frail self. Apologize after surviving this place. Someone shoved Dorian hard from behind, pushing him across the fourth metal door. Dorian turned around just in time to see Dylan's hollow eyes before the door quickly closed. Dorian then wiped away his tears and ran forward, never stopping, though he had no idea where the end was. He sprinted through dark corridors, passing by rooms marked with labels like sperm extraction room, egg retrieval room, and delivery room. They flashed past Dorian like lantern slides, each frame filled with pitiful women he dare not look directly at. Finally, Dorian reached the depths of these horrific laboratories. He saw the merfolk. Countless merfolk. These were beings half human and half fish with enormous tails, trapped inside cylindrical observation tanks. Anesthesia pumps continuously stole their strength and sanity. They were all true merfolk, their beautiful tails seamlessly and perfectly fused with their waists, without a trace of artificial grafting. The moment Dorian saw them, he suddenly understood the sinful obsession of humanity. When such a holy and majestic beautiful creature appears before you, it's hard not to question the Creator's favoritism. Their sanctity highlighted human filth, their strength contrasted with human insignificance, and their beauty accentuated human ugliness. Thus, they sought to seize what they lacked and destroy what they couldn't take. Best to steal their tails, live in their skin, to possess power, possess the ocean, possess immortality. Dorian had already seen some merfolk who had lost their tails. There were still traces of scales and fins on their waists, but the tails were gone, replaced by specially made metal supports holding up their upper bodies. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Dorian repeated these words over and over again. He could not escape the overwhelming feeling of guilt, hating his identity as a human and as a marine biologist. He couldn't erase the blood of the innocents that stained him. Dorian's soul was already dead from the guilt, yet his legs continued to run instinctively. The footsteps behind grew closer and closer. They were coming, shouting Dorian's name, ordering him to stop immediately. A tranquilizer needle grazed past his foot. Like a bird targeted by an arrow, Dorian ran desperately, not daring to look back. Lost in this vast space filled with merfolk tanks, he didn't know where to go until he noticed a circular opening in the corner, resembling a sewer entrance. Dorian, come here. Dorian was certain he heard someone calling him, but strangely, the voice didn't reach his ears, it seemed to come directly from his thoughts. Whatever the case, Dorian no longer hesitated. He bent down and entered, or rather, stumbled into, the opening. It was a round metallic pipe, and Dorian uncontrollably slid downward. Filled with fear, he wanted to scream but dared not be discovered, so he covered his mouth with both hands, allowing himself to fall into the abyss. Yet soon, he felt as if he landed. He fell into a pile of garbage bags, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. All around was pitch black, yet Dorian wasn't completely blind. It appeared to be an underground tunnel with several similar pipe entrances that likely connected to the surface above. As Dorian stumbled to his feet, his palm brushed against something in a plastic bag that resembled a human leg. Dorian vaguely realized this was where the labs processed their waste. All experimental refuse was funneled through pipes to this central location for disposal. Ahead lay a narrow path, so Dorian pushed through the garbage bags and struggled forward. Along the way, he tripped over something, and his hands instinctively reached out to support him, but instead, he felt several lifeless bodies beneath him, their blood still warm. A thought flickered through Dorian's mind. He began to understand why he hadn't encountered any resistance throughout his journey. Faint noises came from the tunnels, making Dorian too frightened to linger. Stumbling and bleeding, his hands drenched in blood, he fled like a desperate man running down the narrow path that resembled the devil's throat. Until... Dorian. Over here. Chapter 85. The dark passage finally reached its end, and Dorian saw Merman standing at the exit. How strange, though there was no light around, Dorian could still clearly see that it was Merman. His white overcoat was covered in dark stains. Dorian knew that was blood because he himself was in a similar state of disarray. Dorian fell into Merman's arms. He heard his own ragged breaths like those of a dying man, calling out Merman's name as if grasping for a float when drowning. By this point, Dorian's consciousness was hazy. He seemed to have said something to Merman, who looked at him with sorrow but didn't reply, or perhaps he couldn't. There wasn't much time to linger. Before those people caught up, Merman took him and plunged into the sea. Indeed, the tunnel exit led straight to a beach. Dorian only faintly realized this when he was immersed in the cold seawater. They swam for a very long time. Dorian's strength was almost completely depleted, yet Merman swam tirelessly. In the end, Merman practically held Dorian entirely while swimming. Furthermore, he remained constantly aware of Dorian's condition, giving him air whenever he noticed Dorian was short on oxygen. He resembled a fish from the sea. As the sun was about to rise from the horizon, Merman brought Dorian ashore. It was clearly a desolate coast, yet for some unknown reason, there was an aircraft. They climbed aboard the wet aircraft. Merman took out a towel prepared in advance to wrap around Dorian and helped him secure his seatbelt. We'll be there soon. Just hang on, he said, looking into Dorian's eyes, which responded with an empty gaze amid his tired gasps. Merman placed a comforting kiss on Dorian's lips and then maneuvered the aircraft into the air. Though not proficient, he steadied the shaking craft quickly and flew toward a high cliff far away. There, Dorian saw an old wooden house, seemingly an antique from several centuries ago. But considering its location, it more likely belonged to a wealthy person enjoying life close to nature. Merman led Dorian off the aircraft and entered the house. He told Dorian to sit in the living room and waited for him, filling the bathtub before summoning Dorian inside. Dorian mechanically obeyed the instruction until the warm water enveloped him, soothing his nearly frayed nerves with Merman's gentle voice. It was all right now. Dorian knew they had successfully escaped from there, they were safe. But as he stared at his palms, the places stained with blood had long been washed clean by the sea, leaving no trace behind, much like the small, insignificant, innocent lives that passed away. Dorian wanted to grasp something, save something, but he found himself powerless to do so. Observing the pilot whales desperately banging their heads against the glass of the water tank. Unable to distinguish between the limb and fishtail belonging to different victims. The feeble deformed experimental subjects inside life support systems. Those women lying in unnamed wards. The mermaids with severed tails. How much of one's conscience must be sold for a human being to commit such atrocities without remorse? Dorian still remembered the crisp sound of the huge charging interfaces hitting the ground when he unplugged the power sources of those life support machines, reminding one of the first cry of a newborn baby, yet marking the final farewell of a soul from this world. Did he really do the right thing? Dorian didn't know. Perhaps he simply did what the devils in that sanatorium would have done, pretending to be God, arbitrarily deciding the comings and goings of a life. I'm sorry. Dorian could no longer bear it. Curling up in the faded, yellowish old bathtub, he burst into tears. Merman took off his soaked shirt, his dripping hair ignored, and sat quietly on the floor beside the bathtub, silently watching over Dorian. A soft, drizzling sound gradually sounded outside the window. It started to rain. Do you hear the rain? Its drops fall heavily on the wooden eaves, tolling mournful funeral bells. Do you hear the wind? It roars from the sea, gently tapping the windowsill, reciting a dirge. Do you hear the song? It rises from the throat of a lover, singing a lullaby for the soul. Unconsciously, Dorian stopped crying. He looked at Merman seated beside him, listening to his humming of an unknown tune. His voice was very unique, deep and rich, slightly raspy, reminiscent of the sound of waves caressing pebbles when they surge onto the shore. Merman removed his hat and mask, took off his top, and revealed himself in ways Dorian never imagined. His white trousers were soaked, clinging tightly to the skin of his legs, leaving no part of their long, muscular contours hidden. When his legs intertwined, they resembled nothing so much as a beautiful fish's tail. His pale gray hair draped down his back, damp strands sticking to his pallid skin, forming alluring curves along with the contours of his toned back muscles, like tentacles about to come alive at any moment. And his handsome face, Dorian couldn't understand why he would choose to work at Robert's sanatorium. A face like his could easily make him an internet star. If Dorian had accidentally stumbled upon one of his live streams, perhaps he'd have given him some tips. Lost in these random thoughts, Dorian then found himself drowning in those deep, silver-gray eyes that seemed to be saying something, calling out for something, though Dorian had no clue what it was. Merman's song continued, his voice as enchanting as a siren's, making Dorian's gaze increasingly hazy and dazed. Who had reached out first? Dorian wasn't sure, and he didn't care. The bathtub suddenly erupted in splashes as Dorian hooked Merman's neck and pulled him into the tub. He attacked Merman's lips like a wild animal, biting desperately, as if seeking some sort of anesthetic to numb the wounds on his soul, which is exactly how Dorian felt at this moment. The water kept sloshing over the edge of the tub, rising and rocking. With one hand clinging to Merman's broad back and the other clawing at the porcelain surface, Dorian made the tub groan under the strain. He felt completely captivated by the man before him, falling into a world of silver gray, as if submerged in moonlight on the sea's surface, buoyancy lifting him upward while gravity pulled him down. The cramped bathroom echoed with unsettling sounds, making Dorian feel embarrassed, aware that he should quiet down, but unable to help himself. He was overwhelmed with pleasure. Dorian, my Dorian. Merman kept whispering Dorian's name in his ear, like casting some spell. It seemed as though he understood every single sensitive point on Dorian's body, everywhere he touched quivered uncontrollably. When Merman lightly massaged the bony ridges on Dorian's back with his fingertips, Dorian cried out involuntarily. Give it to me, Sylvie, harder. A fierce kiss cut off everything Dorian said, or tried to say. Dorian vaguely thought he might have called the wrong name, but he didn't know for sure since Merman never corrected him. As the sensations grew more intense, Dorian could no longer think. He felt as if his soul had escaped from its dirty, heavy shell, growing wings, flying toward heaven, finding freedom and release. When the water in the tub had nearly drained, Merman turned on the shower. Dorian tilted his head back, welcoming the stream of water as if standing under an endless rainstorm, purifying himself like a sinner receiving baptism in the Jordan River. The rain never stopped. Chapter 86. When Dorian woke up, it was pitch black around him. He was lying in bed, naked, and being held by someone. To be precise, he was tangled with someone. Dorian clung to the other's broad shoulders, his head against the person's chin, curled up in his arms, with one of Dorian's legs even resting on the other's thigh. Incidentally, the other person was also completely bare. Dorian's first reaction was that he should pretend to be an experienced player and start his day by casually giving his wild night lover a good morning kiss. But instead, he felt utterly embarrassed by his own liberated, sleeping posture, causing his whole body to stiffen. Worse still, he remembered everything that happened in the bathroom before sleep, making it hard for him to imagine that last night's decadent figure was himself. But soon he had no time to dwell on this. Dorian didn't wake up comfortably after getting enough rest. It was the malfunctioning parts of his body that dragged him out of sleep. Having escaped from the sanatorium, he hadn't taken any painkillers all day. As expected, his lungs, legs, dry skin, spine, oh yes, and some areas overused during the night, all began protesting to his brain in the form of sharp pains. Dorian did his best to avoid recalling those terrifying experiences from the previous night at the sanatorium and focused instead on his first crazy experience with merman. The latter acted as an anesthetic, numbing his nerves and avoiding unnecessary suffering, which made him feel better. "Where are you going?" As soon as Dorian flipped over, he was embraced from behind. A deep and sexy male voice echoed in his ear, overly seductive, leaving Dorian unable to defend himself. I'm just going to the toilet, I'll be right back." Dorian quickly gave merman a kiss and hurriedly fled to the bathroom, nearly falling along the way because of the slippery floor. "Dorian, are you alright?" Merman's voice came through the door. "Damn. Oh, I'm fine," Dorian said nervously. He almost couldn't bear to look closely at the bathroom because they had done it in every corner, especially the bathtub. Even though merman had cleaned everything thoroughly, Dorian's mind automatically filled in disturbing scenes. After roughly cleaning himself, Dorian hesitated for a moment while staring at the bathtub, then decided to fill it with hot water and sit inside. Just as he had imagined, the warm water felt like a mother's embrace, soothing his fragile body. Dorian felt much better, his legs barely hurt anymore, and his skin stopped itching. If merman didn't object, he wanted to stay in the water forever. However, after the physical discomfort subsided, mental wounds flared up again. Dorian sat alone in this small space, involuntarily remembering the severed limbs, artificially stitched experimental bodies, and tailless mermaids. Those painful wails seemed to still linger in his ears. Dorian gradually started feeling dizzy, ringing in his ears, and even began feeling nauseous. He desperately tried to forget these memories, but those painful ones branded his soul like a red-hot iron, marking him as a sinner. "May I come in?" Merman knocked on the door outside, his voice breaking Dorian's self-tormenting state. He suddenly became clear-headed, and those terrible memories receded like the tide, saving Dorian. Since they had already shared their most intimate moments, there was no reason for Dorian to refuse. "Of course," he said after adjusting his emotions. Dorian originally wanted to hug his knees to cover certain key areas, but then he thought doing so might seem too shy, like a love-innocent little girl. So before Merman entered, he chose to give up entirely and sprawl out completely in the bathtub. Merman wasn't wearing a shirt, holding a tray with food and medicine in his hand. He pushed open the door and stepped into the steam-filled small bathroom. His steps paused when he saw Dorian's movements. Naturally, Dorian could not see from Merman's perspective. He noticed the other staring at his leg dangling outside the bathtub and pulled it back uncomfortably. If the tiles in the bathroom were smoother or if the bathtub faced a mirror, Dorian would have been able to see how he looked right now. He assumed that he must look unrecognizable due to the torture of illness, so he always felt a bit embarrassed under Merman's gaze. However, the reality was quite different. Dorian's skin had turned into a cold white and of course under the soaking of hot water, they appeared with a light pinkish hue. But overall, he had become much whiter than in the past, which was especially noticeable when compared to the slightly yellowish old bathtub. Additionally, because this small bathtub didn't have enough volume for an adult male to lie down comfortably, Dorian's hands and feet hung over the edges of the tub, showcasing long curves. His figure was extremely graceful, if you carefully observed, compared to the proportions of ordinary people, his limbs seemed subtly longer. Moreover, Dorian's hair had grown considerably and was nearly reaching his shoulders. He thought about cutting them soon, but little did he know that when those strands, which annoyed him so much, clung to his cheeks, they gave his originally handsome face a touch of allure. When all these elements were combined, they formed a charm that lovers might find hard to resist. Dorian naturally knew none of this. He allowed Merman to enter the bathroom and approach his bathtub. "Because of the rush, I only managed to prepare some compressed biscuits and sugar. If you want something else, I'll go out later. Here are also painkillers and water." Merman held the tray up to Dorian, looking as composed as ever, seemingly not bothered by Dorian's naked body. "Thank you." Compared to the food, Dorian needed the painkillers more, so he took the medicine first, then shared a piece of compressed biscuit with Merman. "This is for you, my food is outside," said Merman, but when Dorian handed the biscuit to him, he didn't refuse. He bit where Dorian had bitten, enlarging the circle of teeth marks. "I'm not very hungry." Dorian indeed lacked appetite despite having expended much energy due to certain experiences he preferred not to mention. Besides, dry compressed biscuits were hardly appetizing. "Do you like fish? I can go catch some from the sea tomorrow." Merman looked at Dorian's slightly puffed cheek, with a faint smile in his eyes. "You'd better not go anywhere," Dorian said anxiously. "We're on the run, aren't we?" What if we're found? Alright, I won't go anywhere. Merman promised, his grey eyes shining with tenderness. His tone relaxed, demeanor at ease. It was as though he and Dorian weren't on the run but enjoying their honeymoon after marriage. Merman always had a certain magic that could easily sway Dorian's mood, and at this moment, Dorian no longer felt anxious. He briefly cast off both past and future worries, focusing solely on the present with Merman by his side. Under the gaze of those mysterious silver-grey eyes, Dorian felt deeply loved. A thick sweetness enveloped Dorian's heart, as if his veins flowed with syrup. Dorian felt his ears burning red. Being inexperienced in matters of love, this was his first cohabitation with his lover. Dorian was unsure how to handle the current scene. What kind of sweet words should he say now? Or just directly kiss the person before him? It couldn't possibly be merely staring foolishly at the other person, right? Fortunately, after Dorian finished the compressed biscuit, Merman broke the silence. Seating himself on the edge of Dorian's bathtub, he asked, "Do you still feel any pain anywhere? I can give you a checkup, if you wish." Merman's voice was soft, carrying that unique huskiness, lightly blowing over Dorian's sails and inadvertently adjusting his direction. The water temperature in the bathtub wasn't as hot as at the start. Had the latitude been higher, Dorian might have caught a cold from taking a lukewarm bath, but now the temperature suited him perfectly because his insides had already begun to boil. Fixing his eyes on that pair of pure silver-grey orbs, Dorian, unwilling to show weakness, said, "Certainly, I need it," despite the crimson flush staining his cheeks thoroughly. This certainly couldn't count as a proper physical examination. No doctor would perform a check without wearing a shirt, nor would any patient sit bare in a bathtub during inspection. Even though a certain part of Dorian's body was still sore, he couldn't refuse Merman's invitation. He even suspected himself to have fallen under the spell of the other, otherwise, how could he explain his obsession? However, much to Dorian's surprise, Merman conducted himself properly. He was indeed fulfilling the duties of a doctor, checking Dorian according to the routine procedures of the sanatorium, first Dorian's eyes, then his teeth, ears, thyroid, spine. He even examined Dorian's fingernails. It was clear that Merman had no intention of starting anything. This left Dorian dispirited, slumping back into the bathtub and adjusting his posture to avoid pressing against the bone spurs on his back. He glared at Merman with a rather dissatisfied look. "Can we finish this now, doctor? And your legs?" Merman placed his hand into the bathtub, breaking through the lukewarm water to grasp Dorian's ankle. Just like their first encounter in the ward, he began moving upward along Dorian's leg bone. Passing the knee bend, he forcefully suppressed Dorian's struggle and continued upwards. "Does it hurt?" Merman leaned forward, kissing Dorian's earlobe before nibbling on it. Dorian finally realized that this was all intentional. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "That's enough." Dorian started regretting provoking him, because as he stared at the strong thighs beneath the man's pants, memories resurfaced of how vigorous this man had been atop him. Dorian's breathing rhythm was entirely disrupted. He grabbed Merman's wrist, trying to stop him from proceeding further. The result, however, was that Merman took Dorian's own hand and placed it upon himself, handling it much like a flight control panel. Though not entirely adept initially, Merman soon mastered the technique of manipulating Dorian and transported him to an incredible paradise. Afterward, Dorian settled down in this rustic little villa, commencing a cohabitation life with Merman. Deliberately evading any mention of the events that occurred at the sanatorium, they chose to live without reminders. This villa reportedly belonged to Merman's great-grandfather's generation, built specifically for its owner to escape the complexities of modern life, situated at the edge of a remote mountain. Even if Magmendi had significant influence, it would be challenging to find them here within a short time frame. They could use this opportunity to rest and recuperate for a few days before considering future plans. However, the place was more retro than Dorian had anticipated. Aside from basic utilities and necessary living facilities, there were no other modern intelligent devices. Fortunately, clothing and sustenance weren't concerns, as Merman had prepared comfortable clothes, along with an adequate supply of compressed biscuits and nutritional paste. Such a lifestyle made Dorian feel as though he were stranded on a deserted island at sea. With no means to receive or send information to the outside world, it was, ironically, a good thing. He didn't want to be found and wasn't interested in the current news of the world. Thus, during these days at the villa, Dorian mainly focused on eating, sleeping, and making love with Merman. Dorian couldn't help but admit that their bodies fit together perfectly. They were simply inseparable. Sometimes just a glance could ignite a burning passion, which was truly unbelievable since Dorian had always considered himself sexually indifferent up until this point. Merman, this enigmatic man, his family background, his past experiences, why he possessed his own flight vehicle, owned this house, and why he was willing to abandon everything for Dorian, remained a complete mystery to Dorian. He felt their love seemed completely based on an illusion. During the days they spent in the villa, Merman and Dorian never communicated via terminal or connected with the outside world, disregarded work at the sanatorium, and showed no concern about bringing calamity upon their families due to helping Dorian escape. Merman remained solely focused on accompanying Dorian, as though the latter were the sole meaning of his existence. This made Dorian somewhat uneasy despite enjoying these pleasant days. Dorian knew he must find a proper moment to have a sincere conversation with Merman. Discuss themselves, discuss their present situation, and discuss their future. He could sense Merman was quite willing to engage in such discussions, waiting patiently for Dorian to be ready. So, one evening after another bout of passionate lovemaking, Dorian carefully chose his opening topic. "Are you not planning to go home and check on your family?" he asked Merman. "Your parents will worry." Chapter 87. My parents are not on this continent. Merman kissed Dorian's fingertips. After each intimate moment, he became especially clingy, insisting on kissing every part of Dorian before stopping, like a puppy eager to mark its territory. Dorian was somewhat surprised. "Are they in the Eastern Alliance?" Merman responded vaguely. Dorian turned his head in the darkness, curiously staring at Merman. "So you came to the Western Alliance alone?" After all, Merman looked so young, Dorian bet his age didn't exceed 25. "No, there are many of my clan here," Merman said as he began to kiss Dorian's arms. Clan, a rather archaic term. Dorian guessed that Merman must come from an ancient noble family, possibly one with a centuries-old aristocratic bloodline, and these families were usually very wealthy, a rather harsh fact. Like Magmundi's ancestors, rich people earning money was as easy as picking apples. They didn't even have to lift their hands because gravity would naturally make the apples fall into their palms. So it made perfect sense that Merman could freely come to the Western Alliance, own an antique villa and a flying machine, without worrying about work or money. However, while Merman could afford the cost of fleeing with Dorian, whether Dorian should accept it without guilt was another matter. In fact, Dorian had been trying to find ways to repay Merman, but right now he had nothing except his own body. Compared to Merman's flawless physique, Dorian felt more like the one benefiting from the relationship, especially considering that he might be mutating into some kind of monster. Dorian found himself completely trapped in a dilemma. On one hand, he didn't want to burden Merman, who should enjoy a better future instead of hiding on desolate mountains with Dorian, never knowing what Magmundi might do. On the other hand, if Dorian left Merman, how would that differ from being an ungrateful person? Dorian cautiously said to Merman, if you get tired of your current life, you can always leave. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, you've done enough already. From now on, I can handle myself. Ow. Merman bit Dorian's shoulder hard. His hands had just been caressing Dorian's waist and legs, but the next instant they entwined around Dorian like vines, holding him tightly. "Dorian, you're thinking of abandoning me again." The pain was accompanied by passionate kisses, those words seemingly triggering a violent side in Merman. His actions grew rough, as if he wanted to crush Dorian into his embrace. "Dorian, you're thinking of leaving me again." Dorian didn't think too much about the "again" in Merman's statement. He knew Merman's previous relationship ended with his partner abandoning him. Eager to distance himself from the irresponsible ex, Dorian swore, "How could I abandon you? Without you, I'd still be suffering in that accursed hell. I swear to God, I've never had such thoughts." Merman calmed down slightly. He rubbed his head against Dorian's shoulder, a completely affectionate gesture, though it seemed a bit comical given Merman's over 2-meter tall and robust frame. Yet, his tone was filled with sadness. "Dorian, you will never understand what you mean to me. Don't leave me, please." Of course, Dorian didn't understand. Look at him, penniless, jobless, estranged from his family, pursued by others, plagued with illness, and potentially turning into a monster. He couldn't comprehend why Merman cherished him so intensely, as if they'd loved each other for centuries. Dorian wanted to ask Merman why, but a chilling sense of familiarity blocked his throat. "Please." Such a familiar tone. It seemed that long ago, someone else had frequently pleaded with Dorian like this, yet he couldn't remember anything. Those 5 years of memories seemed to have been completely erased from his mind. If Dorian's life were a diary with detailed records, the pages between the years 2351 to 2356 had been mercilessly torn out by an invisible hand, leaving only some jagged edges behind. Dorian could only faintly feel the traces of the lost past by touching those edges. The doctors at the rehabilitation center showed no concern about his amnesia. Magmundi abandoned him, and even Merman never asked about it, as if no one cared about the missing memories, not even Dorian himself, who often forgot this matter. But were those past memories truly unimportant? Why had he lost his memory? And why had he become a test subject in that rehabilitation center? Dorian vaguely felt like he knew the answers, but what exactly were they? Dorian fell silent, which made Merman quite uneasy. He started tormenting Dorian over and over again, forcing Dorian to repeatedly promise never to leave him. They soon moved from the bed to the bathroom. Merman especially liked the bathroom, and even more so under the shower stream where he would claim Dorian as his own. Dorian's legs felt more relaxed in the water, which was why most of their intimate moments occurred in the bathtub instead of the bedroom. When Dorian returned to bed utterly exhausted, dawn was already breaking. Perhaps the new light outside the window gave him a bit of strength. Curling up in Merman's arms, Dorian asked a question. "Do you believe there is such a thing as a soul in this world?" This question might have been too profound, and Merman didn't respond immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at Dorian intently, as if observing his expression. Dorian knew he was worried about him, perhaps pondering his words carefully so as not to touch on something Dorian didn't wish to discuss, his experience in the rehabilitation center. But Dorian had a self-torturing kind of stubbornness now. He wanted to rip open his own wounds, of course, in a gentler way. I mean, if one day I die, will my soul remain in this world? Or will it vanish along with my body? Merman remained silent for a while. Dorian was almost ready to abandon the topic because deep down, what he truly wanted to ask was, could those deceased subjects find peace after death? Would they be able to seek revenge for themselves, or could they ever forgive Dorian for turning off their life support machines without their consent? But these questions were ones Merman certainly couldn't answer. However, Merman said firmly, I believe in the existence of souls. Dorian turned in surprise to look at him, their gazes meeting in the hazy morning light. If you die, your soul will turn into a little fish back in the sea, and I'll find you, Dorian. No matter what form you take, no matter where you go, I'll always find you. Merman murmured hoarsely, placing Dorian's hand over his chest and then passionately kissing Dorian's lips. When an overwhelming surge of love has no outlet, it spills out through the crack between two pairs of lips, flooding into the lover's chest cavity. That pounding heartbeat is the rhythm of proof. Dorian knew he should be thoroughly swept away by this kiss, but a sudden thought slipped out of his mouth uncontrollably. So do you believe in the sea god cult? What an awful way to spoil the mood. Dorian immediately wished he could bite his tongue off after asking this question, but since he'd already brought it up, all he could do was try to mitigate the damage. Sorry. I don't have any bias against religion, it's just. You mentioned turning back into a fish in the sea, so I suddenly wondered, Yes, Dorian remembered how Merman once spoke about certain ideological differences he had with his ex. If these differences stemmed from religious beliefs, it would be perfectly understandable. Dorian became cautious, knowing from past examples that he must avoid this pitfall. Not that sea god cult, Merman replied, clearly dissatisfied but still choosing to address Dorian's question. We never promote ending human lives in the ocean. We just believe humans should return to the sea. What's the difference? Dorian sincerely asked. Humans don't have gills, entering the sea will drown them very quickly. The sea does not kill anyone. The sea is the mother who gives birth to life. Merman grew agitated, seemingly struggling to explain some concepts but unable to articulate them properly. Alright, let me rephrase that. Dorian stroked Merman's spine to soothe his emotions. Suppose humans won't drown when they enter the sea, what happens then? They transform into fish. Merman's tone was resolute again, and Dorian could tell that Merman wasn't simply reciting dogma from the sea god cult, he believed in these things wholeheartedly. We were all originally fish, and we will turn back into fish when we return to the sea. Merman earnestly explained to Dorian. An interesting theory. Dorian laughed, adopting a playful tone, then will we grow tails and become mere people? Some will, some won't. Merman held Dorian's hand and kissed it gently. You will, I will, we will, they won't. Merman deliberately emphasized the word they, and Dorian understood he was referring to the devils from the rehabilitation center. From another perspective, Merman was comforting Dorian, letting him know that bad people would eventually receive punishment. Dorian knew this was just a sweet comfort between lovers, but he still felt somewhat consoled. Curiously, he pressed on, then what will they turn into? They will become nutrients, food for other marine creatures, sustaining the entire ocean. Merman's silver-gray eyes sparkled beautifully in the rising sun, his voice soft and unhurried, as if narrating a bedtime fairy tale. The sea will judge every soul, preserving the pure and kind, cleansing the dirty and evil, only the sea can do this. Suddenly, his tone turned cold and harsh, any attempt to imitate, usurp, or violate this power will surely end in failure. Fascinated by Merman's description, Dorian summarized his words, so your point is, only the sea can transform humans into merfolk, no human technology can ever create a man-made merperson. Yes. Merman nodded and began to pout at Dorian, rubbing his cheek against Dorian's palm repeatedly. So don't feel guilty, Dorian. Those, human merfolk, wouldn't have lasted long anyway, you simply gave them an early release. They'll be reborn in the sea. A heavy burden that had been weighing on his chest was gently lifted. Dorian squeezed his eyes shut tightly to hold back the moisture welling up. He knew this was just the claim of the sea god cult, this was merely his lover's consolation, yet he still felt a sense of relief. A whip lashing at his soul disappeared, the shackles binding his hands and feet were tenderly opened, and all wounds were carefully tended to. Thank you, Merman, thank you. Dorian and Merman spent 6 tranquil days in this rustic little villa. On the 7th night, with light rain falling from the sky, Dorian suddenly woke up from a dream and immediately reached out for Merman beside him. He found Merman had already gripped his hand. Shoo, Dorian, we probably need to leave here. Chapter 88. Dorian had foreseen this situation long ago, though it mainly started from yesterday when Merman went out to buy him some painkillers. Dorian's painkillers were all used up. Although Merman had indeed prepared a large pile of medication for him in advance, there were only very few that could actually relieve the pain. Dorian suspected that when Merman stole these drugs from the sanatorium, he didn't carefully read the instructions. Dorian's poor physical condition undoubtedly added difficulty to their escape plan. Without painkillers, Dorian simply couldn't leave the bathtub. His body would start reacting as soon as it left the water, agonizing pain, unbearable itching, and he couldn't even manage to have a proper sleep. Dorian had a terrifying thought, since he was treated like an experimental subject at the sanatorium, was it possible that he had been injected with something like a mermaid serum and was transforming into one? And assuming Merman's arguments were correct, humans couldn't use technological means to create a man-made mermaid, so Dorian's fate could only be death. After all, in those terrible laboratories, there were only pseudo-mermaids forcibly attached with tails, indicating that they fundamentally couldn't naturally cause humans to grow tails through normal means. They preferred the absurd theory of grafting tails. The other night, Dorian was curled up in Merman's arms, asking if he was about to die. Merman firmly said no. "I'm a doctor, Dorian, you need to trust me. You're getting better, it just takes time." Because of Dorian's weakness, Merman had no choice but to leave the cabin and head toward the city by flying machine to buy painkillers for Dorian. Dorian didn't know how he got the money without access to a terminal, but eventually he returned with a huge stockpile of medicine, enough for Dorian to last 6 months. However, leaving also meant exposing their location. Though Dorian wasn't sure how far this place was from the sanatorium, given Magimendi's wealth and resources, Dorian knew they would always find a way here. Thus, just moments ago, Dorian was awakened by the chaotic noise of helicopter blades. Although it was still faint, masked by the rain, Dorian's ears immediately caught it. By the way, Dorian noticed that recently his vision had become overly acute. He could even see the pattern on the wings of a cricket outside the window in the dark. According to their earlier agreement, Merman gave Dorian a nod, and they began their move, first quickly packing up themselves, then taking the waterproof package they had prepared earlier, and finally crawling out of the bathroom window together. The flying machine was obviously no longer usable. There was a secret path behind the house surrounded by dense grass leading straight down the mountain. However, to hide their figures, they temporarily hid behind a large rock, waiting quietly for the plane to land. Not long after they left, the helicopter's lights swept across the entire hilltop and quickly locked onto the wooden cabin villa. Dorian clutched Merman's hand, both holding their breath while hiding behind the rocks, paying close attention to what was happening behind them. Amidst the rustling sound of falling rain, Dorian vaguely heard some murmurs. It was the people on the plane reporting their findings. Soon, the plane landed beside the wooden cabin. Several dark figures swiftly entered the house from different directions. Minutes later, they came back out through the front door, one of them speaking into the walkie-talkie. "We found traces of life, and there's a flying machine. They just left not long ago, it's likely our target. We'll continue searching nearby." By this point, Merman and Dorian had already made their way down the mountain along the trail. Before those people discovered their escape route, they had already dived into the sea. Their next destination was a coastal city, because the best way to hide a drop of water is to merge it into the ocean. Merman mentioned that his distant uncle and aunt's house was in Iron City nearby. Swimming over would take about 2 or 3 hours. Dorian was unsure if his strength could hold out for such a long distance, but Merman assured him, saying that if he felt tired, he could climb onto Merman's back, and Merman would surely carry him safely to land. Of course, Dorian refused. He didn't want to be a burden and tried his best to keep up with Merman's pace. The nighttime seawater was colder than expected, but after adapting, its chill became gentle. Dorian adjusted his breathing, focusing on Merman ahead and continuing to swim. Because Dorian had been passionate about conquering the sea since childhood, he was quite confident in his swimming skills. But when he saw the way Merman swam, he immediately felt ashamed. On the night he fled from the sanatorium, he hadn't paid attention, but now Dorian finally had an intuitive appreciation for Merman's graceful posture in the water. He was as flexible as a mermaid, just a slight kick of his legs could carry him far. He knew the temperament of water well, thus moving forward in it with ease. From Dorian's perspective, he could see the curve formed by the person ahead on the sea surface. The sea indulged him, allowing him to enter and leave freely. After swimming a distance, Merman would turn back to confirm Dorian's position. Concerned about Dorian's physical condition, he continuously asked if Dorian needed help. Although somewhat breathless, Dorian believed he could continue. Poseidon favored them as they were going with the current. For how long had they swum? The sky gradually brightened, but the rain showed no sign of weakening. The sun was struggling to be born behind the dark clouds. Dorian and Merman were about to reach Iron City, where a steel forest, half submerged in seawater, kept growing larger in Dorian's fluctuating vision. But things weren't going as smoothly as they had hoped. Before even getting close to the city, the buzzing of some boats and helicopters reached their ears first. Those were not the kind of transportation ordinary citizens would use. Judging by their appearance, they were military. Military ships and planes were monitoring the coastal areas of Iron City, obviously searching for something. Dorian was momentarily stunned in the water. He didn't think his disappearance would cause Magimendi to mobilize the military, but whether or not he was the target of their investigation, when they swam into the city from the sea, they would inevitably be discovered and treated as suspicious characters. The only thing to be thankful for was that it was still raining. The raindrops created shallow pits on the calm sea surface, making their movements less conspicuous. Compared to Dorian, Merman appeared extremely calm. He exposed half of his face from the sea surface, gesturing to Dorian, implying that the next leg of their journey required them to dive underwater and reduce the frequency of breathing. Dorian was still hesitating, but when Merman looked at him with those gentle silver-gray eyes and extended his hand, Dorian cast away all doubts and firmly gripped that hand. The nearest building to the beach was still quite far. Dorian could hold his breath for at most 5 minutes, but reaching that building would require at least a half-hour swim, not to mention the need to carefully avoid patrols by boats and helicopters along the way. Yet, Merman seemed to have noticed Dorian's worry. Underwater, he tightly held Dorian's hand and occasionally turned back to give him a smile. Dorian couldn't help but admit that the sight of Merman smiling and turning back under the water mesmerized him, causing every worry in his mind to retreat whenever he focused on Merman. In this dangerous unknown sea area, someone clutched Dorian's anchor, preventing his little boat rocking on the sea surface from wandering aimlessly. All he needed to do was look ahead, and everything would naturally fall into place. Dorian's strength was almost depleted. He estimated he could last 5 minutes without taking a breath, but in reality, 2 minutes was already his limit. He shook Merman's hand, signaling that he needed to surface for air. But Merman acted faster than him. He parted the water currents, tilting towards Dorian's direction, and placed his hand on Dorian's head. In a gentle yet unrefusable manner, he kissed Dorian, mainly to pass air to him, while giving himself a bit of a reward. Dorian didn't know how Merman managed to do it, but throughout the process, he almost only took 2 or 3 breaths. Meanwhile, he passed air to Dorian multiple times, yet he still showed no signs of fatigue. Thanks to Merman, Dorian remained submerged under the sea, feeling that they were gradually approaching the city because he noticed the seawater becoming increasingly murky. It floated disgusting foam, various oddly shaped seaweeds mixed with garbage covered the surface. The creatures that moved like jellyfish were plastic bags, the plants that swayed like seaweed were cables. Plastic products, small metal tools, all kinds of filled the near-sea area of the city. Of course, you could still see some marine creatures here and there, such as schools of small fish and turtles. But compared to the living ones, you probably saw more of their carcasses. No living being could survive safely in this part of the sea. As for humans, they certainly wouldn't fare any better either, although the self-proclaimed title of Master of Nature might allow them to hold out a bit longer. It did nothing to stop discovering chunks of human limbs among the pile of marine waste. No one cared how they died. After all, there were plenty willing to jump into the sea in the name of the sea god's teaching every day. Prolonged immersion in such seawater would undoubtedly facilitate the spread of disease, but luckily Dorian and Merman would only stay in the water for a short period of time. As Dorian cautiously avoided the trash in the ocean, they had already reached the entrance of a building. Taking advantage of no one paying attention this way, they quickly surfaced and slipped inside, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the ground before hiding in the dim emergency passage. They hadn't arrived at their final destination yet. It was unsuitable for fleeing during the day, and Dorian's stamina was almost depleted. They had to rest and regroup before continuing. Dorian was now leaning against Merman, gasping for breath non-stop. He could even detect a faint trace of blood in his breathing. "Dorian, are you all right?" Merman cupped his lover's cheeks, pushing the wet hair behind his ears. With great difficulty, Dorian nodded. Exhausted and barely able to speak, when he looked up at Merman, the grey blue of his eyes sparkled with determination, like the sea surface glistening after the rain. He asked Merman in return, "Are you all right?" Merman stared at him greedily. "I'm fine, better than ever." After a brief exchange of glances, they both burst into laughter suddenly. A strange yet perfectly natural joy. They shared a light kiss, then embraced tightly. Despite the dampness on their bodies, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Like 2 small fish forced to flee on the mainland, in this dusty old emergency passage, they used the remaining water droplets on their bodies to moisten each other's scales. At this moment, the world seemed to revolve around just the 2 of them. Chapter 89. For the lower-class commoners, there is no such thing as good or bad timing. When the economy slumps, they can't make money. When it booms, the high prices steal away whatever they earn. Ken Lade, the security manager of the AH-16 building, tightened his belt and slowly strolled along the corridor of the 58th underwater level of the building. He had just completed a pleasant little deal, which not only satisfied some personal desires but also increased the number in his personal account by a few digits, though just a few. Thinking about having to repay the loan for the house in Lynn City at the end of the month made him furious. This was all his wife's fault, that short-sighted fool. No matter how high the altitude now, once the tidal wave strikes, all land will sink into the ocean. What was the point of buying that house? They should have rented an apartment nearby. Look at this building, long abandoned anyway, why bother with rent? And this was far from over. There were plenty more expenses ahead: electricity, water, internet fees, maintenance for the flying vehicle, children's tuition, the family's marine disease insurance. Earning money, spending it, earning more, then spending again. They were like pitiful ants, busy moving rich people's money from one pocket to another, and themselves. Ha! A patrol boat slowly passed by the window, and Ken Lade spat out, cursing the union administration under his breath. Originally, his family lived on the top floor of this building. With the inheritance left by his wife's parents, they could have lived comfortably, but now the administration used the excuse of preventing attacks from unknown marine creatures to drive out almost all residents in the coastal area of Ain City. Of course, their wording was, evacuation. But Ken Lade had his own judgment. He knew what those big shots wanted to do. What nonsense about unknown marine creatures, it was all an excuse. They just wanted to build military facilities in Ain City so they could fight with the Eastern Alliance and seize resources from the Pacific Ocean. Everyone already talked about this in underground military forums. Every day, the news broadcasted that hydrological weather stations were destroyed, officially claiming it was done by marine creatures. Rubbish. It was actually sabotage by agents sent from the Eastern Alliance, and those big shots refused to admit their incompetence. Why must the faults of the higher-ups always be borne by the common folk? Drip, drip. Ken Lade glanced at the terminal alarm and rolled his eyes heavily. Intruders had breached this building again, currently 2 floors above him in the emergency staircase. How many times was this month? Damn it. Those sea refugees who sneak across the borders were like rats, you could never get rid of them. Merman suddenly lowered his head, looking down at the stairs leading to the underwater area, and soon Dorian also sensed it. Footsteps, someone was coming up from downstairs. It seemed their luck had run out. Given the height of the entire building, hardly anyone would choose to use the emergency stairs to reach the exit. The dust around indicated that this place was rarely used, so these footsteps most likely targeted them. Dorian gave Merman a slight nod of the chin, and Merman immediately understood his meaning. They started walking upstairs. In Dorian's plan, they could climb to the rooftop of this building, where a large number of sea disaster refugees resided because of rising sea levels. Homeless, they could only live and beg on the rooftop. Dorian and Merman could blend in with the refugees on the rooftop and hide among them. After all, it was raining now, so they wouldn't need any cover to hide their damp clothing. A pretty feasible plan. After a brief rest, Dorian regained some energy, and they began running upstairs, making sure to take detours to shake off the pursuers. However, after bringing them here, Lady Luck completely abandoned them. When Dorian led Merman to the entrance of the rooftop and carefully peeked out through the door crack, he was shocked to find the rooftop completely empty. Not only that, when he looked at other rooftops, there was no sign of any refugee gatherings either. The rooftop, slum, of Ain City had vanished. Dorian was very certain this wasn't due to the information gap caused by his lost 5 years of memory. He still remembered reading about refugees falling from rooftops just recently while he still had access to his terminal. The disappearance of the slums must have happened recently. Through the door seam, Dorian noticed helicopters hovering overhead. He couldn't confirm if the disappearance of the refugees was related to military action, but regardless, the rooftop was no longer an option. As a result, they retreated back to the corridor on the top floor and considered their next move. At that moment, they heard the elevator in operation, and someone was ascending to their level via the elevator. Dorian immediately decided to leave with Merman through the emergency passage. However, their trackers seemed to have anticipated their every move, as even after deliberately weaving through numerous corridors and passing rows of apartment doors in an attempt to shake them off, they were still being followed. Gradually, Dorian began to feel something odd. The footsteps in his ears became clearer, those were the clicks of leather shoes stepping on metal floors. Dorian could even pick up the small sound of heels scraping against the floor, but if his hearing was sharp enough to catch such a slight noise, why hadn't he heard any sounds from behind all the doors of residents' lives? In this era, people no longer need to go out to work frequently, and all social entertainment activities have been shifted online. By now, it was already fully bright outside, it was time for people either to wake up or to sleep. There was no way this building could be so quiet. Dorian finally realized that this building probably didn't have many residents left. By this point, they had entered another side's emergency passage. After circling around several times, they stopped at level 134, listening quietly. Dorian thought they had shaken off their pursuers. But soon enough, the footsteps sounded nearby again, and it seemed like glue, impossible to get rid of. Merman pointed to the ceiling, and Dorian looked up to see the red signal light in the corner of the hallway. It was surveillance. Damn it, do we have to abandon this building? Dorian was perplexed, but Merman shook his head calmly. Only one person, I'll deal with him. There can't be too much noise, this building is too quiet. And if he calls the police, those planes outside will come very quickly. Merman took Dorian's hand and kissed it, and when he looked up at Dorian, his silver-gray eyes emitted a faint fluorescence. Leave it to me. Ken Lade swore he'd never met such energetic stowaways. They were usually sea storm refugees who had committed some crime in one city and swam to smuggle themselves into another coastal city. But they were often exhausted due to long time underwater swimming, and Ken Lade always caught them easily, then extorted some money. If they wanted to live here for a while, they had to give him extra fees daily. That was the rule he made for AH-16 building. However, Ken Lade had been chasing them for nearly an hour. Those damn stowaways were still trying to escape him, which was extremely annoying. Now, they had stopped moving near the elevator on the 134th level. Flashing town. Ken Lade tightened the electric baton in his hand and walked into the elevator, pressing the button marked with 134. We'll see about that. Soon, the elevator reached its destination and opened the door. Ken Lade prepared to lash the baton on their faces, teach them a lesson harshly, and take everything they had. But he completely underestimated the stature of the two men across from him. Hey! Who are you? I'm the security manager of this building. The management bureau forbids anyone to live in this building, and you're disobeying orders. They were two extremely tall, well-built young men. Ken Lade had to look up when speaking to them. If the golden brown-haired man was slightly leaner, Ken Lade might handle him with difficulty, but the gray-haired man beside him made Ken Lade worry whether a punch would finish him off. But what mattered was his demeanor. Speak up. Hand over your terminal account passwords if you don't want me to report you and give me your backpacks. Ken Lade waved his baton, pretending to be brave. He was sure the brown-haired man was scared because he shifted his gaze to the gray-haired man next to him. Wait. Ken Lade suddenly stared hard at Dorian. Hey, you. You're not the one from the news. You. Merman didn't let him finish. Dorian didn't know how he did it, but Merman merely snapped his fingers and tilted his head, and the short fat man claiming to be the building security guard suddenly froze in place, as though something had snatched his senses away, his eyes entirely hollow. Go back. You saw nothing, nothing happened, you just slept through a whole night. Merman said softly, his deep hoarse voice resembling the enchantment of a sea monster. Just a few ordinary words, but Dorian doubted if the other would obediently follow. This trick actually worked because the security indeed returned to the elevator, heading downstairs. The crisis was so easily resolved, Dorian exhaled deeply. Just as he turned to say something to Merman, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the slanted opposite apartment door. A pair of black eyes were peering at them fearfully from the crack. Dorian's limbs reacted faster than his brain. He rushed forward and forced the door open before it was shut in his face, holding it firmly. Without waiting for Dorian to speak, Merman quickly joined him, making the confrontation utterly one-sided. They easily broke into the apartment. Although it was highly unethical, there was no choice. The man with black eyes had witnessed everything that just happened and saw both Dorian's and Merman's faces. Given the reaction of the security guard, Dorian was likely someone who had appeared on the news. There was no way they could let this situation go unchecked. The moment Dorian stepped inside the room, he was nearly overwhelmed by the foul smell caused by the messy, unsanitary conditions. The black-eyed man seemed to be a live streamer. Against the wall was an inexpensive neural computer setup along with some filming equipment. On the floor, amidst the discarded trash from his daily life, were also piles of clothing and props, indicating he might also have been among those who paid bribes to the security manager in exchange for staying here secretly. However, the resistance from the black-eyed man proved fiercer than Dorian expected. Suddenly, he dashed towards the window and screamed at the helicopters hovering outside. Help! Help! Although Merman quickly knocked him out, the helicopter still came hurtling towards them. My God, we've got to come up with a plan. Dorian paced nervously. Dealing with military personnel wasn't simple, and even though Merman had hypnotic abilities, there was no way he could hypnotize an entire group simultaneously. If they fled now, it would only raise further suspicion. Amidst Dorian's anxiety, he completely failed to notice the bloodthirsty red glint in Merman's eyes. Suddenly, something caught Dorian's peripheral vision, a few wigs lying on the ground. His fist clenched in sudden inspiration. I've got it. Not long after, several uniformed individuals burst into the room. The door had been left unlocked, and each carried a gun. Good morning. Anyone home? We're patrol officers. We heard a distress call earlier. The security guard said everything is fine, but, oh, my goodness, this is. The so-called patrol officers froze in shock as their eyes landed on the scene before them. In the disordered room sat a large bed, where 3 people, 2 men and a woman, all unclothed, lay sprawled across it. One man, blindfolded and gagged with a ball knot, was unconscious. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman sat atop a blonde-haired man, clearly in the midst of an intimate act. This level of explicitness was usually reserved for secret subscription-only websites. Seeing the intruders, the woman shrieked and hurriedly hid herself in the embrace of the man, her long hair covering her back, exposing only her rounded buttocks and slender legs. The blonde man, however, rudely barked at them, "Get out." The officers exchanged awkward glances, realizing the cry for help must have been part of their private foreplay. Hope you enjoy your time, but just to remind you, it's dangerous around here. You'd better gather your stuff and leave this building as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Dorian held tightly onto Merman's neck, afraid to make a sound, for fear that the group of patrolling police officers would notice his voice was much deeper than any woman's. Although they had left the room, by the sound of footsteps, it seemed they hadn't gone far. Instead, they cautiously hid outside the door, listening carefully for any noise inside the room. Their doubts were not entirely erased yet. Thus, this act must be carried on until the end. The large bed started swaying violently, creaking with each movement, creak, creak. No, too much, Sylvie, Dorian mimicked what he'd unintentionally seen in some illicit films before, imitating the actresses' voices as best he could. He pinched his throat to make the call, randomly fabricating a name for Merman as he went. Sylvie came out almost without thought. However, this word somehow irritated Merman. Originally, he had been holding Dorian rather gentlemanly and only shaking the bed forcefully, but now he was going all in. With ferocity, he bit down on Dorian's lips and shifted the shaking from the bed to Dorian himself. Though everything was an act, their movements at this moment felt incredibly real. Dorian was struggling to breathe. The high-pitched whimpers escaping him, akin to those of a small animal, were purely instinctive, leaving no time to consider that another person lay on this bed or that several dangerous observers waited just beyond the door. Not until all the police officers left and the building regained its tranquility did Merman's actions slow down. He cupped the face of the lover in his arms who was gasping for air, brushing aside his disheveled long hair, planting a tender kiss on his forehead. Sorry. An utterly insincere apology. Dorian glared furiously at Merman, knowing full well the latter was enjoying every moment, even though his expression showed nothing extra. he could see through him like an open book. It was as if Merman took joy like a cat successful in stealing a fish. "You hurt me." Dorian attempted to show anger and dissatisfaction, but in reality, whatever expression he made only rendered him more appetizing. Let's take a look from Merman's perspective. Black long hair coiled around Dorian's upper body, highlighting his already beautiful lines like freshly produced pearls from a clam. Black contrasted even more beautifully against his pale skin. What was better still, Dorian's entire face had turned red due to lack of breath, his grey-blue eyes pooled with clear springs, glistening, much like an infant wild beast who'd been bullied yet couldn't do anything except growl in protest. Merman liked this performance and wanted to prolong this game. So, feigning innocence, he asked Dorian, "Is that so? Where does it hurt?" Dorian raised a leg to show him the red marks caused by excessive friction on his thigh. "Here, you crashed into me so hard it really hurt." Merman lightly stroked the area with his fingertips and then cast a wary glance at the unconscious nuisance lying next to him. He flipped off the bed, found some strange red ropes with unclear purposes, securely tied the person up, and threw him under the bed. Afterward, ignoring Dorian's resistance, he picked him up horizontally and unceremoniously headed straight for the bathroom. By the way, he didn't take off his own wig, nor did he let Dorian remove his wig either. A chaotic bath. It was truly more exhausting than fleeing, and Merman was proving harder to handle than those policemen. This role-playing awakened certain dark little fetishes within him. He forced Dorian to call him sir, threatening that if Dorian couldn't satisfy him, he'd invite everyone outside to come watch his performance. At first, Dorian still had enough strength to deliver 2 hard punches to Merman's back, but gradually, the power in his hands was only enough to hold on to Merman's neck. Intense stimulation made him close to fainting, so he had no choice but to cooperate quietly in order to bring this humiliating torture to an early end. By the time it ended, Dorian was completely exhausted, unable to lift even a single finger. Merman first laid him on the sofa, found clean sheets from the cabinet and spread them on the bed, then gently carried him over. Dorian immediately fell asleep. Exercise aids sleep, a truth indeed. Dorian barely dreamt, and when he woke up, the sky was pitch black. Merman had already dressed and sat on the bed. When he noticed Dorian was awake, he planted a soft kiss on his lips. "Perfect timing, we need to leave." Dorian quickly got up and tidied himself. Just before leaving, he asked Merman to release the owner of the house from under the bed. The dark-eyed man had been awake for a while, still trembling uncontrollably after being dragged out, afraid to make any sound. Dorian removed his K-ball and blindfold, genuinely saying, "Thank you for giving us shelter, we'll pay you back later." The dark-eyed man stammered, "No. No need, please, don't kill me, I beg you both not to kill me." Dorian sighed helplessly, giving up on communication. He shot Merman a glance, and Merman nodded in understanding. He squatted down in front of the man, telling him to look directly into his eyes. In just 2 seconds, the man became void of emotion, staring blankly at Merman like an empty puppet that had yet to be given life by its creator. "Sleep now, forget about today. Tomorrow will be a new day." The man fell straight back, sound asleep. Half a year later, during a live stream, he would receive a large tip from an anonymous viewer, but that's another story. Dorian marveled at Merman's hypnotism skills. Before leaving the house, he asked Merman, "How do you do it? Can you teach me?" "Certainly, you'll learn, but not now." Merman gave Dorian a faint smile and then pushed open the door of the room. The corridor outside was pitch black, with silence slowly flowing through the emptiness. It wouldn't be appropriate to make any noise from this point onward. Dorian held Merman's hand, they looked at each other for a moment before walking into the darkness together. The rain had stopped. The next leg of their journey proved tougher than the first half. They swam through a small patch of dirty water, then climbed ashore, avoiding patrolling night robots, carefully dodging homeless people, until finally reaching a wealthy residential area. There were no street signs necessary here, the exquisitely crafted brick and tile villas from several centuries ago could only belong to the rich upper class. Dorian thus became even more impressed by Merman's background, the mysterious ancient family from overseas whose reach extended all the way to the distant western continent. Chances were, his far-off uncle and aunt weren't exactly small potatoes either. However, before they reached this villa, Dorian had assumed they would just stay in one of his relatives' vacant vacation homes. Why wouldn't anyone think that? Until the door of the villa was opened from inside, revealing a middle-aged couple who appeared extraordinarily kind, wearing warm smiles. "Hurry in, kids. It's unsafe out there at night. Hurry in. You must be tired after such a long trip." Dorian's mouth opened and closed, knowing he should present himself as polite and composed in front of Merman's elders. But, are you serious? They were on the run. Right? Regardless of what these two were, Margmandy knew people in the military. If he found out Dorian was hiding here, he would endanger not only Merman but also drag his innocent family into the mess. Dorian abruptly turned and glared fiercely at Merman, as if his accusing eyes could drill a hole through him. "We're fine, go rest. I'll take care of him." Merman dismissed the couple first, then bent down and whispered to Dorian, "I'll have to leave for a few days soon, it won't be long, but when I'm gone, someone has to look after you, Dorian. I can't bear to leave you unattended." Chapter 91. We should change our past attitudes toward the sea, toward nature. Instead of conquering and exploiting, we should admit our own weakness and approach the earth we depend on with more humility. If I am fortunate enough to become the director of Ainsworth City Management Bureau, then my first action would be to tackle the pollution issues in coastal areas. Dorian woke up in the afternoon. Merman's Uncle Andre and Aunt Susan had already gone out, but Dorian saw them on the local news channel. The neatly maintained brown short hair, a round face devoid of any aggressiveness, wise yet restrained blue eyes, coupled with his generous and confident demeanor, Andre, who was over 40, was a leading candidate for the next director of Ainsworth City Management Bureau. And his wife Susan was the head of some media company, a gentle type of career woman. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, she possessed as much beauty as ability, being an adept behind-the-scenes publicist for her husband. The couple cooperated quite well, and Andre had received a high number of votes in the last public opinion survey. No doubt, both were renowned figures locally, with great potential in their careers. Dorian felt that he was hindering their future prospects. He still strongly disapproved of the decision to stay here, but Merman insisted that after he settled some affairs, he would take Dorian away. Dorian could only agree. "Are you awake? Would you like something to eat?" Merman, hearing some noise from the bedroom, pushed the door open and came inside. Dorian was sitting on the bed watching the news. There was a web-connected display screen on the opposite wall. Dorian could use the controller to select videos he wanted to watch. Even without a terminal, he could alleviate boredom. The Andre couple had thought of everything. The only thing that made Dorian somewhat reserved was that Merman insisted on sleeping in the same room, on the same bed. Though Dorian had no say in this matter, he always wanted to leave behind a good impression of being upright for the elders. After all, elders don't quite like when younger people appear too intimate in public. It wasn't very dignified. But Merman insisted. Fortunately, Susan and Andre were reasonable and considerate enough. They even offered to give up their master bedroom if they found the guest bedroom's bed too small. Dorian was flabbergasted and refused resolutely. Just as Dorian was about to answer Merman's question, another piece of news flashed out. Dorian unexpectedly saw his ID photo from Furtsea Ocean Research Institute, while a serious anchor pointed at his face and said, "This is Dorian, stepson of the famous merman researcher Professor Margmandy, missing for the 9th day. This person escaped from the psychiatric hospital a few days ago and is currently untraceable, possibly wandering around the coastal area. It's claimed that Dorian follows a cult and suffers from severe mental illness, which allegedly led to the death of one doctor in the hospital. He is highly dangerous. If you know where he is, please inform us immediately." Merman turned off the screen. The bedroom was suddenly enveloped by silence, suffocating just like deep-sea zones with no sunlight, and Dorian remained motionless. Merman didn't say anything. Instead, he leaned closer and kissed Dorian. A few minutes later, Dorian voluntarily ended the kiss. "Not really hungry yet. I want water, plus some painkillers," he said, as though the news report hadn't affected him in the slightest. "But you must eat something, you're in a critical recovery period. You have to replenish nutrients." Merman worriedly placed before Dorian a plate of sashimi and a small side of dipping sauce. "Susan likes this. She said she made the dipping sauce herself. If you're not eating well, perhaps you can try this." Dorian couldn't bring himself to refuse their kindness and tried the dip with a piece of sashimi. Dorian almost spat it out right away, not because the sashimi or the dipping sauce wasn't delicious, quite the contrary, their flavors were so strong they exploded like bombs in his mouth, even causing physiological tears to flow from Dorian's eyes. Let's forget the dipping sauce, then. Dorian mused why his sense of taste had gone haywire. He allowed Merman to wipe away his tears as the two finished the rest of the raw fish together. It tasted great. After finishing, Dorian licked his lips, perhaps because he had consumed too many compressed biscuits and nutritional gels recently. The fishiness of the sashimi did nothing to deter his appetite. On the contrary, it made him feel he could have some more. "Want some more?" Merman stared at Dorian's wet lips and asked. He seemed always capable of guessing what Dorian thought. Dorian looked into the silvery gray of Merman's eyes, his original intention to decline retreating on its own. Is there more?" Merman smiled, of course. After the meal, Dorian was given 2 painkillers and a glass of salt water. He was suffering from a bit of hypochloremia now and needed to replenish large amounts of salt. His poor appetite, occasional nausea, and neuralgia were all symptoms of hypochloremia. This was Merman's diagnosis. After all, he was the doctor. Dorian had nothing to lose by listening to him. And as for the rest, having gone through the twists and turns of his escape, Dorian had become indifferent to the changes in his body. After all, he hadn't died, hadn't been caught by Margmandy, and was still together with Merman, wasn't he? Although prepared, Dorian was startled when he noticed faint scales appearing on his thighs while bathing. He didn't tell this to Merman, maybe the latter had already discovered it but just hadn't told him. Dorian didn't know what kind of monster the experiments in that sanatorium were turning him into, and he even thought, somewhat ironically, if he were to turn into a merman, it wouldn't be bad. Whatever they went to such great lengths to acquire had ultimately descended upon Dorian. It might be fate. Dorian's runaway life became peaceful once again. Merman said he would leave for a few days soon, coming back the fastest within a day, though if trouble arose, it might delay a few more days, not exceeding a week. Dorian could sense that this was Merman's private matter, so he wouldn't force him to clarify it. The most important between partners was trust and personal space. Although Dorian would never admit it, he often compared himself secretly to Merman's irresponsible ex, hoping to do better than the other person so that Merman should understand Dorian was his ultimate destination. Other than that, everything was fine. Andre and Susan, due to their work schedules, were not at home frequently. But if they happened to come home for dinner occasionally, they would certainly invite Dorian and Merman along. They must have known Dorian's identity all along, yet they never mentioned it, acting as though they cared little. They were an extremely warm and genuine couple, who candidly complained about their jobs in front of Dorian, joked about sky-high prices, or shared some embarrassing moments from their day. Dorian looked at them curiously, like observing creatures from another planet. Please forgive his amazement, after all, this was the first time Dorian had encountered such a type of couple relationship, harmonious, pleasant, inclusive, partners supporting each other. It was almost textbook perfect family relations, good enough to make Dorian feel it was too unreal. Maybe because of all the awful things he'd experienced, Dorian didn't dare believe them easily. He even thought he saw something peculiar in the couple's eyes when they looked at him, especially when looking at Merman, a fervent emotion that Dorian found hard to describe. It wasn't the fanatical gaze of the research institute treating them as experimental subjects, rather, reverence, or perhaps admiration. Dorian couldn't tell, he always felt like he was a statue on an altar. This illusion might also stem from another reason, that was the strong religious atmosphere in this house, the sea god cult. Dorian knew he shouldn't casually criticize those who sheltered him, and he must reiterate multiple times, he had no bias against any religion. However, Andre and Susan seemed to have no intention from the start to conceal their faith before Dorian. Dorian didn't have the habit of prying around in others' homes, but since he and Merman stayed in the guest room, he had to go to the dining room for meals and use the bathroom, which inevitably required passing through the living room. If a door was left open, his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance inside. That way, Dorian discovered many patterns and symbols related to the sea god cult in the wallpapers and ornaments around the house, such as some wave stripes, Poseidon, and the doomed trident, various mermaid images. The key point was, Dorian accidentally saw a hardcover book called The Guidance of the Ocean lying on the sofa, which was practically the equivalent of the Bible for the sea god cult. Its contents were all over the internet. But this wasn't anything strange either, because Merman also believed in the sea god cult. Moreover, from Andre's speech on the news, one could see that they belonged to the mild faction of the sea god cult. The radicals encouraged everyone to jump into the sea immediately. Dorian also had a good impression of Andre because the latter claimed that he would tackle marine pollution problems after taking office. Such slogans may have been common and ignored centuries ago, but in the current end times era, making such statements took significant courage. It was akin to an ant trying to prevent the Himalayan mountains from sliding, it only made oneself look overconfident and inviting ridicule. Dorian guessed that this could also explain why Andre was so popular among the masses, he had the support of sea god cult believers. Although he hadn't disclosed his own faith, compared to the current government's sharp opposition, his political views had received widespread acclaim. Of course, there were no shortage of people criticizing Andre, such as his biggest rival Cooper, who once publicly questioned Andre's statements, calling him a fraud who only manipulated and exploited public psychology and would show his true colors after taking office. Dorian had no interest in Cooper's arguments, but when he saw the man's face on the news. "I've seen him." Dorian paused the video and called Merman over, pointing at Cooper and saying, "I saw him in the sanatorium." Chapter 92. Dorian was very sure he had seen Cooper, right inside the sanatorium. He remembered it clearly. It was 3 days after his first meeting with Merman. That afternoon, he decided to go downstairs to the small garden for a stroll and happened to bump into Merman. Cooper was sitting in a wheelchair, chatting leisurely with some people, but when they noticed Dorian, they immediately left. Considering the actual purpose of that sanatorium, Cooper absolutely could not be an ordinary patient. Dorian's emotions were somewhat agitated. From the day he fled the sanatorium, he had been quietly pondering one thing. How to expose the true nature of Robert's sanatorium. Of course, the mastermind behind all this wouldn't just be Robert alone. Mag Mundy must have also been involved. The Ferdinando Ocean Research Institute was the first to capture a mermaid, and he must have been related to the numerous imprisoned mermaids in the sanatorium. Thinking about it now, John's death, Dorian's biological father, was probably also linked to them. In any case, no matter what, Dorian wanted revenge for all the innocent victims who suffered. But this was almost an impossible task. First, they lacked evidence, and even if they obtained it, given Mag Mundy's capabilities, there were countless ways he could render those pieces of evidence into piles of useless trash. The inability of ordinary people to confront the powerful is almost an immutable law throughout human history. But now, Dorian saw a crack forming in the unbreakable wall built by money and power. Perhaps, toppling Mag Mundy and bringing down those demons wasn't entirely impossible. They needed time, patience, like how seawater slowly engulfs the land, nothing was impossible. Merman quietly listened to Dorian's description, blinking slowly. A chaotic and evil glimmer brewed within the silver-gray hue in his eyes as he said to Dorian, "I think Andre and Susan will enjoy this news." And so, the very next day, Dorian saw their results on the news. Through Susan's machinations, a scandal involving Cooper was exposed on an underground forum. An anonymous poster claimed that at 70 years old, Cooper, in order to delay aging and restore youth, entered into a secret agreement with an underground hospital, weekly injecting himself with teenage blood. Although the actual effects were unclear, this trade had been going on for a year. Soon, another anonymous poster claimed to have found the hospital, named Combs by Union Sanatorium, with its renowned director Robert. 30 years ago, he was part of a research team that discovered the world's first mermaid and had since continued research on human marine evolution. Within less than a day, 3 victims came forward claiming they had been coerced into blood extraction at the hospital. For a moment, everyone, online and offline, was discussing the matter. Dorian didn't expect things to proceed so smoothly. He asked Merman, how did Andre and the others acquire the evidence so quickly? Merman looked at him meaningfully. Sometimes, you don't need evidence. Just set sail into the sea, and leave the rest to the wind and waves. Indeed, sometimes truth matters less than results. Dorian gained a new perspective and began to conceive some radical ideas. Perhaps he should step out, stop hiding, stop fleeing, fight back, and counterattack. He should abandon certain rigid conventions, excessively proper thoughts, and moral senses. The world was chaotic, without pure white untainted by impurities. Dorian shouldn't seek trust. In the face of an impending apocalypse, if a person couldn't believe they'd survive until tomorrow, then they wouldn't entrust trust to another person either. He just needed to stand up, stir the dirty water in the pool, and expose the muck settled at the bottom to the surface. Even if no one believed his words, the act itself would provoke public thought. If earnest appeals couldn't awaken, then use terror, fear. The heir of a billionaire turned into an inhumane test subject. Dorian bet that at least 100 media outlets would want to buy the exclusive rights to his story. This is too dangerous, Dorian. Have you thought about the consequences? Merman strongly disagreed with his idea. For the first time, Dorian saw such an expression on his face. The silver gray in his eyes darkened, nearly turning black. You'll be captured by the military and dragged back for experiments. Dorian countered, should I continue to run away like a coward? The longer time drags on, the more people and merfolk will be tormented. I've seen the truth, I know the reality, yet can do nothing. Merman frowned and shook his head, at least not now, Dorian. Now is not a good time, whether for you or me. Dorian exhaled, realizing he had gotten too worked up. Sorry, you're right. The situation isn't clear yet. We should plan carefully. Perhaps I can tell Andre and Susan about some of my affairs in advance. Maybe we could create a bit of public opinion. It might help with the election. Merman's expression was still far from pleased, but he conceded. You can do that if you want to. Dorian, I won't stop you from doing anything, I'll always love you, but you must stay safe, don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. At the time, Dorian failed to fully grasp what Merman meant by a dangerous situation. By now, he didn't care much about his own safety. His condition was changing daily in unforeseeable ways. Dorian didn't want to face it. No matter what he would become, even if it were death, he hoped at least to exchange it for some value. It wasn't until that evening when the Andre couple returned home for dinner together that Dorian realized how much more complicated the situation was than he had imagined. A war is coming, Dorian. You're not just stirring up murky water, you're trying to step into a dangerous swamp. Andre said this while facing Dorian but kept glancing at Merman from time to time. War. Dorian recalled the planes and ships they had seen when they arrived in the coastal area of Ein City a few days ago. He thought it was just a search for them along with some military exercises. He didn't expect an actual war to break out. This was truly unbelievable. After 2 sea storm disasters where most of the land was swallowed up, animals and plants went extinct, and the population sharply declined, the 3 major alliances of the East, West, and Center had agreed on a peace pact. They vowed never to use war to resolve any disputes. Thus, Dorian questioned curiously, a war with whom? Andre and Susan exchanged a glance before looking simultaneously at Merman. Merman, showing no emotion, stared silently at the plate in front of him without saying a word. Dorian then turned his gaze toward Merman as well. For some reason, he felt something was off about Merman recently. He had become quieter, gloomier, and disappeared for long periods only to suddenly reappear somewhere in the house in front of Dorian. But since Dorian hadn't been able to manage his emotions properly at the time, he didn't pay much attention to Merman's changes. With creatures in the ocean, Dorian. Eventually, Susan broke the silence in the room. To be specific, mermaids. Chapter 93. What? Dorian almost couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand why he suddenly heard the word mermaid. So far, his impression of mermaids was still tied to a series of labels such as experiment subject, beautiful marine creatures, and pitiful victims. Why would the word war suddenly come up? Susan, you must have seen the news about those destroyed hydrological meteorological stations. Dorian immediately nodded. I know what the so-called hydrological meteorological station really is. It's a military-established marine research institute dedicated to studying new deep-sea species. You must already know my identity. I was once one of them. However, it was destroyed several months ago, by an unknown marine creature. That disaster killed many people, but I somehow survived. This is just the surface, Andre explained. We all know what those news reports say, attacks by unidentified marine creatures, large bodies and countless tentacles full of disgusting feeding appendages. But in reality, they are being controlled. Controlled, by the mermaids. Dorian finished Andre's sentence for him, because the other had paused mid-sentence, again pretending to look at Merman casually. Andre and his wife seemed to be wary of something. They were willing to share some unpublicized political secrets with Dorian, yet they always held something back when it came to Merman, seemingly having to consider if every word they spoke could be known by him, even though it was Merman who was their blood relative. Yes, exactly. The higher-ups learned this through some channels. Because of concerns about causing social unrest, they concealed the truth. You know, that's their forte. Susan's words drew Dorian's attention back. Now, the Einstadt management has evacuated residents in coastal areas. They claim that those marine creatures are moving closer to the coastal regions, which is indeed true, but there's no way it threatens ordinary residents. The real reason they're doing this is that they plan to drop bombs in the sea to kill those creatures, which has a very high probability of causing a tsunami, but they don't care. And if it truly leads to a disaster or retaliation, they can blame everything on the marine creatures. For them, it's a sure win. But why do they, those marine creatures and mermaids, suddenly? Dorian's question was only half-asked when he found the answer himself. No, this isn't sudden at all. Marine life's resistance against humans started a long time ago. 3.5 centuries ago, orcas, known for their friendliness towards humans, began attacking ships indiscriminately in the Strait of Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar was located where the Mediterranean Sea met the Atlantic Ocean, serving as a crucial passage for orcas hunting tuna. Unfortunately, they had to share this narrow channel with human cruise ships, cargo vessels, and fishing boats. Ships themselves are destructive. The massive noise they produce greatly interferes with the orcas' normal hunting behavior. When orcas find tuna, the trailing fishing boats intercept them and brutally take away their food. The baited fish hooks used by fishermen also cut into them. To survive, orcas occasionally eat food from fishing nets, which naturally angers the fishermen. Some even attack the orcas with harpoons and machetes. These poor creatures merely wanted to fill their stomachs, but humans wanted them dead. However, if an elephant is tied to a stake since birth, even after it grows into adulthood, it wouldn't think of breaking free, even though it has the power to flatten everything in its path. The orcas always thought that this was their fate. The deafening metallic giants above the surface and the forks and knives falling upon them were part of destiny, and they were meant to live under human rule. They were supposed to struggle to survive in the narrow strait-like waters of the Strait of Gibraltar and never thought to resist until one day, humans disappeared. At the beginning of the 21st century, due to the ravages of a plague, humanity began 3 years of quarantine. During these 3 years, most oceanic activity ceased, allowing all creatures in the sea to experience unprecedented tranquility and freedom. The orcas finally realized that the sea belonged to them. Their mother would never abandon them, and it was the cursed humans on land who left them hungry and scarred. The fight of marine life never stopped, but the cries of those tiny lives hidden in the corners were never heard. Humans had grown accustomed to being arrogant rulers. They always believed that the sea should obediently submit. When they hunted whales, the sea did not speak. When they overexploited marine resources without restraint, the sea remained silent. When they dumped garbage and waste into the ocean, the sea stayed mute. Therefore, when the sea began to fight back and its people started to resist, humanity panicked. They condemned the sea and its creatures, calling them malevolent enemies who deserved annihilation. To wage war against victims in the name of justice, humans had done this thousands of years ago, and even after thousands of years, nothing changed. Dorian couldn't help but think, the chariot of human history raced along the longitudinal line of time, but was it really moving forward or merely tragically circling around the same spot? The lights in Andre and his wife's brick villa didn't go out until late at night. Lying next to Merman, Dorian's thoughts were in turmoil. He would suddenly remember the pitiful test subjects in the sanatorium, then the mermaids, then Mag Mendel's hateful gaze, and then the long speeches by news presenters pointing at his photograph. Dorian felt as if he were caught in a vortex of fate, so insignificant that he could only keep spinning with the current. It was bound to be a difficult night, and Dorian thought for sure that he'd suffer from insomnia, but in reality, he lost consciousness very quickly and fell into a deep sleep. But back to the sea, mother, forgive, punish. Dorian struggled to open his eyes. The bedroom was pitch black, it was obviously not yet dawn. In a daze, Dorian looked at the digital clock on the bedside table. He had slept for less than 2 hours. And what woke him up was some faint whispering, very slight, far away, like someone reciting scriptures or casting spells. Dorian wanted to wake Merman to confirm whether he was hallucinating again. However, when he reached out, all he touched was a cold bedsheet. Merman was gone. Dorian turned on the light, looking beside himself. The blanket was slightly pulled aside, indicating that someone had slept there and left later. Maybe Merman went to the restroom, Dorian thought, so he turned off the light and lay back down, waiting quietly in the dark. But 5 minutes passed, then 10, 15, half an hour. Merman still hadn't returned, while those strange chanting voices continued. At this moment, all of Merman's odd behaviors in this house came flooding back to Dorian's mind. He no longer loved talking, stopped sticking to Dorian, often fell into deep thought, daydreamed even when together with Dorian, and occasionally disappeared. What on earth had happened? A strange sense of anxiety propelled Dorian out of bed. He decided to check outside, without turning on the light, not disturbing anyone, quietly. When Dorian passed by the restroom, he deliberately pushed the door open to take a look. It was empty. Dorian gently withdrew and tiptoed like a ghost down the stairs from the second-floor bedroom, standing quietly in the spacious living room and carefully observing the house. Dorian didn't realize that his eyes glowed faintly in the dark. He was sensing, letting his 5 senses extend like tentacles throughout the entire house. Those sensitive nerve endings were creeping, extending, exploring. Until a certain moment, all sounds abruptly ceased, and Dorian immediately looked towards the direction of the storage room. That was the room Dorian had never entered before. Randomly rummaging through the host's rooms was extremely impolite, and he had never done so. But at this moment, Dorian was driven by trembling curiosity and pushed the door open, slipping inside. Just as its name suggested, it was an incredibly ordinary storeroom. Inside, old furniture, some unused smart robots, yet on the floor center, there was a crack that wasn't entirely closed, very inconspicuous, but to the present Dorian, it shone brightly like a torch in the darkness. Dorian cautiously lifted the wooden plank and found a wooden ladder leading underground. Without much thought, Dorian climbed down the ladder and first saw a basement also filled with unused junk and antiques. Dorian even discovered a spiderweb-covered broken piano, seemingly nothing suspicious. But right at that moment. Sin, return to the sea, mother, forgive. The voices began again, and they were nearby. Following the sound, Dorian finally found a concealed small wooden door behind the wooden ladder. The wooden door was tightly shut, impossible to peek inside. But after all, it was a wood door that had stood for many years. Dorian found a very tiny crack along its edge. By subtly adjusting the angle, he could barely see the situation inside. It was a bathroom. Because Dorian saw a bathtub, made of brass, elliptical in shape, placed against the inner wall. Dorian couldn't clearly see if there was water in the bathtub, but the bathroom floor was drenched with water. The dim yellow candlelight flickered on the reflections, resembling some evil altar, and Mr. and Mrs. Andre were kneeling before the bathtub, muttering like soulless followers of a sinister cult. Dorian's heart felt as though gripped by an iron hand. He peered through the crack secretly, watching everything in the room without daring to move or even breathe. He felt his sanity plummeting into the abyss of consciousness. Suddenly, within Dorian's narrow field of vision, a ghastly pale arm emerged, gripping the edge of the bathtub. Water dripped from its sharp fingertips, just as it happened in all terrifying horror films. Then, a head surfaced, and Dorian's gaze unexpectedly collided with a pair of eyes. Eyes that were utterly blank, pupilless and white. Dorian's world instantly turned upside down, and darkness overwhelmed him. Chapter 94. Dorian wearily sat up in bed, instinctively first turning on the display screen to watch the news before heading off to freshen up. Merman was not in the bedroom. He always woke up earlier than Dorian, preparing breakfast for him, and perhaps also taking care of the house cleaning. The night before, he had chatted with Andre and his wife until too late, followed by endless overthinking. Dorian didn't sleep well all night, feeling as if he had experienced a terrible nightmare, but he could not recall any details. Only faint palpitations reverberated in his chest, bringing an uneasy sensation. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Merman entered the bedroom with a breakfast tray, looking somewhat worriedly at Dorian. "Not bad." Dorian perked up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "You had a nightmare last night," said Merman, his silvery grey thick lashes flickering, as though quickly concealing some emotions which Dorian failed to catch. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Dorian tried hard to recall the dream from the previous night, but came up empty-handed. "I can't remember it clearly. I was probably too tired." "Why don't you rest again after eating breakfast?" Merman inserted a small slice of raw fish into Dorian's mouth, who naturally opened his mouth and ate it, but his eyes were fixed on the news on the display. A couple of days ago, after Andre and his wife exposed some scandals involving Cooper soon retaliated. Media captured Andre engaging in a secret transaction with a Poseidon cult believer in a secluded alley behind the Poseidon church. As such, they claimed Andre to be a cult member. The Ein City Bureau should never fall into his hands. This led to a noticeable decline in Andre's reputation. Truly, it was a fierce confrontation. Andre had once mentioned that previously Cooper even sent people secretly infiltrating their home, attempting to steal certain documents, fortunately captured by the home surveillance. They had moved house because of this, relocating to their current residence. Dorian thought back to their conversation the other night. Andre and Susan told him that if Dorian wanted to reveal his true identity, the military and the Alliance Management Bureau would inevitably take him away under the pretense of verifying authenticity. Unless Dorian was prepared to spend the rest of his life wandering in exile, once he fell into those people's hands, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Dorian was more aware of this fact than anyone else. What was even worse was that the Western Alliance Bureau was planning to go to war against the merfolk and the marine creatures they controlled, and Dorian would undoubtedly be used as some kind of bargaining chip. "Dorian, if you really became a merman, which side would you choose? Humans, or the merfolk?" Andre asked Dorian this question, perhaps due to the lighting. His blue eyes appeared almost pitch black, that little dot of dark pupil locking onto Dorian like the barrel of a gun. Not only Andre, Susan and Merman both looked towards Dorian as well, silently pressing on him to utter an answer. Dorian examined his own heart. Having lived as a human for 28 years, he identified himself as a human. Yet, after witnessing those bloody experiments, he detested his identity as a human. The merfolk destroyed the research institute to seek revenge for their kindred spirits, reclaiming the sea from humans. This was all reasonable. Dorian was willing to stand on their side. But asking him to completely forsake his identity as a human, transforming into a totally alien species, and even turning against humanity. Dorian couldn't answer this question. Fortunately, Merman didn't let him struggle too long. "There's no need to make a choice, we are not enemies," Merman said, a mysterious silvery gray flowing in his eyes. "In the end, everyone will return to the sea, the conclusion is inevitable, we merely catalyze this process, leaving the rest to the sea." Zzz. Merman snatched the remote control from Dorian's hand and turned off the display. Dorian had unconsciously finished an entire plate of sashimi. Licking his lips, he complained to Merman, "Why turn it off? The news was just reporting about the Bureau's military operations near the coast. I hate displays." Merman's face turned gloomy. "I hate human technology." Dorian didn't understand what exactly angered Merman, since he was fine just a moment ago. "They always steal your attention, even when I'm right next to you. The time you look at me is less than 1/10 of the time you look at it." Merman grew increasingly aggrieved while speaking, seeming close to tears the next second. "When we were in the log cabin, you wanted me every day, yet now you won't give me anything." Dorian had never seen this side of Merman before, nor did he know how to console a hurt lover. He became flustered, using all his brainpower to resolve the crisis in front of him. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. These past few days, I've been selfish and ignored your feelings. It's all my mistake. The first step, lower one's stance. Don't cry, dear, don't wet that pretty face of yours. Eyes as beautiful as yours look better when smiling. Step 2, sweet nothings. Do you want a French kiss? Step 3, offering oneself." Some ingenious strategy spontaneously popped into his head. Dorian almost didn't think before blurting out these incredibly sappy words. The good news was that Merman seemed to like them. He pushed Dorian down onto the bed, claiming a deep kiss. But after they finished, Dorian once again saw that expression on Merman's face, the expression of desperately wanting to say something but being unable to be understood, and this always made Dorian feel as if he had committed an unforgivable sin against him. "I'm very sorry for always ignoring you, but you know, this is Andre and Susan's house, we can't get too carried away," Dorian subtly explained, reaching out to stroke Merman's neck side, twirling those silver-gray long hairs which he loved so much for their soft touch. Dorian liked to wrap them around his fingertips. Merman gazed down at Dorian from top to bottom, like a hungry beast eyeing its tasty prey. He suddenly said without context, "We can." "We can what?" Dorian asked. Merman did not answer. Instead, he pressed down, pinning both of Dorian's hands above his head with one hand, while another slithered like a snake under Dorian's waistband. "No. Merman, if they come back, stop, ah." Merman was about to explode. Dorian knew that because he felt the same. They hadn't made love in a week. But this was someone else's house, and leaving traces or Andre and Susan coming back unexpectedly. "Dorian, do not think of anything else. Look at me, just at me." Merman called out Dorian's name lightly yet hoarsely in his ear, achieving the desired trembling reaction from the person beneath him. His movements were fast and ruthless, as if attempting to nail Dorian onto the bed. Yet, he hadn't even taken off any piece of his own clothes, even his belt remained securely buckled around his waist. Dorian observed Merman, who was completely overtaken by desire during the fierce undulations. He wore Andre's clothes. They weren't originally suited for Merman, but he tried hard to squeeze himself into the outfit, nearly bursting some buttons on his chest due to his muscles. Dorian gasped heavily, holding on to Merman's arms, whose veins bulged. At one point, a bizarre thought crossed Dorian's mind. Merman resembled a clumsy beast, trying hard to fit inside a human shell. The thought was absurd enough to make Dorian laugh. Merman lowered his head, searching for his lover's lips, and for a reason. Dorian cleverly concealed his actual thoughts, responding with only a string of sweet words. "Baby, I love you." This act of intimacy did not last long. Based on Merman's usual appetite, it wasn't nearly enough to satiate him. However, he stopped very restrainedly, then held Dorian to clean up in the bathroom and returned him back to the bedroom. A real pity. Dorian embraced Merman's neck. The glow of desire left a flush on his cheeks. He leaned his forehead against his lover's and said, "There's still quite a lot of money in my personal account. If I can use my terminal again, I'll also build a villa on the mountains by the sea." "You hate human technology? Then let's have no tech, no smart devices. Just the two of us. Anything you want, I'll follow." Dorian did not know why he suddenly brought this up. Maybe it was because at this moment, he felt happy, or perhaps like all men, after a passionate session, he wanted to soothe his exhausted partner with big talk. Dorian didn't know, but he couldn't help but plan for the future, even though their current path was shrouded in thick fog. "All I want is you, Dorian. Everything else doesn't matter." Merman kissed Dorian's hand back, staring at his lover with those innocent pure grey eyes. "But Dorian, I must leave for a short time." The upward curve of Dorian's lips gradually flattened. "When are you leaving?" "Tonight. If everything goes smoothly, I will return tomorrow night. If there's trouble, it might take a few more days." My guess, 3 days. Anyway, Andre and Susan will take care of you in my absence. Call them if anything happens, alright? Alright, Dorian disguised his sense of loss and warned, take care of yourself and be safe. I will. Chapter 95. Dorian woke up the next day to find Merman already gone. He had left a pack of candies wrapped in plastic cellophane by Dorian's pillow. Dorian unwrapped one and put the pink fish-shaped candy into his mouth. Andre and Susan did not go to work today. Dorian knew they were watching over him on Merman's behalf, but this was unnecessary. Dorian was an adult capable of taking care of himself. His condition wouldn't suddenly worsen within a single day, so there was no need for them to disrupt their work schedule because of him. However, the couple said they were just on vacation and that it had nothing to do with Dorian. The sky began to drizzle again. Since spring began, rainfall had been unusually abundant. The weather forecast warned that if the rain continued for another week, the sea level might rise to a concerning new height. Coastal residents were advised to prepare for evacuation. The daily news again featured activities from the cult of Poseidon. It seemed like they were preparing for some kind of festival. In the video footage, they were seen celebrating wildly despite the rain. One mother attempted to jump into the sea with her child, but she was stopped by rescue personnel from the management bureau, which caused her to be condemned by the believers. A small-scale conflict erupted between the two parties. In an economic interview show, experts discussed at length how frequent marine activity had resulted in financial losses for the Western Alliance. But simultaneously, due to the emergence of mermaids, industries related to them were flourishing rapidly. The most typical example was the film and television industry. Following a link, Dorian opened the latest season of Slaves and Horses. His memories still lingered 5 years ago when this vulgar, comical adult animation could only circulate secretly through underground websites. Now, everyone openly debated its plots and praised the newly introduced character, a handsome mermaid prince with vibrantly colored tails. Dorian spent the entire day watching the latest season of Slaves and Horses. However, he was quite disappointed with the image of the mermaid prince. After all, having witnessed real mermaids, these screen creations now appeared to him as merely distorted products born from human imagination. Still, Dorian persevered until the very last episode and ceaselessly searched for every bit of information about mermaids. He couldn't stop. Because when the room fell silent except for the sound of rain and himself, all kinds of negative emotions, loneliness hard to swallow, anxiety, worry, fear, all would creep up his spine along with the dull ache in his legs, tightening around his neck like execution ropes. Dorian didn't know where Merman had gone, but he had a bad feeling. Something was definitely happening without his knowledge. This wasn't paranoia, even Andre and Susan seemed off. Though they still enthusiastically discussed topics during meals and tried to include Dorian in their atmosphere, he could see the panic hidden beneath the laughter around their eyes. But there was nothing Dorian could do, save for staring at the display in his bedroom every day, watching boring news clips. Merman must have run into trouble, since he didn't return after 1 day or 3 days. Today marked the 4th day. The rain persisted. Following the previous day's breakage, Susan shattered another plate today. Susan's vacation was ongoing, but Andre had gone out. Merman told me to inform you he is fine and will return soon, Susan said at dinner. Dorian could tell she was making a strenuous effort to reassure him, but the words didn't even convince her herself. Where exactly has Merman gone? What is he doing? Can you still not tell me? Dorian asked her. Sorry, Susan looked away, avoiding his gaze, but I assure you, he's safe. So tonight became Dorian's 4th sleepless night. Just before midnight, Dorian heard successive explosive sounds, muffled yet powerful. He shot up in bed but then lay back down shortly after. The next day, on the news, the official broadcast claimed that the military had conducted harmless disposal of dangerous coastal creatures last night. To demonstrate the justice of such actions, they listed the offenses of these dangerous creatures, from destroying hydrological stations to damaging marine resource extraction platforms and marine fish farms, resulting in the deaths or disappearances of many innocent people. Dorian had received the information he sought, intending to change channels. Suddenly, the screen displayed pictures of missing individuals. Dorian froze, leaning closer to the display. He pressed pause and replay, reviewing the photos of the missing people repeatedly. Dorian thought he had seen them before. No, it wasn't from any news report or missing persons advertisements. He had seen these faces in the underground lab beneath Combs by Joint Care Center, surrounded by pillars decorated with mermaid carvings. Yes, these faces, they resembled the faces of a few mermaids Dorian had observed carefully before. He remembered their features quite clearly. But how could missing humans turn into mermaids captured by the care center and taken back to the lab? Dorian found it absurd as well. He guessed he might have remembered incorrectly. Perhaps those missing individuals were the ones lying on life support machines with artificial tails, or maybe Dorian's memory was simply disordered. He did have amnesia issues after all, didn't he? After a brief shock and internal struggle, Dorian dismissed this thought. Another night descended upon Dorian's windowsill. Tonight, Dorian didn't want to watch the news. He lay down in bed early, hoping tomorrow's sun would bring Merman back to him. In reality, however, he couldn't even close his eyes. The house was so quiet. Susan was in her room, and Dorian could hear her pacing back and forth. Not long after, Andre returned home. They spoke quietly in the living room for a while before returning to their bedroom. Dorian extended his senses outside the house. He felt some multi-legged insects crawling in the grass around the house. Faint car horns and the hums of flying vehicles came from distant streets. This was one of the advantages of living in an affluent neighborhood: quietness and ample personal space. Still, no matter what, you always share the land beneath your feet with others. Dorian thought this when he heard a series of footsteps approaching from afar. Perhaps it was a neighbor passing by. However, a few minutes later, Dorian heard the footsteps stop beneath his window. He lived on the second floor. Someone was standing outside the first floor window. Dorian immediately sat up in bed. His eyes glowed faintly in the dark. There was more than one person, many people, a group of about 8, surrounding the entire house. A few seconds later, Dorian silently slid off the bed, opened the door to his bedroom, and quickly slipped out. Even Dorian himself was surprised that despite his racing heart, he wasn't at all shocked by what was happening. Perhaps from the day Merman left, he had been preparing for this moment. Ahead was still endless chaos and darkness. Dorian wasn't sure what he should do, but he certainly couldn't just sit there waiting. Shoo! Dorian had barely stepped out when Andre and Susan pushed him back into the room. You stay here. Susan said to Dorian in the dark. We'll go check out the situation. The darkness couldn't hinder Dorian's sight. He clearly saw the guns in their hands. Soon after, they handed Dorian a small laser pistol. We hope you won't need this, but just in case, you'd better take it. Andre stared into Dorian's eyes and issued quick, clear instructions. Find an opportunity to escape through the window. Don't worry about us, run towards the sea. Don't have any hesitation. Just run. Merman will find you later. Andre looked extremely composed, as if fully in control of the situation and knowledgeable about every detail. This demeanor undoubtedly reminded Dorian of Merman. Dorian had countless questions to ask him, but now was not the time. The only question he managed to ask was, are they here for me? Dorian couldn't help feeling guilty. He felt like he'd personally ruined the future of this kind-hearted family. If it weren't for protecting him, they wouldn't have to suffer this misfortune. Of course not. Susan shook her head and laughed. No one knows you're here, Dorian. They're after us. This has nothing to do with you. But there was no more time for idle talk. They entered the house. Remember to protect yourself, and look for an opportunity to escape. This was the final advice from Andre and Susan. One after another, they left the bedroom. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from downstairs. Dorian stood uncertainly inside the house. He heard someone falling to the ground, the sound of a blade piercing flesh, chaotic footsteps, furniture crashing, suppressed screams, groans. It was Andre's voice. In fact, all of this happened in just an instant. You might spend several minutes hesitating in front of an automatic ice cream vending machine trying to decide on a flavor. You might spend half an hour in a dressing room deciding which color t-shirt to buy. You might take all day to decide whether or not to accept a date. But all major decisions in life that change one's fate are usually made in an instant. At that very moment, Dorian remembered Andre's trustworthy blue eyes, Susan's comforting smile, and Merman's kiss that had landed on the back of his hand. All the fragments were scattered, mixed with scenes Dorian had never seen before, such as glass tanks resembling aquariums, electric grids, colorful tropical fish, sea turtles, unreachable hands, the distant wailing of whales from the horizon, fire, and headless mermaids. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A cacophony of white noise erupted in Dorian's mind, his blood surging restlessly through his veins, a nameless fury pulsing through his arteries. He heard a voice above him interrogating. Why? Why do you always find yourself in situations like this? He saw one life after another slip away. He saw himself curled up, sobbing in a cramped bathtub. Helpless. Fragile. Insignificant. Easily broken. Was he going to crawl back into his timid shell again, fleeing pitifully as usual? Dorian turned to look out the window. The rain pattered against the glass, tapping on the door of his soul. No. Dorian shook his head in the darkness, gripping the gun tightly. No. Chapter 96. It was a highly trained team. Some of them were downstairs with Andre and Susan, while others went to the second and third floors respectively. Apparently, their targets were not just Andre and Susan. Dorian hid quietly at the corner, releasing the intangible tentacles of his hearing. Only 2 people came to the second floor, one heading east and the other west, toward Dorian's direction. When a shadow appeared in his line of sight, Dorian hesitated not a moment before pulling the trigger on his gun. The departure of life is such an easy thing, like unplugging a plug, or pressing a trigger. As the man fully wrapped in a black combat suit fell at Dorian's feet, Dorian's mind didn't allocate much guilt for killing him. He wasn't sure if it was because he had seen too many brutal deaths resulting in numb nerves, or if his body simply thought he just pressed a trigger. He felt calmer than ever, his soul suspended in mid-air. What was controlling this body was his instinct. Dorian had no time to reboot his sense of morality, as the sound of a teammate falling reached the ears of another man on the second floor who was approaching here. After the opponent became prepared, Dorian was entirely no match for him. He misjudged the timing to reveal himself and got his gun shot off by the opponent, forcing Dorian to take cover in the bathroom beside him. He decisively chose to turn on the light so that when the opponent entered the door trying to shoot him, he would be able to see his face clearly. Just as Dorian expected, upon seeing him, the opponent recognized his identity immediately and attempted to report the new situation to the superior via radio. This was when Dorian moved forward, pushing away the opponent's gun-holding arm, and dragging him into the bathroom. Dorian had never learned combat skills, nor had he ever fought with someone in a small bathroom. He unskillfully strangled the man's neck, kicking his legs when he was thrown to the ground. But even before he could rise back up from the ground, he received a harsh punch to his chin. In the completely chaotic fight, dull pain continuously spread across every part of Dorian's body, but to his surprise, he found himself not entirely at a disadvantage. He assumed that against an experienced giant, he would be crushed without any strength to fight back, yet actually, his power during their encounter elicited painful groans from the opponent. But Dorian forgot that the opponent could not possibly carry only one laser gun. When the man pulled out a small knife from behind and stabbed him hard in the upper arm, Dorian couldn't help but let out a scream looking upward. Hiss. If Dorian had gained a bit of respite during this fight, he certainly would have noticed his own cry, which was absolutely not the normal roar of a human being. He didn't even emit a sound, in the common sense, but rather something like an extremely sharp hiss of a snake, capable of piercing through eardrums instantly, even penetrating the surrounding walls and rupturing the entire night sky. However, at this moment, Dorian focused all his attention on his opponent. He noticed the other person's momentary distraction and took the opportunity, pulling out the dagger from his arm and plunging it into the man's stomach. Then, he used his arm to strangle the man's neck. The opponent struggled, and Dorian delivered several heavy elbow strikes to his head. The man's legs twitched a few times and then stopped moving altogether. The world returned to silence instantly. Except for his own wheezing breaths, Dorian did not capture any other sound. This house was silent like a graveyard. Dorian pushed away the man, staggering to his feet inside the bathroom. His chest heaved violently, his breathing resembling that of a broken windbox. Blood seeped from his upper arm wound, but strangely, he didn't feel much pain. Andre, Susan. Dorian murmured their names in his heart as he stumbled toward the downstairs. The living room was already in chaos, beyond recognition. People lying everywhere on the ground were either dead or unconscious. Dorian first saw Andre at the staircase, then found Susan in the kitchen. They both had stopped breathing. Andre had been hit in the chest by a laser gun, and Susan's throat was cut open. Blood was splattered everywhere on the floor. No, no, no. Please wake up, God, I beg you. Dorian frantically covered the tear on Susan's neck, praying helplessly to God, but everything was futile. Susan's face gradually turned gray-white as her precious vitality left her body, covering the floor and staining her golden hair. Dorian tried wiping it off with his hands, but only smeared more blood into her strands. No. Don't do this to me. Dorian was drowning in desperate panic when suddenly, a coarse voice softly urged him in his ear. Dorian, run. Dorian immediately held his breath and looked down at Susan, thinking for a moment that a miracle had occurred and she had come back to life. But in reality, there was no sign of life left in her, her eyes were tightly closed, and she could never speak to him again. It was only at this moment that Dorian belatedly realized all the intruders who had entered the room had disappeared. Carefully laying Susan on the ground, Dorian cautiously rose to his feet, wary of his surroundings. From the previous footsteps, the team should have comprised about 8 members. Dorian had killed 2 of them, 4 bodies lay in the living room, and 2 went upstairs. Hesitating for half a second, Dorian decided to investigate the 3rd floor. But before he even reached the corridor of the 3rd floor, he saw 2 cold corpses at the staircase, their necks broken, heads tilted at strange angles. There were no signs of struggle around them, suggesting someone had killed them so swiftly that they didn't have a chance to retaliate. Unconsciously, Dorian took a step back, almost losing his footing and falling down the stairs. Andre and Susan couldn't have gone to the 3rd floor, killed these men, then returned to die on the 1st floor. Someone else must have helped Dorian get rid of them. A chill crept up Dorian's neck. Out of caution, he retrieved a pistol from one of the bodies and returned to the 1st floor. He carefully inspected the bodies lying in the living room. 2 had been killed by laser guns, 1 had been stabbed through the heart, and the last had also had his neck broken. Standing in the darkness, Dorian felt dizzy, perhaps from blood loss, or perhaps because, a crazy thought crossed his mind. Dorian, leave here. That strange warning voice echoed in Dorian's mind again. Dorian suddenly shouted into the void. Merman? Is that you? Complete silence followed, with no response. Dorian grew anxious, trying to calm himself as he searched the room for any clues, walls, ceilings, sofas, carpets. Suddenly, Dorian squatted down. He thought he had found something. A long trail of blood started from the kitchen, passed over the carpet in the living room, and extended towards the storeroom. The storeroom. The name gave Dorian an unsettling sense of familiarity. His intuition told him almost immediately that something was there. Thus, Dorian rushed into the storeroom. He quickly located a crack in the floorboards, moved it aside, and discovered the basement underneath. Without hesitation, Dorian climbed down the ladder. In absolute darkness, Dorian examined the relatively spacious basement, his gaze sweeping over various items, antiques, old junk, until he saw the piano. That sight finally confirmed his suspicion, he'd been here before. But when exactly? Merman. Dorian tentatively called out Merman's name, hoping for a response. However, his voice only reverberated sharply in the stillness, providing no answers. Then, he noticed a tightly shut wooden door hidden behind the ladder. As Dorian approached the wooden door, he clearly sensed something inside panicking, maybe knocking some things over. The sharp metallic clatter indicated something had fallen. Who's inside? Speak. Still no response. After several failed attempts, Dorian resorted to kicking the wooden door open violently. It was an old bathroom, since Dorian spotted a copper bathtub. For some reason, the walls on both sides had candlesticks placed on them, though one of them had fallen to the ground. The partially burned candles dropped not onto the floor but into water. Puddles covered the ground everywhere, and the air was filled with a strange fishy aroma. At the very back of the bathroom, tucked in the corner behind the bathtub, lay a black lump quivering in fear as Dorian drew near. Get up. Unable to identify what it was, Dorian cautiously raised his gun with both hands. Answer my question, or I'll shoot. The lump did not respond but curled itself smaller, seemingly trying to avoid Dorian's questioning. Yet the more it expressed fear, the more curious Dorian became. An unsettling instinct urged him forward, causing him to wade through the water toward it step by step. Hiss, hiss. The lump began writhing, emitting a shrill hiss that Dorian instantly understood. It was pleading with him. It was saying, "Don't come closer, please, don't come closer." But how could Dorian stop? With every step closer, his acute vision managed to discern part of the creature. Tentacles writhing, human arms, mottled scales, broken tail fins. It was a monster that was half human, half fish, with a massive fish tail. Hiss. Please, Dorian, please. Dorian finally reached the side of the monster. His breathing became labored, his throat dry, and his hand holding the gun trembled as he heard himself utter a word. Merman. There was no response. Dorian heard the sound of small objects falling to the ground. He looked down and saw one after another milky white sphere fall into the water, rolling to Dorian's feet. They were pearls. Chapter 97. Merman's hair-like tentacles parted slightly, revealing one of his eyes. The first thing he saw was a dark hole. For a brief moment, he contemplated the object in Dorian's hand before realizing it was a human-made weapon, a pistol. Those pearl tears had minds of their own, yearning for Dorian, something mermaids couldn't interfere with. He wanted to tell the person in front of him that he was mermaids, or even better, Zilvi. He preferred the latter because all male merfolk were called merman, while only Zilvi was unique and belonged solely to him. But how could he? How could he let Dorian see him like this? How could he make himself admit, yet again, that he had deceived him? The wound on Zilvi's forehead caused by a rock long ago had healed completely without leaving a trace, but Zilvi still remembered the pain, so sharp, so intense it twisted his heart. Watching Dorian leave felt as if he would die right then and there. Sorry. Zilvi wanted to apologize, to seek Dorian's forgiveness, to earn his lover's pity, but why was he being pointed at by such a dangerous human weapon? Was punishment coming again? Zilvi thought miserably. But Dorian, it really hurts. In the ocean, every creature lives by instinct. Each salmon knows its mission from birth. They grow up in the sea and, when the breeding season comes, they will cross oceans, leap waterfalls, and swim into their mother river upstream to lay eggs. Along this long journey, they encounter brown bears, porbeagle sharks, nets, and fishing hooks. One by one, the fish around them fall, but none stops. Those who survive eventually reach their home where they mate, spawn, and protect their offspring tirelessly until death. Not a single salmon along this journey pauses its tail-waving movement or doubts the purpose of migration. Similarly, no merfolk, once bonded to their mate, chooses betrayal. If the Creator carved an exclusive adjective onto the bones of every species, perhaps we would find these small words inscribed on a merfolk's caudal vertebrae: unswerving loyalty. Zilvi didn't think he'd done anything wrong, he just hadn't been very lucky, choosing a land-dwelling creature as his partner. Under normal circumstances, after encountering a potential mate in the ocean, a merman would undergo a series of courtship behaviors. Had Dorian lived underwater, Zilvi would have circled around him first, singing, gently approaching to test whether Dorian chased him away. If Dorian did not feel offended, Zilvi would have cautiously edged closer, flapping his tail fin against Dorian's tail and touching his dorsal fin with his antenna. This entire process could appear fierce, they'd spar several rounds, and merfolk never show mercy to those who pursue them, while the pursuers are often timid due to their concerns about harming their beloved ones. Dorian might initially bare his claws and fangs, but that wouldn't matter, Zilvi wouldn't give up easily. He would start pleasing him, helping him hunt, cleaning the dirt off his scales, and picking out the most beautiful pearls from his teardrops to gift him. If Dorian was in a good mood, he might keep the pearls and decorate his nest with them. If Dorian was in a bad mood, he might toss the pearls away right in front of him. Zilvi might feel sad temporarily, but in nature, the courtship process is like this: you must exert yourself fully to please the other party. Whether you will be accepted, though, depends entirely on the other person. Merfolk do not cease chasing their loved ones unless the latter chooses another or until death. Sylvie would do anything for Dorian. Instinct drives them to love this way, and no peers criticize his infatuation or mock his blindness. It's like a genetic gear implanted early by the Creator into their brains. The gear begins spinning when they see their beloved one. Sylvie's gear began to spin 23 years ago when he was trapped by plastic rope on the beach. It was a truly laughable mistake. Blinded by chasing prey, he misjudged and got his tail stuck in abandoned plastic nets. His savior was a young human child, radiating a familiar aura. Sylvie liked his eyes. They were two pools of grey-blue, like surging tides, the real ocean. There was still some time before this child grew up and assimilated, but merfolk live much longer than humans, and Sylvie didn't mind giving his beloved some time. It was a truly sweet yet troubling period. Sylvie always hid behind the rocks, searching for the silhouette of his lover. Just as salmon can distinguish a drop of fresh water from their mother river among millions of liters of seawater, it's effortless for merfolk to identify the scent of their beloved ones in the sea miles away. They must have passed each other hundreds of times in the ocean. However, human senses were not keen enough for Dorian to detect the presence of the merfolk, and Sylvie, being shy, hadn't gathered the courage yet to appear. What Sylvie didn't anticipate was that 6 years ago, Dorian had entered one of the human-made metal nests. Though they shared the same sea area, there were now fewer chances to meet. The colossal human creation dominated the ocean like a greedy beast swallowing marine life and discharging dirty waste. Thousands more such monsters roamed the seas. The ocean was shedding tears, their mother was weeping in pain. They had to be removed, destroyed. The first attempt is always difficult to succeed, and all the volunteer merfolk who went into the research institute's restricted area understood that. But no matter, those who survived would tell the other tribes what to do next time. Thus, Sylvie managed to reach Dorian's side as he wished. He observed carefully, tested repeatedly, and finally cunningly draped himself with a layer of innocence, a silly shell just to please his beloved. Sylvie could always figure out what Dorian was thinking about. This was a gift bestowed upon merfolk by the ocean. No complicated languages, no chaotic symbols, merfolk naturally caught emotions. Simple calls were enough to convey messages to their peers. Their sensitive tentacles worked just as well on land too. Fragile and dull humans were no match for them. Sylvie quickly identified Dorian's preferences. He exerted all his efforts to please his lover, leading the unwitting lover step by step into the web of affection, occasionally sidetracking to clear out a couple of extra fish. Yen Shanting. Although some unexpected incidents happened during the process, it was no big deal. As expected, Dorian soon became infatuated with him too, and Sylvie finally brought his love back to the sea. Sylvie wished the story could end here, at this little island. In Dorian's heart, he would forever be that unintelligent test subject who couldn't understand human language. That way, Dorian would keep loving him. But those damned human creations kept appearing, stealing Dorian's attention, making him nostalgic and uneasy. So, was it wrong for Sylvie to toss them all off the abyssal cliff? Was it wrong for him wanting to keep Dorian? He never intended to deceive Dorian or reveal a brutal side, he was just. I'm sorry, I only wanted you to love me. But Dorian couldn't understand. Sylvie had never looked up to human society or its culture, let alone learned human language. They had severed their umbilical cord with the ocean, could no longer hear their mother's voice, nor receive calls from their peers. They invented language, trying to communicate through complex symbols and tones, expressing themselves. In fact, all they did was make things more complicated. The language they spoke wasn't a bridge to understanding, language was sea fog. The more you talked, the more trapped you were in the fog. Even if you shouted loudly, people outside could only catch distorted and incorrect information. So conflicts arose, and wars started. They abandoned their mother's scale, putting themselves at the center, trying to stand on the other end of the lever to pry the entire earth. One day, they would find that the soil they pried up weighed only as much as themselves. When they fell, the soil would just cover their whole body, becoming a grave without a tombstone. But it didn't matter. Humans would eventually return to the sea, Sylvie's Dorian would return to the sea. All it took was time. Merfolk never give up easily. If Dorian liked land, then Sylvie would forsake his tail to go ashore. If Dorian favored a conversational companion, then Sylvie would curl his tongue to learn the pronunciation of human language. For that purpose, Sylvie swallowed some poison quite lethal to merfolk. It grew only in the dark bottom of the abyssal cliff. It looked like ordinary seaweed externally, but if you pulled it out by its roots, you'd see the root part was a glowing spherical object. Legend said they were the origins of life, the eggs of souls. If one had to call it by a human name, Sylvie thought maybe it should be named Soul. Sylvie didn't care what it really was. He only knew this poison could help him achieve his wish. If a merfolk swallowed it in the sea, they would quickly suffocate and die. Some overly curious merfolk had already met their demise this way long ago. But if a merfolk ate it on land, they would shed their scales and fins, sprout 2 legs, and take on a human appearance for a day and night. However, no merfolk would be foolish enough to do such a thing because Soul would burn their throats and make their scales fall off. Frequent consumption might even cause them to lose their tail forever. But Sylvie didn't care. He had to go to Dorian's side and rescue his poor lover who had lost his memory. This time he acted more cautiously. He showed Dorian the brutal essence of humans while perfectly hiding his own identity. When Dorian said he liked the human nest that Sylvie had specially chosen for him, he was so happy that he almost couldn't hide his tail. Things were going well this time. Dorian fell in love with him again, accepted his evolution without rejection, and everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. However, the one who ran into trouble this time was himself. 14 days. Sylvie used his own body as a ruler and learned that consuming soul could last at most 14 days. His body became extremely weak, all of his organs were failing. If he continued to eat soul and didn't return to the water, he might soon die. Therefore, he was forced to part from Dorian, hiding in the bathtub in the basement to recover slowly, but Sylvie absolutely could not leave Dorian now to return to the sea. He had originally thought he could return to Dorian's side after 3 days, but it had been too long since he had last turned back into his fish tail. The dreadful poison was eroding his body, causing him to lie in the bathtub in a deep slumber. It wasn't until Dorian's painful howl woke him up. Sylvie quickly disposed of those pesky human fish in secret, just as planned. All he needed to do was eat a soul pill on time, regaining his human form, shedding his scales and growing legs always happened fast, despite the excruciating pain, which Sylvie could endure. And he kept many pills hidden in the bathtub. Once he grew his legs again, he could take Dorian and continue their escape. They could go anywhere they wanted. But why had soul become ineffective? Sylvie swallowed 3 poison pills in succession, but instead of changing, they only made his scales fall off unevenly, left parts of his fins missing, and further weakened his body. Perhaps this was the sea punishing him, punishing his betrayal, punishing him for lying to his love. He had put on the shell of humanity, disguising himself as a doctor, a savior, all his doing. Sylvie was willing to accept any punishment, except being seen like this by Dorian. What must he look like in his lover's eyes right now? Ugly, bizarre. Sylvie, you've disappointed me. Get away. You liar. Yen Shanting. Sylvie, I'll never believe you again. There was never any real love. All this was just your self-deception, your little tricks. I never loved you. Sylvie stared at the cold gun barrel aimed at him, feeling as if he'd been struck once again by the rock in Dorian's hand. A massive wound opened in his heart, and the blood started flowing. It hurt so much, Dorian, it hurt so much. Slowly, gently, Sylvie extended one of his sensitive hair-like tentacles and placed it carefully on Dorian's gun barrel. With his hoarse, unpleasant voice, he said. Dorian, I'm sorry. Chapter 98. Click. It was not the sound of a trigger being pulled. It was the sound of a pistol hitting the waterlogged floor. Then, Sylvie was suddenly embraced. He was tightly hugged by a strong and warm chest. The other's hands were gripping his shoulders, pulling his head into the crook of their arms. Dorian. The anticipated punishment and scolding never came, instead, he received a sweet embrace. Sylvie's hair-like appendages exploded outwards helplessly, fluttering anxiously in the air. Did you remember everything? I'm not sure. Dorian's mind was a mess right now, with fragmented pieces of information jumbled together, making it impossible for him to sort them out momentarily, but... I'm certain about one thing, Sylvie, if I don't kiss you this moment, I will definitely regret it for my entire life. Almost forcibly, Dorian pushed aside Sylvie's hair-like appendages and bit hard onto the other's lips. He could feel those appendages fiercely struggle, but soon they quieted down, turning soft, wrapping around Dorian's wrist as if begging affectionately. Does it hurt? Dorian stroked Sylvie's tail during the pause between kisses. The floor around Sylvie was still incessantly dropping pearls, but at this moment, his face was tenderly cupped by his lover, kissed lovingly. It doesn't hurt, not at all. Sylvie lied, but told the truth. Minutes later, Dorian and Sylvie held hands as they burst out of the villa and ran into the rain. The night enveloped them as they sprinted toward the sea. Several helicopters and flying machines were closing in. Dorian had exposed his location. They couldn't find him at the Andre couple's house and would surely continue to track him. This wealthy neighborhood was still quite far from the seaside. Surveillance cameras were everywhere. Given the intelligent security systems of the houses, they couldn't sneak quietly into any household for shelter. If Dorian could partially hide behind the shrubs in each house's small garden outside, Sylvie, standing over 2 meters tall, along with his large tail, had nowhere to hide. And more worryingly, their physical conditions were deteriorating. Dorian didn't even know how much blood he'd lost from his arm. He only felt dizziness creeping up as he ran, and struggled to breathe. As for Sylvie, most of the scales on his tail were gone. These once hard protective scales helped him move quickly on land and protected his tail from injuries. Now, the exposed flesh was already rubbed raw on the rough ground. Though he tried very hard to keep up with Dorian's speed, he simply couldn't move fast enough. Dorian attempted to pick him up, but he lacked both the strength and the height to fully lift his merman off the ground. Thus, he could only let his merman endure torture on land. Dorian, I'm slowing you down. Let me stay behind to distract them, then follow this direction and reach the seaside soon. It hasn't dawned yet. If you just... Absolutely no way. Dorian's voice was low but firm, cutting through the heavy rain to pierce Sylvie's ears. I nearly risked my life bringing you back to the sea, remember? Now, are you asking me to hand you over to them willingly? Never. Sylvie's pearls fell into the rain, without a sound. After leaving the affluent residential area, there were bustling city streets ahead. They must traverse the entire city to get to the coastal area. The distance seemed endless. Like two insignificant mayflies struggling in a vast space, they thrashed against the odds. The sounds of flying machines and helicopters echoed around them from all directions. They wouldn't last long, but Dorian still firmly grasped Sylvie's webbed hand, repeatedly telling him, convincing himself, once we enter the city, there will be many secluded alleys where we can hide and won't be found. Sylvie returned the grip with full force. Perhaps holding hands while fleeing wasn't wise, but there was no time. No one knew what the next second might bring. They must grasp every opportunity to love deeply in the fleeting moments. Daybreak was coming, the rain would stop, but there were still a few words away from the last period of this fairy tale ending. In each gap of these story characters, they dashed forward, wind and rain carrying their lives. Suddenly, a beam of light shone upon their heads, trapping them like in a cage. No matter which direction they fled towards, the light would quickly catch up to them again, chasing them like hungry beasts biting down on their shadows. Then came gunshots more intense than the falling rainstorm. Sylvie's tail got shot, and he emitted an acute, sharp scream before collapsing. However, in that same moment when he fell, he forcefully shoved Dorian, causing the net shot from the helicopter to trap only Sylvie. No. Before Dorian could make any reaction, Sylvie had already been suspended in midair by the net. Dorian reached out to grab him but ended up futilely clutching at empty air. Dorian. Amidst the hum of helicopters and flying machines, a terrifying familiar voice came from above. For a moment, Dorian had the illusion that the voice was a divine oracle from the clouds as he looked up along the raindrops into the night sky. However, he quickly shook off this absurd fantasy and spent only half a second accurately identifying the speaker on one of the flying machines. His stepfather. Mag Mundy. It's been a long time, my son. It seems you and your little pet have had quite an enjoyable holiday. The familiar affected tone was so disgustingly false. Dorian knew Mag Mundy must be in a fantastic mood right now, the feeling of pretending to be God while delivering judgment must surely give him great satisfaction. Dorian had no interest in playing along with his act. Without hesitation, he pulled out the laser gun from behind his back, not aiming at anyone but pointing it directly at his own head. Let Sylvie go, and I'll come back with you. SSSSSS, SSSSSS. The merman's frenzied scream pierced through the sky. He struggled inside the capture net, tearing at it with sharp teeth and claws, trying to break free, but he was too weak. His cries carried no threat, all he managed to achieve was a hand-sized hole in the net at the cost of injuring his nails, before immediately being hit with another tranquilizer shot. Stop. Enough. Dorian anxiously stared at Sylvie, pressing the gun muzzle firmly against his temple. In Sylvie's mind, he begged Dorian not to exchange himself for him, but Dorian gave no response. At the same time, Mag Mundy's mocking laughter echoed through the loudspeaker. What makes you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me? Dorian, don't be so childish. Do you really think I care whether you live or die? You destroyed the military laboratory, bringing you back is just for giving them an explanation. Have the guts to pull the trigger if you dare. Oh God, my dear father, are we still doing this routine? Dorian sneered aloud, if my life doesn't matter, why has my photo been widely publicized in the news? Dorian didn't give Mag Mundy more chances to speak. He quickly continued, let's cut to the chase. If you guarantee Sylvie's safety, I will go with you. Under the night rain, in full view of everyone, Dorian was locked down by intense beams of light. He lifted his shirt, exposing the deformed bone spurs on his spine and the faint scales patterns on his waist. Dorian heard some small murmurs coming from the mechanical contraptions above. He knew those curious eyes were surely inch by inch scrutinizing his mutated body through sophisticated cameras. You've always wanted to know how humans turn into merfolk, haven't you? Everything you couldn't obtain from John, you can get it all from me. Don't hurt Sylvie. I can feel it. As long as you ensure Sylvie's safety, I voluntarily offer myself as your experimental subject and will follow all orders. After a few seconds, Mag Mundy said, deal. SSSSSSSS. The merman cried in anguish. Sylvie struggled in the capture net, unable to break it, nor summon sea monsters. Everything was in vain. He watched helplessly as the flying machines landed one after another. They handcuffed Dorian and viciously injected a needle into his neck, yet there was nothing he could do. Some mercy and compassion leaked from the night sky, and Dorian felt his consciousness fading away. Submerged in the tears of the earth, he neither felt fear nor anger. Memories of the past flowed like a river slowly passing through Dorian, eventually merging into the grey-blue sea. When he looked up at Sylvie, all he felt was calmness. Don't be afraid, Sylvie. I will protect you. I promise. Chapter 99. Dorian returned to the Combs by Union Sanatorium, but this time it was the more authentic one, perhaps it should be called the Combs by Marine Biology Research Institute. Dorian was confined in a glass observation room with transparent walls on all sides. His meals and daily activities took place here, where Robert and his team of researchers could observe Dorian's every move through the glass at any time. Without question, Dorian had become a pathetic test subject without a shred of privacy. This was exactly Magmendi's purpose, to torment his mind and destroy his proud self-respect. Dorian knew this, he understood his stepfather better than anyone. Yet Dorian showed little anxiety or pain. In fact, he accepted his circumstances with remarkable calmness. After all, up to this point, Dorian hadn't suffered much physical pain. More importantly, he knew that Sylvie was safe. It sounded incredible, but Dorian and Sylvie indeed shared some form of mental connection. He could feel that Sylvie was calm, like a sea surface without wind or waves. Dorian speculated that she might have been sedated and placed inside a water tank column, otherwise, given her aggressive nature, it would be hard for her to maintain such a stable mental state while fully awake. Yes, Dorian had recovered all of his memories. Although no one told him the reason, Dorian guessed why he had lost them. It wasn't due to drugs injected during interrogation or other external factors, it was simply because his heart couldn't face that past. He longed to forget, longed to escape. But when he finally regained enough courage and determination, those memories returned to his consciousness as if triggered by some self-protection mechanism. Now, Dorian had ample time to reflect on his past, and he gradually gained some new insights. He saw how he always lived in anger, hating his family, hating the institute, hating his colleagues, hating his work, hating the whole world, all stemming from his own inadequacy. Anger was the only way he could resist the world. In reality, even now, Dorian still couldn't change anything. Look, he allowed his partner to be imprisoned again, willingly sent himself back into the hands of his stepfather, becoming an experiment subject without rights. His situation was worse than ever before. Perhaps he should roar with greater fury, but he didn't do that. Dorian hadn't told anyone, but in the quiet of the night, he could hear the sound of ocean waves and faintly, the songs of mermaids coming from the depths of his consciousness. Dorian wasn't abandoned, nor was he isolated. The sea was behind him, and the person he loved was close. No matter when Dorian fell, there would always be someone to catch him. As for the observational experiments on Dorian, they were hardly worth mentioning since he was currently the only human found to be mutating into a merman. His uniqueness spared him considerable suffering. Even though the researchers often stared at him with a crazed look, so far, all they did was observe, draw a few tubes of blood, pluck some strands of hair, and occasionally take a small piece of skin tissue. Incidentally, the wound on Dorian's arm healed very quickly. In less than 5 days, the not insignificant cut disappeared completely without leaving a single scar. Of course, apart from being studied and observed, they also tried to pry information out of Dorian, such as why he had hidden in the Andre couple's home and, more importantly, the secret of transforming into a merman. One day, Dorian was led out of the observation room and into a chat room, or a well-decorated interrogation room. After a long absence, Dorian sat on a soft, maple-red couch and received a steaming cup of honey tea. It seemed they had carefully studied Dorian's history. The woman who greeted Dorian was named Jane. She appeared kindly, with grayish-white hair indicating the passage of years. She seemed ready to listen to any troubles Dorian might have, as Mrs. Akiso often did. At first, she behaved quite well, and Dorian cooperated briefly with their conversation. But soon, her intentions became clear, and she transitioned into interrogation mode. Why did you choose to go to Ein City? Based on your background, you should never have interacted with the Andre couple, she asked. There was no special reason, we just happened to escape there. We originally planned to hide in any building in the seaside area, but we coincidentally encountered an evacuation and almost got caught by the patrol police. So, we had no choice but to keep heading inland. And you know, in the rich neighborhood, no one would dare to break in randomly. As for the Andre couple you mentioned, who even knows them? We just picked the house of some little-used small married couple. Their basement was great. Dorian mixed true and false information, making his words sound very sincere. After some trivial questions, Jane began throwing key questions at Dorian. Have you ever considered why you started to mutate? Were there any signs in the beginning? Dorian knew Magmendi and Robert were monitoring him right outside the wall, and he could faintly sense their presence. This was probably what they were most curious about, so Dorian didn't mind telling the truth. In the beginning, it was the pain in my lungs and legs, which has been ongoing until now, though I've become accustomed to it. So, do you think the turning point for becoming a merman is? I don't know. Dorian indeed didn't know the reason. After being saved by Sylvie on the Mermaid Island, he started showing these symptoms a few days later, whether due to some kind of infection or other reasons, Dorian knew nothing about it. Jane's face showed a somewhat subtle expression after hearing this, and Dorian almost immediately guessed her next question. She asked, could it be possible because of your intimate relationship with merfolk? This was already quite a tactful way of asking. Dorian laughed, not hiding his contempt for the question. He turned his head and looked at the wall beside him, that was actually a synthetic image made by transparent displays. Knowing Magmendi and Robert were behind it watching him, Dorian spoke to the wall rather than Jane, haven't you captured those merfolk? The ones who used to be missing humans but eventually transformed into merfolk, including my father John, did all of them have intimate relationships with merfolk? This was something Dorian only realized recently. He remembered seeing photos of some missing people in the news once, and some of their faces were extremely similar to the merfolk he saw in the underground lab of the Combsby Sanatorium. He initially thought it was a hallucination, but later he changed his mind. Dorian wouldn't be the only human to transform into a merman. If, as Sylvie said, everyone will eventually return to the sea, it meant that the missing people in the ocean might also turn into merfolk. Dorian bet that Magmendi and Robert had noticed this too, hence their obsession with unraveling this mystery. How can humans turn into merfolk? They must have conducted countless experiments behind closed doors, perhaps starting their research right after John's death. Dorian guessed they might have tried to communicate with those humans turned merfolk, but they must have failed every time, which led them to come up with cruel experiments like grafting tails. After all, they were working with the military, money was flowing out like water, and they needed to show some results, didn't they? On the same day, Dorian and Sylvie met through a composite glass, temporarily placed in adjacent observation rooms. Magmendi ordered Dorian to ask Sylvie about the secret of human mutation, and Dorian did as instructed. But Sylvie couldn't understand human language at all, and he kept circling inside the observation tank, trying to smash the glass between him and Dorian. Dorian couldn't soothe him either. Magmendi ordered the researchers to electrocute the merfolk, and Dorian sharply stopped them. I've already told you it's useless. Merfolk cannot communicate with humans, it's the same situation as before in Ferdinand. You know that. Let me say again, I'll cooperate with you on anything, but if you lay a finger on Sylvie, I promise you'll get nothing from me. With a gloomy face, Magmendi accepted this fact, because after all, none of them could hear the communication going on inside Dorian and Sylvie's consciousness. From that day onward, they never let Dorian see Sylvie again. What was influencing the human mutation into merfolk? It seemed this riddle could still only be unraveled through Dorian. So, he was interrogated countless times within a month. During one of those sessions, he even met someone referred to as a big shot from higher-ups, who introduced himself as human, probably a pseudonym. Dorian didn't know his real identity, but when they met, 4 high-ranking officers guarded around them respectively. You used a lie detector, you should know I'm not lying, I truly know nothing, Dorian said to the person in front of him. If you insist on getting an answer from me, then I think the key lies in the sea. After all, we've all had near-death experiences in the ocean at some point, whether it's me or those missing people, this is our common point. I believe instead of torturing merfolk endlessly, it would be better to ask the ocean why it keeps rising, why it revives prehistoric beasts one by one, and why it makes them fight against humans. This is exactly what we want to find out, Human said. From the first sea storm disaster until today, we have been exploring for 3 centuries, but we have gained no answers. He, like all the big shots Dorian had seen on the news, was neatly dressed, with proper and noble manners. They appeared kind, experienced, wise, and empathetic. While speaking with Dorian, Human seemed to lower his status, trying as humbly as possible to seek Dorian's guidance, but whether this stemmed from genuine intent or political acting, Dorian was uncertain, and didn't care. Human, if the merfolk know something, and are willing to share, that would be best. But if they choose to keep their secrets, then I respect their decision. I just hope you can help us with one thing. Your partner is a merman, right? There must be ways for you both to communicate. So, could you please tell the merfolk to stop attacking humans and the constructions in the ocean? We mean no offense, and have no intention of starting a war. We can sit down and have a conversation. Where do they live in the ocean? We can stay away from there, conducting activities only within our own waters. Dorian didn't play along. I apologize for interrupting, but I need to correct your perspective. The ocean does not belong to anyone. It cannot be owned by any person or creature, nor can it be divided. If you truly intend to make amends, you should start by addressing the issue of ocean pollution. Even now, countless waste materials continue to be dumped into the sea, and the noise caused by marine construction facilities disturbs their environment. You're not just interfering with the normal lives of merfolk, you're destroying the entire ecological balance of the ocean. Human grimaced, Dorian, you know how our world operates. We have endured 2 great sea disasters, survival has become quite challenging for the people. The reason we can comfortably sit on sofas right now, with intelligent systems regulating temperature and humidity, with light, electricity, and internet, all thanks to modern technology. All these things inevitably produce garbage. There's barely any land left, and the waste cannot be buried anymore. With current production standards, we cannot afford the higher costs of alternative disposal methods. The easiest options naturally remain burning or dumping it into the sea. This isn't the problem of one generation, it's a century-old legacy of ocean pollution. To demand that we retrieve hundreds of years' worth of human waste from the sea is clearly unreasonable and impossible. So in that case, the premise for peaceful coexistence between humans and merfolk cannot stand. Humans seek development while marine life seeks survival. If your neighbor took the bricks from your house to add a room to their home, you wouldn't remain indifferent, would you? Human shook his head disapprovingly. Then what do you think we should do? Give up all our production and technology, revert to living like cavemen, eating raw food and drinking blood, starving and freezing without protection from wild animals and bacteria, dying before we even turn 15. Dorian shrugged, perhaps there's no harm in that. Human frowned, do you really think so? After a brief silence, Dorian suddenly laughed, since I was young, I've always had some peculiar thoughts. I've often wondered why disasters faced by humanity keep increasing, earthquakes, tsunamis, droughts and floods, volcanic eruptions, cancers, plagues. Many diseases spread only among humans. Through millions of years of effort, we have finally become the dominant species on Earth, overcoming one challenge after another set by nature, marking these as achievements and building milestones throughout history. But what if it's possible that humans are merely an unfortunate disease contracted by the Earth? If we switch perspectives, humans are actually the plague, and the Earth attempts to heal itself through various calamities. Just like all viruses, if you can't kill it all at once, it will develop a certain resistance and become stronger. That's why we have reached this point. Perhaps you might think going back to the past would be a loss for humanity, but it might be exactly what the Earth desires. Humans stared at Dorian for a long time. I think we no longer have any reason to continue this discussion. A month later, a gill slit grew behind Dorian's ear, and his good days were over. To make him adapt to his new organ, the researchers forced him to live in the water, even though his respiratory system was not fully developed yet, and his lower limbs were still legs. In addition, other experiments had also started one after another. For example, due to Dorian's strong self-healing ability, he had to undergo vivisection every 1 or 2 weeks. Those people were particularly interested in the changes of Dorian's internal organs, and even attempted to clone another Dorian from his cells, but it seemed to have failed. The aforementioned information was what Dorian heard from the researchers outside the observation tank. They never avoided talking in front of Dorian, allowing him to gather a lot of information, such as that Robert still hadn't given up exploring the secret of humans turning into merfolk. He tried to simulate Dorian's circumstances, forcibly placing humans and merfolk in the same observation room, trying to make them love each other, but the result often led to the death of one of them. Dorian would frequently hear some agonized screams, and he knew these sounds were definitely not hallucinations, making him sadder. For reasons unknown, Dorian's periods of clarity became increasingly rare. He often fell into a coma, especially when in the water. But strangely, his consciousness could detach from his body and inhabit others' bodies. Sometimes, Dorian saw himself walking down unfamiliar corridors, sometimes, he was showering in strange rooms, sometimes, he was recording data of experimental subjects with a tablet. He had even seen himself from a third-person perspective. But more often than not, he found himself facing innocent test subjects, fish, humans, merfolk. Each of them had once lain on Dorian's operating table, where he always heard faint cries beneath his own scalpel. Thus, Dorian's consciousness wandered like a ghost throughout the research institute until one day, he saw Sylvie through someone else's eyes. As Dorian had imagined, Sylvie, like all the other merfolk, was confined in a narrow water tank column, full of tubes inserted into her body. The only good news was that her wounds had healed. Sylvie. Dorian called out his partner's name in the void. He thought he wouldn't get any response, but unexpectedly, the supposedly unconscious merman suddenly struggled slightly before being rendered inert again by electric shocks and anesthesia. Dorian tried to control the human he possessed to stop the punishment inflicted by the smart system on Sylvie, but failed. All he could do was look at his lover through this person's eyes. The humans treated him like a specimen, sealed in this small glass tube, depriving him of freedom and power, but he was far from being a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He was the messenger of Poseidon. The moon. The sun of the sea. The torch of the night. The lighthouse. The morning star guiding the direction. Dorian's mate. A lover who would never betray. Sylvie, wait for me. Chapter 100. In the corner of the glass observation tank, there was a large lump of creamy white substance curled up like a shelled egg left with just its inner membrane. If you observed carefully, you'd notice it moving rhythmically. It was breathing. You could call it an embryo, an egg, or even a pronucleus. It didn't matter what you called it. To Benjamin, it only had one name, money. This was the cocoon of the initial experimental subject, referred to as OHM, from the Human Mermaid Evolution Experiment Project. Over a month ago, the OHM subject fell into a coma inside the tank, and its skin began secreting a layer of creamy white material. That material absorbed the seawater-like nutrient solution within the tank, expanding until it fully enveloped the body, slowly transforming it from human form into that of a mermaid. Benjamin was not an official member of the OHM research team, although he was a PhD from the Royal Marine Academy of the Western Alliance and a formal researcher at the Consby Marine Biology Institute, having taken elective courses under Professor Mag Mundy and published several remarkable articles on mutated pseudofin fish. Yet, he still hadn't been granted the privilege to study OHM, even as an assistant. But this was understandable. After all, OHM was the world's first successful case of a human transforming into a mermaid. Everyone was desperate to uncover its secrets. If this experiment succeeded, it would mean humans had cracked the code of evolution. People would no longer fear sea storms or disasters. Everyone could grow tails and live underwater. Because of this, Benjamin had gone through a lot of trouble and bought nighttime caretaking rights for OHM from one of the assistants in the research group. 100,000 Union E-coins per night. Sounds crazy, right? But in reality, if Benjamin took just 2 photos of the OHM subject, some buyers would willingly pay 10 times that price for them. And if Benjamin managed to sneak some clear videos, he might even become rich overnight. What about the risks? Come on, Benjamin wasn't the only one doing this. As far as he knew, 3 other, unrelated individuals had entered this lab under various pretexts. If Consby traced it back to him via photographs, Benjamin could always claim his terminal got hacked, resulting in a leak of important files. Even if he had incredibly bad luck and faced legal responsibility, just having had intimate contact with OHM for one night would be enough to make his resume shine brightly. The only problem was that OHM's cocoon wasn't transparent. Though you could faintly see the half-human, half-fish silhouette from certain angles, taking clear photos or videos was no easy task. Rumors said that researchers had placed more than a dozen miniature surveillance robots inside its cocoon to observe its transformation process from all angles. Of course, as an outsider, Benjamin naturally didn't have access to these monitoring videos. However, he'd seen OHM before it formed its cocoon and had heard many stories about it. OHM used to be an exceptionally handsome man, tall with broad shoulders, narrow hips, long legs, and a fiery physique. When the researchers brought it to dissection, Benjamin found a chance to deliver equipment to the autopsy room and personally witnessed OHM's nudity. My God, even though its spine had abnormal bony spines protruding out, and its skin from the waist down to its feet was covered in scales, its body was still incredibly enchanting. The proportions of all its parts were practically perfect. What impressed Benjamin most was its eyes, the cold, gray-blue irises. When its gaze swept over you, you felt your soul lightly brushed by a feather, producing an unimaginable sense of trembling. Benjamin believed anyone who'd ever seen OHM would never forget it. For days, he indulged in fantasies because of those eyes. It was rumored that OHM used to be a mermaid researcher, but it fell in love with its experimental subject, thereby ruining everything, its work, its life, and turning into a psychiatric patient. Indeed, OHM was dangerous. It was reported that while in the mental institution, it tried multiple times to kill people, even biting through its main doctor's neck artery, causing the doctor's death. Therefore, members of the OHM research team were repeatedly reminded not to communicate with it and not to stay alone with it without proper safety measures. Benjamin's girlfriend Mona, who worked in the research team, told him that OHM had shown extreme aggression during some experiments. Its teeth were sharper than a shark's, and several times it attempted to attack the glass tank to escape. However, each time they played a video of mermaids, it immediately stopped all actions, entranced, staring at the screen. This method always worked. They say he agreed to become the test subject in order to atone for his sins. Mona told him this with a mysterious air, but when Benjamin pressed her for more details, she refused to divulge anything further. What a tease. Mona wasn't Benjamin's type, not even close, but since she worked in the OHM research group, Benjamin would dump her as soon as everything was over. After one sexual encounter, Mona said to Benjamin, "Just wait for the live broadcast. Professor Magmundi and Robert will unveil everything then." Oh, the live broadcast, yes, that accursed live broadcast. Benjamin muttered a few curses under his breath and reluctantly opened his terminal to calculate his savings. The world's first human mermaid created through human genetic engineering marked an enormous leap forward for humanity and a monumental breakthrough in the scientific field. It was also the center of global attention, and, naturally, a massive money-making opportunity. Magmundi was a businessman after all. He'd struck deals with several media companies to live-stream the final moment of OHM transforming into a mermaid, broadcasting it to the entire world. Benjamin didn't know the exact price, but he'd heard that all IDs could only watch for free for the first hour, and after that, they would be charged per minute. Damn capitalists. Wait. A bold idea suddenly occurred to Benjamin. If he could enter OHM's research lab on the day of the live stream, or better yet, stand right next to Magmundi and Robert, then would there even be a need to pay any fees? People would likely spend hundreds of millions just to catch a glimpse of him. Half a month later, some videos and photos of OHM appeared online. The leaker was rumored to be a female researcher named Mona, who was subsequently fired by the Consby Institute and ordered to pay hefty compensation. No one knew that on the same day, Benjamin had successfully joined the OHM research group as a formal member. A few days later, the Consby Mermaid Live Studio officially went online. The institute predicted it would hatch in 3 days, so 3 cameras from different angles were installed outside the observation tank. Due to the earlier leak of mermaid photos, everyone was extremely curious about the white fish egg, even though they had to pay exorbitant fees on a designated live streaming platform to watch the video footage. Despite this, many viewers flocked to see it. To boost subscriptions over the 3 days, the live studio provided round-the-clock commentary from various researchers about OHM's cocoon inside the observation tank. Although Benjamin had only recently joined the OHM research group and didn't know much about its subject yet, the live studio was always packed whenever he was present. This is a fibrous membrane that helps OHM isolate the gel-like substance inside the cocoon from the seawater-like nutrient solution outside. It's not too different from the inner membrane of an egg, except it's tougher. Look, its tail is moving. In order to help viewers see inside the cocoon more clearly, the research lab installed penetrating lights outside the glass observation tank. After dimming the interior lighting, people could clearly see a curled-up mermaid through the milky white membrane. At that moment, perhaps due to Benjamin's approach, OHM suddenly twitched its tail, which instantly set off a frenzy of comments in the live studio. But Benjamin's real selling point wasn't his explanations, it was how he answered subtle, sensitive questions in response to comments from the chat area, such as the gender characteristics of mermaids, the location of their reproductive organs, and even their courtship and mating processes. Though Benjamin knew little about these topics and often skillfully evaded giving clear answers, people loved hearing about them, driving the engagement in the live studio to terrifying levels. As Benjamin was about to finish his shift, he selected one last question to answer. You're asking for OHM's name? Oh, I bet you've heard of it before. It's Professor Magmundi's stepson, the world's first expert to discover mermaids. It's called Dorian. For more secrets about it, stay tuned for tomorrow's final live stream, The Birth of the Mermaid. Chapter 101. Blue. Pure blue. There was light. It pierced through the chaos. Dorian was wandering in the sea. He was completely relaxed, allowing his soul to drift in the water. He saw clusters of roundish bubbles floating upward, and a long shadow swaying its tail slowly swimming by. He soon realized this was a dream he had had many times. But something was missing. What was missing? Dorian. Dorian heard a distant call, faint like an echo of the waves. Dorian had to use all his attention to catch the sound. It was hoarse, low, sad, helpless, but at the same time deep, thick, fervent, and mad. Countless questions sprang from his mind one after another. Who is Dorian? Who is calling this name? Where does this voice come from? Why so desperate? These were questions that Dorian could not figure out at all, but with those calls, Dorian sensed some strange fragments of imagery. Silver gray, protection, embrace, promise, yearning, scales, death, tail, kiss, importance, pearl, love. The world remained a chaotic blue, and Dorian felt as if he was about to see something, but suddenly, the surrounding area became noisy. The sounds were like black ink polluting his sea domain, then vines of pain and the sensation of suffocation began to wrap around his legs. Dorian started to struggle. Wow, quite intense movement here, looks like he will be breaking the shell very soon. Live viewers mustn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Colin never thought he'd have this opportunity, to host a globally real-time broadcasted interview show. He sat alongside Professor Magmundi, the father of merfolk, and Dr. Robert discussing mermaids, while behind them in the observation tank lay a human-mermaid hybrid about to be born, the experimental subject OHM. Such a remarkable moment. Although the exact time for OHM to break the shell was uncertain, according to the estimates of the research team led by Professor Magmundi and Dr. Robert, it would happen today. To be precise, within the next 1 or 2 hours. And Colin, a highly experienced host, needed only to interview Magmundi and Robert before OHM was born from the milk-white cocoon, gradually revealing the secrets of the merfolk species, and the current human gene evolution technology possessed by the Consby Marine Biology Research Institute. Colin wasn't clear how many people around the globe were watching this program, but he heard that the media platform responsible for live broadcasting made enough money every hour to build 5 statues of Poseidon by the seaside. If all this money was used to extend the doom spear, the sea level might not touch its tip until humanity's extinction. Of course, these were not things an employee should consider now. Colin focused back on the interview. Alright, let's return to our previous topic. Thank you both for recounting that story from 30 years ago. We deeply regret John's passing, but we also thank him for bringing us the merfolk. Could Professor Magmundi please introduce the OHM experiment subject behind us? I hear he is your stepson. Magmundi wore a very understated linen-colored suit jacket. He was short and plump, with only a few remaining strands of gray hair on his head. He didn't deliberately conceal the flaws of his aging skin and the wrinkles carved by time, which made him look like an ordinary old scientist who would feed pigeons in the park during quiet weekday afternoons. When he lowered his head and revealed a sorrowful expression, everyone empathized with his pain. He is called Dorian, my only son. I still remember the feeling of holding him when he was a little boy, warm and tiny. But starting from his adolescence, more specifically, from when he learned about his biological father John, our relationship has been strained. Dorian listened intently amidst the chaos. He overheard someone describing Dorian. This was an arrogant young man with a bad temper, having extreme ideas, selfish and indifferent to others, often hiding alone in his room doing some peculiar researches, brimming with dangerous thoughts. He always neglected reality, fully believing in hypotheses from fantasy and religion, holding deep animosity towards his parents, being polite to them only when he wanted pocket money or special privileges. No. That's not right. Dorian had no memory of who Dorian was, but he was very sure the narrator was lying. He wanted to deny every word spoken by this man, yet he couldn't move. He couldn't even feel his own mouth. This was also my fault, I should not have indulged his capriciousness and let him join the merfolk research team. In fact, he had already been very interested in the sea god sect. I noticed this. Later, he fell under the mental control of the merfolk, attempting to set fire and destroy the entire institute so the merfolk could escape. After an internal trial, I reluctantly sent him to a mental hospital, but he ended up killing his attending doctor and escaped. Magmundi spoke intermittently, even pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his eyes. What a terrible situation, Colin expressed sympathy, then asked on behalf of all the viewers watching the live broadcast, so what made him return here and become the experimental subject who willingly sacrificed for human evolution? It's because of his mother. Magmundi choked up, seemingly unable to continue speaking. Robert took over his old friend's narrative at the right moment. Let me continue from here. His mother was always very worried about him, often visiting him when he was hospitalized for treatment. After he killed someone and fled, which caused many accidents, she became extremely grieved and developed severe depression, passing away not long after. What is he saying? That's not the truth. Dorian shouted loudly, but no one could hear his voice. Instead, those false lies sprouted wings and effortlessly landed in every listening ear. Dorian saw through someone else's eyes a mass of continuously rolling text that condemned and berated. Dorian was a thug, an unforgivable sinner who deserved execution by firing squad, injection, electric chair, or hanging. Every sentence containing Dorian was filled with foul words. Later, we found him in the basement of a house where a tragedy occurred. At the time, he was already severely insane, having killed many people and refusing to come back with us. It wasn't until I mentioned his mother and pleaded with him to visit Irina's grave that he finally came to his senses. He realized he was a terrible criminal, that the mistakes he committed were irreversible, and thus voluntarily offered to become an experimental subject for the Institute, hoping to give some slight value to his pitiful life. Then the experiments began. Perhaps thanks to John's blessings in heaven, our gene evolution technology succeeded for the first time in a human body. After nearly 3 months of transformation, Dorian no longer exists, he will be reborn as OHM. My fellow humans. We no longer need to sleep each night on a bed of worry, we have broken free from the shackles of nature, we no longer need to struggle helplessly towards the end of days. The ocean no longer represents death, it symbolizes rebirth, hope. In the future, we will all grow tails, and we can freely live in the sea. Nothing can stop the progress of science, humanity will never perish. A distorted history built on lies, false, dirty, and easily shattered. But why did Dorian hear applause? Ignorant faith amassed under the banner of evil, they cannot see the truth burning on the cross. They only see the fire illuminating the night, so they no longer need dawn, no longer need the sun. They happily applaud, enough, enough. But whose wound does this pool of blood belong to? Whose skeleton does these broken bones belong to? Please stop, I beg you, stop. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Leave me alone, please, leave me alone. Countless cries of pain crowded into Dorian's consciousness. Everywhere were tears and blood. Bitter, salty bitterness rolled on the taste buds, and Dorian tasted the despair of every soul scarred and wounded. Dorian saw broken fish tails, removed organs, dead trees, dried up water veins, black clouds, fires that couldn't be extinguished, impossible to repair holes above their heads, and dirty liquid swallowed down into stomachs. Who is crying? It's Dorian. It's the fish. It's the bird. It's the insect. It's the beast. It's the sky and the land. It's the valley and the river. It's you. It's me. It's the mother. It's this planet. In an instant, Dorian's view of chaos broke apart, and he saw something indescribably mysterious. His consciousness returned to the origin, that enormous yet infinitely small core. Then it exploded, expanding while constantly collapsing, dying while constantly being reborn. The universe gathered and dissipated like smoke before his eyes. And then he fell into a sea of blue. He witnessed the birth, growth, prosperity, flourishing, and eventual inevitable decline, confusion, corruption, and disappearance of a race. When things reach their peak, they must reverse. When prosperity reaches its zenith, it begins to decay. Darkness is the beginning of dawn, order is the prelude to chaos. This is the law of nature, the secret of the universe. When everything goes beyond balance, it's time to start over. We've already been through the Ordovician, Devonian, Permian, Triassic-Jurassic, Cretaceous-Tertiary, so when will the next one be? Perhaps in a few million years, perhaps in the next second. And Dorian, he was just a tiny speck of dust in an endless void. What is important for a speck of dust? Not the scorching sun, not the rain and wind that washes away, not the wheels rolling overhead, not the feet stepping down. But another speck of dust crowded nearby. He suddenly remembered a name. Sylvie. Dorian turned around, and in his small world of this insignificant speck of dust, he saw a silver-tailed mermaid. It was Sylvie. Nothing else mattered anymore. So let blood repay blood, let darkness return to darkness, no longer needing any reservation. The sea will judge all, and sins will eventually vanish in the waves. God. It's starting. He's starting to hatch. As cries of surprise echoed throughout the laboratory, people witnessed a hand pierce through the milky white cocoon and emerge. It was the pale, elegant, beautiful hand fin of a mermaid, with the most exquisite joints and the sharpest claw tips. Just by floating motionlessly in the water, it exuded allure, deadly temptation despite its obvious danger. Comments were flooding in wildly on the live broadcast, excitement and exhilaration spilling out from every character as massive amounts of money flowed into certain pockets. Everyone was satisfied. The interview paused. At this moment, any conversation would be unnecessary. No one wanted to be disturbed. All eyes were silently focused. Thus, the technical crew aligned all 8 camera angles onto the observation tank. The lights in the laboratory dimmed, while under the powerful spotlight, the delicate silhouette of a mermaid lay centered on screen. Gradually, the cocoon began to wriggle once more, its cracks widening as if something was about to break free. Whether it was researchers and media personnel present or audiences tuning in across the globe, all attention remained fixated on the milky white cocoon and the mesmerizing mermaid hand webbed outside. Hence, nobody noticed amidst the background noise that a deliberately lowered voice asked, "Hey, Benjamin, are you okay?" "Ah. Stop him. What the hell happened?" "Benjamin." A piercing scream followed, then chaos erupted, silhouettes shaking frantically before the camera lens, leaving the audience clueless about what had transpired. They only realized one of the 8 selectable viewing screens went black, indicating a destroyed camera. "Ha ha ha, die. You bastards, all of you die. Ha ha ha. Are you crazy? Stop it. Not right. Run, they're all insane." Another lens went dark, now there were 5 livestream windows left. Each filled with chaotic figures, white uniformed researchers wrestling with media staff, breaking or misaligning cameras. At this moment, none of the equipment could capture OHM's image. "Colin. What are you doing? Calm down. You owe me. Why after all these years am I still treated like dog dung beneath everyone's feet? You stole everything from me. Give me back what's mine. Fuck. Wake up, damn it. Don't you recognize me? Sinner. You're all sinners. Die. Ha ha ha. Escape quickly. Everyone leave here." Soon enough, armed security guards joined the fray, gunshots rang out alongside screams, maniacal laughter, and curses in the live stream room. All of this occurred within a mere few minutes. Nobody knew how it began. It seemed as if a demon suddenly tossed a curse into the research lab, turning everyone into lunatics. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like the final digits of a countdown timer, viewers watched live feeds disappear one by one until only one lens remained intact, saved because it fell awkwardly in a corner. This last surviving device pointed toward the metallic walls of the lab and a leg that belonged to either a living person or a corpse. Through it, people heard the chaos slowly subside as the last stumbling footsteps faded into silence. Not absolute silence though, a few listeners detected an excruciating white noise, making some even feel dizzy and nauseous. What exactly happened? Is this person alive? How about the mermaid? Did you hear that sound? I'm feeling a bit unwell. You too? I thought it was just me. Hey. Is there anyone in the live stream room? What bullshit? Where's OHM? Where's the mermaid? Give me my money back. Before an even greater chaos descended upon the live stream room, people noticed that the frozen image suddenly changed. Silently, a hand spread its palm over the camera lens. The picture jiggled, showing it had been picked up. But the owner of this hand could not be human, for between its fingers stretched transparent thin webbings. Through the gaps of those hand webs, people caught sight of an eye, a deep, cold, gray-blue eye. There was a crunch. The last camera transformed into a squashed heap of junk. The next second, everyone's viewing pages turned black and displayed a notification. Live stream ended. Chapter 102. Tom led a 5-person security squad in the corridor. He had just evacuated the crowd from that hellish research lab. None of them had expected the birth of the merman to cause such severe mental pollution among regular humans. Tom and his subordinates spent quite an effort controlling all the crazed people, and now their task was to recapture this chaos-inducing merman and send it back to the aquarium. Yes, OHM had escaped from the observation tank because someone, under its chaotic control, opened the lid. Tom was the last one to leave. He had witnessed the scene himself, the enormous merman slithering out of the tank like a giant python, staring at him without blinking its white eyes as if ready to pounce on him at any moment. Luckily, he managed to escape just in time. This wasn't the first time Tom had dealt with an escaped merman. Just last month, he handled 3 merman escape incidents. Their strength was terrifying, those muscular tails could shatter composite glass with just a few strikes. However, Tom gained extensive experience capturing mermen due to these events. The top rule on his list was, never show mercy to them, even though they were alluring and valuable experimental subjects. Unless you experienced it yourself, you would never know how cunning mermen were. They possessed highly acute insight and could sense human tension, fear, or hesitation in sympathy. As you hesitated about whether your bullets might kill the merman, the brief pause of your armed hand became their chance to attack. Relax, this creature is extremely resilient. Even if you shoot through its heart, it won't die instantly. I've heard it can still survive without its head. So when it escapes, don't hesitate to fire at it. However, the key target must be its tail. A fish without a tail can do nothing. At the moment Tom finished speaking. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! A series of loud sounds came, one after another. It was OHM attacking the metal door of the research lab. The security team helplessly watched the sturdy metal door gradually deform, bulging like a balloon until it was finally torn apart with great force. All the security members braced themselves, tightly gripping their guns. Tom kept his eyes glued to the shattered metal door. As soon as a white figure darted out, he immediately shouted, "Fire!" Amid countless laser beams, a merman with a white tail leapt and darted along the corridor. It was almost unimaginable how such a massive body could exhibit such high agility. Even more horrifying was that it didn't only move on the ground, it could jump left and right using its tail and climb walls or even ceilings, comparable to a giant lizard. Hiss! The merman emitted an angry hiss at the security squad. Its calls caused significant mental disruption to humans. The squad was well prepared, every member wore a specially designed helmet capable of resisting external noise to the greatest extent possible. However, even if just a fraction of the call leaked into their ears, it was already enough. Watching his subordinates display signs of discomfort, Tom yelled into the communicator inside his helmet, "Stay calm. Concentrate. It's coming." His subordinates turned to Tom for help, but no matter what Tom said, they all appeared perplexed. Tom finally realized that the merman's call had disrupted the communication device. Without effective communication or leadership, the inexperienced security squad fell apart easily. Even before the merman approached, some of them began retreating out of fear. Once the first person took a step back, panic sounded its trumpet, and fear would instantaneously collapse everyone's psychological defense. After all, their original job was merely leisurely patrolling and occasionally dealing with mischievous deep-sea fish hopping out of aquariums. Now, however, they were asked to risk their lives to fight off alien creatures. As cries of anguish echoed, the massacre by the merman began. Its claws, fins, and even its hair were all offensive weapons. Within 10 minutes, the battle between the merman and the security squad ended. The merman emerged unscathed while only Tom from the security squad fled in humiliation. Dorian wiped the bloodstains off his nails, moving his tail fin slightly, feeling fully adapted to his new body. If there was anything to complain about, it was the color of his tail, milky scales and golden fins. To be honest, he disliked this color scheme. It was too monotonous and got dirty easily. To this day, Dorian still yearned for Adam, who had a vividly colorful tail resembling a German koi fish, which Dorian envied greatly. The good news was that Dorian no longer needed his beautiful tail for courtship, he already had a very lovely mate. The mermaid was currently lying somewhere in this institute, waiting for him to rescue her. Dorian recalled in his mind the scene he had witnessed through others' eyes, golden brown hair swaying and probing in all directions. Soon, he picked a direction and quickly swam away with a twist of his tail. At the same time, in Robert's office at the Consby Institute, someone was anxiously pacing back and forth. "Stop walking around, Robert. Sit down and calm yourself for a while. We still have an elite force left by the military here, Dorian won't be able to escape," Mag Mundy snapped impatiently at Robert. "Aren't you thinking I'm just worried about whether Dorian might escape?" Robert's cheek had swollen, and his white uniform had been stained with blood during the earlier chaos. Someone had taken advantage of the confusion to deliver a hard punch to his nose, and he had almost been stabbed in the eye with a remote control pen. The moment he woke up, he awakened all the other merfolk. Right now, the underground lab is full of half-human, half-fish creatures, causing havoc everywhere. It won't take long before they come out. If that isn't bad enough, let me remind you, nearly half of the people in this lab are mentally corrupted. Look at those monitors, they're wandering around the institute like zombies, biting anyone they see. Fear fermented in Robert's heart. What kind of monster have we released? I should have known, he's John's son. Shut up. The mention of the name, John, was like waving a red cloth in front of a bull, provoking Mag Mundy's anger. He stood up from the couch and glared fiercely at Robert. This was just a mistake. All of us underestimated the abilities of a merman. If we had armed ourselves beforehand in that lab or arranged more security, none of this would have happened. Robert asked, "So what do we do now? Just sit in this room and do nothing? If all the mermen escape, it will be chaos. If they return to their human homes and expose us to the media for not having any genetic evolution technology under control, what then? You useless fool. Besides saying demoralizing words, what else can you do?" Mag Mundy's chest heaved violently due to anger. 3 buttons on the front of his shirt had been torn off, exposing the scrawny flesh underneath and some scratch marks. He glared at Robert, recalling how 30 years ago, the latter had foolishly called the police, almost getting Mag Mundy and Ivanova arrested. 30 years had passed, and this old friend of his hadn't improved one bit, rightfully remaining a little-known mediocre doctor 30 years later. All those humans turned into mermen have lost the ability to communicate with us. Isn't that something we've proven repeatedly in experiments? Once the military arrives, all they need to do is drop a bomb, and within 3 minutes, everything will be resolved. At most, we'll spend a bit more money building another research institute and dragging more damned mermen back. There's really nothing to worry about. Yes, yes. After all, this isn't your hospital or your institute, so naturally, you wouldn't care, Robert sneered, his green eyes oozing venomous resentment. But you better not forget, you messed up a global live broadcast. There are staff members from 3 media outlets roaming around in this building right now. Let's guess, how much debt will you end up bearing after this is all over? Mag Mundy's face darkened like storm clouds outside the window. He stared silently at Robert, unwillingly admitting that the latter was right. This live broadcast mishap had enraged viewers worldwide. Everyone was shouting for their money back. The live streaming platform certainly wouldn't speak up for Mag Mundy, instead, it guided public opinion to criticize the Consby Institute harshly. If Mag Mundy did nothing and waited for the military to take over the institute, he would lose initiative, trust from higher-ups, and have to bear all responsibility for the fault. But if they controlled the situation themselves, it would just be a minor accident within controllable limits. He would still hold the upper hand, the money would stay in his pocket, and all that remained would be casually finding an excuse to pacify everyone. A few minutes later, Mag Mundy pushed open the door to the office and said to the team of security guards outside, "We're going somewhere." In the distance, Mag Mundy and Robert's group heard some gunshots, probably the military personnel finding Dorian, but it had nothing to do with their destination. They had decided to find Sylvie. The silver-tailed merman was Dorian's weak point. If they could take control of him to coerce Dorian, the latter would surely have no choice but to surrender quietly. Who knows? They might even be able to use Dorian to fight against the merfolk in the basement. It was an excellent plan. Soon, they arrived at the lab where Sylvie was being held. "Is he still inside?" Mag Mundy asked Robert. Robert confirmed the situation inside the lab using his terminal. "All the monitors are broken, but the metal door and internal smart systems remain intact. He may have escaped from the glass water tank, but I believe under the influence of the drugs, all he can do is wander around the room." Mag Mundy nodded. "Release a large dose of anesthetic gas." They waited for a full 15 minutes. During this time, the nearby fighting sounds gradually weakened. Mag Mundy had a bad feeling. He said to the security captain beside him, "Open the door. Let's go in and check." Even 10 mermen trapped inside would temporarily lose their ability to move after being exposed to a massive dose of anesthesia for 15 minutes straight. But as the metal door slowly opened, everyone instinctively took a few steps back. Complete silence. Yet out of caution, the security team still raised their guns and carefully entered the room. But soon, they realized. There's nothing here. Mag Mundy and Robert rushed into the laboratory. They looked around and only saw the violently damaged glass water tank and surveillance equipment. There was nothing left at the scene except for a few gray fish scales. "Quick! Look over there!" Robert shouted loudly. Mag Mundy immediately looked up. There was a protruding trail on the ceiling that extended from the center all the way to the edge of the wall, as if a giant worm burrowing through soil had crawled into the ceiling, forcibly splitting the metal panel in half. And at the start of this trail, the broken ventilation duct's opening was gaping wide, mocking the humans below. Chapter 103. Dorian encountered the military's elite forces quite carelessly. They had been lying in wait here for a long time, launching a fierce attack the moment Dorian revealed himself. Moreover, their weapons were more advanced and diverse. Dorian was struck by a toxic smoke bomb, which deprived him of most of his senses. And it was at this very moment of being trapped that a laser grazed his tail. Hiss. This cry of pain had little offensive power. Dorian had been chased by this unit for nearly 15 minutes, he was exhausted, battered, and bruised. His purple-red blood stained his white tail, making him look especially disheveled. Let's not forget, he was only a young merman, born not long ago. Although merfolk were hundreds of times stronger than humans, his newborn body was still very fragile. Dorian barely managed to take out 2 people, but that was already his limit. Pursued by bullets, he ascended to the rooftop of the research institute, and then there was no escape. They had sealed the entire facility into a steel cage to capture Dorian. Dorian's stamina was depleted. He fled aimlessly in the corridor without any cover. Gradually, his movements slowed down. Blood made his scales slippery, preventing him from climbing the walls. At one point, he suddenly felt dizzy and was about to fall from the ceiling. Although Dorian knew he wouldn't die easily, he was unwilling to fall into these people's hands again. However, the expected pain of falling onto the cold floor did not come. A silver-gray shadow caught Dorian and, after a few jumps, hid in a laboratory whose door had mysteriously opened. The metal door closed quickly behind them. There were 3 researchers in the room, all obviously having lost their minds with empty expressions. It was one of them who had opened the door. But Dorian paid no attention to them at all. He felt someone holding him gently in their arms and carefully placing him on the floor. A hand brushed away his long hair, gently touching the tip of his ear that looked like a blooming petal. Then the same fingers lightly traced the side fin of his tail as if lifting his skirt. Sylvie pressed against Dorian's forehead, whispering his name softly from a distance so close yet slightly distant. "My Dorian." Dorian stared intently at the silver-tailed merman before him. He wanted to say something, but his throat was blocked and his tongue tied. Now, all he could do was dumbly stare at his beloved in front of him. Fortunately, merfolk don't need words to communicate. Dorian's hair tentacles instinctively reached out towards Sylvie, asking for an embrace. Sylvie's tentacles met them halfway and intertwined tightly with Dorian's. In that instant, they exchanged waves of love and longing, along with an endless bitterness and sorrow hidden deep within their hearts. It had been too long. They had been separated for too long. The sun's direct point had already moved away from the northern hemisphere. Salmon began their upstream migration, gray whales moved southward, palm trees turned yellow, and yarrow would soon wither. They had missed an entire summer. Dorian gazed at Sylvie's affectionate silver-gray eyes, almost breaking into tears on the spot. And Sylvie? He lovingly admired his newborn lover, not hesitating to lavish praises. Dorian, beautiful, adorable. When Sylvie noticed that the purplish red on Dorian's tail wasn't a scale pattern but rather blood flowing from a wound, he immediately became agitated, his hair dancing wildly in the air, his eyes turning blood red. "They've hurt you." Sylvie bared his fangs. But Dorian didn't allow the other to waste time on such a trivial matter. He abruptly hurled himself into Sylvie's arms and bit his lips. Embrace, touch, deep kiss. Nothing could stop them from loving each other anymore. This earth, this pain, this blood, all served as testimony. Of course, this wasn't a good time for romance. Although Sylvie controlled the researchers and locked the metal door from the inside, the people outside clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. From the conversations outside the door, they were applying for higher authority from Magdendi and Robert. Once they got it, they wouldn't even have to waste effort trying to break down the metal door. Sylvie instantly detected the shift in Dorian's emotions. Smelling the icy murderous intent emitted by his beloved, he extended his forked tongue-like appendage and lightly swept it over Dorian's ear fins. It was as though the devil whispered tempting murmurs into his ear. Sylvie quietly said in Dorian's ear, "They're still in this research institute." "I know," Dorian spoke with a sharp edge to his voice. No further words were needed. In an instant, they understood each other's intentions. The AI system in the room warned that the door lock had been broken. Just before a brutal battle began, Sylvie tightly pressed against Dorian, hugging him from behind, despite being much larger than him. As Dorian remained vigilant of the sounds outside the door, he indulged in his partner's affectionate act, kissing his chin. Then, he heard the deep and ferocious voice of the merman behind him, the one who had once been a stupid lab subject, now sounding sticky and pleading. "Dorian, please, save me." Dorian couldn't help but laugh. He had once despised Sylvie's innocent act, but now a flood of love surged within him. "I will, darling, I will." With a crisp ding sound, the metal door separating the two worlds slowly opened. Dorian and Sylvie exchanged glances and rushed out together. Boom. The low groan of the steel wall signaled the intensity of the battle. Non-stop gunfire echoed, occasionally accompanied by distant screams. "I need to leave here, right now." What was driving Robert into despair wasn't just Sylvie's escape, it was also the group of mermen from the underground laboratory. Someone had helped open all the doors to the underground laboratory, and these mermen came upstairs effortlessly, like grim reapers wandering through the building, specifically hunting researchers in white uniforms. In no time, they had cleared all living beings on the first floor, and surveillance footage was filled with severed limbs and blood. The mermen were seeking revenge, slaughtering. Robert was all too aware of what he had done to the mermen. He absolutely could not allow himself to fall into the hands of those creatures. "Calm down. Military support is on its way." "Fuck." Magdendi frantically operated the terminal, trying to contact someone from the military, but that damn thing kept prompting him with equipment malfunctions. Robert yelled at him, pointing his finger, "Shut up, you bastard. All this is your fault. We should have left this research institute when the incident first happened, but some people acted like they had everything under control, believing that we could easily handle a merman riot with just a few of us." "Ha! The military's elite force. They can't even deal with one single merman, Dorian." "Me? You weren't acting like this when you begged me to invest in your hospital, Robert. If it weren't for me pulling you in, you'd still be nothing more than a washed-up doctor." Magdendi's neck turned bright red, and he wanted nothing more than to throw Robert off the building to feed the mermen below. The situation was already quite dire, and yet Robert insisted on stirring things up. "How dare you?" Just as the two were about to break into an argument, the head of security, Tucker, had to step in. "The mermen are coming up. We need to head to the rooftop as quickly as possible." They had missed their best chance to leave. All the exits downstairs were blocked by the mermen. Their only way out was to go to the helipad on the top floor, where there were several aircrafts waiting for them to escape. Though they would encounter Dorian battling with the military forces, with the elite soldiers covering them, they believed they could make it out safely. Thus, Magdendi and Robert stopped their bickering and moved with the security team towards the top floor. To avoid being trapped in the elevator, they chose to walk, fortunate enough that the building wasn't excessively tall. Unlike the convalescent home separated by a wall, the genuine Combsby Research Institute was designed with preventing seawater intrusion as its primary objective since its construction. Thus, it was essentially a fortress of steel on land, which, if ever submerged due to rising sea levels, could operate underwater like another Felden Marine Research Center. But this very feature now became a major obstacle for Magdendi and others. They couldn't even find a window to jump out from. In such sealed spaces like stairwells, any sound would be infinitely amplified. Those endless stairs seemed to be a harbinger of ill fortune. The fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly, evenly coating everyone's face with an unnatural pallor. Robert counted his steps, suddenly unable to resist asking quietly, "Why is it so quiet?" Due to his reminder, people finally realized there were no longer gunshots or battle sounds above them. Just 2 floors more to reach the top level of the Research Institute, but nobody dared to take another step upwards. "They must have captured Dorian, that's why they've stopped attacking," Magdendi said, though he didn't move a muscle either. "Someone needs to check." Robert made this statement while hiding at the back. A few men from the security team looked at each other, but none moved. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash came from downstairs, making everyone's blood run cold in the stairwell. Tucker wiped sweat from his brow and instructed his subordinates, "I'll take a few people to check. Wait for our signal." The team soon halved, with the remaining members hiding quietly in the stairwell. They heard Tucker and his team open the door to the top floor staircase and enter, followed by complete silence. Searching and exploring takes time. Robert was sure that everyone present had been trying to console themselves this way, but deep down he knew it clearly, they wouldn't be coming back. Over 10 minutes had passed, restlessness gnawed at the heart of every individual. Just as everyone thought Tucker and his group had already met with misfortune, the sound of the door being pushed open came from the top floor staircase. Creak. In people's expectations, what would inevitably follow next would be a series of footsteps. Either those arriving would inform them the top floor was safe for departure or warn them of the danger ahead, prompting them to seek alternative solutions. But silence once again filled the entire space. No one came down from the top floor. Fear danced on the hairs of their bodies, making hands and feet tremble uncontrollably under the tension. The air carried an unpleasant smell, a blend of mold, sweat, blood, interwoven with fear and panic. Magdendi gestured to one of the black security guards, motioning for him to check upstairs. Still hesitating, Magdendi suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. The atmosphere instantly tensed up, the transformation between fear and anger happened in the blink of an eye, yet the security guard had no choice. This was his job, he needed to protect these filthy rich individuals to make a living. People watched silently as the black security guard headed upstairs. He deliberately made loud noises, echoing throughout the stairwell. Soon, he reached the top floor, pushing the door and walking inside. After he left, everyone sighed in relief. This indicated that the previous creak wasn't caused by anything entering the stairwell. If so, the security man wouldn't have gone past unscathed. Now there were only 6 people left in the group, glancing uneasily at each other, unsure what to do next. If the security team continued losing members, it would be impossible to protect Magdendi and Robert's safety. They understood this all too well. What was worse, intense commotion sounded from the downstairs stairwell. Someone burst in, trying to escape, only to be quickly slaughtered by the mere people who followed close behind. His screams reverberated against the steel walls, echoing like wire through everyone's eardrums. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. Let's go up together. Robert suppressed his voice as much as possible. Staying here is a death sentence. These words essentially meant sacrificing the remaining few security guards to buy time for them to reach the helipad on the roof. You're right. We must go up. Magdendi agreed without hesitation. For the first time, the 2 men previously engaged in bitter quarrels found rare agreement. However, the few security guards did not respond, they didn't even look at Magdendi. For some unknown reason, their eyes grew vacant, as if their souls had been snatched away by something. Hey! Get moving! We don't have time. Magdendi angrily raised his voice. Suddenly, a small fragment fell from above and struck Robert on the head. He reached up and held the small object to his eye level. It was a piece of irregularly shaped iron shavings, as if someone had torn it off with their fingernails. With growing confusion, he looked upward. Ayaha! Robert's scream exploded throughout the stairwell. He saw the merman. A large merman with a silvery gray tail was clinging to the ceiling above them like a lizard, its gaze fixed upon them for who knows how long. Magdendi was the first to react. He shoved Robert hard to the ground and paid no more attention to the guards as he fled toward the rooftop alone. From behind came Robert's cries of despair. He begged for mercy from the merman. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. It's Magdendi, it was all his doing. Please let me go, I'm innocent, it's him, it's him. Ayaha. Screams of agony. Blood. Severed limbs everywhere. With a lame leg, Magdendi limped down the corridor of the top floor. The shipwreck incident involving Ferdinand had cost him one of his legs. Though he hadn't fully recovered yet, that was fine, as long as he could reach the end of the corridor and have the intelligence system recognize his identity, the escape ladder leading to the rooftop helipad would descend for him. He would live safely, just as he did during his escape from the Ferdinand Marine Research Institute years ago. He would continue surviving, lucky enough to live at least another 30 years. As always, he would succeed, remain fortunate, and stay wealthy. You see, in the dictionary of the rich, there are no such things as failure. Success either comes in the morning or at night. There is nothing in this world Magdendi cannot obtain, like Ivanova, like Dorian, like the merman. Sometimes Magdendi really wished John were still alive, so he could witness how his woman, his son, and all his achievements ended up in Magdendi's pocket. For no particular reason, simply because he wanted them. Magdendi simply detested John's handsome face, his talent, and his kindness. Who knows? Magdendi never cared about the mere people, and he had no interest in anything aquatic. But you know, when a group of young people gather together driven by a shared ideal, the brilliance they radiate is hard to resist. So Magdendi went to great lengths to join John's merman research team, using his financial power to become one of them. Frankly, Magdendi could barely recall much of the 2 years in Robin Town, except for the affair he had with Ivanova. What a ridiculous woman. On one hand, she claimed her love for John, yet couldn't resist the allure of the glimpse into the rich world Magdendi offered her. Just like how, over 30 years, she outwardly appeared to hate Dorian while still trying her best to secure inheritance rights for him. Magdendi could already imagine that if he were to perish in Ferdinand, how Ivanova would feign grief in front of the media before joining John's virtuous son, Dorian, in taking possession of all of Magdendi's wealth. So Magdendi sent her to heaven, off to reunite with the John she endlessly yearned for, a beautiful arrangement indeed. They should thank him. As for Dorian, he was without a doubt Magdendi's first, greatest, and most successful investment ever. Ha! Who says he lacks the keen insight of a scientist? The merman who coincidentally got salvaged ashore had a fatal wound at the exact same spot as John's. How could there be such a coincidence? And when Magdendi learned Ivanova was pregnant, he was certain this child was something unusual. So from the very first day Dorian was born, Magdendi began observing and researching. Look, Dorian was John's spitting image. Magdendi spent an entire 28 years raising the son of a merman, nurturing him to grow up, go to school, and become an excellent marine biologist researcher. The time and energy he invested were beyond monetary calculation. If it weren't for Magdendi, Dorian might not have even been born. Dorian should thank him. He ought to stay obediently inside the observation tank, properly being a merman, understanding Magdendi's intentions, and repaying the father's grace. And not behave as he did now, like a disgusting monster, swishing its hideous tail in blood, retaliating with sharp fangs and claws. Damn it, fuck. Why won't it open? Magdendi slammed on the facial recognition device furiously. It kept failing, go to hell with your failure. Magdendi dared not turn around fully. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white-tailed merman drenched in blood advancing toward him. He's coming closer, getting closer. Filth. Shit. Bastard. No. Dorian, you can't do this to me. Magdendi finally gave up on the facial recognition machine and stumbled backward slowly until he hit the corner of the corridor. His back pressed against the wall, trembling legs lost their strength entirely. I'm your father, I raised you, gave you so many chances for success, whatever you want, I've given it to you. You'll let me go, right? Dorian swayed his tail and slowly approached from the other end of the corridor, dragging a curved bloody trail across the floor. When he stopped in front of Magdendi, he was nearly twice as tall. The moment Dorian's shadow fell upon him, Magdendi collapsed messily onto the ground. The immense pressure made him shiver uncontrollably. Dorian, you can't. Dorian stood high above him, coldly looking down on him as though he were no different from the scattered limbs lying around. Finally, after a long silence, he spoke to Magdendi for the first time. Do you wish to leave here alive? A flicker of hope rekindled in Magdendi's eyes. He excitedly replied, Dorian, I knew you'd let me go, you're just as kind as your biological father, God will bless you. Dorian curled his lips upward, showing a mocking smile towards this feeble prey. Is that so? Then what are you willing to pay as the price? Price? After hesitating briefly, Magdendi quickly said, I can give you money. Whatever amount you want. You're my only heir, I'll transfer all my assets to your name right now. That thing means nothing to me, what can mere people possibly do with human currency? Then I'll make them stop all merman experiments and return them all to the sea. Isn't that what should happen anyway? As Magdendi watched despairingly, Dorian leaned down slightly and said softly but firmly, the price. I want you to cut off both of your legs and leave them here. Die, you disgusting monster. Magdendi finally cast off his disguise. Taking advantage of Dorian's moment of leaning down, he abruptly pulled out a gun from behind and quickly squeezed the trigger. Ah! This scream of agony came from Magdendi himself as he howled while cradling his broken arm, the excruciating pain causing him to roll on the ground. Dorian, however, was idly playing with the small weapon using his fingernails and mocked, You wanted the tail so much, didn't you? Why wouldn't you trade your legs for it? Spare me, Dorian, please. For the sake of your mother, let me live. Magdendi no longer cared about appearances. He knelt down, crying and pleading for mercy at Dorian's tail. Dorian held the gun and addressed his stepfather with a voice low and grave like death itself. If that is so, I'll give you one last chance. How did my mother die? Magdendi looked up, revealing his tear-streaked, snot-filled face. In those rust-like eyes, malice and cunning began stirring again. It was from illness. She passed away because she missed you too much, Dorian, believe me. Dorian stared at him for a long time before crushing the gun in his grip. Unfortunately, I had planned to send you on your way myself, giving you a swift death. It seems, though, that you prefer another kind of end. After speaking, Dorian turned around and slowly walked away. His tail drew faint circles on the floor, forming a perfect bloody period. Dorian, hear me out, it was an accident, you can't do this to me. Dorian. For some reason, besides the lamp above Magdendi's head, all the lights in the corridor went out. He attempted to stand and chase after Dorian, but the next second, he froze at the sight in front of him. No. The moment Dorian's figure disappeared into the darkness, countless glowing points illuminated the dark. No. It was the mere people. Innumerable mere people. Their colorful tails undulated as they hissed like venomous pythons and crawled toward him from the corridor, walls, ceiling, everywhere. No. Help. Save me. Hi. Magdendi's cries of anguish echoed through the institute, refusing to subside. Half an hour later, as dusk painted the sea, pairs of eyes appeared above the water's surface, gazing at the steel structure not far away. 3, 2, 1. Boom. With loud explosions and trembling earth, flames soared skyward, smoke billowed heavily, and Consby Institute collapsed into ruins alongside its sins. Dorian and Sylvie gripped each other's hands tightly. He took one last look at the landmass before turning to sink into the sea along with his people. The wind carried the scent of gunpowder to the ocean's surface, and the sun, the final witness, gradually set. The sea was tranquil, waves calm and peaceful. Chapter 104, End of main text. From the year 2356 to 2358, humanity and marine creatures led by the merfolk engaged in a 3-year conflict. During these 3 years, the Catultra giant octopus destroyed all human structures in the ocean one by one, trawlman whitefin whales specialized in breaking ships and submarines, and merfolk secretly infiltrated coastal factories, causing explosions. Humans gradually lost control over the seas. To reverse this situation and reclaim the oceans, the three alliances launched the Ocean Sweep Plan, deploying sea mines, bombs, and other weapons of mass destruction in areas frequently visited by merfolk and gigantic marine life. Despite the plan causing 31 small tsunamis worldwide within a year, resulting in countless marine creature deaths and months of so-called blood sea phenomena, it brought humans an enduring peace on the seas that has lasted to this day. Starting from 2359, the sea level ceased to rise, humans restored maritime transportation, continued expanding the development and research of the ocean. It's now been 4 years, and the seas have returned to the tranquility and harmony of several centuries ago. Noah repeatedly pored over the merfolk observation log in his hand, muttering to himself. He chewed on the word merfolk back and forth, hoping to somehow derive inspiration for his vacation essay assignment through some religious incantation method. Complete the reading of Merfolk Observation Log and write an essay of no less than 2,000 words discussing your impressions. This was one of the assignments required by first-year students at the Western Alliance Royal Marine Academy during their summer break. Noah was extremely confused when he downloaded the book. He could understand humanity's penchant for documenting history, but if you count, humans truly studying merfolk could be counted on 2 hands, and yet the so-called Merfolk Observation Log was 700 pages long. Discuss my impressions. Noah carelessly tossed the reader onto the table and gave it a double middle finger. And just at that moment. Hey, can I sit here? This is the only table around with space left. Noah was about to reject the stranger's request to share the table, but then he looked up and saw the person's face. Oh, sure, of course, it would be my pleasure. This was Felrain Beach, a high-end resort area known only to a few people. Despite the lack of land, the builders had dug a large circular pit inland, channeled clean seawater after filtration into the pit, and established an artificial, Mediterranean Sea. Just hearing the construction costs makes it clear that this isn't something ordinary people can afford. Those who came here were either wealthy or influential. In fact, Noah had already seen many celebrities and politicians nearby. He himself was able to come here only because he borrowed a favor from a good friend, one of whose father was one of the investors in this resort. In order to avoid exposing his humble status, Noah chose to stay ashore, ordering the cheapest lemonade at a nearby bar and refused his friend's invitations with the excuse of needing to complete his summer homework. He spent a tense afternoon alone under the umbrella. Noah didn't want any interaction with these arrogant rich people, but the man in front of him looked very gentlemanly. He had a head of golden brown long hair, gray-blue eyes, an incredibly handsome face, and dressed rather casually. Noah bet he was an artist. The man sat down elegantly opposite him, and when he raised his head and looked at Noah with those gray-blue eyes, Noah felt his heart rate accelerate involuntarily. He thought he should say something at that moment, but, what should he say? The Merfolk Observation Log. The man spoke first, seeing the e-reader on the table. It sounds very interesting. I haven't read anything for a while. What does the book talk about? Noah was grateful at that moment that the book was over 700 pages long, which meant he could probably engage in conversation with this artist for at least 2 hours. It's about the history of merfolk, mainly starting from 2355 when the Ferdinand Marine Research Institute captured 5 merfolk. Which part are you interested in? Noah scrambled to look through the table of contents. His eyes lit up when he found the chapter he wanted to talk about. Perhaps you've heard of the Comesby explosion case in 2356. The man raised an eyebrow. I've heard of it. Didn't they claim they had mastered the genetic technology for humans evolving into merfolk and conducted a global live broadcast? But there seemed to be some kind of accident. So, what happened afterward? Noah smirked mysteriously. This is one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the merfolk. This was the section that Noah was most familiar with and also most interested in, so he narrated it vividly. The terrifying explosion case. The military had sealed off related information. No one knew how it all happened. Some said it was because a researcher had been bewitched by the merfolk and activated the self-destruction program of the institute. Others said it was the merfolk disguised as humans who caused the explosion. What about the OHM experimental subject? No one knows. What was the human gene evolution technology possessed by Comesby? Again, no one knows. Noah's cheeks turned red with excitement and enthusiasm. Then, scientists spent 7 years trying to reconstruct the technology but failed, and now they suspect that the live broadcast might have just been a show, and that humans simply cannot grow tails to become merfolk. Noah finished his speech somewhat awkwardly, glancing at the man's expression. He worried that the other person found him annoying. His friends often joked that whenever he talked about merfolk, he would become like a noisy frog. However, the long-haired artist listened with great interest and even threw out some questions, some of which were quite professional. Noah became more excited. His eyes almost glued to the face of this artist, and he kept moving his chair closer. But just as Noah was about to invite this artist for a drink, the other suddenly stood up. "Sorry, my partner is calling me to go to the beach, see you later." Noah dumbly stood up along with him, completely unsure what to do. It was undoubtedly an excuse. This person wasn't wearing a terminal, nor did anyone around seem to be calling his name. He just saw through Noah's thoughts and decided to decline. Before leaving, Noah asked wistfully, "Hey. Can I know your name?" "Dorian." The other looked back briefly and said coolly, "Go home, young man." Then, he walked straight toward the sea. Dorian. Noah felt that this name was strangely familiar. He was sure he had seen it somewhere, it was on the tip of his tongue, yet it wouldn't come out. As for going home? Absolutely not. Noah didn't understand why Dorian told him that, but he definitely couldn't return home so easily. He rarely had the chance to visit Felrain Beach, and he certainly wasn't about to leave prematurely. Noah quickly packed up his things and decided to take a walk by the seaside as well. He swore to himself that it wasn't because he wanted to check if Dorian really had a partner. He just wanted to dive into the sea. When Noah jumped into the sea, Dorian had already vanished from his sight. There were crowds of heads everywhere, but no sign of that dazzling golden brown hair. Feeling filled with loss, Noah dove deep into the ocean. Noah had always been an excellent swimmer. He easily avoided the crowd and swam deeper into the sea. Felrain's artificial sea was impressive. It simulated healthy marine ecology, with colorful corals and brilliant tropical fish everywhere. Noah didn't realize how far he had swum. At one moment, he suddenly noticed that the crowd around him disappeared, the deep blue sea was quiet without a sound, and even the light above his head vanished. A nameless fear seized Noah's heart. He started to get numb in his hands and feet, having difficulty breathing. And at this time, something in the murky deep sea swished its tail toward him. He saw a streak of silver gray. "No, not. Save me." Noah desperately paddled toward the surface, screaming madly inside. At that moment, he thought of the Catultric giant octopus and the Trollman whitefin whales mentioned in the book, or maybe even sea serpents. That thing must be chasing him right behind, and the next second it would bite off his thigh. Save me. Only when his head surfaced, only after he swam back to the crowd, and only after he clumsily collapsed onto the rocks by the shore did Noah start to recover slightly from the terror. Suddenly, someone stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Noah jerked his head up sharply. He saw those gray-blue eyes. It was Dorian. Noah was about to tell him what happened, but then he saw Dorian's eyes blink. No, not the normal closure of eyelids. It was a layer of white film, the nictitating membrane found in reptilian eyes. What is that? As Noah was being stared at by those gray-blue eyes, the feeling of about to be devoured by a sea monster re-emerged in his mind. Every single cell in his body screamed danger. Noah panted heavily, unable to utter a word. He tried to escape from Dorian and dive back into the sea again, but his foot accidentally kicked against something. Noah hastily turned back and saw another man who was handsome like a sculpture. His hair and eyes were silver gray, and his lower body was hidden in the water. The proportion of his upper body exposed above the water seemed somewhat strange. Noah couldn't put it into words, but his sixth sense was warning him that there was something wrong with this man. Perhaps sensing Noah's nervousness, Dorian introduced him to the other man. "This is my partner Sylvie. We just noticed you seemed a little off. Is everything okay?" I'm fine." Noah tried to move away from them, but his legs were weak and trembling, unable to support him. Dorian then extended his hand towards him, a pale, slender, eerily cold hand that didn't seem human at all. "Go home, Noah. While there's still time." Noah didn't understand what Dorian meant by, "while there's still time," but he was driven by fear and instinct to leave the beach. Unbeknownst to him, at some point everyone had left the shore, diving into the sea where they laughed and played happily. Even though the scene around him was lively and joyous, Noah could not stop shivering. He dared not stay any longer. Without showering or even changing his clothes, without saying goodbye to his friends, he hurriedly grabbed his backpack and climbed into his old car. With a heavy press of the accelerator, his wet body was carried down the coastal road, away from Felrain Beach. The blazing sun scorched overhead, yet Noah, drenched in sweat, was freezing, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. It felt as if a colossal sea monster were chasing after him. He stepped on the gas pedal hard, pushing the old car, left behind by his father, to scream past at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Not fast enough. Still not fast enough. Faster. Faster. Occasionally, a tiny voice of doubt would surface within Noah's heart. What had caused him such terror? What made him feel compelled to flee? What was it? Suddenly, the sunlight disappeared. A thick shadow, resembling an ominous cloud, covered the speeding car. Noah glanced into the rearview mirror and nearly dropped the steering wheel. It wasn't a cloud, it was a wave. A monstrous wave. An almost kilometer-high blue wall of water blocked out the sun, looming over the sky and pressing downward. End of story.